After 3 years of delivering takeout, Jiang Ling unexpectedly acquires a system that ensures he will never be deceived. The system alerts him that he shall forever remain impervious to fraud. Initially, Jiang Ling perceives this ability as utterly worthless, until a wealthy woman approaches him, willing to spend $2 million for a child. To his astonishment, she actually shows up at his door. Subsequently, numerous scam calls inundate him. "Hello, sir. We have detected a frozen asset of $1 billion overseas in your name, and you are required to pay a fee of 2,000 yuan for its release. Congratulations. You have won the grand prize at the International Auto Show, a magnificent Apollo, i.e. Congratulations on your win. Reply with one to claim 10 sets of apartment buildings." "Excuse me, are you the chairman of Yinshao Jewelry? We have a batch of overseas jade that requires your personal approval." "Sovereign, we have searched for you for 3 years, and we have finally located you." In an instant, Jiang Ling, endowed with the ability to never be deceived, ascends to become one of the world's most esteemed and powerful magnates. Until one day, another call arrives. "Hello, I am Qin Shi Huang. V me 100 to dine, and I shall appoint you as the Grand General of the nation." Jiang Ling is momentarily bewildered. "If I truly V you 100, would you genuinely be Qin Shi Huang?" Chapter 1. The system that ensures one is never deceived. "Jiang Ling, I am sorry, but you cannot provide me with the happiness I seek. Let's part ways." Beep, beep, beep. In Longhua, in a modest rental apartment, a strikingly handsome young man sits on the sofa, staring blankly ahead. Just moments ago, his girlfriend, Chun, ended their relationship. His name is Jiang Ling, age 25. He has graduated from university for 3 years and has switched jobs multiple times, currently subsisting as a delivery person. If he were to exert a little effort, earning 7,000 to 8,000 a month would not pose a challenge. They had reached the age where discussions of marriage were imminent, yet an abrupt breakup call severed their bond entirely. Moreover, Chun did not even afford Jiang Ling the opportunity to seek an explanation before abruptly hanging up. In that instant, Jiang Ling's heart was a tumultuous storm of emotions, as if extinguished. 5 years of affection ultimately succumbed to reality, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared. "Why, Morong? Why must you break up with me?" Jiang Ling sat on the sofa, covering his despondent face. Was it truly because of his poverty, because he was merely a delivery man, that Chun chose to part ways? No, she was not such a woman. Yet, the harshness of reality indeed alters one's original intentions. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He resolved to seek out Chun later to inquire about the reasons for their separation. The sky had not fallen. He must continue to live, as life must persist. Jiang Ling rose from the sofa and made his way to the bathroom to wash his face, striving to awaken his senses. Gazing into the mirror at his somewhat haggard visage, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for himself. The once sunny and handsome youth now bore the marks of exhaustion and weariness. Is this truly the price of maturity? Suddenly, a flash of blue light flickered before Jiang Ling's eyes. Immediately after, a cold electronic voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Never Be Deceived system." "What? Never Be Deceived system? System? Have I awakened a system?" Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Over the years, he had read numerous web novels, and systems were a staple for every protagonist. To think that he, too, had awakened a system? Excellent, excellent. Now, he would leverage this system to turn his fortunes around and ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, the Never Be Deceived system? Is this system truly useful? As the name implies, its purpose is to ensure one will never be tricked or duped. Isn't this merely a system to prevent scams? What good is that? I'm already destitute. What could possibly deceive me? Coming to his senses, Jiang Ling felt somewhat speechless. He had initially thought this system could enable him to cultivate immortality or transform him into a wealthy magnate. Yet now it appeared to be of limited utility. Perhaps his approach to it was simply misguided. Never being deceived is, after all, a form of ability. It must hold some value. Jiang Ling sighed softly and returned to the sofa, sinking into a state of lethargy. Having just parted ways with Chun, Jiang Ling found himself devoid of any desire to go to work. Thus, he resolved to take a couple of days off to rest and recalibrate his mindset. Consequently, Jiang Ling resumed scrolling through trending news and short videos. However, at that moment, a peculiar news headline about a wealthy woman seeking a child caught his eye. Upon clicking it, he read, "I am a 24-year-old woman, and due to certain special circumstances, I require conception. Upon success, a reward of 2 million yuan will be offered to the counterpart. Recruitment criteria: male, age between 20 and 30, in good health, attractive, and of normal intelligence. Contact number: 1776. Attached image. Hee, a wealthy woman seeking a child? How intriguing. It's clearly a scam." Jiang Ling chuckled and was about to swipe away the news. Yet, a thought struck him. He had just awakened the never-be-deceived system. This meant he would never be tricked. If this news were seen by others, they might call the number and end up being scammed. But Jiang Ling was different. Thanks to the system, he would forever be immune to deception. Moreover, the girl in the attached image was elegantly beautiful, and beneath her aloof exterior, she exuded an aura of purity. Such a stunning girl seeking a child for a hefty sum? Even if Jiang Ling had to pay, he would be willing. Having awakened the never-be-deceived system, I should be safe from scams, right? Why not give it a try? After all, the reward is 2 million yuan. Besides, the girl was quite attractive. It would be foolish not to try. Thus, with a spirit of experimentation, Jiang Ling dialed the number for the wealthy woman seeking a child. After 3 rings, the call was answered. A crisp, cool voice emerged from the other end of the line, saying, "Hello, may I ask who this is?" "Hello, I saw a news article stating you are seeking a child for a large sum. Is that correct?" Jiang Ling inquired. After a moment of silence, the voice responded, "Yes, and upon success, there is a reward of 2 million yuan." "Indeed. So, should I come to you, or will you come to me?" Wait a moment. Aren't you afraid that I might be a scammer?" Clearly, the girl on the line was taken aback by Jiang Ling's boldness. In recent days, Lin Hanyue had indeed received numerous calls, but when they were asked to meet at a location designated by her, they all backed down. They were uncertain whether Lin Hanyue was genuinely seeking a child for a large sum or merely luring them into a scam for their organs. Or perhaps to deceive them into a scam in northern Myanmar. If it were the latter, it would be a grave mistake. Thus, Lin Hanyue's seeking a child for a large sum plan had resulted in failure. Unexpectedly, this man today displayed quite the audacity, directly asking who would meet whom. Did he not fear being a scammer himself? However, Jiang Ling remarked, fear not, for I am 25 years of age this year, handsome and charming, a graduate with a bachelor's degree, and possess a normal IQ. I should meet your criteria for seeking progeny. Shall we arrange a meeting?" "Indeed, a meeting is essential. Kindly provide me with your address, and I shall visit your residence." You require my address?" For a moment, Jiang Ling hesitated. Yet considering that we now live in a society governed by law, Jiang Ling felt a sense of reassurance. He could hardly believe that anyone would dare to come to his home in broad daylight with the intent to abduct him. Consequently, he resolutely divulged his address. Room 302, Unit 2, Building 2, Longhu Community, Linchuan Street. "Very well, I shall come shortly. We will communicate via phone." "All right. Beep, beep, beep." With that, the other party ended the call. Chapter 2. Just after the breakup, a wealthy woman knocked on my door. Approximately an hour later, Jiang Ling lay on the couch in the living room, engrossed in a video game. He had already played 3 consecutive rounds of Honor of Kings, yet the other party had yet to call. Jiang Ling shook his head, thinking perhaps the woman was too timid to come. Just then, a series of heavy knocks resonated at the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Who is it? Coming." Jiang Ling tightened his grip on his phone, slipped into his slippers, and hurried to open the door. However, the moment the door swung open, Jiang Ling was taken aback. Standing at his doorstep was a vibrant young woman clad in a blue dress and a baseball cap. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her large, bright eyes gazed intently at Jiang Ling. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "May I come in?" "Why, you are? It's me, your employer seeking a substantial sum for a child." "Oh, please come in." Jiang Ling was utterly flabbergasted and quickly gestured for the girl to enter his home. He never imagined she would come alone, without any bodyguards or the like. Moreover, her true beauty surpassed the pictures he had seen online. She had even stepped out without makeup, with a touch of adornment. She could easily outshine television-esque starlets. Subsequently, Lin Hanyue accompanied Jiang Ling into his abode. Upon entering the living room, Lin Hanyue surveyed her surroundings and noted the takeout boxes and instant noodle containers on the coffee table. She could surmise the kind of person Jiang Ling was. Stealing a glance at him, she found him undeniably handsome, albeit somewhat disheveled. With a little tidying up, he could easily pass for a male model. "Here, dear. Have some water." Jiang Ling, ever the gracious host, poured some lukewarm water left over from the noodles and offered it to Lin Hanyue. Lin Hanyue shook her head, replying, "Thank you, I'm not thirsty. Also, my name is Lin Hanyue." "All right, Miss Lin." Jiang Ling could discern a hint of noble elegance about Lin Hanyue, indicating that she likely hailed from a wealthy family. Yet, he was perplexed as to why someone so beautiful and seemingly well-off would post such a request for a child online. Were it not for Jiang Ling's awakening of the never-be-deceived system, he would have thought her a con artist without hesitation. "What is your name?" Lin Hanyue inquired. "Jiang Ling." "Jiang Ling, what a lovely name." After a brief pause, Lin Hanyue continued, "You appear to have graduated from university a few years ago, and now you're working a simple job in the city, renting a modest apartment, am I right?" "How did you know?" "It's evident. But I must commend your courage for inviting me to your home directly. What if I were a fraud, and I took your kidney? What would you do then?" Lin Hanyue looked at Jiang Ling curiously, eager to know his thoughts. Jiang Ling chuckled. "We live in a society governed by law. It's not as perilous as that." "True enough." With that, Lin Hanyue settled herself on the sofa, lowering her head to play on her phone. She felt that Jiang Ling indeed met her criteria for seeking a child. He was tall and handsome, with commendable physical attributes. However, taking that step remained a daunting prospect for her, as she had never been in a romantic relationship nor engaged in such matters before. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Clearing his throat, Jiang Ling took the initiative. "Miss Lin, may I ask why you are seeking a child for such a handsome sum? Surely, this must be more than a mere desire for a child." "Indeed, you are correct, but I cannot divulge too much. All I can say is that it concerns family inheritance issues. A male heir is required, and as a woman, I have no claim to it." Lin Hanyue replied with a calm demeanor. "Oh, so it's about inheriting family wealth." Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully. "But you could opt for artificial insemination at a clinic, thus avoiding the need for such an extravagant request." Lin Hanyue shook her head, her expression suddenly sharpening. "Someone is watching. Do you truly believe my family would let me go to a hospital for artificial insemination? I must tread carefully even when I step outside." "Oh, I confess I am not well versed in the intricacies of your family's disputes," Jiang Ling remarked. "So, do you find me suitable?" Lin Hanyue glanced at Jiang Ling once more, sighed softly, and nodded. To be honest, he was significantly more attractive than the men who had previously contacted her regarding childbearing. As a self-proclaimed aesthetic enthusiast, her meeting with Jiang Ling had solidified her decision that he was indeed the one she desired. "So, how do you wish to proceed with this arrangement? Do you have any specific requirements or conditions?" Jiang Ling inquired, the ambience growing slightly uncomfortable. A flicker of melancholy crossed Lin Hanyue's eyes as she replied, "You think I'm seeking this for pleasure? It's simply a matter of the physical connection between a man and a woman. We just do what needs to be done. So how do we go about it?" "Why are you asking me? I have never done this before. You should know what to do. Just do as you've done in the past," Lin Hanyue retorted, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Had it not been for her grandfather's wishes and the entirety of the Lin family, she would never have entertained such a costly endeavor. Yet, at this juncture, she had no other options. On the contrary, Jiang Ling rubbed his hands together and awkwardly chuckled. "To be honest, I have never done anything like that either." "What? A grown man like you has never had a girlfriend?" Lin Hanyue asked, astonished. Jiang Ling confessed. "I had a girlfriend for 5 years, but we just broke up." "Did you two never?" "No, I couldn't bring myself to hurt her. I always believed I should give her the best of everything, unwilling to let her suffer even the slightest pain. We were planning to marry. Yet she suddenly called to break up with me, and shortly thereafter, I dialed your number." Jiang Ling recounted the events candidly. Upon hearing this, Lin Hanyue smirked dismissively. "Would you like to know why she broke up with you?" "Why? Because you're poor." "Huh." The moment those words left her mouth, Jiang Ling fell silent. He wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Lin Hanyue's assertion rang true. It was indeed his financial situation that had led Chun to end their relationship. Otherwise, how could 5 years of love dissolve so easily? Lin Hanyue continued, "Moreover, she probably already has a new partner, and he's likely a wealthy second-generation heir. Do you believe it? Impossible. She wouldn't do that to me." Jiang Ling shook his head vehemently. Lin Hanyue chuckled derisively. "Oh, I didn't realize you were so infatuated. If you don't believe me, why not call her right now and ask if she has found someone new?" "Fine, I'll call her right now," Jiang Ling declared, pulling out his phone and dialing Chun number. Chapter 3. First, let us secure the 2 million. On the first call, Chun did not answer. On the second call, she hung up without responding. On the third attempt, Chun Morong finally picked up the phone. Before Jiang Ling could utter a word, the voice on the other end of the line abruptly exclaimed, "Jiang Ling, are you not tired of this? I have already told you that we have broken up. Please refrain from contacting me in the future, all right? I want to know why." Jiang Ling stood there, momentarily taken aback. Chun Morong replied, "I have said it before. It is because you are impoverished. You cannot provide me with the happiness I desire. Do you understand? You are already 25 years old and still delivering takeout, barely earning 6,000 to 7,000 a month, with savings of only 20,000 to 30,000. How could you even afford a handbag, a ring, or a necklace? And how do you expect to marry me? Even if your parents can present a dowry to help us with a down payment on a house, who will shoulder the burden of the mortgage thereafter? You show no ambition whatsoever. In these years since graduating from university, you have changed jobs multiple times, yet your salary has never exceeded 10,000. Now at 25, you are still delivering takeout. If I were to marry you, I can hardly bear to think of the suffocating and miserable life that awaits me. Living hand to mouth, unable to afford beautiful clothes or fancy dinners, bargaining at the market. This is not the life I envision for myself. Do you comprehend?" On the other end of the line, Chun Morong poured forth her grievances, finally expressing the pent-up frustrations she had accumulated over the years. Jiang Ling, however, remained rooted in place, contemplating for a long while before finally uttering, "But I would treat you well. I would never let you suffer or go hungry." Jiang Ling, wake up. What use is your kindness if you are broke? I seek a quality of life, not merely a man who treats me well. But you were not like this before? Jiang Ling queried. Chun Morong replied, "I did not understand before, but now I do. I have endured too much during our years together. Let us part amicably. We owe each other nothing. Is that clear?" Jiang Ling could discern that this time Chun Morong was resolute in her decision to end their relationship. Taking a deep breath, he pressed on with one final inquiry. "All right, let me ask you one last question." "Go ahead. I want to know if you have found a new boyfriend, and if he happens to be a wealthy heir." Jiang Ling held his breath, fervently wishing for a no to escape her lips. That way, he could attribute their breakup to his own lack of ambition. However, after a brief silence, Chun Morong coolly responded with a single word, "Yes." "Are you not deceiving me?" "Not at all. I know I have wronged you. But you cannot hinder my pursuit of happiness and freedom, can you?" "All right, I understand." Jiang Ling nodded, his words faltering. He pressed his lips together, his face pale, his heart feeling as though it had turned to ash. In truth, he had hoped that Chun Morong was lying to him. Yet, he had awakened to the harsh reality that she spoke the truth. Unlike the melodramatic plots of television dramas, where the female lead feigns illness to push the male lead away, reality was starkly different. She was not ill. She simply wished to break up with him because of his financial shortcomings. The sound of the phone disconnecting echoed in his ears as he remained frozen in place. Rubbing his face, he attempted to regain his composure. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Lin Hanyue smirked and said, "See, just as I predicted, before breaking up with you, your girlfriend found herself a wealthy heir. To put it nicely, she finds you poor. To put it harshly, she is nothing but a gold digger. She refuses to share in your struggles and has simply opted for a rich second-generation heir to avoid a lifetime of hardship." Jiang Ling frowned. A grimace etched upon his face. Yet, he could not deny that Lin Hanyue was right. Chun Morong's claim that he was poor was merely a pretext for their breakup. The true reason lay in her materialistic desires. "Are you regretting it now? Should you have initiated a relationship with your girlfriend back then?" Lin Hanyue continued to taunt. Jiang Ling shook his head, asserting, "I have no regrets. I have not harmed her, and my conscience is clear." "Oh, interesting." Lin Hanyue's eyes lit up, finding Jiang Ling's integrity commendable. "Ah, young man, let the past be the past. After parting ways, let us not cross paths again. However, you still have your own life to lead. For instance, right now Lin Hanyue began, her cheeks flushing as she awkwardly cleared her throat when the topic of seeking a child arose. Nonetheless, this was a decision she had resolutely made. If she were to pursue this, she had no choice but to find a handsome, healthy man. "But I am not quite sure how to go about it. Perhaps you could teach me?" Jiang Ling scratched the back of his head. Lin Hanyue shot him a disdainful glance, replying, "I do not know either. How could I teach you?" "What then? I am asking you if you desire to make money." "Well, all right then." Jiang Ling took a deep breath, solidifying his resolve. He would first earn the 2 million yuan. Thus, Jiang Ling picked up his phone, opened his cherished film library, and began watching a random movie with Lin Hanyue. In truth, Lin Hanyue felt a twinge of resistance within her. However, when she thought of her ailing grandfather and her missing father, she understood that the last hope for the Lin family rested upon her shoulders. After approximately 10 minutes of watching the film, Lin Hanyue suddenly stood up and walked toward Jiang Ling's bedroom. Casting a glance back at him, she said coolly, "I am ready. If you have made up your mind, come find me in the room. Of course, you may refuse, and I will merely seek out another. After saying this, Lin Hanyue turned and entered the bedroom, her gaze resolute and devoid of frivolity. She knew this was not a trivial matter. Her arrangement with Jiang Ling was merely a transaction, each party fulfilling their own needs. As Jiang Ling gazed at Lin Hanyue's graceful figure, he recalled Chun Murong's resolute demeanor and expression. Taking a deep breath, he slowly made his way toward his own bedroom. This section omits a lengthy narrative. Half an hour later, Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue emerged from the bedroom, one after the other. Both appeared somewhat awkward, their faces flushed. Miss Lin. Do not call me Miss Lin, just call me Hanyue. Also, your physique is quite impressive. Oh, by the way, I will likely be visiting you frequently from now on. If it gets too late, I will stay with you. Lin Hanyue stated. Chapter 4. Unfreezing $1 billion of offshore assets. Jiang Ling inquired. All right. How long do you plan to stay? Not sure, perhaps until I conceive a boy. We are both adults. There is no need for embarrassment over such matters. Moreover, this is merely a transaction. We both have our needs. You want money, I want a child. Once the deal is done, 2 million will be transferred to your account, and our relationship will conclude. Is this a verbal agreement? Jiang Ling chuckled. Lin Hanyue nodded. Indeed. If you require a contract, I can draft one for you. But I would not tarnish my integrity for 2 million, would I? True. You make a valid point. Jiang Ling nodded, not wishing to elaborate further. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Please do not allow any sentimental feelings to arise between us. After all, the bond we share is merely a transaction. Jiang Ling remarked. Lin Hanyue shook her head, smiling. There's no need for that. Just take care of yourself, and I shall visit when I have the time. All right, travel safely. With that, Lin Hanyue turned and gracefully departed from Jiang Ling's abode. He accompanied her to the door, watching her descend the stairs until her figure vanished from sight. Jiang Ling rubbed his face, feeling as though everything had transpired in a dream. Having just parted ways with his girlfriend Chun Murong, he had awakened to a system that ensured he would never be deceived again. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a wealthy beauty who was willing to pay handsomely for a child. And upon successful completion of the task, he would receive a reward of 2 million yuan. It seemed that this system held some merit, at the very least. He would never fall prey to deception again. Jiang Ling stretched languidly before returning to the couch, lying down while fiddling with his phone. As noon approached, he contemplated ordering takeout. Just then, a text message suddenly arrived on his phone. Ding. Dear esteemed client, we have detected that you have $1 billion frozen in an overseas bank. You need only transfer 2,000 to me, and I will assist you in unfreezing your $1 billion asset. Huh? What? How much? $1 billion? Jiang Ling nearly sputtered his drink upon reading the message. In the past, he would have dismissed such a fraudulent text without a second thought, deleting and blocking it before tossing it into the digital trash. However, the circumstances were different now, because Jiang Ling would never be deceived again. This meant that if he transferred 2,000, he could indeed have access to the $1 billion frozen overseas. Is this a joke? I may not be well educated, but please do not attempt to deceive me. Jiang Ling pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. 2,000, based on the current exchange rate, was approximately 14,000 yuan. Jiang Ling had around 25,000 yuan in savings, and with the assurance of the system that he would not be deceived, if the unfreezing was successful, he would possess $1 billion in overseas assets. Surely, the system would not lead him astray? Why not take a chance? From a bicycle to a motorcycle? This could transform into an airplane or an aircraft carrier. Let us go for it. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling promptly texted back, provide the account details. In about 10 seconds, the other party sent a string of bank account numbers and passwords. Jiang Ling, I don't have dollars. Can I use yuan? User 136, yes. But it must be equivalent to at least 2,000. Jiang Ling, okay, wait for me. Without further ado, Jiang Ling swiftly used his phone to transfer 14,500 yuan to user 130 SIXS bank account. That would certainly suffice for the 2,000, with the extra amount serving as a tip. User 136, alright. The transfer has been received. Please allow 1 business day for me to unfreeze your 1 billion overseas asset. 1 business day indeed? Very well, I can wait a day. Once my 1 billion asset is unfrozen, I shall walk with pride in Jiangnan City. Thus, the day passed swiftly. On the following day, as noon approached, Jiang Ling anxiously awaited a message on his phone. Why hasn't the unfreezing been confirmed yet? Could user 136 be deceiving me? System, come forth and speak. What is it, host? An icy electronic voice resonated. System, since I now possess the ability to never be deceived, does that apply to spoken words in reality as well as text messages online? In theory, yes. However, if someone were to tell you that the Earth would explode tomorrow or that the universe would cease to exist, such unrealistic claims would still be effective. What about the money? Can my 1 billion asset truly be unfrozen? If they claimed it could be done, it must be true. Indeed, with your inquiry, I am reassured. Jiang Ling grinned. Since the system had confidently assured him of success, there was no need for concern. As expected, just after 11:30, Jiang Ling's phone finally received a text from user 136. Dear Mr. Jiang, we have successfully unthawed your 1 billion overseas asset. For details, please visit www. Thank you for your support and trust in our company. If you have any questions, please call 136. Wow, it really worked. Jiang Ling beamed. Immediately clicking to log into the website, his phone displayed a warning. Accessing this website may pose risks. Do you wish to continue? Of course, he wanted to proceed. So, he clicked yes. The page transitioned to an overseas bank account interface. It displayed in English, Swiss bank. Account holder, Jiang Ling. Asset balance, 1 billion. Holy moly. I am going to strike it rich. Jiang Ling exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement. Once an impoverished youth, he was destined for a life of ordinary toil, barely scraping by, without dreams of wealth or grandeur. Yet now, everything had changed. Awakening the system had granted him 1 billion in assets. He had essentially catapulted himself from rags to riches, transforming from a poor boy into a millionaire. However, this money could not yet be utilized. He needed to transfer the assets from the Swiss bank to his home country and convert them into yuan for spending. After enjoying lunch, Jiang Ling hailed a cab and made his way to the Huaxia Bank on Nanyang Street. He intended to process the transaction of transferring his overseas assets back home. Naturally, the details of how to proceed would be left to the bank to handle. Number 56, is Mr. Jiang present? A sweet voice echoed from the bank counter. Jiang Ling quickly approached. Yes, I am Jiang Ling. Hello, Mr. Jiang. What business would you like to conduct today? I would like to inquire whether your bank can facilitate the transfer of my overseas assets back to the country. Certainly. Please provide your overseas asset account details and password for us to verify your identity and asset information. Of course, the account is www, and the password is 68. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Please hold on while we check. Chapter 5. The bank president was astounded. The young lady's voice was not only melodious, but her demeanor towards Jiang Ling was exceedingly warm, her face adorned with a sweet smile. She understood that individuals capable of processing overseas asset transactions were likely quite affluent. They were either engaged in overseas business or come from wealthy families. Therefore, Jiang Rongrong certainly had to treat Jiang Ling with a bit more respect. However, when Jiang Rongrong reviewed Jiang Ling's Swiss bank account balance, she was utterly taken aback. 10 billion? And in dollars? My heavens, $10 billion? Jiang Rongrong covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief at the astonishing sight before her. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed an overseas fortune amounting to a staggering $1 billion. Moreover, upon her exclamation of $1 billion, the entire banking hall was abuzz with incredulous glances directed towards Jiang Ling. They too found it hard to believe that this young man was already a billionaire. Is it true? $1 billion? Surely, it must be a hoax. Yet, it seems genuine. After all, he is here to conduct overseas transactions, likely having amassed considerable wealth through business ventures abroad. How enviable. This is the first time I have encountered a billionaire. Alas, $1 billion translates to over 7 billion yuan. The daily interest alone amounts to over 1 million. My goodness, that is unfathomable. How could one possibly spend such an enormous sum? A flurry of whispers erupted, as many began to speculate. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling smirked slightly and remarked, Indeed, miss. Might I inquire if it is possible to transfer my overseas assets back to my home country? Why yes, it is possible, but the amount is rather substantial. I must report this to our bank president. Very well, do proceed with your report. I shall await your return. Understood, Mr. Jiang, please hold on. With that, Jiang Rongrong swiftly pulled out her phone and dialed their manager, informing him of a significant client who wished to transfer $1 billion in overseas assets back to the country. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang exclaimed, $1 billion? This is no ordinary client. Aware that he lacked the authority to approve a loan of such magnitude, he immediately contacted the bank president, Dai Yukai, to handle the matter. Upon receiving the news, Dai Yotsai's eyes widened, and he repeatedly inquired if Wang's claims were indeed accurate. Wang nodded eagerly. Yes, President Dai, you must hurry over. If we cannot facilitate this transaction, the client may leave. All right, keep him engaged. I will be there shortly, but we cannot let him go. Yes, President Dai. I'm currently preparing tea for him. Please hurry. Very well, I shall arrive in 15 minutes. With that, Dai Yukai hastily rose from the sofa, donned his coat, and rushed toward the exit. He understood that anyone with $1 billion in overseas assets must be an extraordinary individual. Furthermore, if this sum were deposited in his bank, it would yield immense benefits and interest for him. How could Dai Yukai possibly let this opportunity slip away? Thus, he drove at breakneck speed, completing the journey that would typically take half an hour in a mere 15 minutes. Approximately 15 minutes later, Dai Yukai arrived at the bank. Ignoring the curious stares of others, he made a beeline for manager Wang, asking, Wang Shana, where is he? Where's the client? Right here, President Dai? Wang quickly pointed towards Jiang Ling. Dai Yukai promptly approached Jiang Ling, offering a friendly handshake. Good day, sir. You wish to transfer $1 billion in overseas assets back to your home country, correct? Yes, is that feasible? Jiang Ling replied calmly. Dai Yukai smiled confidently, certainly. However, may I inquire if you plan to use these funds for any business endeavors upon your return? Business? Not at all. I merely wish to bring the money back. Then where do you intend to deposit it? Right here in your bank. Splendid. Upon hearing this, a joyful smile spread across Dai Yutsai's face. He adjusted his black-framed glasses and assertively declared, Very well, Mr. Jiang. I shall personally oversee this transaction. Mr. Jiang, if there are no complications with your overseas assets, I can facilitate the transfer back to your country within approximately 7 days. Since you intend to deposit it with us, I can offer you an annual interest rate of 3% for a savings account. This implies that you would earn 1 billion yuan solely in interest each year. Averaging it out, that is 75 million yuan in daily interest. What do you think? Dai Yutsai's calculation skills were indeed impressive, and Jiang Ling found himself astonished. The daily interest from $1 billion amounted to 75 million yuan. What a staggering concept. Even if Jiang Ling were to save 3,000 yuan each month, totaling 36,000 yuan a year, it would take him 16 years to accumulate 75 million. Yet now, he could earn that in a single day. As for Dai Yukai, he did not consider the 3% interest rate excessive. After all, if he were to lend out that 7 billion yuan, he could secure an even higher return. Thus, he was confident that he would not incur a loss. Naturally, if Jiang Ling opted for a fixed deposit, his annual interest would be even greater. However, Jiang Ling preferred not to tie up his funds, as he had no shortage of money and valued the convenience of immediate access to his funds. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? Dai Yukai inquired with a smile. Jiang Ling quickly suppressed his excitement and, appearing contemplative, nodded thoughtfully. All right, I shall deposit it in your bank. Excellent. Please follow me. And I will need your identification and overseas account password. As for the transfer, leave that to me. All right, no problem. Jiang Ling nodded affirmatively. Please follow me. I should be able to complete the operation in about 7 days. With that, Dai Yukai led Jiang Ling to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. During the following moments, Jiang Ling provided his overseas account password, personal identification information, photographs, and fingerprints to the China bank. All that remained was for Dai Yukai to facilitate the transfer of funds back to the country. However, Dai Yukai harbored a trace of curiosity. Given Jiang Ling's youth and casual attire, he appeared rather like an ordinary youth. How could he possibly possess $1 billion in overseas assets? Thus, Dai Yukai inquired, Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you have previously engaged in business overseas? Jiang Ling shook his head and replied with a smile, Not at all. Oh, then how did you acquire this $1 billion in overseas assets? Someone gifted it to me. Haha, Mr. Jiang, you truly have a knack for humor. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's explanation, Dai Yukai awkwardly chuckled. Someone gifted it. That benevolent soul simply bestows $1 billion upon you? You must be jesting. Do you take me for a fool? In truth, Jiang Ling was not deceiving him. The money had indeed been given to him. It was that Master No. 136 who had assisted Jiang Ling in unfreezing his overseas assets. As for how the money had come into existence, who could say? Perhaps only the system held the answer. Moreover, with Jiang Ling possessing an infallible system, he had no reason to worry that Dai Yukai would attempt to deceive him. Shortly thereafter, Dai Yukai produced a sleek black card adorned with golden edges and presented it to Jiang Ling. Dai Yukai respectfully addressed Mr. Jiang, Esteemed sir. This is the Supreme VIP Black Gold card from Huaxia Bank. Typically, only clients who deposit over 1 billion in our bank are privileged to possess such a card. Jiang Ling inquired, What privileges does this black gold card confer? Dai Yukai replied, It does not grant any specific privileges. It merely symbolizes your esteemed status. Oh, and it comes preloaded with 1 million yuan for the cardholder's complimentary use. In essence, if you deposit over 1 billion with us, we graciously gift you 100,000. Jiang Ling further asked, Will my overseas assets also be credited to this card in the future? Dai Yukai affirmed, Indeed, if you wish to have multiple cards for deposits. That is entirely feasible. Jiang Ling replied, No need. I will simply use this one card for a duration of 7 days, correct? Yes, within those 7 days. I assure you I will have this matter resolved. Dai Yukai confidently stated. Jiang Ling smiled and said, Thank you, President Dai, for your assistance. Not at all, Mr. Jiang. You are too kind, Dai Yukai responded. I shall take my leave for now. I will reach out when available. Very well, Mr. Jiang. Please attend to your affairs. The remainder is entrusted to me. Indeed. Subsequently, Jiang Ling turned and exited the office at a leisurely pace, with Dai Yukai personally seeing him out of Huaxia Bank. Observing Jiang Ling's retreating figure, Dai Yukai could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Nearby, Manager Wang inquired, What troubles you, President Dai? Is something amiss? Dai Yukai remarked. Indeed, such a significant magnate, yet he departs without a vehicle? Perhaps he is a low-profile heir, reluctant to disclose his identity, hence the absence of a car? That simply will not do. Go and procure a vehicle worth around 3 million yuan for Mr. Jiang Ling, Dai Yukai declared with grandiosity. Wang Shanhe was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, A 3 million yuan car? You wish to gift it? Dai Yukai chuckled. You fail to comprehend. I am not merely gifting a car. I am offering a gesture of goodwill. He possesses overseas assets amounting to an effortless $10 billion. Do you truly believe he is an ordinary individual? His worth undoubtedly exceeds 10 billion. He continued, Moreover, with his deposit in our bank, we can earn several hundred million annually from this sum alone. Thus, gifting him a luxury vehicle is hardly extravagant. Such wisdom, President Dai? Wang Shanhe expressed with admiration. Dai Yotsai's demeanor turned serious, and he admonished, Enough flattery. Hasten to select a sports car to present to Mr. Jiang Ling. Understood, President Dai? Wang Shanhe replied. And remember to maintain decorum when conversing with others. His status is undoubtedly exceptional. Absolutely, President. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Jiang Ling could contain his excitement no longer and began to leap joyfully. Nice. It appears this is all genuine. I am indeed a billionaire, and wealth is now mine. He reveled in the thought of accruing daily interest amounting to tens of thousands. Envisioning boundless riches and endless leisure, free to indulge his desires without financial concern. To me now, wealth is merely a figure. Jiang Ling clenched his fists and laughed in exhilaration, finally grasping the sensation of sudden affluence. Soon after, he linked his Supreme VIP Black Gold card to WeChat and Alipay, promptly withdrawing the 100,000 yuan into his Alipay account. As he marveled at the unexpected influx of funds, Jiang Ling felt a rush of exhilaration. Yet, this was merely an appetizer, for in 7 days, the wealth on his Black Gold card would surpass 7 billion. At that moment, a series of heavy knocks echoed from the door. Jiang Ling paused, wondering if it could be Lin Hanyue. However, he questioned the necessity of continuing their business arrangement now that he was a billionaire. Upon opening the door, he was met not by Lin Hanyue, but by a plump, curly-haired middle-aged woman, his landlord, Wei Rufang. Still alive, are we? Isn't it time to settle this month's rent? Wei Rufang's tone remained condescending. Jiang Ling's expression darkened as he replied, Aunt Wei, could you please speak courteously? Do you think I would neglect my rent? You needn't knock, a message would suffice. I know you weren't just passing by to check if I was home, Wei Rufang chuckled. As Jiang Ling prepared to transfer next month's rent, a slender, delicate arm suddenly reached for Wei Rufang's QR code, and a woman stated coolly, How much is his rent? I shall cover it. Who might you be? You're not his girlfriend, are you? Oh, Jiang Ling, have you found a new partner? And she is even more attractive than the last. Wei Rufang smirked. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Ling facepalmed, too weary to explain further. 2,500. All right, I've sent over 5,000. Consider next month's rent settled. Lin Hanyue said, her expression aloof. Wei Rufang begrudgingly accepted, received. You don't seem local, do you? That is none of your concern. Furthermore, knocking to demand rent is quite rude. Lin Hanyue retorted, turning back towards Jiang Ling and shutting the door behind her. Thank you, Miss Lin, for your timely arrival. Jiang Ling expressed his gratitude. Lin Hanyue removed her cap and strolled into the living room with an air of familiarity. No need for thanks, it was merely 5,000. Think of it as treating you to a meal, she stated casually. Now, go take a shower. After completing the task, I need to head to the office. Lin Hanyue added coolly. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow slightly, questioning. So our relationship is merely transactional, is it? What else would it be? Lin Hanyue responded. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Jiang Ling with interest. Chapter 7. Hurry and shower. I await your return. Having accepted the reality, she recognized that while she had shared her body with Jiang Ling, she remained emotionally detached, merely completing her task. Noticing Jiang Ling's somewhat forlorn expression, Lin Hanyue chuckled. Hey, Jiang Ling, you're not actually developing feelings for me, are you? Not at all. We've only met twice. Jiang Ling replied. Lin Hanyue laughed. Who knows? And let me caution you, it's best not to fall for me. Our differing statuses render any possibility futile. If you do develop feelings, the only one to suffer will be you. Honestly, I have no feelings for you. Jiang Ling protested. Do you have something you wish to express? Lin Hanyue inquired. Her brow furrowed. Jiang Ling paused momentarily and said, I wish to express that if I were to suddenly acquire great wealth, I would consider nullifying our agreement. How would you respond to that? Care to repeat that? Upon hearing this, Lin Hanyue's gaze sharpened, as if she were ready to commit murder. She continued, Are you jesting with me? Should you decide to terminate our collaboration now, I would have someone eliminate you. Do you believe me? With a gulp, Jiang Ling swallowed hard and replied, I truly do. Just look at how frightened you've made me. Humph, this is fundamentally a matter of credibility. First, you accepted this assignment and entered into a cooperative agreement with me. Secondly, I have entrusted you with my integrity. And yet you dare to utter that you no longer wish to proceed? Just pack your things and leave. What do you think of my situation? Oh, I was merely jesting about canceling our cooperation, Jiang Ling said with a smile. Lin Hanyue retorted coldly. Humph, you had best refrain from such jokes in the future. All right, I understand. But if I were to say that I suddenly became wealthy, would you believe me? You? Wealthy? Did you sell a kidney? Enough. I knew you wouldn't believe it. Jiang Ling sighed. Go take a shower. I shall wait for you in the room. Very well, you should shower too, Jiang Ling suggested. Lin Hanyue shook her head. No, I'll wash when I return home tonight. That is fine. After all, you aren't dirty. Uffed, I shower twice daily. How could I be dirty? Lin Hanyue pursed her lips and then insisted that Jiang Ling go wash up. After their showers, the two returned to the bedroom, immersing themselves once more in the familiar scene for the next half hour. Once their task was complete, they both emerged from the bedroom simultaneously. Observing Lin Hanyue's tender, rosy cheeks, Jiang Ling felt a surge of delight mingled with a pang of inexplicable sadness. He felt joy at being with such a beautiful girl, yet sadness over the ambiguous nature of his relationship with Lin Hanyue. Seemingly sensing Jiang Ling's unease, Lin Hanyue remarked, Jiang Ling, don't overthink it. Our relationship is merely one of employer and employee. Once I conceive a boy, our emotional ties will cease. After the task is accomplished, the 2 million will be transferred to your account. No, I suddenly find that I do not desire the money, Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. Just moments ago, he had unfrozen $10 billion in overseas assets. 2 million was hardly of concern to him. It was unfortunate, however, that the hefty sum for a child preceded the 10 billion, or else Jiang Ling might not have accepted Lin Hanyue's task. But having already been involved with others, he felt an obligation to provide clarity to the situation. Gazing into Lin Hanyue's bright eyes, a bold thought struck him. Miss Lin, if, and I emphasize if, you were to truly bear my child, would it be possible for us to marry? Excuse me? What did you just say? Lin Hanyue was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Then, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, don't be absurd. Please don't tell me you've actually fallen for me. Perhaps not love, but I wish to be a responsible man. Jiang Ling replied. Indeed. While he had an appreciation for beautiful women, he had only met Lin Hanyue twice. How could one fall in love so quickly? Lin Hanyue responded. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. If you truly wish to marry me, it is not a simple matter, and I may not even consider marriage. With that, she headed toward the bathroom. After about 20 minutes, Lin Hanyue emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, calling for Jiang Ling to help her dry her hair. Just then, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Who is it? Jiang Ling asked, puzzled as he approached the door, a flutter of anxiety in his chest, fearing it might be his ex-girlfriend, Chun. However, upon opening the door, he found a panting little chubby figure standing there. The chubby boy, wearing glasses and sporting a mushroom haircut, looked rather foolish. He gasped, Jiang Ling, it's bad. I just saw your girlfriend, Chun, get into another man's car. You need to do something. His name was Liu Xiaobo, Jiang Ling's college classmate and best friend. Upon hearing Liu Xiaobo's words, Jiang Ling merely nodded indifferently. Oh, I understand. That is her business, not mine. What? No way. Have you two broken up? That can't be true. Didn't you have a great relationship before? Liu Xiaobo exclaimed. Astonished, Jiang Ling sighed softly. That was merely a facade. We have indeed broken up. Why? I was looking forward to celebrating your wedding. There is no reason. It is what it is, Jiang Ling stated. Liu Xiaobo's face contorted with righteous indignation, and with a huff, he declared, Humph, Chun is not a good woman. She finds a wealthy boyfriend immediately after your breakup. Bah, she doesn't deserve you. Tomorrow, I'll take you to a matchmaking park and introduce you to someone better. One couldn't deny Liu Xiaobo's loyalty. Jiang Ling wore an awkward smile. At that moment, Lin Hanyue, having just finished drying her hair, walked to the door and glanced at Liu Xiaobo before turning to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, who is this little chubby fellow? Jiang, you and... Liu Xiaobo stammered, momentarily speechless upon seeing Lin Hanyue. He was astonished, thinking Jiang Ling had indeed left Chun for such a beautiful girlfriend. Jiang Ling quickly clarified. Don't misunderstand. Our relationship is strictly platonic and can also be considered an employer-employee relationship. Employer-employee relationship? Liu Xiaobo queried with a puzzled expression. Yes. She came to my place for some matters, and once done, she will leave. Oh, I see. What about Chun Morong then? Liu Xiaobo asked urgently. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. What can be done? It simply is what it is. What? Are you serious? 5 years of relationship. And you just break up like that? No way. Come on, I'll take you to confront her now. Chapter 8. Is she the young lady of the Lin family? With that, Liu Xiaobo grasped Jiang Ling's right hand, determined to seek out Chun Morong, feeling indignant for his friend. How could she find a wealthy boyfriend right after their breakup? What did she take Jiang Ling for? Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue, now a spectator to the unfolding drama, wore an amused smile and remarked, All right, I want to see what Jiang Ling's ex-girlfriend looks like. Aren't you supposed to be going to the company? Jiang Ling shot Lin Hanyue a glance. Lin Hanyue chuckled, I can go later. Jiang Ling took a deep breath. Honestly, he had many things he wished to say to Chun Morong. He wanted to ask her how she could so casually propose a breakup after 5 years of their relationship. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling inquired, Xiaobo, where is Morong now? At the Jiangnan Peace Hotel. I saw Chun Morong get into a car with a man and head into the hotel. All right, let us go find her now. Jiang Ling decided. Lin Hanyue remarked, Sure. I'll join you. Let us take my car. It will be quicker. All right, that works. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Ling and Liu Xiaobo climbed into Lin Hanyue's vehicle, setting off together towards the Jiangnan Peace Hotel. Lin Hanyue's mode of transport was a BMW 5 Series. She mentioned that this was her everyday car for work, as it was rather unassuming and low-key. However, she also owned several supercars at home, including a Ferrari 911, a Maserati, and a Lamborghini. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobo in the back seat was visibly astonished, initially suspecting that Lin Hanyue was merely boasting. Yet, Jiang Ling did not doubt her authenticity, although Lin Hanyue had not disclosed her true identity to Jiang Ling. Being associated with a gaming family implied her family's considerable wealth. Furthermore, Jiang Ling surmised that Lin Hanyue might very well be the heiress of the Lin family, one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangnan City. If this were indeed the case, her family fortune would likely start at a staggering 200 billion. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the Jiangnan Peace Hotel. After parking the car, they alighted together, with Liu Xiaobo leading Jiang Ling directly to the door of the private room number 207. He explained that he had followed Chun Morong for a while and had witnessed her entering room 207 with a wealthy gentleman. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, Chun Morong. My brother Jiang Ling has something to ask you. Knock, knock, knock. Open up. As Liu Xiaobo persistently knocked, the door soon swung open, revealing a burly man who glared at Liu Xiaobo and scolded. Hey, brat, who are you looking for? We're looking for Chun Morong. Liu Xiaobo replied. Chun Morong? Oh, looking for the sister-in-law, huh? Songgu, someone else here for the sister-in-law. The burly man turned to speak to another man seated at the table behind him. This man, known as Songgu, displayed a momentary look of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. He even gestured for Jiang Ling and Liu Xiaobo to come in, saying, I know who you are. Since you're here, come in and have a meal with us. Hey, Zhao Nan, let them in. Jiang Ling. You're not afraid to come in, are you? This individual was Wang Song, the young master of the Wang Group in Jiangnan City. His family had initially made their fortune in timber before branching into real estate, resulting in significant profits. Consequently, Wang Song had naturally become a bona fide rich second-generation heir. Later, he established an offline live-streaming company and sought to recruit Chun Morong as a host, offering her a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. During this period, he frequently gifted her bags, presents, and dinner invitations, leading to an inexplicable romantic connection between them. What is there to be afraid of? However, I lack the leisure to dine with you. I merely wish to speak with Chun Morong. Jiang Ling retorted. Wait a moment, my invitation to dinner was merely a courtesy. If you refuse, you can leave. But since Chun Morong is your ex-girlfriend, what is left to discuss? Wang Song sneered, clearly not welcoming Jiang Ling and intent on asserting his dominance over him. Enough. Jiang Ling, how long do you intend to make a scene? We've broken up. Even if you have something to say, can't you just send me a message? Why come to the hotel and embarrass me like this? Finally, after remaining silent for a long time, Chun Morong stood up to speak. She quickly approached Jiang Ling and said, Jiang Ling, let us discuss this later. Please go back for now, all right? No, I only want to ask you one thing. Jiang Ling insisted. What is it? I want to know. If I were to suddenly become wealthy, would you still be with me? Upon hearing this, Chun Morong appeared momentarily taken aback and responded, Don't joke around. You only earn 6 or 7,000 yuan a month delivering food. How could that possibly be considered wealth? Moreover, I can transfer you 50. 000 yuan later as a token of appreciation for your care over the years. How does that sound? That's unnecessary. I'm not lacking money at the moment. And I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to be with me? Jiang Ling gazed earnestly at Chun Morong. He could not believe that their 5 years of shared affection could be overshadowed by mere finances. However, after a prolonged silence, Chun Morong ultimately shook her head. Witnessing this, Jiang Ling nodded quietly, feeling a sense of relief within. Chun Morong had provided him with a clear answer. She no longer wished to be with him. With this realization, he understood that there was no need for him to persist in pursuing her. At that moment, Wang Song's expression darkened. He frowned slightly, on the verge of anger, when suddenly he spotted a familiar, beautiful face behind Jiang Ling. Moreover, the woman even waved at him. Instantly, his temper dissipated. He hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, "Miss Lin, what a surprise to see you here." Lin Hanyue crossed her arms and smiled. "Why wouldn't I come? You know Jiang Ling?" "Yes, he is currently my business partner." Business partner? Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across Wang Song's face. Being part of the elite circle, he was well acquainted with Lin Hanyue and aware of her formidable status. However, he had never anticipated that Jiang Ling was her business partner. With a smile, Lin Hanyue continued, "Wang Song, I heard you've been pursuing my client's ex-girlfriend? If you upset my client, be careful. I might just make things difficult for you." "Not at all. I didn't pursue her. Matters of the heart are always mutual." Wang Song laughed awkwardly. Lin Hanyue nodded, saying, "True, you have a point." "Jiang Ling, what are your plans now?" Jiang Ling shook his head and replied with a sense of relief, "I have nothing more to say. Let us head back." Chapter 9. What? The bank manager gifted you a Ferrari F8? All right, I'll drive you back. Lin Hanyue nodded, puffing out her cheeks. In truth, her reason for accompanying Jiang Ling to the Peace Hotel was twofold: to observe the unfolding drama and to lend him support. She had not anticipated encountering an old acquaintance. Upon learning that Jiang Ling was Lin Hanyue's client, Wang Song's attitude towards him underwent a dramatic 180-degree shift. After Jiang Ling and the others turned to leave, he turned back to Chun Morong and asked, "Morong, are you certain that Jiang Ling is just a poor kid?" Chun Morong, puzzled, nodded, "Yes. I've been with him for 5 years. How could I not know his background?" "Impossible. Do you know who that woman behind him is?" "Who?" "The heiress of the Lin family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan City, Lin Hanyue." "What? Lin Hanyue?" Upon hearing this name, Chun Morong's face transformed with shock, and the others in the private room exchanged bewildered glances. Wang Song continued, "Since Jiang Ling is Lin Hanyue's client, the business they are discussing must be worth at least several million or even tens of millions. Are you sure he doesn't have any hidden identity?" "And no." Chun Morong shook her head, yet a hint of uncertainty flickered in her eyes. Could it be that Jiang Ling is truly some invisible rich second generation who has concealed his identity for 5 whole years? That seems utterly unnecessary. "Zhao Nan, please follow him and investigate what exactly Jiang Ling's true identity is." "All right, Song Ge, leave it to me." Zhao Nan nodded affirmatively. Before long, Lin Hanyue drove Jiang Ling and Lu Xiaobo back to the Longhu community. Once they alighted from the car, Jiang Ling, feeling dejected, lit a cigarette. Lin Hanyue patted Jiang Ling on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's all right. As the saying goes, there are plenty of fish in the sea. If it's over, then it's over. You will encounter someone better." Lu Xiaobo, curious, turned to Lin Hanyue and asked, "Miss Lin, may I ask what your true identity is? Why does Wang Song seem a bit intimidated by you?" Lin Hanyue chuckled. "Oh, I don't have any special status. I'm merely a business partner of Jiang Ling." "Oh, I see." Lu Xiaobo replied. "Well, I still have to attend a meeting at the company. If you're free tonight, let us go out for dinner." "That sounds good." Lu Xiaobo scratched his head, appearing somewhat shy. At that moment, a slightly plump man dressed in a suit approached Jiang Ling at a brisk pace. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "President Jiang, I finally found you. The car is ready. It has been purchased in your name and parked in the left space of your community. It's a Ferrari F8. Please take good care of it." "What? When did I buy a car?" Jiang Ling was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. Recognizing the man, he suddenly remembered that he was manager Wang Shanhe from Huaxiao Bank. Wang Shanhe smiled humbly. "Haha, President Jiang, you are unaware of the situation. Our bank president ordered me to deliver a vehicle worth around 3 million to you for your convenience. I thought young people like sports cars. So I got you a Ferrari F8. Though it may be modest, please don't turn it down. It's a gesture from our president." A car from President Dai? Jiang Ling finally grasped the situation. It turned out he had deposited $1 billion in Huaxia Bank, and Dai Yukai wanted to gift him a car. Wang Shanhe beamed. Yes. Please keep the keys and the contract are in the car. Don't be modest." No. How could I possibly turn it down?" Jiang Ling replied. "That's great. I'll be on my way now. You continue with your business." Wang Shanhe waved cheerfully, and then turned to leave the Longhu community. He found it curious that, given Jiang Ling's wealth, he didn't reside in a standalone villa but in an older community like Longhu. Perhaps this was the true essence of a low-profile magnate. Regardless, with a net worth of $1 billion, even if Jiang Ling lived in a gutter, the aura of wealth surrounding him was undeniable. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling stood there, watching Wang Shanha's retreating figure, still in a daze. Not just him, but Lin Hanyue and Liu Xiaobo were equally perplexed. Finally, Lin Hanyue broke the silence. Wait. Is it true, Jiang Ling? The president of Huaxiao Bank, Dai Yukai, gifted you a sports car? This can't be right. He has never gifted me one. Well, I have deposited some money with him, Jiang Ling replied candidly. Lin Hanyue laughed. Hee, how much did you deposit for him to give you a sports car? And by the way, weren't you short on cash? If you weren't, why would you take on that task from me? Lin Hanyue frowned, looking suspiciously at Jiang Ling. She increasingly felt that she had been deceived. Was Jiang Ling actually a low-key rich second generation pretending to be an ordinary youth to experience life? Was his acceptance of her task merely because of her looks? But Lin Hanyue had no intention of letting this slide. If Jiang Ling dared to breach their agreement, she would certainly not let him off the hook. So, Miss Lin, how much do you have deposited at Huaxiao Bank? Liu Xiaobo inquired. Lin Hanyue counted on her fingers. Not much, just about 20 million. He only sent me some flowers and rice oil, which I couldn't be bothered to accept. Wow, how much? 20 million? Liu Xiaobo was astounded. For an ordinary family, such a sum would be unattainable in a lifetime. Yet, to Lin Hanyue, it was simply a casual remark. Then, Jiang Ling, how much have you deposited at Huaxiao Bank? At this moment, Liu Xiaobo's voice trembled with anticipation. Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously. That's a secret. Come on, let us hurry and see your new car. I want to see what kind of car that stingy Dai Yukai would gift you. Lin Hanyue pulled Jiang Ling along, eager to see the vehicle. Surely it couldn't be a bicycle whimsically named Ferrari F8? Lin Hanyue was determined to find out. However, when they reached the front of Building 2, they indeed spotted a stunning red Ferrari sports car parked in the left parking space. Without hesitation, Lin Hanyue snatched the car keys from Jiang Ling and pressed the button. Beep beep. The lights of the Ferrari F8 illuminated, accompanied by a piercing honk. What? Is this really the car Dai Yukai sent you? No way. In that moment, Lin Hanyue was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 10. Investigating Jiang Ling. Wang Song was terrified. She turned, furrowing her brow in confusion, and asked Jiang Ling, you must honestly tell me, what exactly is your identity? She even began to suspect that Jiang Ling might be an undercover agent arranged by her uncle. Jiang Ling awkwardly replied, I don't have any identity. I'm just a delivery guy. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaobo. I've known him for 7 or 8 years. How could that be false? Yet, Liu Xiaobo shook his head. Jiang Ling, I feel like you're hiding something from me. Just tell me, are you an invisible rich second generation? No. You've been to my home and know my parents' occupations. Jiang Ling countered. Oh, that is true. But why would the bank president gift you a car? I told you, I deposited some money with them. I didn't ask for a car. Dai Yukai insisted on giving me one. Then how much did you deposit? That's a secret. I don't want to say. Jiang Ling shook his head, unwilling to divulge his $1 billion. Otherwise, Liu Xiaobo would start digging for answers about how he acquired such wealth. He certainly couldn't tell him about the awakening of a system that prevents deception and the sudden unfreezing of $1 billion in overseas assets. Next, Lin Hanyue looked at Jiang Ling with a wary gaze and said, Jiang Ling, I don't care what your identity is, but I hope you will adhere to our agreement. Once it's done, the 2 million will still be transferred to your account. Even if you don't need this money, I won't shortchange you a single cent. However, I also hope you can respect my identity and not toy with me. All right? Seeing the sincere and earnest expression on Lin Hanyue's face, Jiang Ling nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Hanyue, I will certainly honor my commitments. Good. Then I'll feel at ease. Off to work now. Goodbye. See you tonight. With that, Lin Hanyue donned a cheerful demeanor and turned towards her BMW 5 Series. Give me the keys. Jiang Ling said. Oh, my apologies. I almost forgot this is your car key. Lin Hanyue chuckled, tossing the key to Jiang Ling. In the company of familiar friends, she exuded a charming and cheerful demeanor, yet she appeared aloof and unsmiling in the presence of strangers. At this moment, Jiang Ling found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate his relationship with Lin Hanyue. He could only take things one step at a time. Moreover, he resolved that once he amassed sufficient wealth and capability, even if Lin Hanyue were to bear his child, he would possess the means to marry her and build a life together with their offspring. After Lin Hanyue departed, Jiang Ling regained his composure, only to find Liu Xiaobo still pinching his chubby cheeks. With a pout, Liu Xiaobo clung to Jiang Ling's arm, lamenting, Oh, Jiang Ling, you have deceived me terribly. It turns out you are the true scion of wealth. Just how much must you save for the bank president to gift you a sports car? Nothing much. Just a little savings. Jiang Ling replied awkwardly. Lu Xiaobo, with a look of dismay, retorted, that's a lie. This car alone is worth over 3 million. You must have saved several hundred million for someone to bestow such an extravagant gift upon you. What was me? Back in university, when we shared a dorm, you would mooch off my instant noodles and fried rice, claiming your family was poor and couldn't afford meat, even tricking me out of my hot dogs. Now that you're wealthy, you must treat me to a lavish meal. Lu Xiaobo wept, snot and tears flowing freely. As the saying goes, in prosperity, do not forget your friends. Jiang Ling, his best buddy, had suddenly transformed into a newly affluent individual, and Lu Xiaobo was determined to bask in this newfound fortune. Jiang Ling nodded with a smile, assuring, of course, whatever you wish to eat in the future, just tell me, and I shall take you. Given the camaraderie between Jiang Ling and Lu Xiaobo, treating him to meals for a lifetime posed no burden at all. Lu Xiaobo was overwhelmed with emotion, wondering if this was the fabled notion of one achieving success, leading their entire entourage to rise with them. Meanwhile, on Wang Song's side, Zhao Nan drove closely behind Lin Hanyue's vehicle, eventually arriving at Longhu Community, where he personally witnessed the preceding events. Without delay, he hurried back to the private room 207 at Jiangnan Pingyi Hotel. Breathless and pale, he gasped, No, it's bad, Songgu. You cannot provoke Jiang Ling. He is not to be trifled with. What? I cannot provoke him? Who on earth is he? Wang Song quickly rose from his chair. A frown etched on his brow as he turned to Zhao Nan. After all, he was somewhat of a prominent wealthy heir in Jiangnan City, owning his own live-streaming company. Even among the elite circles of affluent youth in Jiangnan, he had his place. Why would Zhao Nan claim he could not stand up to Jiang Ling? Zhao Nan, still panting, took a sip of cold water and said, Songgu, guess whom I saw earlier? Who? The manager of Huaxiao Bank, Wang Shanhe. And what does that have to do with me? What relevance does it have to Jiang Ling? Wang Song inquired. It's significant. Wang Shanhe delivered a car to Jiang Ling, a sports car worth over 3 million, a Ferrari F8. 3 million? That's reasonable, not exactly shocking. Wang Song replied. But don't you want to know why Wang Shanhe gave Jiang Ling a car? A business transaction? No, it's not that. When Wang Shanhe exited Longhu Community, I confronted him and asked why he was giving Jiang Ling a car. And why? He said it was a gift from their bank president, Dai Yukai. Get to the point. Can you not just say it all at once? Wang Song was nearly exasperated by Zhao Nan's rambling. This fellow could never get to the crux of the matter, endlessly droning on, torturing Wang Song in the process. Zhao Nan took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and said, it's because Jiang Ling deposited a substantial sum at Huaxiao Bank, prompting President Dai Yukai to instruct Wang Shanhe to deliver the car to Jiang Ling. A substantial sum? How much? I asked Wang Shanhe, and he indicated this amount. As he spoke, Zhao Nan held up 10 fingers. 10 billion? Wrong. It's $10 billion. What? 10 billion in dollars? In an instant, Wang Song's complexion drained of color, his face ashen. He never imagined that the seemingly unremarkable youth, aside from being somewhat handsome, with clothes, trousers, and shoes totaling less than 1,000 yuan, had deposited $10 billion at Huaxiao Bank. No wonder the bank president would personally deliver a car to curry favor with Jiang Ling. This was $10 billion. Not only Wang Song himself, but even his entire Wang family group could not muster such a staggering sum of money. In that moment, Wang Song's body began to tremble. Is he a hidden wealthy heir? He looked up at Zhao Nan and asked, Zhao Nan, are you certain all of this is true? You're not deceiving me. Are you? It's true, Songgu. How could I possibly deceive you? I didn't see the car. I only heard Wang Shanhe mention the Ferrari F8. Later, I stopped him and asked why he was giving Jiang Ling a car. Wang Shanhe said Jiang Ling is a major client of their bank, having deposited $10 billion. How could that be false? Unless I were dreaming. Phew. It seems Jiang Ling is an invisible rich heir. Or perhaps he is a scion from a prestigious family from another province. Otherwise, how could one so young casually present $10 billion? Even Principal Wang might not be able to produce that amount. Wang Song patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief, and said, Fortunately, I did not offend him today. Or did I? Morong, do you think Jiang Ling might be vengeful and send someone to retaliate against me? At this moment, Wang Song was genuinely fearful of Jiang Ling. After all, Jiang Ling was Lin Hanyue's business partner and had deposited $10 billion at Huaxiao Bank. He believed Jiang Ling's identity was undoubtedly significant, with formidable backing. Meanwhile, Chun Morong, who had remained silent for a long time, had yet to voice her thoughts. With a furrowed brow, her expression was one of deep confusion and skepticism. She shook her head, murmuring, No, that's impossible. No one knows Jiang Ling's identity better than I do. I am fully aware of how much money he has and what work he does. He is not a wealthy heir, nor could he possibly possess $10 billion. Wang Shanhe must be deceiving you, Zhao Nan. Chun Morong shook her head vigorously, convinced there must be a misunderstanding. Yet Zhao Nan countered, that's impossible. Why would Wang Shanhe lie to me? Perhaps Jiang Ling has been concealing his true identity? If so, he has done an excellent job of it. Who knows? Zhao Nan shrugged, for he was now too intimidated to provoke Jiang Ling. After all, a man capable of depositing $10 billion could likely crush him with ease, as one might squash an ant. In contrast, Wang Song subtly approached Chun Morong, speaking softly, Rong, while I may not be as wealthy as Jiang Ling, my feelings for you are genuine, and I truly care for you. Therefore, Rong, you wouldn't consider returning to him, would you? No. I must find him and demand an explanation for why he deceived me. Ultimately, Chun Morong could no longer restrain herself. She resolved to personally visit Jiang Ling's residence to inquire about the recent occurrences surrounding him. Or perhaps, could it be that he had truly concealed his identity from her for 5 long years? Hey Morong, don't go. If you leave, don't ever come back, Wang Song shouted. But regardless of his pleas, Chun Morong remained resolute, sprinting ahead without a backward glance. This infuriated Wang Song, who felt utterly humiliated that day. However, he dared not offend Jiang Ling, especially since Jiang Ling was still a partner of Lin Hanyue. Upon learning of Jiang Ling's newfound wealth, Liu Xiaobo insisted that Jiang Ling treat him to a lavish meal that very evening. Naturally, Jiang Ling obliged, after awakening his system and becoming rich overnight. It was only fitting to indulge his good friend. Liu Xiaobo was aware that Jiang Ling was indeed wealthy, though the exact extent of his fortune remained a mystery to him. Thus, that afternoon, Jiang Ling drove his Ferrari F8, taking Liu Xiaobo for a spin around the city. After they grew weary from their escapades, they ventured to a nearby luxurious hotel for a sumptuous feast. The meal, costing Jiang Ling a little over 2,000 yuan, was of no concern to him, as money had become merely a figure in his eyes. By 9:30 that evening, after an exhausting day, Jiang Ling returned to Longhu community with Liu Xiaobo. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue sat at home, her expression one of deep melancholy as she cast a resentful glance towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, you promised we'd dine out together tonight, yet here you are with Liu Xiaobo instead. You didn't wait for me, did you? She reproached, her tone tinged with annoyance. Jiang Ling grinned and replied, did I not send you a message asking if you'd join me at Huajiang restaurant? You said you were in a meeting and were too busy, and you couldn't wait for me? We were starving, and you didn't even finish work? She retorted, let us go eat now. I insist on treating you. Lin Hanyue, upon realizing that Jiang Ling might be an invisible wealthy heir, felt a pang of injustice within her. She believed she had suffered greatly in their transaction regarding childbearing. Thus, she yearned to treat Jiang Ling to a lavish meal. However, with matters having reached this point, she felt powerless and could only go with the flow. Jiang Ling replied, we're both stuffed. What is the point of going out to eat? Let us save it for next time, and I'll treat you then, all right? Lin Hanyue puffed out her cheeks, gazing at Jiang Ling with a woeful expression. Just then, there came a series of knocks at the door. Jiang Ling sauntered over to open it, only to be greeted by a familiar face, none other than his ex-girlfriend, Chun Morong. Her eyes were slightly reddened, filled with a mixture of grievance, reluctance, confusion, and disbelief. Jiang Ling, where have you been? I've been waiting for you downstairs all afternoon. Why weren't you home? She questioned. Morong, what brings you here? Jiang Ling asked, perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Morong was already aware of his $10 million deposit in Huaxia Bank. She glanced towards the two individuals in the living room, then leaned in closer and whispered, Jiang Ling, tell me, are you an invisible rich heir? Did you really deposit $10 billion in Huaxia Bank? What? You? Jiang Ling was taken aback, contemplating how Chun Morong had learned of this. However, he quickly deduced that it must have been that scoundrel Wang Song who had someone investigate him, revealing his financial status. Yet, he would not disclose this truth. Who said that? It's not true. He insisted. Don't deceive me. Zhao Nan told me that the president of Huaxia Bank gifted you a Ferrari worth over 3 million. Is that true? Chun Morong pressed. That's a lie. I rented it for 3,000 yuan a day. Jiang Ling countered. Still lying? You've been deceiving me for 5 years. You must be an invisible rich heir, right? No, you know my family situation. Otherwise, how could I be delivering takeout? Jiang Ling replied. Chun Morong shook her head, saying, I don't care. So what do we consider our relationship now? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and replied, we're friends. We've broken up. So let us part ways amicably. But what does our 5 years of relationship mean? Chun Morong asked. Chapter 12, Employer-Employee Relationship, Hurry and Have a Baby? Jiang Ling laughed. A cold, mocking laugh, and said, haha, no, you were the one who initiated the breakup. Why would you ask me such a question? If you truly cherished our 5 years together, would you be running off with Wang Song? But I haven't had any relationship with Wang Song. I haven't even held his hand. She protested. That's irrelevant to me. In truth, When Jiang Ling approached Chun Morong earlier, he had asked her if she would still consider being with him, and when she shook her head, he had already given up hope. 5 years was ample time for a person to change. The once naive and endearing Chun Morong had vanished, replaced by a woman enamored with vanity, whose interests were centered solely around her own benefits. She only knew that whoever could provide her with stability and material satisfaction would be the one she followed. For emotional connections, in her eyes, paled in comparison to mere wealth. Jiang Ling, how could you be so heartless? I was only joking with you before. Chun Morong lamented, covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. Jiang Ling, however, suddenly broke into a grin and said, Morong, if I told you I was still the same impoverished boy with nothing to my name, would you still wish to be with me and endure hardships together? But you've saved $10 billion, haven't you? Do you really believe that? I earned $10 billion from dining out? In truth, this has merely been a performance of my own making, a ruse, so welcome home, Morong. As he spoke, Jiang Ling stepped back slightly and gestured towards Chun Morong, eager to see how she would choose. As expected, Chun Morong hesitated. Her gaze towards Jiang Ling was filled with confusion and uncertainty. But if this were merely a play for sympathy orchestrated by Jiang Ling, would she still want to be with that impoverished boy from the past? In that moment, she wavered, shaking her head and sighing, forget it. It turns out you've been deceiving me all along, and you've never been sincere. If you were truly wealthy, why would you need to perform such a charade? I'm leaving. I wish you happiness. With that, Chun Morong turned to depart. As she left, she glanced back at Jiang Ling, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Jiang Ling, watching her retreating figure, wore a self-deprecating smile. He understood that Chun Morong had not returned for him, but rather for that $10 billion. When Jiang Ling had deceived her into believing that everything that transpired that day was merely a performance, she had even refused to enter her own home. This highlighted her transformation. Ah, your ex-girlfriend came? Oh, and she left just like that? What did you talk about that made her leave so quickly? Lin Hanyue approached the living room, inquiring about the preceding events. Jiang Ling shook his head and smiled wryly. It's nothing, just that my ex-girlfriend came looking for me. Could it be that Dai Yukai informed her about the car he gifted you? Lin Hanyue chuckled. Jiang Ling nodded. Isn't that the case? That bastard Wang Song actually sent someone to investigate me? Haha, Wang Song is indeed quite the scoundrel, but he is merely a bully who preys on the weak. Rest assured, with me watching over you, he wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you. Thank you so much. No need for thanks, it's only right. Lin Hanyue laughed heartily. Hey, little fatty, it's time for us to rest. Aren't you heading home to sleep? Upon returning to the living room, Lin Hanyue had already given Liu Xiaobo the boot. Liu Xiaobo shot Lin Hanyue a glance, then lay back on the sofa to play games, saying, head home to sleep? No way, I'm staying over at Jiang Ling's place tonight. Absolutely not, you must go home to sleep, Lin Hanyue declared, hands on her hips, her tone serious. Liu Xiaobo looked at Lin Hanyue with suspicion and asked, wait, are you two living together now? What on earth is your relationship? I've told you, it's a cooperative relationship. I'm the employer, and he is my client, Lin Hanyue explained. Liu Xiaobo retorted, what kind of cooperative relationship necessitates sharing a room? Can I observe? Get lost. You want to observe? Lin Hanyue felt an urge to punch the little fatty. She needed to hurry and start a family with Jiang Ling, then return to inherit her family's fortune. And here he was, wanting to observe? What a meddlesome pest. Liu Xiaobo continued, isn't there another room next door? I used to play games with Jiang Ling and slept next door. No, you absolutely must go home to sleep. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, all right? Lin Hanyue insisted. Reluctantly, Liu Xiaobo got up, saying, fine, I guess I'm the odd one out. He sighed deeply, muttering, cooperative partners? What kind of nonsense requires sharing a room? Jiang Ling, now that you have money, don't forget your buddies. You're still treating me to dinner tomorrow. Don't worry. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll order it for you. Is that good? Well, that sounds better. After saying that, Liu Xiaobo begrudgingly walked out, ultimately leaving Jiang Ling's home. The following morning, Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue rose early. The two had talked late into the night, sharing many stories about their past lives. Jiang Ling revealed that he was not a rich second-generation heir, but rather someone who had suddenly become wealthy overnight. Lin Hanyue was skeptical, wondering if he had won the lottery. Jiang Ling replied, it's even more absurd than winning the lottery. Lin Hanyue then shared that she had few close friends, most of whom were business partners. The business world was like a battlefield, and being backstabbed by a close friend was not uncommon. Thus, she had to tread carefully in everything she did. Jiang Ling then inquired, by the way, Hanyue, are you the daughter of the Lin family from Jiangnan? Huh. How do you know? Have you investigated me? Lin Hanyue's brows furrowed, eyeing Jiang Ling warily. Jiang Ling chuckled. Haha, was there any need for investigation? With your background, among the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan, Zhao, Lin, Sun, and Lu, you are obviously from the Lin family. Oh, you guessed it. But there's no reward. By the way, where do you work now? Jiang Ling asked. Lin Hanyue replied, at Mady Beauty Company, which I founded myself. Though the income isn't substantial, it keeps me occupied. And I find this life quite fulfilling. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the stark contrast between the children of wealthy families and those from less fortunate backgrounds. Children of affluent families have fathers who can easily provide millions for entrepreneurial ventures. Even if they fail, they have the luxury to try again. Conversely, children from poorer families have no such safety net. A failed venture could leave them buried in debt with no chance of recovery. Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, no matter how impressive one might be, they could not compare to his system. So Jiang Ling, you're quite wealthy now, right? In bed, Lin Hanyue turned her head, looking at Jiang Ling curiously. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and nodded. Well, sort of. Perfect. In a little while, my Mady Beauty Company will be collaborating with a Xingyue jewelry company for a beauty and jewelry event. You should come and support me by buying some jewelry and cosmetics. Lin Hanyue's tone seemed somewhat playful. Jiang Ling laughed, saying, what would I buy jewelry for? There's no one to give it to. You could give it to me. Lin Hanyue suggested boldly. Jiang Ling laughed even harder. Ha, you're so wealthy. Yet you want me to gift you jewelry? Yes, I just want to see your capabilities. Well, we'll see. If I have time, I'll go? All right. It's settled then. Let us get up and have breakfast. Jiang Ling stretched lazily before slowly getting out of bed. Days flew by, and after a week of interaction, the bond between Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue began to deepen. Initially, Lin Hanyue had intended to engage in mere transactions with Jiang Ling, avoiding emotional entanglements. However, as someone who had never experienced love, she found herself starting to enjoy this feeling. Yet, she knew she couldn't truly be with Jiang Ling, otherwise. Her uncle would undoubtedly cause trouble for him. As for Jiang Ling, early that morning, Dai Yukai, the president of Huaxiao Bank, called him. He informed Jiang Ling that his $1 billion assets overseas had been entirely transferred to Huaxiao Bank and deposited into his Supreme Black Gold card. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He clenched his fists tightly, a triumphant expression gracing his face. Wonderful. As long as the money could be transferred to the domestic market, everything would be manageable. Over 7 billion yuan, generating tens of thousands in daily interest. As long as Jiang Ling stayed prudent and invested wisely, he would never exhaust this fortune in his lifetime. As for Lin Hanyue, Jiang Ling was taking things one step at a time. After all, living with Lin Hanyue was not a loss. It merely meant losing some protein. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the wind picked up. When you stop waiting for someone in the rain, Jiang Ling's phone rang. He initially thought it was Chun calling. However, upon answering, he found it was an unfamiliar number. Could it be a scam? Come on, let us see how you plan to deceive me now. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling answered the call. On the other end was a sweet-voiced lady. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Ling? Yes, that's me. What's the matter? Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. The young lady remarked, it appears that you have won the grand prize at the International Auto Show. Kindly sign here to acknowledge receipt. What? When did I ever attend the International Auto Show? At that moment, Jiang Ling was utterly bewildered. The young lady continued, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps you registered your phone number at some point. Now, may I trouble you to provide your home address and identification details? Shortly, our staff will deliver the grand prize to your residence. What is the grand prize? Jiang Ling inquired. I cannot disclose that, the young lady replied. Do you wish to sign for it? Yes, of course. Jiang Ling responded decisively. Isn't this a complimentary gift? Why refuse something free? In the past, he would have undoubtedly declined, aware that this was likely a novel scam. Such good fortune was never meant for him. Yet, circumstances had shifted. Now, Jiang Ling had awakened to an infallible system that prevented him from being deceived. No matter what was said, if he were to be fooled, he would consider it his own defeat. My address is 302, Unit 2, Building 2, Longhu Community, Linchuan Street, Jiangnan City. Jiang Ling stated. Thank you. Please ensure your phone remains accessible. Our staff will deliver this mysterious gift to your home within 3 business days. Wishing you a delightful day. Goodbye. Goodbye. With that, Jiang Ling hung up the phone, curious about what the grand prize from the International Auto Show might be. True to form, 3 mornings later, before Jiang Ling had even risen, he was awakened by a phone call. A male voice on the line informed him that a package awaited his signature. Realizing that this must be the grand prize from the International Auto Show, Jiang Ling hurriedly got out of bed. Beside him, Lin Hanyue rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, Who is it? It's the delivery. Jiang Ling replied. Did you order something? Not exactly. It's a gift from someone. I'm just going to sign for it. With that, he quickly dressed and made his way to the door. Before long, Jiang Ling had completed the signing process. The package was a small, square box, and he had no idea what it contained. Upon returning to the living room, Lin Hanyue emerged from the bedroom. Her hair was slightly tousled and her clothes a bit wrinkled, yet this did not detract from her overall allure. Peering curiously at the box in Jiang Ling's hand, she asked, "What did you buy?" "I haven't opened it yet, so I'm not sure," Jiang Ling replied. "Is it a blind box?" "Perhaps it is." "Give it to me. I absolutely adore opening blind boxes." A delighted smile graced Lin Hanyue's face as she snatched the small box from Jiang Ling's hand. As she opened it, she discovered a dark red car key inside. "A car key? Is it a keychain? I thought it would be something valuable." Lin Hanyue pouted, her expression shifting to one of disappointment. She had hoped it was a gift from Jiang Ling, but it seemed she had misread the situation. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, held the car key aloft, shaking it in the air, his expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement. He had expected something far more precious from the International Auto Show, only to receive an ordinary car key. With her arms crossed and a skeptical glance directed at Jiang Ling, Lin Hanyue queried, "You didn't buy a car again, did you? This key looks real. Not a model. Plus, I've never seen a key like this before." Jiang Ling stretched lazily and replied, "Stop speculating. It's just a mundane car keychain. Hurry and freshen up. We'll have breakfast downstairs and then head out to meet Xiaobo." "All right." Lin Hanyue nodded, making her way to the bathroom. Since it was the weekend, she was free from her usual routine and hoped Jiang Ling would take her out for a fun day. Perhaps even treat him to a meal for having tricked her previously. After all, he had pretended to be a poor boy when he was actually a hidden rich heir. If it weren't for Dai Yukai gifting Jiang Ling a Ferrari F8 worth over 3 million, Lin Hanyue would still be oblivious to the fact that depositing a large sum in the bank could indeed lead to receiving a sports car. Once they were both ready, Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue descended the stairs together. Lately, they had been living in close quarters. Every weekend, Lin Hanyue would undergo a medical checkup at the hospital to ascertain whether she was pregnant. Unfortunately, the doctors had informed her that there were no signs of pregnancy, which led her to wonder if something was amiss with Jiang Ling. Meanwhile, on Wang Song's side, ever since he learned from Zhao and that Jiang Ling had deposited 10 billion USD in Huaxia Bank, his entire demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. He no longer felt superior. Instead, a sense of dread and apprehension took its place. Subsequently, he personally visited Huaxia Bank to seek out Dai Yukai, hoping to gather information about Jiang Ling's identity. However, Dai Yukai merely shot him a cold glare and stated, "I'm sorry, Xiaosong, but our bank cannot disclose any information regarding our clients. Furthermore, you should refrain from investigating Jiang Ling. He is not someone you can afford to provoke." "Is it true that Jiang Ling has 10 billion USD in your bank?" Wang Song pressed on, unwilling to relent. Dai Yukai smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying, simply stating, "What do you think?" Seeing the mysterious smile on Dai Yukai's face, Wang Song felt that the matter was likely true. Yet, even Dai Yukai himself did not fully understand what Jiang Ling did. He only knew that Jiang Ling was wealthy and engaged in overseas assets, capable of holding such a substantial deposit with ease. This understated rich heir was unlike anyone Dai Yukai had encountered before. In the aftermath, Wang Song remained anxious, recalling how he had offended Jiang Ling at the Peace Hotel just days prior and had almost attempted to steal Jiang Ling's girlfriend. Fearing retaliation, Wang Song frequented the Longhu community, hoping to meet Jiang Ling and personally apologize. "Brother Song, Jiang Ling is coming out." "Wow, Brother Song, Lin Hanyue is with him. They seem to be getting along quite well." Zhao rushed over to report the situation to Wang Song upon seeing Jiang Ling exit. Wang Song nodded and quickly approached Jiang Ling. With a broad smile, he greeted Jiang Ling. "Oh no, I mean, young Master Jiang. And Miss Lin, what brings you here? Are you two living together?" Wang Song's eyes widened in confusion as he looked at Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow at Wang Song, while Lin Hanyue shot him a disapproving look, saying, "Wang Song, are you stalking me or investigating me?" Wang Song, startled by Lin Hanyue's accusation, quickly explained, "No, Miss Lin. I came to find young Master Jiang, and didn't he expect to run into you? Is there something on your mind, Wang Song?" Jiang Ling inquired coolly, his demeanor as frosty as ever. Wang Song immediately forced a smile and explained, "It's about that incident at the Peace Hotel. I was blind to your significance and inadvertently offended you. Furthermore, my relationship with Chun Morong is merely platonic. We have done nothing inappropriate, I swear. In fact, I have never even held her hand." As he spoke, Wang Song raised 3 fingers, ready to swear an oath. Upon observing this, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and asked, "You sought me out just to express these sentiments?" "Indeed, I specifically came to apologize. I truly had no idea about your status, Jiang Xiao," Wang Song hurriedly clarified. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. It seemed that Wang Song had indeed done his homework regarding the matter of his $10 billion deposited at Huaxia Bank. Thus, he surmised that Wang Song might believe him to be a concealed heir of a wealthy family. fearing retribution, which prompted this apology. Forget it. I didn't take that incident to heart, Jiang Ling replied, waving dismissively. Ah, that's a relief. Wang Song exhaled, visibly relieved. Jiang Ling continued, by the way, where is Chun Moro? Chun Moro? After she left that day, I haven't seen her since. Didn't she reconcile with you? Wang Song responded. Though he was now wary of any inappropriate advances towards Chun Moro, he cast a sideways glance at Lin Hanyue, pondering whether Jiang Ling might be cohabiting with her, which could have upset Chun Moro and driven her away. However, that was now irrelevant to him. Lin Hanyue shot Wang Song a cold glance and stated, Wang Song, it would be best if you keep what you saw today to yourself. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Do you understand? Yes, Miss Lin, I understand. Even if you two are dating, I assure you, I will not speak a word. Wang Song grinned sheepishly, only to receive an exasperated roll of the eyes from Lin Hanyue. We are not dating, nor are we a couple. He is my client. We merely share a professional relationship. Do you comprehend? She clarified. Yes, I understand. Wang Song replied, somewhat chagrined. He then proposed treating Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue to a meal as an apology, but Jiang Ling declined, as he had plans to meet Liu Xiaobo and had no time to dine with Wang Song. Nonetheless, Wang Song insisted on treating them and followed closely behind Jiang Ling. At that moment, Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of Longhu community, surrounding a striking red sports car, discussing it animatedly. Lin Hanyue, intrigued, approached the scene. Upon seeing the car, her eyes sparkled with surprise as she exclaimed, wow, what kind of sports car is this? It looks rather high-end. Jiang Ling, I never expected anyone in Longhu community could afford such a luxurious vehicle. Wang Song stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with envy. Miss Lin, I have a bit of knowledge about sports cars. This one is called the Sun God Apollo IE, with only 50 units produced globally, each priced over 20 million. He continued, it's not merely the price that makes it extraordinary, but its rarity. Even if you have money, you may not be able to purchase one. Wang Song's admiration was palpable as he marveled at the fact that someone in Longhu community could afford such an exquisite automobile. However, Jiang Ling's brow furrowed slightly as he noticed that the emblem on the Sun God's car matched precisely with the emblem on his own car key, a letter resembling an A. Could this vehicle possibly belong to him? Chapter 15. Only 50 units globally? Where did this car come from? Could it be that this car was the grand prize from the International Auto Show? Jiang Ling retrieved the dark red car key from his pocket and pressed the ignition button for the Sun God Apollo IE. To his astonishment, the car's lights illuminated instantly, a blinding red glow emanating from its headlights. The car started? It truly is mine. Jiang Ling grinned, elated beyond expression. He had initially assumed that the first prize from the International Auto Show was merely a standard car key model. To his surprise, it turned out to be the Sun God Apollo, one of the rarest sports cars in existence. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue and Wang Song observed in disbelief as Jiang Ling successfully activated the Sun God Apollo with his key. Lin Hanyue's face transformed with astonishment, while Wang Song gaped, unable to close his mouth. The onlookers shared similar expressions of awe and envy directed at Jiang Ling. Wait, Jiang Ling, is this your car? Lin Hanyue rushed to Jiang Ling's side, her eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Wang Song hastily approached, exclaiming, Jiang Xiao? You actually managed to acquire the Sun God Apollo IE? My heavens, this car is a limited edition, an unattainable treasure. Where on earth did you get it? Owning a Sun God Apollo was a testament to one's status. Only those of considerable wealth could afford such a vehicle. Jiang Ling smiled nonchalantly and replied, I didn't buy it. It was a gift. A gift? That is impossible. Jiang Ling, be honest. When did you purchase this car? Lin Hanyue frowned, looking up at him. Jiang Ling reiterated, it truly was a gift. They told me I won the grand prize at the International Auto Show and asked if I wanted to accept the gift. I said yes, and they delivered the car. That's a lie. Lin Hanyue retorted. I'm not lying. Jiang Ling responded, exasperated. In this day and age, even honesty was met with skepticism. Lin Hanyue crossed her arms, sizing Jiang Ling up, pondering his true identity. Meanwhile, Wang Song had now concluded that Jiang Ling must be a scion of some prominent and mysterious family. After all, who would bestow a Sun God Apollo, a pinnacle of automotive excellence, upon him? Lin Hanyue and Jiang Ling had an understanding, too. No matter Jiang Ling's identity, he could not unilaterally breach their agreement. Otherwise, Lin Hanyue would not let him off easily. However, Jiang Ling, this car only accommodates 2 passengers. I'll take the front seat, but where will Liu Xiaobo sit? Lin Hanyue inquired, considering that today was originally meant for Jiang Ling to treat them to dinner. Jiang Ling glanced at Wang Song, and then pulled out the key to a Ferrari F8 from his pocket, tossing it to Wang Song. Wang Song, come with me to pick someone up. Sure, no problem. So does this mean we're friends now? Wang Song asked with a grin. Jiang Ling nodded, replying, yes. As long as you mean no harm to me, we are friends. Haha, Jiang Xiao, you jest. Why would I dare to cause you any trouble? Wang Song chuckled, finally feeling a sense of relief, for he knew Jiang Ling had $10 billion in deposits at Huaxiao Bank and had acquired the sun god Apollo IE, a globally limited vehicle. Thus, Jiang Ling's identity is undoubtedly quite remarkable. It is imperative that I become friends with him and avoid offending him. Subsequently, Jiang Ling drove the Apollo IE, a luxury sports car, with Lin Hanyue beside him, as they departed from Longhu community. It must be said that this Apollo IE is not only lightweight and visually stunning, but its entire body is constructed from carbon fiber, enabling a remarkable acceleration of 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds. It is indeed a true magnet for attracting admirers. As expected, when Jiang Ling drove the Apollo IE along Linchuan Street, it instantly turned heads and garnered the attention of numerous pedestrians. Regardless of gender, both young men and women were captivated by the car's striking appearance. After all, there are only 50 Apollo IEs in the entire world, and it is likely that Jiang Ling possesses the sole one in the whole Jiangnan city. Before long, Jiang Ling arrived at the entrance of Lu Xiaobo community. After making a phone call to summon Lu Xiaobo downstairs, he then called Wang Song to drive them to the Blue Star 5-star hotel for a meal. What? We're dining at the Blue Star Hotel? Lin Hanyue, seated in the passenger seat, furrowed her brow and a flicker of apprehension crossed her face. Jiang Ling turned his head to look at her and asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue? I'm treating, so you won't need to spend anything." Jiang Ling had never dined at a 5-star hotel before. After awakening his system, he had suddenly become immensely wealthy, with a net worth exceeding 7 billion. Dining at a 5-star establishment should not be considered excessive, right? However, Lin Hanyue pursed her lips and shook her head, saying, "It's not a matter of money. It's just that the Blue Star Hotel is owned by my uncle. I'm concerned that I might run into him there." "Why are you worried? Isn't your uncle your family?" Jiang Ling inquired, puzzled. Lin Hanyue sighed softly and replied, "Sigh. It's a long story." Noticing the troubled expression on Lin Hanyue's face, Jiang Ling refrained from probing further. As the group reached the entrance of the Blue Star Hotel, Lu Xiaobo hurriedly approached Jiang Ling, asking, "Jiang Ling, where did you get this sports car?" "Wang Song just told me that it's called the Apollo IE, a limited edition worth over 20 million. Lu Xiaobo, with a pout, looked quite aggrieved. "We agreed to work together, yet you inexplicably became a wealthy heir? You've completely misled me." Lu Xiaobo and Jiang Ling were close friends, and seeing Jiang Ling seemingly strike it rich overnight made Lu Xiaobo envious. However, despite his envy, he did not harbor any jealousy towards Jiang Ling, as they shared a strong bond. Even if Jiang Ling had become wealthy, he would not abandon his friend. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue crossed her arms, curiously observing Jiang Ling, wondering how he would explain himself. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling replied, "It was a gift from someone." Lu Xiaobo retorted, "Come on, who would gift you such an expensive car? You must have bought it yourself." Jiang Ling insisted, "It truly was a gift. I won it as the grand prize at an international auto show." "The grand prize?" Lu Xiaobo exclaimed. Jiang Ling nodded earnestly, and seeing the sincerity on Jiang Ling's face, Lu Xiaobo chose not to press further. They then turned and walked towards the entrance of the Blue Star Hotel together. Wang Song also parked his Ferrari F8 and quickly caught up with them, waving the car keys and saying, "Young Master Jiang, here are your car keys." Jiang Ling glanced back and said, "Just keep them with you." "All right, sounds good," Wang Song replied with a grin. Since Jiang Ling had entrusted the car keys to him, it seemed to affirm that he had accepted Wang Song as a friend. Chapter 16. What if we purchased a 5-star hotel for fun? Hello. Welcome to the Blue Star Hotel. May I ask how many guests will be dining? As Jiang Ling and his companions entered the hotel, a well-dressed staff member promptly approached them. Jiang Ling initially intended to say 3, but upon noticing Wang Song scampering over, he changed his response to 4. After all, it wouldn't hurt to have Wang Song join them for a meal. He could certainly afford this minor expense. Wang Song leaned in and said, "Young Master Jiang, I'll treat you today as an apology for my previous behavior." "No need, I'll take care of it," Jiang Ling insisted. "Oh, don't worry about it. I'll treat. You all can order whatever you like, and it's on my tab," Wang Song declared generously. As a wealthy heir, he had several million in cash at his disposal. Even at a 5-star hotel, as long as they avoided expensive wines, a meal would only cost a few thousand. Spending a few thousand to befriend Jiang Ling was certainly a worthy investment. Seeing Wang Song's insistence, Jiang Ling nodded and refrained from further objections. "Excuse me, do you have a reservation?" the staff member inquired. Jiang Ling shook his head. "No?" "All right, please follow me." The staff member then led the group towards the elevator. They ascended to the 3rd floor. The hotel was quite expansive, covering over 3,000 square meters, and with an additional 2,000 square meter parking lot in the backyard. The total area exceeded 5,000 square meters. In the land-scarce Jiangnan city, merely acquiring the land would require a substantial sum. The hotel consisted of 8 floors. The lower 5 floors were designated for dining, while the upper 3 floors housed entertainment venues, including private cinemas, bars, and various shops. However, spending at such places was particularly exorbitant, catering primarily to the affluent. Wow, Jiang Ling, that crystal chandelier in the lobby is stunning. It must cost tens of thousands. Liu Xiaobo exclaimed, pointing at the grandest chandelier in the hotel. Before Jiang Ling could respond, Lin Hanyue shot him a glance and said, "Tens of thousands? What are you thinking? That imported French crystal chandelier costs over 3 million. How much? Over 3 million for just that chandelier?" Liu Xiaobo gasped in disbelief. "Yes, indeed," Lin Hanyue replied. "You wouldn't believe it until you hear it. It's shocking." Liu Xiaobo was astounded. Not to mention, that's not even the most expensive. For instance, the chandelier customized for the Queen of the Eagle Nation, adorned with diamonds and rubies, costs over 10 million pounds, which is more than 100 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaobo could only click his tongue in amazement, and even Wang Song couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Eagle Nation's queen, noting that one chandelier in her home was worth over 100 million. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling pondered, stroking his chin. "Hanyue, how much do you think it would cost to purchase this hotel?" "You want to buy this hotel?" Lin Hanyue responded, amused. "I'm just curious," Jiang Ling replied. After all, this hotel belonged to her uncle, and she should have some insights. As expected, Lin Hanyue thought for a moment and said, "This hotel was built by my uncle about 7 or 8 years ago. At that time, acquiring the land cost over 50 million, and including construction, design, and decoration. It took about 300 to 400 million in total. 300 to 400 million just 7 or 8 years ago. How much would it cost now?" Liu Xiaobo asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "The estimated figure must be in the billions, and furthermore, my uncle may not even consider selling it. After all, this hotel generates several hundred million in profits each year. Who would be foolish enough to part with such a lucrative asset? Tisk, truly wealthy. Indeed, the realm of the affluent is beyond our comprehension," Liu Xiaobo exclaimed, his tongue clicking in awe. At present, he barely had over 20,000 yuan to his name. Today's lavish meal was courtesy of Jiang Ling. Otherwise, Liu Xiaobo felt he might never have the opportunity to dine in a 5-star hotel throughout his life. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue turned to Jiang Ling and inquired with a smile, "What is the matter, Jiang Ling? Are you asking me this because you wish to purchase it? Should I speak to my uncle and persuade him to sell you the hotel?" Lin Hanyue asked, genuinely curious about Jiang Ling's financial standing. However, Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No, I lack the funds. I cannot afford it." "Haha, young Master Jiang, you jest. Surely, you still possess $10 billion? Acquiring a mere 5-star hotel would be a trivial matter for you." Suddenly, Wang Song interjected, revealing Jiang Ling's supposed $10 billion. The moment the words left his mouth, both Lin Hanyue and Liu Xiaobo were rendered speechless. Lin Hanyue, bewildered, stammered, "Wow, what? Could you repeat that? $10 billion? Oh yes. Didn't young Master Jiang mention it to you?" Wang Song asked, equally intrigued. But upon seeing the cold glint in Jiang Ling's eyes, he quickly backtracked. "Haha. I was merely joking. It's actually 10 billion happy beans." No, Jiang Ling, how much money do you really have?" Lin Hanyue insisted on clarifying this matter. "Why do you persist in this inquiry?" Jiang Ling appeared somewhat impatient. Frowning, Lin Hanyue responded, "Because I want to understand. If you are indeed so wealthy, why would you choose to collaborate with me for such ventures?" For a moment, Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he could hardly reveal the existence of his infallible system, could he? Thus, he replied, "Initially, I merely wished to befriend you. I had no idea you would take it so seriously. Why would you want to befriend me?" Lin Hanyue queried, her curiosity piqued. "Because you are quite attractive," Jiang Ling admitted candidly. Well, at least you know how to flatter." Lin Hanyue pouted, a faint smile finally gracing her lips. After all, what girl doesn't enjoy being complimented on her looks? Moreover, her dealings with Jiang Ling were merely business. As long as she fulfilled her tasks, she could return without issue. Meanwhile, Wang Song eavesdropped, eager to discern the nature of Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue's relationship. Why was Jiang Ling concealing his wealth from them? As they continued walking, Lin Hanyue suddenly changed her expression, glancing away as if to hide behind Jiang Ling, leaving even him perplexed. It was then that a robust, stern-looking middle-aged man approached them. He halted, furrowing his brow slightly, and scrutinized Jiang Ling, Liu Xiaobo, and Wang Song. Jiang Ling was intrigued, wondering who this man was and why he instilled fear in Lin Hanyue. Wang Song, however, swiftly stepped forward, ingratiatingly stating, "Ah, Master Lin. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Care for a smoke? With that, he produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to the man. The middle-aged gentleman did not accept the cigarette, but instead looked at Wang Song with curiosity, asking, "You know me? Who are you?" "I'm Wang Song, the son of Wang Daqing. We've met at banquets before, Master Lin." "Oh, Wang Daqing. I recall now. It's been quite a while. I didn't realize you've grown up so much." The man's demeanor softened as he recognized the name. Wang Song nodded eagerly. "Yes, Master Lin. What's wrong, Hanyue?" Jiang Ling inquired, puzzled. Lin Hanyue muttered softly, "My uncle. I mentioned before that I didn't want to see him. Yet here we are." "Oh, he is your uncle?" "Yes, indeed," Lin Hanyue murmured. The imposing figure before them was Lin Hanyue's uncle, Lin Yuchuan, a second-generation scion of the Lin family in Jiangnan City. Being the third child in his family, he was colloquially referred to as Master Lin in the community. Lin Yuchuan turned to Lin Hanyue with a smile. "What's the matter, Hanyue? Aren't you going to greet your uncle?" "Uncle." Lin Hanyue gingerly stepped forward, her demeanor cautious. Lin Yuchuan smiled gently, fully aware of Lin Hanyue's apprehension. As her uncle, he had watched her grow up, and thus he refrained from displaying any displeasure. "Hanyue, this is where you are mistaken." "Huh? You brought friends to dine at my hotel without informing me? I could have arranged a private room for you. I just didn't want to trouble you." Lin Hanyue replied. "Family is family. What trouble is there? Go ahead and enjoy your meal. Today's bill is on me. Indulge as you wish." "Isn't that too much?" "It's no trouble at all. Since you're treating friends, it's only fitting to be generous. Otherwise, people might think our family is impoverished. Wouldn't you agree, little chubby?" Lin Yuchuan chuckled, directing a smile at Liu Xiaobo. Liu Xiaobo immediately nodded in agreement, beaming. He found Lin Hanyue's uncle to be quite affable, not nearly as intimidating as he had imagined. "By the way, what are your names, and what do you do?" Lin Yuchuan inquired, curious about the identities and backgrounds of Lin Hanyue's companions. Liu Xiaobo hesitated, feeling shy. Finally, blushing, he admitted, "We are delivering takeout." "Oh, your family is in the takeout business? Which platform do you work for, Matewan or ELE?" "Me?" Lin Yuchuan asked, raising an eyebrow. Hearing this, Liu Xiaobo's face flushed even deeper. "No, my family isn't in the takeout business. I'm the one delivering takeout, meaning when you place an order, I bring it to you." "Oh, ha ha ha, so that is how it is." Lin Yuchuan laughed heartily, then turned to Jiang Ling. "And you, young friend?" "I used to deliver takeout as well, but I no longer do so." Jiang Ling replied without hesitation. Lin Yuchuan, still chuckling, said, "No worries. If you're not doing it anymore, how about you both come work at my hotel? I'll offer you a base salary of 30,000. What do you think?" Is that for real? Master Lin, you're offering me a 30,000 base salary?" Liu Xiaobo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Yuchuan nodded earnestly. "Yes, why? Is that too little? Then let us make it 50,000. 50,000. Is that genuine?" "Of course. Just speak to Hanyue tomorrow, and have her bring you in for orientation. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. Best of luck, young man. Work hard, and you will surely reap a rewarding outcome." As he spoke, Lin Yuchuan gently patted Jiang Ling's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. After uttering his words, he strode forward without looking back. Liu Xiaobo, however, turned around, gazing at Lin Yuchuan's broad back, tears of emotion streaming down his face. "Oh, Hanyue, your uncle is truly wonderful. He not only doesn't look down on me for being a delivery driver, but he also offers me a salary of 50,000. Is that really something to brag about? Can't you aim a bit higher?" Jiang Ling interjected. "Good brother, the interest on the money in your bank account probably exceeds 50,000 in a day." Han Hanyue shot Liu Xiaobo a disdainful glance, thinking how spineless he was. Nevertheless, it must be said that Lin Yuchuan's ability to manage people was quite formidable. With just a few words, he had managed to capture Liu Xiaobo's admiration. Lin Yuchuan was genuinely concerned that Hanyue might befriend some wealthy scions who could band together against him in a bid for the leadership of the Lin family. Hence, he initially regarded Jiang Ling and Liu Xiaobo with a degree of wariness. However, upon learning that they were merely delivery drivers, Lin Yuchuan couldn't help but chuckle, his worries dissipating like smoke. On the contrary, he hoped that Hanyue would cultivate more friendships of this nature, thereby diminishing any potential threat to his claim to the leadership of the Lin family. Truly, the third master is formidable. His speech exudes such authority. On another note, Wang Song expressed his admiration for Lin Yuchuan. Shortly thereafter, the group followed the waiter to the entrance of box 309. The waiter opened the grand door and invited everyone to take their seats and place their orders. Jiang Ling tossed the menu to Hanyue, instructing her to order while he excused himself to the restroom. "Wait for me, Jiang Ling. I want to go too." "Hurry up." Jiang Ling stood at the door while Liu Xiaobo eagerly followed him. After they finished in the restroom and were on their way back, Liu Xiaobo continued to marvel at the grandeur and splendor of the five-star hotel. Jiang Ling, however, merely pursed his lips and shook his head. In the past, he would have been just like Liu Xiaobo, a wide-eyed youth unable to contain his admiration for the hotel's elegance and opulence. But times had changed. Jiang Ling's assets now exceeded 7 billion. If he desired, he could easily purchase 4 or 5 such five-star hotels without a second thought. Indeed, once a person acquires wealth, their perspective and aspirations expand remarkably. Jiang Ling, are you really not considering working here? Hanyue's uncle is offering us a monthly salary of 50,000. Liu Xiaobo's voice was laced with excitement. For someone like him, lacking in both looks and credentials, finding a job that pays over 10,000 a month was exceedingly difficult. Thus, the prospect of securing a job with a salary of 50,000 made him genuinely thrilled and hopeful. Yet Jiang Ling shook his head and replied, "No need for that. In the future, when I start my own company, I will hire you as an executive. You won't need to work here." "What? Are you joking?" "Jiang Ling, don't deceive me just because I'm not well educated." Liu Xiaobo pouted, nearly collapsing in a fit of gratitude at Jiang Ling's feet. Jiang Ling reassured him, "Of course, I'm serious. Once I attain wealth, I will certainly not forget about you. However, I won't simply give you money. I will offer you a position. It's all right. I don't need a high salary. Just give me 20,000 a month. 20,000. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Yuchuan can offer you 50,000. Given our relationship, I must pay you at least that much." "Oh, how touching. Jiang Ling, from now on, you are my big brother. I would give my life for you. I will do whatever you ask." "All right, enough of that. What would I want with your life?" Jiang Ling said helplessly. However, he understood that Liu Xiaobo was a man of great loyalty, and he would genuinely follow through on his words. For instance, when he previously spotted Chun and Wang Song dining at the Peace Hotel, he immediately informed Jiang Ling without hesitation and insisted on accompanying him to confront Chun to ascertain the reasons behind it. At the same time, he was also someone who could be easily swayed by others. A little kindness would leave him overwhelmed with gratitude. Chapter 18. Jiang Ling, is your girlfriend with me? Hey, isn't that Jiang Ling? It's been years, and you seem to be doing quite well for yourself, dining at a five-star hotel like Blue Star. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice pierced through the air from his left. Jiang Ling halted and turned his head, recognizing an old acquaintance, Wang Zhibong, his university classmate. Wang Zhibong was a typical rich second generation, with a bit of money in his family, and he had often flaunted his wealth during their school days. He drove a luxury sports car worth over 1 million, living a life of unbridled glory and prestige. Later on, he developed an infatuation with Jiang Ling's girlfriend, Chun, and relentlessly pursued her, urging her to distance herself from the poor boy, Jiang Ling ultimately. However, Chun rejected Wang Zhibong and chose to remain with Jiang Ling. Back then, their love was pure and beautiful. They were deeply in love, dreaming of a bright future together. Yet, after graduating, they faced the harsh realities of life. Jiang Ling remained the same, but Chun was no longer the innocent girl she once was. Once modest and unmaterialistic, she now seemed to only care about who could provide her with a better life, ready to abandon her past for wealth. The sight of Wang Zhibong brought back memories of Chun, and as such, Jiang Ling had no intention of extending any courtesy to him. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaobo displayed a fearful expression, nudging Jiang Ling's shoulder. "Jiang Ling, it's this bully. Let's hurry and leave. We don't want to provoke him." "Yes, let's go." Jiang Ling understood that Wang Zhibong was petty and often surrounded himself with a group of sycophants. Thus, he preferred to avoid confrontation to prevent any trouble. Yet, despite Jiang Ling's desire to avoid him, Wang Zhibong seemed intent on provoking him. Wang Zhibong extended his right hand, blocking Jiang Ling's path, and smugly said, "Hey, are you two here to dine, or are you here to apply for a job as waitstaff? How about serving us a couple of dishes? If you do a good job, I'll give you each a tip of 2,000. What do you say?" "Ha ha, well said," chimed in one of Wang Zhibong's lackeys. "Jiang Ling, back in college, weren't you quite capable and principled? Wang Gu offered you 1,000 a day to be his underling, and you turned him down? Now, look at you, working at a hotel like Blue Star. Oh, Jiang Ling, if only you had listened and not opposed Wang Gu. Now look, you're not earning any money, and your girlfriend has run off, right? I've heard you're still delivering food. Can't you aspire to something more? Why not come join us and call him Wang Gu? How about 500 a day?" Behind Wang Zhibong stood 3 of his minions, all taunting Jiang Ling. They were also Jiang Ling's former classmates and Wang Zhibong's sycophantic followers. They knew about the rivalry between Wang Zhibong and Jiang Ling, so they relentlessly mocked Jiang Ling to curry favor with their master. "What are you all saying?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling was instantly consumed by fury, ready to confront them. However, Liu Xiaobo tightly grasped Jiang Ling's arm, imploring, "Jiang Ling, let it go. They are numerous and powerful, even if a fight ensues. We would be at a disadvantage. What's the matter? Don't be so ungrateful. Come dine with us. I'll treat you. No need for you to spend a penny. Wang Zhibang chuckled, though his invitation was insincere, as he sought to ridicule Jiang Ling once more. But Jiang Ling was not oblivious to his intentions. With a cold scoff, he retorted, "Ha, Wang Zhibang, you are merely relying on your family's modest wealth. Without your father, you are nothing, less than a worthless wretch. What, you dare insult me?" Wang Zhibang fumed at Jiang Ling's audacity to mock him. His lackeys quickly joined in, retaliating against Jiang Ling. Yet, Jiang Ling merely regarded them with a smirk, saying, "What are you barking about? You worthless dogs have no right to speak." Serving Wang Zhibang, yapping for him, and trying to bite at me for a few crumbs of respect. Do you think you possess any dignity? In the end, you are just dogs. What? Jiang Ling, how dare you speak to us like that? Damn it, Jiang Ling, I want to let you off today. I will make sure to beat you up. The irritation in Wang Zhibang's voice was palpable. I swear, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I will not bear the surname Liu. Jiang Ling's words struck a nerve in the three of them, and they eagerly prepared to confront him. Yet, Jiang Ling stood unafraid, chest out, declaring, "All right, come on. Who dares to strike me? I will take you to court and bankrupt you. Don't think I want tea. Go ahead, try to lay a finger on me." Unfazed, Jiang Ling stated confidently. With a net worth exceeding 7 billion, he knew that if he were injured, he could demand compensation based on daily interest. Lying in a hospital for 2 or 3 months could easily cost them tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. This group could not possibly afford such a sum, even if they sold their ancestral home. Seeing Jiang Ling so emboldened, Wang Zhibang raised a hand to restrain his lackeys, shaking his head with a faint smirk. He maintained an air of mockery. "Jiang Ling, you remain as you always were, quite the silver-tongued devil. However, out of respect for our past as classmates, I certainly cannot resort to violence. If this word gets out, where would my face be?" "Your face? Wang Zhibang, do you not recall how others used to call you Wang Dog back in school?" Jiang Ling jabbed, disregarding the unwritten rule of avoiding personal attacks. Wang Zhibang chuckled, striving to suppress his rage, and responded, "Haha, all right, you simply wish to compete with me, don't you? In terms of power and status, you can't compare to me. Regarding fame and wealth, you fall far short. Besides being somewhat better looking than me, what else do you have? Enough. Being more handsome than you is sufficient." Jiang Ling grinned, relishing in Wang Zhibang's acknowledgement. Wang Zhibang, still amused, retorted, "Oh, is that so? Then why is your girlfriend in my private room? What are you saying?" Jiang Ling's expression darkened immediately. Wang Zhibang burst into laughter. "Didn't you hear me clearly? I'll repeat it. Why is your girlfriend Chun in my private room?" "Ha, this is too funny. Jiang Ling, you've already lost. Your girlfriend Chun is mingling with our Wang Go." Wang Zhibang's lackeys erupted in laughter, while Wang Zhibang reveled in his triumph, casting a smug glance at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, pondering how Chun could associate with Wang Zhibang, a person she had previously despised. Oh, but that was in the past, not now. Chapter 19. Shall we compare our wealth today, shall we dare? Jiang Ling scoffed, a hint of self-deprecation creeping into his smile. He had never anticipated how easily society could alter one's values. Was Chun still the innocent, charming girl he once knew? After all, she had been his girlfriend. Hastily, Jiang Ling approached the door of room 306, peering inside. There, as expected, sat a familiar figure, head bowed, in a chair. Even with her gaze lowered, Jiang Ling could recognize her as his ex-girlfriend, Chun. In that moment, Jiang Ling was genuinely enraged. He could scarcely believe that Chun would seek out that scoundrel Wang Zhibang. Had she forgotten how he had bullied them both in the past? "Moron?" Jiang Ling softly called. Chun finally looked up, her complexion pale as she stammered, Jiang Ling, please let me explain, all right? No need for explanations. We have already parted ways. You are free to pursue whomever you wish. I cannot interfere. I wish you happiness." With that, Jiang Ling turned to leave. But Wang Zhibang intercepted him, extending his arm to block Jiang Ling's path. "Hey, when did you two break up? Don't rush off. Come dine with us. I'll treat you. Before I lose my temper, I advise you to step aside." Jiang Ling's voice was calm yet icy, his fists clenched. Harboring thoughts of violence for the first time, Liu Xiaobo, fearing the situation might escalate, quickly said, "Jiang Ling, wait. I'll go fetch help. I'll call Lin Hanyue and Wang Song." Liu Xiaobo believed that with Lin Hanyue and Wang Song's status, they could easily suppress Wang Zhibang. "Oh, trying to intimidate me? Come on, if you have the guts, strike me. I'll show you just how valuable this punch can be." Wang Zhibang, a man who did not believe in fate, was convinced that Jiang Ling would not dare to strike him. When the time came, he could feign illness and hire a top lawyer to handle the case. Even if Jiang Ling sold his house, it would not cover the damages. Seeing Wang Zhibang's infuriating demeanor, Jiang Ling was on the verge of action. However, he was interrupted by the arrival of Lin Hanyue and Wang Song. Lin Hanyue hurried towards Jiang Ling, asking, "What are you doing, Jiang Ling? What is going on? Why are you about to fight?" "It's nothing. I just ran into an old classmate," Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. Lin Hanyue shot a glance at Wang Zhibong, seemingly grasping the situation. Meeting an old classmate hardly warranted a physical confrontation, she murmured. Jiang Ling, however, sneered, "It's not me who wishes to fight. It's this man who is utterly contemptible. Just take a look inside room 306. Who else is there?" "Who?" Lin Hanyue stepped forward, curiously peeking inside. Upon seeing, she gasped in shock. She immediately covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Oh my, isn't that your ex-girlfriend, Chun Morong?" "What? Morong is here too?" Upon hearing the name Chun Morong, Wang Song's eyes lit up, and he leaned in to peer inside. Sure enough, the Chun Morong he had been socializing with just a few days ago was now mingling with Wang Zhibong. In an instant, a grimace appeared on Wang Song's face. He shook his head and said to Jiang Ling, "Young Master Jiang, Chun Morong is excessively vain. I don't believe you should be angry over such a woman. I was mistaken in the past, but I swear, I am now your subordinate. From now on, you are my elder brother, and I will absolutely never touch your women." All right, enough with that. Jiang Ling was not fond of Wang Song's social antics. However, he did appreciate Wang Song's willingness to submit and desire to become his subordinate. After all, Wang Song came from a well-off family and had a few lackeys of his own, which meant that those lackeys would ultimately become Jiang Ling's followers. "Oh, so now it's young Master Jiang, seeking to recruit a subordinate?" Wang Zhibong taunted from the sidelines. "Who would have thought you've been doing quite well these years? Delivering takeout, and even acquiring yourself a little brother? Huh?" Wang Zhibong and his sycophantic lackeys erupted in laughter. This time, Jiang Ling was able to endure it. But Wang Song could not hold back. He stepped forward, without a word, and swung his fist directly at Wang Zhibong's face. "You can insult me all you want, but do not dare insult my elder brother. Do you believe I won't beat you to a pulp?" Bang! Wang Song's fist landed squarely on Wang Zhibong's right eye, leaving him with a black eye. This was, in a sense, Wang Song's declaration of loyalty. After all, he knew Jiang Ling's worth exceeded 7 billion. And his background was unfathomable, at least not inferior to the young masters of the 4 great families in Jiangnan City. Thus, aligning with Jiang Ling was undoubtedly a wise decision. Now that he had become Jiang Ling's subordinate, he had to make a good impression in front of his elder brother. "Ouch, you dare hit me? You. Wang Zhibong, feeling the pain in his right eye, clutched it, his voice trembling. "Come on, brothers, attack them. Beat them hard, and I'll take responsibility if anything happens." "Yes, boss." With that, the 3 lackeys behind Wang Zhibong advanced toward Jiang Ling. Yet, Jiang Ling remained unfazed and declared, "Come on, we have 3 men here too. If it comes to blows, it will be 3 against 3. Don't think we fear you. Indeed, come on. Or should we just call for reinforcements?" Wang Song brandished his phone, adopting a roguish demeanor that was even more audacious than Wang Zhibong's. After all, he had previously been a wealthy second-generation ruffian with a gang of thugs as his subordinates. And only in front of Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue did he appear more subdued. In front of others, however, his unruly, debauched aura erupted forth. For a moment, Lu Yunxia and his companions were genuinely intimidated by the presence of Jiang Ling and his group. "What should we do, Brother Wang? If it comes to a fight, we might not stand a chance against Jiang Ling." Lu Yunxia looked to Wang Zhibong, asking timidly. Wang Zhibong, still covering his right eye, responded, "And who are you?" Wang Song laughed. I am Wang Song, and my father is Wang Daqing, the owner of Daqing Real Estate. You know it, right?" "Yes, that's my family." "What? Daqing Real Estate is your family ass?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zhibong managed to regain his composure. Although Daqing Real Estate wasn't particularly famous nationwide, it did hold some renown within Jiangnan City. As Wang Daqing's son, Wang Song was indeed a legitimate, wealthy, second-generation scion. However, given his family's financial prowess, why would he associate with Jiang Ling? Furthermore, why acknowledge Jiang Ling as his elder brother? Did he possess some leverage over Jiang Ling? Yet, if a confrontation were to ensue, Wang Zhibong might not stand to gain anything. Thus, he smiled and said, Jiang Ling, aren't you quite capable? Let's not fight today. Instead, let us compare our financial resources. Are you up for it? How do we compare?" Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. Initially, he had no intention of causing trouble. But Wang Zhibong's repeated provocations had pushed him to the brink. Jiang Ling could no longer swallow his pride. Chapter 20. What red wine? Over 3 million a bottle? Wang Zhibong grinned and said, "It's simple. Today, we'll share a table. Everyone can order whatever they like, and at the end, we'll split the bill equally. Just the 2 of us. How about that? Are you sure?" "Yes, I am sure." Wang Zhibong smirked, a cunning smile gracing his lips. He was aware that Jiang Ling's family was quite poor, and he probably earned very little from delivering takeout. Having even 100,000 in savings would be a stroke of luck. Soon, he would order several 100,000 worth of red wine, and when Jiang Ling couldn't foot the bill, he would surely be humiliated. Moreover, Wang Zhibong wished to thoroughly humiliate Jiang Ling in front of Chun Morong, showcasing to her that her previous choice in a boyfriend was nothing but a broke loser. Thus, he aimed to flaunt his wealth and status through this financial contest. He had anticipated Jiang Ling would refuse, but to his surprise, Jiang Ling looked at him indifferently and replied, "All right, it's just a meal we're sharing, right? We'll split the bill equally at the end." "Yes, just the two of us splitting the bill. How about it?" "All right, no problem, let us do it." Jiang Ling nodded decisively. Lin Hanyue and Liu Xiaobo were not worried about Jiang Ling's finances. After all, the bank president had gifted him a 3 million Ferrari F8. And at the International Auto Show, he had received a globally limited edition Apollo IE. Therefore, Lin Hanyue believed Jiang Ling's net worth must be in the billions. Wang Song leaned closer to Jiang Ling and whispered, "Young Master Jiang, just enjoy this meal on me. I'll cover the bill." "Are you sure?" Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by Wang Song's generosity. Wang Song grinned, "Haha, it's no trouble. We're becoming friends. You're my elder brother. So it's only right for me to treat you. Well, we'll see when the time comes." With that, Jiang Ling was the first to step into the private room, 506. He then instructed the waiter to cancel the reservation for room 509, as they would be sharing a table in room 506. From the moment Jiang Ling entered the private room, Chun Morong's gaze remained fixed upon him. Yet Jiang Ling did not spare her a glance. Slowly, Chun Morong rose and approached Jiang Ling, softly saying, "Jiang Ling, what are you doing here? You should leave. You can't possibly contend with Wang Zhibong." Being university classmates, Chun Morong understood the vast financial disparity between Jiang Ling and Wang Zhibong, and they had both endured bullying from Wang Zhibong during their college years. But Jiang Ling merely scoffed and coldly replied, "That's none of your concern. I'm here to eat. I don't need your money." Wang Song wore an expression of indignation, stating, "Exactly. Morong, I never expected you to be this kind of woman. Breaking up with my elder brother only to quickly seek out another wealthy second generation. Wang Song, it's not what you think. I actually came to find Wang Zhibong to inquire about whether Jiang Ling is truly a wealthy second generation. So you were merely investigating me?" Jiang Ling smiled, albeit with a rather bitter expression. "And what of it?" he retorted. Chun Morong, however, merely shook her head in silence. This was because Wang Zhibong had previously remarked that Jiang Ling was impoverished and devoid of wealth. Yet, with Wang Song now serving as Jiang Ling's subordinate, Chun Morong found herself uncertain about Jiang Ling's financial status. Shortly thereafter, the waiter presented the menu, prompting everyone to place their orders. Both Wang Zhibong and Jiang Ling requested a menu. Wang Zhibong exclaimed, "2 Australian lobsters at 5,000 each, please. And 3 king crabs at 3,500 each, right? Also, what about this? Half a head of abalone with sake, 20,000 each? Let me count how many people we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll order 5, which totals to 100,000. Suit yourself." Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, allowing him to order as he pleased. "Oh, by the way, do you all drink red wine? Morong, what would you like? Lafite or Romanicani? Anything is fine. I'm easy," Chun Morong murmured, her gaze cast downwards, not daring to meet Jiang Ling's eyes, acutely aware that if he couldn't afford the meal, it would be a source of great embarrassment for him. "Let us go with a bottle of 82 Lafite. It's quite reasonable at only 120,000. Is that all right, Jiang Ling?" "Sure, go ahead and order." "Great." Wang Zhibong then proceeded to select several more dishes, culminating in a staggering bill of 253,000 yuan. Observing the total, Lin Hanyue furrowed her brow. While Jiang Ling remained stoic, however, Liu Xiaobo was visibly alarmed. He incessantly nudged Jiang Ling's arm, saying, "Jiang Ling, do we really need to spend tens of thousands on a meal? It's not worth it. Shouldn't we leave instead?" Jiang Ling merely grinned. "What is there to fear? Eat to your heart's content. Leftovers can be packed up." Next, it was Jiang Ling's turn to showcase his choices. With a party of 4, he ordered 4 half-head abalones with sake, 2 king crabs, and 2 Australian lobsters, knowing full well that such luxuries could easily overwhelm the appetite. Witnessing this, Wang Zhibong burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, Jiang Ling, is that all you're ordering? Those 4 abalones will cost 80,000. I reckon that LL wipe out your savings. How about this? Kneel and apologize to me, and I'll cover today's meal. How about that?" Wang Zhibong was reveling in his perceived triumph, convinced that Jiang Ling's modest selections had exhausted his funds. Yet, Jiang Ling, eyeing the most expensive wine on the menu, slightly frowned. He then called the waiter back. "Excuse me, Do you have any red wines that are more expensive than the 82 Lafite? The waiter hurried over, bowing respectfully, sir. The 82 Lafite is already a collectible wine. What kind of wine are you looking for? What is the most expensive wine you have that is not listed on the menu? Jiang Ling inquired. We do have some, but they are auction-level wines. The waiter replied. I don't care if they're auction-level. I simply want to know if you are selling them. If you are, I'll buy. If not, then forget it, Jiang Ling proclaimed with a flourish, showing no inclination to engage in further discussion. The waiter, feeling awkward, chuckled nervously. Our hotel has a policy that we can sell them. But you need to pay the previous auction price, and purchases are limited. Fine, tell me what wines are available and their prices, Jiang Ling insisted. The waiter, still looking uncomfortable, cleared his throat. Well, we have the 1945 Romanée-Conti. All right, I'll take 4 bottles, Jiang Ling declared. Wait, you haven't asked about the price yet. Then please do. However, the price might be a bit steep. No worries, just tell me how much it is. Money is no object. Very well, sir. The 1945 Romanée-Conti is auctioned monthly, and the last auction price was $3.59 million per bottle, with some having sold for as high as $4.08 million. Such wines are typically collected and appreciated for their value, rather than consumed as beverages, the waiter explained, grinning awkwardly. Chapter 21, worth $7 billion. What's the harm in a few bottles of wine? He anticipated that upon hearing the price, this young man would surely back down and refrain from purchasing the wine. After all, while the flavor of such fine wine was exquisite, the exorbitant price was a mere tax on intelligence. Who in their right mind would buy a bottle worth hundreds of thousands just to drink? How much did you say? $3.59 million per bottle? Jiang Ling remained unfazed, while Wang Song, Liu Xiaobo, and others were taken aback. What wine costs $3.59 million a bottle? Does it contain some sort of divine essence that grants immortality? With that amount, one could easily purchase a decent apartment in the city center. Wang Zhibong, hearing the price, felt a surge of delight, convinced that Jiang Ling would never be able to afford such extravagance. Yet, Jiang Ling merely smirked. All right, bring me 4 bottles. What? You want 4 bottles? The waiter was utterly astonished as Jiang Ling raised 4 fingers. Jiang Ling nodded firmly. Yes, 4 bottles. Is there a problem? But this is a collectible, auction-grade wine. It's not meant for drinking. The waiter awkwardly reminded him. Jiang Ling frowned slightly. I intend to drink it. Do you have an issue with that? Are you suggesting there's poison in it? And if I get sick, your hotel won't take responsibility? No. I merely meant that this wine is quite expensive. $3.59 million a bottle. Wouldn't it be a waste to drink it? Hey, I have a fondness for this wine. So why do you care so much? Besides, the more I spend, the higher your commission, right? Jiang Ling queried. The waiter replied. That may be true, but I'm still concerned. Concerned about what? Rest assured, I won't skimp on the payment, right, Wang Zhibong? Jiang Ling shot a defiant glance at Wang Zhibong. Wang Zhibong's lips twitched, sensing that Jiang Ling was merely putting on a facade of wealth. However, he couldn't allow his own aura to falter, so he declared, yes. Let us do as he says. Bring 4 bottles. Money is no object. Really 4 bottles? Indeed, I'm serious, Jiang Ling affirmed resolutely. Very well. Please hold on a moment. I'll check the warehouse to see if we have that many bottles of Romanée-Conti. With that, the waiter rushed out of the private room 306, fully aware that his opportunity for a windfall had arrived. The total for their meal was likely to exceed $1 million, meaning even a 1 commission would yield him 10,000 yuan. Moreover, Romanée-Conti was notoriously difficult to sell, typically auctioned to collectors who appreciated fine wines. Hardly anyone would consider consuming such a rare vintage. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and Wang Zhibong's ordering had also caught the attention of the hotel manager, Chen Xiaolu. Upon hearing that they had ordered 4 bottles of Romanée-Conti, Chen Xiaolu was astounded, suspecting that these individuals were merely causing a ruckus. Thus, he swiftly made his way to room 306, eager to confront the audacious soul who had dared to order 4 bottles priced at $3.59 million each. However, before Chen Xiaolu could even voice his outrage, he found himself at a loss for words. He once again beheld Lin Hanyue, quietly seated nearby. Chen Xiaolu was instantly taken aback, opening his mouth, yet failing to utter a word. Noticing Lin Hanyue beckoning to him, he crouched down and approached her, bowing slightly. With a smile, he exclaimed, Ah, Miss Lin, what a surprise to see you dining here. My apologies for the inadequate hospitality. What brings you here? Lin Hanyue inquired nonchalantly. This hotel was owned by her uncle, Lin Yuchuan, and during festive occasions, her family often gathered here for meals. Thus, Chen Xiaolu was undoubtedly familiar with Lin Hanyue. With a somewhat disgruntled smile, Chen Xiaolu replied, Miss Lin, I heard that someone ordered 4 bottles of Romanée-Conti. I just had to come and see whose extravagant choice this was. Is it not a mockery? Who, in their right mind, would order 4 bottles of such a rare vintage without reason? Even Chen Xiaolu considered this exquisite wine a mere tax on intelligence. However, Lin Hanyue shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Are there any in the cellar?" "Indeed, there are a few. We are preparing to auction a bottle by the end of the month." "And how many are there?" "About 4 or 5 bottles, I believe." "Bring 4 of them." "What? You truly want them?" "Of course, when I say to bring them, you should simply comply." "Why all the chatter? Do you think my friend cannot afford them?" "Am I right, Jiang Ling?" Lin Hanyue expressed her irritation, addressing Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, unfazed, chuckled dismissively. "Exactly. How many are left?" "Bring them all. I'll drink them like water today. I'm more than willing to pay, so what is the issue?" What is this?" "Hurry and fetch them." "Do you understand?" All right, Chen Xiaolu stammered, "but I advise you not to uncork them. Once opened, they cannot be returned. If you don't open them now, perhaps you could still return them later." With that, Chen Xiaolu hurriedly turned and, accompanied by a waiter, stumbled towards the wine cellar in search of the Romanicani. In contrast, Jiang Ling remained remarkably composed, his expression unchanged. With over 7 billion in his bank account, what did it matter to him to indulge in a few bottles of wine worth millions? His intention today was to put Wang Zhibang in his place. He was curious to see how the man would embarrass himself. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue was also keen to ascertain the depth of Jiang Ling's financial resources. She contemplated whether he would feel any regret after spending millions on a single meal. Initially, she felt a twinge of concern regarding Wang Zhibang's words, fearing Jiang Ling might resort to desperate measures and end up footing the bill himself. Seeing Chun Xiaolu's familiarity with the woman, Wang Zhibang suspected that they were colluding to intimidate him with exorbitant wine prices. However, in reality, they might simply be ordering wines worth a few tens of thousands. Thus, Wang Zhibang laughed. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Ling, do you really think I'm easily intimidated? Come on, as long as you dare to order, I'll dare to drink." "All right then, I'll split 2 bottles with you later." Jiang Ling responded with a grin. "Good, whoever backs down is a coward." "Fine, you coward." He knew he could never outmatch Jiang Ling in a war of words. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Jiang Ling would be unable to pay, waiting to see how he would respond. On another note, Wang Song, upon hearing of the 3.59 million wine, was equally astonished. He leaned closer to Jiang Ling and whispered, "Jiang Xiao, I don't have that much money on me. For this meal, I don't worry. I'm not asking you to pay. I'll take care of it." Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. After all, Wang Song had become his subordinate, and it hardly seemed excessive for a big brother to treat his little brother to a meal, did it? Wang Song quickly nodded, grinning, "Hee, all right. This meal is on my big brother. While I may not possess your strength, I'll treat you to a meal soon and introduce you to my brothers. Let us discuss that later." Though Wang Song may not be a paragon of virtue, he had many underlings and good connections, making him a valuable ally. Chapter 22. A meal worth over 10 million? Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobo nudged Jiang Ling's shoulder, saying, "Jiang Ling, you're spending over 10 million on a single meal? Do you really have that much money? Rest assured, you won't be paying. But I'm worried about you. Don't fret, even if I were short on cash. I have Hanyue, right?" Jiang Ling flashed a grin towards Lin Hanyue. Lin Hanyue shot him a glare, replying, "You expect me to pay? You must be dreaming. You ordered 4 bottles of Romanicani. That's over 10 million. My money doesn't come from the wind. Why should I pay for you?" "Then ask your uncle to cover it." "Sure, as long as you have the guts to ask him." Lin Hanyue pouted, somewhat annoyed. Yet she understood Jiang Ling was jesting. He certainly could afford this meal. If it came to the worst, he could sell Apollo, the sun god statue outside, for over 20 million. "Jiang Ling, I heard you're dining with Wang Zhibang. The group chat is buzzing," Lu Xiaobo remarked, scrolling through his phone. "Which group?" Jiang Ling inquired. "The university group we were in." Lu Yunchao posted about it, saying everyone was waiting to see how you embarrass yourself, even detailing today's events. Why is Lu Yunchao a man acting like a gossip? Jiang Ling shook his head in exasperation. He then picked up his phone and, unsurprisingly, found the group chat flooded with messages regarding the incident. Jiangnan City, Jiangnan University, Zhao Meiran. Is this real? Jiang Ling and Wang Zhibang at the Blue Star Hotel? That's a 5-star hotel. Wang Zhibang can afford it. But what about Jiang Ling? Lu Xiaoya, what's wrong? You look down on Jiang Ling? Graduated 3 years ago. Who knows, he might be a big boss of a listed company now. Lu Yunchao, haha, not quite. I heard he is still delivering takeout. Zhao Meiran, what? Delivering takeout? Zhao Meiran. Chen Morong, isn't Jiang Ling your boyfriend? What is he doing now? How is his salary? Li Tianhua, long time no see, classmates. I wonder what you're all up to. I miss you, we should gather soon. Wuan, wait. Who said the meal cost over 10 million? Who said that? Lu Yunchao. It really did cost over 10 million. 3.59 million per bottle of Romanicani. Jiang Ling ordered 4 bottles. Just do the math. And that is not including anything else. Zhao Meiran. My goodness, 3.59 million wine for bottles? Are you all insane? Sun He. It's true. I can testify. I was there enjoying the food and drink. Zhao Meiran. Oh my, you're serious? I'm dying. Where are you right now? Can I come and join? Sun He. We're at the Blue Star Hotel, but Jiang Ling and Wang are treating. They're splitting the bill today, so I advise you not to come. If things get tense, you want to know whose side to take. Wuan what? They're clashing again. Why do they always argue when they meet? Zhao Meiran. Chun Morong, you need to say something. Are you really dining at the Blue Star Hotel and ordering 4 bottles of 3.59 million wine? Morong, we were such good friends in college. You must bring me some leftovers. She watched the messages flood in the group chat. Jiang Ling merely offered a faint smile, choosing silence over words. Despite the numerous inquiries surrounding his whereabouts and activities, he opted not to respond. For they were mere acquaintances of convenience, friends who would elevate him in times of wealth and trample upon him in times of want. Unlike Wang Xiaobo, who regarded Jiang Ling as his dearest friend, irrespective of Jiang's financial standing. Thus, it sufficed for Jiang Ling to treat only his close companions to this meal. Before long, the waiter presented an array of seafood delicacies, including abalone and other exquisite dishes, to the table shared by Jiang Ling and Wang Zhibang. The spread was abundant, featuring king crabs, a variety of lobsters, and half a head of abalone, each more splendid than the last. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaolu arrived, accompanied by a waiter bearing 4 bottles of Romanicani red wine from the cellar. He carefully placed the bottles on the table and inquired, "Sir, I have brought you the wine you requested. Would you prefer to keep it for collection or open it for immediate enjoyment? Send 2 bottles over to him." Jiang Ling instructed, gesturing towards Wang Zhibang. "Certainly, sir." Chun Xiaolu complied, taking 2 bottles of Romanicani to Wang Zhibang's side, gently placing them on the table before him. After all, this meal was to be split evenly between Jiang Ling and Wang Zhibang, and the wine should be shared accordingly. Wang Zhibang, intrigued, turned to Chun Xiaolu and asked, "Manager Chun, does this bottle of wine truly cost 3.59 million? Chun Xiaolu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, isn't this what you desired? Will you be taking it home for collection or opening it here for consumption?" Wang Zhibang hesitated, unsure of Jiang Ling's motives, questioning if he really intended to purchase 4 bottles of Romanicani at such an exorbitant price. This wine, priced at 3.59 million per bottle, totaled a staggering 14.36 million for 4, enough to procure a splendid villa in the city center. Who, if not someone with an excess of wealth to squander, would indulge in such extravagance? With a chuckle, Wang Zhibang remarked softly, "Manager Chun, if we cannot finish it, can we return the bottles?" "Of course, as long as they remain unopened." "Oh, splendid. Then please leave them here. I wish to open them myself later." "Very well," Chun Xiaolu replied. "Your dishes and beverages have all been served. Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to ask. Miss Lin, Mr. Jiang, enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave now." "Please, do as you wish." Jiang Ling waved him off. Chun Xiaolu exited, instructing a waiter named Wu Bin to attend to Jiang Ling and his companions with utmost care, ensuring they were not neglected. As soon as Chun Xiaolu departed, Jiang Ling seized a bottle of Romanicani. He tugged at the cork, only to find it stubbornly wedged. "Waiter, could you assist me in opening this bottle? I am eager to indulge," he requested, handing the wine to Wu Bin. Nodding, Wu Bin replied, "Of course, Mr. Jiang. I shall open it for you at once." With adept skill, he uncorked the bottle, releasing a plume of dark crimson vapor that wafted into the air. Wu Bin poured the wine into 4 glasses, presenting them to Jiang Ling, Lin Hanyue, Wang Song, and Lu Xiaobo. Although the pour was modest, it filled a quarter of each glass, suggesting that after a few rounds, the bottle would be emptied. Lin Hanyue began calculating. A bottle yields approximately 16 glasses, at 3.59 million per bottle. That makes each glass nearly 225,000 yuan. "Thank you for treating me to this lavish feast, Jiang Ling." She beamed, evidently delighted, for such a high-caliber wine was a rare indulgence for her. Upon hearing the price, Wang Song and Lu Xiaobo exchanged astonished glances, their bodies trembling slightly. Wang Song, lifting his glass, found himself hesitating to drink, while Lu Xiaobo exclaimed, "Wait, this glass costs 225,000 yuan? Just this little bit of wine is over 20,000? How could I possibly drink it? This isn't wine, it's ambrosia. Indeed, it is rather steep." Wang Song coughed awkwardly. Even though he had some money, he had never tasted wine of this caliber. Yet Jiang Ling, unfazed, encouraged, "No need for concern, drink up. If it runs out, just let me know. I'm covering the bill with Wang Zhibang today, right, Wang Zhibang?" In that moment, Wang Zhibang fell momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He furrowed his brow, perplexed by Jiang Ling's audacity to order a wine priced at 3.59 million per bottle. "Go ahead, indulge." When it's time to settle the bill, you'll find yourself lamenting, Jiang Ling thought, savoring a sip of the wine. A robust flavor enveloped his palate and nostrils, rich yet slightly bitter, akin to sipping the essence of grapes. Following the bitterness was an enduring, fragrant finish, as if countless alcohol molecules danced upon his taste buds, lingering long after. Ah, exquisite. Truly delightful. Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled at the sight of the wine. It was undeniable that this high-priced vintage possessed its worth, even as a novice. He could discern its exceptional aroma. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue took a delicate sip, her eyes widening in surprise. This is indeed delightful. Is this the auction-level Romani Conti? It surpasses my family's collection by leaps and bounds. Truly, there is merit in its cost. Ah, the fragrance is divine. Today, I owe this experience to my brother Jiang Ling. Otherwise, I doubt I would ever dare to drink such an expensive wine in my lifetime. Though Wang Song and Liu Xiaobo had little experience with wine, they too shared their impressions. With the bottle already opened, they felt compelled to partake rather than let it go to waste. Come, come. There are Australian lobsters and king crabs to enjoy. Oh, and don't forget the sake-infused half a head of abalone. One for each of us. If we can't finish, we can take it to go. Today, I'm treating, Jiang Ling declared with grand generosity. Originally, he had intended only to treat Lin Hanyue and Liu Xiaobo to a meal at a five-star hotel. But he had not anticipated encountering Wang Zhibong and the ensuing events. In the past, Jiang Ling might have tolerated such circumstances, but now, he was determined to see if Wang Zhibong's modest funds could suffice. As Jiang Ling and his companions relished their meal and wine, Wang Zhibong's subordinates, unable to restrain their envy, cast longing glances towards Jiang Ling's table. Liu Yunxiao, slicing a piece of abalone and savoring its rich, succulent flavor, felt a peculiar sensation as he chewed. Meanwhile, Wang Zhibong lifted a bottle of 1982 Lafite, saying, Morong, Chaozi, let us indulge in some red wine as well. The 1982 Lafite is no inferior choice to their Romani. Today's feast would undoubtedly cost several 100,000 yuan, and Wang Zhibong felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought. His initial intention was merely to mock Jiang Ling in front of Chun Morong. Yet he was taken aback when Jiang Ling ordered 4 bottles of Romani Conti, valued at over 10 million, with only a little over 2 million in pocket money. He couldn't even afford a single bottle of that exquisite wine, thus he naturally felt too intimidated to open it. However, Chun Morong waved her hand and said, no need. Wang Gu, you might as well return that bottle of wine to save some money. Wait, do you think I'm short on cash? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhibong instantly became displeased. Chun Morong shook her head and replied, no, I just believe that since I don't enjoy red wine, there's no need to squander money on it. Liu Yunxiao opened his mouth, intending to argue that they should drink the wine, but ultimately he refrained. At that moment, Jiang Ling couldn't hold back any longer, saying, Liu Yunxiao, today's meal is on me and Wang Zhibong, so feel free to eat without reservation. And what about that Romani Conti? Why aren't you drinking it? Are you truly planning to take it home for your collection? Surely you can't afford it and intend to back out when the bill arrives? Ha ha ha. Jiang Ling's remarks elicited immediate laughter from Liu Xiaobo and Wang Song. Wang Zhibong, who was already concerned about his reputation, felt his face flush with anger at Jiang Ling's mockery. It was the first time in his life he had been ridiculed, accused of being unable to afford both red wine and a meal. Thus, Wang Zhibong clenched his fists and glared at Jiang Ling, asserting, Jiang Ling, don't get too smug. If those bottles of wine are genuine, do you really think you can afford today's bill? Don't worry about whether I can pay or not. I've already had my drink, and you can only watch. If you can't afford it, don't embarrass yourself. Kneel and apologize, and today's meal will be on me. Jiang Ling retaliated in kind, which infuriated Wang Zhibong. In this comparison, the 1982 Lafite was truly incomparable to the 1945 Romani Conti. Meanwhile, Liu Yunxiao incessantly urged Wang Zhibong, drink up, Wang Gu. We can't let Jiang Ling look down on us. Just think of it as the cost of that car of yours, which is over 3 million. Wang Zhibong shot Liu Yunxiao a disdainful glance, thinking that this fellow had no idea what he was talking about. 300 million for a bottle of red wine. Even his father wouldn't dare indulge in such extravagance. If his father found out, he would likely break his legs. However, for the sake of face, Wang Zhibong ultimately nodded reluctantly. Fine, let us open a bottle and drink. Yay, okay, let us drink. Liu Yunxiao exclaimed. Just you wait, Jiang Ling. Wang Gu can genuinely afford this wine, while you are merely putting on a facade. I'll be waiting to see you cry when the bill comes. Indeed, come on. Wang Gu, let me pour you a glass. Liu Yunxiao seized the Romani Conti, skillfully uncorked it, and poured Wang Zhibong half a glass. Following this, it was Chun Morong's turn. Now, Chun Morong refrained from declaring her disinterest in red wine and graciously accepted it. After all, the wine was already opened. It would be a shame not to taste it. Moreover, This was a 3 million bottle of wine. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to savor such a luxury would be a story to tell for years to come. Here you go, boss, please enjoy. Lu Yunxiao raised the glass toward Wang Zhibong. Wang Zhibong took the glass and took a delicate sip. Bitter. How bitter. The bitterness made Wang Zhibong's heart bleed. This drink, worth over 300 million, was likely several thousand for a mere sip. Although he felt a pang of regret, he kept his composure and pretended to be unfazed. Chapter 24. At another bottle of 1982 Lafite. Wow, what a fine wine, Wanggu. This several million Romanicani truly has a distinct taste, far surpassing any red wine I've ever had. Of course, such wine is only affordable by North American aristocrats and the royal family of the Eagle Nation, and even then, it's scarce and priceless. Ordinary individuals, even with wealth, cannot acquire it. Indeed, if it weren't for Wanggu, we could never hope to taste such an expensive wine in our lifetimes. To Wang Zhibong's left, his three subordinates continued to shower him with compliments. While he smiled on the surface, internally he felt a deep sense of bitterness. He even began to question whether it was worth it to compete for face against Jiang Ling. Even if he managed to undermine Jiang Ling's pride, he would end up broke himself. Unfortunately, now that the wine was opened, it was too late for Wang Zhibong to reconsider. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Xiaolu informed Lin Yuchuan, the third master of the Lin family, about his encounter with Lin Hanyue in box 306. In the office, Lin Yuchuan nodded, saying yes. I'm aware of this matter. It's reasonable for Hanyue to bring her friends here for a meal. I was even considering treating them. But, third master, Miss Hanyue's friends ordered a lot of food. Upon hearing the mention of a complimentary meal, Chun Xiaolu's heart sank, stirring unease within him. Lin Yuchuan replied, young people need nourishment. What is wrong with eating more? But third master, they truly ordered a great deal, including expensive red wine. How much could it possibly cost? At most, it's just a few 100,000, right? Not just that. I estimate it's around 15 million. 15 million? What are they eating that could possibly cost that much? Lin Yuchuan was instantly taken aback by the figure. Even he, a billionaire, had never dined on such an extravagant meal. Curiosity piqued. Lin Yuchuan asked what they had ordered that warranted such a hefty sum. Chun Xiaolu stammered. It seems that Miss Hanyue's friend ran into an old classmate at the hotel, and they didn't seem to get along. Then they started ordering together, splitting the bill, and began to compete in spending. That still wouldn't add up to 15 million, would it? They ordered 4 bottles of the 1945 Romanicani, each costing 59 million. For bottles? All from 1945. Yes, third master. Goodness. I reserve such high-tier wines for collection and wouldn't dare drink them casually. They actually ordered 4 bottles? They must be incredibly wealthy. Lin Yuchuan shook his head, astonished. Previously, they claimed to be delivery men. But could delivery workers really afford a 15 million meal? Now, Lin Yuchuan began to reassess their identities. Chun manager, please investigate the identities of Hanyue's friends and report back to me. Understood, third master. Should today's meal still be complimentary? Chun Xiaolu inquired. Lin Yuchuan shook his head. Let us skip the complimentary meal for now and see how they handle it. Understood, third master. All right, you may leave. Thank you, third master. After reporting, Chun Xiaolu turned to exit Lin Yuchuan's office. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchuan furrowed his brow, gazing out at the street view with a hint of caution in his eyes. Currently, within the Lin family, the elder Lin Tiangue lay gravely ill, enduring prolonged treatment with little hope of recovery. The eldest son, Lin Yuchuan, had met with an accident while on a business trip and was now missing. With his fate unknown, Lin Jiai's second son, Lin Yutian, manages several clothing factories and luxury boutiques. He harbors no grand ambitions or lofty ideals, nor does he aspire to contend for the position of family patriarch. Thus, the remaining contender for the Lin family's leadership is Lin Yuxian, the third son. Originally, the head of the Lin family was to be succeeded by the eldest son, Lin Yuxian. However, with Lin Yuxian's current predicament, his fate uncertain, the responsibility now falls upon Lin Yutian and Lin Yuxian. Furthermore, the Lin family has traditionally passed down leadership through male heirs. Consequently, Lin Yuxian must remain wary of Lin Hanyue, lest she, clutching her child, attempts to claim the patriarchal title. Returning to box 306. The group gathered with Jiang Ling is relishing an extravagant feast, indulging in an array of exquisite seafood and premium abalone, devouring them with gusto. Accompanied by a glass of the 1945 Romanicani, this meal stands as one of the most opulent they have ever experienced. Even Lin Hanyue, who typically has a modest appetite, cannot resist indulging in a few extra bites of the exceptional abalone, perfectly complementing the wine's rich aroma. Indeed, this sumptuous banquet has thoroughly satisfied Jiang Ling and his companions. Not only Jiang Ling, but also Lu Yunxia and Chun Murong at the opposite table are equally enjoying the lavish spread. The only exception is Wang Zhibong, who, despite the delectable offerings, feels a pang of anguish at the thought of footing the bill. However, his gaze remains coldly fixed on Jiang Ling, doubting whether Jiang Ling can truly afford such an extravagant meal. Before long, as the group finishes their meal, it becomes time to settle the bill. Prior to this, Jiang Ling calls for the waiter to package the unfinished lobsters, abalones, and king crabs to take home, adhering to his principle of frugality and not wishing to waste such costly dishes. Meanwhile, hotel manager Chen Xiaolu hastily enters box 306. He counts the wine bottles on the table and begins to reconcile the bill. Mr. Jiang Ling, you ordered 4 bottles of the 1945 Romanée-Conti, priced at $3.59 million each, totaling $14.36 million. There are also 2 unopened bottles. Would you like to return them? Given the exorbitant price of this wine, returning unopened bottles is permissible. Yet Jiang Ling shakes his head, exuberantly declaring, no need, I'll take them home. Very well. Your total comes to $14,725,000. However, our Lin Hanyue insists on treating you to this meal as a gesture of friendship. You only need to cover the wine costs. The 4 bottles of Romanée-Conti and an 82 Lafite amount to $1,448,000. How would you like to proceed with the payment, Mr. Jiang Ling? At this point, Chen Xiaolu feels a surge of anxiety, concerned that Jiang Ling might be unable to settle the bill, potentially leading to discord. Meanwhile, waiter Wu Bin is tidying up the takeout boxes. Jiang Ling, however, interrupts, wait a moment. Isn't there an additional bottle of the 82 Lafite missing? What do you mean? Chen Xiaolu responds, puzzled. Jiang Ling clarifies, add 1 more bottle of the 82 Lafite. How much will that be? That brings the total to $14,600,000. All right, let us include it. Wang Zhibong, do you have any objections? Jiang Ling smiles at him. Wang Zhibong's lips twitch before he coldly replies. If you have no objections, why would I? Excellent. We shall split the bill evenly. Manager Chun, it will be half for Wang Zhibong and half for me. Understood. I'll calculate that for you. Chen Xiaolu responds, taking out his phone to do the math. After a brief moment, he looks at the figure on his screen and states, if we are dividing the bill, that amounts to $7.3 million each. How would you like to pay? $7 million is no trifling sum, and many ordinary families would toil their entire lives without earning such an amount. For instance, if someone saves $5,000 a month, it would take 121 years to accumulate $7.3 million. The thought that such a vast sum could vanish over a single meal leaves Jiang Ling feeling profoundly contemplative. If his parents were to learn of this, they would surely be enraged. Yet Jiang Ling is no longer the person he once was. With elegance, he retrieves a black wallet from his coat and produces a black, gold-edged bank card. Shaking the card in his hand, he inquires, can I pay by card? Chen Xiaolu's eyes light up, and he eagerly nods, of course. Is that the Supreme Black Gold card from Huaxia Bank? Upon seeing the card, Lin Hanyue gasps, covering her mouth in astonishment. She understands that those who possess such a card are typically esteemed clients of Huaxia Bank, either holding significant status or possessing assets exceeding 1 billion. It becomes evident to Lin Hanyue that Jiang Ling's net worth is likely above 1 billion. His true identity remains to be uncovered. Ah, still pretending? Today, I shall see how you intend to cover that $7.3 million bill, Wang Zhibong remarks, slightly inebriated. Still convinced that Jiang Ling and his companions are merely attempting to deceive him, exaggerating the cost of the meal to intimidate him. Please enter your payment password. Chen Xiaolu prompts. All right. Jiang Ling types in 6 zeros. Ding. Payment of $7.3 million successful. The card machine announces the successful transaction. Wait, you really paid $7.3 million? Jiang Ling, is this for real? Where did you get that much money? Lu Xiaobo rushes forward, his face a mask of confusion. Jiang Ling retrieves his card. Smiling, don't worry about where my money comes from. Today, this meal is on me. Thank you for your patronage, Mr. Jiang Ling. Your payment of $7.3 million has been confirmed. Should you require anything else, please do not hesitate to let me know. Seeing Jiang Ling handle the payment with such ease, Chen Xiaolu's demeanor shifts to one of increased respect. He then approaches Wang Zhibong with the card machine, politely asking, Sir, how would you like to pay? Wang Zhibong, slightly irritated, replies, of course by card. Do you think I can carry over 700,000 in cash? Understood. We shall proceed with card payment. Chen Xiaolu, stifling his irritation, maintains a courteous demeanor. Please input your password. With a disdainful huff, Wang Zhibong enters his payment password. However, the next moment, the card machine emits a chilling electronic voice. Beep. Insufficient balance. Payment unsuccessful. What? Insufficient balance? The announcement leaves everyone in the private room wide-eyed with disbelief. Jiang Ling stands to the side, reveling in the spectacle and taunting. Oh, Wang Zhibong, Weren't you supposed to be a well-known second-generation rich kid? How is it that you can't even afford a meal now? Could it be that you've run out of money? Impossible. That can't be right. I didn't use the wrong card. The card clearly has over 2 million. Wang Zhibang was taken aback and then began to search his person again, only to realize that he had not mistakenly taken the wrong bank card. Chun Xiaolu, however, interjected, I apologize, sir, but the bill for your meal amounts to 3 million. A balance of over 2 million on your card is certainly insufficient to cover it. What? It really is 3 million? Are you sure you're not colluding to deceive me? Deceive you? Sir, that assertion implies your wrongdoing. You may question my character, but you cannot cast doubt upon the quality of our hotel. The Blue Star Hotel is indisputably one of the premier 5-star establishments in the entire Jiangnan city, and we would not stoop to defrauding a customer for a mere few million. Furthermore, the bottles of Romani Conti you ordered are rare collectibles from 1945. With only a few thousand in existence worldwide, each bottle is indeed more precious than the last. Originally, such wine is intended for collection and appreciation, and while you chose to consume it, I have no authority to intervene. However, to insinuate that our hotel engages in fraudulent practices, that is where you err, sir. Upon hearing Wang Zhibang question his integrity, Qin Xiaolu felt a surge of indignation. After all, the Blue Star Hotel is a vast enterprise, generating billions in profit annually. It would be utterly foolish to risk such a reputation for a few million. To tarnish one's own name and brand would lead to far greater losses. Well, let me call my father to ask for my allowance for next month. Very well, take your time. I shall await your return, Qin Xiaolu replied. Wang Zhibang hurriedly rose and made his way out of the private room, heading swiftly towards the restroom. In truth, his monthly allowance barely exceeded 200,000, which was nowhere near enough to settle the bill. If his father were to learn that he had spent over 7 million on a single meal, Wang Tianhe would undoubtedly resort to severe measures. Although his mother was somewhat indulgent, the 200,000 she provided each month was her utmost limit. If this incident were to anger her and result in the cessation of his allowance, it would be a most regrettable outcome. After much contemplation, Wang Zhibang ultimately decided to call upon his close friends for a loan. The call went through, and after 3 rings, the other party answered promptly. Qiango, it's me. Zhibang. I'm in dire straits. Could you lend me 5 million? What? You don't have that much? Wang Zhibang pressed on. Come on, Qiango. You own several bars and nightclubs. Surely you can spare 5 million? Oh, all my funds are tied up in investments. Need to keep the liquidity flowing? Then could you lend me 1 million? Not even 100,000? Well then, it's fine. The individual on the line was Sun Yongquan, a young scion of one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangnan City, known for his investments in nightlife. It was clear that he simply did not wish to lend Wang Zhibang any money. With a heavy sigh, Wang Zhibang took a deep breath and dialed another friend. Naturally, these friends answered swiftly. However, the moment Wang Zhibang requested to borrow 5 million, none were willing to assist him, each offering increasingly absurd excuses before hastily ending the call. After much effort, he finally managed to borrow 100,000 from his brother Wang Zhibin. Yet, 300,000 was still insufficient to cover the 730,000 owed. In that instant, Wang Zhibang felt a sense of desolation. Acutely aware of the coldness of the world around him, he had often treated these friends to drinks and meals, sharing laughter and camaraderie at the table, where they had proclaimed him their best brother, promising to share both fortunes and misfortunes, urging him to seek their help in times of need. And yet, when he sought their assistance, their excuses were more ludicrous than the last. One even claimed his grandmother was remarrying and needed to give a gift. If you didn't want to lend, just say so. Was it necessary to concoct such absurd reasons? As time ticked away, Wang Zhibang reluctantly returned to room 306. In that moment, all his previous arrogance had evaporated. Chun Xiaolu approached him, inquiring, Sir, how would you like to settle the 3 million bill? Chun Xiaolu harbored no doubts about his intention to skip out on the bill. After all, this was a hotel owned by Lin Yuchuan. And if Wang Zhibang dared to abscond, his family's standing in Jiangnan City would be irrevocably jeopardized. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhibang rubbed his face wearily and asked, Could I return some of the wine? Certainly. Which bottles would you like to return? I'll forego this bottle of Romani Conti. And I also don't want the unopened bottle of 1982 Lafite. Very well, that will reduce the bill by 71 million, leaving a balance of 59 million. How would you like to proceed with the payment? Chun Xiaolu replied patiently. Wang Zhibang rubbed his face again and pointed to the half-consumed bottle of Romani Conti, saying, What about this half bottle? Can you refund anything for it? Every little bit helps. I'm afraid, sir. Our hotel has a policy. Once a bottle of wine is opened, it cannot be returned. We only accept unopened bottles for refunds, as an opened bottle loses its value. Oh, I see. Well then, please wait a moment. A look of despair crossed Wang Zhibang's face. Currently, He possessed only a little over 3.29 million, with 1 million of that borrowed from his brother. Thus, he still could not cover the 3.59 million owed for the wine. Turning to Lu Yunxiao and Sun He, he pleaded, Yunxiao, Sun He, how much do you have on you? Lend me some, and I'll pay you back next month. No, Brother Wang. I don't have any money. I'm merely following you around. My salary comes from you. You know better than anyone whether I have any funds. Lu Yunxiao exclaimed in surprise. Sun He and Zhao Kai nodded in agreement, indicating they too were broke. Ultimately, the three managed to scrape together only 20,000. Yet, this amount was still woefully inadequate to cover the 3.59 million for the wine. Wang Zhibang truly did not anticipate being ensnared in such a predicament today, nor did he realize that such wine could cost over 300,000 per bottle. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling stood nearby, mocking him. Wang Zhibang, if you're broke, don't bring your underlings to dine here. You were boasting about treating me to a meal, yet now you can't even settle the bill for one meal? You vile scoundrel, Jiang Ling, don't get too smug. I'm certain your money is ill-gotten and will come back to haunt you. Wang Zhibin retorted angrily. Jiang Ling, however, offered no sympathy, laughing. At least my money is earned by me, unlike yours, which you still beg your parents for. You lack the capability. So why pretend to be affluent? How much do you still need? Just tell me, and I'll cover it. What? You're willing to front me the money? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhibang's eyes lit up in disbelief. Could Jiang Ling truly be offering such assistance? Lu Yunxiao, Chun Murong, and the others stared in astonishment at Jiang Ling. Hadn't they always been at odds? It was astonishing that Jiang Ling would be so generous as to help Wang Zhibang with the payment. In that moment, Wang Zhibang felt a swell of gratitude. His eyes welling with emotion, nearly moved to tears. He truly never anticipated that Jiang Ling would be willing to lend him a hand. Jiang Ling, however, broke into a grin and remarked, Indeed, it's quite simple. All you need to do is kneel and apologize to me. This meal is on me. What is the harm in that? Wang Zhibang, kneel and offer your respect. For each bow, I shall grant you 100,000. Bow 10 times and you'll receive 1,000,000. 100 bows will earn you 10 million, and for 1,000 bows, I shall bestow upon you 100 million. Do you dare? A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Ling's eyes, recalling how Wang Zhibang had tormented him in the past. It was clear that Jiang Ling had no genuine intention of aiding him. He aimed to return every grievance he had suffered at Wang Zhibang's hands, repaying the debt in kind. As long as you dare to bow, I shall provide the funds. It all depends on whether you value your pride. Jiang Ling taunted. Were it anyone else, the prospect of receiving 10,000 for a single bow might lead them to bankruptcy. Yet, Wang Zhibang was a man who treasured his pride, and Jiang Ling was confident that he would never kneel before him. As expected, Wang Zhibang suddenly stood up, glaring at Jiang Ling in fury. Jiang Ling, is this your idea of helping me? You actually expect me to kneel and bow? You're crossing the line. Jiang Ling scoffed. How am I crossing the line? First, you bullied me, insisting we share the bill while reveling in my embarrassment. Now that I have settled the tab, you find yourself short on cash? Furthermore, ISNT 10,000 for a bow, quite a bargain. You don't truly wish to be friends with me, do you? Wang Zhibang retorted. Jiang Ling replied, Hold on. That is not the case at all. I never intended to be your friend. That is merely your own delusion. Jiang Ling chuckled disdainfully. You used to bully me, mock me, and even after years apart, your first act upon seeing me was to ridicule me. How could I ever consider you a friend? Not crushing you beneath my heel would be a display of mercy on my part. Now, it's up to you, Wang Zhibang, whether you will kneel and bow. Indeed, receiving 10,000 for a single bow is a net gain. It merely requires sacrificing one's pride. However, from that moment on, Wang Zhibang would find it impossible to hold his head high in front of Jiang Ling. Moreover, this incident would undoubtedly create a stir in the university circles, leading to Wang Zhibang's downfall and ridicule from former classmates. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue gazed at Jiang Ling, exclaiming, Wow, Jiang Ling, 10,000 for a bow? You must be wealthy. What can I say? I'm quite pleased, Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Wang Song chimed in. Indeed, my boss is quite affluent. He is not concerned about trifles. On the other hand, Chun Murong's eyes remained fixed on Jiang Ling, filled with surprise, confusion, and even a hint of regret. She couldn't fathom where Jiang Ling had acquired such wealth. Even if he sold his family home, it wouldn't fetch over 7 million, would it? Moreover, why was he making such extravagant claims? Was it possible that he was actually a wealthy heir, merely pretending to be poor when they were together before? For a moment, Chun Murong felt regretful, her mind racing with thoughts. She looked at Jiang Ling, opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to utter a single word. Chapter 27. Kneeling before Jiang Ling? You are unworthy. In contrast, Lu Yunxia, Sun He, and Zhao Kai approached Jiang Ling with sycophantic smiles. Jiang Ling. How about this? The three of us will kneel before you, and we won't ask for much, just 1,000 for each bow. 1,000? I'll settle for 500. I only need 200. Jiang Ling, I've bullied you before. Let me kneel and apologize. 200 for each bow. What do you say? Zhao Kai eagerly volunteered. Yet Jiang Ling had no desire to engage with the trio, as they were merely Wang Zhibang's lackeys, devoid of any dignity. What good would their apologies do? Jiang Ling shook his head, pointing at Wang Zhibang. Wang Zhibang, I demand your kneeling apology. For each bow, you will receive 100,000. Do you accept? At that moment, all eyes in the private room were fixed on Wang Zhibang, including those of Lin Hanyue, Wang Song, Liu Xiaobo, manager Chen Xiaolu, and waiter Wu Bin. Chen Xiaolu was thoroughly astounded. 10,000 for a bow? Such extravagant wealth. When would it ever be his turn? He would undoubtedly bankrupt himself, bowing to Jiang Ling. However, Wang Zhibang still had his pride. He shook his head and sneered, Huh? You expect me to bow? Not a chance. Even if my father were to break my legs, I would never kneel to you. With that, Wang Zhibang called his brother, Wang Zhibin, requesting another 500,000. Wang Zhibin found it peculiar. After all, his brother was a wealthy second-generation heir with several million in pocket money. Why would he be short on funds today? Upon inquiry, he learned that Wang Zhibang had spent 359 million at the launching hotel for a single meal. Realizing his brother had been duped, Wang Zhibin, a local figure in the Pinghua district of Jiangnan City, immediately brought a few underlings to the private room 306 of the launching hotel. Knowing this was the territory of the Lin family, he refrained from causing a scene and instead sought to understand what had transpired with Wang Zhibang. Wang Zhibang pointed to a bottle of Romanicani wine on the table, saying, Brother, it's this wine. It costs 359 million. I'm short on cash and need to borrow from you. What year is the wine? I believe it's from 1945. What? Are you out of your mind? You dared to order a 1945 Romanicani? That is meant for collection. You actually opened a bottle to drink? You wasteful fool. You've made me furious. Did someone trick you into ordering this wine? As he spoke, Wang Zhibin cast a fierce look at Jiang Ling and Wang Song. Seeing Wang Zhibin's demeanor, Wang Song shuddered and instinctively moved closer to Jiang Ling. Ultimately, Wang Zhibin chose not to cause a ruckus. Instead, he settled the bill for Wang Zhibang, then left private room 306 with his underlings. Once they departed, only Jiang Ling, Lin Hanyue, Wang Song, Liu Xiaobo, and Chun Morong remained in the room. With their exit, the atmosphere in the private room became noticeably quieter. Jiang Ling, not one to waste, poured the last of the Romanicani into a glass and savored it. Thus, the expensive, world-class wine was completely consumed by Jiang Ling and his companions. Young Master Jiang, we've packaged up the remaining ingredients. Shall we send them to your home? Chen Xiaolu approached Jiang Ling respectfully. What about the Romanicani? Jiang Ling inquired. That has also been packaged. Please provide your address, and shortly our hotel staff will deliver it to your home personally. All right. It's Building 2, Unit 2, Longhu Community, Linsuan Street, Pinghua District. As Jiang Ling was providing the address, a strikingly beautiful woman with long hair cascading down to her waist and an elegant demeanor was slowly approaching him. Jiang Ling, she softly murmured. Jiang Ling looked up and saw that it was Chun Morong. Yes, what is it? Jiang Ling replied coolly. It's nothing. Are you drunk? No. I am quite sober now. Thank you for keeping it from me for so long. I finally understand that you are, after all, a wealthy second-generation heir, Chun Morong remarked. Jiang Ling was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. I should thank you as well for finally allowing me to see your true colors. Is that so? But I wasn't always like this. Why couldn't you treat me better back then? Did you have to wait until things escalated to this point before you came out to undermine me? Do you find this amusing? Chun Morong's voice was soft. Yet Jiang Ling could detect a hint of disappointment and despair within it. Jiang Ling shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, Who said that? Was I not good enough to you before? One could say I offered you everything I could. For Jiang Ling had truly been impoverished in the past. Yet he had treated Chun Morong with utmost kindness. It was only after their breakup that he awakened the system and acquired his current wealth. Thus he had not been deceptive. Chun Morong bit her lip, her eyes reddening, and silently nodded. She asked, And now? Are you still willing to give me everything? Do you even realize what you were saying? Jiang Ling tilted his head, looking at Chun Morong with a puzzled expression. Did she genuinely believe he was her devoted admirer and backup? Very well, I understand. Goodbye. This time, Chun Morong chose not to say anything further. After receiving Jiang Ling's rejection, she finally realized he had moved on. He was no longer the Jiang Ling who had once been 100% devoted to her. Watching Chun Morong's departing figure, memories flooded Jiang Ling's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of melancholy. How fortunate we are to have known each other. How unfortunate that we have caused each other pain. Shaking his head, Jiang Ling raised his glass and downed the red wine in one gulp. After the meal, Chun Xiaolu arranged for the hotel staff to pack up the leftover red wine, abalone, and lobster to be sent back home. Moreover, since Jiang Ling had consumed alcohol, Chun Xiaolu took the initiative to drive him home. Upon seeing Jiang Ling's vehicle, Chun Xiaolu was utterly astonished. What the heck? Is that a sun god Apollo? Mr. Jiang Ling, where did you acquire this car? At the hotel entrance. Chun Xiaolu gazed at the red supercar, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 28. A beauty and jewelry selling event? He had only seen such limited edition cars on television. Although this car was not expensive, costing just over 20 million, due to its limited edition status, even his boss, Lin Hanyue, might not be able to procure one. Jiang Ling merely smiled faintly, saying, I won it in a phone lottery. It was a gift from someone else. Mr. Jiang, you really know how to joke. Who could possibly gift you such a luxury car? Believe it or not. With that, Jiang Ling settled into the passenger seat, as no one ever believed his words. Chun Xiaolu then drove Jiang Ling home. Approximately 15 minutes later, Chun Xiaolu dropped Jiang Ling off at Longhu Community. Observing the old-fashioned neighborhood before him, Chun Xiaolu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Given Jiang Ling's wealth and status, how could he reside in such an antiquated community? However, Chun Xiaolu refrained from asking further and waved goodbye to Jiang Ling. As for Lin Hanyue, she certainly could not return home with Jiang Ling to avoid suspicion. Thus, she casually hailed a taxi outside the Blue Star Hotel to head home. The following morning, when Jiang Ling awoke from his slumber, it was already 9:30. He felt a bit dizzy, perhaps due to the excessive red wine he had consumed the previous day. That bottle of Romanicani was indeed delectable, with a lower alcohol content but an exquisite flavor, leaving a significant after effect that caused Jiang Ling to sleep soundly throughout the night. Upon waking early in the morning, he discovered several takeout boxes on the coffee table in the living room. Opening the boxes, Jiang Ling found they were leftovers from their meal at the Blue Star Hotel yesterday, including half an abalone, a whole lobster, and most of a king crab that hadn't been eaten. Of course, the most valuable items were the 2 bottles of red wine in the packaging. One was a 1945 Romanicani worth 3.59 million, and the other was a 1982 Lafite valued at 120,000. Gazing at such precious wine, Jiang Ling couldn't help but be astonished. Had it not been for his awakening of the system that prevents deceit, he would likely never have had the opportunity to taste such exquisite wine. With so many dishes left unfinished, Jiang Ling decided to call Lin Hanyue and Liu Xiaobo to join him for a meal. However, Liu Xiaobo informed him that he had seafood allergies and had spent the night at the hospital after vomiting. Hearing this, Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Xiaobo, you went to all the trouble of inviting you for a seafood feast, only to end up in the hospital? I don't know. I'm sorry, Jiang Ling. I want to be able to come to your house today. I'll come find you after I recover. All right. Hello, Hanyue. When are you coming to my house for a meal? I still have leftover lobster and abalone from yesterday. Jiang Ling then called Lin Hanyue. On the phone, Lin Hanyue tentatively asked, Am I not going to have guests from my uncle at your place? No, it's just me at home. Oh, that is good. Wait for me. I'll be over soon. With that, Lin Hanyue hung up the phone, fearing that her uncle might be monitoring her. She hadn't dared to visit Jiang Ling's home until he called her. About half an hour later, to Jiang Ling's surprise, Wang Song unexpectedly showed up as well. Wang Song, I didn't call you. What are you doing at my house? Jiang Ling inquired with a frown at the uninvited guest before him. Wang Song grinned widely, waving the car keys in his hand, and said, Boss, I'm here to return the keys. Your Ferrari F8 key is still with me. Oh, have you had lunch yet? Not yet. Come sit and eat with us. Great. With Jiang Ling's permission, Wang Song made himself comfortable, plopping down on the sofa and leisurely propping his legs up. Jiang Ling glanced at the Ferrari F8 key in his hand, slightly furrowing his brow. Since he now had the sun god Apollo, there was no longer any need to take the F8 out. Leaving it at home would only cause it to rust, so it was better to let a friend use it. Originally, Jiang Ling planned to lend the Ferrari F8 to Liu Xiaobo, but Liu Xiaobo expressed his lack of driving skills, fearing he might scrape it, and given his current salary, he couldn't afford to maintain the Ferrari F8. Thus, Jiang Ling tossed the car keys to Wang Song, saying, Wang Song, you can drive the F8 for now. Huh, boss, are you saying that you're going to let me drive this car? Jiang Ling emphasized. Wang Song quickly nodded, his face brimming with gratitude as he replied, Yes. I know it's a loan. My Maserati is currently in for repairs, so I happen to have no vehicle at the moment. Boss, you are too kind to me. Wang Song expressed, moved to tears. Jiang Ling shot him a disapproving glance and said, All right, spare me the theatrics. You must take good care of my car. Do not scratch or damage it. Yes, I will take excellent care of it. You can rest assured, boss. Wang Song felt deeply touched by Jiang Ling's kindness. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue emerged from the refrigerator with a bottle of soda, took a swig, and burped as she settled onto the sofa. She crossed her legs, revealing her smooth, fair thighs, nearly overwhelming Wang Song with their allure. Lin Hanyue shot him a glare, reprimanding, "What are you staring at? If it weren't for Jiang Ling, I would have thrown you out by now." What a dampener. Initially, she had intended to discuss the meaning of life with Jiang Ling, but with Wang Song present, such a deep conversation was evidently impossible. Jiang Ling inquired if they wished to partake in some red wine. Both shook their heads in unison, declaring they were utterly fatigued by it. Yesterday, they had indulged in a bottle of Romani Conti at Blue Star Hotel, leading to a night of drunkenness, and upon waking, they were enveloped in a strong aroma of red wine. Jiang Ling was no exception. Lin Hanyue suggested, "Jiang Ling, you should store that bottle of Romani Conti. Such a prestigious red wine is globally limited, and the less it is consumed, the more valuable it becomes over time. In a few years, its price might soar to 4 or 5 million. Indeed, that makes sense. I will store it away for now." Jiang Ling nodded in agreement, subsequently placing the 2 bottles of wine in a cool, shaded area of the room for safekeeping. "By the way, Jiang Ling, in a couple of days, my matey beauty company will be hosting a charity sale with Xingyue jewelry. You must bring along some friends to support me." Having witnessed Jiang Ling's financial prowess, Lin Hanyue recognized him as a wealthy heir. After all, he had nonchalantly settled a bill of 7.3 million yesterday. "What do you want me there for?" "I have no interest in jewelry or cosmetics," Jiang Ling remarked. "Just come to support me. You could buy some jewelry as gifts for your parents." Lin Hanyue pouted slightly, seemingly adopting a more coaxing tone. Jiang Ling reflected that his parents had labored their entire lives without indulging in luxuries or jewelry. Now that he had the means, it was only fitting to treat them. Thus, he nodded, saying, "All right, just let me know when it's time to go." Chapter 29, A Phone Call. A windfall from a jewelry company. "All right, hurry up and eat, and afterward, I'll take you to my company to familiarize yourself with the layout." Just as Jiang Ling was about to agree, Wang Song abruptly interjected, "No, boss, you should visit my company first. Zhao Nan and Lu Chuan are still waiting for you there. I told them I've recognized you as my boss, and they want to meet you. Which of your companies am I visiting first?" Jiang Ling pondered aloud. "Of course mine. I mentioned it first," Lin Hanyue asserted. "No, let us go to mine first. My brothers are all waiting there, and we have a banquet to attend tonight." Wang Song countered, "Do you dare to claim my time, Wang Song? I said we're going to mine first." Lin Hanyue, clearly irritated by Wang Song's rebuttal, stood up, looming over him, and pointed an accusatory finger at him, exuding an air of authority. Although Wang Song felt intimidated, he mustered the courage to retort, "What are you being so fierce for? You're not my sister-in-law. So why should I be afraid of you? A bunch of us are waiting. You can't hold up everyone's time. That was my inquiry first. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served?" Lin Hanyue shot back. Wang Song chose not to respond further, realizing he had overstepped. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling's phone buzzed incessantly with an unfamiliar number. 8 calls had come in since last night. Now another one was ringing. He answered the call and said, "Hello. Who is this? Why do you keep calling me?" "Hello, I am Huang Dayun, the general manager of Yinxiao Jewelry. May I ask, are you the chairman of our company? There is a batch of overseas jadeite that requires your personal signature for release. Otherwise, they refuse to let it go." "What jewelry? What chairman? Overseas jadeite? I have no idea. Please don't contact me," Jiang Ling retorted before abruptly ending the call. He was already feeling lightheaded and in a sour mood. Now, an unknown individual was asking him if he was the chairman of their company? Is this a joke? You haven't even seen your own chairman? Suddenly, Jiang Ling realized something was amiss. He recalled his system, which guaranteed he would never be deceived. As long as he claimed to be the chairman, he would be recognized as such, regardless of who the previous chairman of Yinxiao Jewelry was. If Huang Dayun acknowledged him, then he would indeed be the rightful chairman of Yinxiao Jewelry. Goodness, I almost missed a chance for immense wealth. Jiang Ling, feeling restless, noted that both Lin Hanyue and Wang Song had their companies, while he did not. How embarrassing. Thus, he resolved to establish a formidable company of his own to maintain his stature. Just as he contemplated returning the call, the phone rang again. It was the same person. Huang Dayun spoke. "Sir, our chairman conducts overseas business and has never made an appearance, which is why no one in our company has seen him. Previously, he personally signed for this batch of overseas jadeite and arranged for it to be transported back home. Recently, however, he seems to have vanished, leaving behind this phone number. He instructed that any matters could be addressed through this number, and he would certainly answer." Realizing the situation, Jiang Ling comprehended the sequence of events. As long as he asserted himself, he would indeed be recognized as the chairman of Yinxiao Jewelry. "So, do you think I am your chairman?" Jiang Ling countered. Huang Dayun paused for a moment before decisively responding. "Yes, this number was provided by you, so you must be our chairman." "Haha, if you say so, then it is so." Jiang Ling chuckled. His system ensured he would never be deceived, meaning that if he asserted he was the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, it was imperative that Huang Dayun acknowledged it, or else the system itself would be in error. After a brief pause, Jiang Ling continued, Ahem. I've been so busy with overseas business lately that I forgot I have a jewelry company in the country. Initially, I didn't recognize you. How about this? Send me the address, and I will come by the company this afternoon to sign for that batch of overseas jadeite. What? Chairman, you are in the country? You actually wish to visit the company? Upon hearing this, Huang Dayun was instantly astonished. Jiang Ling nodded and inquired, Is there a problem? No, no problem at all. A warm welcome to the esteemed chairman. Our address is 28, Tianyao Road, Yunhai District, Jiangnan City, at the Yunxiao Jewelry flagship store. When will you arrive? Jiang Ling responded. Around 2 in the afternoon. Excellent, excellent. We will certainly make comprehensive preparations to welcome the chairman. All right, goodbye. Jiang Ling concluded the call. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue and Wang Song both regarded Jiang Ling with puzzled expressions. Lin Hanyue queried, Jiang Ling, what were you just saying? About the chairman of some overseas jade company? Where are you going at 2 this afternoon? Yes, boss, it sounds rather impressive. Wang Song chimed in. Jiang Ling chuckled lightly and said, How about this? Today, I want to visit your company. Instead, I would like to invite you to tour my company. What do you think? Your company? Wait, what exactly do you do? Lin Hanyue asked in surprise. Boss, you have a company too? Wang Song remarked, initially perplexed. As he had previously investigated Jiang Ling and discovered that he was merely a delivery person without any company to speak of. However, upon learning that Jiang Ling's savings exceeded $1 billion, he realized how shallow his understanding had been. Jiang Ling was undoubtedly a low-profile second-generation wealthy individual. Yet, he never anticipated that Jiang Ling would possess his own company. Jiang Ling nodded. So, do you want to go or not? If not, then forget it. Of course we want to go. I'm eager to see what kind of business our boss runs. Lin Hanyue exclaimed, her big eyes blinking with curiosity. It wouldn't happen to be a jewelry business, would it? She speculated, given Jiang Ling's previous mention of overseas jade. This led her to suspect that his family was deeply involved in the jewelry trade and likely operated on a grand scale. Otherwise, how could Jiang Ling be so affluent? You'll find out soon enough, Jiang Ling replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Their meal, a combination of breakfast and lunch, concluded, and at 2 in the afternoon, Jiang Ling drove the Apollo IE towards 28, Tianyao Road in Yunhai District. Chapter 30. Is there a company employee who doesn't know their boss? Jiangnan City is vast, comprising 9 districts in total. Among them, Pinghua District, Yunhai District, and Tianyuan District are closely situated in the city center, with property prices soaring high. Affordable spaces start at around 20 to 30,000 per square meter, while premium properties can reach 2 to 300,000 per square meter. Jiang Ling, where exactly is your company located? Yunhai District, Tianyao Road? But this area has exorbitant commercial real estate prices. You actually established your company here? Is it in real estate or perhaps cosmetics? Could it genuinely be a jewelry company? Lin Hanyue continued to murmur inquiringly about the nature of Jiang Ling's business as they made their way to Yunxiao Jewelry. Jiang Ling remained silent, simply stating that they would know in due time. It was not until he parked the car at the entrance of Building 28 on Tianyao Road that Lin Hanyue stood in awe before the towering commercial edifice. This is Yunxiao Jewelry's flagship store? Jiang Ling, is Yunxiao Jewelry truly your family's business? You cannot be serious, Lin Hanyue exclaimed, stepping out of the car, shaking her head in disbelief. As the owner of Medi Beauty, Lin Hanyue was well aware of the prominent brands in Jiangnan City, and her own company was quite sizable. However, when compared to Yunxiao Jewelry, it paled significantly. In fact, the Xingyue Jewelry company that collaborated with her was merely a subsidiary of Yunxiao Jewelry. If this company belonged to Jiang Ling, how extensive must his family enterprise be? Boss, wait for me. Wang Song's voice came from behind. After parking the car, he hurried to catch up. No way, boss. Are you really the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry? This brand is renowned in Jiangnan City, practically monopolizing the entire jewelry and jade industry. It's no wonder you're so wealthy. Wang Song gazed at the magnificent jewelry building with envy. The mysterious chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry was said to be rarely seen, with little known about his identity, and it was rumored that he conducted overseas business, rarely setting foot in the country. Thus, Lin Hanyue and Wang Song were utterly taken aback to discover that the enigmatic chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry was none other than Jiang Ling himself. In truth, Jiang Ling himself could not guarantee that he was indeed the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. Yet, the system assured him that he could never be deceived. And with Huang Dayun's insistence, how could he not visit? What if he stumbled upon a jewelry company for free? Wouldn't that be an incredible fortune? Let us go, let us take a look. Jiang Ling waved his hand and led the way forward. As they approached the jewelry building, They were greeted by a vibrant red banner at the entrance that read, "Welcome, Mr. Chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, to our jewelry building for inspection." Beneath the banner stood dozens of well-dressed individuals, both men and women, who were prominent figures within Yunxiao Jewelry, department directors, branch managers, procurement managers, lobby managers, and so forth. Additionally, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, clad in a suit, was bustling about with a large white megaphone in hand. He glanced at the banner, noticing it was slightly askew, and instructed someone to straighten it. He then approached the gathered crowd, raising the megaphone and declaring, "Everyone, whether you are directors, department managers, or employees of Yunxiao Jewelry, I expect you to put on a good show when our chairman arrives for inspection. Understood?" "Yes, General Manager Huang." The crowd responded in unison, each person checking their appearance, not daring to slack off. This was, after all, the first time in 7 years they had heard of the chairman visiting the company, and they were determined to present their best selves. The June weather was somewhat sweltering. Huang Dayun, holding the megaphone in his left hand while fanning himself with his plump right hand, squinted at the road ahead. He glanced at his watch and murmured, "It's already 2:30. Why hasn't the chairman arrived yet? Could he be stuck in traffic?" As he noticed 3 young people, 2 men and a woman, standing under a tree watching the scene unfold, Huang Dayun grew somewhat impatient. He waved at Jiang Ling and the others, saying, "Hey, you lot, step aside. Our chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry is coming. Don't block the way. Hey, why aren't you moving? Quickly step aside and find some shade. Don't obstruct our chairman's path." Huang Dayun shouted, hastily striding forward and pushing Jiang Ling and his friends toward a cooler spot on the left. Jiang Ling felt somewhat exasperated. He had never met Huang Dayun and had no idea what he was about. For a moment, Jiang Ling even doubted whether he truly was the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. Was the system malfunctioning? On the other side, Lin Hanyue and Wang Song dared not speak much. Lin Hanyue nudged Jiang Ling's shoulder and whispered, "Jiang Ling, didn't you say this is your company? How could that rotund fellow not recognize you? Isn't that deceitful?" Well, boss, did you take a wrong turn? How can an employee not know their own boss?" "Hee, that's because I rarely come here." Jiang Ling chuckled awkwardly. Just then, Jiang Ling's phone rang abruptly. He answered, and a familiar voice boomed from the other end. "Hello, Chairman, have you arrived? We are all set to welcome you." "Yes, I suppose I have arrived. Where are you? I can't see you. Why don't you turn around and take a look?" "Turn around? You're right behind me," Huang Dayun replied with a smile. However, at the moment he turned, he froze in place. For there stood Jiang Ling, phone in hand, conversing with him. No, it couldn't be. Huang Dayun was momentarily bewildered. He hurried forward, snatched Jiang Ling's phone to check, then glanced at his own device, confirming that the 2 phones were indeed in conversation. Huang Dayun's legs nearly buckled in fright. He gazed at Jiang Ling, his plump face paling, and stammered, "Wait, are you my chairman? Or perhaps the chairman's son? Are you a young master? What do you think?" "Huang, what was it? Dayu, right?" Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. "It's Huang Dayun." "Oh, so it's the yellow ribbon fish? Then I must be in the right place." Jiang Ling nodded, unconsciously emanating the aura of a domineering CEO, a successful individual. Clearly, he recognized him, so the system had made no mistake. "So you are indeed the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry?" "Precisely, that is I." "All right, chairman, please follow me. The honor guard, let us get to work. Come, everyone, let's collectively welcome the arrival of our chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. Applaud and extend your greetings." Chapter 31. Annual profit of 300 million? Huang Dayun then led Jiang Ling forward, positioning himself to the left to grant the primary spot to Jiang Ling. Truth be told, Jiang Ling felt rather uncertain. It was baffling to inherit a jewelry company and be welcomed with such fervor, leaving him with a hint of guilt. Soon, the room erupted with thunderous applause. Following that, from the left side of the crowd, an honor guard emerged, clanging gongs and trumpeting, creating quite the spectacle. Huang Dayun leaned closer to Jiang Ling and whispered, "Chairman, why didn't you drive here? Had I known, I would have sent someone to pick you up." "I did drive, but since I'm not very familiar with the route, I parked at the north gate." "Oh, then next time, I shall personally come to fetch you." Huang Dayun wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking with evident nervousness. Thankfully, he hadn't uttered anything out of line to Jiang Ling earlier. Otherwise, offending the chairman might cost him his position at the company. "Chairman, since the establishment of Yunxiao Jewelry 7 years ago, you have never made an appearance, and no one knows your name. How about introducing yourself today, so everyone can meet you?" Huang Dayun respectfully suggested. "All right, that sounds good." Jiang Ling nodded, smiling as he addressed the crowd. "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Ling, the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. In previous years, I was engaged in business abroad and seldom returned home. Recently, I came back to rest for a while, and since I had some free time, I decided to visit Yunxiao Jewelry. But there is no need for you to feel tense. Carry on with your work as usual. My presence should not hinder your tasks. Wow, is this really our chairman? He looks so young and dashing. Indeed, he must be around 25 or 26. At such a youthful age. He has already worked abroad for 7 or 8 years and has become a billionaire. I wonder if Chairman Jiang is single? It would be wonderful if he took a liking to me. What are you thinking? Our Chairman Jiang is so young, a billionaire no less. And he could never be interested in someone like you, who lacks in both the chest and rear departments. I've told you, stop reading those melodramatic romance novels at night. They only lead you to daydream during the day. Oh, I was just saying it casually. What if the chairman actually does fancy me? As Jiang Ling spoke ahead, many employees behind him whispered, discussing his age and status. They felt Jiang Ling was incredibly youthful and did not fit their preconceived notion of a domineering CEO. Furthermore, Jiang Ling's attire was simple and casual. Other than being somewhat handsome, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. Had Huang Dayun not firmly asserted that Jiang Ling was indeed the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, they might have thought Jiang Ling was a new employee here for an interview. Come, Chairman Jiang, please follow me to tour our company. This is Director Wu, and this is the lobby manager, Mo Xiaoyan, and this is... Hello, Chairman Jiang. Huang Dayun then guided Jiang Ling through the inner workings of Yunxiao Jewelry, introducing him to the senior personnel of the company, all of whom greeted Jiang Ling with warm smiles and affable expressions. After all, Jiang Ling was their ultimate superior. Offending him could jeopardize their positions at Yunxiao Jewelry. Jiang Ling turned to Lin Hanyue and Wang Song, beckoning. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and follow me. Oh, all right, we're coming. Lin Hanyue and Wang Song exchanged glances before slowly trailing behind. They felt that this Chairman Jiang was rather unfamiliar with his own company, almost as if he were an imposter, leading them to want to distance themselves from him. Should Jiang Ling's identity be exposed, they could at least make a swift escape. Chairman Jiang, who are these two? Huang Dayun inquired curiously. Jiang Ling replied, they are my friends. One is the heir of a real estate family in Daqing, and the other is the young lady of the Lin family. Ah, the young lady of the Lin family. My apologies, Miss Lin, please follow me. Huang Dayun wiped away the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that it was entirely reasonable for the chairman to befriend the young lady from the Lin family in Jiangnan City. Huang Dayun then quickly caught up with Jiang Ling, elaborating on the company's business and sales status. Chairman Jiang, our company primarily engages in the offline physical jewelry industry. And with the recent rise of live streaming sales, we are considering opening a branch dedicated to jewelry live streaming. That is a splendid idea. I think it's excellent. Jiang Ling nodded in approval, recognizing that we are indeed in the age of information. If one can excel in live streaming sales, it would undoubtedly be more profitable than traditional brick-and-mortar stores. However, Huang Dayun's face turned slightly awkward as he chuckled, but opening a branch requires considerable funding. It would take at least tens of millions to invest. A few tens of millions isn't exorbitant. If you wish to invest, feel free to proceed. Jiang Ling appeared particularly generous, for he could easily spend 3 million on a single meal. Investing tens of millions to establish a branch was certainly not a concern. Upon hearing the news of a performance, Huang Dayun's eyes immediately sparkled with enthusiasm, and he exerted even more effort in introducing the company's operations to Jiang Ling. However, Jiang Ling found himself intrigued. As the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, where did the company's annual profits actually go? Huang Dayun explained, esteemed Chairman Jiang. The company's annual earnings have all been transferred to your offshore bank account. An offshore account? Indeed, at a Swiss bank. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire with the vice chairman. She personally handled this matter. Oh, cough, cough. Very well. Jiang Ling coughed, feeling somewhat awkward, as he had no idea who the vice chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry was. Our company's annual revenue is approximately 900 million, and after deducting costs, expenses, and employee wages, the net profit is roughly 1/3 of the earnings, amounting to around 300 million. This sum has all been transferred to your overseas account by the vice chairman herself. Understood. Jiang Ling nodded, contemplating that his assets of $1 billion in the Swiss bank were all remitted from China. However, with an annual profit of 300 million, even over 7 years, it would yield only 2 billion, not the $1 billion he possessed. Could it be that he had other assets? Jiang Ling stroked his chin, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. How much? An annual profit of 300 million? No wonder Brother Jiang is so wealthy. Behind Jiang Ling, Wang Song was incessantly clicking his tongue, chatting with Lin Hanyue, clearly astonished by Yunxiao Jewelry's annual profit. Lin Hanyue also exhibited a flicker of confusion in her eyes. She still couldn't fathom why, despite Jiang Ling being the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, possessing considerable overseas assets and earning several hundred million annually, he would still take on her lucrative request for a child. Was it merely for amusement? Humph. But if Jiang Ling was just playing around, she certainly would not forgive him. Chapter 32. The Ice Seed Green Bracelet. take it casually. Chairman Jiang, this area is the jewelry section. Most of these jewels are jadeite purchased from Myanmar and Yunnan's Rueli, and after cutting and polishing, they are transformed into the exquisite jade jewelry you see today. Of course, in addition to the Yunxiao Jewelry Building, we also collaborate with numerous jewelry companies, including Xingyue Jewelry and Lanqi Jewelry, which source their products from us. Subsequently, Huang Dayun guided Jiang Ling to the jewelry section, enthusiastically detailing the company's sales and operational models. Although Jiang Ling was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, he nodded quietly. As long as Yunxiao Jewelry could provide him with stable returns. Very well, then you may approach the finance department to request 30 million. I will sign for you. You can use this money for live streaming sales. Is that acceptable? Yes, indeed. Is the amount sufficient? If not, let me know. It's sufficient. 30 million will certainly suffice. Thank you for your understanding, Chairman Jiang. Huang Dayun's eyes glistened with tears, almost overwhelmed with emotion. He had long wished to engage in live streaming sales for jewelry online. But the vice chairman, Zhao Yuandong, had always withheld approval, insisting that it required the chairman's explicit consent. Huang Dayun had inquired how he might meet the chairman to express his thoughts, but Zhao Yuandong had merely rolled her eyes, remarking that even she had never met the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, so how could he expect to? Now, with Jiang Ling unhesitatingly approving the 30 million. How could he not be elated? How much is this bracelet? Upon reaching a jewelry display case, Jiang Ling casually picked up a jade bracelet and inquired. Huang Dayun glanced at the price tag and replied, 188 million. It is an ice seed green jadeite with icy texture and floating patterns. Oh, I'll take it. Just deduct it from the finance department, Jiang Ling declared. Huang Dayun promptly called for someone to wrap the jade bracelet and personally handed it to Jiang Ling, saying, "Oh, Chairman Jiang, the entire company belongs to you. Feel free to take any jade you desire. Why should you pay?" Indeed, since Jiang Ling had already paid, ultimately, the funds would still be transferred back to his offshore account. Thus, Jiang Ling replied, "Very well, I shall take this jade bracelet. Please do, and if it's insufficient, just inform me. I will personally deliver it to you." Haha, there's no need for such trouble. Jiang Ling was genuinely taken aback by Huang Dayun's enthusiasm. It seemed that only as the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry could he receive such treatment. Had he been anyone else, he might have been dismissed before even entering the door. All right, General Manager Huang, let us conclude today's inspection here. You all have done splendidly. Keep up the good work. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't linger at the company. After surveying the company, Jiang Ling prepared to depart. Huang Dayun remarked, "Chairman, are you leaving so soon? When will you come again?" "Rest assured, I shall return whenever I wish. In that case, please let me know in advance so I may come out to greet you." "No need. What about dinner?" "Chairman, I have already contacted the vice chairman. She expressed a desire to meet you and is currently reserving a private room at Blue Star Hotel." Seeing that Jiang Ling was adamant about leaving, Huang Dayun anxiously urged, "But the vice chairman wishes to meet you." "Chairman Jiang? Let us meet another time. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." "Very well. Safe travels, Chairman." They respectfully saw Jiang Ling off. After Jiang Ling turned to leave, he took the elevator to the first floor lobby and exited the main entrance, followed closely by Huang Dayun and the others, who hurriedly accompanied him out of the Yunxiao Jewelry Building. Huang Dayun waved his hand, and the ceremonial team began to beat drums and gongs to bid farewell to Jiang Ling. After all, this was their first encounter with the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, and they needed to leave him with a positive impression. Shortly after Jiang Ling departed, a white Maserati sped towards the Yunxiao Jewelry Building. A tall, fair-skinned, beautiful young woman stepped out of the car. Upon seeing Huang Dayun organizing staff to clean up the scene and take down banners, she slightly furrowed her brow, then quickly approached and tapped Huang Dayun on the shoulder, asking, "Huang Dayun, where's the chairman?" "Huh, Vice Chairman Zhao, you've arrived?" Huang Dayun smiled upon recognizing her. This individual was Zhao Yuandong, the vice chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, and also the legitimate daughter of one of Jiangnan's 4 prominent families, known as the Third Young Lady. "Where's the chairman? Didn't he manage to keep him?" Zhao Yuandong continued to inquire. Huang Dayun adjusted his glasses and shook his head. "No. The chairman insisted on leaving, and I couldn't stop him." "Are you certain he is truly the chairman?" A hint of doubt appeared on Zhao Yuandong's face. After all, she had never met the enigmatic chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. Additionally, 7 years ago, during the company's inception, it was a person named He Yunxiao who had collaborated with the Zhao family, and they had sent Zhao Yuandong, who was still in university, to serve as the vice chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, allowing her to gain early work experience. In the end, they collectively established Yunxiao Jewelry. However, the chairperson of Yunxiao Jewelry was not He Yunxiao, but rather a mysterious man who had never made an appearance. He Yunxiao left them only a string of numbers, stating that if they wished to locate the chairman, They needed only to dial that number. Should he answer, then he would undeniably be the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. Thus, when a chairman, who had remained unseen for 7 years, suddenly appeared in the grand building of Yunxiao Jewelry, could Zhao Yuanming refrain from questioning his identity? Huang Dayun wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Vice Chairman, he must be genuine. I dialed that number, and he answered right behind me. There can be no mistake. What does he look like? Tall and slender, rather charming and youthful, yet his attire is quite plain. He doesn't appear to be from a wealthy family. What did you say, child?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanming's eyes widened in disbelief. A child? How could the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry possibly be a mere child? Huang Dayun, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Indeed, the chairman looks remarkably young, around 25 or 26. Quite similar in age to you." "No way. So young? Do you have his home address? I must visit him." A determined glint flashed in Zhao Yuanming's eyes. Today, she was resolute in her quest to meet the legendary mysterious chairman and discern his true nature. However, Huang Dayun shook his head again, saying, "I do not know where he resides. I did not dare to ask." "What? Useless, incompetent. You couldn't even inquire about that?" After receiving Zhao Yuanming's reprimand, Huang Dayun could only lower his head and mutter an acknowledgement, not daring to utter a word more. Chapter 33, Sister Jiang Yu. After all, Zhao Yuanming was the deputy general manager and his superior. Furthermore, she was the third young lady of the Zhao family. Few dared to offend Zhao Yuanming, even in the entirety of Jiangnan City. "Forget it. Just make sure to notify me first when the chairman visits next. I will rush to the company immediately." "All right, understood." Vice Chairman. Huang Dayun pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. After all, when he had heard that Jiang Ling was coming to inspect the company, the first person he had informed was Zhao Yuanming. Yet, Zhao Yuanming insisted on not neglecting the chairman and insisted on reserving a private room at the Blue Star Hotel. In the end, the chairman had barely acknowledged her before leaving after a brief inspection of the company. Zhao Yuanming suspected that this chairman held two identities. First, he was indeed the legitimate chairman, closely tied to He Yunxiao. Second, he was merely a street youth who fortuitously stumbled upon the chairman's lost phone, subsequently misidentified by Huang Dayun as the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. Regardless, Zhao Yuanming felt compelled to meet that enigmatic man. Returning to Jiang Ling's side, on his way back, he held a jewelry box in his left hand, absent-mindedly touching his nose with his right, glancing back at the towering jewelry building. Finally, a smile of relief graced his lips. How wonderful, a single phone call, and he had unwittingly acquired a company worth billions. He chuckled to himself. In stark contrast, Lin Hanyue and Wang Song found their experience at the company less than favorable. They felt an unsettling sense of guilt accompanying Jiang Ling during the inspection. How could the chairman of a company seem so unfamiliar with his own establishment? Those unaware might even assume that this jewelry company was merely a find of Jiang Ling's. By the way, Jiang Ling, what did your family do before? How did you become the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry 7 years ago? You were only 18 then. Just starting university. If your family were that wealthy, how could your ex-girlfriend have broken up with you? Lin Hanyue voiced her curiosity. Jiang Ling shook his head, choosing not to respond, for his family had been impoverished until he fortuitously acquired a system that prevented him from being deceived, leading to his current fortunes and status. Noticing Jiang Ling's silence, Lin Hanyue refrained from pressing further and instead extended her slender, fair hand toward him. "What do you want?" Jiang Ling inquired, puzzled. "Give it to me." "Give you what?" "The jade bracelet. You just picked up an ice-type bracelet at Yunxiao Jewelry, didn't you? To be honest, I really like it. Why not gift it to me?" Lin Hanyue beamed brightly. She felt that, given Jiang Ling's status and wealth, gifting her a bracelet should be a trivial matter. Besides, their relationship was amicable. He had paid for a meal exceeding 700,000 without blinking an eye. So a bracelet worth 198,000 should be insignificant to him. However, Jiang Ling shook his head, stating, "No. I intend to take this back as a gift for my mother. Had you mentioned that earlier, I would have selected one for you right away." "Ah, forget it." Lin Hanyue pouted, retracting her outstretched hand. Although she felt somewhat dissatisfied, since the bracelet was meant for Jiang Ling's mother, she deemed it inappropriate to pursue it further. After returning to Longhu community, Lin Hanyue suggested that Jiang Ling and Wang Song visit her beauty company. However, as soon as Jiang Ling stepped out of the car, he was approached by a stunning beauty who bore a striking resemblance to him. She crossed her arms and shot a glance at Jiang Ling before peering at the red sports car behind him, her brows furrowing slightly. "Hey, I heard you broke up? Sister, what brings you here?" Jiang Ling was taken aback, then broke into a grin. The newcomer was none other than his elder sister, Jiang Yu. "Oh, you've even got a sports car now? You seem to be doing well out there." As she spoke, Jiang Yu turned her attention to Lin Hanyue and Wang Song, asking, "Are they both your friends?" "Yes." Jiang Ling nodded. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, and she leaned closer to Jiang Ling, whispering, "Hey, be honest with me. Is that beautiful girl your new girlfriend?" "No, that's not the case," Jiang Ling replied. "Then whose car is that? Whose is this sports car?" Jiang Yu pointed at the Apollo sun god. "It's mine." "Yours? Haha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my Huabei? What do you do, and how much money could you possibly have? You couldn't even afford a car light, let alone buy this sports car. This car must cost several million." Jiang Yu pursed her lips, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. After all, her salary was not particularly high. As a real estate salesperson, during good times, she might earn 30 to 40,000 in commissions monthly. But it was also common to go 3 to 4 months without closing a deal. Consequently, her annual income hovered around 100,000. She understood that, barring any fortuitous circumstances, she would never be able to afford such a sports car in her lifetime. Jiang Ling then explained, "Sister, this car truly belongs to me. I won it as the first prize at the International Auto Show." What? Is that for real? Of course it is. You must take me for a ride. I've never been in such a flashy sports car before. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as her right hand instinctively brushed against the car's headlights. At that moment, Lin Hanyue approached with a cheerful greeting, saying, "Hello, Sister Jiang. I am a friend of Jiang Ling, and my name is Lin Hanyue." Wang Song hurriedly stepped forward, grinning as he introduced himself. "Hello, Sister Jiang. I am Jiang Shao's little brother, Wang Song. You can just call me Xiao Wang." To them, Jiang Ling embodied the enigma of a wealthy heir, and thus, his elder sister must surely possess an equally impressive status. Jiang Yu nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Greetings to you both. I am Jiang Yu, Jiang Ling's sister." As they beheld Jiang Yu's striking figure and graceful visage, Wang Song couldn't help but rub his hands together, then inquired with a smile, "May I ask where Sister Jiang is employed? Work? At Hulong Real Estate." "Oh, Hulong Real Estate." Wang Song's eyes lit up, as he presumed that the entire company belonged to Jiang Ling's family. Jiang Ling then gestured to Wang Song, saying, "Xiao Wang, hand over your Ferrari keys to my sister." "Sure thing, boss." With that, Wang Song produced the keys to a Ferrari F8 from his pocket and handed them to Jiang Yu. Confused, Jiang Yu asked, "What do you want me to do with these keys?" Jiang Ling grinned, pointing to the striking yellow Ferrari F8 nearby, and declared, "Sister, I know you've been wanting to buy a car. This Ferrari is a gift for you." "No, wait, Jiang Ling, is this car also yours?" "Indeed it is." At that moment, Jiang Yu was utterly bewildered. Chapter 34. Where did your money and cars come from? A Ferrari F8, without a doubt, costs several million. So where on earth did Jiang Ling acquire these two luxury sports cars? Jiang Yu wondered if he had won them in a lottery. Jiang Ling shook his head, explaining, "They were gifted by Dai Yukai, the president of Huaxia Bank." Jiang Yu felt puzzled again, questioning why a bank president would bestow such an extravagant gift. Wang Song chimed in with a grin. "It's because Jiang Ling has deposited a considerable sum in Huaxia Bank, and the president offered him the car to encourage him to keep his money there. It's a favor, really." "Wait, hold on, my mind is a bit muddled. Jiang Ling, how much money must you have deposited for the bank president to gift you such an expensive car? Did you win the lottery? You must tell me honestly where your money and these cars have come from." Jiang Yu leaned closer to Jiang Ling, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. How could she not be aware of her brother's capabilities and accomplishments? Hearing that her younger brother had just experienced a heartbreak, with his girlfriend running off with someone else, Jiang Yu had intended to treat Jiang Ling to a meal to console him. Yet here he was, flaunting two magnificent supercars, and she remained oblivious to it all. Jiang Ling casually deflected, saying, Yes, you're right. I won a lottery." "Really?" Jiang Yu pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "Forget about the Ferrari, I won't take it. But tell me, did you truly break up with Chun Morong?" "Yes, we really did." Jiang Ling sighed softly, a trace of sorrow crossing his face. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder comfortingly, saying, "Oh, it's all right. Breakups happen. If need be, I can introduce you to someone in the future." "All right. Will you arrange that for me?" Jiang Ling joked. "Leave it to me," Jiang Yu promised with a confident pat on her chest. Though she was a year older than Jiang Ling and currently single herself, she still felt a sense of responsibility over her brother's future happiness. "Let's go. It's time for dinner," Jiang Yu announced. "Dinner?" "Yes, didn't Mom tell you? Our second aunt brought back her brilliant daughter and has booked a hotel for a family dinner." "Ah, our second aunt and Lin Yuchuan. In that case, I'd rather not go." Mentioning his second aunt left Jiang Ling feeling indifferent. However, Jiang Yu frowned and insisted, "Jiang Ling, we should still go. After all, we rarely gather as a family. Although aunt can be quite chatty, we can simply ignore her." "Fine," Jiang Ling nodded, ultimately agreeing to accompany Jiang Yu to the hotel. But more than anything, he wanted to avoid witnessing his mother being compared to his aunt again. As he spoke, Jiang Ling tossed the car keys to Wang Song, instructing, "Wang Song, please take Hanyue home later. I'm going to dinner with my sister." All right, boss, Wang Song exclaimed, eagerly rushing toward the Ferrari. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling returned to his rented apartment, retrieving an unopened bottle of red wine. Initially, he considered taking the 45-year-old Romanicani, but he thought better of it, realizing that the bottle, worth 359 million yuan, would be a waste on his relatives, who might even claim it was a counterfeit. Therefore, he settled on a bottle of 1982 Lafite instead. Upon descending, he found Wang Song had already driven Lin Hanyue home. Jiang Yu was standing in front of the sun god Apollo, taking photos with an excited expression. Upon noticing Jiang Ling's arrival, she inquired about his whereabouts. Jiang Ling waved the bottle of wine, replying, I went up to get some wine. You're drinking wine now? Come on, let's take a spin. Sure, sister. Thus, Jiang Ling hopped into the Apollo IE and took Jiang Yu for a leisurely drive around the city before heading toward the Shangyun Hotel in Pinghua district of Jiangnan City. While not a star-rated establishment, Shangyun Hotel was considered an upscale venue, with an average expenditure exceeding 2,000 yuan per person. After parking, Jiang Ling accompanied Jiang Yu to box 008. Just as they reached the door, a beautiful girl in a white dress approached them. Upon spotting Jiang Ling, her eyes brightened, and she waved, exclaiming, Hey, brother Jiang Ling, long time no see. It's cousin, not brother, Jiang Ling reminded her casually. This girl was Lin Yuchuan, the daughter of Jiang Ling's second aunt, 2 years younger than him. She was attractive and intelligent, often compared to Jiang Ling by her mother, which left him rather indifferent to their assessments. Father, mother, greetings, second uncle, second aunt. Upon entering the private room, Jiang Ling politely greeted the elders before finding a corner to sit. Knowing that his aunt, Chun had a penchant for gossip and comparison, Jiang Ling preferred to keep his distance. Yet, even in silence, his aunt had no intention of letting him off the hook. Kaifeng, look at Jiang Ling. He's still as quiet as ever, Chun remarked cheerfully. Jiang Ling's mother, Lu Kaifeng, offered an awkward smile, responding, Yes, my little Ling has always been like this. Please don't take offense. Oh, of course I don't mind. But in today's world, one needs both talent and eloquence, as well as the ability to navigate social dynamics. Boys like Ling, who are a bit tongue-tied, often end up at a disadvantage. By the way, what is your little Ling doing for work now? You're not still delivering takeout, are you? And what about your little girlfriend? Why didn't you bring her along? Jiang Ling knew that stepping into the private room would inevitably make him the subject of his second aunt's scrutiny. He shook his head, responding, We broke up. What? You broke up? Oh dear, that is truly unfortunate. But really, you should consider changing jobs. Delivering takeout won't earn you much, and it sounds unappealing to others. Chun was still talking about Jiang Ling, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Jiang Ling's expression had turned somewhat unpleasant. However, Jiang Ling's mother gently patted his shoulder and reassured him, Don't worry, my little Ling. You are still young, and many opportunities await you. As long as we refrain from stealing or doing anything wrong, and work diligently, there will surely come a day when you will rise above the rest. Listening to his mother's words, Jiang Ling felt a surge of emotion. Throughout his life, regardless of what he endeavored, his mother had always been his staunchest supporter, wholeheartedly endorsing his choices and never uttering a word of reproach. Even when he graduated and took a job delivering food, his mother did not look down on him. Instead, she smiled and said, My son is capable of earning money with his own hands, which is truly commendable. Observing the strands of white hair mingled with the dark locks of his mother, Jiang Ling suddenly realized that she was growing older and no longer youthful. Thus, he presented her with a carefully prepared gift. Lu Kaifeng took the small wooden box with curiosity and asked, What is this, little Ling? Just an emerald bracelet. An emerald bracelet? That must be quite expensive, right? Not really, just around 100,000. How much? 100,000? Upon Jiang Ling's utterance, everyone present was taken aback, including his father, Jiang Baiyun, and his second uncle, Lu Heping. Chapter 35. This raises ethical concerns. Yet Chun scoffed, her disdain evident. It must be a fake bracelet. The one I wear is only worth 35,000. How could Jiang Ling possibly afford to buy a bracelet worth over 100,000? Oh, regardless of its authenticity, it is my son's heartfelt gesture. Receiving Jiang Ling's gift, Lu Caifeng's face lit up with a radiant smile, and her heart was filled with joy. Jiang Ling chimed in, Aunt, whether the bracelet I gave my mom is real or fake doesn't matter. You and uncle have always wanted a son, right? So why haven't you been able to conceive all these years? That's a matter for adults. Children should not pry. Chunmin's cheeks flushed red as she quickly urged Jiang Ling to stop asking questions. However, did you not seek a topic to converse about? Then I shall indulge you in this discussion. Jiang Ling continued, Aunt, it's not your fault. Previously, my mom accompanied my uncle to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said it was my uncle's issue. Right, I said that. Chunmin agreed, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Heping. Lu Heping, though somewhat dull, merely nodded and smiled, not daring to say more. Yet Jiang Ling swiftly changed his tone, pressing on. But aunt, the doctor said my uncle cannot father children. So how did you conceive Lin Yuchuan? What? You, scoundrel Jiang Ling. Haha. Aunt, you all enjoy your meal. This one is on me. I'll settle the bill. Goodbye. With that, Jiang Ling sprang up and bolted away. He had no intention of dining there. However, to prevent Chen Min from continuing her prattle about his mother, Jiang Ling decided to pay the bill, essentially treating the Liu family to this meal. What Jiang Ling implied was that his uncle Liu Heping was unable to conceive due to health issues, which suggested that Chen Min must have been unfaithful to have conceived Lin Yuchuan. Otherwise, why wouldn't she allow Liu Heping to take Lin Yuchuan for a paternity test? In truth, the Jiang family was well aware of this situation, but no one dared to confront or expose it. It was simply that Chen Min was too talkative, often bringing up Jiang Ling, which led him to inadvertently reveal his second uncle's predicament. This was indeed a delicate matter of familial ethics. After making his hasty exit, Chen Min chased after him, demanding an apology. Jiang Ling, you little rascal. Is it easy for me to marry into the Liu family? It's not my fault I can't bear children. All I wanted was a child, and you dare say such things about me? I did not cheat. Waiter, please settle the bill for room 008. How much is it? Yet Jiang Ling ignored Chen Min and headed straight to the front desk to pay the bill. The total for room 008, which included a bottle of Mao Tai, amounted to 12,280 yuan. All right, I'll pay via Alipay. Certainly, sir. Jiang Ling quickly settled the payment and dashed out, hopping into his Apollo sports car. His revelation left those behind in utter confusion. Lin Yuchuan stood frozen in place, bewildered as she glanced at her parents, struggling to comprehend that her father might indeed be infertile. Did that mean she was not Liu Heping's biological daughter? Jiang Ling, you little brat. You've infuriated me. Stop right there and clarify. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling, seated in his Apollo sports car, waved goodbye to Chun Min and the others, grinning. Haha, uncle, aunt, consider this meal my treat. Farewell. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped away, disappearing in an instant. Wait, a sports car? Jiang Ling, where did you get that? But Jiang Ling settled the bill. We ordered over 10,000 yuan worth of drinks and dishes. Does he have that much money? Humph. I suspect he is just putting on a show. That car must be borrowed to save face. Liu Heping was incensed at having his infertility exposed, and he quickly approached Lin Yuchuan to clarify, insisting that Jiang Ling was merely talking nonsense and that she should not believe him. Chen Min approached the front desk to confirm whether the payment for room 008 had indeed been made. The waiter nodded. Yes, ma'am. That gentleman has already settled the bill. Really? That's over 10,000. When did Jiang Ling become so wealthy? Xiaoyu, what on earth is happening? Where did Jiang Ling get a sports car and all this money? On the other side, Lu Kaifeng was equally puzzled and inquired of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, equally baffled, shook her head. I don't know. Jiang Ling said he won the car in a raffle, and as for the money, I suppose he could manage over 10,000. Oh, this child. Why did he have to bring that matter up just because his aunt said a few words to him? Lu Kaifeng lamented. Yuchuan, don't listen to Jiang Ling's nonsense. You are a child of the Liu family. Don't think otherwise. Jiang Baiyun hurriedly comforted Lin Yuchuan. Yet, words spoken without malice may be interpreted with intent. If Jiang Ling was merely joking, why was his mother so angry? Or perhaps, was it true that she was not really a child of the Liu family? Delighted, Jiang Ling sped away in his Apollo, racing from the Shangyun Hotel towards Longhu Community. Having confronted his aunt was utterly exhilarating. Upon returning to Longhu Community, Jiang Ling called Huang Daiyun, requesting that he bring him a bracelet. Jiang Ling intended to gift this bracelet to Lin Hanyue. After all, their relationship was quite amicable, and from a realistic standpoint, Lin Hanyue could be considered Jiang Ling's first woman, so gifting her a bracelet seemed entirely appropriate. Soon, approximately 20 minutes later, Huang Daiyun arrived at Jiang Ling's residence. Eagerly carrying a small emerald box, he pressed the doorbell, and, upon noticing the dilapidated state of Jiang Ling's residence, Huang Daiyun couldn't help but furrow his brow, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. Chairman, I have brought you the jade bracelet you requested. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, Huang Daiyun immediately bowed in deference. Jiang Ling accepted the box containing the jade bracelet with a nod, replying, thank you. You're too kind, Chairman. But why do you reside in such a rundown house? Huang Daiyun could no longer suppress his curiosity and blurted out the question. Jiang Ling stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, perhaps it is simply because I am rather impoverished. Poverty? Haha, Chairman, you must be jesting. Your net worth must be in the billions. You could easily purchase an entire building, or even the entire Longhu community. Well, whether I buy it or not is none of your concern. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Jiang Ling said, his impatience evident, for he despised inquiries about his financial status. Recognizing Jiang Ling's growing irritation, Huang Dayun dared not press further, instead perceiving him as a discreetly wealthy individual. Chapter 36, Lin Hanyue's Confession. Thus, he shifted the topic, continuing, Chairman Jiang, our company's vice chairman, Ms. Zhao Yuanming, expressed a desire to meet you. Would you be available this evening? The vice chair? I'm afraid I won't be free tonight. Perhaps another day. Very well. By the way, would you care to come in and sit for a while? Not sitting? Then you should hurry back. Goodbye. With that, Jiang Ling abruptly closed the door, leaving Huang Dayun standing at the entrance, bewildered. He thought to himself that his chairman had quite the peculiar temperament. How could someone so affluent choose to live in such a shabby rental in Longhu? Shaking his head with a sigh, he prepared to leave. However, just as he opened the elevator on the 5th floor, he spotted a beautiful young girl in a white dress, her eyes red, walking towards Jiang Ling's door. Who is this young lady? What connection does she have with our chairman? Surely, he hasn't broken her heart? He sighed, enviously reflecting on the trials of youth and love. Returning to Jiang Ling, shortly after Huang Dayun departed, a rapid knocking echoed at the door. Jiang Ling initially thought it was Lin Hanyue returning, but upon opening the door, he was met not by her, but by his cousin, Lin Yuchuan. Lin Yuchuan, with tear-streaked cheeks, gazed at Jiang Ling with a pitiful expression. Yuchuan, what brings you here? Jiang Ling asked, perplexed. Brother Jiang Ling, you need to clarify what you said earlier. If you claim that my father cannot bear children, then whose daughter am I? At that moment, Jiang Ling realized he might have misspoken. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Yuchuan would take such offense. She continued to weep, her sorrow palpable. Is it true that my mother had an affair? Why does everyone know this and keep it from me? I'm not certain. I was very young when I overheard my mother discussing with your father in our living room that he had health issues and could not father children. Oh, so either my mother had an affair, or I am an adopted child. I never said that. I only mentioned it to provoke your mother because she was talking about me. So what you said is true. Not necessarily. You should ask your mother. In that instant, silence enveloped them. If Liu Heping truly could not have children, then it was highly probable that Lin Yuchuan was not his daughter. Ugh, it's all lies. You are all deceivers. You claimed I was your only daughter, yet my father is not my biological father. Lin Yuchuan sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. For a moment, Jiang Ling felt utterly at a loss. He opened his mouth, intending to comfort Lin Yuchuan. Just then, the elevator door slid open, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with fair skin and a tall, slender figure, who walked towards Jiang Ling, furrowing her brows. She glanced at Jiang Ling and then at the sobbing girl on the ground. Anger flickered in her eyes as she exclaimed, Jiang Ling, did you summon me back just to present me with this surprise? No, Hanyue, please let me explain. At this moment, the situation seemed to spiral into chaos. Earlier, Jiang Ling had called Lin Hanyue to return, claiming he had a surprise for her. Yet, upon her arrival, she found a girl weeping at his doorstep, leading Lin Hanyue to assume that Jiang Ling had harmed her. How could you, Jiang Ling? I never expected you to be such a person. Lin Hanyue's face was etched with fury, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Just as Jiang Ling attempted to clarify the matter, Lin Yuchuan abruptly stood, glaring at him. Jiang Ling, I despise you. You have bullied me since childhood, and continue to do so now. I have done nothing to you. Why do you treat me this way? With that, she turned and stormed away. Yuchuan, I meant no harm. It's not as you perceive. Jiang Ling called after her, but Lin Hanyue interjected, blocking his path with an icy demeanor. Jiang Ling, perhaps our relationship is merely a transaction, but I still hope that during this period, you refrain from infidelity and from causing harm to other girls. Is that agreeable? Once I am pregnant, I will leave you and not disturb your life again. How does that sound? Oh Hanyue, you have misunderstood me. That girl is my cousin, not my girlfriend. Jiang Ling hastily explained. What? Your cousin? Then why was she crying at your door? Because during dinner at the hotel, I inadvertently revealed that her father cannot father children, which led her to confront me about her true parentage. How was I to know? Jiang Ling sighed, feeling his frustration mounting. Upon hearing his explanation, Lin Hanyue, who had been icy just moments before, suddenly burst into laughter, clutching the door for support as she laughed heartily. Haha, Jiang Ling, who told you to speak out of turn? Now look, you've made your cousin cry. For reasons unbeknownst to her, upon discovering that the girl was Jiang Ling's cousin, Lin Hanyue felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her, as if affirming that their relationship was indeed the rightful one. Could it be that she was genuinely developing feelings for Jiang Ling? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, yet the shadows in her heart dissipated. Noticing that Lin Yuchuan had already taken the elevator and departed, Jiang Ling chose not to chase after her, contemplating the next time they would meet, when he could offer her some gifts and apologize sincerely. Then why did you ask me to come to your home? You mentioned having a surprise for me. Lin Hanyue pouted, a hint of youthful excitement in her demeanor. In response, Jiang Ling produced the wooden box that Huang Dayun had given him. retrieving a jade bracelet from within and presenting it to Lin Hanyue. Here, this is my gift to you. You were so eager for a jade bracelet today that I called Huang Dayun to have one delivered. Wow, is this for real? Of course it is. Would I ever deceive you? Upon receiving the gift, Lin Hanyue visibly brightened, her large eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Due to her status, her circle of friends was rather limited. Furthermore, her father was frequently away on business, leaving Lin Hanyue with little parental affection. Now, with Jiang Ling taking the initiative to present her with a gift, a warm sensation enveloped her heart, and her nose tinged with emotion, nearly causing her to weep. Jiang Ling, thank you for remembering what I like. Lin Hanyue raised her gaze, her eyes misty as she looked at him. Jiang Ling, waving his hand nonchalantly, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just thought you'd enjoy it." She took a step closer, a playful smile forming on her lips. "So, you must like me too, right?" Jiang Ling knitted his brows, pretending to ponder. "Well, I suppose one could say I do like you. After all, who wouldn't be fond of a beautiful girl?" Humph. Such smooth talk. Lin Hanyue suddenly lowered her head, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. She lifted her gaze once more, inching closer to Jiang Ling's chest. Whispering softly into his ear, "Jiang Ling, I think I might like you a little." The gentle murmur sent an electric shiver through Jiang Ling, causing his scalp to tingle. Yet regardless of what the future held, Lin Hanyue suggested, "Let's focus on living our lives well, shall we?" With that, she leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Who could possibly remain unaffected by such an act? As a spirited young man, Jiang Ling was instantly swept away by his emotions. Chapter 37. This older sister is quite capable. Her friends are truly introduced. The following morning, Jiang Ling awoke to find it was already 8:30. "Good morning. Jiang Ling, what time is it?" Lin Hanyue, squinting her eyes, stretched luxuriously beside him. Jiang Ling glanced at his phone and replied, "It's 8:30. "What? Just 8:30? Why didn't you wake me up earlier?" "I have to go to the company for a morning meeting," Lin Hanyue exclaimed. "The thing is, you didn't mention it." Jiang Ling looked at her in mild confusion as she sprang out of bed and hurriedly dressed. After she was ready, he asked if she wanted to grab breakfast. She shook her head. "No time. I must rush to the meeting." "All right, be safe on the way." Bye-bye. Lin Hanyue waved, having not even bothered with makeup. After a quick wash-up, she dashed out the door and headed downstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Ling smiled faintly, a look of helplessness crossing his face. He hadn't expected a princess from such a prominent family like Lin Hanyue to worry about being late for work. Yet, given that she was the chairwoman of Meidi Beauty, it was only fitting that she set a good example. During the days he had spent with Lin Hanyue, they had grown closer, their feelings intensifying. Initially, Lin Hanyue had only sought someone to fulfill her mission of securing a child, but she found herself increasingly drawn to Jiang Ling. She even contemplated relinquishing her pursuit of the Lin family's leadership in favor of pursuing a relationship with him. Sometimes, a simple, unremarkable life could be a form of happiness. After getting up, Jiang Ling quickly washed up and decided to call his sister, Jiang Yu, to have her bring Lu Yuchuan out so they could go shopping for clothes. After all, he had unintentionally hurt Lu Yuchuan the previous day, and buying her a gift would serve as an apology. Just as he was about to dial Jiang Yu's number, an anonymous text message suddenly appeared on his phone, followed by two more. Anonymous message: "Congratulations. You have won first prize in the scan and claim event. Reply with 1 to claim 10 apartments." What? To be honest, when Jiang Ling saw the message, he was initially bewildered, but excitement soon brightened his expression. "Another one? Don't these scammers realize I possess an invulnerable anti-fraud system? If I reply with 1, I could genuinely receive 10 apartments." Grinning, Jiang Ling quickly responded with a 1. Approximately 5 seconds later, he received a reply. Anonymous message: "Congratulations. You have successfully claimed 10 apartments from Tianyun Real Estate in Yunhai District. Please log onto the website to fill in your identity information to confirm your claim. www." Without hesitation, Jiang Ling clicked on the link provided. It led to a real estate contract, requiring him to enter his name, ID number, and phone number, and complete facial recognition to secure the 10 apartments. In the past, he would never have considered disclosing his personal information. Who knew if this website was a scam? If it were a loan trap, he could end up losing everything. However, as a man awakened by the system, he felt no trepidation about falling victim to fraud. Thus, he spent about 20 minutes filling out his details and successfully claimed the 10 apartments in Yunhai District. The address was listed as Tianyun Garden on Menghe Road. Tianyun Garden? That name sounds oddly familiar. Jiang Ling mused. Regardless, from this moment on, I shall be the chairman of Tianyun Garden. He smiled to himself, feeling quite pleased. Just then, his sister Jiang Yu called him. "Hey, Jiang Ling, what are you up to?" "Looking at apartments." "Oh no, just woke up and playing on my phone. Getting ready to head downstairs for breakfast," he replied. "Aren't you going to work anymore?" Jiang Yu inquired. Nope, I quit ages ago. Jiang Ling answered. All right, come out for a bit. Jiang Yu said. For what? Let us hang out. Accompany your sister shopping. What is wrong with that? Okay, where shall we meet? At Dream Era. Hurry up. Got it, I'll be there soon. Jiang Ling hung up and promptly left, driving from Longhu Community to Dream Era Square. In just about 10 minutes, he arrived at the square. After parking, he made his way to the entrance, where he spotted Jiang Yu waving at him. Jiang Ling. Over here. Coming, sis. As he approached, he noticed two well-endowed, elegantly dressed beauties beside her. Jiang Yu eagerly introduced them. Jiang Ling, let me introduce you. This is my college friend and my dear bestie, Chun Mingyao, and this is also my good friend, Lin Kiki. Leaning closer to Jiang Ling, Jiang Yu whispered, now? Don't say your sister didn't help you. Both of them are single. Just let me know who catches your eye. Huh? Sis, are you serious? At that moment, Jiang Ling was taken aback. He hadn't expected his sister to introduce her friends to him. This older sister is quite capable. She is genuinely making introductions. After finishing her words, Jiang Yu turned to Chun Mingyao and Lin Kiki, saying, Mingyao, Kiki, this is the person I often mention to you, my friend Jiang Ling. What do you think? Quite handsome, isn't he? Indeed, quite handsome. Lin Kiki nodded in agreement. However, Chun Mingyao crossed her arms and coldly inquired, You're Jiang Ling, right? What do you do for a living, and how much do you earn in a month? Oh, me? I deliver takeout. With a bit of effort. I can earn around 7,000 to 8,000 a month. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's response, Jiang Yu shot him a warning glance, signaling him not to disclose his previous occupation. After all, what girl would be attracted to someone whose job was delivering food? Yet, Jiang Ling remained unfazed. As anticipated, when Chun Mingyao learned that he was a delivery person, her interest waned immediately. She shook her head, but out of respect for Jiang Yu, she refrained from commenting. In contrast, Lin Kiki smiled and remarked, I think delivering food is quite admirable. At least it's a means of earning a living through one's own efforts. Yes, Kiki is right. Jiang Yu chimed in cheerfully, continuing, Oh, by the way, my brother is still single. If you both find him agreeable, perhaps you could spend some time together. In truth, Jiang Yu was aware that Jiang Ling had recently broken up with Chun Morong and was likely feeling despondent and depressed, possibly even contemplating self-harm. After all, they had been together for 5 years, developing a deep emotional bond. Thus, Jiang Yu hoped to introduce her friend to Jiang Ling, believing that the quickest way to move on from a breakup was to enter into another relationship. Chapter 38. Do you know who I am? Jiang Ling discerned that Chun Mingyao was rather materialistic, whereas Lin Kiki exhibited a more easygoing demeanor. Both were quite attractive. Chun Mingyao, with her meticulously crafted appearance, resembled a princess from a wealthy family, while Lin Kiki appeared fresh and charming, akin to a neighborly little sister. Moreover, Lin Kiki had an enviable figure, curvaceous in all the right places, undoubtedly capable of bearing children in the future. As for Chun Morong, ever since their breakup, Jiang Ling had neither seen nor contacted her, although he sometimes found himself reminiscing about her late at night. His thoughts were now predominantly occupied with how to spend the more than 7 billion in his bank account. Jiang Ling, let us add each other on WeChat. Lin Kiki took the initiative to approach him. Jiang Ling nodded and subsequently pulled out his phone to add Lin Kiki's WeChat. It was evident that Lin Kiki held a slight interest in him. After finishing breakfast together, Jiang Ling accompanied them for a stroll in Dream Era. Shopping with girls typically involved perusing jewelry, accessories, clothes, and bags. Being ordinary office workers, they could only afford modest items, opting for cheaper clothing and bags. Wow, this bag costs 18,000. How can it be so expensive? Upon arriving at a designer handbag and jewelry store, Lin Kiki picked up a handbag to admire, but ultimately, the price dissuaded her from purchasing it. Chun Mingyao remarked, of course it's expensive, it's an LV, and over there, they're S and Hermes, which is even pricier. Jiang Yu wandered to the jewelry section, picking up a bracelet to examine, but soon placed it back regretfully. Jiang Ling seemed to notice Jiang Yu's longing and approached her, asking, what is wrong, sis? Are you thinking of buying a bracelet? Yes, I would like to, but the prices are exorbitant. The cheapest ones are 2,000 or 3,000, and the more expensive ones cost tens of thousands. Jiang Yu currently worked in real estate sales. When the market was favorable, she could earn 20,000 to 30,000 a month, but during downturns, her salary would drop to a mere 3,000. Recently, the housing market had been sluggish, and she hadn't closed a deal in 2 months, leaving her with little income. The few thousand yuan bracelets were merely ordinary jade, lacking in aesthetic appeal, while the beautiful pieces cost tens of thousands, which Jiang Yu simply couldn't justify spending. However, Jiang Ling smiled lightly, then confidently pointed to a jade bracelet in the jewelry section, saying, sis, choose whichever bracelet you like. I'll cover the bill. Huh, are you serious? Of course. I would never deceive you. The most expensive jade here costs over 100,000. Do you really have that much? Why wouldn't I? Just yesterday afternoon. I gifted my mom a piece of jade worth 1.88 million. Where did you acquire such wealth? Jiang Ling, what has happened to you lately? Ever since your breakup with Morong, you seem to have become quite affluent. Jiang Yu tilted her head, gazing at Jiang Ling with confusion. A mysterious smile graced Jiang Ling's face. Indeed, he was wealthy, but he would not reveal the secret of his awakened system that prevents deception. All right then. I'll just pick a cheaper one. Jiang Yu laughed, picking up a standard jade bracelet priced at 200 yuan. Jiang Ling gestured for her to set it down, and instead selected a bracelet worth 1.28 million, stating, "Let us go with this one. It looks better. But this one costs 1.28 million. That could buy a decent car. No worries, take it. I have the funds." No, even if you have money. It should be saved for your future wife. You must not squander your life just because of your breakup with Morong. Jiang Yu assumed that Jiang Ling was recklessly spending due to the emotional turmoil from his split. As the two continued their banter, a nearby sales associate could no longer contain herself. She muttered under her breath, "If you can't afford it, then don't buy it, you poor thing. After all this time, you're still going to choose a 2,000 yuan jade? Excuse me?" Although the sales associate's voice was soft, it reached the ears of Jiang Ling and Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Yet, Jiang Ling could not tolerate such disparagement towards his sister. He turned to the sales associate and asked, "Hey, what is your name?" "My name is Lu Jejia. And why do you ask?" The sales associate approached Jiang Ling without a hint of fear, appearing entirely unfazed. In her eyes, Jiang Ling and his companions were merely ordinary office workers, not someone to disturb the tranquility of an upscale jewelry store. Jiang Ling retorted indifferently, "So, Lu Jejia, why don't you repeat what you just said for all the customers here to hear?" "I'm sorry, sir, I don't know what you're talking about." At that moment, the sales associate pretended to be oblivious. Jiang Ling pressed on. "Didn't you just say that we are poor and should refrain from making purchases?" "Sir, you must have misheard. I never said that." Lu Jejia continued to deny her previous words, aware that there were many customers in the store and wishing to avoid escalating the situation. Jiang Ling scoffed and said, "Oh, still pretending? My hearing is just fine. We heard everything you said quite clearly. Furthermore, you look down on us ordinary citizens, believing we are too poor to provide you with any sales profit, right? If that is the case, bring me your store's most expensive jade bracelet. I want to purchase 100 of them outright. If you cannot produce them, you must apologize to my sister today." Jiang Ling's temper flared. Had this been in the past, when he had no power or influence, he would have endured such insults in silence. However, the situation has drastically changed. Presently, Jiang Ling boasts a fortune exceeding 7 billion. Serving as the proprietor of Yunshao Jewelry and Tianyan Real Estate, he resolutely declares that he cannot allow others to look down upon him. Nor can he permit anyone to bully his elder sister. "Oh, the most expensive bracelet? You need over 100 of them? Can you afford that?" Upon hearing Jiang Ling's audacious tone, the salesperson couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Ling retorted, "Of course I can afford it. The question is whether your store can produce them. If we truly produce them, can you pay? That is a certainty. Stop boasting. The most costly bracelet in our jewelry store is priced at over 2 million each. If you wish to order 100, that amounts to over 200 million. Do you possess such wealth?" "Huh, 200 million, is that a lot? It seems your vision is quite limited. You likely have never encountered wealth beyond your comprehension. When others peruse jade in your store, you murmur behind their backs, calling them impoverished. I reiterate, unless you apologize to my sister today, this matter will not be so easily resolved," Jiang Ling declared with imposing authority. At that moment, the other patrons in the store were drawn to the commotion stemming from Jiang Ling and Lu Jejia's altercation. Chun Mingyao and Lin Kiki approached to inquire about the unfolding situation. Chapter 39. Dare to bully Director Jiang? You shall face dire consequences. Jiang Yu wished to avoid escalating the matter further, so she tugged at Jiang Ling's sleeve and said, "Jiang Ling, let it go. We truly cannot afford such expensive jade. No, it cannot be overlooked. She must apologize to you today." Jiang Ling insisted resolutely. This altercation naturally attracted the attention of the jewelry section manager, Xiao Qinghai, a middle-aged man clad in a suit and tie. He hurried over to ascertain what had transpired. Lu Jejia recounted the incident in detail, explaining that she had merely muttered a complaint about the time wasted as they browsed without purchasing anything, prompting Jiang Ling to demand an apology from her and to assert his intention to buy 100 of their most expensive bracelets. Hearing this, Xiao Qinghai chuckled and said, "Haha, sir, it is understandable for our salesperson to complain if you aren't buying jade. However, claiming you wish to purchase 100 of the most expensive jade pieces strikes me as a bit far-fetched." "And who might you be?" Jiang Ling inquired, directing his gaze at the man. "I am the manager responsible for this jewelry section, Xiao Qinghai. I can have my employees apologize to you." But your assertion of wanting to buy 100 of the most expensive jade pieces seems rather exaggerated, don't you think? Xiao Qinghai replied with a smile. Jiang Ling discerned that although Xiao Qinghai outwardly suggested Lu Jiejie apologize, his words dripped with disdain for both him and Jiang Yu. Was this not a case of looking down on others? Jiang Ling responded, whether I am exaggerating can be determined if you present the jade bracelets. If you can produce them, I shall pay you on the spot. Sir, please refrain from boasting. The most luxurious jade in our section is priced at over 2 million each. 100 pieces would total over 200 million. No matter, simply bring them out. Jiang Ling was determined to confront them to the bitter end. Xiao Qinghai shook his head and said, 100 pieces is too many. We do not have that much in stock. However, if you wish for 10 pieces, I can call to have them delivered from the Yunxiao Jewelry headquarters. But I must advise you, even for 10 pieces, it would still require over 20 million. What? Yunxiao Jewelry? Jiang Ling paused, suddenly recalling that this company was indeed his own. A smug expression crossed Xiao Qinghai's face as he said, yes, sir, do not think we are jesting. I presume you have heard of the name Yunxiao Jewelry. So do you still wish for us to deliver 10 pieces of ice jade bracelets? Deliver them. If you dare to send them, I will certainly purchase. Jiang Ling proclaimed confidently. Xiao Qinghai pondered for a moment before chuckling. Sir, do not take us lightly. Let us conclude this matter here today. If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, feel free to browse elsewhere, but do not concern yourself with our business. Xiao Qinghai believed Jiang Ling to be a naive youth, incapable of producing over 20 million, and saw no need to engage further on this matter. Yet Jiang Ling smiled and said, very well, since you will not call for delivery, I shall arrange for it myself. Oh, you can indeed call for jade to be delivered from the Yunxiao Jewelry headquarters? Who do you think you are, the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry? Ha ha ha, Xiao Qinghai laughed, joined by the nearby sales staff, who found amusement in Jiang Ling's claims. Clearly, they were mocking him. Jiang Yu tugged at Jiang Ling's right arm and said, Jiang Ling, let us go. No, sister, I must defend your honor today. Who are they to look down on us? But those bracelets cost over 2 million each. Who can you possibly call for delivery? Do not worry, with a single phone call, someone will certainly bring them. With that, Jiang Ling insisted that Jiang Yu not interfere, as he would handle the situation himself. Subsequently, he called Huang Dayun, instructing him to bring 10 bracelets priced at 2 million each to the jewelry section on the 5th floor of Mengshidai. Director Jiang, what has transpired? Why do you need me to deliver the jade bracelets there? Is there a customer order? Huang Dayun inquired, puzzled. Jiang Ling replied coldly, no. Is there not a Yunxiao Jewelry consignment point on the 5th floor of Mengshidai? Yes, what of it, Director Jiang? Excellent. Someone there has insulted me, calling me impoverished. If I am to be regarded with my stature, I should not be unable to afford a few jade pieces. Hence, I wish for you to bring 10 bracelets valued at 2 million each to showcase to them. What? Someone dared insult you? Is that true? Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Huang Dayun was utterly astounded, even breaking into a cold sweat. A person of Jiang Ling's caliber, as the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, was someone Huang Dayun would have revered. Yet someone had the audacity to call him impoverished? More alarmingly, that individual was a salesperson from Yunxiao Jewelry. This infuriated Huang Dayun. Please wait, Chairman. In 20 minutes, no, 15 minutes. I shall bring people there immediately. You may dictate how to handle this. Good. Remember to bring 10 pieces along to give them a proper lesson. Understood, Chairman. No problem, please hold on. After hanging up, Huang Dayun promptly contacted the lobby manager, Wang Yining, instructing her to retrieve 10 jade bracelets valued at 2 million each from the warehouse. Once Wang Yining secured the bracelets, Huang Dayun swiftly drove with her towards Mengshidai. In the car, Wang Yining looked at Huang Dayun with confusion and asked, General Huang, why do you need me to bring 10 high-ice bracelets? Is there a major client reservation? No, it's that our chairman was insulted by our own employee at the consignment point in Mengshidai. Director Jiang was bullied? By whom? Who could be so blind? Who else could it be but that fool Xiao Qinghai? If he pushes me too far, he'll no longer work at Yunxiao Jewelry. With that, Huang Dayun pressed down on the accelerator, speeding towards Mengshidai. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling remained steadfast. After finishing the phone call, Jiang Ling did not leave, but continued to stroll through the commercial district. The saleswoman Lu Jiejie, still somewhat apprehensive, remarked, Manager Xiao, do you think that fellow might call someone to smash our stall? Xiao Qinghai shook his head and chuckled. Does he dare? We are in the Yunjiao Jewelry consignment area, and the jade here is worth tens of millions. If he dares to cause a ruckus, let us see if he can afford the consequences. Indeed, you have a point. Lu Jiejie nodded in agreement. Moreover, we are living in a society governed by law. I cannot believe he would dare to instigate trouble here. If it comes to it, we can simply call the police and have them apprehended. Xiao Qinghai spoke with utmost confidence. Little did he know, calamity was soon to befall him. Chapter 40. All dismissed. Do you have any objections? Approximately 15 minutes later, a man and a woman strode decisively towards the jewelry district on the 5th floor. The stout man adjusted his glasses and surveyed the surroundings. Upon spotting him, Xiao Chenghai hurriedly approached with a somewhat obsequious demeanor, saying, "Ah, General Manager Huang, what brings you here? Are you here for an inspection?" Jejia, quickly fetch this month's sales figures for General Manager Huang to review. Certainly, Manager Xiao. Recognizing that the visitor was indeed Huang Dayun, Xiao Chenghai hastily instructed Lu Jejia to present the sales figures for Huang's perusal. However, Huang Dayun merely cast a cold glance at him before resuming his examination of them all. Before long, he spotted Jiang Ling selecting a handbag in the luxury bag section. Without further ado, he proceeded briskly towards Jiang Ling, accompanied by Wang Yining. "Hey, General Manager Huang, aren't you going to sit for a moment? Where are you headed?" Seeing Huang Dayun approach Jiang Ling, Xiao Chenghai's expression froze, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. No, it can't be. Could General Manager Huang really be summoned by that brat? Upon reaching Jiang Ling, Huang Dayun immediately bowed and greeted him, saying, "Director Jiang, I have brought the jade bangles you requested. Please provide your further instructions." "Oh, you arrived so swiftly?" "Yes, Director Jiang." "Well then, disassemble those 10 jade bangles and present them to the manager of the sales area. Let him see what true quality looks like, lest he continues to claim I am a pauper who cannot afford jade." "What? Did he really say that about you?" "Not he, but one of his employees. Yet he condones their behavior and conspires to bully me." "Humph, how dare they bully Director Jiang? That is utterly outrageous." "Xiao Chenghai, get over here." Hearing Jiang Ling's assertion, fury surged within Huang Dayun, who shouted for Xiao Chenghai to hurry over. Not far away, Xiao Chenghai, seated upright in the jewelry district, was jolted by fear and quickly made his way to Huang Dayun. "General Manager Huang, you called for me? What is the matter?" At this moment, Xiao Chenghai's heart was undeniably tumultuous. He pondered who this young man could possibly be. Is he a relative of General Huang? Surely, he wouldn't unleash such wrath upon me. Could he be the chairman of Yunjiao Jewelry? Nonsense. The chairman has never shown his face since the company's inception. How could he possibly be such a young fellow? Huang Dayun, however, retorted, "Do you not have any inkling of the misdeeds you have committed?" What have I done? I have done nothing wrong." Xiao Chenghai stammered anxiously. Huang Dayun's expression was one of indignation as he pointed at Jiang Ling, saying, "Did you not just insult our chairman?" "Huh, chairman? Of course. The chairman visited the company for an inspection yesterday. Did you not know?" I had no idea. Are you saying this young man is our company's chairman?" "Of course. Would I personally make this trip otherwise?" Huang Dayun admonished Xiao Chenghai with a fierce glare. "You, Xiao Chenghai, how could you allow our chairman to be bullied by your own employees during his rare visit from abroad? You truly have a myopic view of your superiors. You have infuriated me. Jiang Ling is indeed our topmost superior. I would gladly exalt him, yet you dared to insult him? If you were to take offense, our entire company would face dismissal. Do you understand?" This is..." At that moment, Xiao Chenghai was utterly bewildered. His face was a mask of terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. How could he have known that this unassuming young man was, in fact, the chairman of Yunjiao Jewelry? He quickly stepped forward to apologize, saying, "I am sorry, Director Jiang. I was in the wrong, lacking vision and respect. Please forgive me this time. Next time we meet, I will certainly serve you well and would never dare to utter a word of disrespect again." Upon learning Jiang Ling's true identity, Xiao Chenghai's attitude underwent a complete transformation, much to the astonishment of those around him, including Zhang Yu, Chen Mingyao, and Lin Kiki. All were left speechless, covering their mouths in disbelief at how the once arrogant jewelry manager was now bowing and scraping to apologize to Jiang Ling, nearly on the verge of kneeling. In that instant, Chen Mingyao and Lin Kiki exchanged incredulous glances. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively and said, "Are you implying that I am difficult to serve?" Xiao Chenghai was taken aback and hurriedly responded, "No, that is not what I meant, Director Jiang. I merely wished to extend my apologies. It was my fault for questioning and defying you. Indeed, if it weren't for Huang Dayun confirming my identity, you would likely still be looking down upon me." "I did not, Chairman. How could I ever dare to look down on you?" "No, you indeed looked down upon me. And the only respect you held was for the chairman of Yunjiao Jewelry. If I lacked this identity, you would have surely mocked me today, unaware of the slander that would circulate behind my back." "I would never dare, Director Jiang." Xiao Chenghai fervently shook his head, repeatedly apologizing, hoping to earn Jiang Ling's forgiveness and retain his position. After all, as the district manager of the Yunjiao Jewelry consignment point, he earned a commission of around 50,000 to 100,000 each month, with the potential to make several 100,000 in a particularly good month. Moreover, the job was remarkably easy, and he had leveraged connections to attain his current status after 5 years in the company. Manager Xiao, General Huang. Our sales figures for the Yunjiao jewelry consignment area are in. Last year's total sales were 32.8 million. Last month's sales were 3.85 million. An increase of 556 compared to the month prior. General Huang, we will certainly strive to further enhance our jewelry sales. Lu Jejia then rushed over, reporting the consignment point sales figures to Huang Dayun. However, Huang Dayun was not in the mood to offer them any praise. After all, the success of jewelry sales here was not due to their efforts, but rather the advantageous location. It was as if they were the only ones capable of making this store thrive. Even if a new team were to take over, the sales figures would hardly diminish. Thus, Huang Dayun turned to Jiang Ling and inquired, Director Jiang, how shall we proceed? Jiang Ling coldly replied, Is there any need to ask? If you dare utter a single insult towards me, I could have you dismissed on the spot. Do you believe it? I believe it, I truly do. After hearing Jiang Ling's response, Huang Dayun felt reassured. He understood that Jiang Ling would not show mercy to those who had insulted him. Thus, Huang Dayun waved his hand and declared, Enough, enough. Let us replace all the personnel at the Dream Era sales point. Not a single one shall remain. No, Mr. Huang, are we really replacing everyone? There are several salespeople in our area. Xiao Chenghai gasped in shock. Huang Dayun replied, What do you think? What purpose would there be in keeping you? Mr. Jiang, I admit I was disrespectful, and that is my fault. But there is no need to dismiss all the employees here, is there? Xiao Chenghai implored. Jiang Ling frowned, pondered for a moment, and then stated, I did not say they would be dismissed. It was Huang Dayun who made that decision. Do you have any objections? However, Jiang Ling's words rendered Xiao Chenghai speechless. In Chapter 41, I'm sorry, I do not prefer those older than me. It is revealed that the employees at the Dream Era sales point, 4 or 5 individuals, were all Xiao Chenghai's relatives. Even though a single sales point did not require such a multitude of staff, he had managed to include his relatives solely to secure additional wages and alleviate his own burden. Previously, Huang Dayun had turned a blind eye to such matters, but now, daring to confront Jiang Ling was a grave mistake. Regrettably, the entirety of your sales point is now being dismissed. This is a consequence you must bear alone for your lack of discernment. Furthermore, Jiang Ling had previously extended opportunities to him. All Jiang Ling desired was a sincere apology for himself and his sister, Jiang Yu. Yet, they looked down upon him, refusing to apologize and instead mocking him, branding him as impoverished. Since you all hold me in such contempt, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Mr. Jiang, I have wronged you, and you may punish me. But there is no need to replace all the employees here. As Jiang Ling began to leave, Xiao Chenghai hastily pursued him, eager to continue his explanation. Jejia, hurry and apologize to Mr. Jiang. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I was wrong earlier, and I apologize to all of you. The girl named Lu Jejia quickly stepped forward and bowed in apology. However, Jiang Ling merely cast her an indifferent glance before turning to Jiang Yu and the others, stating, Sister, shall we take our leave? Oh, very well, let us go. Jiang Yu promptly followed suit. Seeing that Jiang Ling did not accept Lu Jejia's apology, Xiao Chenghai attempted to chase after him again, hoping for a chance, but was intercepted by Huang Dayun. Huang Dayun scolded them, declaring that they had officially been dismissed from Yunxiao Jewelry and warned that if they continued to pester Jiang Ling, he would not hesitate to involve the authorities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chenghai's face turned pale, followed by a surge of anger. Lu Jejia, look at the trouble you've caused. I have always advised you to be patient with customers and to never look down upon anyone. And now, we have offended the chairman. And we have all lost our jobs. I'm sorry, uncle. I had no idea he was the chairman. Lu Jejia cried, apologizing. What good is your apology now? You have truly ruined my future. Xiao Chenghai lamented, but it was too late for regrets. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling, Jiang Yu, Chen Mingyao, and Lin Kiki departed from the jewelry section on the 5th floor. Upon reaching the 1st floor of Dream Era, Huang Dayun quickly caught up, expressing a desire to treat Jiang Ling and the others to a meal, but was met with a polite refusal. Then, may I inquire if there are any further instructions? Chairman? Huang Dayun asked, somewhat apprehensively. Jiang Ling waved his hand, saying, No, you may return. Understood, Chairman. Please contact me if anything arises. Very well, I am aware. After bidding farewell to Huang Dayun, Jiang Yu hastily approached Jiang Ling, leaning in to scrutinize him closely. She pinched Jiang Ling's nose and playfully rubbed his cheeks, causing him to question, Sister, what are you doing? By the way, are you truly my younger brother who used to deliver takeout? It has only been a short while since we last met, and you have already become the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry? Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, her face full of confusion. Chen Mingyao and Lin Kiki exchanged puzzled glances as well. How am I to explain this to you? Jiang Ling scratched the back of his head. Please do not tell me it was another stroke of luck. Not quite. If I claimed someone gifted it to me, would you believe that? It would be akin to saying I stumbled upon a jewelry company. What? Someone gave it to you? How much money do you have on you right now? That's a secret. Suffice it to say, it is enough. Jiang Ling grinned proudly. Noticing Jiang Ling's enigmatic demeanor, Jiang Yu refrained from further inquiries. After all, he was her younger brother. As long as he was thriving in content, she would wholeheartedly support him. Jiang Ling. I heard from Xiaoyu that you are 25 this year. I am 26, exactly 1 year older than you. How do you feel about that? I believe our personalities are quite compatible. Suddenly, Chun Mingyao's voice became sweet as she leaned closer to Jiang Ling, intertwining her arm with his. Feeling the softness against his elbow, Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, managing a somewhat awkward smile as he inquired. What are you doing? Did not Xiaoyu say she would introduce you to a partner? Wait, Mingyao, you previously dismissed Jiang Ling as merely a delivery boy. What has changed now? As Chun Mingyao took the initiative, Lin Kiki sensed the urgency of the situation. Originally, she harbored a slight fondness for Jiang Ling and believed that Chun Mingyao would not compete with her. However, after Jiang Ling revealed his affluent identity, Chun Mingyao's attitude had taken a complete turn, and she was now openly pursuing him. Seeing her younger brother so sought after, Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly, saying, Haha, Xiaoling. Perhaps I should step aside and let you take Mingyao and the others out for a meal? Let's not go that route. Jiang Ling shook his head, exerting effort to free his arm from Chun Mingyao's grasp. To his surprise, Chun Mingyao held on quite tightly. It took him 3 attempts to finally extricate himself. With a radiant smile directed at Chun Mingyao, he stated, I apologize, but I believe we are not suited for one another. Why? What do you find unappealing? I can change. Chun Mingyao tilted her head, gazing at Jiang Ling with a look of innocent curiosity. Had this been in the past, Jiang Ling would have undoubtedly fallen for such an expression. However, things were different now. He could discern that Chun Mingyao was rather materialistic. In truth, she did not care for him, but rather for his status and wealth. Feigning contemplation, he finally replied, because I do not prefer women older than myself. This. Jiang Ling's words rendered Chun Mingyao momentarily speechless. While many of one's flaws may be amendable, one's age cannot be changed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu covered her mouth to stifle her laughter, recognizing that Jiang Ling was not interested in Chun Mingyao. That's perfectly all right. We can still be friends in the future, right? Lin Kiki interjected, eager to diffuse the tension. She understood that, with Jiang Ling's status as chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, it was highly improbable for him to be interested in girls like them. Chun Mingyao puffed her cheeks, clearly still reluctant to accept the rejection. However, Jiang Ling ceased to pay her any further attention and instead turned to Jiang Yu, saying, Elder sister, I hear your real estate company has not been performing well lately? What's the matter? It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you might be interested in relocating your real estate sales efforts? Jiang Ling flashed a grin, his mind racing with a flurry of mischievous ideas. Chapter 42, A Visit to Tianyun Garden. Relocate for sales? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, considering her recent lack of transactions and the absence of any earnings, she felt compelled to inquire, where do you suggest I could pursue real estate sales? What about Tianyun Real Estate? Jiang Ling replied with an enigmatic smile. Tianyun Real Estate? ISNT, that the newly established firm in Jiangnan City, primarily dealing in school district properties? A flicker of curiosity crossed Jiang Yu's face. After all, as a real estate salesperson, she was well acquainted with the landscape of real estate companies in Jiangnan City. Forget it, little brother. In this current societal climate, it's difficult to succeed in any field. Even if I switch companies, it would still be challenging to secure deals, and I would risk losing my existing clients and resources. Jiang Yu shook her head, initially inclined to dismiss Jiang Ling's well-meaning suggestion. Yet Jiang Ling continued, Oh, come on, don't overthink it. Just come to Tianyun Garden tomorrow to report for duty, and I will surely arrange a commendable position for you. You'll arrange a position for me? Do you know the chairman of Tianyun Garden? Jiang Yu queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. She was eager to uncover how many secrets her younger brother might be harboring. Well, one could say I know him. Jiang Ling grinned, baring his teeth. In fact, he was none other than the chairman of Tianyun Garden. However, he refrained from divulging this information just yet. After all, he had just revealed his identity as the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. To assert that he was also the chairman of Tianyun Real Estate might seem a tad excessive. Was that even plausible? It appeared rather implausible, indeed. What? Little brother, if you're serious, I might take you at your word. Jiang Yu responded. Indeed. It is quite true. Just be at Tianyun Garden on Orchid Street in Yunhai District around 10 tomorrow morning, and I'll have someone arrange a position for you. Is this for real? When did you become so capable? As Jiang Yu's elder sister, she had watched Jiang Ling grow up, clad in diapers. She knew his capabilities all too well. But how could it be that in such a short span, he had transformed into a luxury car owner and a chairman? Well, Just come and see for yourself. Jiang Ling asserted confidently. All right, elder sister believes in you. I shall pay a visit tomorrow. Jiang Yu nodded, her face betraying some skepticism. Yet her heart brimmed with joy. The adage once one ascends, all will rise came to mind. Perhaps Jiang Ling had indeed stumbled upon a significant opportunity. If he chose not to elaborate, there was no need for her to delve deeper. Thus, on the following morning, Jiang Ling set off towards Tianyun Garden in Yunhai District, driving his Apollo IE. Before leaving, Lin Hanyue had reminded him to be cautious and not to let his uncle's informants tail him. Wang Song also called Jiang Ling, asking if he had time to visit his company and meet some of the staff. Jiang Ling, however, declined, stating he had matters to attend to and would visit another day. Upon hearing this, Wang Song sighed lightly, somewhat regretful, but he did not press the issue further. He regarded Jiang Ling as his superior and merely wished for him to meet the younger members of the team. Otherwise, if one of them happened to cross paths with Jiang Ling and inadvertently offended him, it could lead to disastrous consequences. To prevent this, Wang Song had even shown his staff a photograph of Jiang Ling, instructing them to recognize him as their superior and to greet him respectfully if they encountered him. After hanging up, Jiang Ling swiftly arrived at Tianyun Garden. He casually parked his car at the community entrance, then strolled in with his hands in his pockets, exuding confidence. Although Jiang Ling was ostensibly the chairman of Tianyun Garden, he did not know anyone inside. Thus, he leaned towards the elderly security guard at the entrance and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, could you direct me to the property management office?" "Oh, just take a left. And the property management office is the first room on the left on the 3rd floor. "Thank you kindly, sir," Jiang Ling replied, grateful. "Not at all." The elderly guard waved him off with a friendly smile, assuming Jiang Ling was a resident of the community seeking the property management office. Upon arriving at room 102 in building 3, Jiang Ling knocked on the door. Shortly, a woman with wavy, curly hair opened it, looking at him with evident reluctance. "Who are you looking for?" she asked. "I'm here to inquire about the property management," Jiang Ling answered. "I am the property management," the woman replied. "What do you need?" "I'd like to ask whether you have ever seen your community's chairman?" "The chairman of the community? You mean the chairman of Tianyun Real Estate?" The woman raised an eyebrow in confusion. Jiang Ling nodded. "Yes, precisely. Never seen him. The chairman is as elusive as a dragon, and not even manager Fong has seen him. However, I do have the chairman's contact number. May I ask what unit you reside in and what your issue is with the chairman?" she queried, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized Jiang Ling. She assumed he was a resident facing some trouble and seeking to lodge a complaint, but she would not divulge the chairman's phone number to him. Jiang Ling simply smiled lightly. "Why not check to see what your chairman looks like? What's wrong? Can the chairman change?" The woman expressed disbelief, unconvinced that the chairman of Tianyun Real Estate could switch identities. Consequently, she approached her computer, opened the Tianyun Real Estate corporate page, and a handsome photograph materialized on the screen. Tianyun Real Estate, legal representative, Jiang Ling. "What? This the woman was momentarily taken aback, her demeanor shifting as she hurriedly tidied her disheveled hair, rushing to the door and gesturing for Jiang Ling to enter. "Chairman, welcome. I apologize for not receiving you properly." "Oh, so now you recognize me?" Jiang Ling replied with a faint smile, an expression of confidence gracing his features. The woman eagerly nodded. "Yes, indeed. The legal representative of the company is you, and the photograph of the chairman bears your likeness." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and inquired, "Then may I ask, who was the previous chairman of Tianyun Garden? What did they look like?" "I don't know. There was never a photograph of the chairman before. I just forgot to check after the recent system update. I never anticipated that you would be our chairman. Oh dear, why didn't you give me a call beforehand? It would have allowed me to welcome you properly. I never imagined the chairman would be so young and handsome. You truly are an exemplary figure." After recognizing Jiang Ling's identity, the woman showered him with compliments, leaving Jiang Ling feeling slightly embarrassed. He then asked, "What is your name?" "Huang Afong, please call me Xiao." Or Little Huang. The matron with wavy curls chuckled awkwardly. However, she appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, making it somewhat inappropriate for her to refer to herself as Little Huang. Thus, Jiang Ling suggested, "How about I call you Aunt Huang instead?" "Oh dear, I cannot accept such a title," Huang Afong replied, as she hurriedly invited Jiang Ling to sit for a while. She quickly dialed the manager of Tianyun Real Estate, Fong Bo, urging him to come and attend to Jiang Ling. Upon hearing that the chairman of Tianyun Real Estate was visiting Tianyun Garden, Fong Bo was taken aback and hastily drove his BMW X5 from the office without delay. Approximately 10 minutes later, Fong Bo arrived at the property management office and laid eyes on Chairman Jiang Ling. He straightened his attire and approached with urgency, bowing respectfully and extending his right hand, saying, "Hello, Chairman Jiang. I am Fong Bo, the project manager of Tianyun Real Estate, appointed as the empowered project overseer." Fong Bo had never met Jiang Ling before, but since the system update, He had seen the chairman's name and photograph on the company's webpage. Recognizing the handsome young man before him as the chairman, he felt a sense of familiarity. Jiang Ling nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am Jiang Ling, here to inspect Tianyun Garden." "Certainly, Chairman. Please feel free to ask me anything you wish to know. How about I take you for a stroll around the community while I clarify some of your queries?" Fong Bo volunteered, eager to make a good impression in front of the chairman. Jiang Ling contemplated for a moment before nodding. "All right, let's converse as we walk." "Very well. Chairman Jiang, this way please." Fong Bo gestured warmly. "Chairman Jiang, our Tianyun real estate company was established relatively recently, so we currently have only 2 school district housing complexes. One is the present Tianyun Garden, and the other is still under construction, expected to be completed by the second half of this year. Tianyun Garden comprises 10 apartment buildings designated for school districts. Since these are school district properties, the prices are quite steep, averaging around 320,000 per square meter. So far, 285 units have been sold, and 362 units are leased, while there are still 673 units in pre-sale and pre-lease. As they walked through Tianyun Garden, Fong Bo enthusiastically shared the current status of the property with Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling nodded, his curiosity piqued. "So, could you calculate the approximate value of these 10 school district apartment buildings for me?" "How would you like me to calculate that?" Fong Bo inquired. "Just the total value, based on the average price of 320,000 per square meter." "Understood, Chairman Jiang." Fong Bo nodded and began to mentally calculate with confidence. He muttered, "Tianyun Garden has a total of 10 apartment buildings, each 33 stories high, with 4 units per floor, making 132 units per building, totaling 320 units. On average, each unit is about 100 square meters, so the total value should be approximately 224 billion. Hearing that figure, even Jiang Ling was taken aback. However, considering that most of the tenants were students and a significant portion of the units remained unsold, the realizable value would naturally be lower. Nevertheless, generating around 1 billion would certainly be feasible. Thus, it can be said that investing in real estate remains quite lucrative. As long as the location is well chosen and the properties can be sold, it functions like a small mint. "Hey, Jiang Ling, how did you arrive so quickly? I was just about to call you." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance of the community. Jiang Ling turned to see his older sister, Jiang Yu, approaching. He smiled and waved, saying, "Sister, you arrived so swiftly." "Yes, you beat me here," Jiang Yu replied, jogging towards him, accompanied by her close friends, Chun Mingyao and Lin Kiki. Fong Bo, upon seeing Jiang Yu, promptly approached her, nodding in greeting. "Hello, Miss Jiang, I am Fong Bo, the project manager of Tianyun Real Estate. You may call me Little Fong." Given that she was Jiang Ling's sister, addressing her as Miss Jiang seemed appropriate. Jiang Yu looked momentarily taken aback. "Oh, do you know me? Have we met before?" "Haha, we haven't, but considering you are the chairman's sister, it stands to reason that your surname is also Jiang, correct?" "Chairman? Jiang Ling, what on earth are you up to?" Jiang Yu leaned in closer to Jiang Ling, whispering. She was perplexed as to why everyone addressed Jiang Ling as chairman. The general manager of Yunxiao Jewelry and now the project manager of Tianyun Real Estate both referred to him as their chairman. "Jiang Ling, please do not tell me that the entire Tianyun Real Estate also belongs to you?" As she spoke, Jiang Yu's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Ling, maintaining his composure, nodded, "Yes." "Is there a problem?" "No, but what exactly have you done? Where did all these companies come from? And each one seems larger than the last." "Well, if I said it was a part of a lottery win, would you believe me?" "Stop joking. Just ensure you're not engaging in any illegal activities." Jiang Yu smiled brightly. "By the way, Fong Bo, please arrange a position for my sister at Tianyun Company," Jiang Ling instructed. However, Fong Bo looked perplexed. "But chairman, considering your sister's status, does she really need to work at our company? She enjoys working to realize her life's value. You understand? One cannot simply embrace a life of leisure just because they are wealthy. If a person has no dreams, how are they different from a salted fish? Just assign her to any position, like sales manager or planning manager." Jiang Ling chided Fong Bo, who dared not retort, nodding hastily. "Understood, chairman, I will arrange it immediately." "All right, sister, let us go look at some apartments. Just let me know which one you prefer. Aunt Huang, please bring me the keys to the unleased units in Building 5. "Oh, of course, chairman, I'll fetch them right away." Aunt Huang, who had been following Jiang Ling and Fong Bo, eager to ingratiate herself and become familiar with Jiang Ling, quickly turned and left upon his request. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a keyring for Building 5, presenting it with both hands. After a moment's thought, she retracted it slightly, chuckling. "Ha, chairman, this keyring is quite heavy. Let me hold on to it for you." "Well, that is fine. Come on, let us head to Building 5 to view the apartments." Jiang Ling waved his hand, ready to take Jiang Yu to see the units. Fong Bo wished to accompany them to introduce the buildings and layouts. However, Aunt Huang stopped him, asserting that she, as the property manager, knew the best floor in Building 5 better than anyone else, so there was no need to trouble Fong Bo. Jiang Ling waved his hand. It's all right, Fong Bo, you may return. And remember to add my sister's contact information. Take her to the company for orientation tomorrow. I better not hear of anyone bullying my sister at the company, or I will seek you out for retribution. Yes, Chairman, I understand. I will arrange it right away. Fong Bo trembled slightly, realizing he would need to remind the staff not to mistreat Jiang Ling's sister. Otherwise, if Jiang Ling were to become enraged, it would spell disaster for everyone. Chapter 44, A Double Blow from Pang Pang. Subsequently, Fong Bo turned and departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and others, alongside Aunt Huang, arrived at the foot of Building 5 in Tianyun Garden. Jiang Ling took Aunt Huang's keychain, intending to escort Jiang Yu upstairs to view the apartment. Sister, which floor do you wish to see? Allow me to show you. Jiang Ling asked with a smile. However, Jiang Yu waved her hand dismissively and replied, No need, Jiang Ling. I am already immensely grateful for the excellent job you found for me. I cannot accept a house from you as well. Why not? You are my sister. What is wrong with gifting you a home? Jiang Ling felt it was not a significant issue. Although Jiang Yu did indeed desire a nice apartment, she ultimately shook her head and said, Xiao Ling, first and foremost, I do not understand how you have suddenly become so wealthy. Secondly, I wish to earn my first home through my own efforts. Achieving this will give me a sense of accomplishment. I cannot rely on you for a house. People can become complacent. If I become dependent on you, I might end up not wanting to work and expect you to provide for me daily. Oh, it's quite all right, Jiang Ling said, slightly impatient. He had intended to gift Jiang Yu an apartment, but was taken aback by her refusal. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu made a valid point. After all, she was not born into wealth, and she wished to earn her living through her own hands rather than receiving handouts from her brother. Moreover, she had already saved over 200,000, and in a couple of years, she would likely be able to afford the down payment for a unit in Tianyun Garden. Just as Jiang Yu and her brother were playfully shoving each other, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from the left side of the hall. Oh, isn't that Jiang Ling? What a surprise to encounter you here. Jiang Ling, halt. Don't run. Huh, who is barking? Jiang Ling was momentarily bewildered, pondering who was calling him. Upon turning around, he discovered that the individuals who had shouted were none other than Wang Zhibong, Lu Yunqiao, Sun He, and Zhao Kai. The four approached Jiang Ling with an air of aggression. Wang Zhibong, Lu Yunqiao, what are you for doing here? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Wang Zhibong sneered. I never expected to run into you here. What a twist of fate. Come with me. I have some questions for you. Wang Zhibong spoke cryptically, for he had been instructed by Lin Hanyue's uncle to investigate Jiang Ling's identity and the source of his wealth. Come with you? On what grounds? Jiang Ling retorted. Wang Zhibong clenched his fist and said, On this basis. What will you do? In broad daylight. Do you dare lay a hand on me? I'll have you know, we live in a society governed by law. If I call the police, you'll be the one facing consequences. Just because I told you to come, you should come without all this nonsense. Lu Yunqiao stepped forward and shoved Jiang Ling's shoulder. Hey, I advise you not to push me, or you will regret it, Jiang Ling warned. Extending his hand, Lu Yunqiao, relying on his size, laughed. I'll push you. What are you going to do about it? Go ahead and try to hit me. Hey, what are you all doing? My brother hasn't he offended any of you? On what basis do you bully him? Jiang Yu stepped forward, blocking Jiang Ling, with Chun Mingyao and Lin Kiki also standing up to defend him. Jiang Ling discreetly gestured to Aunt Huang, signaling her to call for security. Aunt Huang nodded and hurried off to summon assistance. Then, Jiang Ling addressed Wang Zhibong, saying, Wang Zhibong, during our last meal at Blue Star Hotel, we split the bill. You didn't get cheated, and I didn't come out at a loss. It's rather excessive of you to seek revenge for something like that. Jiang Ling assumed that Wang Zhibong was upset about the incident at the hotel. However, Wang Zhibong chuckled mysteriously and replied, Jiang Ling, don't accuse me of being petty. I didn't think twice about that meal. But do you even realize who you've offended? Who have I offended? Jiang Ling pondered, trying to recall if he had indeed crossed anyone in recent days. Could it be that Xiao Chenghai, the manager of the Dream-era Cloud Pearl distribution point, had contacted Wang Zhibong to stir trouble for him? Yet, Jiang Ling was not intimidated. Wang Zhibong, I advise you to refrain from provoking me. Otherwise, you will all come to regret it. Regret? Chaozi, take Jiang Ling away. Yes. Brother Wang. With that, Lu Yunqiao and Sun He rolled up their sleeves and approached Jiang Ling. At that moment, Aunt Huang finally returned, accompanied by the security team. That's them. How dare they bully the chairman? Someone, beat them up. Who dares to bully our chairman of Tianyun Garden? You insolent brat. Do you have eyes on the back of your head? Remove your hands, you scoundrel. A bald man dressed in a security uniform, leading a dozen security personnel, stormed to the entrance of Building 5. Without uttering a word, the bald man rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch that sent Wang Zhibong crashing to the ground. Ouch! Who attacked me? Wang Zhibong cried out in pain. The bald man then grabbed Lu Yunchao by the collar, lifting him as easily as one would a chick, and angrily scolded, "What's this? You were the one who shoved our chairman just now. And no, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything." At that moment, Wang Zhibong and the others were utterly stunned. They had no idea that Jiang Ling was the chairman of Tianyun Garden, and thus vehemently denied having assaulted the chairman. The bald man retorted, "I saw it with my own eyes. Don't even think about denying it." With that, he landed a heavy punch on Lu Yunchao, then signaled the other security personnel to take action, thoroughly beating up Sun, He and Zhao Kai as well. Once they had finished, the bald man approached Jiang Ling with a smile, bowing his head and asking, "Chairman, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thankfully, you arrived in time. What is your name?" Jiang Ling inquired calmly. "My name is Chun and I am the captain of the security team at Tianyun Garden." "Excellent work. Everyone deserves a raise," Jiang Ling declared with authority. Shanlai and the other security personnel instantly beamed with joy. Initially, they had no idea who the chairman of Tianyun Garden was until Aunt Huang rushed to the security room, stating that the chairman was being bullied and urged them to hurry to assist. Upon hearing that their chairman was in trouble, Shanlai felt compelled to make a good impression, so he dashed to Building 5 and, without hesitation, delivered a couple of powerful punches to Wang Zhibong and Lu Yunchao. Chapter 45. The brutal beating of Wang Zhibong. Someone is investigating me? Lu Yunchao had once been an athlete, towering at over 6 feet tall, and was quite strong. However, Shanlai stood nearly 2 meters tall and weighed close to 300 pounds, making it an effortless task to handle Lu Yunchao. Receiving accolades from Jiang Ling, Shanlai was absolutely elated. Meanwhile, Wang Zhibong trembled as he rose unsteadily from the ground, clutching his left eye, and exclaimed with indignation, "How dare you strike me? Do you even know who I am? Do you still wish to remain here?" He continued, "Why waste breath? I am the one who hit you. What will you do about it? If you are unsatisfied, I can gladly administer another beating." Shanlai, clenching his fists, approached, sending a shiver down Wang Zhibong's spine. Suddenly, Lu Yunchao sensed something amiss and also stood up, inquiring, "What did you just call him? Chairman?" "Indeed, he is the chairman of our Tianyun Garden," Shanlai replied. "I truly cannot fathom how you lot have mustered the audacity to bully our chairman." "What? How did Jiang Ling become the chairman of Tianyun Real Estate?" Lu Yunchao and Sun, he were instantly perplexed. Wang Zhibong, too, came to a sudden realization, saying, "Oh, now I understand where Jiang Ling's wealth comes from. He is indeed a hidden rich second generation." He chuckled, "I have news now. I can return to report." Wang Zhibong laughed heartily, disregarding the swelling around his left eye from Shanlai's blow, and turned to leave hastily. However, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. He pointed at Wang Zhibong and commanded, "Captain Shanlai, bring that fellow over here. I have questions for him." "Yes, Chairman." Shanlai quickly advanced, seizing Wang Zhibong's collar and yanking him back. Wang Zhibong, alarmed, protested, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Assaulting someone is against the law. If you continue like this, I will call the police." "Humph. Our chairman has inquiries for you." Without further ado, Shanlai brought Wang Zhibong before Jiang Ling. Faced with Shanlai's fierce demeanor, Wang Zhibong cowered. Jiang Ling gazed at him coldly and asked, "Wang Zhibong, are you investigating me?" "And no, not at all." Wang Zhibong stammered in denial. "Then what did you mean when you mentioned returning to report?" Jiang Ling pressed. "No, you must have misheard. I said I was going back to rest." "Humph. Do you think I am deaf?" "Everyone heard it." Jiang Ling retorted. "Our chairman is asking you a question. Tell us, who sent you to investigate him?" With that, Shanlai struck Wang Zhibong again, this time leaving his left cheek flushed. Wang Zhibong, having never encountered such a situation, trembled in fear. "Jiang Ling, I cannot divulge that. Given our long-standing friendship, please let me off this time. I promise I won't trouble you again," he pleaded. Jiang Ling sneered. "Oh, you still remember our old camaraderie? Yet you have repeatedly opposed me and even conducted investigations behind my back. If you do not reveal who is pulling the strings, I will not let you off today. Speak up, or my fist will not be gentle," Shanlai declared with ferocity. At this moment, Wang Zhibong finally relented. He realized that Shanlai was a brute, capable of delivering heavy blows. Enduring a few more punches could very well cost him his life. All right, I will tell you. It is the third master of the Lin family from Jiangnan City, Lin Yuchuan, who is Lin Hanyue's uncle." "Lin Yuchuan? The third master Lin?" Upon hearing this name, Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. No wonder Lin Hanyue had warned him that morning to be cautious of her uncle's spies. Initially, Jiang Ling had paid little heed, but he never anticipated that Lin Yuchuan had bribed Wang Zhibong to investigate him. But why would Lin Yuchuan want to investigate me? Jiang Ling inquired, furrowing his brow. Wang Zhibong shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps it's because you were too close to Miss Hanyue. I never imagined that the beautiful girl I dined with last time was actually the daughter of the Lin family. Damn it, Jiang Ling, you deceived me. You really are a rich second generation. Had he not encountered Jiang Ling today and discovered his status as the chairman of Tianyun Garden, Wang Zhibong would have never guessed that Jiang Ling's family was wealthier than his own. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and then asked, What benefits did Lin Yuchuan offer you to investigate me? Wang Zhibong replied weakly. He said he would waive the bill from our last meal and asked me to help investigate your identity. But now I have told you everything. Shouldn't you let me go? What do you say, Chairman? Shin Chunlai pressed against Wang Zhibong, awaiting Jiang Ling's orders. Jiang Ling, aware that Shun Chunlai's blows were heavy-handed, feared that if he were not careful, Wang Zhibong might meet a fatal end. Thus, he waved his hand and said, Forget it, let them go. Understood, Chairman. Now, be gone. Shin Chunlai released Wang Zhibong and shouted at him. Wang Zhibong hurriedly scrambled to his feet and fled, akin to a stray dog. Lu Yanchao, Sun He. And Zhao Kai swiftly apologized to Jiang Ling before hastily following Wang Zhibong's retreat. Wang Zhibong, Lu Yanchao, I advise you not to provoke me again, or I shall break your legs. Yes, we won't trouble you again, I promise. Wang Zhibong glanced back with a grin before sprinting away, disappearing in an instant. Shin Chunlai had certainly dealt Wang Zhibong a significant blow. He would likely think twice before crossing Jiang Ling again. Once Wang Zhibong and his companions departed, the scene finally returned to tranquility. Jiang Yu patted her chest, expressing relief that the security team had arrived in time. Had they harmed Jiang Ling, she would have fought valiantly. Jiang Ling, however, remained deep in thought, contemplating Wang Zhibong's words. He pondered why Lin Hanyue's uncle, Lin Yuchuan, would want to investigate him. Was it merely because he was a friend of Lin Hanyue? If that were the case, then Lin Yuchuan's intentions were profoundly intricate. Chairman, are you injured? Huang Dama approached with concern. Jiang Ling shook his head, indicating he was unharmed. Furthermore, both Huang Dama and Shin Chunlai had performed admirably today, prompting Jiang Ling to decide to raise their salaries by 1,000 yuan each, much to their delight. Shin Chunlai even expressed that if Jiang Ling ever needed assistance, he would rally the security team at a moment's notice. Jiang Ling nodded in gratitude. Initially, Jiang Ling had intended to gift Jiang Yu a property, but she declined, insisting on earning her first home through her own efforts. Jiang Ling's offer of a position as a sales manager was more than enough for her, and she felt no need to accept a house from him. Seeing Jiang Yu's firm stance, Jiang Ling refrained from pressing further. Chapter 46. A man must never proclaim his inabilities. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was evening. After dinner, Jiang Ling bid farewell to Jiang Yu and the others before driving back to Longhu Community. Around 8:30 that evening, Lin Hanyue finished work and returned home. Jiang Ling recounted the day's events to Lin Hanyue. Lin Hanyue instantly furrowed her brows, her hands resting on her hips, and pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, See, I knew it. My second uncle would definitely send someone to investigate you. So what? I haven't committed any crime. Can your second uncle really apprehend me? Jiang Ling retorted disdainfully. Well, he doesn't know we live together. That shouldn't be an issue, right? Lin Hanyue replied. Even if he were to find out, what could he do? Is he going to forbid you from dating? Jiang Ling maintained a favorable impression of Lin Yuchuan initially. However, after the events of today, he found himself thoroughly disliking the deep-minded man. Alas, that may be true, but I still worry that my second uncle might threaten you to keep your distance from me. Yet, I am quite curious. After all this time together, why am I not showing any signs of pregnancy? Jiang Yu's comment rendered Jiang Ling momentarily speechless. Could it be that you are unable to? What? Are you implying I'm not capable? I'll show you tonight just how capable I am. Men detest being told they are incapable, and Jiang Ling was no exception. Moreover, considering they had only been cohabiting for 6 or 7 days, it was perfectly normal not to conceive. However, Jiang Yu expressed her concerns, saying, Jiang Ling, how about I accompany you to the hospital for a checkup? Absolutely not. Why would you think I am incapable? Oh, it's not that I think you are deficient in any way. It's just that you mentioned your second uncle can't have children due to health issues. I was wondering if that might be hereditary? If there is indeed an issue with your health, it would be wise to seek treatment early. That's impossible. My father is fine, so I must be perfectly healthy. Jiang Ling declared confidently, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. Seeing Jiang Ling's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Hanyue was disinclined to persuade him further. She stifled a yawn and said, Well, never mind then. I'm going to take a shower. I'll be waiting for you in the bedroom. Sure, go ahead. Jiang Ling nodded, appearing distracted. To be honest, he was uncertain of the nature of his relationship with Lin Hanyue. They were not quite in a romantic relationship, nor merely ordinary friends. Considering they lived together, Was it truly just a partnership? Yet, feelings had developed between them. If Lin Hanyue were to become pregnant in the future and leave with the child, what would he do as the father? Would he simply abandon his own child? For a moment, Jiang Ling felt agitated. He even pondered whether Lin Hanyue's desire to conceive was merely a means to inherit the Lin family fortune. If he could surpass the Lin family financially, marrying Lin Hanyue would be the solution, and they could naturally be together without all the complications. The following morning, as the sun rose, Jiang Ling awoke to find Lin Hanyue preparing breakfast in the living room. Wow, the sun must have risen in the west today? You are actually making breakfast? Jiang Ling grinned, taking a seat at the dining table and relishing the meal. Though breakfast consisted of ordinary milk, bread, and fried eggs, it was a rarity that Lin Hanyue had prepared it herself. Lin Hanyue smirked, playfully responding, "Did you forget our agreement? You still owe me a favor." "What favor?" Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. Lin Hanyue explained, "Today is the joint sales event of our Meidi Beauty Company and the Xingyue Jewelry Company. We will be launching a new marketing strategy, and there will be live coverage by internet influencers and reporters from television stations." Of course, it was merely a publicity stunt to generate traffic. However, if someone were to purchase exquisite jewelry and beauty packages at the event, it could attract media attention, which would be beneficial for promotion. "So, could you please help me by making an appearance at the venue? And what benefit do you intend to offer me?" Jiang Ling's lips curled into a sly smile. Lin Hanyue pondered, "Benefit? What do you want? I've already given you my most precious thing." She shot him an exasperated glance. Jiang Ling grinned. "That was merely a transaction. Then what more do you desire? If you like something, just take it." "Haha, I was just joking." Jiang Ling chuckled, realizing that teasing Lin Hanyue could be quite entertaining. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Ling called Wang Song to pick up his sister Jiang Yu and attend Lin Hanyue's beauty and jewelry sales event together. Jiang Yu mentioned that Chun Mingyao and Lin Kiki also wished to join, but the Ferrari F8 could not accommodate 4 people. Consequently, Jiang Ling instructed Wang Song to switch to a 4-seater vehicle. About half an hour later, upon arriving at the Meidi Beauty Company, a black Audi RS7 was also parked at the entrance. Wang Song exited the driver's seat, approached the passenger side, opened the door, and courteously stated, "Sister Jiang, please disembark." "Thank you for your hard work, Wang Song. It's no trouble at all. It is my honor to serve Sister Jiang." Wang Song flashed a bright and cheerful smile. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think that Wang Song was exceptionally kind, considering he was a wealthy second-generation heir, yet treated her with such gentlemanly politeness because she was Jiang Ling's sister. "And the 2 ladies in the back, please step out." "Thank you, Mr. Wang Song." Chen Mingyao and Lin Kiki chimed sweetly from the back seat. Wang Song waved his hand, saying, "No need for thanks. You are all friends of my boss, so you are my friends too." "Jiang Ling is your boss? Indeed, is there a problem?" Wang Song laughed heartily and quickly returned to Jiang Ling's side, announcing that he had completed his task of escorting Jiang Yu and the others. Jiang Ling nodded and waved at Jiang Yu, saying, "Sister, let's head up to the 3rd floor and take a look." "All right." Soon, the group entered the interior of the Meidi Beauty Company, where staff members personally escorted them to the conference hall on the 3rd floor. Since today was the joint sales event of Meidi Beauty Company and Xingyue Jewelry Company, numerous guests had already arrived. Most were women, members of Meidi Beauty Company, and some were socialites and noble ladies from Jiangnan City, all friends of Lin Hanyue, who came to support her. At this moment, the hall's counter displayed an array of exquisite jewelry and cosmetics. In the center of the hall, a television reporter was adjusting the camera position. Upon noticing Jiang Ling and the others had arrived, Lin Hanyue hurried over with a smile, saying, "Jiang Ling, Sister Jiang, welcome. Let me introduce you to our new products. This is a set of Estee Lauder eye and face repair CP kits, along with a jade necklace, priced at just 3,999 yuan. And this one is our latest mask, skincare cream, foundation, accompanied by a glutinous ice jade bracelet and jade pendant, which is rather expensive at 980,000 yuan." Lin Hanyue enthusiastically introduced the cosmetic and jewelry packages to Jiang Yu, who nodded but appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, with prices soaring to 980,000 yuan and even tens of thousands for a single set, Jiang Yu certainly hesitated to spend such exorbitant amounts. As Jiang Ling leaned closer to Jiang Yu's ear, she whispered, "Elder sister, choose any cosmetics you fancy. Feel free to take whatever you like." Jiang Yu felt a bit embarrassed at this bold suggestion. Before Jiang Ling could respond, Lin Hanyue, standing nearby, generously interjected, "What is wrong with that? I am genuinely delighted that you could join us. Would I really ask you to pay?" With a warm smile, she added, "Sister Jiang, select whatever you desire. It's all on me." Lin Hanyue's proclamation left everyone present astounded. The cosmetic and jewelry packages here range from a mere 2 or 3,000 yuan to extravagant sets worth over 200,000 yuan. How could she possibly allow Jiang Yu to choose freely? Instantly, both Chen Mingyao and Lin Kiki cast envious glances at Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, on the left side of the hall, in the lounge area beneath the auction stage, a pale, slightly sinister-looking man fixated his gaze on Jiang Ling's retreating figure. He was curious about who this man was and why Lin Hanyue was so warmly accommodating him, while he himself had been left to languish in silence. Did she not realize that he was there to support her? Instead, Lin Hanyue chose to attend to someone she had never even met. This man was Zhao Tianyu, the young master of the Zhao family, one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan City. He was accustomed to wielding his family's wealth and influence, often acting with impunity in Jiangnan, which had earned him the title of one of the city's notorious young scions. Such individuals were akin to parasites in society, flaunting their affluence and extravagance, often parading in multiple luxury cars, accompanied by numerous followers, eager for the world to take note of their presence. However, despite their affluent backgrounds, these pampered youths harbored strong feelings of jealousy and a penchant for vengeance. Whatever they desired, they believed they were entitled to possess. Should they be unable to obtain it, they would ensure that no one else could either. Young Master Zhao, I believe that Miss Lin is simply unappreciative. You've been here for half an hour, yet she ignores you and instead entertains some unknown fellow. She is truly lacking in decorum, remarked one of Zhao Tianyu's sycophantic underlings. But Zhao Tianyu shot him a glare, rebuking, what are you saying? How dare you insult Hanyue? Yes, my apologies, young Master Zhao. I was mistaken, the lackey replied, slapping himself twice in a show of contrition before retreating to the side, having misstepped in his flattery. Who is that fellow? I've never seen him before. Zhao Tianyu turned to a burly man beside him. This man was Hu Diyuan, Zhao Tianyu's personal bodyguard. Hu Dian shook his head, I do not know. I've never encountered him before. Is he from Jiangnan City, or is he from another province? Regardless of where he hails from, this is Jiangnan City, the territory of the Zhao family. Even if he were a dragon, he would have to lie low here, Lu Juanxiong interjected. To which Zhao Tianyu's expression shifted to one of delight. He nodded, patting the shoulder of the man to his left. Wang Zhibong, go inquire about that fellow's name, origin, and family background. Understood, young Master Zhao. Wang Zhibong nodded. Then, accompanied by Lu Yunsha, Sun He, and Zhao Kai, he approached Jiang Ling directly. As Wang Zhibong caught a glimpse of Jiang Ling's silhouette, he felt an unusual familiarity wash over him. Upon reaching Jiang Ling, he tapped him on the shoulder, saying, Hey, brother, come with me for a moment. My boss has some questions for you. Huh? Who is barking? Jiang Ling turned, his gaze darkening as he murmured, Wang Zhibong? Lu Yunsha? Goodness, are you here to trouble me again? Jiang Ling. No way, Jiang Ling. How on earth did I run into you here? Cough, cough. Cough. Jiang Ling turned to call out their names, startling Wang Zhibong and Lu Yunsha into a momentary freeze, their bodies trembling slightly. It was not fear of Jiang Ling himself, but rather the memory of being frightened by that brazen-bald security guard at Tianyun Garden just yesterday. If Jiang Ling were to make a call, they might find themselves in quite the predicament today. How could they not be afraid? It's all a misunderstanding. You carry on. I mistook you for someone else, Wang Zhibong chuckled awkwardly, hastily turning and scurrying back to the lounge area on the left side of the hall, wiping the sweat from his brow and exhaling a sigh of relief. Zhao Tianyu, however, frowned slightly, glancing at him. Wang Zhibong, what's wrong? Who is that person who frightened you so? He's an old classmate of mine, named Jiang Ling. Wang Zhibong explained. Your classmate? A school bully? Did he ever pick on you? Zhao Tianyu inquired. No. His family was once quite modest. Just recently, it seems he has become extraordinarily wealthy, dining on over 7 million yuan in a single meal. What? 7 million for a meal? What could he possibly have eaten to cost that much? Seriously, don't joke about this. Several of Zhao Tianyu's lackeys chimed in. Wang Zhibong continued. I assure you it's true. I dined with him. So how could I not know? Initially, I thought he had won the lottery, but only yesterday did I learn that he is actually the chairman of Tianyun Real Estate. The chairman of Tianyun Real Estate? But he is so young. What is his family involved in? Lu Juanxiong asked. Wang Zhibong scratched his head. I'm not sure. Even Lin Hanyue asked me to investigate him. Lin Hanyue? Zhao Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that Lin Yuchuan wielded considerable influence, and anyone he deemed worthy of investigation must possess a significant status. Yet, if this individual truly was the chairman of Tianyun Garden, why had he never heard of his family before? Chapter 48. Who is your friend? Do we know each other? Before long, Jiang Ling and his companions arrived at the lounge area on the left side of the hall. Hanyue, Zhao Tianyu called out to Lin Hanyue, but she ignored him completely, continuing to attend to Jiang Ling and his companions, instructing company staff to bring out tea and fruit platters. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. Clearly, Lin Hanyue was deliberately snubbing him to provoke his ire. Meanwhile, Wang Song shivered slightly and inched closer to Jiang Ling, seemingly trying to avoid Zhao Tianyu's gaze. Jiang Ling noticed this subtle shift and turned to ask Wang Song, "Who is that person?" Wang Song replied weakly, "Boss, he is Zhao Tianyu, the young master of the Zhao family in Jiangnan City. He is one of the 4 young masters of Jiangnan City." "Oh, one of the 4 young masters of Jiangnan City? Intriguing." Jiang Ling nodded, initially uninterested in Zhao Tianyu. But then, Zhao Tianyu suddenly rose and began to approach Jiang Ling slowly. He cast a disdainful glance at Wang Song and remarked, "Wang Song, I was wondering why I hadn't seen you these past few days. Turns out you've been frolicking with others? What is your name?" Zhao Tianyu lit a cigarette, looking down upon Jiang Ling with an air of superiority. Jiang Ling found this demeanor quite irksome. He couldn't help but frown slightly and chose to ignore Zhao Tianyu, instead engaging in light-hearted banter with Jiang Yu. He pointed at the jewelry and cosmetics in Jiang Yu's hands and joked, "Sister, this exquisite set of beauty products is surely perfect for you. Haven't you always wanted a bracelet? I'll have Hanyue send you one shortly." Isn't that a bit extravagant?" Jiang Yu replied, her face flushing. It's no trouble at all. Hanyue is the daughter of the Lin family, the chairwoman of Meidi Beauty Company, worth billions. A bracelet for you is but a trifle, right, Hanyue? "Indeed, Sister Jiang. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Do not hesitate." Lin Hanyue smiled sweetly, chiming in. Seeing Jiang Ling and his companions laughing together while completely disregarding him, Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened immediately. Moreover, he audaciously dared to call her Hanyue in front of him. Did he not realize that Lin Hanyue was the woman he was pursuing? How dare he presume to lay claim? Thus, Zhao Tianyu stepped forward and said in a composed tone, "My friend, I am Zhao Tianyu. May I ask your name?" He extended his right hand toward Jiang Ling. However, Jiang Ling merely looked up at him, bewildered, and responded, "Who is your friend? Do we know each other?" "What, you?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the entire room fell into a stunned silence. Wang Song's eyes widened in disbelief, a chill running down his spine. Even Lin Hanyue raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had not anticipated that Jiang Ling would speak to Zhao Tianyu in such a manner. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. How could Jiang Ling dare to disregard him? His face flushed with anger, and he was about to erupt, but considering the crowd, which included several streamers and reporters from television stations, he thought better of it. A video of him losing his temper here would not bode well. Therefore, Zhao Tianyu retracted his right hand and shot Jiang Ling a cold glare, as if to say, "We'll see about this." Yet, Jiang Ling remained unfazed, leisurely crossing his legs and indulging in the grapes from the fruit platter. Wang Song leaned closer to Jiang Ling and whispered, "Boss, that guy is the young master of the Lin family. If you disrespect him today, what if he seeks revenge later? I don't know him, so why should I give him face? Besides, anyone who associates with Wang Ji is hardly a good person." Jiang Ling scoffed. "Are you not worried that he might leverage the Zhao family's influence in Jiangnan City to secretly undermine your company? Or perhaps threaten other businessmen to refrain from collaborating with you? What is there to fear? I suggest he best not provoke me. Otherwise, the consequences may not be in his favor." Jiang Ling said with remarkable calmness. After all, he possessed a system that rendered him immune to deceit. It was, in essence, a manifestation of divine power. Furthermore, Jiang Ling's wealth and influence would only grow stronger. If Zhao Tianyu truly dared to offend him, he would surely have dire repercussions in the future. Listening to Jiang Ling's assertive declarations, admiration gleamed in Wang Song's eyes as he chuckled. "Ha, boss. You truly embody the essence of leadership, exuding confidence. But I must ask, what does your family do? What do they do? That is a secret." "Well, fine then." Wang Song chuckled in resignation, recognizing that if Jiang Ling was unwilling to divulge, there was no need to press further. After all, given Jiang Ling's stature, he undoubtedly belonged to a powerful and mysterious family. Before long, the joint sales event between Meidi Beauty Company and Xingyue Jewelry Company commenced. Lin Hanyue, adorned in a striking yellow and white gown, captivated the attention of every man present with her graceful demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, Chun Mingyao, and Lin Kiki, who were initially oblivious, suddenly realized that Jiang Ling's acquaintance was none other than Lin Hanyue, the daughter of the Lin family. "Wait, Jiang Ling, when did you become acquainted with Lin Hanyue? What is your relationship with her?" Chun Mingyao inquired, nudging Jiang Ling's shoulder. "Just a few days ago. As for our relationship, I suppose it could be classified as a partnership," Jiang Ling replied. "A partnership? Do you have business dealings?" "Indeed." "Oh, as long as it's not a romantic relationship," Chun Mingyao exclaimed, relieved. As long as they weren't romantically involved, it meant she still had a chance to pursue Jiang Ling moments later. Lin Hanyue approached Jiang Ling, her presence commanding the attention of all. Leaning in close, she whispered softly in his ear, "Jiang Ling, The items up for auction might be a bit pricey. So if no one else bids, remember to place your bid. My money doesn't grow on trees. Jiang Ling replied, momentarily speechless. Was she trying to make him the fool? Lin Hanyue rolled her eyes at him and said, I'm not asking you to pay, just to place a bid. Besides, Xingyue jewelry is merely a subsidiary of your Yunxiao jewelry. Even if you purchase it, the money will ultimately end up in your pocket. Oh, I see. Jiang Ling nodded, contemplating. So I can bid as I please? Yes, bid however you like, as long as the funds in your account can cover it. I'll reimburse you later. Then it's settled. Jiang Ling grinned, reassured by Lin Hanyue's words, confident that he could showcase his prowess during the event. With that, Lin Hanyue turned and made her way to the auction stage, leaving the crowd curious about what she had just whispered to Jiang Ling. Chapter 49. You said to bid freely. Are you bidding 100 million? At this moment, Lin Hanyue took the stage to present the auction items. Various beauty bloggers and television reporters focused their cameras on her. With a smile radiating confidence, she addressed the audience. Welcome, everyone, to the joint sales event presented by Mady Beauty and Xingyue Jewelry. It is widely known that exquisite cosmetics can enhance a woman's beauty, while jewelry and jade can elevate her grace and status. For instance, the set I hold includes L'Oreal cream, Chanel foundation, and a violet jade pendant, surely capable of elevating any girl's aura. As Lin Hanyue began introducing the first auction product, one could not help but admire her business acumen. She ingeniously combined cosmetics and jewelry for sale. Initially, Jiang Ling did not find this particularly remarkable until he turned to see his sister's eyes sparkling with excitement, and Chun Mingyao and Lin Kiki similarly entranced. It was then that he realized just how compelling Lin Hanyue's product launch was for young women. Wow, what a beautiful jade pendant. That must cost quite a bit, right? I would estimate at least tens of thousands. Chun Mingyao remarked. I've named this beauty and jewelry set Violet Star, Chasing the Moon. Just the violet jade pendant alone would fetch over 2 million if sold separately. And with the complete set of cosmetics, the starting auction price is 2 million. How much? 2 million as the starting bid? As anticipated. The announcement of the auction price by Lin Hanyue instantly stirred a wave of astonishment among the crowd. 2 million, a substantial sum indeed. Unless one possesses extraordinary wealth, who would spend such an amount on mere jewelry and cosmetics? Moreover, while jewelry can be worn or kept for appreciation, initiating the auction with a 2 million yuan item undoubtedly deterred many potential bidders. Yet amidst the throng, an elegant and beautiful girl raised her bidding paddle and declared, I bid 2 million. To everyone's surprise, there was indeed someone willing to buy. Jiang Ling, momentarily taken aback, turned to glance at the girl. Noticing Jiang Ling's gaze, she smiled and nodded politely in return. 210,000. Another girl promptly shouted the increased bid. They were all friends of Lin Hanyue, summoned to lend support, and they could easily withdraw after the auction if they chose not to purchase, merely participating in the spectacle. This was precisely the effect Lin Hanyue sought to generate. However, after a prolonged silence, Zhao Tianyu suddenly raised his hand and proclaimed, I bid 3 million. I want this beauty and cosmetics set. Indeed, after Zhao Tianyu's declaration of 3 million, a hush fell over the room, and no one dared to raise their paddles. They understood that Zhao Tianyu was serious and genuinely willing to spend money. Furthermore, no one wished to cross him, resulting in a hesitance to continue bidding. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu cast a provocative glance at Jiang Ling, seemingly taunting. What is the matter? Aren't you quite capable? Why aren't you bidding? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, then raised his paddle, stating, for million. Oh, you really dare to bid? Zhao Tianyu raised an eyebrow, swiftly upping the ante by 50,000. 5 million. Jiang Ling retorted defiantly. 550,000. 600. 650. Enough of this delay. I bid 10 million. Jiang Ling raised his paddle once more, announcing the staggering sum of 10 million. At this proclamation, the audience was left in sheer disbelief, their eyes converging on Jiang Ling. Even numerous beauty influencers and socialites murmured amongst themselves, questioning the identity of the one who dared to bid 10 million. Miss Qing Shui, who is that handsome fellow? Why haven't I seen him before? I don't know. I haven't seen him either. He seems to be a friend of Hanyue. Is he out of his mind? 10 million for a violet jade? That could buy a decent imperial green jade pendant. The chatter erupted, but Jiang Ling remained unfazed, as he was merely following the process. In contrast, Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened. Clenching his fist, he shot a glance at his companion, Wang Ji, and inquired, Didn't you say he was your classmate? What does his family do? I don't know. He used to be a delivery guy? A delivery guy? Capable of spending 10 million on jade? Just recently, he inexplicably transformed into the chairman of Tianyun Real Estate. Zhao Tianyu mused, furrowing his brow. However, contesting Jiang Ling over 10 million seemed hardly worth the effort. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue, with a subtle smile, announced, 10 million once, 10 million twice. I bid 15 million. Just as Lin Hanyue was about to finalize the auction, Zhao Tianyu unexpectedly raised his paddle and declared a bid of 15 million. At that moment, the entire audience was taken aback, including Lin Hanyue on stage, who looked at Zhao Tianyu in bewilderment. Those unaware might have presumed he was merely causing a disruption. This violet jade and Meiji Cosmetics set was worth at most around 250,000. You bid 15 million? Just ensure you don't default later. Yet, Zhao Tianyu was particularly concerned with his pride. Feeling humiliated by Jiang Ling earlier, he aimed to retaliate forcefully, demonstrating that he was not to be trifled with. Moreover, he believed that Lin Hanyue would be thrilled by his high-priced purchase. However, just as Zhao Tianyu reveled in his moment, a soft voice echoed through the hall. 20 million. Jiang Ling unhesitatingly raised his paddle. Jiang Ling, are you genuinely intent on antagonizing me today? The crowd turned in unison to gaze at Jiang Ling, while Zhao Tianyu stood up, angrily confronting him. Jiang Ling casually tossed a grape into his mouth and leisurely remarked, Young Master Zhao, this is an auction, not your family's domain. The items are awarded to the highest bidder. I happen to have the funds, and I genuinely desire this beauty and cosmetic set. I intend to purchase it. If you lack the means, then refrain from meddling and allow me to spend freely without adding millions to the price. I haven't even held you accountable yet. Jiang Ling muttered quietly. What did you say? I lack money. Are you jesting? I, the heir of the Zhao family, own more than half of the commercial streets in Yunhai district. You claim I'm broke? 30 million. I'll see this through to the end with you. 100 million. Jiang Ling exclaimed without hesitation, raising his paddle once more to announce an astounding bid of 100 million. Nearby Jiang Yu, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it all out in shock. What are you doing? After he struggles to announce 30 million, you just counter with 100 million without hesitation? Initially, Jiang Yu tugged at Jiang Ling's sleeve, signaling him to temper his enthusiasm, yet to her astonishment, he turned and shouted, 100 million? Do you really have that much money? Would you dare to bid that amount? Jiang Yu shot him a glare. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. Oh, dear sister, don't worry about it. How can I not worry? Even if you possess wealth, it shouldn't be squandered so recklessly. 100 million. Do you understand what that signifies? I know, just leave it be. Jiang Ling replied impatiently. He had previously been informed by Lin Hanyue that he could bid freely, and as long as the funds could be processed, the money would be refunded post-auction, merely a formality. In truth, the other socialites were also Lin Hanyue's acquaintances, but their accounts likely held a few million to several tens of millions. Thus, when Jiang Ling boldly declared 100 million, every socialite and beauty influencer in the room turned to him in utter astonishment. Although they had received Lin Hanyue's instruction to bid freely to create excitement, none dared to call out a sum as audacious as 100 million. Jiang Ling, what exactly are you attempting? Can you truly afford 100 million? Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu glared furiously at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling leisurely remarked, your inability to produce the funds does not imply that I am similarly constrained. This is an auction, governed by fair bidding. He who offers the highest price prevails. Zhao Tianyu, still eager to argue, was hastily tugged by his sycophant Lu Juanxiong, who urged, young Master Zhao, perhaps it would be prudent to let this go. Jiang Ling is merely a naive youth. We can relinquish this set of jewelry to him and bid on the next. Humph, I cannot simply swallow this indignity. Zhao Tianyu clenched his fists. Fear not, young Master Zhao. That fool spent 100 million to bid on the purple star chasing the moon set. Merely a gullible rich fool. Let us not stoop to his level. Just wait and see how he pays. If he cannot produce 100 million, he will become the laughingstock of the event. Indeed, you make a valid point. After Lu Juanxiong's explanation, Zhao Tianyu nodded, a hint of relief crossing his face. Meanwhile, on stage, Lin Hanyue cast a resentful glance at Jiang Ling, her eyes filled with melancholy. She had allowed him to bid freely, yet he actually called out for 100 million? Hadn't Zhao Tianyu already offered 30 million? Why was she still competing with him? 100 million, once, twice, thrice. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang, number 8, for securing the purple star chasing the moon jewelry set for 100 million. Reluctantly, Lin Hanyue had to finalize the sale, conceding the set to Jiang Ling. Now, let us present our second item, a luxurious cream and skincare set, accompanied by a blue jade necklace, aptly named Tears of the Blue Star, with a starting bid of 2 million. Let the bidding commence. Following this, Lin Hanyue began to unveil the second auction package. However, her intention was merely to promote her cosmetics company, to draw attention. As for these jewelry and jade sets worth millions, apart from Zhao Tianyu, who else would genuinely spend such sums? With Jiang Ling's earlier bid of 100 million, the auction room fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to call out. Observing the quiet, Jiang Ling raised his hand and declared, I bid 5 million. You again? Are you here to cause trouble? Security. Security. Expel him. Zhao Tianyu, feeling his spotlight stolen, angrily called for security to remove Jiang Ling. Lin Hanyue quickly interjected, "Wait. Zhao Tianyu, Jiang Ling is my friend and my guest, and this is my domain. You have no authority to expel him." But he is bidding recklessly. Reckless bidding is inconsequential as long as he can pay. Lin Hanyue responded calmly. Yet, after speaking, she cast another longing glance at Jiang Ling, as if to caution him to temper his enthusiasm. Jiang Ling merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. 10 million. Zhao Tianyu raised his paddle. 20 million. Jiang Ling responded without hesitation. 30 million. Fine, fine, you can have it. I concede. This time, Jiang Ling did not press Zhao Tianyu further. After all, this jade was part of the Xingyue jewelry collection. Zhao Tianyu's 30 million would primarily benefit Yinxiao Jewelry Company, eventually flowing back to Jiang Ling's overseas account. Humph. That insufferable brat. I suspect he is deliberately inflating the price. Zhao Tianyu wiped the sweat from his brow, genuinely worried that Jiang Ling might continue to bid. Fortunately, Jiang Ling finally ceased his bidding, purchasing the jade set solely to amuse Lin Hanyue, intending to find an opportunity to confess his feelings to her. Otherwise, he wouldn't squander such a sum on mere trinkets. Moreover, his pursuit of Lin Hanyue served a greater purpose. Marrying the daughter of the Lin family would forge a powerful alliance between their families. Once Zhao Tianyu ascended to the head of the Zhao family, he would join forces with the Lin family to dominate half of the Jiangnan commercial district. Furthermore, his father supported his intentions to court Lin Hanyue. 30 million, once, twice, thrice. Congratulations to Mr. Zhao, number 1, for acquiring Tears of the Blue Star for 30 million. Next up was the third and final beauty jewelry package from our company, titled The Melody of Fire, with a starting price of 2 million. Lin Hanyue then introduced the third product, but this time neither Jiang Ling nor Zhao Tianyu placed a bid. Instead, a girl named Cheng Shui bought it for 3 million. After the auction concluded, a graceful girl with fair skin approached Jiang Ling, holding the purple star chasing the moon jewelry set. Greetings, Mr. Jiang. Congratulations on winning the purple star chasing the moon jewelry package. How would you like to settle the payment? I'll pay by card. Jiang Ling replied without hesitation, knowing that Lin Hanyue would reimburse him later. Very well, sir. The girl then turned to retrieve the card machine. Jiang Ling pulled out his exclusive Supreme Black Gold card from his jacket pocket. After entering his password, the receipt promptly printed out. Jiang Ling, are you insane? Did you truly spend 100 million on this jewelry package? Jiang Yu tugged at Jiang Ling's sleeve, while he smiled mysteriously, signaling her to mind her own business. Meanwhile, other noble ladies and beauty influencers cast envious glances at Jiang Ling, with several of them even starting live streams to interview him about his extravagant purchase. His response was simple: I have money, and I like it. Chapter 51. Watch closely. I will only perform this once. TSK, that infuriating brat. On the other side, Zhao Tianyu gritted his teeth. Today was supposed to be his stage, yet Jiang Ling had stolen all the limelight. Lin Hanyue had descended from the stage, casting another resentful glance at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, are you simply a fool with deep pockets? Jiang Ling awkwardly chuckled. But you told me to bid freely. Just let me know, does this spectacle satisfy you? It's more than enough. I feel as though I might burst. Oh, by the way, Jiang Ling later on. Could you arrange for someone to use our company's cosmetics while wearing this violet jade to shoot an advertisement? What do you think? An advertisement? Of course. You bought it for 100 million, so we should promote our beauty products. Rest assured, I won't have you work for free. I will offer you 100,000 as endorsement fees. How does that sound? Lin Hanyue proposed to Jiang Ling. He nodded in agreement, finding the idea appealing. 100,000 for an advertisement was a considerable sum. Jiang Ling then turned his attention to consider who might be suitable for the advertisement. At that moment, Chun Mingyao eagerly raised her hand, saying, Jiang Ling, let me do it. What do you think of me? You? I don't think so, sister. How about you? Jiang Ling suggested to Jiang Yu. Me? Can I really do it? Jiang Yu asked, slightly apprehensive. Why not? Sister, you're beautiful and have a great figure. Plus, you can earn 100,000 for a simple advertisement. What's not to like? Yes, yes. If Sister Jiang is willing, it would truly be an honor for our company. Lin Hanyue added graciously. Jiang Yu could not help but feel a slight flush on her face as she nodded and said, well, I shall give it a try. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Lin Hanyue acknowledged her gratitude and then guided Jiang Yu to the dressing room to change into new attire and adorn herself with jewelry. They also summoned a professional makeup artist to apply makeup on Jiang Yu and adorn her with a violet jade pendant before capturing a series of advertising photographs. Approximately an hour later, Jiang Yu and Lin Hanyue emerged from the shooting studio, engaged in lighthearted conversation. It was evident that they had enjoyed a pleasant collaboration. However, As Lin Hanyue approached Jiang Ling, Zhao Tianyu, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself. Suddenly rising, he appeared with a bouquet of fresh flowers and hastily made his way to Lin Hanyue's side, seemingly mustering the courage to speak. Hanyue, we have known each other for quite some time, yet I am perplexed as to why you have been avoiding me. But I know that from the moment I laid eyes on you, I fell for you. You are the only woman destined for me. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Wow. Young Master Zhao has confessed to Miss Lin? You should accept him. You should accept him. This unexpected spectacle left Lin Hanyue utterly astonished. Not only was she taken aback, but Jiang Ling, Jiang Yu, and the beauty bloggers nearby were also captivated by Zhao Tianyu's sudden declaration. After all, Lin Hanyue was the daughter of the Lin family, while Zhao Tianyu was the son of the Zhao family. If Lin Hanyue were to agree to be Zhao Tianyu's girlfriend, it would undoubtedly make headlines. Thus, this was all part of Zhao Tianyu's meticulously crafted plan. He intended to make a grand confession in front of the media and television cameras. His sycophants began to cheer, urging Lin Hanyue to accept his proposal. What an audacious scoundrel! Jiang Ling murmured, indignantly. He had not anticipated Zhao Tianyu's audacity to confess in front of so many people. At that moment, Lin Hanyue found herself in a tight spot, feeling flustered and cornered. She was well aware that Zhao Tianyu was a notorious playboy, and his pursuit was merely a whimsical diversion. Consequently, Lin Hanyue shook her head and replied, I'm sorry, young Master Zhao, but I wish to focus on my career and am not interested in romance at the moment. That is perfectly fine, Hanyue. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I will establish 3 beauty companies for you in the future. What do you say? You should accept him. You should accept him. Zhao Tianyu continued to paint an enticing picture while his sycophants shouted in encouragement. Lin Hanyue opened her mouth, but her words were drowned out by their clamoring. She truly felt caught between a rock and a hard place. In a moment of desperation, she cast a pleading glance at Jiang Ling, who could only shake his head and smile helplessly. He then stood up and approached Zhao Tianyu, gently patting his shoulder. Jiang Ling, what do you want? Zhao Tianyu turned, perplexed by Jiang Ling's approach. Jiang Ling sighed and said earnestly, Young Master Zhao, if she is unwilling, then let it be. A forced fruit is never sweet. What does it matter to you? We haven't settled our accounts for today yet, so you should just step aside. Hey, wait a moment. Hanyue is not only my friend, but also a partner in business. If you continue to bully her, I cannot stand idly by. All right, then tell me what you want. Zhao Tianyu glared at Jiang Ling with anger. I don't want anything. I merely cannot bear to sit back and watch an injustice unfold. Hanyue does not harbor feelings for you. Why force her to be your girlfriend? Jiang Ling stated. Zhao Tianyu retorted, How do you know Hanyue doesn't like me? Hanyue, do you like him? I do not. Lin Hanyue decisively shook her head and quickly ran towards Jiang Ling, casting him a grateful glance, as if to say, Thank you for coming to my rescue. Seeing Lin Hanyue reject him with such determination, Zhao Tianyu's expression turned pale as he anxiously added, Hanyue, I genuinely like you. Please give me a chance. I will treat you well and cherish you. How can you know without trying? No need to try. I do not wish to. Lin Hanyue firmly rejected him once more. Zhao Tianyu's face turned dark with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Lin Hanyue would dare to reject his confession before such a crowd, thus humiliating him. However, before Zhao Tianyu could express his anger, Jiang Ling stepped forward again and said, Young Master Zhao, it's just one woman. It's not worth getting so upset over. What do you know? Zhao Tianyu was already furious, and he misinterpreted Jiang Ling's words as sarcasm. Jiang Ling smiled lightly and replied, Young Master Zhao, women are not pursued in this manner. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate for you just this once. Zhao Tianyu was taken aback. Then, Jiang Ling picked up the jewelry box that Jiang Yu had given him and slowly walked towards Lin Hanyue. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, opened the box to reveal the violet jade pendant, and declared, Hanyue, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Jiang Ling Yu. Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened. His face contorted with anger. He had not anticipated Jiang Ling would openly confess to Lin Hanyue right before him. Lin Hanyue was equally stunned, unable to comprehend Jiang Ling's bold move. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, signaling Jiang Ling with her eyes as if to ask if he was serious. Jiang Ling flashed a smile and repeated, Hanyue, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? You should accept him. You should accept him. Now it was Lin Hanyue's friends who began to cheer. They were aware that Lin Hanyue did not like Zhao Tianyu, and although they were unfamiliar with Jiang Ling, they did not harbor any dislike towards him. Lin Hanyue's face turned crimson as she nodded and said, Well, since you are so sincere, I shall accept. Hanyue you. Zhao Tianyu was nearly apoplectic with rage. He could not fathom that Lin Hanyue would reject his pursuit only to agree to someone so obscure. What did he lack compared to Jiang Ling? In terms of identity, wealth, status, and appearance, how was he inferior? Kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss her. The cheerleading squad began to chant, and Jiang Ling found himself feeling rather shy. He scratched the back of his head and thought, well, I suppose a kiss wouldn't hurt. It was not that Jiang Ling was bashful. He simply believed it unnecessary to kiss in front of so many people. He could do that in private, where they could indulge in more intimate activities. Do you dare, Jiang Ling? Initially, Jiang Ling had no intention of kissing Lin Hanyue. However, at Zhao Tianyu's shout, it became difficult for him to back down. Thus, Jiang Ling stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Lin Hanyue's head, and kissed her deeply. Oh, they kissed. He really kissed Hanyue. What? Is it for real? Hanyue actually allowed him to kiss her? Who is this handsome young man? Lin Hanyue not only accepted his confession, but even reciprocated with a kiss. Beside them, many friends of Lin Hanyue, as well as Jiang Ling's acquaintances and several beauty influencers, expressed their astonishment and curiosity. Chun Mingyao, fuming with anger, could not help but stomp her foot, feeling that her chances with Jiang Ling were swiftly slipping away. After all, in terms of status, physique, and beauty, she found herself lacking compared to Lin Hanyue. Furthermore, Lin Hanyue had already accepted Jiang Ling's confession. How could he possibly choose to be with her instead? Meanwhile, Lin Kiki patted her shoulder, offering consolation. Oh, don't worry, Mingyao, you still have me. Oh, Kiki, I feel as though I've missed my chance to become a wealthy lady. Chen Mingyao lamented, burying her face in Lin Kiki's shoulder and sobbing in distress. In contrast, Jiang Yu wore a relieved smile, exclaiming, well done, my brother. Heartbreak is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the lack of courage to love again. Keep your chin up, I believe in you. Lin Hanyue, Zhao Tianyu gasped, his voice trembling. Overwhelmed, he felt lightheaded from low blood sugar. Stumbling as if he might faint. Young Master Zhao, what is the matter? Someone, quickly, take young Master Zhao to the hospital. Hurry, hurry. If anything happens to young Master Zhao, everyone present will bear responsibility. As Zhao Tianyu's personal bodyguard, Hu Diyuan was genuinely concerned for him. He swiftly hoisted Zhao Tianyu onto his back and dashed for the exit. Once Zhao Tianyu's group finally departed, Lin Hanyue sighed in relief, lightly patting her ample chest, and turned to Jiang Ling, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Ling. If it weren't for your timely intervention, Zhao Tianyu might have taken advantage of me today. Not at all, Jiang Ling replied with a radiant smile. This implied that Lin Hanyue preferred to be at his mercy rather than suffer at Zhao Tianyu's hands. Simultaneously, several beauty influencers and media reporters approached Lin Hanyue for an interview, inquiring if this was her first experience with romance as a young heiress of the Lin family and what insights she had gained. Lin Hanyue frowned, refraining from answering, knowing that no matter how she responded, it would be misconstrued. Jiang Ling, however, stepped forward and asserted, first and foremost, Hanyue and I are merely friends. Please do not misunderstand. Secondly, he paused, visibly incensed, and continued, are your eyes blind? That Zhao Tianyu was clearly trying to embarrass Hanyue, attempting to assume the role of her boyfriend. I was simply intervening to right a wrong. Do you comprehend? Why do you relentlessly pursue her with inquiries about her romantic experiences? Why not ask your own mother instead? As Jiang Ling's anger erupted, the crowd fell into stunned silence, unable to fathom that the previously gentle and refined Jiang Ling would suddenly lose his temper. If Lin Hanyue was hindered by her social standing from using coarse language, then let Jiang Ling take the reins in this matter. After all, they were unaware of his identity. I will speak my mind, regardless. Even if you knew who I am, would you dare challenge me? I am the chairman of Yinxiao Jewelry and Tianyun Garden, with a net worth exceeding $1 billion. Who among you dares to cross me? Lin Hanyue gazed at Jiang Ling's commanding presence, a flicker of admiration dancing in her eyes. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of security akin to that of a mountain emanating from a man. In some fleeting moments, she even contemplated a future of growing old together with the man before her. Inside the black Bentley parked outside the Meidi Beauty and Jewelry store, Zhao Tianyu finally regained consciousness, still seething with rage. He gasped, questioning, who carried me down? It was me, young Master Zhao. Why did you carry me down? I just needed a moment to rest. Help me back upstairs. He even contemplated confronting Jiang Ling, Hu Diyuan sighed. Young Master Zhao. Perhaps it would be best to let this go. It seems Miss Hanyue truly does not harbor feelings for you. You too? Even you think that? Zhao Tianyu choked on his words, caught between disbelief and indignation, nearly choking himself in the process. Cough, cough, cough. I don't care. That Jiang Ling had the audacity to humiliate me repeatedly in front of so many people. He even dared to confess to Hanyue in my presence. I will not let this slide. He must learn whose territory Jiangnan City truly belongs to. I do not care who he is outside. Here, he must submit to me, whether he is a dragon or a tiger. After making his declaration, Zhao Tianyu turned to Wang Zhibong, asking, Wang Zhibong, I heard you and Jiang Ling were classmates. Where does he live now? Ah, Zhao Gu, Perhaps it would be best to forget it. He's just a delivery boy, a poor fellow. There's no need to bother with him. Wang Zhibang jested. Although he disliked Jiang Ling, he did not wish to push the matter to extremes. He understood Zhao Tianyu's character, manipulative and vengeful. If Zhao truly sent someone to confront Jiang Ling, he might endanger his life. As an old classmate, despite their past grievances, Wang Zhibang did not want to see Jiang Ling harmed. Chapter 53, Nantong Security Company. Zhao Tianyu was unfazed by such concerns. He shot Wang Zhibang a fierce glare. I will ask you one last time. Will you tell me or not? I don't know. I've never been to his place. Fine. If you won't tell me, I can find out myself. Hu Diyuan, arrange for someone to wait at Jiang Ling's house tomorrow, understood? Yes, young Master Zhao. Hu Diyuan nodded earnestly. I want you to break one of his legs. Do you hear me? Zhao Tianyu seethed. Hu Diyuan frowned, hesitating. Young Master Zhao. It seems Jiang Ling is not an ordinary person. Perhaps we should just teach him a lesson. If we truly injure him, his family's influence will not let us off easily. They will pursue this matter relentlessly. What is there to fear? If trouble arises, I, Zhao Tianyu, will take responsibility. The majority of Jiangnan City belongs to my family. I refuse to believe anyone would dare to challenge me. Zhao Tianyu asserted. Tomorrow, follow my orders without question, understood? He reiterated. Hu Diyuan had no choice but to comply. Yes, young Master Zhao. By the time Jiang Ling returned home, it was already past 10 in the evening. Lin Hanyue had insisted on treating him and his friends to dinner, both as a gesture of gratitude for their support that day and for Jiang Ling's assistance in rescuing her from the confrontation with Zhao Tianyu, which had even caused him to faint. Reflecting on that moment brought a smile to her face. Suddenly, Jiang Yu inquired, so, are you two for real or not? If not, why not turn this act into reality? Hanyue, why not become my brother's girlfriend? If he dares to bully you, I promise to be the first to stand against him. Lin Hanyue bit her lip, pondering the suggestion. In truth, she harbored genuine feelings for Jiang Ling. However, she grappled with questions of identity, as an ordinary girlfriend, as the daughter of the Lin family, or as part of a mutually beneficial arrangement. Moreover, would Jiang Ling truly have feelings for her and desire to be with her? There is plenty of time. I will consider it. Lin Hanyue replied with a smile. Noticing the opportunity, Jiang Yu eagerly shot Jiang Ling a look, signaling him to seize the moment and pursue Lin Hanyue without delay. Yet, Jiang Ling, too, had his own thoughts and plans. He was acutely aware of Lin Hanyue's concerns and anxieties. It was nothing less than the disappearance of her father, compelling her to strive for the position of the Lin family head with her own strength. Her greatest adversary was none other than the treacherous Lin Yuchuan. Thus, Jiang Ling contemplated two potential courses of action. The first was to amass a fortune sufficient to acquire all of the Lin family's enterprises outright. The second was to locate Lin Hanyue's father, urging him to contest for the family leadership, thereby allowing Lin Hanyue the freedom to pursue love without burdensome worries. That evening, Jiang Ling abstained from drinking, opting instead to drive Lin Hanyue back to Longhu Community. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, Chun Mingyao, and Kiki were being chauffeured by Wang Song. After all, Jiang Ling was now a subordinate of Wang Song and relished the opportunity to converse with beautiful women. Upon returning home, Jiang Ling retired early, which incensed Lin Hanyue somewhat. As she gently caressed her abdomen and glanced at Jiang Ling, who was soundly asleep, a surge of frustration welled within her. Fine, I shall endure for now. If my condition does not change within a week, I will indeed drag you to the hospital for an examination. With that, Lin Hanyue discarded her bathrobe and nestled into bed. The following morning, Jiang Ling awoke at dawn, perhaps due to having gone to bed early the previous night. While Lin Hanyue remained in deep slumber, stretching and yawning, he glanced at his phone, realizing it was only 7 o'clock. Gazing at Lin Hanyue beside him, Jiang Ling felt a twinge of bitterness. He had come to genuinely like this girl. Yet, was this how they were destined to coexist? What would happen when Lin Hanyue became pregnant and left him alone to grapple with sleepless nights? This was not the outcome Jiang Ling desired. Consequently, he resolved not to harm Lin Hanyue any further. It was still early. He would indulge in a bit more sleep. Just as he was about to drift back into slumber, a message notification interrupted him. Squinting at the screen, he read, Dear Sir, your security company is on the verge of bankruptcy and has accrued over 30,000 yuan in unpaid rent, utilities, and maintenance fees. Please make the payment promptly. Contact number 159. What was this? A security company facing bankruptcy? What use would that be to him? He had no intention of pursuing it. Jiang Ling recognized it as a scam message, designed to elicit a payment of 30,000 yuan. However, possessing a system that rendered him immune to scams, he understood that even fraudulent messages could manifest as real threats in his realm. But why would he need a company on the brink of collapse? Oh, it might prove useful. After all, he had offended Zhao Tianyu yesterday. What if that scoundrel sent someone to ambush him? Thus, this security company might indeed come in handy. Jiang Ling nodded, convinced of his reasoning. He promptly accessed the website and settled the outstanding debts of the security company. Nantung Security Company. Legal representative, Jiang Ling. Number of security personnel, 8. Only 8 security personnel? He had expected a larger force. Jiang Ling found himself at a loss for words. After completing the transaction, he received another unfamiliar call. Upon answering, a robust yet polite voice inquired, "Hello, may I speak with Chairman Jiang?" "Yes, that's me." "Greetings, Chairman Jiang. I am Chu Danan, the head of Nantung Security Company. Our firm has not received any contracts in recent months, leading to a dire lack of income. And we are struggling to pay our staff. Oh, and I would like to inquire if you could allocate some funds to the company. I need to settle the wages for my colleagues. Rest assured, Chairman, I will not be greedy. I will strive to earn well for you. How much are the wages?" "The base salary is approximately 21,000 yuan. I can forego my 3,000 yuan base salary. Is that all? Send me your account number. I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to you shortly to cover next month's salaries." Jiang Ling proclaimed with authority. Such a trivial matter. Jiang Ling had initially assumed that his meager security company owed its employees a substantial sum, only to discover it was just a little over 20,000 yuan. The interest from his bank account accrued several tens of thousands daily. Now, Jiang Ling was the chairman of Nantung Security Company. He anticipated no one would dare accuse him of withholding salaries or tarnishing his reputation. Chapter 54. Enough chatter, get in the car. How much? 50,000. Thank you. Chairman Jiang, thank you, boss. Chu Danan hurriedly expressed his gratitude over the phone, anxious that Jiang Ling might change his mind. By the way, where is your security company located? Jiang Ling inquired. It's south on Yongyuan Street in Pinghua District. You'll find it easily. All right. I'll make a point to visit when I can. Thank you, Jiang Ling. We welcome your visit. He concluded before hanging up. A scam message had led him to acquire a security company, though its performance left much to be desired. Jiang Ling did not intend to rely on it for profit, but rather to ensure his own safety. What's the matter, Jiang Ling? At that moment, Lin Hanyue stirred awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes like a kitten, lazily leaning against him. Jiang Ling smiled faintly. Nothing. Just a security company called to inquire if I needed their services. Security? Oh, speaking of which, I think you should hire a few bodyguards. Why? Because Zhao Tianyu is a vengeful little man. So, you're worried he might send someone to bully me? Yes, you could say that. Jiang Ling stroked his chin, considering Lin Hanyue's reasoning. After they had washed up, Lin Hanyue mentioned feeling unwell and asked Jiang Ling to accompany her to the hospital for a checkup. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. You're not suggesting? To be frank, he had thought Lin Hanyue might be pregnant. Lin Hanyue touched her abdomen, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Not yet. I just have some stomach pain and want to see what's wrong. Oh, I see. Then let us grab breakfast first. And afterward, I'll take you to the hospital. Okay. Lin Hanyue nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu had gathered a group of his lackeys, waiting at the entrance of Longhu community. He surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Really? That Jiang Ling fellow seems wealthy enough to spend $1 billion on jewelry. Yet he resides in this rundown place? Who do you in? Prepare to summon people. Break Jiang Ling's legs, do you hear me? Zhao Tianyu instructed, despite his reservations. Hu Jian nodded. After all, one must take money to do the bidding of others. They had been lurking since 6 in the morning and finally spotted Jiang Ling emerging from a narrow alley at 8:30. He is coming out. Zhao Tianyu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. However, just then, Lin Hanyue called out, Jiang Ling, wait for me, and hurriedly ran up, affectionately linking her arm with his. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Tianyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Hanyue? What is she doing here? Could it be that she is cohabiting with Jiang Ling? No, that is simply inconceivable. How could Hanyue possibly be interested in that little brat, Jiang Ling? At that moment, Jiang Ling was extracting the key to his Apollo IE, preparing to enter his vehicle. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from a distance. Jiang Ling. You little rascal, halt right there. Who is that? Jiang Ling turned his head to see Zhao Tianyu, brimming with fury, charging towards him accompanied by a group of burly men clad in black. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Is that really you, Zhao Tianyu? What do you intend to do, Zhao Tianyu? Lin Hanyue queried with a note of accusation. Hanyue, despite my earnest pursuit of you, you have the audacity to cohabitate with this brat? We are not living together. I merely came to discuss business with him. Lin Hanyue, of course, could not divulge the truth of the matter. Who are you trying to fool? We've been lurking here since 6 in the morning. I refuse to believe you arrived at Longhu community to discuss business with Jiang Ling before 6. Zhao Tianyu's anger flared, and he continued, Lin Hanyue, I shall inform your second uncle about this. Are you out of your mind? This is my private life. What concern is it of yours? Lin Hanyue retorted, equally incensed. However, Jiang Ling had no time to engage in their bickering. He noticed that the 7 or 8 men in black were armed with wrenches and batons, clearly intent on him. Thus, he hastily entered the vehicle, opening the side door and urging, Hanyue, stop arguing with them and get in the car. Okay, let us go, Jiang Ling. They seem to be after you. Not seem to be. They definitely are, Jiang Ling asserted decisively. What could Zhao Tianyu and his gang possibly aim to accomplish at Longhu community? It was merely a matter of Zhao Tianyu being humiliated by him at the Meidi Beauty Company yesterday, and in his frustration, he had summoned these men to confront Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling was not foolish enough to engage in a debate with a spoiled rich kid like Zhao Tianyu. Such individuals were bullies who preyed on the weak, and how could Jiang Ling possibly take on 7 or 8 burly men alone? Quick, chase him down. That brat is about to flee in his car. Block him, Zhao Tianyu shouted. You grab his car door. You smash his headlights. Now that Zhao Tianyu had severed ties with Jiang Ling, he no longer felt the need to maintain any pretense of courtesy. At that moment, Jiang Ling had already started the engine and was about to release the clutch and accelerate when, unexpectedly, Zhao Tianyu appeared in front of the car, shouting angrily, Jiang Ling, let us see where you think you can run. If you have the guts, crash into me. Jiang Ling frowned, his irritation mounting. What kind of person was Zhao Tianyu to believe he would hesitate to drive into him? I'll count to 3. 3, 2, 1 Virum. No, wait, Jiang Ling. Are you really going to run me over? Get lost. Jiang Ling bellowed, flooring the accelerator and sending Zhao Tianyu sprawling aside. Fortunately, as the car was just starting to move, the speed was not excessive, merely knocking Zhao Tianyu to the ground where he rolled a few times. Had Jiang Ling been on the highway, that acceleration might have sent Zhao Tianyu soaring into the air. Lying on the ground, Zhao Tianyu felt dizzy and disoriented, sprawling out. After a moment, he scrambled to his feet, shouting in rage, Jiang Ling, you really dared to hit me with your car? You're finished. I won't let this go. Young Master Zhao, your nose is bleeding, Hu Diyuan said with concern, wiping away the blood. Zhao Tianyu rushed towards the entrance of Longhu community, exclaiming, what a little blood. It's just a minor injury. Everyone, get in the car. Chase down Jiang Ling and block him. Let us see where he thinks he can escape to. Yes, young Master Zhao, Zhao Tianyu shouted, leading his 7 or 8 underlings into a Bentley and a Mercedes. The Bentley was Zhao Tianyu's personal vehicle, while the Mercedes was meant for his entourage. Lu Juanxiong, drive and catch up with them. Yes, young Master Zhao. Lu Juanxiong pressed the accelerator, and the Bentley sped away. Chapter 55, Go Visit Your Grandfather. Though Jiang Ling's Apollo IE sports car boasted excellent performance, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds, navigating the bustling streets of the city made it impossible for him to drive at high speed without risking an accident. Jiang Ling, they are still pursuing us. Lin Hanyue voiced her concern from within the car. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Ling spotted the Bentley rapidly closing in. Zhao Tianyu had even poked his head out, gesturing towards Jiang Ling's vehicle. Jiang Ling frowned, wondering why Zhao Tianyu seemed like an unshakable leech, impossible to rid himself of. Hadn't he merely overshadowed Zhao Tianyu the previous day? Did he truly feel the need for such petty vengeance? Jiang Ling, where are we headed now? The moment you stop, they will surely catch up. Let me think of a safe place, Jiang Ling nodded. He had 2 options. One was to go to Wang Song's place, and the other was the Yuanshao jewelry flagship store, both relatively secure locations. Why not head to my grandfather's place? I refuse to believe Zhao Tianyu would dare to cause trouble at my grandfather's. Where is your grandfather's place? In the Yunhai district. At Jinlong Mountain Villa. Wow, that is quite far. There are dozens of traffic lights along the way, and if even one turns red, Zhao Tianyu and his gang will catch up. What should we do then? It's too late to call the police now. Should we just head straight to the police station? Go to the police station? No need. Suddenly, a smile crept across Jiang Ling's face as he thought of a brilliant way to teach Zhao Tianyu a lesson. He pulled out his phone and dialed Chu Danan. Chu Danan, are you at the company? Jiang Ling inquired once the call connected. Upon recognizing Jiang Ling's voice, Chu Danan quickly replied, yes, Boss Jiang. How may I assist you? Good, I'll be there shortly, driving the Apollo IE. A few foolish individuals are tailing me. If they manage to reach the company, make sure to teach them a lesson. What? Someone dares to chase my boss? Is it that brat? Chu Danan's voice rose several octaves in anger, for it was Jiang Ling who had helped him immensely during his darkest moments. Chu Danan had always remembered this kindness. I can't disclose who it is. There's no time for explanations. I'll be there soon. Wait for me at the entrance. Understood, Boss Jiang. All right. After hanging up, Jiang Ling pressed the accelerator, steering towards Yongyuan Street in Pinghua District. Yongyuan Street was quite close to Longhu community. and it would only take a few minutes to drive there. Before long, Jiang Ling arrived at a security company named Nantong Security on Yongyuan Street. This is the place. Hanyue, get out. Jiang Ling quickly parked along the roadside, opened the car door, and stepped out. Jiang Ling, where are we? Is this safe? Zhao Tianyu and his gang are already closing in. Lin Hanyue urged, her anxiety palpable. Don't worry, this place is perfectly safe. Jiang Ling grinned, taking Lin Hanyue's hand and leading her into the Nantong Security Company. Seeing Jiang Ling had parked, Zhao Tianyu and the Bentley burst into laughter. Ahaha, Jiang Ling. Your car has run out of fuel, hasn't it? You've stopped at the roadside. Brothers, disembark and follow me in pursuit of Jiang Ling. Today, I demand he kneels and apologizes. Zhao Tianyu laughed boisterously, parking the car before hastily leading his underlings in pursuit of Jiang Ling. Chu Danan. Which of you is Chu Danan? Jiang Ling inquired upon entering the company. At the reception of Nantong Security Company, a burly man was momentarily taken aback. His eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, You are Jiang Boss? Indeed, I am Jiang Ling. Quickly, there are individuals pursuing me. Summon someone to deal with them. Yes, Jiang Boss. Chu Danan responded, promptly rallying the other security personnel within the company. As Zhao Tianyu entered Nantong Security Company, he beheld Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue leisurely seated on a sofa, sipping tea, while 7 or 8 imposing figures glared menacingly at his group. In that moment, Zhao Tianyu felt a twinge of trepidation. Even Hu Diyuan appeared momentarily stunned before hurriedly stepping forward, stating, Young Master Zhao, this is a security company. I suspect Jiang Ling has bribed these guards to confront us. Huh, is it merely money? Hey, big fellow, come over here. Zhao Tianyu beckoned Chu Danan. Chu Danan approached cautiously, furrowing his brow. What is it? How much did Jiang Ling pay you? I'll offer you double. But there's one condition. You cannot protect Jiang Ling. So, you intend to strike my boss, Jiang Ling? Chu Danan frowned. Zhao Tianyu held his head high, exuding confidence. Yes, I'm going to hit him, so what? Well, you certainly dare to come knocking. Chu Danan smirked. Brothers, attack. Yes, Boss Chu. With a command from Chu Danan, the 7 or 8 brawny men clenched their fists and charged at Zhao Tianyu's group. Though Zhao Tianyu had brought along 7 or 8 subordinates, they were no match for Chu Danan's crew. Chu Danan and his men were former special forces, dismissed due to altercations during their service. Subsequently, they returned to Jiangnan City to forge their paths and were employed by a security company. Interestingly, when they first arrived at the company, there was not a soul in sight, save for a contact number for the legal representative, Jiang Ling's. Thus, while the security company appeared to belong to Jiang Ling, it was, in fact, operated by Chu Danan and his crew. However, these muscle-bound men were adept at fighting but utterly clueless when it came to business, resulting in Chu Danan's failure to manage Nantong Security Company effectively, even struggling to pay his brother's wages. Fortunately, Jiang Ling had transferred him 50,000 yuan, alleviating their immediate financial concerns. Consequently, when Chu Danan witnessed Jiang Ling being chased, he could hardly swallow his indignation. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? I am Zhao Tianyu, the young master of the Zhao family. Zhao Tianyu boasted from the doorway, still brimming with arrogance, believing that merely uttering his name would deter any aggression against him. However, Chu Danan was not easily intimidated. He swiftly clenched his fist and landed a punch squarely on Zhao Tianyu's nose. With a resounding crack, Zhao Tianyu found himself sprawled on the ground. Oh, you dare strike me? You are finished. Your company will face ruin. Zhao Tianyu clutched his nose, blood streaming from his nostrils. Already anemic and prone to low blood sugar, he nearly fainted at the sight of his own blood. Lu Juanxiong, call Wang Jibin and have him bring reinforcements here immediately. Zhao Tianyu bellowed. Yes, young Master Zhao. Lu Juanxiong complied, hastily retrieving his phone and rushing outside to make the call. Meanwhile, in the living room, Jiang Ling had intended to enjoy tea while spectating the unfolding drama. To his surprise, Zhao Tianyu was once again dialing for backup. Turning to Lin Hanyue, Jiang Ling said, Hanyue, send me your grandfather's address. What do you intend to do? To pay your grandfather a visit. Jiang Ling grinned. Chapter 56. So, you wish to tell fortunes? Speak only kind words to me. And no, don't come any closer. Please, I beg you, I was wrong. At that moment, in the hall, Zhao Tianyu, now bruised and battered by Chu Danan, began to plead for mercy. Chu Danan grasped his collar, lifting him as one might a chick. Jiang Boss, how should we handle this rascal? A lesson should suffice. We can't very well kill him, can we? Understood, Jiang Boss. Chu Danan nodded, then added cautiously, Jiang Boss, perhaps you should take your girlfriend and leave. These fellows are calling for reinforcements. It's not that I am afraid. I merely worry they might harm you. But can you handle it? Jiang Ling asked. We can manage. Besides, the police will likely arrive too late. Very well, we shall depart. And you will see to it that they are held off. Absolutely, Jiang Boss. Chu Danan affirmed. Thus, Jiang Ling led Lin Hanyue out through the back door. As they prepared to leave, Zhao Tianyu desperately struggled, exclaiming, Jiang Ling, if you have the guts, don't you dare leave. You have called upon others to harm me. I will not let this go. What are you babbling about? I warn you, if you dare lay a finger on my boss, I, Chu Danan, will break your legs. Do you believe that? Chu Danan glared menacingly. Zhao Tianyu shivered, quickly retorting, I believe. I was wrong. Just don't hit me anymore. Let us see who dares to leave today. Chu Danan hurled Zhao Tianyu to the ground, and then turned to lock the company's main entrance. Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue exited through the back door of Nantong Security Company, taking a circuitous route before arriving at the front entrance on Yongyuan Street. Jiang Ling opened the car door, signaling for Lin Hanyue to enter. Moments later, Lin Hanyue sent him her grandfather's address. Jiang Ling. Did Zhao Tianyu just call for backup again? Indeed, he called Wang Zhibin's brother, Wang Zhibin. It seems Wang Zhibin is a local tyrant in Pinghua District, possessing some influence. To avoid unnecessary harm, I've decided it would be best to visit your home first. Once I expand Nantong Security Company, I shall teach that Wang Zhibin a lesson. Jiang Ling glanced back at Nantong Security Company. The main entrance was tightly shut, with intermittent cries and pleas for mercy emanating from within. Jiang Ling recognized the voice, Zhao Tianyu's. That fellow possessed a vengeful spirit and even exhibited a dual personality. When he was outmatched, he would beg for forgiveness, but once in a position of power, he would not hesitate to strike ruthlessly. Let us head to my grandfather's house for a visit. By the way, Jiang Ling, there is something I need to discuss with you. Lin Hanyue stated. What is it? Jiang Ling inquired. My grandfather is gravely ill, unable to leave his bed, so please, do not mention our transaction to him, if you wouldn't mind. Her tone carried a hint of pleading. Jiang Ling nodded, confidently asserting, Oh, it's no big deal. I want to disclose our matters. Good. Then let us go to Jinlong Mountain Villa. Onward to Jinlong Mountain Villa. With a swift press of the accelerator, Jiang Ling propelled his vehicle forward, akin to the sun god Apollo launching into the sky, covering several meters in an instant. Approximately 20 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Jinlong Villa, a prestigious residential community nestled in the heart of Jiangnan City. This enclave, colloquially referred to as the villa, is home to only the elite or those of considerable wealth and influence. The property prices at Jinlong Villa soar to an astounding 280,000 yuan per square meter, meaning that a modest 100 square meter villa would command a staggering price of 28 million yuan. Moreover, these villas typically boast expansive layouts, with land areas exceeding 200 square meters and accompanied by gardens of over 200 square meters, culminating in a total area of approximately 500 square meters. Thus, to purchase a villa in Jinlong Villa, one must be prepared to part with no less than 40 million yuan. After listening to Lin Hanyue's explanation, Jiang Ling couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, How much? The cheapest villa here is over 25 million, and the more expensive ones can reach up to 50 million? My goodness, the wealth of the affluent truly knows no bounds. Lin Hanyue shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, So, do you find it exorbitant? When you spent 100 million on the Zixing Zhuiyue jewelry, you didn't bat an eye. Now you're crying foul at a 50 million villa? That's different. The money for that jewelry could be refunded, but the villa's price is non-negotiable. Oh, so you just threw out a random figure back then? 100 million? I'm amazed you even uttered that. Wasn't that just to impress you? Jiang Ling scratched the back of his head and grinned. All right, Jiang Ling, park the car here. Let's proceed on foot. Sure. Jiang Ling nodded. Due to the stringent management at Jinlong Villa, non-residents were not permitted to drive inside. Just as he parked the car, an elderly gentleman wielding a wooden stick with a white flag attached hurriedly approached Jiang Ling sporting dark sunglasses. The old man glanced at Jiang Ling's luxury vehicle, his eyes lighting up in astonishment as he exclaimed, Wow, a top-tier sports car. This young man must be quite wealthy. Approaching Jiang Ling, the elder continued, Young brother, I observe your countenance. Your brow is furrowed, and your forehead appears dark. There seems to be some impending misfortune in your future. Who are you? What sort of charlatan are you? Step aside. Jiang Ling had no time to engage in conversation with him. Wait a moment, young brother. However, I notice your complexion is rosy, your forehead full, and your features prominent. You seem to be a dragon among men. Yet, it appears you may be facing a calamity soon. If you can navigate this tribulation, I assure you a future of wealth and prosperity awaits you, free from worry. The elderly man calculated with his fingers and stroked his beard, smiling at Jiang Ling. Initially, Jiang Ling had no intention of entertaining the old man. But then he recalled his system that prevents him from being deceived. Could it be that the old man's predictions held some truth? Was he indeed facing impending misfortune? Jiang Ling raised his gaze to the white flag in the old man's hand, which bore the inscription, Fortune from the heavens, countless omens. 10 yuan for fortune-telling. Fair to all. Only 10 yuan. Old sir, please tell me my fortune. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling produced his phone to scan the payment code for the elderly man. In the past, he would have dismissed such fortune-telling nonsense, but now, things were different. With his Awakens system, if he didn't pay the man for a reading, the old man might speak ill of him, causing Jiang Ling to suffer the consequences. Conversely, if he paid, the old man would surely speak favorably, benefiting Jiang Ling. Come, I will scan 100 yuan for you. Please share some good words. Jiang Ling's intent was not to have his fortune told, but rather to have the old man offer him flattering predictions. The old man smiled, but suddenly shook his head in refusal. He extended a finger and said, I apologize, young sir, but for an ordinary person, 10 yuan suffices for a reading. However, you are a dragon among men, and your fortune may demand a higher price. What do you mean? Jiang Ling's patience began to wane. It requires additional funds. The elderly man grinned, his eyes gleaming with a greedy desire for the luxury vehicle's remnants. How much? Jiang Ling pressed. If it is for you, it will likely cost 10,000 yuan. 10,000. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Ling was taken aback. The old man waved his hand dismissively. No. Robbery is against the law. I would never stoop to such actions. That's still exorbitant. My money doesn't fall from the sky. While Jiang Ling was indeed wealthy now, he was not one to squander his fortune recklessly. However, the old man flipped the white flag to reveal its reverse side, leaning closer to Jiang Ling and whispering, Young sir, would you like to know who I am? Who? Jiang Ling inquired, looking up to see the flag emblazoned with 56th generation descendant of the divine Dr. Hua Datu. What nonsense is this? A descendant of Hua Datu? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Ling was nearly laughing in exasperation. The audacity of such a charlatan was beyond him. This was not how one should deceive others. Jiang Ling shook his head, preparing to walk away, but suddenly halted and turned back, scrutinizing the old man known as Hua Datu. Where's your QR code? Where's your QR code? My mother has passed away, young sir. No, I'm asking for your QR code. I want to pay you, divine Dr. Hua Datu. Had it been anyone else, they might have walked away, but Jiang Ling understood he could not leave. No one could deceive him, and even if this man were a fraudulent descendant of Hua, he might yet provide genuine insights now. Thus, Jiang Ling could not afford to miss this opportunity. There would be no second chances. Young sir, are you truly willing to pay me? Hua Datu's eyes sparkled, his voice trembling with anticipation. For some time, he had lingered near the entrance of Jinlong Villa, hoping to encounter a wealthy young heir or a prominent business owner to whom he could offer his fortune-telling services for some quick cash. Previously, he had earned a meager sum by charging 10 yuan per reading, often facing ridicule or even violence from those who believed his predictions of misfortune. His existence had been fraught with challenges, competing with peers, evading law enforcement, and struggling to make ends meet. Thus, he had taken to camp out at Jinlong Villa, hoping for a wealthy patron. Little did he expect that today, someone would actually offer to pay him for a reading. Here. Hua Datu eagerly pulled open his shirt collar and retrieved a tattered and yellowed QR code sign, cautiously glancing around to ensure no law enforcement was nearby. He finally allowed Jiang Ling to scan the code, appearing visibly shaken by his recent encounters with the authorities. 10,000 yuan, right? I just transferred it. Jiang Ling, without a moment's hesitation, transferred 10,000 yuan to the esteemed Hua Datu. A chime echoed, signifying the successful transaction. 10,000 yuan has been credited to account B. At the sound of the money arriving, Hua Datu was momentarily taken aback, his body visibly trembling. Subsequently, he grasped Jiang Ling's right hand tightly, exclaiming, Young sir, you truly transferred 10,000 yuan to me? Indeed. Didn't you mention that my fortune-telling would cost a bit more, at 10,000 yuan? I couldn't be bothered to haggle with you. Jiang Ling replied generously. Benefactor, you are truly my benefactor. Hua Datu's eyes glistened with tears of joy, overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, there remains genuine kindness in this world. If he could gather a total of 100,000 yuan, he could rent a modest storefront and establish a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. He vowed to himself that he must not let the illustrious medical lineage of Hua perish under his watch. Young sir, please take a seat. Let me know your birth date and time so that I may calculate your fortune for the next 3 years, including your health, wealth fluctuations, family dynamics, and romantic prospects. I shall provide you with a thorough reading, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Hua Datu said earnestly, pulling Jiang Ling to sit on the stone steps adjacent to Jinlong Villa. Your birth date and time? Yes, just your birthday, and whether you were born in the morning, noon, afternoon, or evening will suffice. Hua Datu stated confidently while stroking his beard. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, ready to disclose his birth date. However, at that moment, Lin Hanyue swiftly emerged from Jinlong Villa. With her arms crossed and an annoyed glare directed at Jiang Ling, she chided, "Jiang Ling, what are you doing here? I thought you had vanished. You haven't even entered the community yet?" Lin Hanyue was exasperated. She had been chattering away while walking, and upon turning around, she discovered Jiang Ling had not followed. She assumed he was too timid to meet her grandfather. To her surprise, he was at the entrance of Jinlong Villa, engaged in fortune-telling with an elderly diviner. Jiang Ling flashed a sheepish grin, saying, just a moment. Let me finish this fortune-telling first. Oh dear, they are all charlatans. There are countless quacks like this on the streets. Why would you believe in such nonsense? Lin Hanyue pleaded with him not to be swayed. However, Jiang Ling retorted, I have already transferred 10,000 yuan to him. I've invested the money, and I might as well know my fate. Otherwise, I would be at a disadvantage. What? 10,000 yuan? You really are wealthy, the benefactor of poverty alleviation in the 21st century. Lin Hanyue was left speechless. Could it be true that Jiang Ling was genuinely naive with his money? Just because a street charlatan demanded 10,000 yuan for a fortune, he actually complied? Jiang Ling. My grandfather has heard that I am returning to see him. He has been waiting at home. I can't keep him waiting, so hurry up. Lin Hanyue urged impatiently. Her grandfather's health was already frail. It was unacceptable for the elderly man to wait for her. Feeling somewhat conflicted, Jiang Ling noticed Hua Dado had sensed the urgency of the situation. The elder took out a piece of white paper from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Ling with a smile, saying, Young sir, here is my phone number. Feel free to call me whenever you need assistance. Perhaps you should return home with your girlfriend first. I will wait here at the entrance. Rest assured, I won't leave until I have read your fortune today. Hua Dado reassured him with a firm pat on his chest. All right, wait here. I'll be right back. Jiang Ling, confident in his system that guarantees he would never be deceived, trusted that Hua Dado would not trick him. Otherwise, the system would be complicit in fraud. Hua Dado waved his hand, replying, All right, young sir, go ahead. I'll be right here waiting. Good. Jiang Ling nodded and turned to accompany Lin Hanyue into Jinlong Villa. Jiang Ling, when you meet my grandfather, just tell him you are my friend and a business partner. Do not mention that I've been staying at your place recently, otherwise, my grandfather might get upset. Lin Hanyue instructed along the way. Jiang Ling, somewhat absent-minded, replied, I understand. His thoughts lingered on Hua Dado. Given that the system claimed he could never be deceived, it stood to reason that Hua Dado was indeed a descendant of Hua Ta. Even if his medical skills were not on par with the legendary healer, he must surely be a distinguished figure in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Before long, Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue arrived at Villa number 8 of Jinlong Villa. The door was opened by a gentleman in a suit, exuding an air of sophistication. He gestured with a welcoming hand towards Lin Hanyue, saying, Miss Hanyue, welcome home. Yes, and this gentleman is? The man inquired, casting a curious glance at Jiang Ling. My friend, a business partner. Lin Hanyue clarified. Very well, Miss Hanyue, please come this way. The gentleman gestured graciously for them to enter. However, as soon as Lin Hanyue stepped into the courtyard, she spotted a plump young woman and a stern-looking man in a suit seated on a wooden bench beneath the eaves. Lin Hanyue was momentarily taken aback. They were none other than her uncle and aunt, Lin Yuchuan and Chun Guifeng. Uncle, aunt, you're both here? Lin Hanyue greeted them warmly. Chun Guifeng beamed, exclaiming, Indeed, your uncle, and I came to check on your grandfather. Oh, who is this handsome young man? Is he your boyfriend? I don't recall seeing him before. Lin Hanyue quickly clarified. No, he is not my boyfriend. He is a good friend and a business partner. A business partner? He seems quite charming and well-suited for you. Hanyue, you're nearly 25 now. Even if you're not married, you should consider finding a partner. Yes, I know, aunt. Lin Hanyue engaged in conversation with Chun Guifeng, glancing briefly at Lin Yuchuan. As expected, Lin Yuchuan was not focused on Lin Hanyue, but rather scrutinizing Jiang Ling, his brows slightly furrowed. Recently, he had tasked Wang Zhihong to investigate Jiang Ling. Initially, Wang Zhihong reported that Jiang Ling came from a modest background, working as a delivery man, earning around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. However, later reports revealed that Jiang Ling was the chairman of Tianyun Garden and had even been assaulted by a group of security guards. Now, Lin Hanyue had brought Jiang Ling back to Jinlong Villa to see her grandfather. Lin Yuchuan couldn't help but speculate that their relationship was certainly more than ordinary. Meanwhile, the elder Lin Nanshan held the reins of the Jiang family's power, adamantly refusing to relinquish the position of family head. What was he waiting for? He was waiting for Lin Hanyue's father, Lin Yuchuan, to return and inherit the family leadership. Even though Jiang Yuchuan was currently missing, the elder still refused to permit Lin Yuchuan to assume the role of family head. Why? Was it simply because he was the eldest son and Lin Yuchuan was the third son, rendering him unworthy of the Jiang family leadership? Was it necessary to pass the mantle to the Lin Yutian family? A sense of injustice welled up within Lin Yuchuan. Just recently, the elder had declared that any direct male descendant of the Lin family bloodline had the opportunity to inherit the position of family head. Thus, Lin Yuchuan remained wary of Lin Hanyue. What if that girl suddenly returned with a young boy, claiming he was a male descendant of the Lin family? The great-grandson of Lin Nanshan? If Lin Nanshan were to be delighted and pass on the position of family head to his great-grandson, who could contest such a decision? Greetings. Third Master Lin, I am Jiang Ling. We have met previously at the Blue Star Hotel. Jiang Ling approached and offered his regards. Lin Yuchuan nodded with a smile, responding with gentlemanly grace. Indeed, I remember you. You ordered 2 bottles of Romanicani at the hotel, and your meal cost over 7 million. You certainly astonished me. What? Over 7 million for a single meal? Chen Guifeng gasped in disbelief. Indeed, despite his youth, he is the chairman of Tianyun Garden, with a net worth of several billion. Oh, what remarkable accomplishments at such a young age. Truly impressive. Chen Guifeng praised. Yeah, it has been a long time since you visited your grandfather. Suddenly, an elderly voice, slightly hoarse, emanated from the left side of the villa. Jiang Ling turned to see a middle-aged woman gently pushing a wheelchair towards them, in which sat an elderly gentleman with gray hair. The old man appeared pale and emaciated, yet his eyes remained bright and spirited. Lin Hanyue hurried over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Grandfather, it has been so long. I have missed you dearly. If you miss me, you should come home more often. It's not far. Yes, but I fear I might disturb your rest. Nonsense, my dear. The joy of your visit far outweighs any disturbance to my repose. The elderly man's tone held a hint of reproach, yet his eyes radiated affection. For Lin Hanyue was the first little princess of the Lin family, and Lin Nanshan could not possibly resent her for interrupting his rest. As he spoke, Lin Nanshan turned his gaze towards Jiang Ling, noticing Jiang Ling's tall stature and handsome appearance. Lin Nanshan's eyes brightened with surprise. Oh, yeah, you finally brought a boyfriend home. He exclaimed. Come here, young man, let the old man have a look. You possess a fine demeanor and commendable looks. Our Yaya has great taste. Lin Nanshan laughed heartily. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward as Lin Hanyue kept signaling Jiang Ling with her eyes. Jiang Ling quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, Grandfather, I am not Hanyue's boyfriend. I am her business partner. What? Not a boyfriend? Well, what a disappointment. Lin Nanshan clapped his thigh and then instructed the butler and maid to prepare lunch. It was a rare occasion for Lin Yuchuan and Lin Hanyue to visit him together, which naturally brought him joy. Yet, the only disappointment for the old man was that Jiang Ling was not Lin Hanyue's boyfriend. After all, the young lady was no longer a child. Why hadn't she brought a partner home to bring her grandfather some joy? Time flew, and soon it was time for lunch. The weather was delightful, and they opted to dine outdoors. At the table, the old man, in high spirits, presented a treasured bottle of Maotai that he had kept for many years. He remarked that he disliked red wine, finding it tasteless, and preferred the robust flavor of domestic Maotai. Chapter 59. I will call for help. His medical skills are unmatched. Lin Nanshan poured Jiang Ling a glass of Maotai and inquired tentatively, May I ask, young friend, what line of work are you currently engaged in? Greetings, grandfather. My name is Jiang Ling. I am the chairman of Yinxiao Jewelry, and we have a collaborative selling relationship with Hanyue's Meidi Beauty Company. Jiang Ling replied politely. Neither servile nor arrogant. Yinxiao Jewelry? That is commendable. I have heard that your establishment is the largest jewelry store in Jiangnan City. Is that correct? The old man continued his inquiry. I suppose it could be considered that way, Jiang Ling admitted, uncertain of the exact scale of Yinxiao Jewelry, but recalling Huang Dayun's mention that it held half the market share in Jiangnan City, thus asserting its prominence was not unfounded. Very good. You, young friend, possess the charm and vigor reminiscent of my youth. You flatter me, sir. But tell me, young friend, are you currently single? Ahem. I am, Jiang Ling replied. The old man's eyes sparkled with interest. That is splendid. What do you think of my granddaughter, Yaya? She has brought a boy home for the first time, which surely indicates her affection for you. Otherwise, she would not have introduced you to me. How about this? If you agree, I shall play matchmaker and secure your union with Yaya, thus achieving a delightful affair. Jiang Ling nearly choked on his drink. Lin Hanyue's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly interjected, Grandfather, what are you saying? Oh, come now, Yaya. I understand your shyness, but I, being an old man, have no such qualms. I will speak on your behalf. It is quite fortuitous. Besides, young Jiang Ling is indeed a fine match, with a commendable background. Being the chairman of Yinxiao Jewelry, suited to your status. The old man was in high spirits, evidently eager to see this union come to fruition. On the other hand, Chun Guifeng smiled in agreement, while Lin Yuchuan frowned slightly, sipping his drink in silence. His mind was filled with doubt. What is going on? Wang Ji said he was the chairman of Tianyun Garden. How has he now become the chairman of Yinxiao Jewelry? What trickery is this? Who is deceiving me? Yuchuan, what do you think of this matter? Father, I see no issue. I am quite optimistic about this match. Lin Yuchuan, snapping back to reality, hastily responded to Lin Nanshan. Right, Yaya? Even your second uncle believes that young Jiang Ling possesses commendable character, so what hesitation could you possibly have? Rest assured, Yaya. Grandfather has always had a keen eye for people. From the moment Lin Nanshan first laid eyes on Jiang Ling, he had been singing his praises. He saw in Jiang Ling the reflection of his own youthful self. Despite Jiang Ling being the chairman of Yinxiao Jewelry, with a fortune in the billions, he did not exhibit the arrogance typical of the wealthy. His attire, from head to toe, likely cost no more than 500 yuan. Modest and polite. How could such a person harbor ill intentions? Furthermore, as Lin Hanyue's first young companion brought home, Lin Nanshan was particularly inclined to foster their relationship. Young Jiang Ling, what do you think of my granddaughter, Yaya? Lin Nanshan inquired with a smile. She is quite wonderful, beautiful, confident, and charming. Jiang Ling praised in succession. That settles it. What say you, Yaya? Oh, grandfather, can we not discuss this today? Let us simply enjoy our meal. Ha, very well. However, I give you this final ultimatum. By the end of this year, bring a boyfriend home. Next year, marry. And the year after, I wish to hold my great-grandchild. Otherwise, considering my current health, I might not live to see your wedding day. Nonsense. Grandfather, you are in excellent health and will surely live to be 100. Ha. You are still the same, always trying to amuse yourself. Lin Nanshan laughed heartily. Yet, amidst the laughter, he suddenly broke into a fit of violent coughing, his face reddening. And he could not seem to stop. At first, he chuckled, attributing it to his excitement and the mouth eye going down the wrong way. However, as his coughing worsened, he unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. Grandfather, what is happening to you? Lin Hanyue was taken aback, her face turning ashen in an instant. The old man, on the other hand, reddened with a look of distress and clutched his chest, exclaiming, Damn it, the old ailment has flared up again. Cough, it's nothing serious. Just call Dr. Wu and ask him to bring some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medication. Coughing, he continued, Grandfather, I've told you not to drink, yet you insist on indulging. Witnessing the old man's discomfort, Lin Hanyue's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with concern. Meanwhile, the butler hastily took out his phone and called Dr. Wu, urging him to rush to Jinlong Mountain Villa to attend to the old man's condition. The butler reported, the old man has been drinking again and has coughed up blood. On the other end of the line, Dr. Wu gasped in shock. What? He drank again? Didn't I say to abstain for 3 months? It's not even been a month. Alas, old Master Lin insists on drinking, and we can't dissuade him. Cough. Lin Nanshan clutched his heart, suddenly gasping for breath, and then, in a shocking turn, he collapsed onto the lawn. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present was stunned. Grandfather, what's wrong? Dad. Lin Yuchuan was equally bewildered. He intended to crouch down and help the old man up, planning to carry him to the hospital. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. If his father were to die, would this present a favorable opportunity for him? However, he reminded himself that this was his biological father. Despite the lack of favoritism shown towards him, just as Lin Yuchuan hesitated, Jiang Ling stepped forward to assist Lin Nanshan off the ground. Jiang Ling crouched down and said, Old master, come on, let me carry you to the hospital. Lin Nanshan felt touched but shook his head, saying, It's futile. I've been to the hospital hundreds of times. This is an old injury that can only be managed with rest. It cannot be cured. Do not worry, as long as Dr. Wu arrives. I will be fine after a little rest. You have my word, young friend Jiang Ling. Cough. No, it's nothing to joke about. The old man continued lying on the lawn, clutching his chest, breathing heavily, and intermittently coughing violently. This sight deeply pained Lin Hanyue. Jiang Ling then inquired, Hanyue, what exactly does Dr. Wu do? How come he can't even treat the old man's ailments? With reddened eyes, Lin Hanyue replied, He is a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor in Jiangnan City. He has been the one caring for my grandfather's health recently. Yet, there seems to be no improvement. Jiang Ling shook his head. When it comes to traditional Chinese medicine, it is indeed renowned for its profound and extensive knowledge. However, if one only possesses a superficial understanding, it is best not to meddle with it, lest one tarnish its reputation. On the other hand, if you are truly proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, understanding the human body's acupoints, meridian distribution, and countless medicinal herbs, then you may indeed be worthy of the title divine physician. Jiang Ling's eyes brightened at the thought of a divine physician. He suddenly recalled that a legendary healer, Hua Dado, was waiting for him at the entrance of Jinlong Mountain Villa. He had claimed to be a descendant of the divine physician Hua Tuo. Thus, Jiang Ling hurriedly declared, Hanyue, Lin San, wait here for a moment. I will summon someone and return immediately. Jiang Ling, where are you going? Lin Hanyue asked. I am going to call someone. Trust me. The person I am bringing is unparalleled in Chinese medicine, unmatched in the land of China. Chapter 60. Do you still expect me to care for my father? Summon. Summon someone. Lin Hanyue was momentarily taken aback, unsure whom Jiang Ling intended to summon. After uttering those words, Jiang Ling swiftly turned and departed. He ran briskly and soon arrived at the entrance of Jinlong Mountain Villa. At that moment, Huadato was squatting on the stone steps at the entrance, savoring a plate of fried noodles. Haha, today I've finally encountered a wealthy individual. I shall reward myself with a serving of egg fried noodles. Huadato chuckled, delighting in his meal. However, just as he took a bite, Jiang Ling dashed up to him, grasping his arm and urging, Divine Physician Huadato, come quickly with me. It's urgent. Hey, young sir, I haven't finished my fried noodles yet. Huadato protested as Jiang Ling's tug made him drop the noodles onto the ground. A look of dismay crossed Huadato's face. Oh no, my fried noodles, they cost 10 yuan a serving. Forget about eating. Saving a life is more important. Later, I will treat you to Mao Tai, pig trotters, braised meat, and you can feast heartily. Jiang Ling insisted, but you must help me save someone. Save someone? Who? Huadato's eyes sparkled at the mention of illness. Jiang Ling explained, it's the old master of the Lin family. His old ailment has recurred. He has coughing up blood. I believe with your medical skills, you can surely save him. Aren't you afraid I might be a fraud? Huadato asked. His left hand still held by Jiang Ling while his right tightly gripped his wooden stick, which he used for his livelihood, his signature tool. Fraud. Let me tell you this. In this world, I am the only one who can deceive others. No one can deceive me. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Huadato shook his head, entirely skeptical of Jiang Ling's claims. Enough with the banter. Hurry and come save the person. If you can heal him, I will reward you with at least 100,000 yuan. How about that? Jiang Ling said, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. How much? 100,000 yuan? Is that for real? I've never received such a hefty payment in my life. Huadato's excitement was palpable, his hands trembling with anticipation. He had come from a small mountain village, a barefoot doctor by trade. Although he inherited the medical knowledge of the legendary Hua Tuo, upon arriving in the city, he found no one believed in him or dared to seek his treatment. At times, when he set up an acupuncture stall on the street, it was even demolished by city management. Out of desperation, he resorted to fortune-telling on the streets. Eventually, Huadato earned some money through fortune-telling and initially intended to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, only to be swindled by a con artist claiming to be a descendant of BNK, who absconded with his 15,000 yuan. That experience made Huadato realize how treacherous city life was, prompting him to long for a return to the countryside. Before long, Jiang Ling brought Huadato to Villa number 8 at Jinlong Mountain Villa. Just as Jiang Ling was about to ask Huadato to help, another doctor in a white coat arrived ahead of them. He was Wu Binquan, Lin Nanshan's private traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Dr. Wu, you've finally arrived. Please, save my grandfather. Lin Hanyue rushed to greet him. Wu Binquan, carrying a white box, quickly approached Lin Nanshan. What has happened to old master? Coughing up blood again. Upon seeing the pool of crimson on the lawn, Wu Binquan's expression shifted to one of alarm, his brow furrowing in concern. Lin Hanyue explained, my grandfather was in high spirits today and had a bit to drink, but I never expected it would turn out like this. Didn't I warn you that he shouldn't drink? Why didn't you stop him? Wu Binquan said, somewhat angrily. I couldn't stop him, Lin Hanyue replied, filled with guilt. Beside them, Lin Yuchuan furrowed his brow tightly and said, Dr. Wu, we have summoned you to attend to the old gentleman's ailment, not to reprimand us. I trust you can discern the order of priorities? Yes, Lin Sanyi. I shall attend to the old gentleman's ailment immediately. After being chastised by Lin Yuchuan, Wu Binxian dared not retort and hurriedly approached to examine old Master Lin. He crouched down, adjusted his black glasses, and took hold of Lin Nanshan's arm, placing his right hand upon the wrist to check the pulse. Upon doing so, Wu Binxian's face turned ashen. Oh no, the old gentleman's pulse is absent? He must be in shock, surely. What? No pulse? Lin Hanyue was taken aback, and the expressions of the butler and maid nearby mirrored disbelief. Just 10 minutes prior, the old gentleman had been joyously drinking at the dining table, engaging in laughter. How could he be without a pulse merely 10 minutes later? The absence of a pulse, did that not imply a cessation of heartbeat? If the heartbeat had indeed vanished, had the old gentleman already succumbed to death? In a state of panic, Lin Hanyue cried out, desperate for Wu Binxian to save the old gentleman, offering any sum of money in return. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchuan stood behind Wu Binxian, his brow tightly knitted, remaining silent. He contemplated, if the old gentleman were to pass away now, It would present a fortuitous opportunity for me. However, I cannot dismiss Wu Binxian in front of Hanyue. Alas, dear grandfather, do not accuse me of not giving you a chance. If Wu Binxian can revive you, it shall be a testament to your resilience. If not, I shall bear no blame. After all, you have favored my elder brother since childhood, treating me with disdain and neglect. Humph, now that my brother has vanished, you still cling to the position of head of the family, refusing to pass it to me? Am I not merely acting in accordance with my own ambitions? Perhaps my connections do not rival those of my brother, but my business acumen is equally formidable. Quickly, commence artificial respiration and CPR. Who will administer artificial respiration to old Master Lin? Wu Binxian urged. Artificial respiration? Lin Hanyue was momentarily taken aback, glancing around. Behind her, Lin Yuchuan kicked Wu Binxian lightly, stating, You are the doctor, having received millions from the Lin family. If you do not do it, who shall? Are you expecting me to kiss my own grandfather? All right, I shall do it. Wu Binxian conceded, knowing well of Lin Yuchuan's cunning nature and formidable influence. He had no desire to offend him, lest he meet an untimely demise the following day. As Wu Binxian bent down, he observed the old gentleman's flushed face, reeking of alcohol, with remnants of vegetables and braised meat lodged between his teeth. I can't believe this. Wu Binxian found it hard to stomach. Yet, he resolved to proceed. After all, having accepted a substantial fee, it was only right to tend to the old gentleman. Unquestionably, Wu Binxian's dedication to his profession is commendable. He then closed his eyes and commenced administering artificial respiration and CPR to old Master Lin. However, after several minutes of effort, there was still no sign of revival. Wu Binxian, panting heavily, checked the pulse once more, listened for the heartbeat, and finally shook his head, declaring, This is futile. Artificial respiration cannot save the old gentleman. Someone needs to relieve me. I must administer a shot of adrenaline. I'll do it. Despite initial hesitation, the onlookers, fearful of performing artificial respiration, ultimately saw butler Chun step forward, volunteering to assist the old gentleman. After all, he had served as the old gentleman's butler for over a decade, and they shared a profound bond. The old gentleman held Chun Jian in high regard for his exemplary character and the favors he had bestowed upon him, such as purchasing cars and homes. How could Chun Jian not reciprocate by helping him in this time of need? All right, you take over. I will fetch the adrenaline. Wu Binxian turned, opening a small white box and retrieving a syringe along with a vial of adrenaline. The crowd fell silent, watching Wu Binxian's actions intently. Just then, an impatient voice emerged from the crowd. Oh, the man is close to death. CPR is ineffective. He should be given acupuncture to stimulate the surrounding heart muscles and induce contractions to revive his heartbeat. What good will a shot do? The heart isn't even beating. How will adrenaline help? Who are you? A beggar, perhaps? This is not your place to speak. Previously reprimanded by Lin Yuchuan, Wu Binxian felt a surge of frustration. However, given the higher status of the individuals present, he refrained from expressing his anger. When he glanced up to confront the source of the interruption, he found a disheveled beggar with a long beard. Wu Binxian's temper flared, and he retorted angrily. Hua Dada, taken aback, chose not to engage in a confrontation with Wu Binxian, instead glancing at Jiang Ling and shaking his head. Alas, were it not for the young gentleman's presence, I would have no desire to linger here. As he spoke, Hua Dada scratched his neck, inadvertently dislodging a clump of dirt that landed on Wu Binxian's nose. What in the world? Who dares throw such filth? Is this nasal mucus or something? Wu Binxian, infuriated, was on the verge of exploding. What are you doing? The old gentleman is on the brink of death, and you have the audacity to engage in such antics? Coughing, Hua Dada's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned away. Inching closer to Jiang Ling, Wu Binxian glared at Hua Dada, his frustration boiling within. Had the situation not been so dire, he would have been inclined to confront the charlatan physically. Yet, Lin Yuchuan stood behind him, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his lips, watching silently. Indeed, he had been curious about where Jiang Ling had sourced this quack of a doctor. However, observing their disruptive behavior brought him a sense of relief, even amusement. Jiang Ling, should the old gentleman indeed pass away, I would owe you my gratitude for bringing this chaos upon us. Lin Yuchuan mused inwardly. Dr. Wu, what on earth are you doing? Please hurry and save my grandfather. Lin Hanyue finally shouted, prompting Wu Binxian to accelerate his efforts. He swiftly prepared the adrenaline shot and administered it to old Master Lin. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he spoke, Lin Sanyi, Miss Jiang. If this injection does not revive the old gentleman's heartbeat, I recommend you take him to the First People's Hospital in Jiangnan, for I have done all I can. Understood. The crowd nodded solemnly, with Lin Hanyue responding in agreement. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed. Wu Binxian took hold of the old gentleman's hand once more, checking for a pulse and listening for a heartbeat. Dr. Wu, how is my grandfather? Has his heartbeat returned? Lin Hanyue asked urgently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With a heavy sigh, Wu Binxian shook his head. I am sorry, Miss Lin. The old gentleman. I regret to inform you. I could not save him. You must hasten to the first hospital. What good will that do now? The heart has ceased beating for several minutes. What on earth are you doing? You incompetent doctor. Are you deliberately stalling for time, intending to harm my grandfather? Upon hearing that the old gentleman's heartbeat had not yet resumed, Lin Hanyue's emotions flared, and she impulsively delivered a kick to Wu Bingquan's face. Wu Bingquan winced in pain, tumbling to the ground. He hastily scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, Miss Lin, you mustn't wrongfully accuse me. I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. I concede that my medical skills are not particularly distinguished within the realm of TCM, but you cannot claim that I intend to harm anyone. Yeah, enough. Step aside. Dr. Wu has done his utmost. On the other side, Lin Yuchuan surprisingly spoke up in defense of Wu Bingquan. Lin Hanyue found this hard to believe, given Lin Yuchuan's previous temperament. It seemed implausible that he would not have directly confronted this quack. Yet now he remained passive. Dr. Wu, please step back. Yes, Third Master Lin. Steward Chun. Prepare the car to transport the old gentleman to the First People's Hospital immediately. Do you hear? Yes, Third Master. I will prepare the vehicle at once. Wu Bingquan hastily retreated to a corner to recuperate, while Cheng Jian rushed to the underground parking garage to fetch the car. What is the point of sending him anywhere? The heart has been stopped for so long. Even if we manage to get him there, it will take over 10 minutes. He'll be dead before we even arrive. Amidst the crowd, Hua Dado calmly analyzed the old gentleman's condition. Jiang Ling turned to him, noticing that Hua Dado was pressing his lips together, staring intently at the lavish banquet on the right side of the dining table, swallowing hard, his eyes gleaming with hunger. It was evident that he had not enjoyed a hearty meal in quite some time. Wait, everyone stand back, allow me. Hanyue, do you trust me? At that moment, Jiang Ling could no longer contain himself and quickly interjected, Hanyue, the doctor I brought is the 56th descendant of the renowned healer Hua Ta. His medical skills are exceptional, and he will undoubtedly save the old gentleman. Previously, Jiang Ling had attempted to interject, requesting that everyone step aside to allow Hua Dado to treat the old gentleman, but no one had heeded him. They were all preoccupied with watching Wu Bingquan. Even Lin Hanyue merely cast him a fleeting glance, dismissing him with a remark about the seriousness of the situation. Thus, Jiang Ling had been forced to retreat to the sidelines until now. Jiang Ling, is this the doctor you summoned? Isn't he the fortune teller from our neighborhood? Lin Hanyue gazed at Jiang Ling in disbelief, astonished that he would trust such a charlatan. Jiang Ling nodded earnestly, asserting, indeed, he is not a fraud. He is truly a miraculous doctor, right, Hua Dado? Of course, I am a direct descendant of the illustrious Hua Tuo from the Three Kingdoms era, the sole inheritor of this lineage. Moreover, the medical knowledge of my family is passed down exclusively to males. Having mastered traditional Chinese medicine and possessing some understanding of Western medicine, I assure you that my skills are not inferior to those of my esteemed ancestor, Hua Ta. Hua Dado confidently stroked his beard. Jiang Ling pressed. Ah, Hua Dado, do you have confidence in your ability to cure the illness afflicting Lin Laogong? Indeed. As long as he has not been deceased for more than an hour, I can certainly pull him back from the brink of death. After all, the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate that have been passed down in my family are no mere jest, Hua Dado proclaimed with conviction. The 13 needles of the Ghost Gate? You claim to know the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate? Huh, what a joke. The 13 needles of the Ghost Gate have long been lost to the annals of history. How can you assert knowledge of them? Before Jiang Ling and the others could respond, it was Wu Bingquan who interjected first. Wu Bingquan stood up and approached Lin Yuchuan once more, saying, Third Master Lin, do not be swayed by this man's nonsense. The Ghost Gate needles have two legends. The first was invented by the renowned healer Bianke during the Warring States period. The second was created by Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism in the Eastern Han Dynasty, regardless of who originated them. The fact remains that this method of acupuncture has been lost to time. If you can cure someone, I will concede, but if you fail, you will have directly caused their death. Thus, I find this individual utterly untrustworthy. Third Master, do not be deceived. After finishing his statement, Wu Bingquan shot a defiant glance at Hua Dado, as if to say, Humph, do you think you can usurp my position? Hua Dado, equally incensed, retorted, Hey, you quack. Do not spread such fallacies. The Ghost Gate needles consist of 6 needles for treating humans and 7 for treating spirits. The first 6 may still be understood by some in today's TCM community, but the latter 7 needles have indeed been lost. However, our family possesses ancient medical texts that meticulously document the complete method of the Ghost Gate 13 needles. You may doubt my identity, but you cannot question the legitimacy of the texts passed down from the great Hua Ta. Hua Dado glared furiously at Wu Bingquan. From the moment he entered, he had been called a charlatan, a fraud, a beggar. Only Jiang Ling believed him to be the true descendant of Hua Tuo. Were it not for Jiang Ling's goodwill, he would have long since lost his temper with this crowd. Furthermore, Jiang Ling had shown him favor, even offering a reward of 100,000 yuan. A descendant of Hua Tuo? Look, third master, he's lying again. Wu Bingquan pointed at Hua Dado, addressing Lin Yuchuan. However, Lin Yuchuan remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He relished the current situation. Let them bicker, let them create chaos. The longer this dragged on, the slimmer the chances of the old gentleman regaining consciousness. When the old gentleman ultimately passed away, with his elder brother missing and his second brother lacking ambition, he would rightfully inherit the Lin family assets and become the true head of the family. Silence. You incompetent doctor, you have no place to speak here. Jiang Ling suddenly stepped forward, rebuking Wu Bingquan. Wu Bingquan had intended to retort, but not recognizing Jiang Ling and perceiving his elevated status, he opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Jiang Ling hurriedly approached Lin Hanyue, saying, Hanyue, please trust me just this once. Your grandfather is critically ill. His heart not beating, and his body lacking blood flow. Sending him to the hospital may not revive him. It would be better to let us attempt to save him. Jiang Ling held unwavering faith in Hua Dado, for he knew that Hua Dado would never deceive him. However, Lin Hanyue's expression revealed her skepticism as she remarked, But Jiang Ling, isn't he that fortune teller from the entrance of our community? You have no prior acquaintance with him, nor have you witnessed his medical skills. Why should we trust him? If you do not trust him, can you not trust me? Hanyue, do you believe I would harm you or your grandfather? What benefit would that bring me? Jiang Ling implored urgently. Yet, he understood that Lin Hanyue's vigilance was entirely reasonable. After all, it was her grandfather. And one could not simply summon a quack from the street to treat him. If the old gentleman were to perish under such dubious care, Jiang Ling would bear significant consequences. Little doctor, I never anticipated you would place such trust in me. Today I, Hua Dado, will risk my life to save this old gentleman. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Hua Dado felt a profound sense of gratitude. This was their first meeting, a mere chance encounter, yet Jiang Ling had bestowed upon him such trust. It was a rare occurrence in life to find a kindred spirit with such a patron. Hua Dado would have no regrets, even in death. Hua Dado rolled up his sleeves, prepared to treat the venerable Lin Nanshan, only to be intercepted by Wu Bingquan and a nearby nurse, who warned him against any reckless actions. If the old gentleman does not awaken, you shall all bear the consequences. Please, do not hinder me. Young master, they want to allow me to treat the old gentleman. Hua Dado exclaimed, turning to Jiang Ling. His expression tinged with urgency. Jiang Ling glanced at Lin Hanyue, urging her to place her trust in him just this once. Lin Hanyue hesitated, but the housekeeper, Chun Jiyuan, had already arrived at the entrance, shouting for them to hasten and get the old gentleman into the car. Hanyue, trust me, just this once, please. Jiang Ling's gaze was resolute as it locked onto hers. Suddenly, a large hand rested upon Lin Hanyue's shoulder, and she looked up to see her second uncle, Lin Yuchuan. What? Uncle, even you? Lin Hanyue was taken aback, incredulous that Lin Yuchuan would permit the so-called quack Dr. Jiang Ling had brought to treat the old gentleman. Was he not concerned he might inadvertently cause the old gentleman's demise? Lin Yuchuan replied, Hanyue, your father is critically ill. Wu Bingquan is a renowned physician. But if he cannot revive your grandfather, sending him to the first hospital would merely squander time. It would be wiser to allow your friend's so-called divine doctor to attempt a cure. But can it truly work? How can we know unless we try? Lin Yuchuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Fine, I will trust you, Jiang Ling. I leave it in your hands. Lin Hanyue finally lowered her guard. Choosing to believe in Jiang Ling and Hua Dado, Jiang Ling signaled with an okay gesture and rushed to Hua Dado's side, exclaiming, Dado, if you cure the old gentleman, I will reward you with 1 million. You can do whatever you wish. 1 million. That's more than enough for me to return home, marry a wife, build a house, and continue the family line. At the mention of the reward, Hua Dado was instantly invigorated, as though he had been given a shot of adrenaline. He shoved Wu Bingquan aside, glaring at him as he declared, Quack, step aside. Observe and learn, do you understand? Wu Bingquan was nearly driven to the brink of fury. However, Lin Yuchuan gestured for him to remain silent and step aside. Today, he wished to ascertain whether this legendary disciple of Hua Tuo truly possessed genuine skill or was merely a charlatan. Jiang Ling, if you can indeed heal the old gentleman, I shall have nothing further to say. But if you fail, Lin Yuchuan's lips curled into a cold smile. The blame for the old gentleman's demise will rest squarely upon your shoulders. Chapter 63. The 13th Needle, Connecting to the Spirit Realm. Before long, Hua Dado knelt beside Lin Nanshan, checking the old gentleman's pulse. His brow furrowed deeply, and he remained silent. Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue quickly moved closer, kneeling beside him. "Old sir, how is my grandfather faring?" Lin Hanyue inquired. "His heart has indeed ceased to beat, but there remains a faint pulse, indicating that blood is still flowing within him. Does this mean my grandfather has hope?" Her expression brightened. Hua Dado pursed his lips, clarifying that he could not guarantee 100% revival, but he would endeavor to do his utmost. "All right, I believe in you. You can do this." Yet, rather than placing her faith in Hua Dado, it was Jiang Ling whom Lin Hanyue truly trusted. Subsequently, Hua Dado retrieved a piece of cotton cloth from his pocket, upon which a row of silver needles was displayed. "These silver needles have been meticulously crafted by my own hand." He then produced an alcohol lamp, igniting it before holding a needle over the flame to sterilize it. This series of actions left Lin Hanyue bewildered, and even Jiang Ling was filled with doubt. Was this method of sterilization truly effective? Hua Dado assured them, "It is perfectly fine. The ancients employed this method of sterilization. This is my tool of the trade, which I carry with me, and I have previously performed acupuncture on many without incident." Ghost Gate 13 needles, the first needle. Ghost Palace, Hua Dado murmured, then deftly inserted the needle into the acupoint of Lin Nanshan. The second needle, Ghost Letter Shaoshang. The third needle, Ghost Mounting Bai. The fourth needle, Ghost Heart, Dalin. "Hey, you all, stop this at once." The housekeeper, Chun Jiyuan, rushed over, alarmed to see Hua Dado already administering needles to the old gentleman. He shouted urgently for them to cease. Hua Dado glanced back at Chun Jiyuan, but continued his work, ignoring him. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchuan intervened, blocking Chun Jiyuan's path and coldly stating, "Housekeeper Chun, do you think that if the old gentleman were to pass, your position would remain secure?" "No, that is not my intention, third master." Chun Jiyuan hurriedly explained. Lin Yuchuan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Rest assured, I will find you a job afterward that pays even better than this." "But are you deaf to my words?" Lin Yuchuan said icily. "Yes, I understand." Chun Jian was stunned, a chill creeping down his spine as goosebumps formed on his back. He sensed that everything seemed to be orchestrated by Lin Yuchuan, who clearly did not wish for the old gentleman to survive, thus preventing him from intervening in the matter. Lin Yuchuan then stepped forward slowly, positioning himself behind Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue, observing as Hua Dado continued to administer acupuncture to the old gentleman. "Third master, look at them. They are simply reckless." Wu Binquan interjected with a cold sneer. Lin Yuchuan cast a dispassionate glance in his direction and replied, "Silence. You have no place to speak here. Simply watch quietly." "Yes, third master." Wu Binquan complied, begrudgingly silencing himself. The 13th needle, Ghost Seal, connecting to the spirit realm, the door of communication. However, as Hua Dado prepared to perform the 13th acupuncture, he suddenly closed his eyes, falling silent. His right hand, holding the needle, hovered in midair, as if he were a monk in deep meditation. Jiang Ling, what is happening to him? He must continue with the acupuncture." Lin Hanyue urged anxiously. Jiang Ling was equally perplexed. He waved his hand in front of Hua Dado's eyes, calling out, "Dado, Dado, what is wrong?" "Connecting to the spirit realm. Conversing with ghosts." "What? Conversing with ghosts?" The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. Lin Hanyue felt this was rather absurd, while Wu Binquan burst into laughter, mocking the quack for his pretense. Lin Yuchuan covered his forehead, struggling to suppress a laugh, unable to resist entirely. Only Jiang Ling stood frozen, his body trembling involuntarily as a chill coursed through him. Had this been in the past, he would have surely joined in the laughter. But now, the situation was different. Now that Hua Dado claimed to be conversing with ghosts, it was highly likely. No, according to the system, it was undoubtedly true. This meant that ghosts truly existed in this world. Could Jiang Ling truly be devoid of surprise? Just as he was lost in thought, Hua Dado suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Young sir, quickly, pry open the old gentleman's mouth and lift his tongue." Oh, yes." Jiang Ling hurriedly opened Lin Nanshan's mouth and lifted his tongue. Hua Dado took a silver needle and swiftly pierced it into the base of Lin Nanshan's tongue. Cough. Cough, cough, spit. The old gentleman's eyes flew open, and after a violent fit of coughing, he turned his head and expelled a copious amount of dark red blood. Huff, huff, huff. He gasped for air, gazing at the group before him, a bewildered expression flashing in his eyes. Everyone was taken aback, their faces frozen in astonishment, utterly speechless. Especially Wu Binquan, whose jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Lin Yuchuan also stared wide-eyed, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before him, his mind racing. No. How could this be? Why is this happening? It's impossible. It's impossible. The old gentleman had been dead for nearly half an hour. How could he be revived? "Grandfather, you have finally awakened. I thought you had forsaken me." Upon seeing Lin Nanshan finally regain consciousness, Lin Hanyue burst into tears of joy. Lin Nanshan smiled broadly and said, haha, yeah, don't cry. Look, I'm fine. Aren't I? Ah, Jiang Ling, my young friend, you are here too? I must have embarrassed you. Oh, Dr. Wu, you are here as well? It was you who brought me back to life, correct? Thank you so much. I thought I was on the brink of death. Everything was shrouded in darkness. And I could see nothing. Lin Nanshan laughed, unafraid of death, only concerned about his loved ones. No, it was I who saved you, old gentleman. You must thank me and treat me to a meal. Hua Dado, disregarding his fatigue, stood up eagerly to claim the credit for Lin Nanshan's revival. Oh, and who might this esteemed gentleman be? Lin Nanshan inquired, looking at Hua Dado with curiosity. Grandfather, this gentleman is an illustrious physician invited by Jiang Ling. Indeed, it was he who revived you with the Ghost Gate 13 needles. We must extend our gratitude. Lin Hanyue explained. Oh, I see. Thank you, esteemed physician. Lin Nanshan smiled kindly, expressing his appreciation. Hua Dado waved his hand dismissively, saying, oh, never mind, if gratitude is to be exchanged. Let it be directed towards young Jiang Ling. After all, no one here believes in me, but it matters not. The trust of the young sir is sufficient. Indeed. Thank you, Jiang Ling. You're most welcome. It is my duty. I must also express my gratitude to Lin Sanyi for his trust. Had it not been for Lin Sanyi allowing me and Dado to treat you, you might still be on your way to the hospital, uncertain of life or death. Jiang Ling replied. Oh, Lin Yuchuan? Lin Nanshan furrowed his brow as he glanced at his third son. This old rascal had been wishing for his demise. How could he suddenly exhibit such benevolence? Father, are you all right? It is truly wonderful that you have awakened. Lin Yuchuan rushed forward, his face a mask of concern. One must perform their role to the fullest. Even if it is mere pretense, one must display filial piety. However, Lin Yuchuan was filled with regret. Why? How could Jiang Ling, having randomly found a quack claiming to be a descendant of Hua Tuo, actually know the Ghost Gate 13 needles? Moreover, the most absurd aspect was that Lin Nanshan's heart had ceased beating for nearly half an hour, yet this Hua Dado managed to revive him? At that moment, Lin Yuchuan wanted nothing more than to slap himself and scream. This is an abomination. Had he known, he would have supported Lin Hanyue's suggestion to take the old gentleman to the hospital. Perhaps then the old man wouldn't have died on the way, or the hospital could have failed to save him. Ironically, the only chance to revive the old gentleman had been squandered by his own hand. I'm perfectly fine. I'm not dead yet, Lin Nanshan asserted. That is truly wonderful. Lin Yuchuan smiled. Unexpectedly, the old gentleman coldly added, Humph. Don't think I am oblivious to your actions outside. If you tarnish the Lin family's reputation, how will you answer to our ancestors? This statement struck like thunder, leaving Lin Yuchuan momentarily speechless, rooted in place. He silently lowered his head, gritting his teeth, a flicker of fear and loathing in his eyes. Lin Nanshan glared at him for a moment before shaking his head and sighing deeply. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Lin Hanyue quickly interjected, Grandfather, given your condition, you should return to your room to rest. As she spoke, the butler Cheng Jiyuan hurried forward to assist Lin Nanshan to his feet. Lin Nanshan forced a bittersweet smile and said, Haha, my young friend Jiang Ling, esteemed physician. Today I am unable to join you for drinks and dinner due to my condition. Another day, when I am better, I shall host you for a grand feast. Do not worry, old gentleman. You should rest. Jiang Ling reassured him. Hua Dado chimed in. Indeed, esteemed elder, go rest. I shall visit you another day to help you recuperate. How does that sound? It would be my honor, esteemed physician. Haha, no need for thanks. If gratitude is to be exchanged, let it be to young Jiang Ling, who generously spent $1 million to invite me to treat you. Hua Dado waved his hand. Oh, it is indeed young Jiang Ling. Lin Nanshan looked at Jiang Ling with increasing admiration. He nodded approvingly and declared, Jiang Ling, you saved my life. Consider it a debt of gratitude from me, Lin Nanshan. Let us say no more. If you ever face any grievances in Jiangnan City, do not hesitate to let me know. As long as I, Lin Nanshan, still draw breath, I shall certainly come to your aid. Lin Nanshan spoke with an air of authority, his eyes gleaming with a youthful vigor. Jiang Ling also nodded in thanks, saying, Thank you, esteemed elder. Not at all. It is I who should thank you. Lin Nanshan signaled to Lin Hanyue, indicating she should ensure Jiang Ling was well taken care of. Lin Hanyue understood and nodded, saying, Of course, grandfather. You must take care of yourself and remember not to drink. Haha, I shall. Jiyuan, assist me back to my room. Yes, Lin Laoyi. Following this, the butler supported Lin Nanshan as they turned to leave the villa. At this moment, only 6 individuals remained in the courtyard. Jiang Ling, Lin Hanyue, Hua Dado, Wu Bingquan, Lin Yuchuan, and his wife, Chen Guifeng. Jiang Ling and Hua Dado engaged in lighthearted conversation. while Lin Hanyue busied herself with inviting Hua Dado to sit and enjoy a meal. Lin Yuchuan, however, kept his head lowered, standing silently in place, unmoving even after Lin Nanshan had departed several minutes ago, leaving others unsure of his thoughts. Wu Bingquan glanced around, initially wishing to strike up a rapport with Jiang Ling and inquire about Hua Dado's Ghost Gate 13 needles, wondering if he truly was a descendant of Hua Ta. He hoped to discuss medical techniques with Hua Dado, but alas, Hua Dado paid him no mind. Thus, Wu Bingquan had no choice but to gather the medical kit from the ground and strap it to his back. He then approached Lin Yuchuan and said, "Third Master Lin, since the old gentleman is no longer in danger, I shall take my leave." Lin Yuchuan did not respond, nor did he even cast a glance in his direction. Observing the cold disdain in Lin Yuchuan's eyes, Wu Bingquan managed a sheepish smile before turning on his heel and hastily departing the Lin family estate. Meanwhile, Chun Guifeng tugged at Lin Yuchuan's arm and inquired, "Yuchuan, what are you doing? Didn't T-Father merely say a few words to you? Why so angry?" "Humph. You wouldn't understand." Lin Yuchuan finally spoke. "What is there not to understand? Father's intention is clear. He wants you to spend less time socializing and to distance yourself from unsavory associates, to refrain from engaging in unlawful activities, is it not?" Chen Guifeng questioned. In truth, she was aware that Lin Yuchuan had once operated a gambling den, yet as long as he recognized his mistakes and sought to amend them, it hardly seemed a grave matter. But was it truly that simple? Lin Yuchuan took a deep breath, shaking his head in silence. "Uncle, would you care to continue drinking?" On the other side, at the dining table, Lin Hanyue invited Lin Yuchuan to resume his feast. Instantly donning a cheerful facade, Lin Yuchuan replied warmly, "No. I just remembered that there are matters at the company that require my attention, so I shall not join you for dinner today. Jiang Ling, Dr. Hua, please enjoy your meal without me." "All right, Third Master, take care," Jiang Ling remarked. Lin Yuchuan nodded, then turned to exit through the main door. Chen Guifeng followed suit, bidding farewell and catching up with Lin Yuchuan. At that moment, only Jiang Ling, Lin Hanyue, and Dr. Hua remained in the courtyard. Dr. Hua, seated at the table, gazed longingly at the array of food and drink, repeatedly swallowing. "Eat, what are you waiting for?" Jiang Ling urged. "Am I really allowed to eat? Miss Hanyue, may I partake?" Dr. Hua inquired, demonstrating his principled nature. Despite having gone a long time without a hearty meal, he still sought permission from the host before indulging. After all, he had treated the old gentleman out of respect for Jiang Ling, having accepted payment from him. Thus, consuming the food felt like incurring a debt of gratitude. Yet, principles were principles. If the host did not permit it, Dr. Hua would resolutely abstain from tasting the dishes on the table. This was the integrity and dignity of the Hua family of physicians. Lin Hanyue chuckled and said, "Dr. Hua, you saved my grandfather's life. How could I deny you a meal? Please, eat as you wish, and if it's not enough, I shall instruct the maid to prepare more." "Very well. Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Dr. Hua grinned widely, displaying his pearly whites. He then seized a braised pork knuckle and began to feast heartily. Chapter 65. It's him, indeed, it's him. Delicious, truly delightful. It has been ages since I tasted such savory meat. Lin Hanyue continually poured wine for Dr. Hua, serving him enthusiastically. Dr. Hua pointed at the Matai bottle and exclaimed, "I know this drink. It's Matai, reputed to cost thousands per bottle, correct? I never imagined that I would have the fortune to savor such a fine spirit in my lifetime." In that moment, Dr. Hua was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. Lin Hanyue then asked, "Since you are a divine physician with such remarkable skills, why not seek employment at a hospital or open a traditional medicine shop?" Dr. Hua waved his hand dismissively, savoring a sip of Matai and exclaiming, "What a splendid wine. Don't even mention it. Without a medical license, no one will have me. I've been chased away from the streets by the authorities multiple times. Today, I was fortunate to meet young Master Jiang, who is willing to place his trust in me. Alas, as the 56th descendant of the great physician Hua Tuo, to find myself in such a predicament, I truly feel I have tarnished my ancestors' legacy." Dr. Hua lamented softly before continuing to drink. "Haha, enough of that. Young Master Jiang is my benefactor, possessing both wealth and charm and a kind heart, which is why I am eager to serve him. What do you think, young master?" Dr. Hua said with a cheerful demeanor. Jiang Ling's eyes lit up as he replied, "Of course. I will invest in opening a traditional medicine clinic and invite you to be the chief physician. How does that sound?" "Ah, a kindred spirit, a patron," Dr. Hua exclaimed. "Enough chatter, let us drink. I shall finish this cup, and you may indulge as you wish." With that, Dr. Hua tilted his head back and downed a cup of Matai in one gulp. Jiang Ling could discern that this man was indeed skilled in medicine, yet also possessed a penchant for drink. However, that was of little concern. As long as he could accompany Jiang Ling, there would be ample provisions for alcohol in the future. At that moment, a phone call suddenly came through. Jiang Ling picked up his phone and was surprised to see it was from Chu Danon. "Hello, Danon. What is the matter? How are things on your end?" Jiang Ling inquired. My apologies, Boss Jiang, but we encountered a situation." Chu Danon coughed awkwardly. "What kind of situation? Did you kill Zhao Tianyu?" Jiang Ling asked, momentarily taken aback, his face paling. No, we didn't kill anyone. It's that Zhao kid. He called a bunch of people and surrounded our company." Chu Danon replied hurriedly. "Do you need me to gather some people?" Jiang Ling pondered whether to summon Wang Song and his crew for assistance, or simply pay a local gang to settle the matter. No, it's unnecessary. Boss Jiang, my brothers are quite formidable. We've taken them all down." "Seriously?" Jiang Ling exclaimed, astonished. "Yes, but then the police arrived and accused us of gathering to brawl, claiming we were in serious violation of the law and wanted to take us in for questioning. So, I thought perhaps you could come by to clarify the situation," explaining that it was Zhao Tianyu and his gang who initiated the violence. "Is that so? All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly." "Thank you, Boss Jiang. Don't mention it. You're protecting me. How could I allow you to be bullied?" Jiang Ling declared with authority. Jiang Ling patted Dr. Hua on the shoulder, informing him that he had matters to attend to and would let him stay behind to enjoy food and drink, assuring that old Master Lin would be pleased to host Dr. Hua again in the future. As Jiang Ling stood to leave, Lin Hanyue hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, saying, "Hey, you've been drinking. The police are involved. Aren't you just walking into a trap?" "Oh, right, that makes sense. Indeed, let me drive you there." Having overheard their conversation, Lin Hanyue realized there was an issue with Chu Danon that required Jiang Ling's presence as a witness. Given all the help Jiang Ling had provided her, she felt compelled to accompany him to speak on his behalf. "Then I must trouble you, Hanyue," Jiang Ling said. "It's no trouble. Let us go." "All right, I'll inform grandfather." "Good, I'll wait for you." After Jiang Ling bid farewell to old Master Lin, he left the villa with Lin Hanyue, leaving Dr. Hua behind, still relishing his feast. Yet, Dr. Hua felt content, having retained Jiang Ling's contact information, knowing that Jiang Ling would return to collect him in the future. Soon, Lin Hanyue drove Jiang Ling from Jinlong Mountain Villa to the entrance of the Yongyuan Street, Nantong Security Company. At that moment, they arrived to find 4 or 5 police officers gathered outside, alongside a group of thuggish individuals sprawled on the ground, barely conscious. Lin Hanyue was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Jiang Ling had just alighted from his vehicle when he caught sight of the bruised and battered Zhao Tianyu, who was grinning at him with a mischievous glint in his eyes, as if to say, "Jiang Ling, your fate is sealed. You incited a brawl, encouraged others to fight. And look at the state we are in. If you don't serve a 2 to 3 year sentence, I would be surprised." Subsequently, Zhao Tianyu clutched his injured arm and approached a police officer, lamenting in a voice fraught with indignation, "Officer Huang, it was him. He is the mastermind behind this brawl." "My lord." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he recounted his tale of woe. Jiang Ling was rendered speechless. Was this the time for him to seek justice while also engaging in violence? Had he not known the intricacies of the situation, one might conclude he was a nefarious villain guilty of grave misdeeds. Officer Huang furrowed his brow and then turned his gaze to Jiang Ling, asking, "Sir, could you please clarify what exactly transpired?" The 2 men were adamant, each claiming the other had struck first, prompting Huang to request a detailed account of the events leading up to the altercation. "Of course, Officer Huang." Jiang Ling nodded slightly and recounted the entirety of the incident, detailing how Zhao Tianyu had lain in wait at the Longhu community before dawn, summoning a group of burly men to assault him, pursuing him all the way to his company, and even attempting to storm inside to attack him. Left with no choice, Jiang Ling had instructed his employees to defend themselves, thus rendering his actions a legitimate act of self-defense. Upon hearing this, Huang Jingtai glanced at Zhao Tianyu and remarked, well, it appears you are the true instigator of this brawl. You pursued someone to their own company, intent on causing harm, and when the tables turned against you, you resorted to calling the police and crying foul? No, it's not like that, Officer Huang. Jiang Ling, you are fabricating lies. Zhao Tianyu trembled with rage, pointing to his own bruised face. Look at my handsome visage, reduced to this state by your hands, and you dare to turn the tables on me? No. Everything Jiang Ling said is the truth. I can testify. At that moment, Lin Hanyue stepped forward, presenting her identification, intent on lodging a formal complaint against Zhao Tianyu for his incitement to violence and threats against law-abiding citizens. Good day, officer. My name is Lin Hanyue, the granddaughter of Lin Nanshan, head of the Lin family in Jiangnan City. Ah, the granddaughter of Lin Nanshan? Officer Huang was taken aback, realizing this altercation involved prominent figures from 2 influential families in Jiangnan City. One was the scion of the Zhao family, and the other, a young lady of the Lin family. What of the remaining individual? The tall, handsome youth exuded an aura of elegance. What was his identity? Huang Jingtai felt a sense of trepidation. He could not afford to offend any of them, given their significant connections. Even if he apprehended them, they would likely be released almost immediately, leaving him to bear the brunt of the consequences. Thus, Huang sought merely to ascertain the facts of the matter. Conduct a brief inquiry and report back. Officer Huang, you must believe me. Jiang Ling bribed the personnel of this security company and incited them to assault us. Just look at my swollen face and the individuals lying on the ground. They were the ones who attacked us. I implore you to investigate this matter thoroughly and imprison Jiang Ling. Zhao Tianyu steadfastly maintained that he was the victim in this scenario. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling chuckled. Zhao Tianyu, you claim I am not the owner of this company? Prove it with evidence. All right, Chu Danan, bring forth our company's legal contract. Jiang Ling commanded. Yes, Boss Jiang. Chu Danan quickly returned to the office and retrieved the legal contract, presenting it to Huang Jingtai for examination. The contract clearly stated, Antong Security Company. Legal representative, Jiang Ling. Accompanied by an image of Jiang Ling himself. Huang Jingtai adjusted his police cap, his eyes brightening. Oh, so you truly are the owner of this company? He then turned to Zhao Tianyu. Young Master Zhao, this is your error. Even if there are grievances between you, they should be settled privately. There is no need for violence. Moreover, Jiang Ling had already retreated to his own company, and you pursued him, only to be bested in the confrontation. Who can you blame for that? What? This cannot be. When did Jiang Ling become the owner of this security company? At that moment, Zhao Tianyu was utterly bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. Yet, a thought struck him. Who exactly was Jiang Ling? How did he amass such a plethora of enterprises? First, it was Tianyun Garden, then Yinshao Jewelry, and now this Antong Security Company? Isn't this mutual combat? Huang Jingtai, you must apprehend me, but Jiang Ling must also be detained. Zhao Tianyu remained unyielding, insisting that Jiang Ling be taken to the police station for interrogation. Huang Jingtai approached Jiang Ling and inquired, Mr. Jiang Ling, during the time Zhao Tianyu pursued you, did you retaliate? No, I merely drove away. Jiang Ling replied. Very well, where did the brawl take place? In the street or within the company? Within the company, we were merely exercising self-defense. I believe I have a grasp of the situation, Huang Jingtai nodded, while a young officer busily took notes. Soon after, Huang Jingtai instructed that Zhao Tianyu be apprehended, stating, I apologize, young Master Zhao. But despite your esteemed lineage as a member of the Zhao family, your actions of assaulting citizens and inciting a brawl have severely breached the laws ensuring public safety in Jiangnan City. Please accompany me to the police station. No, you've arrested the wrong person. They were the ones who struck first. I was the one assaulted. As Huang Jingtai moved to detain him, Zhao Tianyu panicked. I am sorry, young Master Zhao, but you were the one who invaded someone else's company. Their actions were merely self-defense. What? You dare to side with Jiang Ling and his cohorts? What is your name? What is your badge number? I will file a complaint against you. Go ahead. I merely act according to the law and uphold justice. I believe I have done nothing wrong. Huang Jingtai declared, his demeanor resolute and unwavering. Jiang Ling silently gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. Very well, even if you intend to arrest me, Jiang Ling must be taken along. Otherwise, I will not comply. Zhao Tianyu continued to shout defiantly. Huang Jingtai, with a conflicted expression, stated, I regret to inform you that Mr. Jiang Ling was not involved in this brawl. He is the victim. Even if you pursue legal action against him, the judge will likely order you to pay restitution. Do you believe that? Perhaps Zhao Tianyu had been spoiled by his family, believing the world should revolve around him. Now faced with a law-abiding officer, he felt as though he had suffered a grave injustice. Take him away, commanded Huang Jingtai. Yes, officer. With Huang Jingtai's directive, 2 officers proceeded to escort the instigator, Zhao Tianyu, away. He turned back to Jiang Ling, seething. Jiang Ling, just wait. You stole my girlfriend and had me assaulted? Our matter is far from over. Goodness. How petty can one be? Jiang Ling shook his head, perceiving Zhao Tianyu as a persistent nuisance, akin to a stubborn adhesive. Lin Hanyue then shouted, Who is your girlfriend? Have you no shame? Are you all right, Boss Jiang? After the police apprehended Zhao Tianyu, Chu Danan hurriedly stepped forward, expressing his concern. Jiang Ling shook his head. I'm fine. What about you? Are you injured? Fortunately, I only got hit on the arm, but it's nothing serious. Chu Danan beamed, his smile genuine and unpretentious. The group of brothers had once served as special forces in the military, each one capable of taking on 10 adversaries single-handedly. Dealing with Wang Zhibin and his gang of street thugs was hardly a challenge for them. How about this, Danan? I'll transfer 2 million yuan to you shortly. Gather more people and expand the company's scale. Profit is secondary. It's primarily about having more personnel. Jiang Ling contemplated establishing a formidable security team of his own. capable of taking on occasional jobs during leisure time, but fundamentally intended for personal protection. 2 million. Upon hearing that figure, Chu Danin's voice trembled slightly. By the way, what is your current monthly salary? Jiang Ling inquired. Well, it's just a base salary of 3,000. If we get contracts, we can earn a bit extra each month. Only 3,000. That's far too low. From now on, for the next 8 months, your base salary will start at 8,000. Danin, as the captain, yours will be 10,000. Additionally, recruit 50 to 100 more security personnel, and if funds run short, just let me know. Yes, thank you, Boss Jiang. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Chu Danin shouted, and the brothers behind him quickly echoed their gratitude. Chu Danin's nose tinged with emotion, and he felt tears welling up. A few years prior, he had stood by his comrades in the military, leading them into a brawl that left several from another unit severely injured, even resulting in one fatality. Consequently, all involved were stripped of their military status, and Chu Danin was sentenced to 3 years for manslaughter. Upon his release, he struggled to find work until he was inexplicably recruited into a security company in Nantong, where he became a security guard. Now that he had a family and 2 children to support, Jiang Ling's offer of a 10,000 base salary inspired a vow in him to work diligently and not let Jiang down. Chapter 67. Mysterious Identity, He Yunxiao. When Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue departed, it was already 5:30 in the evening. Inside the car, Lin Hanyue gently touched her abdomen. Casting a curious glance at Jiang Ling, pondering, can this guy really do it? It has been quite some time. Yet there is still no sign of anything in my belly. Don't look at me. It's not my fault. Jiang Ling cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hanyue, discerning her thoughts. You haven't even gone for a checkup. How can you be sure it's not your issue? Lin Hanyue countered. The esteemed Hua Dado said my health is excellent. Jiang Ling retorted. Just because he said you're healthy, how does that relate to your fertility? Lin Hanyue sighed. Forget it. I'll head home first, then go to Jindong Mountain Villa to bring back Dr. Hua. Tomorrow, we'll choose a shop on Yonyuan Street to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. I've even thought of a name. Hua Tua Traditional Medicine Clinic. Jiang Ling declared with confidence. However, upon mentioning Hua Dado, Lin Hanyue's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her features. She was intrigued. Despite it being their first encounter, how did Jiang Ling know that Hua Dado was a genuine doctor and not a charlatan? Was it truly as Jiang Ling had previously asserted, that in this world, only he could deceive others, while no one could deceive him? Jiang Ling. Lin Hanyue was about to confess, I'm pregnant, hoping to tease Jiang Ling since he claimed he was never fooled. But Jiang Ling swiftly covered her mouth, pleading, please, just say something nice and don't say anything reckless. Are you out of your mind? Lin Hanyue shot him a glare, her chest rising and falling in frustration. Upon returning to Longhu community, Jiang Ling noticed 2 individuals waiting for his arrival at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Huang Daiyun, the general manager of Yunxiao Jewelry, accompanied by a statuesque beauty with long legs. As Jiang Ling approached, Huang Daiyun hurriedly stepped forward. Director Jiang, you have finally returned. Why couldn't I reach you by phone? Oh, I was dealing with some matters and couldn't answer. Jiang Ling replied casually. Director Jiang, this is Miss Zhao Yuandong, our vice chairwoman at Yunxiao Jewelry. She mentioned she had some inquiries for you, so she asked me to find you. Huang Daiyun introduced the lady beside him. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, Zhao family? Yes, Director Jiang, do you know me? Zhao Yuandong smiled politely, exuding warmth and confidence. Jiang Ling shook his head. I don't know you, but what is your relationship with Zhao Tianyu? He is my younger brother. Your biological brother? Yes, my biological brother. At that moment, both Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue were somewhat speechless. Just moments ago, they had sent Zhao Tianyu to the police station, and now his sister had come knocking? However, Zhao Yuandong was not there to create trouble for Jiang Ling, but rather to discuss business matters. Miss Hanyue is here too? Zhao Yuandong recognized Lin Hanyue and greeted her. Yes, I am also a business partner of Jiang Ling, so we have some dealings. Lin Hanyue replied. I understand. Yunxiao Jewelry indeed has collaborated with Mady Beauty, so it's no surprise that Director Jiang knows you. However, I would like to ask Director Jiang if you are acquainted with Mr. He Yunxiao? Zhao Yuandong continued. He Yunxiao? Who is that? What? You don't know who He Yunxiao is? Upon seeing Jiang Ling's reaction, Zhao Yuandong's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. Shaking his head, I don't know him. I've never heard of that name. Well, to be frank, the main store of Yunxiao Jewelry was co-founded 7 years ago by Mr. He Yunxiao and our Zhao family. Back then, He named the company and promised to send us the legal representative contract after some time. The legal representative would be you, wouldn't it? How can you say you don't know He Yunxiao? Zhao Yuandong seemed bewildered, but Jiang Ling genuinely did not recognize him. Do you have his number? Jiang Ling asked, his expression turning slightly wary. Although he had awakened an invulnerability system that prevented him from being deceived, He understood that logic and order were essential in any matter. Moreover, every time he gained something, it seemed to alter the world line, leading to the inexplicable appearance of people connected to him. For instance, Apollo, the sun god, had entered his life despite Jiang Ling never signing up for any international auto show, yet he had indeed won, receiving a sun god sports car. Similarly, he had never known Chu Danan nor founded any non-tung security company, yet now, Chu Danan claimed Jiang Ling had established that company 3 years prior and had posted recruitment information online. The same applied to Yunxiao jewelry. Jiang Ling truly did not know he Yunxiao. Zhao Yuandong seemed to sense Jiang Ling's unease. Mr. Jiang, this is not the right place for a conversation. Please come to my home. There are matters we can discuss in detail. How does that sound? All right then. Jiang Ling nodded, eager to uncover the truth about He Yunxiao. Mr. Jiang Ling, this way please. Would you like to ride in my car? Zhao Yuanming inquired. Jiang Ling waved his hand in refusal, stating, no need, I shall drive myself. It is more convenient that way. Very well then. Hanyue, I will proceed to discuss business matters with Miss Zhao, Jiang Ling announced. Lin Hanyue naturally could not disclose their cohabitation, so she replied, all right, I shall return to Jinlong Mountain Villa to visit my grandfather. Take care. Jiang Ling responded. You too. Subsequently, Jiang Ling drove behind Zhao Yuanming, arriving at the Zhao family residence, the Haijing Ziyu Mansion. This villa, located in the northern part of Jiangnan City, once saw property prices soar to over 300,000 per square meter at its peak, rivaling even the Jinlong Mountain Villa owned by Lin Nanshan, if not surpassing it. Rumor has it that Zhao Yuanming's grand villa was purchased 5 years ago for a staggering $2 billion, and even if property values have declined, it would still be worth no less than 100 million. Wow, Miss Zhao, your family is truly wealthy. A villa of this caliber must be worth over $1 billion. Wouldn't you say? Jiang Ling remarked, surveying the surroundings of the Ziyu mansion in awe. Indeed, affluent individuals have a penchant for residing in grand villas. Wealth aside, comfort is paramount. Zhao Yuanming smiled coyly, replying, in comparison to you, Mr. Jiang Ling, I still fall short. After all, Jiang Ling was the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, appointed by He Yunxiao himself. He Yunxiao, a mysterious business mogul who has long operated overseas, had past business dealings with Zhao Dao, Zhao Yuanming's father. Thus, she perceived Jiang Ling's background as enigmatic, believing that in terms of status, he undoubtedly surpassed her by several folds. As for why Jiang Ling chose to live in a less affluent area like Longhu community, Zhao Yuanming pondered, speculating it might be a peculiar preference of some affluent individuals for residing in quaint, whimsical neighborhoods. Chapter 68. The phone fell into the crevice. Before long, Jiang Ling accompanied Zhao Yuanming to Building 2 of Ziyu Mansion. This sprawling villa, occupying over 1,000 square meters, featured a 5-story structure resembling a fantastical castle from a fairy tale. Surrounding the building were 2 rows of towering ginkgo trees, which take 20 years to blossom and 40 years to bear fruit. Zhao Yuanming mentioned that these trees were transplanted at great expense by her father, Zhao Dao. When they purchased this villa, they spent $2 billion, with over 30 million dedicated solely to renovations and landscaping. Though property prices across Jiangnan City were declining, the Ziyu mansion would never be sold, even if someone offered $2 billion. Truly wealthy indeed. Perhaps I should consider purchasing a villa here myself, Jiang Ling mused, admiring the picturesque scenery, which was ideal for relaxation and retirement. He envisioned bringing his grandparents from the countryside to reside there, earning their praises for filial piety and success. Compared to you, Mr. Jiang Ling, our family is but a small fish in a big pond, Zhao Yuanming admitted with a hint of humility. Why do you say that? Jiang Ling inquired, puzzled. Zhao Yuanming replied, you spent $1 billion on a jade pendant and a bewildering set of cosmetics, which I heard only amounts to around $2 million in value. You paid the sum without a second thought, eyes unblinking. That is why I assert we are but small fry compared to you. She chuckled, covering her mouth. In truth, she wanted to mention her brother Zhao Tianyu's extravagant ways. Yet even he paled in comparison to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How did you find out about that? It was reported on television, and all the beauty bloggers on Douyin shared the news. Now, who doesn't know about the mysterious tycoon from Jiangnan City who extravagantly spent $1 billion on a jade pendant just to win a smile from a beauty? Zhao Yuanming smiled knowingly, casting a suggestive glance at Jiang Ling. Initially, she too was curious about the identity of that enigmatic tycoon, suspecting it might be her brother. If so, she imagined their father would likely break his legs. However, she later learned that the person was none other than Mr. Jiang Ling. Zhao Yuanming stifled a laugh, recognizing that this indirectly affirmed Jiang Ling's immense wealth. A person capable of casually dishing out $1 billion in cash would be a rare find in all of Jiangnan City, probably numbering less than 100. Haha, no. Hanyue and I are merely business partners, just ordinary friends. Jiang Ling quickly clarified. Is that truly the case? Zhao Yuanming crossed her arms, accentuating her graceful figure. Noticing Jiang Ling's discomfort, she chuckled. Mr. Jiang Ling, you are my esteemed guest. I shall refrain from teasing you. This way, please. All right, let us proceed. Jiang Ling nodded slightly and moved forward. Zhao Yuanming's vivacious and cheerful personality made her banter enjoyable, never crossing into annoyance. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa, two bodyguards in black hurried forward to greet Zhao Yuanming and Jiang Ling. Aware that anyone brought home by Zhao Yuanming must be a distinguished guest deserving of utmost respect. Once inside, Zhao Yuanming gestured for Jiang Ling to relax on the sofa in the living room while she returned to her room to retrieve the legal contract left by He Yunxiao years ago, presenting it for Jiang Ling's review. Upon receiving the contract, Jiang Ling noticed it contained only his phone number, no name, no photograph, and not even a home address. Taken aback, he silently questioned the identity of He Yunxiao. How did he possess his phone number 7 years ago? Had they met? Or was his father, Zhang Baiyun, a mysterious business magnate with assets spanning the globe, and He Yunxiao merely one of his subordinates, discreetly aiding him in his entrepreneurial endeavors? No. If my father were truly a business tycoon, my mother wouldn't have berated him for decades for being unaccomplished. Jiang Ling shook his head, murmuring to himself. Mr. Jiang Ling, what are you saying? Zhao Yuanming inquired with curiosity. By the way, do you know Mr. He Yunxiao? Not personally. Perhaps I just don't recall, Jiang Ling replied. So, this phone number is yours. Of course, I have kept it for 7 or 8 years without changing it. Well, that's odd. We discovered that approximately 70 of our Yunxiao Jewelry Company's annual revenue is converted into U.S. dollars and ultimately deposited into an overseas Swiss bank. Recently, I investigated that so-called overseas bank account and found that you are the account holder. This clearly indicates you are indeed the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, without a doubt. Yet, I find it curious that you do not know He Yunxiao, as he orchestrated all these matters. That is indeed perplexing. Zhao Yuanming frowned, voicing her concerns. But it wasn't just her who was puzzled. Jiang Ling's mind was racing with 1,000 questions. Who exactly was He Yunxiao? Was everything that had transpired recently orchestrated solely by him? However, that seems implausible, for I am a man equipped with a system. No matter how formidable you may be, can you truly surpass the dictates of the system? Do you have He Yunxiao's phone number? I shall make a call. Jiang Ling stated. Yes. I shall provide it to you at once. Zhao Yuanming's eyes sparkled as she retrieved the phone number He Yunxiao had left 7 years prior from her contacts and forwarded it to Jiang Ling. She mentioned that this number was previously used by He Yunxiao to communicate with his father, Zhao Dahai. Whether it could be reached now, however, remained uncertain. Thus, Jiang Ling dialed the number, pressing the call button with casual ease. Beep, beep, beep. The line was met with an automated response. We apologize, but the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Sorry. The call had connected, yet there was no answer on the other end. No one is picking up? Is the phone not nearby? Jiang Ling queried, somewhat perplexed. Perhaps that is the case. Nevertheless, it matters not. We shall inquire of He Yunxiao upon his return to the country to ascertain the truth behind this. In truth, Zhao Yuanming too was curious as to how Jiang Ling could possibly be unfamiliar with He Yunxiao. If that were the case, why would He Yunxiao have entrusted the position of legal representative of Yunxiao Jewelry to Jiang Ling? There must be some underlying mystery. As Zhao Yuanming pondered, her thumb and middle finger began to absent-mindedly twist her phone. She was just about to stand up and invite Jiang Ling to stay for dinner when, inadvertently, her thumb pressed down too hard, causing her phone to fly out of her hand and fall into the crevice of the sofa. Chapter 69, Yuanming. What are you up to? Oh dear, my phone. Zhao Yuanming exclaimed, hastily crouching down to check if her phone had indeed fallen beneath the sofa. Alas, the sofa possessed a compartment, and the phone had dropped into it. The couch was quite spacious, and despite Zhao Yuanming kneeling upon it, her hands could not reach into the compartment. Left with no other option, she circled around to the back of the sofa, extending her body halfway out, attempting to retrieve her phone with her long arms. However, the compartment was too deep, and despite her lengthy reach, she was just shy of grasping it. Consequently, Zhao Yuanming found herself seeking Jiang Ling's assistance. Blushing, she shyly remarked, I apologize, Mr. Jiang Ling, for the inconvenience. It's quite all right. My phone often finds itself lost in the sofa as well. Jiang Ling chuckled in response. Could you lend me a hand? She inquired. How may I assist? Jiang Ling replied. Well, if you could come behind me and hold my left hand, then I could lean further and retrieve the phone from the compartment with both hands. That should work, shouldn't it? She said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her smile. Jiang Ling, however, appeared quite at ease and replied, not a problem. He quickly rose and stepped behind Zhao Yuanming, extending his right hand. Though she felt a bit bashful, she still offered her left hand to Jiang Ling. He grasped her arm firmly as she leaned forward to extract the phone from the sofa's depths. Oh dear, I felt it, but it's still just out of reach. Pull me closer, and I shall extend further. All right, I'm holding you. Jiang Ling chuckled, yet there was an undeniable awkwardness in his demeanor. Oh no. My hand has cramped. Ouch, that really hurts. Be gentle, please. Oh dear, it really is cramping. It's so painful. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanming cried out in distress, as Jiang Ling's grip caused her left hand to seize up painfully. Meanwhile, within Villa number 2 of Ziyu Houding, a black Rolls-Royce had come to a halt at the entrance. A voluptuous middle-aged woman descended from the vehicle, accompanied by a young man sporting a bruised face. The pair were none other than Zhao Tianyu and his mother, Wu Xuemei. Previously, Wu Xuemei had been at home practicing yoga and enjoying a sauna when she received a phone call from the police station, informing her that her son had been detained for instigating a brawl and requesting her immediate presence to provide a statement. Upon hearing that her precious son had been apprehended by the police, Wu Xuemei was taken aback and hurriedly donned her clothing to rush to the Jiangnan City Police Station, where she found the chief, Wang Chuan, and paid to secure Zhao Tianyu's release. Mom, I was assaulted. You must stand up for me. Zhao Tianyu lamented. That person is Jiang Ling. He stole my girlfriend, Hanyue, and even kissed her in front of me. I was indignant and wanted to teach him a lesson. But to my surprise, he deceived me into his security company and had a group of people beat me up. Just look at my face, Mom. Your beloved son is on the verge of disfigurement. Will you not seek revenge for me? As they made their way home, upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Tianyu continued his lamentations to the elegant woman. Wu Xuemei maintained a frosty demeanor, casting a cold glance at Zhao Tianyu as she replied, Enough. Officer Huang has informed me that you were the one who instigated the disturbance, leading others to assault someone else, even pursuing them to their workplace. Is that not true? No, Mom. That person bullied me first. He humiliated me at Hanyue's company. I merely sought to teach him a lesson. Zhao Tianyu protested. So you were the first to strike? I did not strike first. Before I could reach him, he ran me over with his car. That's why I chased after him. Zhao Tianyu began to wail once more. Having been raised as a privileged heir, he had never endured such indignities. Are you foolish? He was already in his car. Why would you pursue him? Did you truly believe he wouldn't dare run you over? Wu Xuemei glared at Zhao Tianyu, her chest rising and falling with exasperation, her face filled with disappointment. Moreover, Officer Huang mentioned that Jiang Ling had Lin Hanyue as a witness by his side. He did not wish to offend either party, so he acted according to the law, resulting in your arrest while leaving them unscathed. Clearly, this matter arose from your own wrongdoing. Is that not so? Mom, why do you refuse to believe me? Zhao Tianyu retorted. You don't trust me? Do you not believe in the law? Why did Officer Huang arrest you and not Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue? They conspired against me, Mom. Zhao Tianyu whimpered, pointing at his battered face. Look at me. They've made me a laughingstock. Zhao Tianyu continued to bemoan his misfortune, expressing his resentment and even suggesting that Wu Xuemei leverage her connections against Jiang Ling. Yet, Wu Xuemei understood that Jiang Ling, being so young, was the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry and a collaborator with Lin Hanyue. Surely, his status could not be trifled with. Furthermore, Yunxiao Jewelry had been founded in collaboration with He Yunxiao and the Zhao family. He Yunxiao was a mysterious business magnate overseas, and even Zhao Dahai would not dare to offend him lightly. If Jiang Ling had He Yunxiao as his backing, would it not be folly to send someone to confront him? Thus, Wu Xuemei deemed it unnecessary to offend a mysterious business family over this incident. Moreover, Zhao Tianyu was indeed at fault in this matter. It served as a lesson for him to be more cautious in the future and to refrain from such arrogance and lawlessness. Mom. Seeing that Wu Xuemei was ignoring him, Zhao Tianyu hurried after her. Yet, Wu Xuemei coldly remarked, I heard you spent 30 million on a piece of worthless jewelry? I have yet to address that with you. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback before protesting. That was a gift I intended for you, Mom. Humph. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your intentions. You wish to squander money in pursuit of women. Yet you failed to win over Lin Hanyue and have only attracted a host of troubles. Well, let's discuss this at home. When your sister, Yuanming, returns, you ought to inquire about who that Jiang Ling truly is and see if you can handle him. With that, Wu Xuemei hastily strode ahead. Zhao Tianyu, sulking, lowered his head and quickly followed in her wake. Ow, my hand, it hurts. Be gentle, just a little more, deeper. Almost there. As the two reached the doorstep, they were met with an odd cacophony emanating from within the house. Wu Xuemei froze momentarily, her eyes widening as a blush crept onto her cheeks. Zhao Tianyu, with a mischievous grin, remarked, Mom, that's definitely my sister's voice. She must have brought her boyfriend home. Do you believe it? No, it can't be. Even if she did bring a boyfriend home, it shouldn't be in the living room. Yuan Ming, what on earth are you doing? Wu Xiaomei's face flushed with anger, her chest heaving in agitation. Can't either of these children ever give me a moment of peace? Chapter 70. Jiang Ling. You scoundrel. How dare you pursue my sister? Without hesitation, Wu Xiaomei marched toward the living room, while Zhao Tianyu dashed ahead, cheekily asking, Sister, did you bring your boyfriend home? Huh. Jiang Ling. Goodness. With a thud, Zhao Tianyu's mind went blank upon seeing Jiang Ling, and he collapsed to the floor. He could never have imagined that the man his sister Zhao Yuanming had brought home was none other than his arch-nemesis, Jiang Ling. Seeing Zhao Tianyu unconscious, Wu Xiaomei rushed over, glancing up at Zhao Yuanming and Jiang Ling, her brow furrowing. Yuanming, what are you two doing in the living room? At that moment, Zhao Yuanming withdrew her right hand from the sofa's crevice, shaking her phone and innocently saying, I was just retrieving my phone. It fell into the sofa. Is there a problem? Retrieving your phone? Then who is he? Wu Xiaomei pointed at Jiang Ling. This is Jiang Ling, the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. My phone fell into the sofa, and he was merely helping me by holding my arm. What's the issue? Coughing awkwardly, Wu Xiaomei realized she had jumped to conclusions and misunderstood Zhao Yuanming. Her gaze then fell on Zhao Tianyu, who lay dazed on the floor, and her anger reignited. She shot a glare at him and admonished, Tianyu, what are you doing? We have guests, and you're sprawled on the floor like that. Get up at once. Zhao Tianyu scrambled to his feet, and, retreating behind Wu Xiaomei, pointed at Jiang Ling, exclaiming, Mom, that's Jiang Ling. He's the one who had people beat me up. Look at my face. I know, didn't Yuanming just mention it? Oh, isn't this young Master Zhao? Glad to see you well. Jiang Ling greeted Zhao Tianyu with a slight smile. Glad to see me well. Don't try to be friendly with me. But tell me, how did you end up with my sister? Zhao Tianyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he accused Jiang Ling. I get it. You're two-timing. Sister, you need to leave him. He's a scoundrel. He was chasing Lin Hanyue right in front of me, and now he's with you. Open your eyes and see his true nature. A man like him doesn't he deserve you? With that, Zhao Tianyu stormed forward, launching into a tirade against Jiang Ling. The atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. Zhao Yuanming, her cheeks flushed, interjected, I understand. Tianyu, please stop. You know he's two-timing, yet you still choose to be with him? Zhao Tianyu was taken aback. Zhao Yuanming replied, Who said I was with him? He is the chairman of my company. I invited him over to discuss work matters, and to ask if he knows He Yinxiao. You burst in here making a scene, and anyone would think I was up to something. Zhao Yuanming's expression turned displeased. It dawned on Zhao Tianyu that his sister indeed worked at Yunxiao Jewelry. Miss Yuanming, since the misunderstanding has been cleared, I shall take my leave. Jiang Ling stepped forward, preparing to bid farewell to Zhao Yuanming. Zhao Tianyu scrutinized Jiang Ling with a peculiar gaze. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaomei smiled and suggested, Mr. Jiang, why not stay for dinner before you leave? She was quite polite towards him. Jiang Ling waved his hand, smiling, No, thank you, Annie. With that, Jiang Ling turned to depart. However, Wu Xiaomei called after him, Mr. Jiang, please send my regards to Mr. He Yinxiao. I don't know He Yinxiao. Goodbye. Jiang Ling waved and exited the villa, eager to avoid any potential dinner where Zhao Tianyu might poison his food. Watching Jiang Ling's retreating figure, Wu Xiaomei appeared puzzled and turned to Zhao Yuanming, seeking clarification on the matter. Zhao Yuanming quickly approached, explaining that while Jiang Ling might not know He Yinxiao personally, he was indeed the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, as evidenced by the foreign bank account under his name, complete with his photo and identity information. This is curious. But according to your reasoning, He Yinxiao must know Jiang Ling, correct? He should know him. Otherwise, Jiang Ling wouldn't be the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. Indeed. Perhaps Jiang Ling is backed by a powerful family, one we cannot afford to offend. Yes, therefore, I believe it is wise to cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Ling. After spending some time with him, I found his character commendable, humble yet confident, and quite helpful. Agreed. That seems most prudent. Wu Xiaomei nodded in agreement with Zhao Yuanming. Yet, Zhao Tianyu interjected, irked. Mom, sister, Jiang Ling did this to my face, and you still want to be friends with him? Have you considered my feelings at all? Be quiet. This is not your place to speak. Wu Xiaomei suddenly scolded him. And remember, do not provoke anyone outside again. Do you really think Jiang Ling's position is trivial? If his backing were to surface, your father would likely have to apologize to him. But he is just the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. What is there to fear? Zhao Tianyu said weakly. Wu Xiaomei retorted, It matters not that he is a chairman. You are forbidden from provoking Jiang Ling any further, do you understand? Sister, you see Mom. Zhao Tianyu hoped Zhao Yuanming would speak on his behalf. However, Zhao Yuanming responded, I concur with Mom, and I believe Jiang Ling is of good character. He wouldn't resort to violence without provocation, right? Sister, are you siding with her too? Today, Zhao Tianyu felt utterly humiliated, frustrated, and upset. It pained him that his beloved sister and mother were not on his side, but rather aligned with Jiang Ling. With a heavy heart, Zhao Tianyu stomped upstairs in anger. Wu Xiaomei let out a soft sigh, then turned her gaze toward Zhao Yuanming, saying, Yuanming, do not emulate your brother. He is devoid of ambition, neglecting his responsibilities, and spends his days frolicking about. Perhaps it is time for him to face some consequences. Rest assured, mother, I shall manage my relationship with Jiang Ling well. Zhao Yuanming replied. Indeed, but speaking of which, is that little princess from the Lin family truly Jiang Ling's girlfriend? That is what Zhao Tianyu just mentioned. The little princess referred to Lin Hanyue. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanming chuckled lightly, shaking her head. No, Jiang Ling stated that they merely share a cooperative relationship, not a romantic one. Oh, I see. Wu Xiaomei rolled her eyes and then looked back at Zhao Yuanming. However, on another note, you are not a child anymore. Shouldn't you consider finding a partner to bring home? Oh, mother, please do not pressure me. Rather, direct your urgings toward Tianyu. I am weary and shall retreat to my room for some rest. Do call me when dinner is ready. The moment Zhao Yuanming heard her mother broach the subject of marriage, her head began to throb, and she hastily concocted an excuse to escape to her room. Wu Xiaomei shook her head, her expression tinged with concern, and then turned to instruct the housekeeper to prepare dinner. Chapter 71. I punish you to sleep at 2:30 tonight. The following morning, as Jiang Ling rose, he drove to Jinlong Villa to fetch Hua Datong. Elder Lin Yuchuan, leaning on his cane, came out to see him off. The previous night, he had hosted Hua Datong with the utmost hospitality, serving fine food and drink, which left Hua Datong quite satisfied. After all, he had saved Elder Lin's life, and such treatment was merely appropriate. Nonetheless, Elder Lin still felt indebted to Jiang Ling for this favor. Initially, Elder Lin had wished to retain Hua Datong's services, offering an annual salary of 5 million to employ him as his personal traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. 5 million. Upon hearing this figure, Hua Datong was immediately intrigued. However, he recognized that Jiang Ling had shown him kindness. Had it not been for Jiang Ling, the nobility would not have regarded him with even a glance, instead treating him like a beggar. After experiencing the tumultuous life of the city, Hua Datong came to understand the value of human connections. Jiang Ling was his benefactor, and he could not act ungratefully by turning to Elder Lin. Furthermore, Jiang Ling had promised him a reward of 1 million and would establish a traditional medicine clinic for him to manage as the chief physician. Thus, Hua Datong graciously declined Elder Lin's generous offer and took a seat in Jiang Ling's car. Goodbye, Elder Lin. I will come to visit you when I can. Jiang Ling waved to Elder Lin from the car. Elder Lin reciprocated the gesture, bidding farewell. Instead of taking Hua Datong to Longhu community, Jiang Ling drove him directly to Yongyuan Street. The previous evening, Jiang Ling had rented a shop on Yongyuan Street to renovate into a traditional medicine clinic, which he would entrust to Hua Datong. Master Hua, why did you not accept Elder Lin's offer of 5 million to become his personal physician? Surely, you are in need of money? Jiang Ling inquired with a smile. Hua Datong quickly shook his head. It is not the same. I owe you a favor, and I am willing to work alongside you. It is far more comfortable this way. Besides, I am accustomed to a free-spirited life, unable to endure the constraints of rigid propriety. Being with the young master allows me to be myself without reservation. Ha ha ha. After saying this, Hua Datong burst into laughter. Trust is mutual. Since Jiang Ling chose to believe in him, he too was willing to believe in Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling chuckled, admiring Hua Datong's character. Where's your bank card? Hand it over, and I will transfer your 1 million reward to it. Jiang Ling said. Hua Datong sheepishly patted his tattered backpack, smiling awkwardly. Ah, well, my bank card was stolen. I had nowhere to stay and often slept under the bridge at Onion Lake, where there were a few beggars. A thief snatched my card, but it is no matter. There was hardly any money in it. He grinned. How shall I transfer the 100,000 to you? Jiang Ling asked. No rush, just keep it here for now. It can be saved for when I marry a wife. Hee. Wait, you are a grown man. And you still have not married? Jiang Ling was taken aback. My family was poor, and working as a country doctor did not yield much income. Moreover, I could not bear to exploit the villagers, so I had little savings. Furthermore, in this society, without money, marrying a wife is indeed quite difficult. Which is why I came to the city to seek a better life, to earn more money, and marry a wife to carry on the Hua family's medical legacy. Hua Datong sighed softly. After listening to his explanation, Jiang Ling understood. He indeed had a point. In today's society, lacking wealth makes it quite challenging to find a spouse. This morning, Jiang Ling had called Lin Hanyue, asking her to assist him in checking the shop on Yongyuan Street, while he went to pick up Hua Datong. However, just as Jiang Ling arrived at the shop and parked his car, he noticed a man with a bandaged face whispering furtively to Lin Hanyue. That man was Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, you scoundrel, How dare you come here? Jiang Ling shouted as he stepped out of the car. Zhao Tianyu was immediately startled, and upon seeing Jiang Ling, he fled like a mouse escaping a cat. He did not forget to turn back and admonish Lin Hanyue. Hanyue, I genuinely like you, unlike that Jiang Ling. He is a scoundrel, two-timing with women. I saw him last night with my sister on the sofa, you know what I mean. Zhao Tianyu, you wretch. What slanderous lies are you uttering about me? Jiang Ling bellowed again, pretending to pursue him, causing Zhao Tianyu to flee in a panic. When Jiang Ling reached Lin Hanyue's side, Zhao Tianyu had long since vanished. After all, this was Yongyuan Street, Jiang Ling's territory, and just ahead was the Nantung Security Company, where Zhao Tianyu had been beaten black and blue by Jiang Ling's men the day before. Damn it, what was that guy whispering to you? Jiang Ling inquired. Lin Hanyue crossed her arms and frowned, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Then, tilting her neck, she smiled. Jiang Ling, did you hear what Zhao Tianyu said? That you have an affair with his sister, Zhao Yuanming? TSK, I did not expect you to be that kind of person. What? You believe that? He is just spouting nonsense. Jiang Ling laughed joyfully. Zhao Tianyu, in his attempts to tarnish Jiang Ling's reputation, had resorted to making a jest of his sister's purity. Moreover, they both knew precisely what had transpired the previous night. Jiang Ling had merely held Zhao Yuanming's arm to help her retrieve her phone. How had it morphed into an affair in Zhao Tianyu's narrative? Had he come early to Yongyuan Street just to relay this absurd tale to Lin Hanyue? Was he so idle? Hanyue, let me explain. I had been in a long-term relationship with my ex-girlfriend for years, and I never crossed that line with her. Do you truly believe that after just getting to know Zhao Yuanming, we would jump into that? Even if you were to suspect me of being that sort of person, Zhao Yuanming is still a young lady of the Zhao family, her status not inferior to yours. Do you think she would engage in such disgraceful behavior? Only to have her brother, Zhao Tianyu, discover it? What you said seems to make some sense. Lin Hanyue nodded, blinking her eyes innocently. It is evidently reasonable. It is that Zhao Tianyu who is deceiving you, simply to tarnish my character, do you understand? Jiang Ling squinted his eyes, assuming an expression of profound grievance. How could you possibly suspect a man as innocent as myself? Alas, I concede my error, but please, do not regard me with such a gaze. Lin Hanyue chuckled, her countenance tinged with slight embarrassment. I shall impose upon you a punishment of sleeping at 2:30 tonight. Jiang Ling declared. 2:30? Can you manage that? She retorted. I have summoned the esteemed Dr. Hua. Do you think I can't? Jiang Ling replied with a mischievous grin. I assure you, I shall only grow stronger from here on, so do tread carefully. Chapter 72. Who is truly incapable of conception? However, Lin Hanyue gazed at Jiang Ling with a mixture of shyness and indignation, her cheeks flushed. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to scold him or remain silent, especially since she relied on Jiang Ling to bear her a son. Yet, what would come after childbirth? The mere thought of it cast a shadow of melancholy over her expression. Doctor, come here, take my pulse and see if my health is splendid, Jiang Ling said, rolling up his sleeves for the esteemed Hua to check his pulse. Hua waved his hand dismissively. No need. I already examined you at the entrance of Jinlong Villa last time, didn't I? With that, Hua leaned closer to Lin Hanyue, speaking softly. Miss Hanyue, I assure you, young Master Jiang is in excellent health. However, I could prescribe him a potent remedy, provided you have no objections. Lin Hanyue narrowed her eyes, casting a fishy glare at both Jiang Ling and Hua. How could these two, one an old rogue and the other a young rascal, speak so inappropriately before a lady? Yet, Hua assumed that Lin Hanyue was Jiang Ling's legitimate girlfriend. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Hanyue inquired, Dr. Hua, is it true that Jiang Ling's health poses no issues? Could he possibly have infertility issues? Infertility issues? I am not aware of that. But I find young Master Jiang's health to be quite robust. Unless there is a hereditary condition, it is improbable that he would face infertility. Indeed, I believe it wise for Dr. Hua to take your pulse, Jiang Ling suggested. At this moment, the camaraderie between Jiang Ling and Hua was evident, devoid of any hierarchical pretense, resembling close friends instead. Originally, Jiang Ling referred to him as Dr. Hua, but Hua found it awkward and preferred Jiang Ling to address him by his name. Thus Jiang Ling simply called him Hua. Would you like me to take your pulse? Lin Hanyue frowned, contemplating for a moment before extending her left hand for Hua to examine. Hua placed 3 fingers on Lin Hanyue's wrist, his nostrils flaring with pride as he proclaimed, Rest assured, Miss Lin, once you pass through my hands, I will uncover any ailments you may possess. Miss Lin, your constitution appears quite frail. There seems to be a chill within you. Have you been experiencing insomnia, vivid dreams, indigestion, or irregular bowel movements lately? Within mere seconds, Hua had accurately diagnosed Lin Hanyue's ailments. Her eyes widened in astonishment. How did you know? I am the 56th descendant of the great Hua Tuo. With a mere pulse check, I can discern the flow of your energy, the state of your acupoints, and the circulation of your blood. Any discomfort you have, any blockage in your blood, I can detect it instantaneously and prescribe accordingly. Impressive indeed, Lin Hanyue praised. Ah, wait. Something seems awry. Why is your perineum blocked? Have you been consuming excessive sleeping pills recently? Doctor, truly a master of your craft, you know that as well? At that moment, Lin Hanyue felt an overwhelming admiration for Hua's medical prowess. How could he even know about her use of sleeping pills? However, Hua's expression shifted, and he cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Ling, beckoning him closer. Young master, may I have a word with you? Can't you just say it in front of her? No, come here, I must speak with you privately. With that, Hua led Jiang Ling to a secluded corner in front of the shop, glancing back at Lin Hanyue before speaking softly. Young master, your girlfriend is under immense pressure. Her constitution is weak, and she suffers from insomnia. You ought to be more attentive to her family matters and alleviate her burdens. I have asked her. She refuses to speak. Jiang Ling frowned. Since he and Lin Hanyue had begun cohabiting, they often shared bedtime conversations about their pasts and dreams for the future. Yet, whenever the topic of Lin Hanyue's family arose, she would fall silent, turning away to discreetly wipe away tears. You must act quickly. Her insomnia. Is it not due to frequent reliance on sleeping pills? Yes, I have seen her take them. She claims she cannot sleep without them. Precisely. Do you know the consequences of excessive sleeping pill consumption? Hua queried. It leads to dependency on the medication, right? Eventually, she won't be able to sleep without them? Jiang Ling responded. Indeed, but there is a more serious issue. It can also result in infertility. I wondered why her perineum was not pulsating. It must be due to the sleeping pills. Young master, I urge you to spend more time conversing with Miss Lin, help her unwind, and ensure she ceases taking sleeping pills. Otherwise, she may truly find herself unable to conceive. The weight of Hua's words struck Jiang Ling like a thunderbolt. He suddenly comprehended that Lin Hanyue's inability to conceive was not his fault, but rather hers. As a daughter of the Lin family, she should not have to endure such pressures. Why was she burdening herself so intensely? Hua continued, but fret not, young master, for I am here. Tonight. Speak to her, and help relieve her pressures, and ensure she stops taking sleeping pills. Bring her to me another day, and I shall restore her health. I guarantee she will be well within half a year. Hua confidently patted his chest. Jiang Ling had no reason to doubt his medical skills, especially after witnessing Hua save Lin Yuchuan, who had been in cardiac arrest for half an hour. Using the ghost gate, 13 needles, a miraculous feat, snatched from the jaws of death. Thank you, Hua. Jiang Ling expressed his gratitude, though his tone was somewhat somber. Yet, he remained unsure of how to convey this information to Lin Hanyue. While Jiang Ling could afford to wait 6 months, Lin Hanyue might not be able to. Moreover, if she were to conceive after 6 months, it would still take 10 months of pregnancy to give birth. All in all, over a year would pass. Would she be able to wait? Hey, what are you two whispering about behind my back? Is there something you cannot share with me? Dr. Hua, what is truly the matter with my health? Please do not frighten me. I cannot possibly be terminally ill, can I? Lin Hanyue's eyes widened in terror as she awaited Jiang Ling's response. Jiang Ling shook his head. It is not terminal, rest assured. Oh, as long as I am not dying, that is a relief. Lin Hanyue exhaled, placing her hand on her chest. Wait, is there something wrong with my body? Lin Hanyue suddenly realized. But Jiang Ling dismissed her concerns, leading Hua back into the shop. Lin Hanyue stood there in a daze, her eyes downcast, her fists clenched tightly, and her teeth gritted, a flicker of hatred igniting in her gaze. Some people, some debts, must inevitably be repaid, she murmured to herself, a hint of resentment lacing her tone. Chapter 73, The World's #1 Assassin? Escaped from a mental institution? Detua look? This is the shop I've selected for you. It spans 3 floors, encompassing over 600 square meters. The annual rent is 500,000. Consider it settled. Jiang Ling exclaimed. Oh, I truly appreciate it, young sir. Hua Detua hurriedly expressed his gratitude, astonished by the generosity. Well, we'll simply deduct it from your future earnings. Jiang Ling replied with a grin, contemplating the arrangement. On the 1st floor, you can sell traditional Chinese medicine. On the 2nd, treat the impoverished, and on the 3rd, cater to the affluent. For the poor, charge normally, but for the wealthy, let them pay whatever they wish. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Hua Detua instantly donned a mischievous smile. Haha, great minds think alike. After all, those rich folks aren't lacking in money. However, as a physician, one must possess a benevolent heart. Our family has a doctrine stating that when treating patients, one must prescribe according to their ailments and not charge arbitrarily. The price of medicine should be fair, regardless of the patient's social standing. Hua Detua continued, glancing at Jiang Ling, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. Jiang Ling, instead of being displeased, was rather delighted, giving him a thumbs up. Excellent. Good moral character, I admire that. With your words, I'm reassured. I knew your character would be commendable too. Hua Tuo acknowledged with a grin. Yet, I have numerous ways to earn money. It merely requires some connections. Hua Tuo suddenly flashed a broad smile, beaming with enthusiasm. What methods do you have? Jiang Ling, who was not short of funds, was curious to learn more. Hua Tuo glanced around conspiratorially and said mysteriously, Actually, my family possesses a treasured classical text of traditional Chinese medicine, which contains many precious herbal formulas. Additionally, I have some knowledge of Western medicine. I could merge the two to create a new herbal capsule. Once we establish a pharmaceutical company, we can launch this new brand and gain a reputation. I assure you, profits will be abundant. Oh, that sounds like a splendid idea. Tuo, I'm investing in this project. Just tell me how much. Jiang Ling clapped Hua Tuo on the shoulder, suddenly realizing he was an invaluable business genius. Hua Tuo smiled confidently, having conceived this idea long ago but rarely shared it with others. It was only because Jiang Ling treated him well that he wished to partner with him in business to reap great rewards. Haha, no rush. I still need some time to research those herbal capsules. Hua Tuo chuckled. All right, once your research is successful and it gets approved by the Jiangnan City Drug Administration, we shall establish the company and make our fortunes. Jiang Ling affirmed, excitement lighting his face. Establish a company and amass wealth. Hua Tuo beamed, equally exhilarated. By the way, Tuo, didn't you mention I might encounter a calamity? What is that about? Jiang Ling still pondered Hua Tuo's words from yesterday. Hua Tuo considered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, All right, I observed your facial features. There seems to be a hint of dark energy in your brows. Thus, you should minimize going out lately, or you might truly face a calamity. I see. Jiang Ling nodded. Even if he didn't believe in Hua Tuo's fortune-telling, he couldn't dismiss the system's predictions. What about Lin Hanyue? Jiang Ling inquired again. Hua Tuo replied. Miss Hanyue possesses a remarkably proper visage of a traditional beauty, with a well-rounded forehead and delicate features, a sign of prosperity for her future partner. Though she is somewhat frail, her facial features are commendable, and she should not suffer from any calamity. By Hua Tuo's reasoning, it seemed that someone was intentionally targeting him rather than Lin Hanyue. That person could only be Zhao Tianyu or Lin Hanyue's uncle, Lin Yuchuan. Regardless, Jiang Ling felt it prudent to remain cautious. Subsequently, as Jiang Ling exited Hua Tuo's clinic, he found Lin Hanyue on the phone, reaching out to a friend for interior design assistance. Yes, it's south on Yonyuan Street, just 100 meters past the Nantung Security Company. I'll be waiting at the entrance, as I need help designing a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. All right, okay. After hanging up, Lin Hanyue approached Jiang Ling, informing him that she had arranged for someone to evaluate the shop for renovations. However, Jiang Ling was squatting on the ground, tossing a few small stones into the air, appearing somewhat despondent and distracted. Jiang Ling, why do you seem a bit unhappy? Lin Hanyue tilted her head, looking down at him. Jiang Ling shook his head. It's nothing. Tuo said I might face a calamity soon, and I can't help but wonder who I've offended this time. Could it be Zhao Tianyu? Lin Hanyue raised an eyebrow. Jiang Ling frowned. Not likely. That guy is terrified of me. He runs away whenever he sees me. Besides, I visited his home yesterday, and his family knows I have the backing of the mysterious business tycoon He Yunxiao. So they must have warned Zhao Tianyu not to provoke me. Thus, it seemed that the predicted calamity might involve Lin Yuchuan. However, he had not offended Lin Yuchuan and even saved his father's life. Shouldn't he be grateful instead? Lin Hanyue was still comforting Jiang Ling, advising him not to take it to heart, for even if Tuo was a skilled physician, he could still make mistakes in his predictions. Just then, a man clad in leather, wearing sunglasses, approached with heavy steps. Making his way towards Jiang Ling, Jiang Ling observed him with a furrowed brow. The man suddenly removed his sunglasses, leaned forward, and pulled a business card from his pocket, handing it to Jiang Ling. In a mysterious tone, he stated, Hey buddy, need a bodyguard? World's #1 assassin, care to know more? Huh. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the man with immense confusion. He took the card, which read, World's #1 assassin, Wu Yuntian, ranked 8th in the universe, also known as Wu Laoba. Contact number, 135. Is this for real? Jiang Ling chuckled to himself. Here he was, casually sitting at the shop entrance, and he encounters the world's #1 assassin, 8th in the universe. Who ranked him? Cough, cough. Jiang Ling, it's fake, it's fake. However, Lin Hanyue tugged at Jiang Ling's sleeve, whispering softly. Jiang Ling turned to her. How do you know it's fake? What if it's true? The man's leather jacket revealed a white collar underneath. Lin Hanyue pointed to the text just below the collar, saying, Didn't you see? It says, Jiangnan City Blue District First Mental Hospital. He is an escapee from a mental institution. You should be cautious, because mentally ill individuals are not held accountable for murder. A mental patient? Jiang Ling was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 74. This is my wife, she asked like this. In the past, Jiang Ling might have bolted at the sight. After all, as Lin Hanyue pointed out, mentally ill individuals could commit murder without consequence. But now, Hanyue, wait. I have some questions for him. Jiang Ling insisted. Lin Hanyue tugged at Jiang Ling's arm, realizing she couldn't pull him away, and with a hint of irritation, she exclaimed, Jiang Ling, what are you doing? His clothing bore the conspicuous words mental hospital, can't you see? Jiang Ling ignored her, instead directing his gaze towards Wu Yuntian. My friend, while I might be inclined to believe you claim to be the world's #1 assassin, I find it hard to fathom how you could be ranked 8th in the universe. Who conferred that title upon you? Wu Yuntian scratched his chin, feigning contemplation, and then, with an air of mystery, replied, I cannot disclose that. I must protect the secrets of our organization. Ah, so there's an organization involved. However, while deceiving Wu Yuntian might not pose a significant issue, daring to boast in front of Jiang Ling could very well render their lies into truths. For instance, even if Wu Yuntian were not the world's foremost assassin in the past, he certainly is now. Thus, Jiang Ling dusted off his hands, rose, and declared, I am Jiang Ling, and I would like to hire you as my bodyguard. May I inquire what your salary expectations are? Are you out of your mind? Before Wu Yuntian could respond, Lin Hanyue interjected, her face a mask of incredulity as she looked at Jiang Ling. She couldn't comprehend what Jiang Ling was thinking. He appeared anything but sane, yet he was genuinely willing to spend money to hire a bodyguard? The most absurd part was that the white shirt beneath that man's jacket bore the words Blue City's #1 mental hospital, which suggested he was likely an escapee from there. What business did Jiang Ling have hiring him as a bodyguard? Surely, he wasn't considering that the actions of a mentally ill person were beyond the law. Lin Hanyue's face paled at the thought, and she hurriedly tugged Jiang Ling back. Yet, Jiang Ling merely nudged her aside, saying, Oh, come on, stop fussing. Can't you see we're discussing serious matters? What? You dare to push me? You dare to scold me? Lin Hanyue's eyes widened in shock, confusion, and a hint of grievance. She couldn't fathom why Jiang Ling would express anger towards her over a lunatic. So, I'm just a pawn in your game, huh? I want to be helping you again. So, in your eyes, I'm worth less than a madman. Is that it? Jiang Ling, I think you're the one who is insane. No wonder your ex-girlfriend left you. You deserve it. Seeing that Jiang Ling continued to ignore her and was engrossed in conversation with the so-called world's #1 assassin, Lin Hanyue's frustration mounted. She had initially turned to leave, but, upon noticing Jiang Ling didn't follow to console her, she spun around and stood behind him, launching into a tirade about how Jiang Ling was a heartless scoundrel. Jiang Ling was nearly overwhelmed by her incessant chatter and turned to her. Hanyue, could you please calm down? The renowned Dr. Hua has warned me of impending doom, and I need to hire a bodyguard for protection. What is wrong with that? Is it my fault then? Lin Hanyue shrugged her arms. Jiang Ling turned back to Wu Yuntian, smiling. Mr. Wu, please don't take offense. This is my wife. She asked just like that. Haha, I don't mind at all. Wu Yuntian chuckled, though a glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in his eyes, as if he were both intrigued and bemused by the surrounding occurrences. He was the type who, despite being somewhat dim-witted, tried to feign intelligence. Yet Jiang Ling found joy in conversing with such individuals. Wait, you just called me what? Your wife? Who is your wife? Jiang Ling, you shameless cat. You better clarify your words. While we may be collaborators, I never agreed to be your wife. Lin Hanyue's cheeks puffed out as she crossed her arms, surveying Jiang Ling and Wu Yuntian from her elevated position. Yet, it must be said, women do require a bit of flattery. Even if Jiang Ling merely referred to her as his wife, Lin Hanyue felt a surge of delight. Though she protested verbally, her body betrayed her, as she refrained from interrupting Jiang Ling and Wu Yuntian's business discussion. Wu Yuntian then extended 3 fingers towards Jiang Ling, confidently asserting, Mr. Jiang, after all, I am the world's premier assassin, so asking for this amount in salary is hardly unreasonable, is it? How much? 3,000? Jiang Ling's eyes brightened. No. You've missed a zero, it's 30 million. Wu Yuntian smirked, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing that figure, before Jiang Ling could respond, Lin Hanyue was nearly ready to berate Wu Yuntian, incredulously exclaiming, You, a lunatic, dare to demand a salary of 30 million? Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly, Let us settle on 3,000, my friend. I recognize that this journey has not been easy for you. 3,000 a month, including meals and bonuses. How does that sound? 3,000? Isn't that a bit low? Wu Yuntian scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat bewildered. Jiang Ling earnestly replied, 3,000 yuan is quite reasonable. The global economy is in a downturn, and many graduates from prestigious universities are struggling to find jobs. Moreover, in this lawful society, Individuals such as yourself, remnants of a bygone era, find it exceedingly difficult to secure employment. Therefore, offering you a salary of 3,000 yuan is already generous. Jiang Ling's eloquent reasoning left Wu Yuntian utterly convinced. He then earnestly turned to Jiang Ling, asking, "So, will meals be provided?" "Of course. You can order whatever you desire. I'll arrange for takeout. Will there be ample food?" "Isn't that a given? How could I allow my bodyguard to go hungry?" "Great. Then it's settled." Wu Yuntian beamed, scratching the back of his head and laughing heartily. Jiang Ling chuckled as well and extended his hand for a friendly shake with Wu Yuntian. Thus, the world's foremost assassin was now under his employ. "Jiang Ling, sometimes I think you're incredibly clever, mature, and composed, exuding a certain charm. Yet at times, I perceive you as just a big fool." As Jiang Ling led Wu Yuntian towards the medical clinic, Lin Hanyue hurried to follow, chattering incessantly behind him. She found herself puzzled. Did Jiang Ling have some peculiar cinematic narrative unfolding? How could he casually take a madman he encountered on the street to his home? The man claimed to be the world's #1 assassin. So did that make it true? After all, I could proclaim myself the most beautiful woman in the world. Would anyone believe that? Lin Hanyue felt a sense of indignation. Suddenly, however, she found this scene oddly reminiscent. It was akin to the last encounter at Jinlong Mountain Villa when Dr. Hua sought Jiang Ling for fortune-telling, and she initially dismissed him as a mere street charlatan, only to discover he was indeed a legendary healer. And now, a madman appeared on Yongyuan Avenue, asserting he was the world's #1 assassin. Could it be that he truly was? Chapter 75. It's becoming more absurd. If that were the case, how had Jiang Ling discerned their true identities? With these questions swirling in her mind, Lin Hanyue hastened to catch up with Jiang Ling, who had brought Wu Yuntian before Dr. Hua. Jiang Ling explained that his home was rather small and could not accommodate many people. Given that Yunhai district was far away, and considering Wu Yuntian's mental capacity might be somewhat lacking, he arranged for him to stay at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic with Dr. Hua. Although Dr. Hua was somewhat reluctant, "If you had brought a beautiful woman to cohabitate with me, I would certainly welcome it. However, bringing some dim-witted man dressed in a mental hospital uniform for shared living would naturally displease me. However, this traditional Chinese medicine shop is run by Jiang Ling, and Hua Dada is merely a guest under another's roof. Though he feels discontent, he dares not voice his grievances." "What? You claim he is the world's #1 assassin? Young sir, do you truly believe such nonsensical tales?" Hua Dada hastily pulled Jiang Ling aside, urging him not to be deceived. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. "Not a chance, Dada. No one can fool me. However, this situation is exceedingly bizarre, especially considering that this person has escaped from a mental institution. You expect me to share a room with him? You may not fear, but I do." Dada was nearly in tears. Although he is well versed in medicine, mentally ill individuals are not held accountable for murder. If this big fool were to disturb him in the middle of the night with some peculiar antics, who would he turn to for justice? Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue stifled her laughter, tiptoeing nearby to watch the spectacle unfold. She was eager to see how long this farce would continue. At that moment, the previously silent Wu Yuntian finally spoke, reassuring the physician, "Fear not, esteemed healer. As a qualified world-class assassin, I adhere to 3 principles. First, absolute obedience to my employer's directives. Second, I shall not harm any individuals associated with my targets. And third, I maintain a clean reputation. Rest assured, I will not come knocking on your door at midnight." Wu Yuntian patted his chest, his promises sounding earnest. "Oh, quite the conscientious one, are we?" Hua Dada frowned, scrutinizing Wu Yuntian. Yet he could not help but wonder who bestowed upon him the title of the world's #1 and the universe's 8th. Is this some kind of jest? You claim to be the world's top assassin? That I can accept, but the universe's 8th? Pray tell, who granted you such a lofty rank? Hearing this, Hua Dada grew irate, feeling as though he was being made a fool of. Wu Yuntian had initially wished to keep this to himself, but the disbelief of the crowd compelled him to lean in and whisper something into Hua Dada's ear. "Oh, I see now. Understood, understood. Wu Laoba, you are remarkable," Hua Dada exclaimed, giving Wu Yuntian a thumbs up. Jiang Ling, intrigued, stepped closer and asked, "Who ranked him?" Hua Dada tilted his head back and replied, "The Emperor of the Galaxy. He claims to know the Emperor and that they shared a room together. The Emperor said that within the same realm, he could rank him as the 8th assassin in the universe. My goodness, I am utterly astonished. Even the Emperor of the Galaxy has made an appearance." Hua Dada could hardly fathom that there existed someone capable of boasting even more than he. Yet, gazing at the bold characters on Wu Yuntian's hospital gown, everything seemed somewhat plausible. "Huh, the Emperor of the Galaxy, you say?" Lin Hanyue burst into laughter, finding it to be the most amusing joke she had ever heard. However, Jiang Ling was not laughing. He possessed a system that prevented him from being deceived, leading him to conclude that Wu Yuntian's claims were likely true. But as long as Jiang Ling avoided encountering that group of mentally ill individuals, matters would not spiral out of control. And he could not engage Wu Yuntian in too much conversation. Otherwise, he would lose control of the situation. Yet, he could still consider recruiting Wu Yuntian as his bodyguard. Jiang Ling, why don't you find this joke amusing? Lin Hanyue laughed while crouching on the ground. Jiang Ling managed a forced smile and replied, "Oh well. It's merely a few extra chopsticks for another person at the table. Dada, what do you think? I am quite indifferent, as you are the boss. And I look forward to you leading me to prosperity." Hua Dadawa still appeared somewhat displeased. As he passed by Wu Yuntian, he suddenly seized his right hand, firmly grasping his wrist to take his pulse. After a couple of minutes, Hua Dadawa finally released Wu Yuntian's wrist, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What is it, Dadawa?" Jiang Ling inquired from the back, perplexed. Hua Dadawa remained in a daze, shaking his head and pursing his lips before letting out a long sigh. Alas! This man's blood flows like a torrent, and his pulse resonates like a drum. In ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a formidable internal martial arts master. "Oh, I see." Jiang Ling nodded, deep in thought. So, Hua Dadawa acknowledged that Wu Yuntian's martial prowess was impressive, even comparable to that of a royal expert in ancient times. However, he was curious. "Young sir, where did you find this big fool?" Hua Dadawa swiftly turned to Jiang Ling, catching him off guard. Jiang Ling awkwardly smiled and pointed to the outside. "He came from out there, just like at the entrance of Jinlong Villa. I had barely exited the car when he approached me." Upon hearing this, Hua Dadawa, who had intended to counter, paused and then declared, "Ah, you are correct. In that case, it seems my judgment was lacking. However, while this individual possesses remarkable internal strength, his identity is ambiguous. What if he is an assassin sent by someone to target you, young sir? We must remain vigilant." Jiang Ling found merit in his words. So he turned to Wu Yuntian and asked, "Wu Yuntian, has someone sent you to assassinate me?" No. I came of my own accord. I merely hope that Jiang Ling, sir, can provide me with a meal." Wu Yuntian grinned, his smile endearingly goofy. With his reassurance, Jiang Ling felt confident in hiring him as his bodyguard. Thus, Jiang Ling persuaded Hua Da and allowed Wu Yuntian to temporarily reside within the confines of the traditional medicine shop. Just then, a black wooling van suddenly sped towards the clinic and screeched to a halt at the entrance. From the vehicle emerged a dozen men clad in black, brandishing fruit knives and rubber clubs, storming towards the clinic with menacing intent. Leading them was a towering figure exceeding 190 centimeters in height, donning sunglasses with a fierce glare. He raised his rubber club and brought it crashing down on a glass window. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. "Who the hell is Jiang Ling here? Get out!" The man in black bellowed. "What do you want?" Lin Hanyue, seated quietly, suddenly shrieked as shards of glass flew towards her. Fortunately, she was unscathed. Otherwise, she would not let them off easily. "Hey, what do we want? Where's Jiang Ling? Tell that kid to come out." The man shouted. Chapter 77. Now you know to beg for mercy? It's too late. Lin Hanyue was startled, quickly rising to run towards Jiang Ling. She whispered urgently, "Jiang Ling, run. Those people are here for you." "Run? Why would I run? Since they dare to come, I shall show them what it means to come and not return." Jiang Ling's initial instinct was to flee upon seeing so many people seeking trouble, but he quickly reconsidered. With the world's #1 assassin right before him, who was also his bodyguard, why would he run? Jiang Ling remained calm, stepping forward with a serene smile. He addressed the leading man in black with disdain. "So, who sent you? Are you Jiang Ling?" Chen Feng asked. "Yes, what business do you have? As far as I recall, I haven't offended anyone recently. But let me make this clear. If you leave now, I will let this matter go. However, if you insist on causing a disturbance here today, I must regrettably inform you that blades are devoid of mercy. It will not be as simple as kneeling and begging for forgiveness later." Jiang Ling spoke indifferently, his voice not loud, yet imbued with an undeniable aura of authority. These lines were all learned from films and television dramas. Furthermore, as a billionaire with several major companies under his purview, he ought to possess a semblance of the demeanor befitting a corporate magnate. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, the man erupted into boisterous laughter. "Ha, what a boast. You few in this establishment think you can contend with us? Jiang Ling, you don't even realize whom you have offended, and yet you dare to roam this street? Today is not merely about wealth. Our boss has commanded that we sever one of your arms. If you have any sense, extend your arm willingly, lest we cause collateral damage." Chen Feng guffawed. From his words, Jiang Ling deduced the identities of two individuals, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yuchuan. However, given Lin Yuchuan's cunning nature, he would likely have sent a warning to keep away from Lin Hanyue and not to encroach upon the Lin family's interests. Yet the individual before him made no such mention, suggesting that Zhao Tianyu was the more probable orchestrator behind this intimidation. Thus, Jiang Ling turned to Wu Yuntian and inquired, Wu Yuntian, today marks your first day as a bodyguard. Surely dealing with this band of ruffians poses no challenge? But, Boss Jiang, it's been ages since I last engaged in a brawl. Wu Yuntian stammered, his limbs betraying a certain lack of coordination. Hua Dado then pulled Jiang Ling behind him, and with a flick of his wrist, a silver needle materialized between his fingers. Furrowing his brow, Hua Dado assured him, Do not fear, young sir, with me here. They shall not harm you. After all, Jiang Ling was his benefactor, the one from whom he hoped to gain wealth and a bride. How could he allow Jiang Ling to come to harm? Jiang Ling understood now. This was perhaps the calamity that Hua Dado had alluded to. Come on, Wu Laoba. Didn't you claim to be the world's #1 assassin, ranked 8th in the universe? Our boss Jiang is being bullied like this, and you still remain idle? Do you still desire your salary? Hua Dado chided. Wu Laoba, if you can subdue just one of these ruffians, I will reward you with 1,000 yuan. Jiang Ling declared. Wu Yuntian's eyes immediately brightened, and he began counting on his fingers, ultimately concluding that there were 12 black-clad men. Subduing one would yield 1,000. Totaling 12,000. 12,000, certainly worth the effort. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yuntian stepped forward, positioning himself before Jiang Ling, Lin Hanyue, and Hua Dado. His gaze grew somber, as if contemplating something profound. I implore you all, grant me, Wu Yuntian, some respect. I do not wish to resort to violence. Let this matter end here today. To hell with you. Bang. Before Wu Yuntian could finish his plea, the man named Chun advanced, wielding a rubber baton, and struck him forcefully on the head. Wu Yuntian staggered, blood instantly trickling down his forehead, nose, and cheek, finally dripping onto the ground. Chun and his ilk were mere street thugs, and they wielded their weapons without restraint. A careless blow could easily prove fatal. Chun appeared unconcerned whether his strike would incapacitate Wu Yuntian, instead laughing mockingly. What are you? A mere nothing, daring to stand in my way. What nonsense about being the world's #1 assassin. Who rank you? I am Chun the second in command of Yongyuan Street in Pinghua District. Haven't you heard? If not, then begone. This strike is merely a lesson, for we are here to trouble Jiang Ling. If you know what is good for you, step aside. Or next time it won't be so simple. Chun bore a villainous countenance, brandishing the rubber baton in one hand while twirling a fruit knife in the other. Lin Hanyue contemplated intervening, hoping to negotiate using her status as a young lady of the Lin family. However, the fierce appearance of Chun and his ruthless demeanor intimidated her, rendering her hesitant to step forward. Should he swing that baton at her, given her fragile stature? It was likely she would suffer a grave injury. Hua Dado remarked, Young sir, do you believe Wu Laoba can handle this? If not, you should make your escape through the back door while I hold them off. Yes, I believe he can. Jiang Ling asserted with unwavering conviction. In stark contrast, Jiang Ling's gaze was resolute. He had faith that the system would not deceive him. If it declared Wu Laoba the world's foremost assassin, then his skills would undoubtedly suffice to vanquish this band of thugs. As anticipated, a flicker of intensity crossed Wu Laoba's calm eyes. He raised his right hand to touch the blood that trickled from his face. Observing the crimson stain, his expression grew increasingly fierce. He shook his head, anguish etching his features. No, I do not wish to kill. I truly do not wish to kill. Please, do not force my hand. His voice rose in desperation, as if haunted by painful memories. Yet Chun was unfazed by his pleas. Raising the rubber baton once more, he prepared to strike Wu Laoba's head, taunting. What are you pretending for? Do you dare to kill me? Crack. In an instant, as the baton descended, Wu Laoba swiftly lifted his left hand to block the blow and then seized Chun throat with his right hand. His gaze turned menacing, akin to a demon risen from the depths of hell. Moreover, Wu Yuntian possessed immense strength, with one hand constricting Chun neck. He lifted him effortlessly into the air. Now, with a mere flick of his wrist, he could easily snap Chun neck, sending him to the afterlife. In that fleeting moment, Chun felt the chilling breath of death upon him. The knife and baton slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground as he desperately clawed at Wu Yuntian's iron grip, but to no avail. Wu Yuntian's fingers were as unyielding as a vice. And no matter how hard Chun struggled, he could not break free. Spare me. I realize my mistake. Chun gasped, his voice a jumble of pleas for mercy. At that moment, Wu Yuntian seemed to awaken memories of his past as a killer. An aura of lethal intent radiated from him as he fixed his unyielding gaze upon Chun Now you understand? It's too late. Stop, Wu Laoba. Do not kill here, or I cannot protect you. Jiang Ling shouted urgently from behind. While others may not comprehend Wu Yuntian's strength, Jiang Ling was acutely aware. After all, the world's foremost assassin, no matter how diminished, could crush a man with the ease of snapping a twig. Yes, boss. Wu Yuntian snapped back to reality. Loosening his grip, and Chun Feng tumbled to the ground. Gasping for breath, he coughed violently upon impact. As Wu Yuntian approached him slowly, Chun Feng trembled in fear. Yet, a flicker of defiance sparked within him. With over a dozen men at his back, surely they could overpower this brute. Turning to his cohorts, he barked. What are you waiting for? Let us go at him. Go at him? How? I can feel the overwhelming aura of death emanating from this man. Has he perhaps killed before? Brother, I'm sorry, but I must flee. I need to relieve myself. Brother Chun Feng. My grandmother has called me back to help her with her elderly homework. My aunt mentioned she is feeling unwell, and I must return to keep her company. I apologize. But I must take my leave. 300 yuan a day is hardly worth risking my life for. Witnessing Wu Yuntian's intimidating presence was enough to send chills down one's spine. Blood adorned half his face, his eyes were sunken, and the whites of his eyes were visible. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. That group of ruffians dared not confront Wu Yuntian any longer. They promptly discarded their weapons and fled in disarray. Yet, it seemed Wu Yuntian had no intention of letting them escape. He swiftly picked up a rubber baton from the ground and pursued them with great haste. A cacophony of sounds erupted, accompanied by wails of despair. At the entrance of the shop, within 5 minutes, Wu Yuntian had incapacitated the dozen or so ruffians. His strikes were merciless, targeting their joints, forcing them to kneel and plead for mercy, crying out for their mothers. However, Wu Yuntian remained indifferent. After all, he had previously faced assassins without flinching. So how could he possibly feel sympathy for them? Jiang Ling intended to urge Wu Yuntian not to chase after them, but upon approaching, he saw Wu Yuntian counting on his fingers and flashing a grin at Jiang Ling, declaring, Boss Jiang, I took down a total of 12 individuals. You owe me 12,000 yuan. What? Of course, I will pay you. Jiang Ling was momentarily stunned. To think that Wu Yuntian's pursuit was merely a ploy for his 12,000 yuan reward? Jiang Ling deemed it necessary to compensate him. For he had resolved a troublesome situation for him, and given his robust physique and formidable strength, Jiang Ling did not wish to provoke Wu Yuntian's ire. Oh, my leg. My leg is broken. My hand, it's fractured. 300 yuan a day, is it worth risking my life? Brother Chun Feng, did you not say this task was simple? How did I end up with broken limbs? I don't care. You must cover my medical expenses. Chun Feng's gang members lay on the ground, moaning in agony. Chun Feng himself was taken aback, quickly scrambling to Wu Yuntian's side, trembling as he pleaded, Please spare my life. Don't kill me. I realize my mistake. I beg you. Wu Yuntian paid him no mind, casting a detached glance his way before pointing at Jiang Ling and stating, Don't plead with me. It's futile. He is my boss, and only if he commands me to release you will I consider it. If he instructs me to eliminate you, I fear you truly would meet your demise. Wu Yuntian spoke with an air of indifference, devoid of any personal sentiment. Chun Feng then crawled to Jiang Ling's feet. Beseeching, Boss Jiang, I was blind to your worth and have offended you. Please grant me mercy this once and spare my life. Chun Feng was but a petty thug. Though he could be brutal, he had never killed anyone. Yet, he sensed a bone-chilling murderous intent emanating from Wu Yuntian. It was clear that at Jiang Ling's command, Wu Yuntian would not hesitate to take his life. In the face of death, fear overwhelms any notion of dignity. Thus, Chun Feng knelt, begging for mercy. In that moment, Jiang Ling could not help but chuckle, coldly remarking, I had already given you a warning, advising you to leave early. Otherwise, kneeling in apology would prove futile. However, I truly understand my error. You cannot possibly kill me. I have an elderly grandmother over 80 and a younger sister in her teens. If I perish, how will they survive? Chun Feng lifted his head, his eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Ling was unmoved by such emotional appeals. Nevertheless, in this era of rule of law, Jiang Ling would not incite Wu Yuntian to commit murder. Therefore, he squatted down and inquired, What is your name? Chun Feng. Who sent you? My brother, Lu Yonghua, has ties to the Lu family in Jiangnan City and is also the leader of Yongyuan Street. Chun Feng answered without hesitation, instantly betraying his superior. Lu Yonghua? The Lu family of Jiangnan. Jiang Ling pondered, stroking his chin. As far as he recalled, he had not wronged anyone from the Lu family. So why would Lu Yonghua dare send someone to teach him a lesson? Could it be Zhao Tianyu? Yes. It was highly likely that he had paid someone to confront him. Jiang Ling knew Zhao Tianyu to be petty and vengeful, having previously bullied him. He would undoubtedly seek revenge. Thus, Jiang Ling decided to hold Zhao Tianyu accountable for this incident. Brother Jiang, I have disclosed everything. Can I go now? Chun Feng implored. Jiang Ling pursed his lips and nodded. Very well, you may leave. However, upon your return, remember to inform your leader, Lu Yonghua, to come here and apologize by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Otherwise, when I come to visit, it will be no simple matter. Yes, I understand. I will relay the message immediately. Chun Feng painfully rose, limping out of Jiang Ling's shop, his injured body dragging behind him. The other gang members, too, assisted one another as they fled, terrified and humiliated. Today, they had been thoroughly intimidated by Wu Yuntian. Meanwhile, inside the shop, at the front of the counter, Hua Dao surveyed the chaotic scene, blinking in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, what a master. One person effortlessly took down more than a dozen ruffians? What strength and physique. By the way, how did you know that Wu Laoba is the world's #1 assassin?" Hua Dao approached, curiously examining Wu Laoba. Jiang Ling did not respond to his question, but instead said, "Dao, please attend to Wu Laoba's wounds. We have further matters to attend to." "What? We are still going to fight?" Hua Dao exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 79. The psychiatric hospital came knocking. Jiang Ling found it peculiar. He had never encountered anyone from the Liu family of Jiangnan City, so how could he have offended them? Thus, he surmised that Zhao Tianyu had likely bribed Liu Yonghua, who then sent Chen Feng's group to cause trouble in his shop. Soon after, Hua Dao began to bandage Wu Yuntian's wounds. His head had been struck by the rubber baton, leaving a gaping wound that bled profusely. Hua Dao shaved his head clean, disinfected the silver needles, and stitched the wound on his head. Subsequently, Hua Dao retrieved a small white bottle from a ragged bag, pouring some gray powder over Wu Yuntian's head. Wu Yuntian seized Hua Dao's wrist, warily asking, "What is this?" "It's a wound medication," Hua Dao replied, slightly irked. "It's a unique pain-relieving and hemostatic medicine produced by the Hua family. I wouldn't typically use it on just anyone, but I'll make an exception for you due to the little gentleman's favor. It smells rather strange," Wu Yuntian remarked, sniffing. "This medicine is made from spider silk, young boy's urine, and various precious Chinese medicinal herbs ground into a powder. The peculiar smell is inconsequential. What matters is its effectiveness in pain relief. Just bear with it. I assure you the pain will subside within a day, scabbing over in 3 days, and you'll be mostly healed in 7. Then, thank you, Physician Hua. You're welcome. Now, we all work for the little gentleman Jiang Ling. You must do your best from now on. Oh, by the way, aren't you currently residing with me? Should I encounter peril in the future, you must protect me. Rest assured, esteemed Dr. Hua, that is a certainty." Luo Yuntian grinned widely, as if he had finally found his place. In the past, during his mission, he had sustained injuries that led to amnesia, and subsequently found himself inexplicably confined to a psychiatric hospital. Naturally, Luo Yuntian was unwilling to remain trapped within those walls, so he stealthily escaped. Yet, he could not recall his identity or any of his past experiences. He had contemplated seeking employment, but those who laid eyes upon his hospital attire treated him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, driving him away. Only Jiang Ling had generously taken him in, even offering a salary of 3,000 yuan. "Old Wu, where's your mobile phone? I need to transfer some money to you," Jiang Ling inquired in the lobby. Luo Yuntian rubbed his hands together, a sheepish smile escaping him as he replied, "I lost my phone." "Very well, I'll give you cash then," Jiang Ling declared, retrieving his wallet and tossing 2,000 yuan in spending money to Luo Yuntian. 2,000? Didn't you say it was 1,200? Luo Yuntian asked in astonishment. Jiang Ling chuckled. "No matter, take the extra to purchase a phone and a well-fitting outfit, understood?" "Yes, thank you, Boss Jiang." Overwhelmed by Jiang Ling's kindness, Luo Yuntian felt an immense gratitude swell within him. Jiang Ling motioned for him to follow in the afternoon, as they had matters to settle with Zhao Tianyu. Nodding, Luo Yuntian pledged to accompany Jiang Ling from that moment forth, his life indebted to him. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue summoned her friend Wang Xianxian to design and renovate Jiang Ling's shop. Wang Xianxian, a graduate in graphic design, had established a housing design company with her family's support post-graduation. She primarily engaged in online housing design, while also managing interior renovations offline, effectively running a dual-income business. "Xianxian, we need to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic here. Please assist with the design and renovation. Just let me know your fee, and I'll transfer the amount to you later," Lin Hanyue generously stated. Upon entering, Wang Xianxian was greeted by a floor littered with shards of glass, and, after inquiring, learned that there had been a disturbance earlier, which Jiang Ling and his companions had quelled. Jiang Ling. Wang Xuanxuan's eyes sparkled at the mere mention of his name, and she leaned in curiously, whispering, "Hanyue, is it true that you and Jiang Ling are together?" "And no, who said that?" Lin Hanyue's face flushed. "You can deny it all you want. Word is spreading like wildfire in our circle that Jiang Ling confessed to you during a meeting at your company and even kissed you. Is that true or false?" Wang Xianxian pressed. Lin Hanyue lowered her head, stumbling over her words. Wang Xianxian could tell it was true, but refrained from exposing the matter to spare Lin Hanyue's embarrassment. "So, Jiang Ling is opening this traditional Chinese medicine clinic?" Wang Xianxian continued. "Yes," Lin Hanyue affirmed with a nod. "Well, how charitable of you. When our dorm sisters sought your help before, you were nowhere to be found. Yet now Jiang Ling opens a clinic and you expend all this effort. You even asked me to handle the interior design? Wang Xuanchuan's tone held a hint of envy and jealousy. Lin Hanyue explained, Jiang Ling saved my grandfather's life. Assisting him is the least I can do. He saved your grandfather's life? Wang Xianxian exclaimed. Yes. The elderly gentleman beside us is a descendant of the renowned healer Hua Tuo, possessing remarkable medical skills, including life-restoring acupuncture. Is that true? Don't deceive me. And who is that outside, the one with the bandaged head? Wang Xianxian inquired with curiosity. Him? Allegedly, he is the world's foremost assassin, and his combat prowess is formidable. He can easily take down a dozen strongmen single-handedly. Really? The world's top assassin? A descendant of the great healer Hua Tuo? Impressive indeed. Wang Xianxian chuckled, her lips twitching in disbelief at the remarkable individuals surrounding her. However, just as Wang Xianxian was about to commence the design for the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, a commotion erupted outside. A voice shouted, I refuse to go back. I am not insane. I am the world's top assassin, Wu Yuntian. What do you want? Do not compel me to resort to violence. Mr. Jiang Ling, save me. I do not wish to return. Hearing the ruckus outside, Lin Hanyue, Wang Xianxian, and Hua Dado hurriedly exited the clinic. To their astonishment, they discovered that doctors from the Blue City Psychiatric Hospital had arrived to apprehend Wu Yuntian. They administered a sedative and restrained him on the ground. The lead doctor, a man, looked up at Jiang Ling and said, Apologies, sir. But this individual is a patient who escaped from our psychiatric facility. He has not caused you any harm, has he? Jiang Ling was taken aback. He had intended to take Wu Yuntian out to survey the surroundings, but was caught off guard when Wu Yuntian was sedated and pinned down by the doctors. The doctor introduced himself as Li Dehua, explaining that they had pursued Wu Yuntian for 3 days and had only tracked him to this shop after the police reviewed surveillance footage. Jiang Ling offered an awkward smile, speechless and momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Jiang Ling, save me. I truly do not want to go back. Wu Yuntian pleaded from the ground. Growing weaker under the effects of the sedative, Jiang Ling turned to Dr. Li, asking, what procedures must be followed to allow Wu Yuntian to be discharged? Are you a family member? Li Dehua inquired. Jiang Ling shook his head. Li Dehua continued, then you would be acting as a guardian. First, you must demonstrate a sound mind, a stable character, and a steady income. Furthermore, you need to clarify your intentions for adopting a psychiatric patient. After all, Wu Yuntian has mental health issues and frequently claims to be the world's top assassin, which makes him a potential danger. If he were to harm someone, you would be held accountable. Who would willingly adopt a mentally ill person without a family? That would be quite foolish. Li Dehua was baffled as to why Jiang Ling would want to take in a patient like Wu Yuntian. Because some individuals deliberately adopt patients only to sell their organs. Calmly, Jiang Ling raised a finger and stated, I will offer 1 million to extricate him from the psychiatric hospital. Is that agreeable? What? 1 million? Li Dehua was taken aback by the figure. However, he managed an awkward smile, responding, if you truly intend to adopt Wu Yuntian, please bring your identification and household registration to our hospital tomorrow. As long as the director agrees, everything else can be negotiated. With that, Li Dehua instructed the doctors to carry the unconscious Wu Yuntian away. Standing under the sunlight, Jiang Ling scratched his temple, appearing somewhat helpless. He had initially wished to confront Zhao Tianyu with Wu Yuntian by his side, but it seemed prudent to first secure Wu Yuntian's release from the psychiatric facility. Is Wu Yuntian truly being taken away like this? Hua Dado expressed his astonishment at the clinic's entrance. Jiang Ling shrugged, saying, the hospital sent personnel to apprehend him. What could I do? Afterward, he approached Lin Hanyue and said, Hanyue, accompany me to the Blue City Psychiatric Hospital tomorrow. I wish to leverage your family's connections to bring Wu Yuntian out. Very well, I shall accompany you. Lin Hanyue pondered for a moment before promptly acquiescing to Jiang Ling's request. After all, she had witnessed firsthand the formidable prowess of Wu Yuntian. Having him by her side as a bodyguard would undeniably ensure her and Jiang Ling's safety. In stark contrast, Wang Xianxian, who stood nearby, could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, muttering to herself, what sort of individuals are these? Before long, 2 days had elapsed. With Lin Hanyue's assistance, Jiang Ling expended 500,000 yuan to extricate Wu Yuntian from the Blue City Mental Hospital. Initially, Director Wang was reluctant to release him. But with Lin Hanyue as a guarantor and Jiang Ling's willingness to pay the substantial sum, Director Wang reasoned that it would be more prudent to release Wu Yuntian than to allow him to remain in the hospital, consuming resources. After all, with the young lady from the Lin family backing him, any ensuing mishaps would be their responsibility. Thus, after Jiang Ling signed the agreement, he escorted Wu Yuntian out. Upon his release, Wu Yuntian expressed boundless gratitude to Jiang Ling, nearly prostrating himself in reverence. He declared Jiang Ling to be akin to his rebirth parents, pledging his allegiance to Jiang Ling, ready to follow any command, even to the point of taking lives, as his former occupation had been that of an assassin. Jiang Ling, however, waved his hand dismissively, insisting that such dramatics were unnecessary. He merely desired for Wu Yuntian to be a competent bodyguard, ensuring their safety. Subsequently, Lin Hanyue drove her BMW 5 Series, taking Wu Yuntian back to the Huadawa Traditional Medicine Clinic for some rest. Along the way, Lin Hanyue yawned and curiously glanced at Jiang Ling, inquiring, "Jiang Ling, may I ask why you have forbade me from taking sleeping pills lately? I haven't slept well these past few days." "What are you talking about? That stuff can lead to dependency if taken excessively." Jiang Ling responded nonchalantly. "Really? What did the renowned Dr. Hua say to you that day? It seemed to pertain to me?" Lin Hanyue continued her questioning. "Yes, she mentioned you have a cold constitution, a deficiency in your spleen, and an excess of heart fire, indicating that you must be harboring some worries." Lin Hanyue fell silent, choosing not to respond further. In truth, she had overheard Dr. Hua discussing matters regarding pregnancy that day. If Jiang Ling's health was sound, did that imply there was an issue with her own health? Was it possible that she might never conceive? Yet, she had asked Jiang Ling about it, and he assured her that everything would be fine, emphasizing that she merely needed to take care of herself. Lin Hanyue refrained from pressing further and resumed driving. However, upon their arrival at the Huadawa clinic, they noticed a shadowy figure lurking suspiciously at the entrance, peering inside intermittently. Jiang Ling recognized the individual immediately as Zhao Tianyu. He hastily exited the vehicle, bellowing, "Zhao Tianyu, you rascal, do you dare to show your face here?" Startled, Zhao Tianyu turned to see Jiang Ling charging towards him with an imposing demeanor. He attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by a burly man in black. This man, Wu Yuntian, seized Zhao Tianyu by the collar and effortlessly brought him crashing to the ground. "Humph! You dare to offend our boss and think you can escape? Not a chance." Wu Yuntian chastised him angrily. Wincing from the impact, Zhao Tianyu scrambled to his feet, indignantly protesting, "Hey, Jiang Ling, I haven't provoked you. Why are you sending someone to beat me?" "You haven't provoked me? Just a couple of days ago. Didn't you send people to smash my store? Was that not your doing?" Jiang Ling retorted. "No, it wasn't me. My sister warned me to steer clear of you. What others do to your store has nothing to do with me." Zhao Tianyu exclaimed, exasperated that Jiang Ling would suspect him amidst his own troubles. "Are you certain it wasn't you?" Jiang Ling pressed. "I swear it truly wasn't me." Zhao Tianyu insisted. "Then what brings you here?" "I came to find Hanyue. I heard she's been spending time with you lately, and I have some matters to discuss with her." Before he could finish, Lin Hanyue interjected coldly, "You should leave. There is nothing for us to discuss." "But Hanyue, are you really planning to be with Jiang Ling? In terms of status, appearance, and talent, I, Zhao Tianyu, am not inferior to him. You must possess some shortcomings compared to him. As for what they are, I have no desire to elaborate." Lin Hanyue replied icily. It appeared that Zhao Tianyu was undeterred, still intent on pursuing Lin Hanyue, who showed him no interest whatsoever. "By the way, Zhao Tianyu, may I inquire about someone named Lu Yonghua?" Jiang Ling asked. "Lu Yonghua? Huh, why should I tell you?" Zhao Tianyu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Ling, with whom he had never seen eye to eye. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, while Wu Yuntian grasped Zhao Tianyu's sleeve, declaring angrily, "You insolent brat. My boss is asking you a question. Do you know someone named Lu Yonghua? Don't make me resort to violence. Hit me? Is everyone just going to bully me? Come on, if you have the guts, strike my head." At that moment, Zhao Tianyu, too, was incensed. He could not allow himself to appear weak. Chapter 80, Jiang Ling. "You have gone too far." But Jiang Ling merely chuckled. "Zhao Tianyu, have you ever heard the saying?" "What saying?" Zhao Tianyu raised his head, his expression one of confusion. "They say that a person with a mental illness is not liable for murder. Is that so? And what of it? Are you suggesting you can find a lunatic to kill me?" Zhao Tianyu replied with an air of disdain. Yet Jiang Ling, pulling out Wu Yuntian's mental health certificate from his pocket, waved it before Zhao Tianyu, grinning, "Congratulations, you answered correctly. I just extracted Wu Laoba from the mental institution. Who would have thought you would walk right into my trap? Let me tell you, even if Wu Laoba were to kill you, it would have nothing to do with me, for he truly is a madman." "Well, what?" Zhao Tianyu's face paled in shock. "Jiang Ling, you have crossed the line by hiring a lunatic as your bodyguard." Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, the previously defiant Zhao Tianyu turned ashen. He felt that Jiang Ling was being utterly ruthless, enlisting a madman to counter him. Consequently, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly apologized, saying, "Jiang Ling, brother Jiang, I was wrong. I'll keep my distance from you from now on. Please don't let him kill me, all right?" Zhao Tianyu understood that Jiang Ling had some backing. If Jiang Ling were to act rashly and truly ordered someone to kill him, it would be a grave mistake. "I advise you to stay away from Hanyue in the future, do you understand?" Jiang Ling warned. Yes, yes, I promise I won't pursue Hanyue anymore. Look, we had our minor disagreements, but they hardly amount to enmity. Let us just let bygones be bygones and remain brothers. Realizing he could not contend with Jiang Ling, Zhao Tianyu resorted to emotional appeals. However, Jiang Ling had no intention of having Wu Laoba kill him. By the way, who exactly is this Lu Yonghua? Jiang Ling pressed further. I'll tell you. He is the young master Lu of the Lu family in Jiangnan, the cousin of Lu Xiaolong. His mother is an executive at their publicly listed company. Relying on his family's influence, he controls the entire commercial district of Yongyuan Street. And you operate a traditional medicine clinic within his territory? He would certainly be displeased and likely seek to extort protection fees from you. Which is why he sent people to vandalize your store. But I assure you, this matter has nothing to do with me. Zhao Tianyu divulged the information regarding Lu Yonghua. As one of the 4 young masters of Jiangnan, he was well versed in the rules of the underworld. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. Thus, Lu Yonghua was not sent by Lin Yuchuan, but merely sought to collect protection fees from him? What an absurd era we live in, still playing such games with me. Jiang Ling, I have expressed all that I needed to say. May I now take my leave? He had been tugged at the sleeve by Wu Yuntian. Gazing at the towering figure before him, unable to fathom from where Jiang Ling had sourced such peculiar company, Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, replying, all right, let us go. Very well, I shall treat you to a drink another day. With that, Zhao Tianyu turned and bolted away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the corner of Yongyuan Street, Zhao Tianyu, noticing that Jiang Ling had not pursued him, breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, you Jiang Ling, would actually invite a lunatic to be your bodyguard? Do you really think I am incapable of dealing with you? I refuse to believe that the collective might of the 4 young masters of Jiangnan cannot topple a single individual like you. Once we unite with the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce to blackball your Yinshao jewelry, you shall have your moment of tears. With that, Zhao Tianyu strode away with an air of arrogance. He was precisely that sort of person, bullying the weak while fearing the strong, exhibiting an extreme double standard. Returning to Jiang Ling's side, not long after Zhao Tianyu's departure, Wang Xianxian arrived in her car, delivering a plaque. Inscribed upon it were the bold characters, Huadawa Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. This name had been decided upon after discussions between Jiang Ling and Huadato, as it seemed fitting for a pharmacy to bear the name of the illustrious Huadawa, given Huadato's lineage as a descendant. Jiang Ling, the plaque has been delivered. She exclaimed, here are the interior design plans I have created. Do let me know if you are satisfied. If there are any issues, I am more than willing to make revisions. Wang Xianxian stepped closer to Jiang Ling, presenting the design for his review. Jiang Ling, lacking expertise in such matters, glanced at the blueprint and nodded, saying, all right, let us proceed with this design for the renovations. What do you think, Dato? Huadato, without even glancing at the plans, waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am not well versed in these matters. You all can handle the renovations as you see fit. My sole responsibility is to provide medical care. However, Jiang Ling added, but I'll need your assistance in sourcing Chinese medicinal herbs, Hanyue. He turned to Lin Hanyue, acknowledging that his connections were not as extensive as hers, given that Jiang Ling and Huadato had saved her grandfather's life. Lin Hanyue felt obliged to assist him in his endeavor to establish a traditional Chinese medicine hall. Consequently, Lin Hanyue snapped her fingers and declared, no problem. The director of the First People's Hospital is a friend of my grandfather's. I will provide you with his contact information and let my grandfather speak with him. From now on, you can procure any Chinese medicinal materials you need from him. Excellent. I cannot thank you enough, Hanyue, Jiang Ling exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he embraced Lin Hanyue. Her face flushed instantly, and she shyly protested, oh dear, what are you doing? There are people watching. What does it matter? We are both adults. Jiang Ling replied unabashedly. But we are not in a romantic relationship, she murmured. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's mood soured. Is that how it is? Then perhaps you shouldn't sleep with me tonight? Are you out of your mind? I truly cannot be bothered with you. Lin Hanyue retorted, nearly exasperated. She found Jiang Ling to be, at times, remarkably mature and composed, while at others, he behaved like a child, spouting nonsensical remarks. Yet, Jiang Ling scratched the back of his head and said, never mind, I'll take Wu Laoba to buy some supplies and get familiar with the surroundings. All right. You go ahead. I will take care of the pharmacy renovations, Lin Hanyue replied. Following the ordeal with her grandfather Lin Nanshan's recent health scare, Lin Hanyue had taken a week off from work at Meiji Company. She had intended to spend this time with her grandfather, but Lin Nanshan insisted that, at his age, having a caretaker was sufficient. Rather than keeping him company, she should spend time with that young man. Jiang Ling hearing this, Lin Hanyue blushed and hurriedly clarified that her relationship with Jiang Ling was purely a business partnership. Yet Lin Nanshan chuckled, haha, my dear. I have seen enough of life to discern your feelings. I can tell who you like and who you dislike just by looking into your eyes. The way you gaze at him is reminiscent of spring waters, full of ripples. Thus, I sense that you do indeed harbor feelings for Jiang Ling. Though perhaps due to certain circumstances, you find it difficult to voice them. But fret not. Young people should love boldly. After all, I hold a favorable view of that young man. With heartfelt sincerity, Lin Yuchuan expressed his hopes that the two would cherish their time together and not squander their future. Chapter 82. The Invitation from Lin Yuchuan. As Jiang Ling walked ahead, Wu Yuntian stayed close by his side, his eyes ever vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Jiang Ling urged him to relax, reminding him that they lived in a society governed by law, devoid of excessive malice. Even if there were ill-intentioned individuals, they were not necessarily targeting them. Subsequently, Jiang Ling inquired whether Wu Yuntian had ever been an assassin. Wu Yuntian nodded, a look of confusion washing over his features. He recounted that he had once served as an assassin in a clandestine organization, but during a mission, he sustained severe injuries that led to memory loss, ultimately resulting in his confinement to a psychiatric facility. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the implications. So, it seems that his system possesses the ability to alter identities? This suggested that regardless of Wu Yuntian's past, once he stood before Jiang Ling and claimed to be the world's top assassin, he would essentially live a life filled with memories of that previous identity. Yet the system clarified that there existed a distinction between proactive and reactive deception. Proactive deceit proved ineffective. Only reactive deception yielded results. For instance, both Wu Yuntian and Hua Dado were examples of the latter. However, if Jiang Ling were to engage in proactive deception, or if others were to realize Jiang Ling's immunity to being deceived and attempted to lie to him in order to gain their desired abilities, such proactive deceit would be futile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, the system made a distinction between active and passive deception. Otherwise, if someone were to discover his abilities and relentlessly lie to him, he would indeed be invincible. Just as Jiang Ling pondered these matters, a black Cullinan came to a halt before him. Two men clad in black stepped out, blocking the path of Jiang Ling and Wu Yuntian. At the forefront was a middle-aged man dressed in a yellow suit, complete with a tie, exuding a polished demeanor. Although he bore a smile, there was an unsettling undertone to it. He bowed politely to Jiang Ling and extended his hand, stating, "Mr. Jiang Ling, our master wishes to see you. We kindly request that you accompany us." More of this, Jiang Ling thought to himself. It appeared Hua Dado had indeed made an accurate prediction. It was unfortunate that he was experiencing a streak of misfortune these past few days, rendering it unwise to venture out. "Who is your master?" Jiang Ling frowned and inquired. The man in yellow chuckled. "You will find out once you meet him." "Oh, and why should I go meet him? What warrants my ascent into your vehicle?" Jiang Ling retorted with a hint of derision. "Who do you think you are, playing these games with me? Your master wishes to see me? If he truly desired to see me, why not come himself? Why must you drive me? What reason do I have to show your master any respect?" Jiang Ling furrowed his brows, contemplating that should they make a move against him, he would immediately summon Wu Yuntian to retaliate. Wu Yuntian stood steadfastly behind Jiang Ling, fists clenched and poised for action. However, in the next moment, Jiang Ling faltered. The man in the yellow attire had produced a gleaming handgun from his waist, twirling it around his index finger before firmly grasping it, smiling as he inquired, "Might I request a favor from you, Mr. Jiang Ling? With this? What? You managed to acquire a handgun?" Jiang Ling was taken aback, instantly recognizing the malice in the man's intentions. Wu Yuntian also frowned deeply, believing that given his own skills and the advantageous terrain, he could evade any gunfire. Yet, Jiang Ling had never undergone any formal training, rendering him incapable of dodging bullets. In that instant, Wu Yuntian composed himself. "By the way, is that handgun authentic? You wouldn't be attempting to deceive me, would you?" Jiang Ling questioned. The man in yellow chuckled. "Would you care to find out? Dare you pull the trigger on me? Do you have any notion of the forces I am affiliated with? If I were to perish, the entire Jiangnan city would likely suffer the consequences." In truth, Jiang Ling was equally oblivious to the power he purportedly held. It was merely a ruse to intimidate. The man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and remarked, "It is precisely because I am aware that you have connections, Mr. Jiang Ling, that I wish to invite you as a guest rather than resorting to violence. Otherwise, I would have simply instructed my men to incapacitate you right away." His eloquence was notable, yet Jiang Ling recognized that a man clad in a suit and tie, donning gold-rimmed spectacles, either harbored a ruthless nature or leaned towards the less savory side of society. Clearly, he belonged to the former category, a smiling tiger concealing his claws. Currently, Jiang Ling had only two companions. Yet, even Wu Yuntian, formidable as he was, could not withstand bullets indefinitely. Ultimately, Jiang Ling acquiesced, stating, "Very well. I shall meet your master, but I must bring him along," gesturing towards Wu Yuntian. The man in yellow frowned, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right. Then let us proceed. To the car." "Very well, Mr. Jiang Ling, please," he added, retracting his firearm and gesturing for Jiang Ling to enter the vehicle. Wu Yuntian followed closely behind. Inside the car, apart from Jiang Ling and Wu Yuntian, there were 4 others: the driver, the man in yellow, and 2 bodyguards clad in black. Given Wu Yuntian's prowess, he could likely handle this group with ease. However, if they were all armed with handguns, the situation would be drastically different. Moreover, with Jiang Ling present, Wu Yuntian was reluctant to take any risks and thus complied with the man in yellow. After approximately half an hour, the vehicle halted outside the Jiangnan City International Trade Building. The man in yellow invited Jiang Ling to exit the car and guided him and Wu Yuntian into the building. They ascended via the elevator to the 26th floor. Arriving at the door of room 2602, the man in yellow knocked and called out, "Third Master, I have brought the person you requested." "Good, let him in," came the reply. "Yes, Third Master." The man in yellow then opened the office door. Before stepping inside, Jiang Ling felt an unsettling familiarity in the voice. As the door swung open, he beheld a middle-aged man leisurely sipping tea at a desk. Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed. Indeed, the orchestrator behind his invitation was Lin Hanyue's uncle, Lin Yuchuan. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, Lin Yuchuan greeted him with unexpected civility, gesturing for him to sit. "Mr. Jiang Ling, I trust you have been well. Please, make yourself comfortable." Jiang Ling frowned, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He approached slowly and settled onto the sofa in the sitting room, with Wu Yuntian naturally following suit. Without any pleasantries, Jiang Ling inquired, "Third Master Lin, what is the purpose of my abduction to this location?" "Abduction? Oh no. One might say you were invited instead. Is it customary to threaten with a gun?" Jiang Ling challenged. Lin Yuchuan responded with a smirk. "But I never instructed him to fire, did I? From start to finish, my men have not laid a finger on you, have they? Humph. What is it that you truly desire from me?" Jiang Ling pressed. Lin Yuchuan did not answer, but instead leisurely rose and took a seat opposite Jiang Ling. He fished a bank card from his pocket, placing it on the glass coffee table and sliding it towards Jiang Ling. "Here is 5 million. It's not much, but I hope we can become friends. Additionally, I hear you enjoy red wine." With a clap of his hands, 2 bodyguards promptly served 2 bottles of exquisite red wine. Lin Yuchuan took a puff from his cigarette and gestured towards the wine. 2 bottles of the 1945 Romanicani. "I trust you are aware of its worth, Mr. Jiang Ling. In total, my gifts to you exceed 10 million. Is it unreasonable to ask for one favor in return?" Lin Yuchuan smiled slyly, his smile concealing malice. "Threatening, are we? If it comes to that, I would rather perish together," Jiang Ling retorted. "What condition do you propose?" Lin Yuchuan paused before stating, "Keep your distance from Hanyue, and refrain from involving yourself in matters concerning the Lin family. Is that agreeable?" "But I have not interfered. Hanyue and I are merely business partners." "Is there an issue with that?" Jiang Ling countered. "Business partners? Yet you reside in the same house. Don't think I am unaware. You and Hanyue are cohabiting." Lin Yuchuan crossed his legs, adopting an air of knowing superiority. Jiang Ling was undeterred. After all, Lin Hanyue had indeed been staying with him at Longhu Community recently. Any observant individual could ascertain that they were living together simply by tracking her return home at night. That being said, is it unreasonable for us to share a residence and engage in a romantic relationship? She is your niece. Do you forbid her from falling in love? Jiang Ling argued. Moreover, you asked me to steer clear of your family's affairs? On that day, when the old man was near death, I saved your father's life. I am your family's benefactor, yet instead of gratitude, you threaten me? Where is the decency in that? Jiang Ling's eloquence and logical reasoning left Lin Yuchuan momentarily speechless. From both a relational and moral standpoint, Jiang Ling had committed no wrongdoing. It was Lin Yuchuan's own guilt that rendered him at a loss for words. Seeing Jiang Ling's obstinate defiance, Lin Yuchuan clenched the cigarette, but in his right hand, gritting his teeth as he coldly declared, "Jiang Ling, you and Hanyue have not known each other for long, have you? And what of it? Then you still have time to distance yourself from her. But do not think I would hesitate to take action against you." Lin Yuchuan's chilling words hung in the air. To be candid, Jiang Ling felt a twinge of trepidation. He could sense Lin Yuchuan's underhanded nature. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Yet, Lin Yuchuan himself harbored doubts. He had previously dispatched individuals to investigate Jiang Ling's lineage and discovered that Jiang Ling's parents were merely wage earners with no significant background. However, Jiang Ling himself was the chairman of several companies. It was evident that Jiang Ling had support behind him, and Lin Yuchuan was unable to ascertain the identity of that support, which was precisely what made him wary of Jiang Ling. "And if I refuse?" Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. Refuse? Then you shall not leave this building today. Lin Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, reclining on the sofa and crossing his legs. He certainly would not kill Jiang Ling. It was merely a matter of intimidation. However, Jiang Ling took it to heart. Frowning, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow as his heart raced. He glanced at Wu Yuntian and asked, Yuntian, do you have confidence in getting me out of here? Wu Yuntian's expression was equally grave as he surveyed their surroundings. Besides the two of them, there were 4 bodyguards clad in black, and the 26-story building outside the window rendered escape impossible. Thus, their only avenue for survival lay in exiting through the front door. If those black-clad bodyguards were unarmed, Wu Yuntian's skills would surely suffice to deal with them. However, if they bore firearms, the situation would turn perilous. Still, Wu Yuntian nodded with assurance, stating, Rest assured, I have a plan. All right, follow my command. When I say act, you must immediately take me out of here. Understood, boss. Wu Yuntian affirmed, his gaze sharpening. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchuan continued to negotiate with Jiang Ling, mistakenly believing that his monetary offer was insufficient. He proposed, Jiang Ling, your family is in the jewelry business, correct? How about this? I place a 50 million order with you, and you distance yourself from Hanyue. This deal is quite advantageous, wouldn't you agree? Although my niece is indeed quite lovely, beauty is abundant in this world. Furthermore, your acquaintance with Hanyue is barely a month old. The depth of your feelings cannot be profound. I refuse to believe you would offend a powerful enemy like me for a mere woman. After all, I hold considerable weight in the entirety of Jiangnan City. What do you think? In essence, Lin Yuchuan's true aim was to sever Jiang Ling's ties with Lin Hanyue. Yet, Jiang Ling was not a person to forget gratitude. Firstly, Lin Hanyue had treated him exceedingly well, never refusing his requests for assistance. Secondly, she had entrusted him with her most precious possessions. How could he abandon her over a mere threat? After all, their time together had fostered a genuine bond. Jiang Ling smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, Lin Yuchuan felt an itch on the inside of his thigh. With his left hand holding a cigarette, he reached toward his pocket with his right. However, to Jiang Ling's eyes, this clearly resembled the motion of drawing a weapon. Yuntian act, Jiang Ling exclaimed in alarm, his voice rising. Yes, boss. Upon receiving Jiang Ling's command, Wu Yuntian sprang into action. He extended his right hand, sweeping forcefully down onto the glass coffee table. With a resounding crash, the thick glass shattered into countless fragments. Wu Yuntian seized a shard of glass, leaped over to the opposite sofa, and yanked Lin Yuchuan to his feet, pressing the sharp edge against his throat. Get back, all of you. Let my boss go, or I swear I'll kill this bastard. At that moment, Lin Yuchuan's mind buzzed with confusion. He could not comprehend what had transpired. Just moments ago, he had been negotiating with Jiang Ling, and now, this imposing figure had shattered a 5-centimeter thick coffee table with a single strike. Was this man even human? Where did he derive such strength? Feeling the sharp sting at his throat, Lin Yuchuan quickly capitulated, raising his hands in surrender. Spare me, good sir. Please, let's discuss this calmly. You dare threaten my boss with a weapon? I cannot let you go unpunished. Wu Yuntian's demeanor was serious, devoid of levity. To him, Jiang Ling was not only his employer but also his savior. He would never tolerate such threats against him. Lin Yuchuan felt utterly helpless. I didn't draw a weapon. I don't even have a gun on me. Carrying one is illegal. Illegal? Then why was there a handgun on that man in yellow? Wu Yuntian retorted coldly. You are guilty of knowing the law and yet breaking it. Jiang Ling, let us speak rationally. Please, don't let him act. Lin Yuchuan hastily sought Jiang Ling's counsel. Just then, Lin Yuchuan's secretary, Huang Yinan, burst through the door, swiftly drawing a sleek black handgun, aiming it at Wu Yuntian in anger. You scoundrel! Release my master Lin San immediately, or I'll shoot you. By all means, do try. Let us see whether your bullet is faster than my blade. Wu Yuntian was unfazed by Huang Yinan's threat. As the world's foremost assassin, he remained composed under pressure. At that moment, the initiative lay firmly in Jiang Ling's hands. Chapter 84. The Power of Conceptual Deities, Is It Useful? Jiang Ling picked up a red lighter from the ground, playing with it in his hand. A smile crept across his face as he addressed Lin Yuchuan. Ah, Lin San, how enjoyable is kidnapping? Have you not just shot yourself in the foot? Huh, Jiang Ling. Do not become too complacent. Do you think that by killing me, you will safely exit this room? Lin Yuchuan threatened. Jiang Ling shrugged, replying, It matters not. We may as well die together. Yuntian, after killing him, do you have confidence in getting me out of here? Jiang Ling inquired, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. For at that moment, he truly contemplated taking Lin Yuchuan's life. Wu Yuntian surveyed the area and, after a moment's reflection, replied, Boss, there's only a 50% chance of success. If the entire building is filled with his men, then we have no hope. A 50% chance, half life, half death? That probability seemed rather low. If the entire international trade building were under Lin Yuchuan's control, killing him would surely seal Jiang Ling's fate within these walls. Sacrificing his life for such a scoundrel was hardly worthwhile. Thus, Jiang Ling waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let us take him with us and leave the international trade building together." "Understood, boss." Wu Yuntian wrapped his left arm around Lin Yuchuan's neck, keeping the sharp glass shard firmly against his throat with his right hand. Should Lin Yuchuan utter a single wrong word, Wu Yuntian would unhesitatingly end his life. Yet, it became evident that Lin Yuchuan was exceedingly fearful for his life. His throat had already been cut by the glass, blood trickling down and staining his white shirt. Lin Yuchuan wondered where Jiang Ling had found such a formidable bodyguard, one so strong and skilled that he could lift his over 160-pound frame with ease and shatter a thick glass coffee table with a single blow. "Huang Yinan, lower your weapon. Step aside. You all must let Jiang Ling go. If anything were to happen to me, could you bear the consequences?" With Wu Yuntian tightening his grip around his throat, Lin Yuchuan found himself with no other option but to allow Jiang Ling and his companion to exit. After all, he bore no deep-seated grudge against Jiang Ling to the point of seeking lethal confrontation. "Yes, boss." Huang Yinan complied, holstering his weapon. The black-clad bodyguards at the door also parted, allowing Jiang Ling to safely exit. Subsequently, Jiang Ling led the way, followed closely by Wu Yuntian, who still had Lin Yuchuan in tow. Together, they left office 2602 and entered the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor. "Lin Yuchuan, prepare the car." Upon arriving at the first floor of the China World Trade Center, Jiang Ling spoke up. Lin Yuchuan, recognizing the situation, had Huang Yinan prepare a black Bentley, which was parked not far from the entrance of the building. "Jiang Ling, the car you requested is ready. Can you release me now?" Lin Yuchuan gulped, clearly caught off guard by how far things had escalated. It was only after Jiang Ling took the driver's seat and started the engine that Wu Yuntian was allowed to let Lin Yuchuan go. "Yuntian, release him." "Yes, boss." Wu Yuntian complied obediently, forcefully tossing Lin Yuchuan out of the car door. Lin Yuchuan fell to the ground, rolling several times before being helped up by the arriving Huang Yinan and others. "Third Master, are you all right?" Huang Yinan asked, his face a mask of concern. Lin Yuchuan reached for his throat, noticing the crimson stain on his hand. It was blood seeping from a wound on his neck. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling had already driven off with Wu Yuntian, leaving the China World Trade Center behind. This incident could be described as a complete loss. He had intended to use money and intimidation to persuade Jiang Ling to stay away from Lin Hanyue, to avoid confrontation. Who would have thought that Jiang Ling would be such a difficult character? Not only did he refuse to comply with Lin Yuchuan's demands, but he also had someone injure him with a shard of glass. Most importantly, Lin Yuchuan had lost a Bentley, which Jiang Ling had driven away. "Jiang Ling, who exactly are you?" Lin Yuchuan stared blankly at the exit of the China World Trade Center. Huang Yinan's expression turned fierce as he said, "Third Master, that Jiang Ling dared to harm you? Should I take care of him?" "Wait, let's investigate his background first." Lin Yuchuan waved his right hand. "Yes, Third Master." Meanwhile, Jiang Ling sped through the streets in the Bentley, arriving in front of the Huadawak traditional Chinese medicine hall on Yongyuan Street. Inside, a group of workers was renovating. Lin Hanyue was supervising, and Hua Dao was at the counter, organizing some old medical books. Upon seeing Jiang Ling return, Lin Hanyue frowned and asked, "Jiang Ling, where have you and Wu Yuntian been? Why did it take you so long to come back? You didn't even answer your phone." Jiang Ling ignored her and continued walking forward, deep in thought about how to contend with Lin Yuchuan or subdue him. Although Wu Yuntian was immensely powerful, he could not possibly be by Jiang Ling's side every day for protection. If one day he were to be captured again by Lin Yuchuan's yellow-clad secretary, wouldn't he be at their mercy? No, fundamentally, his own strength was too weak. If he could become as strong as Wu Yuntian, perhaps he would have a way to deal with Lin Yuchuan. Jiang Ling sat in a chair by the counter, murmuring to himself. However, Wu Yuntian, as the world's top assassin, had undergone rigorous training since childhood, completing numerous missions over decades to hone his skills. Thus, suggesting that Jiang Ling start martial arts training now was impractical. He wouldn't learn anything in a short time. Was it necessary to utilize the concept of the system's divine power? For instance, if Wu Yuntian told him, "You are the strongest man in the world," and the concept of never being deceived was activated, would Jiang Ling then become the strongest man? But the system had previously mentioned that the concept of never being deceived also had active and passive forms. If Wu Yuntian's lie became true, it would be a passive concept, which might fail. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. Regardless, it was worth trying. He beckoned to Wu Yuntian and said, "Yuntian, come over here." "What is it, boss?" Wu Yuntian scratched his cheek, puzzled, as he walked over. His right hand, having gripped a shard of glass, was cut and bleeding. He thought Jiang Ling was concerned for him and wanted Hua Dao to bandage his wound. Instead, Jiang Ling asked, Yuntian, do you think I am the strongest man in the world? Wu Yuntian was taken aback, and Hua Dao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Though he restrained himself out of respect for Jiang Ling shot him a glare, and Hua Dao promptly silenced himself. Wu Yuntian scratched the back of his head and replied, Boss, while you are handsome, I don't think you are the strongest man in the world. Come on. Just say one word, yes. Do you understand? Jiang Ling insisted. Oh, Wu Yuntian responded, unsure of Jiang Ling's intentions. Chapter 85. She knew she had made the right bet. Wu Yuntian, do you think I am the strongest man in the world? Jiang Ling intended to harness the power of the never-being-deceived concept to transform himself into the world's strongest. Although Wu Yuntian felt somewhat embarrassed, he eventually nodded and said yes. Jiang Ling thought, activating the never-being-deceived concept. Was he now the strongest man in the world? He clenched his fist, only to find no change in his body. Surely, he couldn't ask Wu Yuntian to punch him to test it? With Wu Yuntian's strength, a single punch could very well end him. Instead, Jiang Ling suggested that he would hit Wu Yuntian. Wu Yuntian, confused but compliant as Jiang Ling's boss, agreed. Go ahead, boss, he said. All right, I'll only use 30% of my strength. If you can't handle it, just let me know. Oh, ready? I'm going to punch. Yes, I'm ready. Wu Yuntian opened his chest, bracing for Jiang Ling's strike. Jiang Ling charged forward, delivering a punch to Wu Yuntian's chest. Bang! Jiang Ling's fist stung, as if hitting a steel plate. Yet Wu Yuntian showed no change in expression. How was that? Did it hurt? No, not really. It even feels a bit ticklish. Wu Yuntian scratched his neck. What? That's strange. Did I fail? It seemed that the system was indeed correct in stating that active deception would not work. Jiang Ling sighed softly as he clenched his fist. At that moment, Lin Hanyue approached again and asked, Jiang Ling, what are you doing? Why did you return in my uncle's car? Lin Hanyue had just noticed the black Bentley parked at the entrance, with a license plate that indeed belonged to her uncle Lin Yuchuan. Jiang Ling smirked. What do you think? Your uncle invited me for tea and even threatened me with a gun to stay away from you. Do you understand? What? My uncle really did that? Lin Hanyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ling replied, Of course it's true. If it weren't for Yuntian, I might not have made it out of your uncle's office today. So, did you agree to his demands? Yes. You did agree, didn't you? I agreed to a ball. Why would I agree to him? Who does he think he is? Just because he tells me to leave you. Does that mean I have to leave? If he tells me to die, should I just go die? Such a person as your second uncle is nothing short of a societal scoundrel and a disgrace, living in this world only to harm others and himself. A parasite of society. Jiang Ling fumed, furiously berating Lin Yuchuan. However, Lin Hanyue did not respond with anger but rather a smile. Her previously tense demeanor suddenly lightened. Yet, a shadow of concern lingered in her heart as she feared Lin Yuchuan might inflict harm upon Jiang Ling. Lowering her head, she let out a soft sigh. Alas. Jiang Ling, if it comes to that, I might as well move back to avoid any trouble your uncle may cause you. Don't. Why would you move back? Isn't it perfectly fine to stay at my place? Jiang Ling countered. But I fear that my uncle might retaliate against you. Retaliate against me? Do you truly believe I would fear him? Our relationship is one of collaboration and free love. It has nothing to do with him. If he dares to make things difficult for me in the future, he should not blame me for being unyielding. Jiang Ling scoffed dismissively, entirely unfazed by Lin Yuchuan's threats. With that, he turned to seek out Hua Dao. Observing Jiang Ling's broad back, Lin Hanyue's face broke into a gentle smile. Her heart genuinely filled with joy. When Jiang Ling chose to stand by her side, undeterred by power and Lin Yuchuan, she realized her gamble had paid off. Jiang Ling was indeed a man worthy of a lifetime of trust. Thank you, she whispered softly. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling sought out Hua Dao, inquiring if there were any cultivation techniques or spells available for study. What did you say? Spells. You wish to pursue immortality? Hua Dao was taken aback, bewildered as to why Jiang Ling would pose such a question. Yet, Jiang Ling nodded affirmatively, replying, Yes, indeed. I wish to cultivate. Do you have any methods for achieving immortality? Show me. None. Hua Dao replied, shaking his head decisively. If you were to say you wanted to learn some exercises for health and fitness, I could teach you Ba Duan Jin and Babu Jin Gang. But as for any methods of cultivation, I truly have none. Accepting that he had no options, Jiang Ling sank into a chair, letting out a deep sigh. However, Hua Dao shifted his tone and added, But if you ask whether there are immortals in this world, I would say there probably are. After all, my 13 ghost needles are said to have been created by Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, especially the 13th needle, which is capable of conversing with spirits. However, it is essentially impossible for people today to cultivate immortality. Perhaps you could visit Longhu Mountain someday? Visit Longhu Mountain to cultivate. No. What I desire is the power to obtain without cost. If you truly send me to cultivate for 10 or 20 years, my youth would be wasted. What would be the meaning of living then? Time fled swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Within this week, the Huadado Traditional Medicine Clinic had completed its renovations, costing approximately 580,000 yuan. Although the renovations were expensive, Jiang Ling remained unconcerned. For his bank account boasted over 7 billion yuan, with daily interest exceeding 580,000 yuan. Huadado, however, was immensely excited. He clasped Jiang Ling's hands tightly, expressing his gratitude for Jiang Ling's assistance, stating that without him, he might still be fortune-telling on the streets, living under the bridge at Onyun Lake and being regarded as a charlatan. Yet, Jiang Ling waved his hand, indicating that it was merely a simple matter and that Huadado need not dwell on it. Jiang Ling, the clinic is now ready. I must return to work at Meidi Company. Lin Hanyue approached Jiang Ling, informing him, after a week of rest, she felt it was time to check in at her company. Jiang Ling expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your help, Hanyue." "Not at all. I should be the one thanking you. See you tonight, and do take care." "All right, you too, stay safe." "Yes, I will." After bidding farewell to Jiang Ling, Lin Hanyue drove away in her BMW, having just completed the clinic's renovations, which had yet to officially open. They still needed to establish connections with the pharmaceutical administration and procure some traditional Chinese medicinal materials from Jiangnan City, First People's Hospital. Naturally, Jiang Ling entrusted these matters to Huadado, simply requiring him to note down the necessary materials. At that moment, only Jiang Ling, Huadado, and Wu Yuntian remained in the clinic. Huadado continued to study traditional Chinese medicine, while Wu Yuntian sat idly in a chair, seemingly lost in thought, trying to recall past events. Feeling a bit bored, Jiang Ling contemplated calling Liu Xiaobo to see what he was up to and if he had time to hang out, while also looking for another job. Just as Jiang Ling took out his phone, his older sister, Jiang Yu, called him. Chapter 86. You have good fortune today? Upon answering the phone, Jiang Ling said, "Hello, sister, what is it?" "Jiang Ling, where are you? Aren't you at Longhu Community?" Jiang Yu asked over the phone. "I'm not there. I'm at Huadado's Traditional Medicine Clinic on Yongyuan Street." Jiang Ling replied, "Why did you go there?" "I have something to discuss with you." "What matter?" "Oh, let's discuss it in person. Wait for me. I'm coming over now." "Okay." Jiang Ling agreed, then hung up the phone. Before long, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of Huadado's clinic on her electric scooter. She removed her helmet, glanced at the clinic sign, and then entered. As expected, upon stepping inside, she spotted Jiang Ling sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Furrowing her brow, with her helmet in her left hand, she remarked, "Jiang Ling, what are you doing here?" "Yes, this is my clinic. Where else would I be?" Jiang Ling replied. "You opened this clinic?" "Indeed. Dado, this is my sister Jiang Yu. Please check her pulse and see how her health is." "Certainly, young master. Is this your biological sister?" Huadado hurried over upon Jiang Ling's call. "Yes. She is my sister. Her name is Jiang Yu." "Oh, then I must address you as Miss Jiang Yu." Please just call me Jiang Yu. No need for Miss." Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly, perplexed about why Jiang Ling would suddenly open a traditional medicine clinic and hire an old doctor claiming to be Huadado's disciple as the chief physician and manager. After Huadado checked Jiang Yu's pulse, he reported, "Miss Jiang Yu's health is quite good, though she has been overworked recently and ought to take some time to rest." "Thank you for your reminder." Jiang Yu expressed her gratitude. Jiang Ling had intended to call Liu Xiaobo to come to the clinic for a visit and inquire if he was interested in working there, offering him a base salary of 30,000 yuan while assisting Huadado. However, Liu Xiaobo replied that he was currently busy delivering food and would contact him later. At that moment, Jiang Ling stood up from his chair and asked, "Sister, what brings you here?" Jiang Yu replied, "Well, you know our cousin Lin Yuchuan, right?" "I do." "Why do you ask?" Jiang Ling responded, having never held any affection for her, as he had often been compared to Lin Yuchuan since childhood. Moreover, after unintentionally revealing that Lin Yuchuan was likely not her father's biological child during their last encounter at Shangyun Hotel, Lin Yuchuan had run to Jiang Ling's door in tears. Recalling this, Jiang Ling suddenly froze, his expression turning to one of alarm. "Sister, you don't mean to say Lin Yuchuan has succumbed to the psychological pressure and taken her own life, do you? If that were truly the case, wouldn't I then be the indirect perpetrator of Lin Yuchuan's demise?" Jiang Ling was taken aback. However, Jiang Yu shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "What are you thinking? The misunderstanding has been resolved. Yuchuan is indeed not the biological daughter of her uncle." "Wait, does that mean Auntie has been unfaithful?" Jiang Ling expressed his astonishment. Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless and replied, "No, that is not it. Auntie didn't cheat. Uncle is unable to have children due to health issues, so Yuchuan is a child they adopted. Do you understand?" Adopted. Adopted, you see? But there's no blood relation? Jiang Ling inquired. Correct, none whatsoever. However, uncle and auntie have pledged to treat Yuchuan as their own child, caring for her throughout her life. And Yuchuan has accepted this reality. They are now a blissfully happy family. Oh, that is wonderful, truly wonderful. As long as she has accepted it, Jiang Ling exclaimed, patting his chest in relief, having feared that the matter might eventually implicate him. Yes, so to provide Yuchuan with some emotional compensation, uncle and auntie intend to buy her a house. They have saved some money from their business endeavors over the years. And I happen to work at Tianyun Garden. Don't I? Thanks to you, I am now a sales manager, earning around 70 to 80,000 each month. Haha, you should be grateful to me, dear sister. Jiang Ling grinned, his teeth gleaming. After all, she was his beloved elder sister, and her success naturally brought him joy. Jiang Yu smiled gently and said, indeed. I ought to thank you. How on earth did you become the chairman of Tianyun Garden? Even the flagship store of Yinxiao Jewelry is under your purview? Well, that's a secret. Jiang Ling chuckled. All right, enough of that. You are my little brother. I want to burden you with expressions of gratitude. For we are family for life. Now back to Yuchuan. Her parents wish to purchase a house at Tianyun Garden and have asked if I could offer them a discount. But as the sales manager, I lack the authority to grant discounts. Thus, I sought you out, considering you are the chairman of Tianyun Garden. What do you think? Jiang Yu inquired, awaiting Jiang Ling's response. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although his aunt often gossiped and compared him with Lu Yuchuan, they were still family, and it was essential to support one another in times of need. Moreover, he regretted his previous words that had caused Lu Yuchuan to weep. Had she been more fragile, it might have led to dire consequences. Consequently, Jiang Ling nodded and said, all right, don't say I'm being inconsiderate. Let us offer them a 50 discount. Fine. Giving it away for free seems excessive, but 50 is acceptable. Jiang Yu agreed, nodding in approval. Let us go, Jiang Ling. Where are we headed? To Shangyun Restaurant. What is the purpose of that? I intend to inquire with the chairman of Tianyun Garden about the possibility of a discount for them. Uncle said we should host a banquet and invite the chairman of Tianyun Garden to dine with us. Jiang Yu explained. Huh? Didn't Tiyu inform them that I am the chairman of Tianyun Garden? Jiang Ling asked. Jiang Yu shrugged, saying, I did, but they didn't believe me. They accused me of not wanting to help and of deceiving them, so I had no choice but to invite you to dinner. Well then, let us go? I have nothing pressing at the moment. Though Jiang Ling was somewhat speechless, he chose to accompany Jiang Yu to dinner. Thus, Jiang Ling instructed Hua Dadu to look after the store, advising him to call him or the nearby Nantung security company should anyone attempt to vandalize the establishment. Chu Danan would promptly arrive with security assistance. Hua Dadu nodded, giving an okay gesture. Initially, Wu Yuntian had also wished to accompany them to ensure Jiang Ling's safety. However, Jiang Ling's Sun Chariot, Apollo IE, could only accommodate 2 passengers, so he did not bring him along. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Before leaving, Jiang Ling had Hua Dadu cast a fortune. Hua Dadu expressed that Jiang Ling's omens for the day were favorable, devoid of bloodshed. And there was even a possibility of romantic fortune. With that, Hua Dadu grinned and winked at Jiang Ling Chapter 87, offering you a 50 discount. Jiang Ling nearly felt nauseated. This old rogue, no wonder he remained single at over 50 years of age. Soon, Jiang Ling drove and brought Jiang Yu to the entrance of Shangyun Restaurant. After parking, they both proceeded towards the private room number 202. As soon as Jiang Yu entered, her aunt Chen Min hurriedly approached, asking, Xiao Yu, has the chairman of Tianyun Garden arrived? Oh, Xiaoling, you're here too? Where's the chairman? Oh dear. Xiao Yu, didn't you say you were quite familiar with that chairman? Why hasn't he come? We already ordered the food. Sigh. It appears that securing a discount on the house is truly challenging. Chun Min stepped out of the private room, surveying the surroundings, only to find Jiang Ling and Jiang Yu present, with no one else in sight. She assumed it was Jiang Yu's fault for failing to bring the chairman of Tianyun Garden. Jiang Yu covered her mouth, giggling. Auntie, isn't he right here? Where? I don't see him. Look, this gentleman is none other than the chairman of Tianyun Garden. Jiang Yu pointed at Jiang Ling cough. Hello, Auntie. Jiang Ling greeted, somewhat awkwardly. Chun Min shot Jiang Ling a glare and retorted, Jiang Ling, how dare you show your face again? Last time at Shangyun Hotel, you spoke to me like that, causing Yuchuan to run out in tears. I'll say it again, I did not cheat. I am a respectable woman. Yes, you did not cheat. I was wrong to say that. Jiang Ling grinned sheepishly. The saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Chun Min felt a mix of annoyance and amusement and naturally had no intention of striking Jiang Ling inside the restaurant. Lu Heping waved, saying, Xiaoling, since you are here, let us have a meal together. What has passed is past. Yes, Jiang Ling, you're here. Lu Yuchuan smiled warmly at Jiang Ling. They seemed to have resolved their previous misunderstandings and were now a harmonious family once more. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, Yuchuan," Jiang Ling greeted as he approached. Lu Heping gestured, saying, Haven't tea at lunch yet? Come, let us sit and eat together." "All right, thank you, uncle. No need to be polite. We are family." Hearing these words, Jiang Ling felt a wave of emotion. After all, Lu Heping was his mother's own brother, and during his childhood, Lu Heping frequently treated him to food and gifts. What irked Jiang Ling the most was Chun Min's tendency to compare him with Lu Yuchuan. However, with the years passing, it was time to let go of past grievances. Back at the dining table, Chun Min turned to Jiang Yu and asked, "Xiaoyu, is your company's chairman unwilling to give us a discount?" "Not at all." "Then why hasn't he come to dine with us? Is he too busy with work?" "No, he is right here. He is sitting beside Yuchuan." Jiang Yu pointed at Jiang Ling again. Chun Min glanced at Jiang Ling and exclaimed, "Oh, Xiaoyu, stop joking. What kind of chairman is Jiang Ling? He can barely get by delivering takeout. How could he possibly be the chairman of Tianyun Garden?" Enough, enough. If you don't believe it, that is fine. Otherwise, how do you think I became the sales manager at Tianyun Real Estate? It's all thanks to my little brother, Jiang Ling," Jiang Yu asserted. How did Jiang Ling become the chairman of Tianyun Real Estate?" Chun Min blinked in confusion. Jiang Yu shrugged, saying, "How would I know? He said it was a gift from someone." "A gift from someone? Really? Xiaoling, is it true that you've become the chairman?" As she spoke, Chun Min shifted her chair closer to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling nodded affirmatively. "Yes, the entire Tianyun Garden belongs to me. There are a total of 10 buildings, over 300 apartments in the school district, with a total value of around 4 billion. This information was relayed to Jiang Ling by the project manager, Fongbo for billion. "Xiaoling, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" Chun Min exclaimed. "I wouldn't joke about that. Aren't you planning to buy a house for Yuchuan? Let's go look at some properties right now. You can choose any that you like. As for the price, I'll give you a 50 discount. How does that sound?" Jiang Ling generously offered, as he considered the relationship with his second uncle and Lu Yuchuan. 50 off? Are you serious?" Chun Min gasped. It's worth noting that the average price at Tianyun Garden is 320,000 per square meter. A 100 square meter unit would cost 3.2 million, and with renovations and other expenses, it could reach nearly 4 million. With a 50 discount, that would amount to 1.6 million. Even if they decided to sell the property later, it would still fetch over 3.2 million, making it a profit of 1.6 million. "Rest assured, Aunt. I keep my word," Jiang Ling assured her. "Oh, Chun Min, let's not dwell on that now. Let us make sure Xiaoyu and Xiaoling have a good meal first." Lu Heping, who held a favorable view of Jiang Ling, then inquired if Jiang Ling drank alcohol. Jiang Ling declined, citing he would be driving, opting instead for some juice. After a hearty meal, Jiang Ling drove Jiang Yu toward Tianyun Garden, with Chun Min's family following closely behind. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Tianyun Garden. The elderly security guard, upon recognizing the arrival of the illustrious Apollo, promptly leaned out to greet him. "Hello, Chairman. You've arrived," he exclaimed with a wave. "Oh, you recognize me?" Jiang Ling replied with a smile. "Of course, Director Huang has informed me that whenever I see this car, it means the chairman is here." "Director Huang?" Jiang Ling pondered, recalling that it must be Huang Afong, the property manager. Meanwhile, Chun Min, driving behind, suddenly brightened with surprise. "Wow, that old man really calls Jiang Ling chairman. Does that mean Xiaoling is truly the owner of Tianyun Garden?" Lu Heping frowned, saying, "I wonder. Also, I heard that the car Xiaoling drives is a globally limited edition worth over 20 million. "How much? Over 20 million? Our Chevrolet only costs a bit over 200,000. His car could buy 100 of ours. But really, what's Xiaoling been up to lately? Why has he suddenly become so wealthy? Could it be that he's met a rich woman? Who knows? You should have treated Xiaoling better in the past, and not always criticized him. Now that he's successful, he doesn't even give you a good face." Lu Heping shot a disapproving glance at Chun Min. Chun Min's expression turned slightly awkward as she replied, "How was I to know Xiaoling would achieve so much? I suppose I can be kinder to him in the future. Well, it's fortunate that Xiaoling is magnanimous enough to give us a 50 discount on the house." 50 off? Given our relationship with the Jiang family, they could just gift us a unit. "Heping, what do you think? You're Xiaoling's second uncle. Why not ask him if he could give us one?" Chapter 88. Eat what you may, speak what you must not. Chun Min still relished the idea of gaining something for nothing. If Jiang Ling agreed, it would be like obtaining 3 million for free. Lu Heping, however, was somewhat irritated as he retorted, "If you want to ask, you can do it yourself. I can't bring myself to do that. Besides, that is Xiaoling's property. How could it be given away for free? It's for Yuchuan, not for us." "All right. A 50 discount is already generous enough. Must you be greedy? If you upset Xiaoling, you might not even get that discount. I was merely inquiring. I'm just considering our family's welfare. Why are you so upset?" "I'm not angry. I just think we shouldn't be too greedy. Lu Heping turned away, choosing not to engage further with Chen Min. Before long, they arrived inside Tianyun Garden. After parking, Jiang Ling waved at Lu Heping, saying, "Second uncle, Yuchuan, please wait here. I'll have someone bring the keys." "All right. By the way, which building do you want to buy?" Jiang Ling inquired. "Building 2 or Building 5? Lu Heping responded. "Building 2 is close to the entrance for convenience, while Building 5 and Building 8 are near Onion Lake, which is better scenery and light." Chen Min then asked Lu Yuchuan, "Yuchuan, which one do you prefer?" "Building 5, as it has a better view. Building 8 is a bit too far back." "All right, Xiaoling. Let us start with Building 5. Lu Heping shouted. Jiang Ling gave an okay sign and turned to fetch the keys from Huang Afong. In about 10 minutes, Jiang Ling returned with Huang Afong to the parking area of Tianyun Garden. Along the way, Huang Afong continued to chatter. "Oh, Chairman, why didn't you give me a call when you arrived? I could have come out to greet you, or you could have found me in my office." "It's fine. Director Huang, it's better to greet you in person," Jiang Ling replied politely. Huang Afong responded, "Isn't it a hassle for you to come all this way? If you had called, I could have brought the keys directly." "Haha, it's all right." Jiang Ling chuckled, not finding anything amiss. "Aunt Huang, this is my second uncle and aunt, and this is my cousin Lu Yuchuan. They are here to look at houses in Tianyun Garden. Please show them around Building 5. "Sure. Hello, second uncle." "Hello, aunt. Wow, this young lady is quite lovely. No wonder she is the cousin of Chairman Jiang." Huang Afong immediately showered them with compliments. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yuchuan was actually a child adopted by Lu Heping and his wife, with no blood relation to Jiang Ling whatsoever. "Cough, cough, Aunt Huang. Yuchuan and I don't actually share a blood relation." "Oh, really?" In an instant, Huang Afong was a bit taken aback. She smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject, saying she would take them to see Building 5. "Second uncle, which floor are you looking to buy?" "I recommend floors 15 to 25 for good lighting. They are comfortable for living, not too high or low," Huang Afong suggested. Lu Heping, however, smiled awkwardly and replied, "Aunt Huang, please just call me Lu Heping or Mr. Lu." After all, given their ages, Aunt Huang was not significantly younger than he was, and having her call him second uncle felt somewhat uncomfortable. Then I'll call you Mr. Lu," Huang Afong responded, feeling somewhat speechless. "I called you second uncle out of respect for the chairman. Now you want me to call you Mr. Lu while still calling me Aunt Huang. It's as if I'm decades older than you." However, out of respect for Jiang Ling, Huang Afong chose not to voice her thoughts further and continued to guide them to view the properties. However, she was also quite curious as to why Lu Yuchuan was the chairman's cousin, yet they had no blood relation. Could it be that someone in their families had strayed? Sigh, the lives of the affluent are indeed different. Shortly thereafter, Huang Afong led Lu Heping and his family to view an apartment in Building 5. They began their tour from the 10th floor and continued up to the 15th. Lu Yuchuan expressed her satisfaction, but Chen Min insisted on finding a property with a pleasant environment and ample natural light, insisting they keep looking. After all, Jiang Ling was already feeling weary. Thus, he said, "Second aunt, Yuchuan, you all carry on with the viewings. I'm rather fatigued and will head downstairs for a rest and a smoke." "Oh, all right, Xiaoling. Go ahead and take a break. We will continue looking." Sounds good." "Hey, Jiang Ling, you still smoke?" Jiang Yu shot Jiang Ling a disapproving glance, for he had previously been averse to smoking, only indulging during festive gatherings when relatives offered him cigarettes. He had always accepted out of politeness, but now he had taken up smoking regularly. Was it perhaps due to matters concerning his ex-girlfriend? "Cut back a bit," Jiang Yu advised. "I know. I'm just having a puff for fun," Jiang Ling replied. Although he had not been much of a smoker before, he had recently picked it up from Hua Dado. The latter claimed to have a lung-cleansing herbal concoction, which, when consumed monthly, would ensure one's lungs remained pristine and free of disease. One could not deny that having Hua Dado as his personal physician offered Jiang Ling a sense of reassurance. Upon descending to the entrance of Building 5, Jiang Ling lit a cigarette and took a drag. Suddenly, he spotted a chubby young man surrounded by a group of people who were preventing him from moving forward. This young man, sporting a mushroom haircut and clad in a yellow Meituan delivery uniform, was none other than his good friend Lu Xiaobo. Lu Xiaobo, with a distressed expression, pleaded, "Changgu, please let me through. I'm late delivering food and will be penalized. I'm begging you. Do you even know where you are?" "Tianyun Garden. What business does a food delivery guy have here?" sneered a lanky man, Wang Qinxiang, who looked down on Lu Xiaobo with disdain. He had previously worked as a deliverman in the same company as Jiang Ling and Lu Xiaobo. Wang Qinxiang had a girlfriend named Lu Meixin, who was rather flirtatious. She had once been interested in Jiang Ling, wanting to invite him out for dinner and drinks, but he had turned her down since he was still with Chen Morong at the time. To his dismay, Wang Qinxiang eventually learned of her repeated invitations to Jiang Ling, which ignited his fury. Rather than chastising his girlfriend, he confronted Jiang Ling in front of several colleagues. accusing him of trying to seduce Lu Meixin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, and he laughed. While one could joke about food, one must not jest about such matters. It was Lu Meixin who had been unfaithful and sought to dine with him. How could it be twisted into an accusation against him? Chapter 89, Laugh now, and later you shall weep. Hey, Wang Qinxiang, what are you and your crew doing here? Jiang Ling could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Oh, if it isn't Jiang Ling, what brings you here? Are you delivering food as well? I heard your girlfriend ran off with someone else. Wang Qinxiang's taunts were met with laughter from his lackeys. Given their prior tensions, Wang Qinxiang assumed Jiang Ling, like Lu Xiaobo, was there to deliver food and seized the opportunity to mock him. Jiang Ling merely scoffed. I quit delivering food long ago. Then what are you doing here? Buying a house. Let me tell you, the least expensive ones here go for several million. With your meager salary of 5,000 to 6,000 a month, you need to work for 50 years to afford a place here. Wang Qinxiang chuckled. Oh, and what about you? Us. My uncle is the planning manager at Tianyun Real Estate. He secured me a flat in Tianyun Garden, and I am now the rightful owner. I have the authority to prevent Lu Xiaobo from making deliveries. So what do you think of that? Wang Qinxiang boasted proudly. To be honest, Jiang Ling had never encountered such shamelessness. Upon hearing about Wang Qinxiang's uncle's position, Jiang Ling frowned and inquired, how much did you pay for that apartment? To be frank, I didn't pay a dime. My uncle misappropriated a unit for my use, given that there are hundreds of unsold apartments in Tianyun Garden. Even if he uses one without permission, the chairman will never find out. Wang Qinxiang replied with a chuckle. How intriguing. Your family is truly something else. Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh at this revelation. He had assumed Wang Qinxiang's family had genuinely invested in a property for him, only to discover it was a clandestine appropriation. Besides, Wang Qinxiang likely remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Ling was, in actuality, the chairman of Tianyun Garden. Thus, Jiang Ling approached Wang Qinxiang, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Thanks, Qiangzi. If it weren't for you, I might never have known about the rot within our company. What did you say? You dare call me Qiangzi? It's Changgu. Wang Qinxiang scowled, irritated as he swatted Jiang Ling's hand away. Jiang Ling remained unfazed, responding with a mild smile. Wang Qinxiang continued, how about this? Although we had our differences, we once worked together and delivered food side by side. Just call me Changgu, and I'll admit my faults. I'll even be your subordinate moving forward. You apologize, and I'll let Lu Xiaobo deliver food. What do you say? Wang Qinxiang grinned. Yet his true intention was merely to flaunt before Lu Meixin and humiliate Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling shook his head, chuckling. Qiangzi, it's been quite some time. When will you learn to use your brain? What did you say? You dare call me Qiangzi again? No. I'm just kindly warning you to be wary of the lush greenery hanging over your head. Jiang Ling insinuated that Lu Meixin was unfaithful and might give Wang Qinxiang a reason to wear a green hat. After all, why had she sought Jiang Ling's company for dinner? However, Wang Qinxiang appeared oblivious to Jiang Ling's implication, stubbornly blocking Lu Xiaobo's entry to deliver food. He insisted that Jiang Ling must kneel and apologize for Lu Xiaobo to be allowed in. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobo sighed softly, feeling helpless. He shook his head and said, Forget it, Jiang Ling, I want to deliver this food. If they deduct my pay, so be it. No need to deliver it, Xiaobo. Come work at my company instead. We want to deliver food anymore. Jiang Ling patted his shoulder amicably. But I lack skills and strength, aside from hard labor like food delivery. I can't do much else. Lu Xiaobo replied, feeling a bit aggrieved. Jiang Ling then rolled his eyes and asked, Are you willing to endure a bit of hardship? Of course. As long as it leads to a decent job, I'm fine with a little struggle. He responded. Recently, I established a traditional Chinese medicine clinic on Yongyuan Street, and I have become acquainted with an exceptionally skilled elderly doctor of traditional medicine. I shall arrange for him to take you on as his apprentice. Xiaobo, I must tell you, his medical expertise is remarkable, and you must approach your studies with utmost seriousness. Jiang Ling earnestly advised. After all, he is the disciple of the legendary Hua Tuo. Even if Lu Xiaobo were to grasp only 70 to 80% of his teachings, it would suffice for him to benefit for a lifetime. Why on earth have you opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic? Lu Xiaobo inquired. Oh, that's a long story. Let us discard the delivery work. We shall no longer pursue that. He exclaimed. And if they deduct my pay, so be it. I refuse to endure this nonsense any longer. Lu Xiaobo, in a fit of temper, decided to abandon the job altogether. In contrast, Wang Qinxiang scoffed derisively. Well, Jiang Ling, long time no see. You've opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic? Surely you jest. What's it to you? Jiang Ling retorted. Just curious. Wang Qinxiang replied, still plotting to cause trouble for Jiang Ling, oblivious to the misfortune that awaited him. But I am genuinely curious, Jiang Ling. If you're not delivering takeout or buying property, what brings you here? Wang Qinxiang continued his inquiries. This is my real estate, Jiang Ling stated, surveying the area. Your real estate? You mean Tianyan Garden is yours? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Jiang Ling replied. Ha ha ha. You've cracked me up, Jiang Ling. When did you become such a braggart? The entire Tianyan real estate is worth at least several billion, and you claim it as your asset? Surely you jest. Why did you even work as a delivery person before? Yes, if this is indeed your real estate, I'll eat 5 kilograms of dung right here. Wang Qinxiang and his friends erupted in laughter, with even Lu Meixin unable to contain her amusement. Yet, Jiang Ling found no inclination to explain himself further. Laugh now. But soon enough, you'll have cause to weep. He then retrieved his phone and dialed Fang Bo, the project manager of Tianyan Real Estate. The call was answered promptly. Hello. Director Jiang. How may I assist you? I have 2 matters to discuss. Jiang Ling stated. Of course, Director Jiang, please proceed. Fang Bo replied. First, my second uncle and his daughter are coming to purchase a property at Tianyan Garden. I shall grant them a 50% discount. And I want my sister Jiang Yu to handle the sales. Please approve the contract when it crosses your desk. Absolutely, Director Jiang, that's no issue. And the second matter. Is there a planning manager in our company with the surname Wang? Yes, indeed. His name is Wang Yunfu. May I inquire what you need him for? Fang Bo responded. Wang Yunfu is it? Strongzy. Isn't your uncle named Wang Yunfu? How do you know that, Jiang Ling? Do you actually know my uncle? Wang Qinxiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood near Building 5. Suspecting that Jiang Ling had somehow leveraged connections to gain favor with Wang Yunfu, hoping to secure a free apartment at Tianyan Garden. Let me tell you, Jiang Ling. You won't get a free apartment. My uncle wants to assist you. Wang Qinxiang declared angrily. Jiang Ling merely smiled, withholding further commentary. Indeed, Wang Qinxiang remained as dim-witted as ever. Fang Bo, please investigate Wang Yunfu. I've heard he has exploited his position to secure a free apartment at Tianyan Garden for his nephew. What? Such a thing exists? Please hold on, Chairman. I shall investigate immediately. Fang Bo exclaimed, startled. No need to investigate. I already possess evidence. Jiang Ling declared, presenting his phone to Wang Qinxiang. Strongzy, didn't your uncle arrange a free apartment for you at Tianyan Garden? And if so, what of it? Do you think you know the chairman of Tianyan Garden? My uncle also mentioned that he is not the only one who has done this. Others have as well, as the chairman is oblivious to these matters. Oh, Fang Bo. Did you hear that? He claims the chairman of Tianyan Garden doesn't care about these affairs. Jiang Ling's tone took on a dangerous edge. At this revelation, Fang Bo felt a chill run down his spine, his expression darkening. He was aware that certain individuals within the company had been taking advantage of their positions to secure housing at Tianyan Garden, especially since there had been no chairman at that time, only the general manager, Zhaoan, overseeing affairs. Ironically, Zhaoan himself admitted to having never met the chairman of Tianyan Garden, and he had even led the charge in misappropriating properties for personal use. Thus, when Jiang Ling brought this matter to light, Fang Bo was genuinely alarmed. Chairman, I apologize. I did not intend to conceal this from you. I simply lack the authority. The management of real estate resources falls under the purview of General Manager Zhaoan. I'm merely a project manager responsible for site development. I assure you, I have never misappropriated any apartments from Tianyan Garden for personal use. I swear. Seeing Jiang Ling silent on the other end, Fang Bo grew increasingly anxious, pledging fervently. Knowing that such misconduct would undoubtedly infuriate Jiang Ling, the prospect of mass layoffs and losing his well-paying position loomed ominously. However, Jiang Ling calmly replied, no need for oaths. I trust you. With the assurance of the never-deceived system at his disposal, Jiang Ling knew Fang Bo could not deceive him. Thank you, Chairman. Fang Bo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. In truth, Jiang Ling was not overly perturbed by the situation. To him, Tianyan Garden real estate felt like a windfall, and he had no reliance on it for income. Nonetheless, as the chairman, he felt compelled to address the internal issues. Fang Bo, summon that Wang Yunfu to my office immediately. Yes, Chairman. Where should I bring him? To Tianyan Garden, beneath Building 5. Understood, Chairman. I shall fetch him at once. With that, Jiang Ling ended the call, and Fang Bo hurriedly set aside his work to return to the Tianyan Garden Real Estate Company. Approximately half an hour later, Fang Bo arrived at Tianyan Garden and emerged from his vehicle, dragging a portly middle-aged man with him. Hey, Manager Fang, what on earth are you doing? As soon as we return to the company, you drag me out without a word and pull me into the car. When I inquire about our destination, you remain silent. Now that we've arrived at Tianyan Garden, you insist on pulling me along. What are your intentions? Fang Bo, let me make myself clear. I am addressing you as Manager Fang out of respect. If I chose not to, do you believe I could easily summon General Manager Zhao to have you dismissed? That rotund middle-aged man is none other than Wang Qinxiang's uncle, Wang Yunfu. At this moment, Wang Yunfu is blissfully unaware of the calamity that awaits him. Meanwhile, Fang Bo continues to grip his sleeve and coldly remarks, Wang Yunfu, Don't even think about saying I'm lacking in respect today. Even if General Manager Zhao were here, he wouldn't be able to shield you. Oh, but I'm afraid General Manager Zhao might also be in for some trouble. Fang Bo muses to himself, knowing that Jiang Ling is undoubtedly furious and will surely expel all the parasites from the company and demand compensation and fines in the future. What is going on, Fang Bo? Have you lost your mind today? What have I done wrong that warrants this trip to Tianyun Garden? Wang Yunfu still doesn't comprehend his transgression. Fang Bo then inquires, Wang Yunfu, did you not previously misappropriate a property from Tianyun Garden for your nephew to live in for free? Well, others in the company have done the same. Besides, the chairman is not present, so why are you fixating on this matter? How about I treat you to a meal, and we forget about this issue? Wang Yunfu suggests, his voice lowering as he feels the weight of guilt. Fang Bo merely scoffs. Humph, the chairman's absence? Why do you think I brought you here? Who do you believe I'm here to see? Is it not our company as chairman, Jiang Ling? Jiang Ling? Chairman Jiang? But wait. Our company didn't have a chairman a few years ago. How did Jiang Ling suddenly emerge? A sense of ominous foreboding washes over Wang Yunfu. Don't ask me. I'm unaware of past chairman, nor is it my concern. But I must inform you that Jiang Ling is the legal representative of our company. The entirety of Tianyun real estate belongs to him. What? Then why have you brought me to meet him? Shouldn't you first apprehend General Manager Zhao and take him to see Chairman Jiang? Wang Yunfu responds in a frightened tone. It is not I who seeks to apprehend you. It is the chairman himself who has personally requested that I bring you to see him, understood? As for the matters concerning Zhao, Chairman Jiang will address those in due time. Fang Bo states, No, Manager Fang, let us discuss this calmly. Just tell him you couldn't find me, and let me leave. All right. Wang Yunfu, aware of his misdeeds, is terrified of confronting Jiang Ling. Fang Bo sighs heavily, shaking his head as he continues to drag Wang Yunfu forward. Do not question me. Inquire with the chairman instead. He is waiting for you downstairs at Building 5. I cannot enjoy the fruits of another's labor while assisting you in smashing their bowl. Then you must speak a few good words on my behalf to the chairman so that he treats me leniently. By the way, what is our chairman's name? Jiang Ling. Ah, Jiang Ling, Chairman Jiang. Wang Yunfu repeats the name incessantly. Before long, Fang Bo leads Wang Yunfu to the foot of Building 5 at Tianyun Garden. Wang Qinxiang still stands guard at the entrance, preventing Jiang Ling and Lu Xiaobo from entering. Lu Xiaobo's takeout has long gone cold. As he glances at the receipt, it reads, Spicy Hot Pot, 288 yuan. Earlier, Lu Xiaobo had called the customer to inform her that someone was blocking him from entering and asked if she could come down to retrieve the order. However, the young lady on the phone replied, If you cannot deliver it upstairs, then I will refuse the order and file a complaint against you. Whether or not someone is blocking you is none of my concern. Sure enough, once the delivery time exceeded the limit, Lu Xiaobo received a complaint from the customer. He sighed, thinking that his day had been wasted. Damn it, I quit. I refuse to endure this nonsense any longer. In a fit of rage, Lu Xiaobo pointed at Wang Qinxiang, saying, Wang Qinxiang, let me tell you, fortunes change over time. You may have bullied me today, but if the tables turn, I won't let you off easy. Oh, still have some spirit. Do you? Let us see how this plays out. I don't believe you'll amount to much in the future. Wang Qinxiang responds with a laugh, clearly dismissive of Lu Xiaobo's warning. He remains steadfast at the entrance of Building 5, determined to block Lu Xiaobo. Lu Xiaobo, in his frustration, considers throwing the takeout away, but then he realizes the money has already been deducted, so he might as well eat it himself. He promptly squats down and opens the takeout box, taking out a sprig of cilantro to offer to Jiang Ling, saying, Jiang Ling, look, you used to love cilantro. Oh, is there cilantro in there? Yes, give it a try. All right, delicious. Thus, Jiang Ling and Lu Xiaobo squatted together, enjoying the spicy hot pot takeout. Just then, Fang Bo arrived with Wang Yunfu. Fang Bo was making his way towards Jiang Ling when Wang Qinxiang suddenly stepped forward, blocking Wang Yunfu, saying, Uncle, what brings you here? Ah, Qinxiang, you're here too. Yes, uncle. What is the matter? Nothing much. I came to find our chairman. What are you doing here? Wang Yunfu inquired. Wang Qinxiang chuckled and pointed at Jiang Ling and Lu Xiaobo, saying, I'm maintaining order at Tianyun Garden, preventing these two delivery men from going upstairs. Upon hearing this, Fang Bo's expression changed dramatically. While others may not recognize Jiang Ling, he certainly does. How dare this man act so brazenly? Wang Yunfu also smiled, giving Wang Qinxiang a thumbs up, saying, Well done. Delivery men shouldn't be allowed in our upscale community. Is this a place for them? Exactly. Wang Qinxiang grinned, casting a glance at Jiang Ling. Yet, Jiang Ling continued to eat his takeout, ignoring Wang Qinxiang entirely. At this moment, Fang Bo could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward swiftly and slapped Wang Yunfu across the face, angrily exclaiming, You scoundrel, be quiet. The sound of the slap echoed, leaving Wang Yunfu stunned. He covered his cheek in astonishment, exclaiming, Manager Fong, why did you hit me? You must explain yourself today, or I, Wang Yunfu, am not someone to be trifled with. Fong Bo, with a cold expression, retorted, Humph, you consume the fruits of others' labor while undermining them. You reside in the apartment they built and yet block their entry? You two are truly the worst kind of opportunists. You infuriate me. Fong Bo directed a tirade of anger towards Wang Yunfu and Wang Qinxiang, having had enough of their antics. Wang Yunfu, bewildered, asked, What are you talking about? How have I undermined anyone? I just arrived here and have done nothing. Yet you choose to hit me? I'm hitting you for your nephew's misdeeds. Do you need a reminder of what he has done? Fong Bo shouted in response. Wang Yunfu, confused, replied, What misdeeds? Isn't it just blocking 2 delivery men? I thought that was acceptable. Blocking delivery men? Open your eyes and see who he is. Fong Bo exclaimed. Fong Bo pointed towards Jiang Ling and said, That is Jiang Ling. Wang Yunfu was taken aback and replied, Delivering food? Am I supposed to deliver it? He is Jiang Ling, the chairman of Tianyan Real Estate. He is Jiang Ling, the legendary Jiang Dong? With that proclamation, Wang Yunfu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. A cacophony echoed in his mind. He stood frozen in place for a long while, finally recalling why the chairman was aware of his misuse of office to secretly allocate residences to others. So it was his own nephew who had divulged this? Furthermore, when Chairman Jiang Ling was returning home, his nephew had obstructed him from accessing his own residence. The thought sent shivers down Wang Yunfu's spine. Goodness! The moral fabric of society has truly deteriorated. It was no wonder Fong Bo had previously remarked that one could dine at another's table while smashing their pot. Uncle, what's wrong? Wang Qinxiang stepped forward, calling out repeatedly. Wang Yunfu turned around, and with a great flourish, he slapped Wang Qinxiang across the face, exclaiming, You scoundrel! Do you realize how you've ruined me? Are you trying to land me in prison, Wang Qinxiang? No, uncle, I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you hitting me? Wang Qinxiang was left bewildered by Wang Yunfu's sudden aggression. At that moment, many curious residents gathered around to witness the unfolding drama. Done nothing wrong? Perhaps you should reflect on the good deeds you've committed. You obstructed our company as chairman from going upstairs for what reason? I didn't stop the chairman. I was only blocking the delivery person, not the delivery person. Then who is he? Wang Yunfu pointed at Jiang Ling. Chapter 92. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Delivering food. He used to work at the same company as me? Smack. Before Wang Qinxiang could finish his sentence, Wang Yunfu delivered another resounding slap to his face. He angrily declared, Fool. Isn't he called Jiang Ling? Yes. Then there's no mistake. He is indeed the chairman of Tianyan Real Estate, Jiang Ling. Do you comprehend this? What? That's impossible. I know Jiang Ling. He was delivering food last month. How could he possibly be the chairman this month? This is inconceivable. Wang Qinxiang covered his face, unable to accept the transformation in Jiang Ling's status. Wang Yunfu hurried to Jiang Ling's side, bowing and apologizing profusely. I'm truly sorry, Chairman Jiang Ling. My nephew is still young and acted rashly. Please don't take it to heart. Hold on. Isn't he older than me? Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. Well, enough. You need not explain. Your nephew impeded my access to the building, and while I want to pursue this matter further, I must inquire, have you appropriated properties from Tianyun Garden for your nephew to reside in? Jiang Ling asked coldly, his demeanor laced with an icy tone. Wang Yunfu trembled at the insinuation, nearly kneeling in desperation as he hastily replied, Chairman Jiang, I am not the only one involved in this at the company. If you spare me, I will reveal all their names. What do you say? Jiang Ling pursed his lips and turned to Fong Bo, saying, Fong Bo, can you investigate and ascertain their identities? Fong Bo adjusted his glasses and responded, provided the chairman grants me the authority, I believe it should be feasible. Very well. Then this matter is entrusted to you. Yes, Chairman Jiang. Fong Bo then inquired, what shall we do about Wang Yunfu? What else can we do? We shall pursue legal action. We won't wrong any innocent person, nor will we let any wrongdoer escape. Understood, Chairman Jiang. Fong Bo nodded earnestly. Upon hearing that Jiang Ling intended to initiate legal proceedings, Fong Bo's eyes widened in alarm as he muttered to himself, this is bad. It's no longer a simple matter of losing money or a job. If it escalates, he could even face imprisonment. Meanwhile, Wang Qinxiang sensed the tide turning and attempted to slip away. However, Jiang Ling called out to him, Wang Qinxiang, stop right there. Jiang Ling, is there something you need? He mustered his courage to ask. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow and said, you still have the audacity to act tough? Living in my property for free and preventing me from going upstairs? Is this how one conducts oneself? How was I to know you were the chairman of Tianyun Garden? And if you're so wealthy, why are you delivering food? Wang Qinxiang retorted. Jiang Ling replied, "It pleases me. I enjoy it. Even if I were to muck out stables, it's none of your concern. So what will it be? Will you summon someone to take me down? No. I wouldn't go that far. However, you may be fined, and if it's serious, you might end up in prison. But I haven't committed any crimes. Why should I face imprisonment? Well, that depends on whether your lawyer is as competent as mine. If I choose to, I could have you incarcerated for 10 years. Do you believe it?" Jiang Ling was not exaggerating. With his current wealth and status, it would be quite simple for him to orchestrate such a fate. Wang Qinxiang immediately wilted under that threat and hurriedly approached Jiang Ling, pleading, "Jiang Ling. Chairman Jiang. Remember, we used to work together at the same company. Oh, and I even treated you to pig trotter rice. Do you recall? When you first joined the company, I treated you." Wang Qinxiang attempted to appeal to their shared past. In truth, he had initially hoped to recruit Jiang Ling as his subordinate, but after Jiang Ling declined, he had made things difficult for him. However, Jiang Ling indeed remembered the meal of pig trotter rice. He grinned and said, "So, 1 serving of pig trotter rice, is it? I can repay you with 10 or even 100 servings. However, your unauthorized occupation of my property cannot be overlooked. Come on, Jiang Ling, let us discuss this amicably." No, I have no interest in amicable discussions with you. You previously impeded my access alongside Liu Xiaobo, insisting we could not ascend. Therefore, do not blame me for not showing you any courtesy now. After all, you initiated this conflict. Liu Xiaobo, it appears we need not wait 30 years for a reversal of fortunes. We are now in a position of power, and Wang Qinxiang is at our mercy. Jiang Ling turned to Liu Xiaobo and remarked. Liu Xiaobo, too, hastily discarded the takeout box in his hands, saying, "He just bullied me. So don't let him off easily, Jiang Ling. Fear not, I shall entrust the decision to you. If you choose to forgive him, so be it. If you prefer to deal with him legally, then let it be so. The choice is yours," Jiang Ling proclaimed with authority. Given Liu Xiaobo's inherently honest nature, he had been bullied by Wang Qinxiang in the past. Now that the tables had turned, it was time for Liu Xiaobo to have his reprisal. "I apologize, Liu Xiaobo. Remember, we were once colleagues. We would see each other often. I even treated you to pig trotter rice. Please, can you find it in your heart to forgive me this time? I promise to treat you to drinks and meals in the future, and should anyone bully you, I will stand by your side." Wang Qinxiang began to beseech Liu Xiaobo. Yet Liu Xiaobo crossed his arms defiantly, scoffing, "Who besides you would dare bully me? I just mentioned that you should hope to avoid falling into my grasp again. And look, it seems that time has come. I was merely joking with you. I was just having a bit of fun," Wang Qinxiang explained. Liu Xiaobo coldly remarked, Then allow me to share a jest with you. Individuals like yourself are hardly deserving of sympathy." Meanwhile, atop the 25th floor of Building 5 in Tianyun Garden, Liu Heping and Chun Min were accompanying Liu Yuchuan in inspecting the property. Huang Afong and Jiang Yu were leading the way ahead. Huang Afong wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction within, yet her face maintained a facade of cordiality. After all, they were the uncle and aunt of Director Jiang. They had traversed from the 10th floor to the 25th, citing reasons such as inadequate lighting in this unit and excessive compactness in that one. In truth, Liu Yuchuan had already set her sights on a particular apartment. But Chen Min had remarked that it was too small, consisting of only 2 rooms, which would prove inconvenient for a family living together. Reluctantly, Huang Afong had to guide her to view other properties. Given that this was an apartment building, what more could one expect in terms of spaciousness? "My apologies, Aunt Huang, for the inconvenience," Chen Min expressed with a hint of embarrassment as she approached Huang Afong. Huang Afong waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's no trouble at all. You are relatives of Director Jiang. Feel free to browse. If you find something you like, just let me know. However, I must remind you, this is an apartment complex with school district properties, and the largest unit measures around 130 square meters. If you are looking for something larger, I'm afraid you won't find it here." In a heartfelt tone, Huang Afong advised Chen Min not to be overly particular about the size of the property. Something reasonable would suffice. Chen Min nodded and leaned closer to Huang Afong, whispering, "By the way, are all the properties in Tianyun Garden owned by Jiang Ling?" "What? As Aunt Jiang, you are unaware of this?" Huang Afong frowned, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Min. "Oh dear, I was merely inquiring, Aunt Huang," Chen Min replied tentatively. With her brow furrowed, Huang Afong responded, "The legal representative of Tianyun Real Estate is indeed Jiang Dong's name, and his photograph is prominently displayed. So, one must wonder, whose properties are these? Is he the sole proprietor, or merely acting as chairman?" Chen Min continued to inquire. "If he is merely acting as chairman, then Jiang Ling possesses no substantial authority. However, if he holds full ownership, then it's extraordinary. Jiang Ling's net worth must exceed $1 billion. With a sigh, Aunt Huang remarked, "Well, what do you think? If he weren't the sole owner, Would he have the personal discretion to offer you a 50% discount on a property purchase? Chun Min's eyes brightened. That's a valid point. But I wish to inquire. Does my dear Ling have any other companies aside from Tianyun Garden? I've heard he is also the chairman of the Yunjiao Jewelry flagship store in Jiangnan City. Chun Min persisted. Aunt Huang shook her head, her impatience evident. I cannot say. I am not related to Jiang Dong. Yet you, as his aunt, ought to be informed about his business ventures, shouldn't you? Well, all right then. I apologize for troubling you, Aunt Huang. Not at all. Aunt Huang sighed. Were it not for Jiang Ling's influence, she would have retorted long ago. What kind of person is this? As a relative of Jiang Ling, how could one be so oblivious to his business affairs? Earlier, Chun Min had indeed heard from Jiang Yu that Jiang Ling was the chairman of the Yunjiao Jewelry flagship store and had spent a fortune of 100 million on a jade jewelry piece as a gift for Lin Hanyue, the daughter of the Lin family in Jiangnan City. Upon hearing this, a wave of anxiety surged within Chun Min. Thus, she leaned closer to Lu Heping and quietly said, Heping, I need to discuss something with you. Please listen. What is it? In truth, Lu Heping was feeling somewhat impatient. After ascending from the 10th to the 25th floor in search of a property, was there still dissatisfaction? His legs felt weak from the exertion. While this elderly woman seemed full of vigor, he could not fathom where she drew her energy from. Typically, when asked to handle household chores or move items, she would complain of sore arms or aching legs. Yet now, during the house hunting process, she appeared tireless. Huang Afong leaned in closer and softly said, Heping, what do you think about the idea of marrying Yuchuan off to that young man, Jiang Ling? Excuse me? What did you just say? Lu Heping coughed violently, almost spitting out the smoke he had just inhaled. Yet Chun Min remained composed, declaring, I am quite serious. Yuchuan is a child we adopted from the orphanage. She shares no blood ties with the Jiang family. Furthermore, Jiang Ling and Yuchuan grew up together. Surely they share a friendly rapport. Besides, what is Jiang Ling's status now? Chairman of Tianyun Garden, chairman of Yunjiao Jewelry, with a net worth in the billions. Do you understand what that entails? You earn a maximum of 400,000 to 500,000 a year. Do you grasp the magnitude of billions? The interest he earns in a single day could surpass your annual salary. Thus, if Yuchuan can marry Jiang Ling, our Lu family will prosper. And we will no longer need to toil, enjoying the luxuries of high society instead. Will we even need to pay for a house? Jiang Ling will be our son-in-law. He can simply provide it for us. Chun Min's mind brimmed with convoluted schemes. The notion of marrying Lu Yuchuan to Jiang Ling? Lu Heping, with his cigarette firmly in hand, waved his hand dismissively. I cannot condone this, and it is not merely a matter of their blood relations. I consider Yuchuan my daughter, while Jiang Ling is my sister's son. You want my daughter to marry my sister's child? Wouldn't he that invite ridicule? One must commend Lu Heping for his discernment. Yet, Chun Min poked Lu Heping's forehead and continued, Are you foolish? Jiang Ling is now a wealthy entrepreneur. He will never face financial hardship. A mere sprinkle of his wealth would suffice for our lifetime. That also cannot be. One is my daughter, the other my nephew. Fine, you're stubborn and inflexible. Aren't you? Does Yuchuan not need to marry eventually? Chun Min pressed. Lu Heping nodded. She does. Exactly. After Yuchuan marries, who will take care of us when we grow old? We cannot expect Yuchuan to shoulder that responsibility, especially when you lack the ability to bear children. How could I endure such hardship alongside you? Once we age and lose our jobs, who will support us then? Moreover, Yuchuan is both beautiful and intelligent. As the saying goes, the best water should not flow to outsiders. Marrying Jiang Ling would indeed be a blessing for him, Chun Min declared, crossing her arms and huffing. Lu Heping took a deep drag from his cigarette, contemplating. He realized that Chun Min's reasoning held merit, primarily due to Lu Heping's health issues. He lacked the ability to father children. As they grew older, having no son to care for them was a concern. They could not burden Yuchuan with such responsibilities. Yuchuan would eventually have her own family. However, if she married Jiang Ling, the situation would be different. Firstly, Yuchuan and Jiang Ling had no blood ties, thus allowing for marriage. Secondly, Jiang Ling was indeed wealthy, with a net worth of 10 billion and numerous business assets under his management. He could easily secure a high-ranking position for Yuchuan, earning a comfortable salary in the process. After a moment of reflection, Lu Heping queried, But can Jiang Ling truly be interested in our Yuchuan? Why wouldn't he be? Yuchuan is a wonderful young lady, Chun Min asserted. However, regarding my sister's side, I cannot speak freely. Lu Heping replied hesitantly. You may hesitate, but I will take the initiative. On the weekend, let us visit Xiaoling's home and clarify this matter with your sister. What do you think? Will you speak up? I'll go. I am not like you, an old man who is hesitant and fearful. Do you think I am thick-skinned? I am doing this for the happiness of our family. Ha ha, then you go? You go. Lu Heping chuckled, awkwardly rubbing his hands together. However, before proceeding, they naturally needed to seek Lu Yuchuan's opinion. Mr. Liu, Mrs. Chun. Here we are at room 2502, Unit 2, Building 5. Please take a look and see if it suits you. Huang Afong, feeling somewhat fatigued, tossed the keys onto the coffee table and settled onto the sofa to rest. Initially quite picky, Chun Min waved her hand dismissively and declared, "All right, let's take this one." "Ah, Miss Chun, aren't you going to check the balcony's lighting or the size of the house?" Huang Afong asked in astonishment. "No need to look any further. This is the one," Chun Min insisted. "Oh, very well then." Huang Afong scratched the back of her head, puzzled, thinking that perhaps Chun Min was simply too tired to continue searching and thus settled for this house. Of course, Chun Min was not tired at all. She had far grander matters to discuss with Lin Yuchuan. If that issue were to come to fruition, it wouldn't just be a modest unit in Building 2502. The entire Building 5 could potentially belong to the Liu family in the future. Yuchuan, come here for a moment. Originally, Lin Yuchuan had intended to inspect the master and secondary bedrooms. However, Chun Min suddenly waved her hand to call her over. "What is it, Mom?" Lin Yuchuan inquired curiously as she approached. Chun Min took Lin Yuchuan's delicate hand and asked warmly, "Yuchuan, I want to discuss something with you. What do you think of Jiang Ling?" "Oh, Jiang Ling. He seems quite good," Lin Yuchuan replied candidly. "Well, you and Jiang Ling are not blood relatives," Chun Min remarked. "I know," Lin Yuchuan responded. "Then, do you like Jiang Ling?" "Oh dear, why are you asking this?" Lin Yuchuan said, lowering her head, her face slightly flushed. Taking a deep breath, Chun Min thought that this conversation would eventually have to happen. Thus, she said, "Here's the thing. I want to take charge and arrange for us to visit Jiang Ling's family this weekend to discuss the engagement. How does that sound?" Just as she finished speaking, Lin Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, sitting nearby, was unable to contain herself, having just taken a sip of mineral water. She spluttered it out. No wonder Chun Min and Liu Heping had been whispering to each other during their journey. It turned out they were deliberating whether to arrange Lin Yuchuan's marriage to her younger brother. Huang Afong, seated on the left sofa, was left utterly astonished, shaking her head in disbelief, pondering how chaotic their circle was. "Oh dear, Mom, what are you talking about?" Lin Yuchuan said bashfully, her eyes cast downward. Chun Min spoke earnestly. "Yuchuan, I am truly considering your future. The job market is tough. Even if you graduate from a prestigious university, it will be challenging to find a job that pays over 10,000 a month. Furthermore, the cost of living in big cities is exorbitant. A single house can cost millions. Your father and I have worked for decades and still struggle to afford a home. If you could marry Xiaoling, it would be entirely different. He is a big boss with a fortune estimated at over $1 billion. You would never have to worry about food or clothing. Moreover, you two grew up together, so your emotional foundation must be incredibly strong, wouldn't you agree?" Yes, Lin Yuchuan mumbled, still gazing down. Seeing this, Chun Min felt optimistic. "So, does this mean you agree?" she asked. Lin Yuchuan, feeling shy, replied, "Oh dear, Jiang Ling might not even like me, Mom." "Why on earth wouldn't he like you? You are so beautiful, with a lovely figure and a gentle demeanor. To marry Xiaoling would be his great fortune. Trust me. Let's go to the Jiang family this weekend and finalize this matter, shall we?" Chun Min urged. Lin Yuchuan bowed her head in contemplation. After a moment, she shyly nodded in agreement. Chun Min and Liu Heping exchanged glances, both knowing that Yuchuan was amenable. The next step was to persuade Jiang Ling and his parents. Jiang Ling's mother was Liu Heping's sister, so that should be straightforward. As for Jiang Ling's father, Jiang Baiyun, he was also easygoing. A meal and a few drinks would suffice to settle the matter. Chun Min then turned to Jiang Yu, who was sipping water, and smiled, saying, "Little Yu, could you please talk to Xiaoling and persuade him?" Chun Min was aware that Jiang Yu had overheard their earlier conversation. Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly and said, Aunt, are you sure you want to marry Yuchuan to my brother? His standards are quite high." Previously, Jiang Yu had introduced 2 classmates to Jiang Ling, but nothing had come of it. What's wrong with having high standards? Is my Yuchuan lacking in anything? Little Yu, we are all family here. I am only considering this because I see how hard Xiaoling works. Otherwise, there would be many suitors lining up for Yuchuan from here to abroad. Haha, yes. Yes. Jiang Yu nodded, laughing, not daring to contradict. "Well then, please take care of persuading Xiaoling." I can't bring myself to say it," Jiang Yu admitted awkwardly. "Why not? You must. It is imperative," Chun Min insisted. "All right, I will do my best," Jiang Yu conceded. "Well then, we've seen enough of the house. Let us head downstairs to rest. Oh, and Heping, book a private room at a restaurant. Let us treat Xiaoling and Xiao Yu to dinner tonight." "Absolutely, I'll make the call right away." Liu Heping beamed with a bright smile. Jiang Yu sighed softly, shaking her head as she murmured, "Oh dear brother, you are in for a surprise. So, Mr. Liu, Mrs. Chun, you have chosen this apartment, correct?" Huang Afong inquired another day. She was merely accompanying them to view the property and dared not pry into their family matters. Chun Min nodded. Yes, this is the one. Very well, I will register this. You may come by another day to sign the contract. Thank you, Aunt Huang. Let us go have a meal together. Not at all. You go ahead. Huang Afong replied with a bashful smile. Thus, the group departed from room 2502 and took the elevator down to the first floor. Upon exiting building 5, Jiang Yu spotted Jiang Ling, who was currently lecturing Fong Bo and Wang Yunfu, both standing attentively before him. Wang Chenxiang was also crying and pleading for mercy, hoping Jiang Ling would show leniency regarding their mistakes. Jiang Ling pointed at Wang Yunfu, stating, Wang Yunfu, you have misused your position to secretly allocate a house for your nephew. You shall compensate for this transgression. Yes, I will pay. I will pay. Wang Yunfu nodded vigorously, not daring to defy him. And you, Fong Bo, knew about this and failed to inform me. You will have 2 months' wages deducted as a penalty. Yes, Chairman. Fong Bo nodded in silence, refraining from uttering a single word of dissent. However, considering your commendable performance and your admirable attitude of admitting fault, I hereby promote you to the esteemed position of Chairman and General Manager of Tianyun Garden. You now possess the highest authority to conduct a thorough investigation of all personnel in the company and root out every corrupt element. Do you understand? Yes, Chairman. Thank you. Chairman. At this moment, Fong Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had initially anticipated that Jiang Ling would reprimand him, perhaps even impose a penalty, but to his surprise, he was merely docked 2 months' salary as a procedural formality. Yet, Jiang Ling had elevated him to the position of General Manager of Tianyun Garden. How could Fong Bo not feel elated? Chapter 95, Lin Hanyue's Concerns. As Jiang Yu, Chen Min, and Lu Yuchuan emerged from the elevator on the 2nd floor of Building 5, they beheld Jiang Ling furiously admonishing several individuals at the entrance of the building. Jiang Yu was taken aback and exclaimed, Isn't that our company's project manager, Fong Bo? Why is he being scolded by my younger brother? Chen Min, with keen ears, quickly inquired, Xiao Yu, did you say that person is your company's manager? Indeed. He was the one who guided me during my onboarding. Oh my. Then Xiao Ling is quite formidable, able to reprimand even your company's manager. Witnessing this scene, Chen Min became increasingly convinced of Jiang Ling's significant status. She leaned closer to Jiang Yu and whispered, Xiao Yu, please do me a favor and inform Xiao Ling about the matter concerning Xiao Ling and Yuchuan. I'll do my best. Jiang Yu replied with an awkward smile, feeling reluctant to refuse. Soon after, she approached Jiang Ling and inquired about Fong Bo's transgressions. Jiang Ling recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, No way. They actually misappropriated Tianyun Garden's properties for personal use? That is absolutely illegal. Exactly. That's why I promoted Fong Bo to General Manager, empowering him to eradicate the corrupt elements within the company. Oh, by the way, sister, why don't you relinquish your sales manager position and take on Fong Bo's role as project manager? Jiang Ling suggested. I may not be suited for the project manager role, as I have experience solely in sales. Jiang Yu declined. Although the project manager position might offer greater financial rewards, she was apprehensive about her unfamiliarity with the company's operations and feared she would not be able to fulfill the responsibilities of a project manager. Very well, it's your choice. By the way, brother, may I ask you something? Jiang Yu queried. Go ahead. Jiang Ling replied. What are your thoughts on Yuchuan? Jiang Yu tentatively probed. Yuchuan? She's quite a lovely girl. Why do you ask? Does she wish to work with us? Jiang Ling responded. Oh no, that's not it. I mean, what do you feel about her? In that sense, Jiang Yu stammered, feeling embarrassed to inquire if Jiang Ling had feelings for Yuchuan, given their shared childhood. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, saying, Oh, come now. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Just then, Lin Hanyue had called him, expressing a desire to discuss something important, which is why he had no time to engage with Jiang Yu. Hey, Xiaoling. Where are you off to? Let's have a meal together before you leave. Chen Min called out, hurrying after him. Jiang Ling turned back and replied, No need. I appreciate Annie Air's invitation, but I have other commitments and cannot join you for dinner. And Fong Bo, once you return, ensure the company is well organized. I will make time to conduct inspections. Understood, Director Jiang. Rest assured, I will expunge all corrupt elements from the company. Fong Bo pledged confidently. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively and then turned to leave. Why is he leaving without even having a meal? Chen Min lamented. Lu Heping chuckled. Xiao Ling is now a prominent businessman. It's only natural for him to have pressing engagements. However, I am quite curious about what Xiao Ling has accomplished over the years. How did he transform from a destitute youth into the chairman of both Tianyun Garden and Yunxiao Jewelry? It's truly remarkable. Lu Heping scratched his head and lit a cigarette. Chen Min remarked, What is so surprising? When luck strikes and destiny aligns, fortunes will come to those destined for wealth. The fact proves that Xiao Ling is now a billionaire. Xiao Yu, what did you find out about Xiao Ling? Does he have any feelings for our Yuchuan? Chun Min inquired, leaning closer to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu sighed softly and replied, I'll ask him again next time. All right, thank you for your help. Upon returning to Longhu community, as Jiang Ling stepped through the door, he found Lin Hanyue seated on the sofa in the living room, awaiting his arrival. What is it? Hanyue, why the urgency in summoning me back? Jiang Ling inquired with curiosity. Lin Hanyue furrowed her brow tightly and said, Jiang Ling, are you hiding something from me? Not at all. He replied. Really? Last time you were discussing my situation with Dr. Hua in front of the clinic, weren't you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling was taken aback. After a moment of silence, Lin Hanyue covered her face and continued. I just came from the hospital where I was told that I have a cold, weak constitution and cannot produce eggs. It seems that the reason we haven't conceived after living together for so long is not your fault, but mine. She covered her face and began to sob softly. Hanyue, Jiang Ling murmured, hastening towards her. So, Dr. Hua had already informed you of my health issues, hadn't he? Why didn't you tell me? Why did you allow me to live here with you all this time? Lin Hanyue's eyes were red as she looked up at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling hurriedly explained. I was aware of the situation, but Dr. Hua mentioned that your condition stemmed from anxiety and excessive use of sleeping pills, leading to a disruption in your bodily functions. However, he also assured me that you can conceive. It merely requires time for recovery. How long will that take? Lin Hanyue asked. Approximately 6 months, Jiang Ling replied honestly. 6 months? That long? Lin Hanyue pondered. If it takes 6 months to recover, coupled with the 10 months of pregnancy, it would mean that if she wished to have a child, it would require at least a year and a half. However, she did not have that much time to navigate the complexities with Lin Yuchuan. She had overheard her mother mention that Lin Yuchuan was now competing for the position of president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. If Lin Yuchuan were to become the president, he would control the entire commercial channels of Jiangnan City, and the economic lifeblood of the Lin family would fall into his hands. In that case, even if Lin Hanyue were to become the head of the Lin family, she might still struggle against Lin Yuchuan, and eventually, the Lin family could be overshadowed by his influence. Moreover, the elder Lin Nanshan was aging and in poor health. He had long since stepped back from managing the family's business affairs and merely held the title of head of the Lin family. Thus, Lin Hanyue contemplated the necessity of swiftly becoming the acting head of the Lin family, while also aspiring to contend for the presidency of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. At the very least, she was resolute in ensuring that this title did not fall into the hands of her second uncle, Lin Yuchuan. Chapter 96. Visiting Mom and Dad. After hearing Lin Hanyue's explanation, Jiang Ling felt a twinge of frustration. To be honest, he struggled to grasp the intricacies of familial rivalries and the mercantile interests entwined within the Zhanghai Chamber of Commerce. Merely listening left him feeling utterly bewildered. Observing Lin Hanyue cover her face in tears, consumed by worry, stirred an uncomfortable sensation within Jiang Ling. He sighed, What should we do now? It seems unlikely that you'll conceive in the near future. If I am unable to bear children in the future, would you resent me? Lin Hanyue suddenly posed this question. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ling replied, Resent you? Absolutely not. I cherish you too much for that. Humph. Your words are rather sweet. Lin Hanyue's cheeks flushed, yet warmth enveloped her heart. Throughout her time with Jiang Ling, she had come to understand his character and deemed him a worthy man to entrust her life to. Were it not for her ambition to compete for the position of head of the Lin family, safeguarding the legacy her father had built, she would undoubtedly have chosen to marry Jiang Ling. I swear I'm not deceiving you. With your striking beauty and splendid figure, how could I possibly resent you? Jiang Ling reassured her, recalling Hua Dao's earlier words that Lin Hanyue was not inherently infertile, but rather faced challenges due to external factors. With Hua Dao's medicinal guidance, she would soon be restored to health. Thus, Jiang Ling had no reason to worry about Lin Hanyue's future fertility. Hanyue, you should try to relax and not overthink things. Tomorrow, I'll take you to my home, all right? Tomorrow marked the end of the month, and Jiang Ling intended to visit his parents. He thought it unkind to leave Lin Hanyue alone, so he decided to bring her along. Lin Hanyue pursed her lips and inquired, And in what capacity will I visit your home? As a friend? Or perhaps as a business partner? Jiang Ling replied, You truly are a simpleton. I've already agreed to take you home. Can we still be considered just friends? Then as your girlfriend? Remember to behave well tomorrow. Understood. You fool. Lin Hanyue shot Jiang Ling a playful glare, her cheeks still tinged with crimson. As Jiang Ling had previously suggested, Lin Hanyue indeed needed to take a well-deserved break and cease worrying incessantly. At just over 20, how could she hope to outmaneuver the seasoned Lin Yuchuan in family affairs and commercial rivalries? Therefore, Lin Hanyue resolved to spend quality time with Jiang Ling. even contemplating the possibility of marrying him to escape the family disputes and lead a tranquil life. The next morning, Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue rose early. After a simple wash and breakfast, Jiang Ling prepared to head home, while Lin Hanyue remained in the bathroom, applying her makeup. Sitting on the living room couch, Jiang Ling engaged in a game, occasionally glancing toward the bathroom with growing impatience. Hanyue, are you almost done? It's been nearly an hour. Are you still not ready? Indeed, the complexities of preparing for an outing seemed to be a woman's burden, requiring an hour or two for makeup. Inside the bathroom, Lin Hanyue's melodious voice responded. Just a moment. I'll be right out. You didn't take this long in the past. Jiang Ling remarked. That was then. Today, I'm going to your home. I need to look my best. After all, Lin Hanyue was visiting as Jiang Ling's girlfriend to meet his future in-laws. She couldn't afford to be careless. She likely envisioned Jiang Ling's family residing in a lavish neighborhood with parents of considerable stature. Otherwise, how could Jiang Ling, at such a young age, amass wealth in the billions and hold positions as chairman of numerous corporations? In truth, Jiang Ling's family lived in the older district of Nanping in Jiangnan City. Here I come, all done. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Hanyue hurriedly emerged from the bathroom. Jiang Ling intended to scold her for dawdling, but upon lifting his gaze, he was momentarily struck dumb. Lin Hanyue's attire resembled that of an ethereal fairy from a period drama. She wore a delicate yellow gown, her lips a striking red, her teeth white, with brows like willows and eyes glimmering like crescent moons. In that instant, Jiang Ling was left in awe. Is this truly my wife? What merit do I possess to share a bed with such a celestial being? Jiang Ling, does my makeup look good today? I followed an online beauty course, and it cost me over 3,000. Lin Hanyue asked, twirling before him in her gown. It looks beautiful, truly stunning. Every penny spent is worth it. Jiang Ling spoke honestly, for Lin Hanyue looked nothing short of breathtaking that day. Lin Hanyue smiled sweetly, her face lighting up. As long as it pleases you, I hope Annie will like my makeup too. Ahem, it's really unnecessary to go to such lengths. My mother isn't that discerning. Honestly, even without makeup, you would outshine over 99% of girls. Jiang Ling replied. Well, what about the remaining 1%? As I mentioned last night, since I'm going home as your girlfriend to meet your parents, I must prepare to the best of my ability. Lin Hanyue asserted confidently. She favored her ancient-style makeup and was quite pleased with her appearance. Then why didn't you show me before? Why do you remove your makeup when you sleep? Jiang Ling asked, somewhat vexed. Lin Hanyue shot him a look. Who on earth sleeps with makeup on? Besides, we see each other every day. Am I expected to put on a different look each time? That wouldn't be out of the question. Jiang Ling grinned. All right, enough of this. Let us hurry to Wangfujing and buy some things. I still need to choose gifts for your parents. Lin Hanyue urged. She had initially intended to order online, but time was of the essence, so she decided to shop locally. However, this posed a challenge for Jiang Ling. He waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to buy anything. Your presence alone will delight my parents. No, first impressions matter. If I arrive empty-handed, uncle and auntie will surely harbor some reservations and be the subject of gossip among neighbors. Lin Hanyue thoughtfully countered. Really, it's fine. My parents are not so old-fashioned. Jiang Ling reassured her. Oh, just accompany me to buy a few items. You won't even have to pay. It's not a big deal. Seeing Lin Hanyue's frustration, Jiang Ling relented. All right, let us go buy something, and then we'll head home. Okay. Lin Hanyue smiled brightly and donned a large sun hat. Chapter 97. He truly dares to run you over. It was at this moment that Lin Hanyue began to experience what romance truly felt like. Previously, her cohabitation with Jiang Ling had been primarily for the sake of convenience and transaction, as well as to avoid detection by her second uncle, Lin Yuchuan. However, it seems that Lin Yuchuan had long since discovered that Lin Hanyue was cohabitating with Jiang Ling. Thus, Lin Hanyue felt that instead of clandestinely living together with Jiang Ling, it would be far more gracious to openly acknowledge their relationship and savor the delightful experience of love, which is indeed one of life's exquisite pleasures. As anticipated, when Lin Hanyue descended the building and entered the courtyard of Longhu community, she sensed that the weather was exceptionally bright today, and her spirits were considerably uplifted. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ling drove Lin Hanyue to the nearby Wangfujing shopping mall to procure gifts. Lin Hanyue believed that since she was to meet Jiang Ling's parents for the first time, she ought to prepare something grand. Consequently, she lavishly spent 25,000 yuan on a mink coat for Jiang Ling's father and an additional 580,000 yuan on a gold bracelet for Jiang Ling's mother. In addition, she purchased various snacks and health supplements, acquiring anything that caught her fancy, as money was not an issue for her. However, this left Jiang Ling in a bit of a predicament, as he found himself burdened with numerous large and small packages trailing behind Lin Hanyue. With a faint sigh, Jiang Ling remarked, Hanyue, enough already. You might as well buy the entire Wang Fujing. His tone carried a hint of complaint. Yet, Lin Hanyue remained unfazed, retorting, "Humph. I bought these items for your parents, didn't I? Are you complaining about the quantity? The main issue is that I can hardly carry any more." Jiang Ling grimaced. Upon turning to look, Lin Hanyue realized that Jiang Ling was holding several large boxes and a few smaller ones, to the point where his face was nearly obscured. Consequently, Lin Hanyue decided to spend more money to hire several mall security guards to assist with carrying her purchases. They shopped tirelessly from 9:30 in the morning until 11 o'clock, during which Lin Hanyue acquired dozens of items of varying sizes, leaving her utterly satisfied as she turned to depart. Subsequently, she instructed the security guards to load the items into Jiang Ling's Apollo IE car. Given that it was a sports car, accommodating all these items proved to be quite the challenge. Therefore, Lin Hanyue called upon her dear friend Lu Xinran to assist with the transport. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Wang Fujing, several shadowy figures stealthily emerged, hiding behind the main gate to observe Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue's every move. There were three individuals, known as the four notorious young scions of Jiangnan City: Zhao Tianyu of the Zhao family, Lu Yuankai of the Lu family, and Lin Zhaoxing of the Lin family. Zhao Tianyu, Jiang Ling's archrival, needed no introduction. Lu Yuankai was also a young master from the Lu family of Jiangnan City. As for Lin Zhaoxing, he was the biological son of Lin Yuchuan and Lin Hanyue's cousin. Upon seeing Lin Hanyue with Jiang Ling, Lin Zhaoxing's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What the heck? My cousin is in a relationship? Who is that guy?" Zhao Tianyu, appearing somewhat displeased, replied, "Huh, who else could it be? It's that Jiang Ling kid." "Jiang Ling? You mean him?" Lu Yuankai frowned, stroking his chin in contemplation. "I have never heard of Jiang Ling before. Where did this kid come from? How could he possibly capture the attention of your older sister?" Lu Yuankai nudged Lin Zhaoxing's shoulder. Lin Zhaoxing furrowed his brow and shook his head. Zhao Tianyu smirked, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he said, "I heard that Jiang Ling has been rather arrogant lately, dating your cousin and having some unclear relationship with my sister. What? He dares to play both sides?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaoxing's eyes flared with anger, and he became decidedly displeased. It was well known that his cousin Lin Hanyue was not only a young entrepreneur, but also one of the most stunning beauties in Jiangnan City. How dare that Jiang Ling fellow play both sides? By the way, Zhao Tianyu continued, Jiang Ling opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic on Yongyuan Street. And your cousin Lu Yonghua was even beaten by his men. What? He actually had someone beat my cousin? Lu Yuankai's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend Jiang Ling's audacity. Pursuing Zhao Tianyu's sister, dating Lin Zhaoxing's cousin, and even assaulting his own cousin? Damn it. Lu Yuankai. We'll make sure he pays for this today. With that, Lu Yuankai rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Jiang Ling. However, Zhao Tianyu quickly grabbed his arm, saying, "Kaizi, are you out of your mind? Are you really going to confront him now? Do you think you can take him on?" Lu Yuankai glanced at his slight frame and then at Jiang Ling in the distance, scoffing, "Humph, even if I can't win, there are three of us. I don't believe he would dare to lay a hand on us." "Exactly. I need to tell my cousin that Jiang Ling is a scoundrel and to stay away from him," Lin Zhaoxing declared. Of course, all of this was mere fabrication spun by Zhao Tianyu, who merely wished to incite animosity towards Jiang Ling. It seemed that both of them were not particularly bright. Observing that they had taken the bait, Zhao Tianyu grinned and said, "Don't rush, Xiaoxing. You certainly wouldn't dare to confront Jiang Ling alone without your cousin nearby. Even with Kai Zi and me together, we might not be able to take him on. Is he really that strong?" Lu Yuankai asked in surprise. Zhao Tianyu pondered for a moment before nodding. "Yes, he is quite formidable, but primarily because he is reckless. He would genuinely dare to run you over with his car." Recalling how Jiang Ling had once knocked him aside with his vehicle, Zhao Tianyu felt a shiver of fear. Lu Yuankai also shuddered and shook his head. "Forget it. I don't want to get run over." "Is that really it?" Lin Zhaoxing said, his expression turning sour. "Of course it can't end like this. Let's call some people to smash Jiang Ling's clinic later. If anything goes wrong, we will share the blame. Are you in?" Zhao Tianyu began to urge them towards mischief. Lu Yuankai retorted, "What is to be afraid of? I wouldn't hesitate to smash one clinic, even 10. It's not like we can't afford it. What about you, Xiaoxing?" Zhao Tianyu inquired. Lin Zhaoxing pondered for a moment before declaring, "Smash it. We must destroy that scoundrel's clinic. How dare he deceive my cousin's affections?" I cannot in her recollection, Lin Hanyue seldom ventured out for shopping, as she predominantly favored online purchases. What could possibly motivate her to buy so many items today? Lu Xinran noticed a dashing young man standing beside the pile of gifts and was instantly taken aback, pointing at him and exclaiming, "Ah, I understand now, Hanyue. Are you in a relationship? That man must be your boyfriend, right?" "Oh dear, it seems so." Lin Hanyue lowered her head, feeling a mix of shyness and a flush of color on her cheeks. "What? You actually admit it? Hanyue, we agreed to remain single and embark on our entrepreneurial journey together, yet you've been secretly dating? You didn't even tell me? Feel my heart. It's as cold as ice. Boo-hoo. Lu Xinran pretended to sob dramatically. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Hanyue responded, Xinran, I truly had no reason to deceive you. He and I only confirmed our relationship today. What? Today? Did he pursue you? How long have you two been together? What is his name? Lu Xinran immediately became curious and inquisitive. Lin Hanyue picked up her phone, glancing at the time. Oh dear, there's no time left, Xinran. Could you please help me deliver these items to Jiang Ling's doorstep? As for how Jiang Ling and I met, can we discuss that later? Jiang Ling. Oh, so he is Jiang Ling. The one who's been making waves in Jiangnan City recently? Lu Xinran exclaimed in astonishment. You know Jiang Ling? Of course. Didn't the news report that this fellow spent 100 million on a piece of jewelry for you? Later, he was investigated, revealing that Jiang Ling is actually the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, and he didn't even spend real money on the jewels, just inflated the prices. That must have infuriated Zhao Tianyu. Haha. Lu Xinran covered her mouth and laughed. At that moment, a crow flew overhead. It was Lin Hanyue who had encouraged Jiang Ling to inflate the prices. The only honest person in the mix was Zhao Tianyu, who genuinely spent 30 million on a worthless piece of jewelry, ended up in a brawl with Jiang Ling, and was subsequently taken to the police station for a day, only to return home and be reprimanded by his mother. Can you imagine how furious Zhao Tianyu must be? Jiang Ling, allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Xinran, the second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangnan City. Jiang Ling quickly stepped forward, and Lin Hanyue introduced the two. Lu Xinran politely extended her hand, saying, Hello, Jiang Ling. I've long heard of your illustrious name. I never expected you to be involved in both jewelry and real estate. Your net worth must be in the billions. Oh, you flatter me, Miss Lu. Jiang Ling humbly replied. Humph, you better treat our Hanyue well. If I find out you dare to wrong her, I won't let you off easily. Lu Xinran made a fierce expression, though it lacked any intimidation. Jiang Ling could only respond with an awkward smile. Haha, of course. Since I'm with Hanyue, I will certainly take responsibility for her. Well, that is the best approach. Now, let us load these items and send them to your home. Lu Xinran declared. All right. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. Just then, at the entrance of Wang Fujing, Lu Yuankai was seething with rage. If it weren't for Zhao Tianyu and Lin Zhaoxing holding him back, he might have stormed off to confront Jiang Ling. All right. So many Jianglings are now entangled with my sister? Damn it, Jiang Ling, you scoundrel. You've charmed all three of our sisters, haven't you? I won't let this go. Lu Yuankai fumed. In all honesty, Zhao Tianyu felt quite helpless, puzzled by Jiang Ling's remarkable charm with women. Whether it was Lin Hanyue, Zhao Yuanming, or Lu Xinran, they all seemed to have connections with Jiang Ling. However, unbeknownst to them, it was actually the first meeting between Jiang Ling and Lu Xinran, facilitated by Lin Hanyue. Soon, Jiang Ling drove Lin Hanyue away, while Lu Xinran carried a few large bags of gifts, departing from Wang Fujing Street. Jiang Ling's hometown was located in the affluent Huahua Street of the Nanping District in Jiangnan City. The Nanping District is an older area, not bustling with a high population like the Pinghua District or the Yunhai District, and while it has few advantages, it boasts convenient transportation and a serene environment, ideal for retirement. Jiang Ling's home was situated in the Huahua community on Huahua Street. After nearly a 40-minute drive, Jiang Ling, Lin Hanyue, and Lu Xinran finally arrived at the Huahua community from the entrance of Wang Fujing in Pinghua District. As Jiang Ling exited the car, he spotted his sister Jiang Yu standing at the community entrance. Jiang Yu quickly approached, frowning. Jiang Ling, why did you take so long? Yuchuan and the others have already arrived. Yuchuan, what does their arrival have to do with me? Are we hosting a banquet today? Jiang Ling furrowed his brows, a puzzled expression on his face. It was only when Jiang Yu approached the vehicle that she noticed a stunning beauty seated in the passenger seat. This beauty was none other than Lin Hanyue, the esteemed young lady of the Lin family in Jiangnan City. Miss Lin, you're here too? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Lin Hanyue smiled and politely nodded. Yes. Sister Jiang Yu, it's been a while. I brought you a gift. Xinran, could you please help me carry the gifts upstairs? Lin Hanyue turned to Lu Xinran sitting on her left. Having just parked the car, Lu Xinran gave a thumbs-up gesture to Lin Hanyue, saying, Shall I join you as a guest? Lin Hanyue looked at Jiang Ling and asked, Is it alright if Xinran comes to your house as well? Of course. Why would that be a problem? It's a pleasure to have friends from afar. Jiang Ling replied generously, somewhat annoyed. Do you make me seem stingy? She is a friend helping us bring things home. How could I deny her a visit? Lin Hanyue chuckled. Oh, I know you're very generous. I was just asking. She leaned closer to Jiang Ling, playfully nudging him with her shoulder. This scene left Jiang Yu utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Her younger brother is so close to the young lady of the Lin family? Could it be that they are together? Chapter 99. Is my girlfriend very beautiful? But wait. Didn't they previously claim it was a business deal? Furthermore, given Lin Hanyue's stature, would she genuinely take an interest in her younger brother? It seems unlikely, as Jiang Ling is now the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry and Tianyan Real Estate, with a net worth soaring to at least $1 billion. Thus, Lin Hanyue's interest in Jiang Ling shouldn't be surprising. However, she had only just promised her second aunt, Chen Min, to introduce Jiang Ling to Lu Yuchuan yesterday. Jiang Yuhan inquired whether Jiang Ling had any feelings for Lu Yuchuan, thinking it would be better to let them figure it out themselves when Jiang Ling returned home at the end of the month. Yet, Jiang Ling had directly brought Lin Hanyue home, along with another stunning beauty. Jiang Ling dating Lin Hanyue was perfectly acceptable to Jiang Yu, and she would even support it wholeheartedly. However, would her second aunt and uncle be pleased? Would Lu Yuchuan be happy? What is going on, sister? What do you mean, it's over? Jiang Ling looked up, puzzled, at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, awkwardly shaking her head, replied, nothing at all. Then she cautiously asked, so, are you and Miss Lin together? Are you dating? Jiang Ling did not deny it, nodding his head in affirmation. Indeed, can't you see? So, what do you think, dear sister? Isn't my girlfriend exceptionally beautiful? Ah, yes, indeed. She is truly lovely. He responded with a chuckle. Now, could you please help me carry some items upstairs? These are all gifts that Hanyue has bought for you. With that, Jiang Ling alighted from the vehicle and approached Lu Xinran's car, retrieving a myriad of gifts from inside. He handed a portion to Jiang Yu while retaining the rest for himself. However, as Hanyue had purchased an abundance of items, Jiang Ling planned to make 2 trips. Hanyue, my residence is in the old district, a walk-up building located on the 6th floor. My sister and I will take some things upstairs first. Please wait for us here, and I'll return shortly. Jiang Ling instructed. Hanyue suggested, how about Xinran and I carry some things up together? No need, it's quite hot. And you might sweat, which could ruin your makeup. Jiang Ling replied with concern. All right then, thank you for your effort. Hanyue smiled sweetly, feeling a warmth in her heart. She perceived Jiang Ling as a wealthy, handsome gentleman who was also considerate towards others. How could such an exceptional young man's ex-girlfriend possibly have made a poor choice? How could she have let him go? Shall we head up first? Jiang Ling inquired, carrying a large bag of gifts. Yes, Xinran and I will wait for you here. Hanyue replied with a gentle smile. Yet, Lu Xinran leaned against the car door, her expression one of discontent as she sighed. Ah, the air is thick with the scent of love. I truly envy you young people. You still have the luxury of experiencing the trials of romance. Hanyue chuckled softly. You could too, Xinran. You are quite attractive, affluent, and of high status. Surely suitors should be flocking to you from all corners? Well, I don't fancy them. If they aren't wealthy playboys from affluent families, then they are merely struggling lads drawn to my wealth, Lu Xinran lamented. I once dated someone who never even kissed me, yet he managed to spend over 500,000 of my money. Later, I discovered that he was merely after my wealth, which prompted me to end things immediately. So, you have not dated anyone since then? Hanyue inquired. No, not since I graduated from university, Lu Xinran replied candidly. Hanyue sighed softly. Had I not met Jiang Ling, I would have doubted whether I would ever find love in my lifetime. But fortunately, I encountered him. Humph. How can you be so sure that Jiang Ling isn't a scoundrel? I assure you, he is not. Are you so certain? Yes. Hanyue nodded with conviction. She understood Jiang Ling's past and recognized him as a passionate and responsible man. Firstly, he had been in a long-term relationship with his ex-girlfriend without ever crossing certain boundaries, an indication of his respect for women. Secondly, when Lin Yu threatened Jiang Ling to stay away from Hanyue, Jiang Ling chose to oppose Lin Yu rather than abandon her. For these reasons alone, Hanyue felt secure in trusting herself to Jiang Ling. However, one must ponder, given that Jiang Ling is the chairman of Tianyun Garden and Yunxiao Jewelry, how could his family reside in such an old, low-rise area? Lu Xinran appeared puzzled. Hanyue shrugged, who knows? His family is quite low-key. Jiang Ling, despite his wealth, insists on renting a place in that decrepit Longhu community. Yet, I have grown accustomed to it. Sometimes I even feel that such locations are more suitable for retirement. Returning to Jiang Ling's side, he and Jiang Yu ascended the stairs, laden with gifts. The building being a walk-up with only 6 floors. There had previously been discussions in the community about installing an elevator for the convenience of residents. However, everyone had unanimously rejected the idea, deeming the installation a waste of money, arguing that taking the stairs provides exercise. Jiang Ling, however, was indifferent, having previously worked as a delivery driver and easily able to navigate such staircases. Upon nearing their front door, Jiang Ling suddenly turned to Jiang Yu and asked, Sister, are you hiding something from me? Huh, aye. Jiang Yu stammered, You'll find out soon enough. Let's just get inside first. What is it? Is someone in need of a loan? Jiang Ling pressed. No, you'll see once we enter. Jiang Yu insisted, nudging him forward. All right. He knocked boisterously on the door, proclaiming, Open up. Dad, I'm home. Jiang Ling's exuberance was met with the familiar silence of his parents, who had long since grown accustomed to his antics. As the door swung open, Lu Kaifeng shot Jiang Ling a disapproving glance, saying nothing. Jiang Ling flashed a toothy grin, exuding a playful defiance. Lu Kaifeng feigned annoyance, smacking Jiang Ling lightly on the shoulder. "You rascal, must you always kick the door upon your arrival? Even an iron door would wear out from your antics." "Oh, if it breaks, we'll just replace it," Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. "Why not ring the doorbell instead of kicking the door?" "I didn't kick it, I knocked with my hand." "Oh, by the way, I have a surprise for you all," Jiang Ling exclaimed, hastily placing down his box of gifts and rushing to the living room to gulp down a large bowl of water. In the living room, several familiar figures were seated on the sofa. Jiang Ling's father, Jiang Baiyun, and his second uncle's family, including his second aunt and Lin Yuchuan. "Hello, second uncle, second aunt. Yuchuan, you all have come." Jiang Ling greeted them warmly. "What? They want to marry Yuchuan to me?" He had previously heard from Jiang Yu that his second uncle's family was visiting. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, Chun Min's face broke into a joyful smile, as she had just discussed the matter of Jiang Ling and Lin Yuchuan with Jiang Ling's parents. They had no objections and found Yuchuan to be an excellent match, beautiful, intelligent, and virtuous. Such a girl was rare indeed. Lu Kaifeng concurred, thinking it a shame for Lin Yuchuan to marry outside the family, considering her to be a fitting match for her son, Jiang Ling. After all, Yuchuan was the child of Lu Heping, a family with no blood ties to either the Lu or Jiang clans, making her union with Jiang Ling perfectly acceptable. Furthermore, Yuchuan had agreed to consider dating Jiang Ling. Ultimately, it rested upon Jiang Ling's willingness. Jiang Baiyun had no objections either. He believed that Jiang Ling marrying Yuchuan would be a stroke of luck for his son. He had also heard from Jiang Yu that Jiang Ling had recently broken up with his girlfriend, who had deemed him too poor, and had vanished. Thus, both Lu Kaifeng and Jiang Baiyun felt that if they could persuade Jiang Ling, the match with Yuchuan would be secured. "Xiaoling, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Baiyun beckoned Jiang Ling with unusual warmth. Confused, Jiang Ling set down his cup and approached his father. Jiang Baiyun took Jiang Ling's hand and guided him to the sofa. At this moment, to the left of the sofa, Lu Heping and Chun Min blinked in surprise at Jiang Ling, while Lin Yuchuan shyly lowered her head, pressing her lips together and refraining from speaking. "What's the matter?" Jiang Ling asked, puzzled, blinking his eyes. Jiang Baiyun chuckled and inquired, "Xiaoling, what do you think of this girl, Yuchuan? She is quite lovely, gentle, kind, beautiful, and elegant." Jiang Ling replied candidly, "Haha, that's great. It seems this is a match made in heaven." Jiang Baiyun grinned widely. Chun Min also chimed in, "Haha, indeed, brother-in-law. It appears we will soon be family. Isn't this just a marriage of families?" Jiang Baiyun added, "Indeed, Yuchuan is a wonderful girl. My Xiaoling will surely treat her well in the future. If Xiaoling dares to mistreat Yuchuan, feel free to come to me. I will stand up for her." "Yuchuan, what do you think?" Jiang Baiyun asked with a smile. "Oh, I'll just follow your arrangements," Lin Yuchuan said shyly, stealing glances at Jiang Ling. At this moment, Jiang Ling was still bewildered. "What do you mean by family? What do you mean by a marriage of families? I don't quite understand." "Huh? Xiao Yu didn't mention this to you?" Chun Min was taken aback and turned to Jiang Yu. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt incredibly embarrassed. She smiled awkwardly and said, I really didn't know how to bring it up, so perhaps you should continue your conversation." She was aware that Jiang Ling had already brought his official girlfriend home, and she was none other than the eldest daughter of the Lin family, an identity that was quite intimidating to disclose. "Haha, it's all right. It's the same to discuss it now," Jiang Baiyun said with a laugh. "Xiaoling, here is the thing. Yuchuan is a child that Heping and the others found, as you know, so she has no blood relation to our family. Furthermore, after discussing with your second uncle and second aunt, they have decided to marry Yuchuan to you. What a wonderful girl she is. I believe this marriage will surely happen, don't you think?" What are you saying? You want to marry Yuchuan to me?" Jiang Ling was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that so soon after returning home, his parents and his second uncle's family would conspire to arrange such a thing. They wanted to marry him off to a girl they had adopted? What on earth was going on? Sister, Mom, I'll help you with dinner." Jiang Yu, naturally unwilling to face Jiang Ling's inquiries, quickly turned to head towards the kitchen. "No, what on earth are you all trying to do? Why are you suddenly marrying Yuchuan to me?" Jiang Ling was clearly still in a daze. Jiang Baiyun's expression turned serious as he said, "Xiaoling, this is no joke. Yuchuan is such a wonderful girl. Marrying her would be a blessing for you. Moreover, your second uncle and second aunt have stated that there will be no betrothal gifts. Just a BMW as a dowry. You're getting quite a bargain." Of course, Jiang Baiyun was unaware of how wealthy his son had become. "I never said I wouldn't give a betrothal gift." "Well then, giving a betrothal gift is only proper," Jiang Baiyun asserted. "This is getting more and more confusing." Jiang Ling said. No, I never said I wanted to marry Yuchuan. My feelings for her are purely familial. There's no romantic inclination. Feelings can be cultivated over time. Can't they? Jiang Baiyun replied. Chunmin added, exactly. My Yuchuan has said she has no objections. I don't believe it. With Yuchuan's beauty, how could you not like her? I truly don't like her. I'm sorry, I truly apologize, Auntie. I actually have a girlfriend. She came to visit today and is waiting downstairs. What? You have a girlfriend? Is it someone you reconciled with? Chunmin asked. Jiang Ling hurriedly shook his head. No? It's not Chen Morong. It's someone else. Someone else? Why didn't you say so earlier? Because we just confirmed our relationship today. Wait. You just found a girlfriend today and brought her home? Isn't that a bit too casual? Chunmin questioned. I've known her for a while. Jiang Ling replied. Well, I can't say. Is she prettier than my Yuchuan? Is she as wise and virtuous as Yuchuan? Is she as gentle? Besides, our family is not lacking. Is that girl wealthier than us? Chunmin voiced her doubts. Jiang Baiyun also nudged Jiang Ling, saying, Your second aunt is asking you a question. Is your girlfriend comparable to Yuchuan? If not, break up with her and marry Yuchuan. Do you understand? Oh, Dad, you don't understand. Jiang Ling said impatiently, because, in truth, Yuchuan simply could not compare to Lin Hanyue. With Lin Hanyue's beauty and status, it would not be an exaggeration to call her a national treasure. All right. How about this, Xiaoling? You're too shy to break up with your girlfriend, right? Let me handle it. I'm quite persuasive. If I make her cry, don't feel sorry for her. Chunmin decided that for Yuchuan's happiness, she would take on the role of the villain today. However, Jiang Ling shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, Yuchuan, she truly cannot compare to her. Moreover, I advise you not to provoke her, for her status is not something you can afford to offend. Oh, acting as if she is some kind of family heiress? Bring her up. Let me see how I can confront her. Chunmin rolled up her sleeves, thinking that today she must thwart Jiang Ling's relationship with his girlfriend and ensure he ends up with Lu Yuchuan. After all, Jiang Ling was now a billionaire boss. Missing out on such a golden opportunity would be regrettable. Chapter 101. The official girlfriend arrives. At this moment, there was another crisp knock at the door. Who is it? In the kitchen, Lu Kaifeng hurriedly went to open the door. The instant the door swung open, a beautiful girl wearing a sun hat, with red lips and white teeth and large eyes, stood gracefully at the entrance. Lu Kaifeng was momentarily taken aback and asked, Young lady, who are you looking for? Hello. Auntie. I am Jiang Ling's girlfriend. My name is Lin Hanyue. Auntie, this is a gift for you. Previously, Lin Hanyue had been waiting downstairs with Lu Xinyan. However, after Jiang Ling went upstairs and did not come down for over 10 minutes, Lin Hanyue lost her patience and decided to bring the gifts upstairs herself, hoping to demonstrate her sincerity. Although she was puzzled as to why Jiang Ling's family lived in such an old neighborhood, she understood that they were Jiang Ling's parents. Regardless of their family situation, they were her elders, and she should maintain the proper etiquette. However, Lu Kaifeng was stunned and asked in disbelief, You're Xiao Ling's girlfriend? But weren't you two broken up? I'm sorry, Auntie. That was Jiang Ling's ex-girlfriend, and I'm his new girlfriend. Oh, I see. Please come in. Do come in. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Hanyue nodded in gratitude, and then walked into the house, carrying her gifts. Lu Xinyan followed behind Lin Hanyue, looking around with curiosity. Hello, Sister Jiangyu. This is a gift I prepared for you. Saying this, Lin Hanyue handed a set of cosmetics to Jiangyu. Jiangyu nodded in thanks, her expression slightly awkward. Hello, Uncle Jiang, second uncle, and second aunt. I have gifts for you too. This is a mink coat worth over 20,000, and here are some health products and supplements. I hope you like them. Lin Hanyue was quite at ease, distributing the gifts she had brought one by one. In the living room, Jiang Baiyun, Lu Heping, Chunmin, and the others were all wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Could this be the girlfriend Jiang Ling had mentioned? No, is it not truly too exquisite? It even possesses an aura of purity, as if emerging untainted from the mire. Which esteemed family's daughter could this be? How could she possibly take an interest in a poor lad like Jiang Ling? Oh no, Jiang Ling is no longer impoverished. He has now become a wealthy tycoon worth billions. Thus, it is only natural for someone of her caliber to be attracted to him, is it not? Uncle Jiang, could you please try on this outfit to see if it fits? If it does not, I shall exchange it for you this afternoon. As Jiang Ling's current girlfriend, Lin Hanyue had naturally seen photographs of Jiang Baiyun, knowing he is Jiang Ling's father. Observing Lin Hanyue's gentle beauty and gracious demeanor, Jiang Baiyun, who initially harbored some reservations, now smiled broadly. Haha, splendid, splendid. Thank you, Lin Hanyue, is it? Yes, uncle, you may simply call me Hanyue. Haha, excellent, excellent. Jiang Baiyun nodded repeatedly, his heart brimming with joy. In comparison, it seemed that Yuchuan truly paled beside the enchanting girl before him. However, Chunmin shot Jiang Baiyun a disapproving glance and softly remarked, Brother-in-law, You previously agreed to the arrangement between Jiang Ling and Yuchuan. What has changed now? Ah well. I was unaware that Xiaoling had a girlfriend. Otherwise, I would not have consented. Jiang Baiyun replied, somewhat awkwardly. Chun Min then turned to Jiang Ling, asking, Xiaoling, is she truly your girlfriend? You haven't hired her to deceive us, have you? She is indeed my girlfriend. I apologize, aunt. But my relationship with Yuchuan is purely familial. There are no romantic feelings involved. I am truly sorry, but it is impossible for us. Jiang Ling stated plainly. Chun Min was taken aback, while Lu Yuchuan stood up, covering her face as she hurried to the left bedroom. Yuchuan, Yuchuan. Chun Min called out several times. But Lu Yuchuan did not turn back. Perhaps she was deeply hurt at that moment. Yet Jiang Ling understood that his second uncle and aunt were primarily interested in his status and wealth, intending to marry Yuchuan to him to forge connections. If he were still the same poor delivery boy as before, would they consider marrying Yuchuan to him? Absolutely not. Moreover, Jiang Ling had no affection for Lu Yuchuan. His feelings were strictly those of kinship. The thought of marrying Yuchuan was something he could not bring himself to do. What's wrong, Jiang Ling? Did I say something inappropriate? Lin Hanyue was startled, fearing she might have upset Lu Yuchuan. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing. It's not your fault. Just ignore them. What on earth is happening? Lin Hanyue pressed on. My second uncle and aunt intend to marry their daughter to me, and I refused. And now we find ourselves in this situation. Lin Hanyue's mind momentarily became muddled. Yuchuan was their adopted daughter, lacking any blood relation. Hadn't you met her before? Oh, so she is your cousin? Last time, Lu Yuchuan had been seen crying at Jiang Ling's doorstep, an encounter that Lin Hanyue had witnessed, leading her to mistakenly believe Jiang Ling to be a heartless deceiver. Thus, the misunderstanding was resolved. During lunch, Lu Yuchuan sat across from Jiang Ling, her eyes reddened. It was not merely that Jiang Ling had refused to marry her. Rather, she felt deceived and aggrieved, which prompted her tears. Chun Min comforted her from the side. Jiang Ling and Jiang Yu sat side by side, both quietly lowering their heads as they ate in silence. Jiang Ling nudged Jiang Yu's shoulder and said, Sister, how could you not inform me of such an important matter beforehand? Jiang Yu's face turned awkward as she replied, I intended to tell you yesterday. But you mentioned you had something to attend to and left before I could speak. And now you say Miss Lin is your girlfriend? How was I to know your relationship had progressed so swiftly? Ah, forget it. Jiang Ling sighed lightly. On the other hand, Jiang Ling's mother was quite pleased with Lin Hanyue. She continually served her dishes and gently urged her to eat more. Aunt, this is a gift I prepared for you, Lin Hanyue said, retrieving a golden bracelet from her backpack and handing it to Lu Kaifeng. Lu Kaifeng exclaimed, oh, a gold bracelet? That must have cost a fortune. Not much, just around 50 or 60,000. 50 or 60,000. That is hardly a small sum. It's half my salary for 6 months. Oh dear. I cannot accept this. It's far too extravagant. It's fine. Aunt, please just accept it. Lin Hanyue thought Lu Kaifeng was refusing her gift because she disapproved of her. Until Jiang Ling said, Mom, just take it. Lu Kaifeng finally accepted the golden bracelet, her smile radiating warmth as she grew increasingly fond of Lin Hanyue. Xiaoling, do you think this is fair to our Yuchuan? We had already agreed that Yuchuan would marry you in the future, and now you've gone and done this. What will become of our Yuchuan? At the dining table, Chun Min began to stand up for Lu Yuchuan. Everyone fell silent, unsure how to respond to the heavy atmosphere. Jiang Ling opened his mouth, but was halted by Jiang Yu, who shot him a warning glare and said, Don't speak. Chapter 102. Are you familiar with the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Eventually, it was Lu Yuchuan who broke the silence. With a gentle smile, she said, I apologize, Jiang Ling. This situation has indeed created some misunderstandings, and we did not consult you beforehand. In truth, I feel that my feelings towards you are more akin to familial affection. So, Jiang Ling, you do not harbor any dislike towards me, do you? Of course not. How could I ever dislike you? Jiang Ling hastily gestured. Well then, we shall remain good friends, right? Certainly, Yuchuan. What sort of job would you like? You are welcome to come work at my company. Seeing Lu Yuchuan extending an olive branch, Jiang Ling eagerly seized the opportunity. Moreover, having previously bullied Lu Yuchuan, he felt that finding her a suitable job would serve as a form of recompense. Meanwhile, Chun Min still appeared sullen, saying, Humph, my Yuchuan is equally beautiful and educated. How could she possibly be inferior to her? It was evident that Chun Min's words were aimed at Lin Hanyue. Lin Hanyue chose not to respond. But Jiang Ling could not allow her to be wronged. Thus, he declared, Aunt, I must express my discontent with your words. You constantly compare Yuchuan with others. You compared her to me as a child, and now you compare her to my girlfriend? Do you know what my girlfriend's family does? Jiang Ling asked. What do they do? Are they wealthy? Chun Min inquired. Indeed, they are quite affluent. You are aware of the Lin family. One of the 4 prominent families in Jiangnan City, correct? She is none other than the esteemed Miss Lin Hanyue. What? She is actually the daughter of the Lin family? At this revelation, astonishment swept over the room. Chun Min's eyes widened in disbelief that Jiang Ling could have secured a girlfriend of such high standing. Wait, are you truly the daughter of the Lin family? Chun Min leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Lin Hanyue nodded with a warm smile, saying, yes, my grandfather is Lin Yuchuan, the head of the Lin family. My goodness, is that truly the case? By the way, Miss Hanyue, considering your esteemed background, how is it that you are with Jiang Ling? Is there a problem with that? Jiang Ling's status is not inferior to mine, Lin Hanyue replied. But even if Jiang Ling is commendable, he cannot compare to your family, Chun Min countered. Oh, it is of no consequence, Lin Hanyue cheerfully responded. At that moment, Lu Xinran tugged at Lin Hanyue's sleeve and said, Hanyue, you're not being deceived, are you? Do you really believe Jiang Ling's family is affluent? I observe that their family seems no different from an ordinary one. Does it matter? Lin Hanyue retorted. How could it not matter? Aren't you afraid of being deceived by Jiang Ling? What if his various titles as chairman are merely a facade? Lu Xinran responded cautiously. Lin Hanyue furrowed her brow and shook her head. Impossible. The vice chairman and general manager of Yinxiao Jewelry must heed his commands. He can easily produce 100 million in cash. How could that be a ruse? Well, even if those two companies are his, what about his family? He lacks a solid backing, Lu Xinran insisted. After pondering for a moment, Lin Hanyue replied, it doesn't matter. What I cherish is the person he is, not his wealth. As long as he treats me well, that suffices. Oh dear, you truly are a romantic at heart. You would marry whoever treats you kindly, wouldn't you? Lu Xinran remarked, somewhat exasperated. Surprisingly, Lin Hanyue nodded and said, yes, I would marry whoever treats me well. But the condition is, he must not fear death. He must be willing to sacrifice for me. Would Jiang Ling dare to do that for you? He would. How do you know? Indeed, I just know, Lin Hanyue declared with conviction, confident in her belief. After all, when Jiang Ling was threatened during Lin Yuchuan's kidnapping, he still chose to remain with her, undeterred by the danger. For this reason alone, Jiang Ling is a man worthy of lifelong commitment. Yuchuan, when are you free? Come work at my Yinxiao Jewelry Company. I will offer you a base salary of 30,000, plus commissions and bonuses. As for how much commission you earn, that depends on your efforts. Once you familiarize yourself with our company's operations, I will promote you to department manager. What do you think? At the dining table, Jiang Ling addressed Lu Yuchuan. This was Jiang Ling's form of compensation to her. Lu Yuchuan nodded, smiling. Okay, thank you, brother Jiang Ling. How much? A 30,000 base salary? Jiang Ling's words startled Jiang Baiyun and Lu Kaifeng. Conversely, Chen Min was not surprised and said, sister, brother-in-law, did you not know? Xiao Ling is currently the chairman of 2 major companies. His net worth has already surpassed 100 million. No, that can't be right. He was delivering takeout just last month. How could his net worth exceed 100 million this month? Jiang Baiyun asked, perplexed. Haha, otherwise, aunt. Why do you think my second aunt has always wanted Yuchuan to marry me? Jiang Ling chuckled. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Heping awkwardly cleared his throat. Why else? Marrying you must have some ulterior motive. However, considering how well you treat my Yuchuan, let's let this matter slide. Chun Min also understood that Jiang Ling did not harbor feelings for Lu Yuchuan, and besides, a forced marriage would not yield sweetness. Yuchuan, no matter how exceptional, could not compare to the young lady of the Lin family. After lunch, Jiang Ling intended to return to his room for a rest, but was abruptly pulled back by Lu Kaifeng. She inquired, Xiao Ling, when are you and Hanyue getting married? You're not getting any younger, and your mother is eager for a grandchild. I have only known her for a short time. I doubt marriage is on the horizon. Jiang Ling replied, astonished. Lu Kaifeng spoke earnestly. As long as you two share feelings and see eye to eye, marriage is an inevitable step. Moreover, after marriage, your relationship will surely strengthen. I understand, Mom. Just wait a bit longer. Once the time is right, I will definitely propose to Hanyue, but now is not the moment. Saying this, Jiang Ling walked towards the living room. On the sofa, Lu Xinran was discussing matters regarding the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce with Lin Hanyue. As Lin Hanyue's close confidant, Lu Xinran was acutely aware of her current predicament. Firstly, her father, Lin Yuchuan, was missing, and her uncle was attempting to seize control of the Lin family's leadership, aiming to dominate its financial and economic power. Should the entire Lin family fall under Lin Yuchuan's control, the wealth managed by Lin Hanyue's family would inevitably be usurped. Furthermore, Lin Hanyue had long harbored suspicions that her father's disappearance was closely linked to Lin Yuchuan. This was the reason Lin Hanyue vowed to contest Lin Yuchuan for the position of head of the Lin family. As Jiang Ling approached them, Lu Xinran decisively yanked him down onto the sofa. Jiang Ling shot her a bewildered glance and exclaimed, What are you doing? Why such strength? I practice Sanda and Taekwondo, holding a 5th-degree black belt. I warn you, if you dare to bully Hanyue, I won't let you off easily, Lu Xinran declared, shaking her tiny fist with fierce determination. Oh, then why did you pull me? Jiang Ling still looked puzzled. It's like this. I have some questions for you. Do you know about the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Lu Xinran asked. Chapter 103. Father asks son for pocket money? The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? I've heard of it. Jiang Ling replied. Lu Xinran continued. Here's the thing, Jiang Ling. Hanyue's uncle is preparing to run for the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. If that position falls into Lin Yuchuan's hands, he will inevitably undermine the entire Lin family, which would be quite detrimental to Hanyue. What should we do then? Jiang Ling asked, perplexed, as he was not well versed in matters of capitalist competition or chamber elections. What else can we do? What does your father do? How is his reputation in Jiangnan City? If he were to run for the presidency, could he compete with Lin Yuchuan? It turns out Lu Xinran was considering leveraging Jiang Ling's father. She assumed Jiang Ling was wealthy, thanks to his mysterious father's backing. Jiang Ling chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Not much. What does he do? He.s. a bricklayer. I'm being serious, don't brush me off. Lu Xinran was somewhat irritated, thinking Jiang Ling was joking. Jiang Ling shrugged and said, I'm not joking. My father truly was a bricklayer. Now that I earn money, I've asked him to stop working and rest at home. So, you, at such a young age, have a net worth of billions. And you didn't get any help from your father? No, Jiang Ling replied, shaking his head earnestly. I don't believe it. I really didn't. I never lie. Jiang Ling asserted. Oh, then how did you, at such a young age, become the chairman of Tianyun Garden and Yinshao Jewelry? I thought your father was some mysterious tycoon in Jiangnan City. Lu Xinran sighed, but judging by the condition of Fuhua community, Jiang Ling's family background appeared to be quite average. My assets are entirely built on my own endeavors. Haha, you're just boasting. Lu Xinran chuckled, clearly unconvinced that Jiang Ling could amass such wealth through his own efforts by the age of 25. However, speaking of which, Jiang Ling, why don't you register as a member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? What would I register for? Do you want me to run for the chamber president? Jiang Ling queried, puzzled. Lu Xinran nodded. Well, it's not out of the question. Or you could also vote for Hanyue. Yes, Jiang Ling. Register as a member of the chamber. Just vote for me when the time comes. Lin Hanyue, who had been deep in thought, also chimed in. Initially, when she visited Jiang Ling's home, she had considered leveraging Jiang Ling's father's connections to secure votes for her bid for the presidency of the Jianghai Chamber of Commerce. However, it now appeared that Jiang Ling's father was not a significant figure, merely an ordinary person. Thus, Lin Hanyue's hopes were dashed. Yet, she did not feel disheartened. If she could not rely on others, she would have to depend on herself. Jiang Ling nodded and asked, all right, what do you need me to do? Please bring your identification card and company documents. Then register as a member at the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Lin Hanyue advised. What benefits does this entail? Jiang Ling inquired. Certainly, it offers numerous advantages. Virtually all companies, large and small, within Jiangnan City opt to join the chamber, becoming internal members. This will allow you to meet influential figures and present opportunities for bidding and investment, Lin Hanyue elucidated. Moreover, to become a member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, one must own a company with a valuation exceeding 10 million, she added. After hearing her explanation, Jiang Ling acknowledged that joining the chamber indeed seemed advantageous, as it would grant him access to many prominent business leaders in Jiangnan City. Thus, Jiang Ling stood up and announced, Mom, Dad, I'm stepping out with Hanyue to attend to some matters and won't be home for dinner tonight. What matters? Not returning for dinner? Lu Kaifeng, clad in an apron, emerged from the kitchen. There's something significant to handle, so I might not make it back. Jiang Ling replied. What could be so important that you can't even spare time for a meal? Oh, let us save it for next time. I'll bring Hanyue to visit you too when I'm free, he added hastily. Oh right. Jiang Ling quickly approached and retrieved a bank card from his pocket, handing it to Lu Kaifeng. Mom, you both needn't go to work anymore. This card holds 2 million. Feel free to spend it as you wish. And if you run low, just ask me for more. How much? 2 million? Lu Kaifeng gasped in astonishment. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Baiyun hurried out of the room. He glanced at the bank card in Lu Caifeng's hand, then turned to Jiang Ling, extending his hand. What about mine? Where's my bank card? Well, hasn't Mom always managed the family finances? Jiang Ling replied. Jiang Baiyun shot Jiang Ling a glare and muttered, You little rascal. Don't you know your mother gives me only 500 a month for pocket money? I can't even afford cigarettes. Just ask Mom for more. Jiang Ling chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Baiyun felt a sense of helplessness, casting a glance at Lu Kaifeng but dared not say more. Lu Kaifeng shot him a glare and reprimanded. What's wrong? Is 500 a month not enough? Are you planning to smoke, drink, and party? Do you want me to find you 2 girls to accompany you while you drink? Oh no, 500 is sufficient, Jiang Baiyun replied. waving his hands in a fluster. Then he leaned closer to Jiang Ling and whispered, Xiao Ling, I heard from your second aunt that you've really struck it rich. Worth billions now? But let me reiterate, regardless of how you make your money, just don't engage in wrongdoing or illegal activities. You will always be the best child in my eyes. Thank you, Dad. Jiang Ling felt touched, realizing that Jiang Baiyun had imparted many valuable life lessons to him. He was about to express some heartfelt words when Jiang Baiyun interjected softly, VX gives me 2,000 each month, under the table. Huh. Jiang Ling was taken aback. Did you hear? Even with money, one must not engage in wrongdoing. Jiang Baiyun shot a meaningful glance at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's mouth twitched slightly. Understood, Dad. He realized his father was indeed under his mother's thumb, too timid to ask Lu Kaifeng for pocket money. Instead, requesting Jiang Ling to provide him with 2,000 each month. Yet, considering the rising cost of living, 500 a month was hardly sufficient. A simple meal out, a new piece of clothing, or a good pack of cigarettes could easily consume that amount. Moreover, Jiang Baiyun had always treated him well. And now that Jiang Ling had achieved success and wealth, it was only natural for him to secretly provide his father with some pocket money. Chapter 104. Joining the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce subsequently, Jiang Ling bid farewell to his parents and drove Lin Hanyue to the entrance of Yunxiao Jewelry Company. He called General Manager Huang Dayun to have the company contract ready. 5 minutes later, Huang Dayun arrived at the company entrance, holding a large yellow envelope. Accompanied by Zhao Yueming, the daughter of the Zhao family, Huang Dayun handed the yellow envelope to Jiang Ling, stating, Mr. Jiang, here is our company's contract, which has always been in the care of Vice President Zhao. I will take it for now and return it shortly, Jiang Ling replied. Huang Dayun quickly waved his hand. Smiling, no need to return it. It can stay with you since it's your company. Better keep it with you. I have a habit of being forgetful. And losing our company as contract wouldn't be ideal, Jiang Ling remarked. At that moment, Zhao Yueming asked, Mr. Jiang, why are you taking our company contract? You're not planning to use it for a loan, are you? Not for a loan. I'm going to register as a member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Ling responded. What is the purpose of registering as a member? Our company's business doesn't align with the chamber. Unless you have new business developments that require their assistance? As the daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Yueming was well aware of the chamber's purpose. Essentially, the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was a collective of small to medium-sized entrepreneurs and business people striving together for mutual support. However, for an established company like Jiang Ling's, joining the chamber seemed unnecessary, especially with the additional annual membership fees. Was Jiang Ling not concerned? Jiang Ling grinned and replied, No worries. I'm just registering for fun and might even run for the chamber president. What? You intend to run for president? Huang Dayun exclaimed in shock. Zhao Yueming's eyes widened as she cautioned, No. If you lack connections there, it'll be quite challenging to win the presidency. Moreover, how could you possibly compete with those seasoned entrepreneurs in the chamber? Be careful. They might try to take advantage of you, Mr. Jiang. Zhao Yueming, out of genuine concern, urged Jiang Ling to be cautious. After all, the waters within the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce were quite murky. Among businessmen, only interests prevailed, not friendships. If you could not offer them anything of value, they would unite against you, potentially undermining and devouring you completely. Yet Jiang Ling seemed unperturbed, waving his hand dismissively. It's fine. I'm just going to have some fun. Oh, by the way, our Yunxiao Jewelry Company is planning to open an e-commerce branch soon. Which of you will manage it? I'm not too familiar with online retail sales, so I'd prefer not to go. Zhao Yueming was the first to decline, as she was already the vice president of the company, holding a 20% stake in Yunxiao Jewelry, which brought her annual earnings exceeding hundreds of millions. She felt quite content in her role at the headquarters, leisurely strolling around the office each day. Why would she want to toil at a new company? Of course. Deep down, she envied Jiang Ling's position. Unlike him, who was a hands-off manager, hardly ever appearing at the company, yet still reaping billions in profits from Yunxiao Jewelry. It seemed less like a company and more like a money-printing factory. Huang Dayun, gritting his teeth, raised his hand and said, Mr. Jiang, let me give it a try. Although I haven't worked in online retail sales before, I'm willing to learn. Huang Dayun was quite ambitious, as he realized that he had already ascended to the position of general manager here, with no higher rank to strive for. And knowing that Zhao Yuanming and Jiang Ling would certainly not offer him a seat on the board, he contemplated that it would be more prudent to venture into a new company to expand its business. If he performed well in the future, it was conceivable that Jiang Ling might, in a moment of goodwill, appoint him as the vice chairman of a subsidiary. At that point, his salary would naturally escalate, leading to greater earnings. Thus, Jiang Ling nodded, patting Huang Dayun on the shoulder, and said, Very well, I leave this in your capable hands. To which Huang Dayun responded with an earnest smile, Indeed, I shall not disappoint Chairman Zhang's expectations. Before long, Jiang Ling, accompanied by Lin Hanyue, arrived at the headquarters of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Situated in the northern part of Yunhai District in Jiangnan City, it was conveniently close to Tianyun Garden. As the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry Company, joining the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was a straightforward endeavor for Jiang Ling. Upon hearing that a mysterious tycoon was set to join, the internal members of the chamber flocked to the lounge to catch a glimpse. Even Chun, the director of enterprise management, made a personal appearance to greet Jiang Ling. Who is that young fellow? He looks quite youthful, yet he has managed to garner the attention of our director Chun. Someone in the crowd remarked. I heard he is the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. Have you heard of it? It's the leading jewelry enterprise in Jiangnan City, valued at several billion. What? Such a young individual is the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry? No, he surely did not build half of Jiangnan City's jewelry industry with his own hands. He must have powerful backing. That is for sure. Otherwise, why would Director Chun personally come to welcome him? I heard it has something to do with the person behind Jiang Ling. Behind him? Who is it? I don't know. I heard he goes by Mr. He. Mr. He? I've never heard of him. Is there such a person in Jiangnan City? It can't be Hidafu, can it? Hidafu? Let us not kid ourselves. Hidafu wouldn't even be worthy to carry the director's shoes, let alone have him personally greet him. Among the crowd, a few wealthy entrepreneurs began to whisper among themselves. One must admit, their analytical skills were quite sharp. Seeing Jiang Ling's youth, they concluded that he must have influential figures guiding and assisting him to become the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. Consequently, Jiang Ling naturally became a coveted figure among them. Establishing a rapport with him would undoubtedly be beneficial for their interests. Inside the bustling hall, Chun furrowed his brow at the commotion and gestured towards Jiang Ling, saying, Mr. Jiang Ling, the noise here is rather distracting. Shall we move to a private room for our discussion? No need, we can converse right here. What are the requirements for joining your organization? Jiang Ling inquired, feeling that his desire to simply join should not necessitate such complexity. Chun awkwardly smiled and nodded. Very well. Our membership criteria are quite simple. You need to contribute 2% of your annual business revenue or pay a membership fee of 200,000 yuan. Chun explained with a smile. Of course, for smaller enterprises, many barely earned a few million in a year. Hence, they would prefer to submit 2% of their profits rather than pay the hefty membership fee. However, for Jiang Ling, the latter choice was a foregone conclusion. I will opt for the 200,000, he stated. Huh, you wish to take interest from my Yunxiao jewelries too? Dream on. Chapter 105. The old president of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Very well. Mr. Jiang Ling, may I inquire about your purpose in joining our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Chun continued. If it had been an ordinary small business owner, he wouldn't have bothered to spare a glance. However, Jiang Ling was different. As a billionaire tycoon, Chun felt compelled to understand Jiang Ling's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling replied, I heard you are about to elect a new president for the chamber? Indeed. May I ask if I have a chance at that position? Jiang Ling queried. Chun responded with a smile, certainly. As long as you are a member of the chamber, you are qualified to run for the presidency. Good, then I am here to run for the presidency. Jiang Ling stated candidly, not shying away from his ambitions. Upon hearing this, other entrepreneurs within the chamber chuckled, amused by Jiang Ling's audacity. You, a newcomer, despite being the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, cannot possibly contend for the chamber's presidency. Moreover, within the Jiangnan chamber, there were several long-established members, such as Lin Yuchuan from the Lin family in Jiangnan City, Wang Chunan, the chairman of Longting Real Estate, and Zhao Tianhua, the second-in-command of the Zhao family in Jiangnan City. Such individuals were the prominent figures within the chamber, among the most likely candidates to vie for the presidency. As for Jiang Ling, given his status and wealth, he would at most rank among the upper echelon of the chamber's business elite, but still far from the top tier. Haha, then I wish you success in your campaign. Chun rather than mock Jiang Ling, offered sincere encouragement. After all, having served as the chamber's director for 7 or 8 years, he understood the internal competition well. Essentially, it was divided into 2 factions, one led by Lin Yuchuan and the other by Zhao Tianhua. Both belonged to Jiangnan City's 4 prominent families, each vying for the chamber's presidency to secure more benefits for their families. Wang Chunan, however, was known for his laid-back demeanor, disinterested in the deceit and intrigue characteristic of businessmen's rivalries. Thank you for your encouragement. Now, I would like to ask, what benefits would I gain from joining the Jianghai Chamber of Commerce? Jiang Ling countered. Chun replied, the benefits, of course, include the opportunity to meet more business entrepreneurs within the chamber and to find like-minded commercial partners. Very well, then I shall join. Jiang Ling decided. Please, follow me. I will have someone arrange everything for you. Excellent. Subsequently, Jiang Ling accompanied Chun into the internal office of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Chun registered Jiang Ling's information and subsequently issued him a membership certificate for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Henceforth, Jiang Ling was officially a member of the Jiangnan Chamber. Although he would need to pay an annual membership fee of 200,000 yuan, he would also gain access to numerous business magnates and forge many partnerships. Furthermore, should his company's products become unsaleable, the Jiangnan Chamber would proactively convene meetings with various business elites to assist him in devising strategies to sell his products. In summary, the advantages of joining the Jiangnan Chamber were plentiful. The only downside was the annual membership fee of 200,000 yuan. Mr. Jiang Ling, congratulations. You are now a member of our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. From now on, you may join the Chamber's group chats and freely access the Chamber's building. If you encounter any business difficulties, feel free to seek assistance in the group chat. There will surely be seasoned business elites ready to help you. Thank you. Jiang Ling extended his right hand, politely shaking hands with Chen Ping. You're welcome, Mr. Jiang Ling. Oh, by the way, we hold a speech exchange meeting among entrepreneurs every weekend. You may choose to participate or not. It's entirely up to you. Within our Chamber of Commerce, your freedom is unrestrained. Haha, I relish the notion of being unbound, Jiang Ling chuckled. Well then, may I inquire if you harbor any uncertainties regarding our chamber? Chen Ping asked. By the way, I've heard that a presidential election for our chamber is slated for September. Indeed, I would like to ask, who have been the previous presidents of our chamber? Why has no one assumed the title since their resignation? Jiang Ling posed his question, aware that the merchants within the Jiangnan Chamber dominate half of Jiangnan City. Even the heads of the 4 prominent families dare not provoke the Jiangnan Chamber easily. Such an influential figure, inexplicably stepping down. Moreover, after their departure, no one has been able to shoulder the responsibilities of the presidency. Chen Ping cleared his throat, his expression somewhat awkward. Ahem, there are certain matters I cannot elaborate on too extensively. However, I can inform you that our Jiangnan Chamber has had only one president. The esteemed founder, Mr. Duan Yongcheng, our venerable former president. Duan Yongcheng? Jiang Ling furrowed his brows in contemplation, then shook his head, for he had never heard of such a person in his recollections. Chen Ping discreetly glanced at Jiang Ling, pondering, how can Jiang Ling, who knows He Yunxiao, not recognize the esteemed Mr. Duan Yongcheng? Yet, Duan Yongcheng had previously instructed Chen Ping to keep their connection with He Yunxiao a secret. Thus, Duan Yongcheng could only chuckle. Haha, our Jiangnan Chamber was established 28 years ago. At that time, you had yet to be born, so naturally, you are unaware of its history. Firstly, the Jiangnan Chamber was founded in September 1996, with 2 founders, one of whom is our venerable former president, Mr. Duan Yongcheng. Secondly, as the president of the Jiangnan Chamber, he possesses the power of a veto, regardless of what the chamber wishes to pursue, undertake, or any conflicts that arise. Should a vote be necessary for competition or elimination, if President Duan finds it displeasing, he can veto it with a single vote. Astonishing, is it not? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling realized the extraordinary power held by the president of the Jiangnan Chamber, which even includes a veto right. Indeed, and moreover, Mr. Duan Yongcheng has not fully retired. He remains the venerable former president, retaining a portion of the veto power within the chamber. However, he has not involved himself in the affairs of the Jiangnan Chamber for quite some time. In truth, Chen Ping had shared much about Mr. Duan Yongcheng with Jiang Ling, primarily because he considered Jiang Ling's position as the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry worthy of such discussion. Were Jiang Ling anyone else, Chen Ping might not have entertained his inquiries. Mr. Jiang Ling, allow me to share a secret with you. What secret? Jiang Ling looked at him, puzzled. Chapter 106, Jiang Ling's popularity. The esteemed former president mentioned to me recently that he will personally attend this year's presidential election of the Jiangnan Chamber. This signifies that the venerable former president is genuinely prepared to step down and offer an opportunity to newcomers. Oh, upon hearing this, Jiang Ling fell into contemplation. No wonder Lin Yuchuan is scratching his head, desperately vying for the position of president of Jiangnan. Who do you think has the greatest probability of being elected as the new president? There are 3 candidates: Lin Yuchuan, the 3rd master of the Lin family, Zhao Tianhua, the younger brother of Zhao Dahuai, the 2nd in command of the Zhao family, and finally, Wang Chunan, the chairman of Longting Enterprises. May I run for election as well? Jiang Ling inquired. Certainly, as long as you are a member of our chamber, you are eligible to run. However, the prerequisite is that you must secure votes. Otherwise, you would merely embarrass yourself. Chen Ping advised Jiang Ling to act discreetly to avoid future embarrassment at the presidential election. Jiang Ling grinned, saying, haha, no worries. I'm just here for some fun. The election is scheduled for September 1st. You are welcome to attend. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen Ping. You are most welcome. Jiang Ling expressed his gratitude politely, stood up, shook hands with Chen Ping, and then turned to leave his office. Upon entering the hall of the Jiangnan chamber, Jiang Ling was immediately approached by a dozen or so businesspeople from Jiangnan City, hurrying toward him. Mr. Jiang Ling, I am from Tianhai Renovation Company in Jiangnan City. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let us connect. Mr. Jiang Ling, I am the chairman of Tianhua Enterprises, eager to make your acquaintance. And me, Mr. Jiang Ling, I run a company focused on online marketing. If you're interested, we could collaborate on establishing an e-commerce venture. Wouldn't that be splendid? In an instant, the throng of young entrepreneurs clamored to exchange contact information with Jiang Ling. Due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd, Jiang Ling found it difficult to refuse. Thus, he smiled and said, how about this? You can add me in the Jiangnan Chamber S group chat. I generally approve requests. Furthermore, we can discuss business online while fostering friendships offline. And who was it that mentioned being in online marketing? Jiang Ling asked. It's me, Chun. A relatively young man eagerly raised his hand, volunteering. His online marketing company had been struggling to secure orders, and he hoped to befriend Jiang Ling merely by chance. Jiang Ling snapped his fingers and said, Mr. Chun, is it? You're the one. Please add my company's general manager on WeChat tomorrow, and the two of you can privately discuss establishing a new online live streaming e-commerce company, focusing initially on jewelry. If that doesn't take off, we can pivot to other products like seafood or fruits, whatever suits you. How does that sound? Sounds great. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Chun exclaimed with delight, rushing forward to grasp Jiang Ling's hands, elated. As a newcomer entrepreneur, he had established an online operations company. Yet, the other business magnates within the Jiangnan chamber held Chun in disdain, showing little inclination to collaborate with him. Only Jiang Ling, without hesitation, offered him a substantial order, which certainly delighted Chun. If he successfully managed this deal, he could align with Jiang Ling's newly established e-commerce company, ensuring a steady stream of income as long as Jiang Ling's company thrived. Incredible. Boss Jiang is so generous. A multi-million order has been successfully secured just like that? Someone in the crowd expressed their astonishment. Another stout man scoffed. Multi-million? Are you underestimating the strength of Yinxiao Jewelry's flagship store? They control half of the jewelry market in Jiangnan City and possess a modest reputation nationally, given Boss Jiang's status. Launching a live streaming e-commerce company would require at least tens of millions to start, and future annual revenues could easily surpass hundreds of millions. Goodness, he is extraordinarily generous. Chun has struck a gold mine. You can envy him all you want, but you're not adept at online marketing operations, are you? That is a valid point. Mr. Jiang Ling, there's also me. I run a health supplement company. Would you consider a collaboration? Someone else in the crowd shouted eagerly. However, Jiang Ling merely shook his head and replied, I apologize, but my business is in jewelry, not health products. To put it bluntly, the individual merely sought Jiang Ling's financial backing to invest in his company. Yet Jiang Ling was not so naive. He would not squander his money on hot pot investments, nor would he support health products that exploit the elderly. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a man dressed in a suit with a tie, exuding an air of authority, stood at the balcony railing. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed down into the lobby below, a slight frown creasing his brow. Jiang Ling, what brings him to the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Surely he doesn't intend to participate in the election for the new president? The man muttered to himself, puzzled as he studied Jiang Ling. He was none other than Lin Yuchuan, the third master of the Lin family and the uncle of Lin Hanyue. Has Hanyue come as well? Could it be that she has encouraged Jiang Ling to join the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce as a member? At this thought, Lin Yuchuan's lips curled into a slight sneer as he disdainfully remarked, you truly are dreaming. Hanyue, do you really believe that with Jiang Ling's addition, you can thwart my election as president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? To be frank, I have secretly enlisted 102 members of the chamber to vote for me on election day. As for you two, merely coming here to bask in the atmosphere will suffice. When it comes to the presidency, do not even think of interfering. A flash of malice crossed Lin Yuchuan's eyes. Ever since Jiang Ling had saved old Master Lin Nanshan at Jinlong Villa and garnered the old man's favor, Lin Yuchuan had grown increasingly resentful of him. Furthermore, old Master Lin frequently reprimanded Lin Yuchuan, cautioning him against engaging in disreputable enterprises that could tarnish the family's reputation. Lin Yuchuan's history of unscrupulous dealings was precisely why old Master Lin was determined not to pass on the position of family head to him, even as the eldest son. Lin Yuchuan remained missing and Lin Yuchuan himself faced illness. He would rather pass the mantle to Lin Hanyue than to Lin Yuchuan. Thus, Lin Yuchuan aspired to become the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, intending to use the power that came with the position to gradually seize control of the Lin family's internal assets. By then, even if he was not the head of the Lin family, what would it matter? All of your assets and enterprises would be under my control, and the Lin family would ultimately be at my beck and call. Jiang Ling, I advise you to tread carefully, for you would do well to heed my warning. On the second floor, Lin Yuchuan murmured to himself, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 107, 1. 2 billion for a building. Jiang Ling. Have you obtained your membership card? Jiang Ling, Jiang Ling. As Jiang Ling found himself encircled by a throng of business elites, Lin Hanyue called out anxiously from the periphery, Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling waved his hand, saying, I'll be right out. Chen, you can directly contact my company's general manager another day. Wang Yanhua, regarding that traditional Chinese medicine company you mentioned, we can certainly collaborate. Add me on your phone, and we'll discuss it further. And to the rest of you, if you have any good ideas, feel free to add me on WeChat. All right, Mr. Jiang Ling. We'll be in touch. Chen exclaimed excitedly. With that, Jiang Ling pushed through the crowd and made his way toward Lin Hanyue. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so popular. You've just joined the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, and already so many business people want your contact information? Lin Hanyue crossed her arms, pouting somewhat jealously. She had noticed a couple of attractive businesswomen seeking to add Jiang Ling on WeChat as well. Jiang Ling chuckled, replying, huh? They are merely young entrepreneurs with plenty of promising ideas, but lacking in investment. That's why they registered their companies and hope to strike it lucky by joining the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Why do they seek you out specifically? Lin Hanyue inquired. Because I'm easy to talk to, Jiang Ling replied. When Chun mentioned he was involved in online marketing, I immediately connected him with my company's general manager. This way, his company can address personnel issues, while my newly established company resolves technical challenges. It's a win-win collaboration. Humph. And what is the reason for adding those female bosses on WeChat? Are you just charmed by their looks? Jiang Ling anticipated that Lin Hanyue was feeling a tinge of jealousy. He said, oh, didn't you mention that you also want to compete for the presidency of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce in September? I'm merely building connections and gathering votes for you. Once I establish a rapport with them, I'll simply ask them to vote for you. Won't that suffice? Really? Are you serious? Of course. Otherwise, why would I add them on WeChat? It's all about securing votes. Jiang Ling shot Lin Hanyue an exasperated glance. Lin Hanyue smiled apologetically, realizing she had misjudged Jiang Ling. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Umph, look at you, acting all girlish. I add a few female bosses on WeChat, and you get jealous? Well, I've already apologized. What more do you want from me? What do you propose as compensation? Jiang Ling asked. Compensation? What do you expect me to give you? Lin Hanyue retorted, rolling her eyes. How about this? I'll meet your parents. And in a few days, you can come to my house to meet my mother. How does that sound? That soon? Jiang Ling was taken aback. Is that too fast? If we're truly considering a serious relationship, meeting each other as parents is only natural, right? Lin Hanyue asserted. That makes sense. All right. Let us find a time tomorrow to meet Andy. Good. Just let me know when you're free, and I'll arrange it. Okay. Jiang Ling gestured an okay sign. Thus, over the following days, Jiang Ling accomplished 3 significant tasks. The first was to bring Huang Dayun and Chun together to collaborate on establishing a new online live-streaming e-commerce company. Initially, Jiang Ling had intended to create an e-commerce jewelry sales company. However, with Chun input, he learned that limiting the e-commerce business to jewelry would render it monotonous. If the jewelry sector faltered, the company would be doomed. Therefore, apart from jewelry, they should recruit more e-commerce hosts to sell various products, thereby generating new revenue streams. Jiang Ling found this advice sensible and adopted it. Ultimately, Jiang Ling invested 1.2 billion to directly purchase a national trade building, transforming it into a live-streaming sales company. How much? 1.2 billion? When Jiang Ling signed the contract, Huang Dayun and Chun were left dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Jiang Ling. Although the national trade building was indeed substantial, how could he purchase it for 1.2 billion without batting an eye? Yet Jiang Ling merely smiled nonchalantly and replied, I bought it, so what is the fuss about? If we're to embark on this venture, we must be willing to invest, to grow stronger, and to achieve greatness. He patted Huang Dayun and Chun on the shoulder, saying, now, this newly established live-streaming company is in your capable hands. Remember, if the investment funds fall short, do not hesitate to let me know. However, within a year, I must witness a return on investment. Should the returns fail to meet my expectations, I shall shutter the company and sell this building. Jiang Ling has pondered this carefully. He currently finds himself with little to occupy his time. Running an online e-commerce live-streaming business feels merely a pastime. Furthermore, he possesses over 7 billion in his bank account. It is an amount that could never be exhausted. Rest assured, Chairman Jiang, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Huang Dayun's voice brimmed with excitement. He recognized that Jiang Ling was earnest this time. and the scale of his newly established company is not at all inferior to that of Yinxiao Jewelry's main store. Chun was equally exhilarated, exclaiming, "Jiang, Mr. Jiang, how about you simply acquire my company as well? I could work for you, what do you think?" Today, Chun was truly astounded by Jiang Ling's lavishness. Goodness. Casually spending 1.2 billion to purchase a building for a company? Few can match such extravagance in the entire Jiangnan city. Jiang Ling merely smiled lightly and replied, "Let's forego the acquisition and collaborate instead. It's quite affordable, Mr. Jiang, merely 5 million. Oh no, 3 million will suffice." How does that sound? In truth, Chun genuinely wished to join Jiang Ling's company. Moreover, the price of 3 million was indeed reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and asked, "If I acquire your company, will you still be a member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce?" "Of course. How could I not be?" Chun responded. "Very well, then I shall acquire it for 3 million. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Oh no. I should now address you as Chairman Jiang." Chun flashed a grin, clearly pleased. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. He began to ponder whether he should establish a conglomerate. After all, he already possessed 3 major companies: Yinxiao Jewelry, Tianyan Real Estate, and this newly opened live-streaming e-commerce building. Who knows, he might even establish more in the future. However, merging them into a single group could alleviate his tax burdens. Instead of 3 companies each paying taxes, a singular conglomerate could handle it all. Chapter 108. Are we beginning to discuss the dowry? Given Jiang Ling's current annual income, his tax obligations were nearing 100 million yuan. Regarding the establishment of a conglomerate, Jiang Ling felt it necessary to consult with Lin Hanyue. By the way, Huang Dian, please register a company account online. Then head to the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce headquarters to register as a member. Jiang Ling instructed. What? Why am I going to register as a member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Huang Dian inquired, puzzled. Oh, just do as I say. All right then. Chun remember to take him to get it done. Rest assured, Chairman Jiang, I will handle it. Chun responded cheerfully. Now, having joined Jiang Ling's company, he was brimming with enthusiasm. He understood that in this economically challenging era, making money was increasingly difficult. Being a boss came with risks. If a company failed to secure orders, it constantly faced the threat of closure. Yet, if he joined Jiang Ling's company, he would simply be an employee, receiving a salary each month. The profitability of the company could be left for Jiang Ling to worry about. Jiang Ling's second order of business was to pay a visit to Lin Hanyue's home. Only 2 people resided there, her mother, Wang Xiaoru, and a young female nanny. Due to Lin Yuchuan's disappearance, Wang Xiaoru had been weeping incessantly, her spirits greatly diminished. Furthermore, she had spent money to have her brother send someone to investigate the reasons behind Lin Yuchuan's disappearance, which was rumored to involve a batch of antiques. At the Jiangnan Bridge, Lin Yuchuan had been driving with a collection of antiques when his brakes failed, causing him to crash into the bridge and plunge into the Jiangnan River. When the salvage team arrived to rescue him, they only discovered a collection of damaged antiques, with no sign of Lin Yuchuan himself. At the time, the left side of the vehicle's window was also shattered. It was evident that Lin Yuchuan either escaped on his own or was secretly rescued by someone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and stated, "Is there any need for speculation? He was certainly rescued by someone. Firstly, once the vehicle submerged, the underwater pressure would prevent any escape from the inside. Secondly, if Uncle Lin had indeed broken the window to escape, why wouldn't he return home? Instead, he chose to hide away. Was he trying to evade enemies? Ultimately, he must have been rescued by someone and then imprisoned to prevent him from leaving." Jiang Ling sat on the sofa at Lin Hanyue's house, attentively listening to the conversation between Lin Hanyue and Wang Xiaoru, analyzing the situation with keen insight. Lin Hanyue nodded, agreeing with Jiang Ling's reasoning. In contrast, Wang Xiaoru smiled faintly at Jiang Ling, evidently pleased with him. After all, this was the first time Hanyue had brought a boy home and openly acknowledged Jiang Ling as her boyfriend. "Jiang Ling, do you think my father is still alive?" Lin Hanyue inquired curiously. Jiang Ling looked at her confidently and replied, "If you say he is alive, then he must be. Why? Are you so certain?" Lin Hanyue frowned. Jiang Ling nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am that certain. Uncle Lin is undoubtedly alive." "Well, I will take your word for it." Lin Hanyue took a deep breath, feeling considerably more relaxed. After all, Jiang Ling possessed an unwavering belief system. As long as Lin Hanyue asserted that her father was alive, he must be. Lin Hanyue would never wish for her father's demise, would she? Additionally, Lin Hanyue was the sole child in her family, with only a cousin but no siblings. Thus, their household had not experienced the presence of a masculine figure for quite some time. Jiang Ling's visit brightened the previously dim atmosphere of the room. Moreover, Jiang Ling was sunny, handsome, and lively, truly a delightful young man. Consequently, Wang Xiaoru on the left side of the sofa inquired with a smile, "Little Ling. By the way, how long have you and my Hanyue been dating? A month, perhaps?" "Hanyue?" Jiang Ling turned his head, looking at Lin Hanyue with curiosity. Of course, Jiang Ling was inquiring whether they had been cohabiting for a month, not when their relationship had begun. Lin Hanyue pulled out her phone, glanced at the date, and replied, "Yes. We met on the 8th of last month. Today is June 12th. So it has indeed been a month, Andy," Jiang Ling stated. "Oh," Wang Xiaoru nodded, deep in thought. Although their acquaintance had been brief, as long as Hanyue was happy, that was what mattered. Moreover, Hanyue's judgment was unlikely to be flawed, which reflected positively on Jiang Ling's character. Otherwise, why would she have brought him home? Wang Xiaoru smiled and said, "Haha, that's great. Speaking of which, you're both around the same age, nearing 26, right? When do you plan to get married? Little Ling, have you thought about it?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling nearly choked. Why do the older generation always rush their children into marriage? Jiang Ling offered an awkward smile and replied, "To speak frankly, I have not given it much thought. That simply won't do, Xiaoling. If you are to be with my daughter Hanyue, you must take responsibility for her. You cannot be a faithless man who plays with her heart and then abandons her." "Huh, I would never, Auntie, I would never." Look how flustered Jiang Ling is, stammering in his speech. As Lin Hanyue's mother, Wang Xiaoru perceptively noticed the transformation in her daughter. It was evident to her that Hanyue and Jiang Ling were likely cohabiting. Their glances and body language spoke volumes about the depth of their relationship, reminiscent of her own bond with Lin Yuchuan in days gone by. However, this is not a feudal era. Modern minds are quite liberal. If they choose to live together before marriage, Wang Xiaoru feels rather powerless to intervene. Still, her maternal instincts compelled her to hasten Jiang Ling into marrying Lin Hanyue, out of concern for her daughter's well-being. "Oh, Mom, I'm only 25. Isn't it too early to be thinking about marriage?" Lin Hanyue blushed, playfully reproaching her mother. Wang Xiaoru frowned and replied, "You do realize you are 25, right? The legal marriage age in our country is 20 for women and 22 for men. Even at 23 for women and 25 for men, that is considered late marriage. Do you understand this? Sometimes, marrying early and establishing a family can indeed be a wise choice. Xiaoling, heed Andy's advice. She has been through this and means you no harm." Coughing awkwardly, Jiang Ling interjected, I understand. Furthermore, if you wish to marry my daughter Hanyue, I will not demand a single penny in bride price. I only ask that you treat her well." Wang Xiaoru continued, her enthusiasm evident. "Moreover, regardless of your family's wealth or lack thereof, I will generously provide you with a car and a house, with a total value not less than 5 million. What do you say?" A hint of embarrassment crept onto Jiang Ling's face. He quickly responded, "Auntie, I assure you, my family is not in need of any dowry." "What? Does that mean you and my daughter Hanyue are merely playing around, without any intention of marrying her?" Wang Xiaoru's brows furrowed at his words. Jiang Ling hastily waved his hands in protest, saying, No. Auntie, you misunderstand me. I just feel that it's a bit too early for Hanyue and me to marry right now. Additionally, I am not in need of a dowry. But rest assured, since Hanyue and I are together, I will take full responsibility for her. In the future, I will definitely marry her, and as for the bride price, feel free to suggest any amount. I will not protest." Jiang Ling spoke with unwavering confidence. After all, in Jiangnan City, bride prices were notoriously high. Some impoverished families raised daughters solely for the purpose of collecting bride prices, with starting prices exceeding 200,000 yuan, alongside a few bedding sets as part of the dowry. Although such occurrences had diminished in recent years, they still happened. As for Jiang Ling, he was not financially constrained, and Lin Hanyue was the first girl he had ever connected with, making his intention to marry her not only proper, but inevitable. Furthermore, Lin Hanyue's beauty, amiable nature, and solid family background made it a loss for Jiang Ling not to marry her. Simultaneously, Jiang Ling had come to understand a vital truth. Love is not merely about long-term provision or sweet words, but rather about embraces and physical closeness. If you and your girlfriend lack such intimacy and only exchange verbal affirmations of love, your relationship is bound to falter. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Wang Xiaoru's eyes brightened. "So, your family situation is quite decent?" "Yes, it is fairly acceptable," Jiang Ling nodded, refraining from boasting. "Is the bride price negotiable?" Wang Xiaoru inquired cautiously. "Yes. Feel free to suggest any amount. But as for marriage, it may not happen so soon. Besides, with Lin uncle currently missing, we should at least locate him before discussing marriage." After a moment of silence, Wang Xiaoru exhaled deeply and said, You're right. We should wait for Hanyue's father. But I have exhausted all means and cannot locate him. I truly have no idea." Wang Xiaoru covered her face, sobbing softly. Lin Hanyue promptly stepped forward to comfort her mother. Do we have any suspects? Jiang Ling asked. What do you mean? I mean the suspect who may have kidnapped your father. Jiang Ling clarified. There's one. Lin Hanyue exclaimed. Who? My second uncle, Lin Yuchuan. Lin Hanyue's eyes sparkled, and Wang Xiaoru ceased her tears. However, Wang Xiaoru shook her head and said, Alas, your second uncle is very powerful. We, two fragile women, cannot investigate him. Hanyue, if it comes to it, let us cede the position of head of the Lin family to him. Once he stabilizes the family's power, he may very well release your father. Even Wang Xiaoru began to suspect that Lin Yuchuan had kidnapped Lin Yuchuan. Although Lin Yuchuan was Lin Yuchuan's older brother, he was the rightful heir to the Lin family. If Lin Yuchuan sought to usurp the position from Yuchuan, he would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. Moreover, Lin Yuchuan's character was far from admirable. Thus, it was not without reason that Wang Xiaoru and Lin Hanyue suspected him. Lin Hanyue shook her head, saying, Investigating my second uncle would require police intervention, otherwise, it would be too challenging. However, the police chief in Jiangnan City is also a good friend of my second uncle. Even if we report it, Chief Wang might not help us. Furthermore, they only had suspicions without solid evidence. Do you need my assistance? Jiang Ling volunteered, suddenly proposing this idea. Are you confident you can find your Lin uncle? Wang Xiaoru's eyes lit up. Why not give it a try? How else will we know? Jiang Ling smirked. How would we attempt that? Lin Hanyue frowned, a hint of concern in her gaze. Very simply, I will have someone kidnap Lin Yuchuan and subject him to harsh interrogation to see if he confesses. Jiang Ling grinned mischievously. What? You want to kidnap him? No. That is illegal, and if you fail, Hanyue's second uncle will likely have you arrested. Wang Xiaoru expressed her worries. What is there to fear? Just because Lin Yuchuan has connections, does that mean I have none? Jiang Ling thought to himself. Lin Yuchuan had previously kidnapped him, so it was only fair that the tables were turned this time. Moreover, even if Lin Yuchuan reported him, he would need to present evidence. Mere accusations would not suffice. After contemplating for a moment, a sharp glint flashed in Wang Xiaoru's eyes as she asked, Do you think this plan is feasible? Why not give it a shot? Jiang Ling replied fearlessly. All right, let's try it. If anything goes wrong, Annie will take the blame. Just say it was my idea. Wang Xiaoru was willing to take the risk. If Jiang Ling was brave enough to kidnap Lin Yuchuan for their family, as Hanyue's mother, she could not let Jiang Ling bear the entire burden alone. However, Lin Hanyue worriedly said, But will this really work? Whether it works or not, we will cross that bridge when we come to it. If Lin Yuchuan can kidnap me, why can't I kidnap him? Just be cautious. Lin Hanyue advised earnestly. Rest assured, I'll handle this. Jiang Ling proclaimed confidently. Thus, the third task Jiang Ling undertook was to enlist Wu Yuntian to kidnap Lin Yuchuan. On the morning of June 16th, Jiang Ling awoke early and called Liu Xiaobo, asking him to come to Longhu community to meet him. Subsequently, Jiang Ling drove Liu Xiaobo to the Huadawa Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic on Yongyuan Avenue. The clinic had officially commenced its operations. As the director and chief physician, Huadawa was often preoccupied with numerous tasks, which indeed proved to be quite exhausting. Thus, Jiang Ling intended for Huadawa to take Liu Xiaobo as an apprentice, while also having Liu Xiaobo assist him. Xiaobo, remember I mentioned finding you a new job during our last encounter at Tianyan Garden? If you are willing to endure hardship, you will undoubtedly reap substantial rewards in the future, Jiang Ling declared as they arrived at the entrance of the clinic. Liu Xiaobo looked up and murmured, Huadawa Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic? Jiang Ling, do you wish for me to become a traditional Chinese physician? Indeed, Jiang Ling replied. But I lack the knowledge of traditional medicine and cannot identify medicinal herbs. Liu Xiaobo expressed his concerns. No need to worry, there will be someone to teach you. Just follow me inside. Jiang Ling reassured him. Very well. Liu Xiaobo understood that Jiang Ling had his best interests at heart and would not deceive him. Inside the clinic, there were indeed several patients seeking treatment, most of whom were local neighbors and elderly individuals. Meanwhile, Huadawa was in the herbal preparation room, diligently brewing medicinal herbs. As he worked, he scolded, Wu Yuntian, bring me 2 tails of angelica and some gastrodia. Why are you bringing ginseng? Ginseng is precious. Oh dear. You are supposed to be preparing the second medicinal formula for patient 15. How could you mix that up? That herbal concoction isn't even ready. And you've already brought it out? Oh, you are utterly useless. Your presence here is nothing but a hindrance. Chapter 110. Apprenticing under Huadawa. Huadawa, wielding a folding fan, emerged from the brewing room in a fit of frustration, scolding Wu Yuntian as he followed closely behind, holding 2 ginseng roots. Wu Yuntian's countenance was dark, glaring at Huadawa's back in silence. Once a world-renowned assassin, he now found himself relegated to menial tasks in this clinic, subjected to the incessant commands of this irritable old man. If he failed to execute his duties correctly, he would be met with a torrent of reprimands. How far he had fallen from his former dignity. Had it not been for Jiang Ling's influence, he would have long since dealt with Huadawa in a much more decisive manner. Huadawa, what troubles you? Is it Wu Yuntian again? As Jiang Ling stepped into the clinic, he witnessed Huadawa berating Wu Yuntian. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, Huadawa rushed over as if he had spotted a savior, exclaiming, "Boss Jiang Ling, could you please assign me a more competent assistant? Wu Yuntian simply refuses to heed my commands. He sulks in the corner when I reprimand him. You ungrateful wretch. Were it not for Boss Jiang's presence, I would have ended you long ago." Wu Yuntian retaliated angrily, raising his hand as if to strike Huadawa. Startled, Huadawa swiftly hid behind Jiang Ling, pointing at Wu Yuntian. "Boss, look at him. He is dangerous. He has violent tendencies." "Ah, Huadawa, please ease up on Wu Yuntian. I allowed him to stay here, not to have him do your bidding. His presence is already a boon." Jiang Ling interjected. "Indeed, I was a killer by trade. And yet he insists I brew medicinal herbs." Wu Yuntian, feeling wronged, nearly shed tears at Jiang Ling's defense. Huadawa scratched the back of his head. "But I cannot manage alone, Boss Jiang." "Well, I have brought you someone," Jiang Ling announced. "Xiaobo, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Huadawa, the 56th generation heir of Huadawa's medical legacy. And this is my good friend, Lu Xiaobo." "Greetings, esteemed Huadawa. My name is Lu Xiaobo." Lu Xiaobo stepped forward, politely shaking Huadawa's hand. Jiang Ling leaned closer to Huadawa and whispered, "Huadawa, you have no children, nor apprentices. What do you think of my friend? Would you consider taking him as your disciple?" "Ah, but my family's medical practice is traditionally passed down one line," Huadawa responded, visibly troubled by Jiang Ling's suggestion. "It's still a singular line? How antiquated and rigid. In what era do you live? If you continue to cling to such outdated beliefs, the medical knowledge of your family will inevitably be lost with you," Jiang Ling argued. I understand. That is precisely why I am striving to earn money to marry a wife," Huadawa replied, his brow furrowed in distress. "And how old are you today?" Jiang Ling inquired. 46. Huadawa answered candidly, explaining that his weathered appearance was merely due to a life of hardship, though he was, in fact, quite healthy. "Exactly. You are already 46. Nearing the grave. Yet you still hope to pass your medical knowledge to a son? Moreover, you may not even be able to have a son," Jiang Ling remarked. "Huh. You need not worry about that, for I possess ancestral remedies that guarantee a male heir," Huadawa boasted with a grin. "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Ling replied, intrigued. "Indeed. If in the future you wish for a boy or a girl, just let me know," Huadawa declared confidently. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, recalling that Lin Hanyue had expressed a desire for a boy to inherit the Lin family fortune. Thus, he resolved that when the time came for her to conceive, he would have Huadawa assist in ensuring the desired gender of the child. While the prospect of having a child was enticing, marriage seemed a distant affair. And by the time their son reached 18, he would be over 70, far too late to impart the art of medicine. Thus, rather than allow Huadawa's medical legacy to fade, it would be far wiser to pass it on to his friend, the disciple he cherished. Jiang Ling continued to persuade Huadawa, who furrowed his brow, realizing the merit in Jiang Ling's words. First and foremost, he was indeed aging, unmarried, and without offspring. Furthermore, he was uncertain of his longevity, should an accident occur. The centuries-old medical heritage of the Huadawa family would be lost forever. Casting another glance at Lu Xiaobo, Huadawa saw a pudgy, innocent-looking lad who appeared harmless, devoid of ill intentions. Taking a deep breath, he conceded, "Very well, I shall accept this chubby boy as an external disciple of the Huadawa medical lineage. However, let us agree that the knowledge you acquire here must never be shared with outsiders. I am only taking him on as a disciple due to your esteemed recommendation." "Young sir," Huadawa added reluctantly, as his primary choice for a disciple had been Jiang Ling. Unfortunately, Jiang Ling had too many responsibilities and lacked the focus to commit to studying medicine. Seeing Huadawa finally relent, Jiang Ling eagerly turned and beckoned, "Xiaobo, hurry and pay your respects to your master. He is the heir to the great Huadawa, a physician of remarkable skill in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. He is unmatched." After all, Huadawa had mastered the complete set of the 13 ghostly needles, capable of reviving a person even after death, provided it was within 2 hours. "Chubby boy, come here." Yes, Huadawa." Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Lu Xiaobo approached Huadawa respectfully. Huadawa extended his right hand and gently patted Lu Xiaobo's nape, then inspected the crown of his head before taking his palm for further examination. Upon concluding his assessment, Huadawa couldn't help but smile, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, There are no rebellious traits at the back of your head, and your intellect seems quite promising. You are indeed qualified to become my outer disciple." "Yes, thank you, Divine Dr. Hua." Lu Xiaobo expressed his gratitude. Jiang Ling interjected, "What are you thanking the Divine Doctor for? He is your master, You should address him as master. Yes. Thank you, master. Lu Xiaobo responded, standing straight and solemnly. Hua Dado stroked his beard and replied with a chuckle. Haha, very well. Since you have called me master, I shall impart to you some genuine skills. However, the formalities of apprenticeship cannot be overlooked. For instance, offering tea and bowing. These are traditional rites. And you must also prepare a token of appreciation for your master. Hua Dado looked at Lu Xiaobo with a mischievous glint in his eyes. To put it plainly, he was hoping for a red envelope as a token of Lu Xiaobo's respect for his masterhood. Chapter 111. Is this your daughter? Jiang Ling stepped forward, defending Lu Xiaobo. He gave Hua Dado a pat on the shoulder and remarked, What kind of master are you? When someone bows to you in reverence, aren't you supposed to give them a red envelope instead? You've got it all reversed. Well, in our region, it is customary to receive a token when accepting a disciple. I spared this little chubby one from that formality out of respect for you. Hua Dado replied with a hint of grievance. A token, you say? How about I just give you this establishment instead? Really? Is that true? Is it true? Just one kick from me, and you'll be out. After being scolded by Jiang Ling, Hua Dado could only smile in resignation, suppressing his anger. Lu Xiaobo, being of an honest nature, discreetly took out 500 yuan from his wallet as a token of apprenticeship for Hua Dado. Immediately, Hua Dado's eyes brightened. He secretly tucked away the 500 yuan into his tattered backpack and, patting Lu Xiaobo's head, kindly said, Not bad, not bad. From now on, you shall follow me and learn. As long as you study diligently, I assure you, you shall not be treated unfairly. If you truly master the skills I have honed throughout my life, I would gladly share them with you. Yes, thank you, master. Lu Xiaobo replied, overwhelmed with gratitude. Oh, spare me the dramatics. Now, let us proceed with the apprenticeship rituals. You must bow first, then offer tea. From henceforth, you shall be the 57th successor of my medical lineage. You must remember our family teachings. The skills I teach you are solely for your own use. Never share them with others, understood? Should you dare to divulge them to anyone, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Hua Dado spoke earnestly, devoid of jest. Lu Xiaobo nodded anxiously, aware that this opportunity, introduced by Jiang Ling, was his only chance to turn his life around. He no longer wished to deliver takeout or endure the scorn and bullying of others. Yes, master. I will strive to learn and not disappoint your expectations. Ah, a teachable child. Consequently, the apprenticeship ceremony between Lu Xiaobo and Hua Dado unfolded within the walls of the Hua Dado Traditional Medicine Hall. Hua Dado even sought to coax Jiang Ling into becoming a disciple as well, but Jiang Ling was not easily swayed. Presently, Jiang Ling held the position of chairman of the medicine hall, and Hua Dado had to address him as Boss Jiang. If Jiang Ling were to become Hua Dado's disciple, he would essentially be at the helm of the entire medicine hall. The old rascal, pretending to accept red envelopes from others. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Yuntian, who had remained silent for quite some time, finally could no longer contain himself and scolded Hua Dado. Hey, you can eat whatever you like, but do not speak carelessly. Hua Dado exclaimed in surprise. I saw you accepting a red envelope from someone, and now you're trying to deny it? Wu Yuntian and Hua Dado had never seen eye to eye. I only accepted 500, Boss Jiang. Is it unreasonable to pass on my skills to this little chubby one for just 500? All right. You two can continue your bickering. I have no interest in mediating. Jiang Ling said with exasperation. Xiaobo, why don't you just stay here and learn traditional medicine with Dado? Thank you, Jiang Ling, my good brother. Why are you thanking me? That feels distant. Just remember to study hard and work diligently. Once you become proficient, you'll undoubtedly thrive in the realm of traditional medicine. Jiang Ling grinned. In the ensuing months, Lu Xiaobo would endure various trials under Hua Dado's unconventional tutelage. After finalizing Lu Xiaobo's apprenticeship, Jiang Ling approached Wu Yuntian, requesting his assistance with a task. What is it, Boss Jiang? Now, Wu Yuntian had become quite reliant on Jiang Ling, although his monthly salary was a mere 3,000 yuan. Residing at the medicine hall meant he had no worries about food or shelter, leading a carefree life. Could you help me? Abduct someone? Jiang Ling inquired tentatively. Abduct someone? That's not my forte. If it were about killing, however, I might consider it. Wu Yuntian replied nonchalantly. As the world's foremost assassin, Jiang Ling had witnessed Wu Yuntian's prowess firsthand. One slap could shatter a 3-centimeter thick glass coffee table, truly formidable. However, as Wu Yuntian stated, he excelled in killing but not in abduction. Name your price, just don't jest with me, Jiang Ling retorted, rolling his eyes at Wu Yuntian. Wu Yuntian flashed a toothy grin and said, hee, as expected, Boss Jiang understands me best. It's all about the money, isn't it? I'll do it for 10,000 yuan. How about 20,000? That's, don't hesitate. I'll add another 10,000, 30,000 for the job. If you keep this up, you'll be sleeping on the streets tonight. Hee 30,000 it is. Wu Yuntian chuckled, elated. Of course, Jiang Ling understood that as the world's top assassin, Wu Yuntian's fees were undoubtedly high. However, Jiang Ling could not afford to spoil him. If he overpaid now, Wu Yuntian might refuse any future tasks below 100,000 yuan, resulting in a significant loss for Jiang Ling. Curious about Wu Yuntian's apparent fixation on money, Jiang Ling asked, Yuntian, you request so much money, but I've never seen you spend it. What do you save it for? That's a secret. Wu Yuntian replied with a mysterious smile. A secret? Come on. Share it with me. Are you saving up to marry a wife, like Hua Dado? Jiang Ling joked. However, Wu Yuntian shook his head and said, not quite. As he spoke, he pulled out a worn wallet from his jacket pocket and retrieved a crumpled photograph. In the picture were two figures. One was Wu Yuntian himself, and the other was a girl of about 5 or 6 years old. He held her in his arms, and they stood on sunlit green grass, both beaming with joy, as if time itself had frozen. Gazing at the girl in the photograph, Wu Yuntian broke into a silly grin. Jiang Ling was taken aback and asked, is this your daughter? Yes, it should be. What do you mean should be? Have you lost recognition of your own daughter? Jiang Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Wu Yuntian, however, sighed deeply and responded, alas, my brain has suffered a severe injury, leading to a profound amnesia. I have essentially forgotten everything from my past. Yet, the person in this photograph must undoubtedly be my daughter. I am aware of my own disposition. I seldom smile, except in the company of those I hold dear. Oh, I see. Jiang Ling nodded thoughtfully, beginning to comprehend Wu Yuntian's motivation to raise funds. So, your desire to earn money is solely to one day find your daughter? Indeed, he affirmed, nodding as he gazed out the window, his aspirations directed towards the horizon. Chapter 112, Directly Kidnapping Lin Yuchuan? Are you unaware of your daughter's current whereabouts? Jiang Ling inquired. Wu Yuntian shook his head, replying, I do not know. Hence, I willingly endure the daily torment from Datong. I dare not utter a word against him or retaliate. I require Datong's acupuncture to help me regain my memory. Well, do you require my assistance in searching for your daughter? Upon hearing this, Wu Yuntian's eyes sparkled with hope, and his emotions surged with excitement. Really? If you can help me find my daughter, I shall work for you for a lifetime. I will do whatever you ask, even if it means taking lives. And I shall accept no payment. Currently, Wu Yuntian, in his state of amnesia, sought neither fame nor fortune. He merely yearned to reunite with his daughter and wife, to return to that warm familial embrace. Jiang Ling nodded slightly, stating, please make a copy of the photograph for me. I will do my utmost to utilize my connections to help you locate your daughter. Thank you so much, Jiang boss. Wu Yuntian exclaimed gratefully. Whom do you wish me to kidnap? This time, I will charge you nothing. He generously declared, as his singular dream remained the quest to find his daughter. Jiang Ling couldn't help but smirk, realizing how easily he could manipulate Wu Yuntian. He then produced a photograph of Lin Yuchuan from his pocket, stating, here. This is the individual, Lin Yuchuan, the third master of the Lin family. Lin Yuchuan? Is he not the one who kidnapped us previously? Wu Yuntian asked. Yes, that's him. Jiang Ling confirmed with a nod. Just provide me with his exact location. Wu Yuntian inhaled deeply. Typically, he works at the Guanyun International Trade Building, where he is surrounded by his men, so attempting to kidnap him there may pose some danger. On weekends, he usually dines at the Blue Star 5-star Hotel. You could wait for him at the entrance. Finally, he resides in a standalone villa numbered 8 at Xiangjiang Garden. That is his home. Jiang Ling promptly relayed 3 crucial pieces of information regarding Lin Yuchuan, all of which he had acquired from Lin Hanyue. Wu Yuntian nodded slightly, affirming, understood. Within 3 days, I shall ensure this individual is brought to you. A profound confidence appeared on his face. Do take care, Jiang Ling advised with concern. Wu Yuntian nodded, assuring, rest easy. Jiang boss, I know my limits. Should you be captured by Lin Yuchuan and his associates, do not divulge my name. Jiang Ling warned. Wu Yuntian replied, naturally. You are my employer. How could I betray you? However, Lin Yuchuan has seen my face. If I were to be captured, his first assumption would be that you sent me. Thus, Jiang boss, could you procure a firearm for me? Wu Yuntian gestured with his right hand, mimicking the shape of a gun. Unfortunately, Jiang Ling lacked connections with the police and could only shake his head, saying, not at present, but perhaps in the future. I could arrange something. Very well, let us proceed with the kidnapping of Lin Yuchuan for now. All right, I leave it in your capable hands, Yuntian. Have no worries, boss. I shall handle it. Wu Yuntian affirmed with a nod, then departed the traditional Chinese medicine clinic with Lin Yuchuan's photograph in hand. That night, Jiang Ling received no news from Wu Yuntian. It wasn't until around 2 o'clock the next afternoon, while Jiang Ling was resting at home, that his phone buzzed with a message. It was from Wu Yuntian. The message read, Boss, I have successfully captured the person and placed him in the backyard of the Hua Tua traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Wow, that was quick. Jiang Ling exclaimed. Goodness, Yin Tian. You truly are the world's premier assassin. Your efficiency is remarkable. What is going on, Jiang Ling? On the other end, Lin Hanyue yawned and turned her head towards Jiang Ling. In recent days, her sleep quality had been quite poor, and Jiang Ling had advised her against taking sleeping pills. Fortunately, with the help of Hua Datong's traditional medicine, her mental state appeared to be less fatigued. It's done. Wu Yuntian has kidnapped your uncle. What? So soon? Is that for real? Lin Hanyue exclaimed, suddenly wide awake. She leaned closer to Jiang Ling, resting her head on his shoulder as she scrutinized the message on his phone. However, her brow furrowed slightly as she remarked, wait a moment, my uncle is exceptionally cautious. He always travels with a convoy of bodyguards, some of whom are even armed. How could Yuntian possibly capture him unarmed? Could it be that Yuntian was caught by my uncle instead, and my uncle set a trap at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, waiting for us to arrive so he could capture us all? Lin Hanyue expressed her concerns. It must be said, she was indeed quite prudent, and her suspicions were not unfounded. Yet, this line of reasoning did not hold water with Jiang Ling. He broke into a smile, stating, no worries. If Yuntian says he has captured your uncle, then he surely has. But what if my uncle sends you a message? That won't happen, trust me. Come on. Your uncle is already at the clinic, tied up by Wu Yuntian. We can head over to interrogate him now. With that, Jiang Ling rose from his bed, dressed, and prepared to leave for the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Though Lin Hanyue felt some apprehension, she quickly got up and dressed as well, knowing she had questions that needed answering from Lin Yuchuan. However, she also realized that if she met her uncle today, it would signify a complete severance of ties with her uncle's family. Jiang Ling asserted that Lin Hanyue need not be involved. He would handle the interrogation himself. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ling drove Lin Hanyue to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic on Yongyuan Street. As they exited the vehicle and entered the clinic, Hua Datong rushed over, exclaiming, Boss Jiang, we have a big problem. That Wu Laoba inexplicably brought someone back. Do you think he is a murderer? Jiang Ling smiled lightly, replying, no worries. I instructed him to carry out the kidnapping. Oh, what? Young master, you two are engaging in such illegal activities? Hua Datong was taken aback. Jiang Ling frowned, looking at him and saying, what of it? Do you have an objection? Is it acceptable for him to kidnap me, but not for me to kidnap him? No objections. If he has done it, then so be it. After all, I'm with you now, and we are in this together. Hua Datong chuckled sheepishly. Certainly. He harbored concerns regarding Jiang Ling and the kidnappers, fearing that he might inadvertently become embroiled in their illicit activities. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that in the unpredictable world of the underbelly, one must inevitably endure hardships. Given that they were all participants in this perilous realm, it was unrealistic to expect a life devoid of strife. Chapter 113. Who am I? Do you know Chen Jiahao? At the very least, associating with Jiang Ling promised monetary gain and a brighter future. Thus, it was imperative for him to make a commendable impression in Jiang Ling's presence. Consequently, Hua Dao inquired, may I ask, Boss Jiang, what do you wish to interrogate him about? Indeed, there are certain inquiries I must make. Jiang Ling replied, Allow me to take the lead. I excel at interrogating criminals. With my understanding of acupuncture points, a single needle will leave him in a state worse than death. And at that juncture, he will confess, whether he desires to or not. Hua Dao remarked, stroking his beard with a confident smile. Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue were momentarily taken aback. Did Hua Dao truly perceive them as villains? In ancient times, he would undoubtedly have been an exceptionally formidable human torture device. Even if the deed were not committed by someone else, he could, through acupuncture and pressure points, coerce a confession from the unfortunate soul. Thus, Jiang Ling gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. However, for the time being, the task of interrogating Lin Yuchuan was best left in his own hands. Hua Dao's assistance was unnecessary. Yin Tian, where is Lin Yuchuan? Jiang Ling approached the backyard of the traditional Chinese medicine shop, where he found Wu Yuntian seated on a stone stool, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Jiang Ling arrive, Wu Yuntian promptly stood to greet him, exclaiming, Boss, you're here. I've already brought Lin Yuchuan, the third master of the Lin family, for you. He's in the storeroom in the backyard. Are you certain you have kidnapped him and not someone else? Absolutely. He bears an uncanny resemblance to the person in the photograph. Good, that puts me at ease. Jiang Ling thought to himself, impressed by the swiftness with which Wu Yuntian had executed the abduction. Wu Yuntian continued. He was hiding in the third-floor restroom of the Blue Star Hotel, disguised as a janitor, when Lin Yuchuan entered to use the restroom. I knocked him out and stuffed him into a black plastic bag. I left the hotel under the pretense of taking out the trash, and not a soul questioned my actions. Very well, let us proceed to meet him. Of course, boss. But before we do, I should cover my face. Afterward, Jiang Ling found a piece of black curtain, tore it down, and fashioned several hoods. He handed one to Hua Dao and another to Wu Yuntian. Originally, Jiang Ling had no intention of involving Lin Hanyue in this affair. However, she insisted that there were certain matters she must personally inquire of Lin Yuchuan. Moreover, Lin Yuchuan was astute. Upon learning that they sought information about Lin Yuchuan, he would undoubtedly deduce that his captors were closely related to Lin Yuchuan's family. Rather than resorting to subterfuge, it would be more straightforward to question him openly. Soon, the four of them, accompanied by Wu Yuntian, arrived at the storeroom in the backyard. Upon illuminating the dimly lit room, they discovered it cluttered with cardboard boxes and discarded electronic appliances, such as microwaves and refrigerators. There, lying quietly beside a cardboard box, was Lin Yuchuan, clad in a black suit. He had even failed to zip his pants before Wu Yuntian abducted him. Hanyue, allow me to initiate the questioning. Please remain silent to avoid revealing your identity, Jiang Ling advised as he approached Lin Hanyue. Lin Hanyue nodded slightly. Yes, you may proceed. I shall remain silent. Excellent. Yuntian, rouse him. Yes, boss. As Jiang Ling commanded, Wu Yuntian stepped forward and squatted beside Lin Yuchuan. Initially, he contemplated using water to wake him, but that would be cumbersome. Instead, he decided to slap Lin Yuchuan's left cheek robustly with his broad palm. Hey, wake up. Stop sleeping. My boss has questions for you. Wu Yuntian's boisterous slap effectively jolted Lin Yuchuan awake. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Yuchuan's expression mirrored confusion. As he looked around the unfamiliar room and spotted four individuals wearing hoods, his eyes widened in palpable fear. What is this place? Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? Why? Lin Yuchuan's voice trembled, revealing a mix of terror and guilt. He frequently engaged in unscrupulous dealings, having offended many in the course of his business. Thus, he presumed that this was the work of an old enemy seeking revenge. He shook his head, striving to clear his mind. He recalled that moments prior, he had been dining at the Blue Star Hotel, and now, after a brief trip to the restroom, he found himself ambushed and brought here. What was the purpose of the hotel's security system if it failed to respond to such a blatant abduction? Curse it. When I return, I shall have all of you dismissed. Lin Yuchuan fumed internally, yet he knew he must focus on negotiating with his captors to ensure his survival. After all, Lin Yuchuan was quite fearful of death. Let us converse amicably. There is no need for violence. You have kidnapped me for two primary reasons. First, for ransom, and second, for revenge. However, I have not committed any heinous acts that would warrant vengeance. Therefore, I presume you are here for monetary gain, correct? Name your price. How much will it take to secure my release? I assure you, anything below 100 million, and I will not retaliate nor contact the authorities. Is that acceptable? As Lin Yuchuan regained his composure, he began negotiating with his captors, speaking calmly and logically, attempting to seize control of the situation. Wu Yuntian was momentarily stunned, and then turned to Jiang Ling, exclaiming, Boss, he is willing to offer 100 million and will not alert the police. Wu Yuntian was astonished, as he had never encountered such a sum of money. Jiang Ling shot him a glare, reproaching him. 100 million? Is that a significant amount? Jiang Ling's voice sharpened, and he slowly approached, squatting down to fix his penetrating gaze upon Lin Yuchuan's eyes. Lin Yuchuan felt a twinge of guilt. He recognized that the individual before him was the leader of this group. He managed to smile, saying, Brother, I believe there might be a misunderstanding between us. If you think I have wronged you by taking your business, I am more than willing to compensate you. Under someone's roof, one cannot help but bow their head. Lin Yuchuan understood that his life was now in Jiang Ling's hands, leaving him no choice but to seek a conciliatory resolution. It is not merely a matter of compensation. Do you know who I am? Jiang Ling inquired. Who are you? You do not even know who I am. Jiang Ling scoffed, continuing, I am the elder brother of your family, Lin Yuchuan's sworn brother, Qin Jiahao. My brother's sworn brother? Qin Jiahao? I have never heard of you. A glimmer of confusion flickered in Lin Yuchuan's eyes. Chapter 114. All right. Lin Yuchuan has reached his breaking point. Jiang Ling asserted, You haven't heard of it, have you? Now tell me, why would you wish harm upon your elder brother? Why tamper with the brake components of his car, causing him to plummet from the Jiangnan Bridge? Presently, Lin Yuchuan is neither seen alive nor found deceased. Is this not your doing? Jiang Ling pressed with a fierce intensity, brandishing a dagger that he pressed against Lin Yuchuan's neck. Startled, Lin Yuchuan's expression cleared in an instant. With a pained countenance, he pleaded, Brother Hao, please don't kill me. Can we discuss this calmly? He continued, Lin Yuchuan is my elder brother. My own flesh and blood. Why would I harm him? That is not my doing. Brother Hao? Not your doing? A hint of doubt crossed Jiang Ling's face. Lin Yuchuan nodded earnestly. Indeed, it was not me. I swear it truly wasn't he. At this juncture, Jiang Ling fell silent, possessing an uncanny ability to never be deceived. It was entirely possible that Lin Yuchuan's words bore truth. Could it be that Lin Yuchuan's disappearance was genuinely unrelated to Lin Yuchuan? Yet Jiang Ling remained unconvinced, stating, "Nonsense. You have clearly coveted the position of head of the Lin family, and with my brother as the primary heir, you wish to eliminate him or render him missing. Is that not correct?" "That is not the case. I did not betray my brother." Lin Yuchuan protested vehemently. "I swear it truly was not me." He raised 3 fingers in an oath. Seeing this, Jiang Ling fell into contemplation. However, Wu Yuntian nudged Jiang Ling aside, declaring, "Boss, step back. This matter of interrogation is better left to me." With that, Wu Yuntian surged forward, twisting Lin Yuchuan's left arm until it fractured. "Ah, it hurts terribly. Brother, spare me." Lin Yuchuan cried out in anguish. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. One could not deny Wu Yuntian's formidable strength, capable of breaking another's arm with a mere twist. "Now, where is my boss's elder brother? I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise, next time, it won't merely be about breaking your arm." Wu Yuntian demanded fiercely. "I do not know. I truly do not know." Lin Yuchuan lamented. "Holding firm, are we?" Wu Yuntian retorted, lowering his gaze and surveying the surroundings. He picked up a rusty metal shard from the ground, pressing it against Lin Yuchuan's neck, and bellowed, "I'll give you 3 seconds to answer. Where's my boss's elder brother?" "I don't know. I truly don't know. Even if you kill me, I still wouldn't know." Lin Yuchuan stammered. 3, 2, 1. As Wu Yuntian finished counting, Lin Yuchuan remained silent. Yet Wu Yuntian could not genuinely kill Lin Yuchuan. Could he? He glared at Lin Yuchuan, muttering, "Humph, consider yourself fortunate today. I won't take your life, but in the past, someone like you not living another minute would have been my utmost pleasure. I told you, you're incapable. Just watch and learn from me." With Wu Yuntian yielding no results, Hua Dado stepped forward. He produced a silver needle from his pocket and jabbed it into Lin Yuchuan's laughter point. Instantly, Lin Yuchuan burst into uncontrollable laughter. After approximately 10 minutes, Hua Dado then pricked Lin Yuchuan's crying point, leading him to alternate between laughter and tears. "Will you speak? Will you confess? Not saying anything, are we? I'll puncture your vital points. You don't believe me?" Lin Yuchuan exclaimed amidst laughter and sobs, "I swear. It wasn't me who harmed my brother. Truly, it wasn't he." At this moment, Lin Yuchuan had endured nearly an hour of torment from Wu Yuntian and Hua Dado. Yet Jiang Ling still had not extracted any information regarding Lin Yuchuan from him. Could it be that Lin Yuchuan was truly so resolute in his silence? Or perhaps Lin Yuchuan's disappearance had no ties to him whatsoever. "Just kill me. Go ahead, put me out of my misery. Please, stop torturing me," he implored, laughter turning into desperate pleas. "Ah, it tickles, it tickles. Please, spare me the torment." Hua Dado jabbed Lin Yuchuan's tickle point, leaving him rolling on the ground. His face flushed and his neck thickening, as though countless ants were crawling over him. Observing this, Hua Dado sighed softly and shook his head. He approached Jiang Ling and said, "Boss, I have exhausted all my methods," yet he remains tight-lipped. "What should we do then?" Wu Yuntian inquired. Could it be that Lin Yuchuan's disappearance truly bears no relation to him? Does he know nothing at all? As the eldest son of the Lin family in Jiangnan, Lin Yuchuan was a figure of prominence and power among the younger generation. Who could have abducted him without Lin Yuchuan having any knowledge? Hua Dado and Wu Yuntian engaged in a debate. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ling shook his head, stating, "I believe it is unlikely he is involved." "Is that so? Miss Hanyue, we are getting nowhere. What shall we do?" Hua Dado exclaimed, momentarily stunned to have referred to her as Miss Hanyue. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yuchuan, who had been lying on the ground in a state of despair, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Even with his hands bound, he managed to push himself off the ground, glaring at the 4 individuals before him, and exclaimed, "What did you just call her? Miss Hanyue? Fine. Just fine. Hanyue, you have truly outdone yourself, orchestrating the abduction of your own uncle. And you stand by, observing as they torment me? My heart is shattered, utterly shattered." Lin Yuchuan roared in fury. Jiang Ling, equally enraged, slapped Hua Dado on the forehead, scolding, "Are you a fool? Why did you mention her name? I expressly said, once we entered this room, we are not to use our real names." "Oh dear, I was careless, Boss Jiang. I didn't foresee this," Hua Dado replied, pouting in distress. "What did you say? Boss Jiang, is it? Very well. Oh, so it's Jiang Ling, is it? Jiang Ling, you wretched scoundrel. You dared to orchestrate my abduction? I, Lin Yuchuan, shall not rest until I see you suffer. If you allow me to escape, rest assured, I will find a way to make you pay." The hatred within Lin Yuchuan was palpable. He could scarcely fathom that the mastermind behind his abduction was none other than his dearest relative, Lin Hanyue, along with her serendipitously acquired cohabitant, Jiang Ling. Yet, it must be said, They possessed audacity beyond measure. How dare they abduct him? Did they not realize that the chief of the Jiangnan Police Bureau was a close friend of his? With but a word, Chief Wang could have Jiang Ling apprehended in an instant. As Jiang Ling slapped Hua Dado once more in frustration, he growled, "Dado, are you out of your mind? Have you revealed my identity again?" Chapter 115. Hanyue, you have truly broken your uncle's heart. Hua Dado stammered, visibly flustered. I did not. I didn't call your name. Why then did you refer to me as Boss Jiang? Call me Boss or Big Shot, but why must you prefix it with Jiang? Jiang Ling questioned. He thought he could conceal his thoughts. Conceal them? Do you take Lin Yuchuan for a fool, as dim-witted as yourself? Jiang Ling retorted. Have you never attended school, unable to recognize a few prominent characters? Jiang Ling mused. Why is it that Hua Dado, a descendant of the esteemed Hua Tuo, possesses such remarkable medical skills, yet lacks common sense? Hua Dao replied with indignation. I never intended to study. In my small town, there was a private school. But the tuition was exorbitant, and I could only sit in as an auditor. Ultimately, it was my father who taught me to read. Bah, I truly find you exasperating. Jiang Ling sighed, shaking his head in a manner that suggested he was disappointed in him. Apologies, Jiang Boss. You can simply deduct my wages. After receiving a scolding from Jiang Ling, Hua Dao felt somewhat guilty, realizing Jiang Ling was indeed angry. Yet, Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, sighing, forget it. All right, I recognize all of you. Leading the pack is you, Jiang Ling, right? Along with my niece, Lin Hanyue, and that charlatan physician, Hua Dao. Lastly, there's the master who shattered the glass coffee table at Guanyun Building, correct? Stop pretending. I can see through you. Your brazen behavior today will not go unpunished by me. Lin Yuchuan. Sitting on the ground, Lin Yuchuan's eyes flashed with a hint of loathing. It must be said, he was rather astute. After listening to the conversation among Jiang Ling and the others, he deduced their identities. Yet, it was Hua Dao the traitor, who inadvertently revealed their names, which made Lin Yuchuan realize he never would have guessed Jiang Ling and his niece had the audacity to kidnap him. Realizing his identity had been exposed, Jiang Ling chose to drop the pretense. He removed his mask, a smug expression gracing his face. With a sharp gaze directed at Lin Yuchuan, he scoffed disdainfully. Lin Yuchuan, do you believe that in this world, only you are permitted to abduct others, while I am not allowed to do the same? What kind of logic is that? What? I abducted you? Lin Yuchuan replied incredulously. Indeed. Have you forgotten? Last time you commanded your butler to threaten me with a gun, dragging me to Guamao Building for negotiations? Jiang Ling asserted. Lin Yuchuan countered. I merely asked Huang Yinan to invite you, not to kidnap you. Is that clear? Invite. Is there such a thing as a gun invitation? If I had refused, would your butler have shot me? Not at all. I instructed him not to harm you, although I do have some regrets now. Is that so? Your regrets are of no consequence. Kidnapping is still kidnapping. We are merely reciprocating. Jiang Ling retorted dismissively. Despite your prominence in Jiangnan City, I am no less significant. You abduct me once. I shall reciprocate in kind. It is only fair. At that moment, Lin Hanyue also removed her black mask. She sighed softly, a flicker of melancholy crossing her features. She approached Lin Yuchuan and said, Uncle, I am sorry. It was I who asked Jiang Ling to kidnap you. If you must blame someone, let it be me. Hanyue, how could you treat your uncle this way? Reflect upon it. Have I ever mistreated you? Did I ever bully you? On your 18th birthday, I even gifted you a McLaren sports car. Is this how you repay your uncle? Lin Yuchuan exclaimed, filled with anger. Lin Hanyue sighed gently. I apologize, uncle. My actions stem from desperation. I know you have long aspired to be the heir of our family. So you must certainly be undermining my father behind the scenes. So you have always thought this way? Hanyue, you have truly disappointed your uncle. Regardless of my flaws, I would never betray my own brother. She truly has misunderstood me, Lin Yuchuan thought, overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, he felt a surge of anger, and blood spilled from his mouth. It was not just the emotional turmoil. He had endured over an hour of torment from Hua Dao and Wu Yuntian, leaving him physically weakened. However, Hua Dao hurried forward, saying, Master Lin, you mustn't blame me for the blood. Besides, your chronic ailment makes it beneficial to shed some blood. Lin Yuchuan retorted, you must be kidding. He was on the brink of madness due to Hua Dao's words. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would have had Hua Dao captured and dealt with. You pierced dozens of acupuncture points on me, causing me to bleed. And then you say it's good for me? Yet, Lin Yuchuan was still curious how Hua Dao knew of his chronic ailment. Enough of this. Jiang Ling, if you do not release me today, you may as well kill me. Otherwise, when I leave here alive, I assure you, you shall face my wrath. Lin Yuchuan declared from the ground, issuing a fierce threat born of pent-up resentment. He anticipated that Jiang Ling would soon be overawed by his imposing presence and would kneel, begging for mercy, pleading not to be his adversary again. But he was mistaken, for Jiang Ling was equally headstrong. "Ah, so you intend to spare me then?" Jiang Ling queried, feigning innocence. "Indeed, I shall not spare you," Lin Yuchuan asserted. "When I invited you as a guest, I did not instruct anyone to harm you. Did I? Yet you, on the contrary, commanded them to torment me." Jiang Ling interjected. Now, do not misrepresent me. This plan was sanctioned by Hanyue, intended to extract information. What? Hanyue you? Lin Yuchuan's fury flared anew, nearly causing him to spit blood once more. Lin Hanyue lowered her head, her expression vacant, repeatedly murmuring apologies. While Lin Yuchuan resented her for her actions, he could not bring himself to speak harshly to her. Thus, he turned back to Jiang Ling, stating, "You were the one who instigated my beating. I will hold you accountable for that." "Very well. So what do you plan to do to me once you leave?" Jiang Ling inquired, probing for more information. "What will I do? Naturally, I shall have someone smash your establishment to exact my revenge," Lin Yuchuan declared. His resolve was unyielding. Having been wronged, he could not allow Jiang Ling to leave unscathed. Jiang Ling sighed heavily. "Well then, you may find it difficult to leave here. What? Are you planning to torment me to death?" "Perhaps." Jiang Ling smirked. "Master Lin, since you do not intend to let me off the hook, why should I release you now? From this day forth, you shall remain here, and on odd days, Wu Yuntian will come to discipline you, while on even days, Hua Da will administer acupuncture." Chapter 116. Someone has poisoned you, master. What? You dare? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchuan trembled in fear. He was well aware that both Wu Yuntian and Hua Da were formidable individuals. One was a tormentor of the body, and the other, an assailant on the mind. If subjected to their abuse for a week, he would not perish but surely lose his sanity. Jiang Ling retorted, "What is there for me to fear? You have already stated that you have no intention of sparing me, so why should I show you mercy?" Lin Yuchuan inquired. "Will you not beg for mercy?" Jiang Ling chuckled. "I apologize, but I have never known defeat. I do not even know how to write the word surrender." Meanwhile, Hua Da, deep in thought, asked, "Boss Jiang, what about Sunday? Will you allow him to rest?" No. Both of you should come on Sunday. Let him experience double the joy." Hua Da grinned. After all, he and Jiang Ling were inextricably linked, and if Lin Yuchuan sought revenge against Jiang Ling after his release, he would undoubtedly target him as well. Eventually, Lin Yuchuan relented. He slumped to the ground, appearing as if he might shatter into pieces. He looked at Lin Hanyue and said, "Hanyue, your second uncle has never asked you for anything in his life. Today, I beseech you, let Jiang Ling set me free. Please, stop tormenting me." Lin Yuchuan could no longer endure the agony of having his arm twisted or being subjected to acupuncture's sharp pain. Lin Hanyue then directed her gaze at Jiang Ling, saying, "Jiang Ling, since my father's disappearance is unrelated to my second uncle, can you release him?" "Release him? You must first ask him whether he would spare me," Jiang Ling replied. "Second uncle, how about we let you go, and you promise not to trouble Jiang Ling again? Otherwise, he will never let you leave," Lin Hanyue proposed. "I have been missing for so long. I do not believe that my company will refrain from investigating this matter. When the police trace it back to you, how will you defend yourselves?" Lin Yuchuan threatened. Jiang Ling, however, responded with fearless resolve, "If it comes to that, we might as well die together. I will kill you first, then escape abroad with Hua Da and the others. After all, I still have some connections in Jiangnan City." "What? You?" Jiang Ling's words left Lin Yuchuan momentarily speechless. He realized that in this place, he could never outmatch Jiang Ling, as he lacked any real authority. Moreover, Jiang Ling was a hot-headed youth, utterly unfazed by his threats, even declaring that he would kill him and flee abroad. Lin Yuchuan pondered for a moment and then nodded. "All right, fine. Jiang Ling, let me go, and I promise I will not seek revenge against you. Does that sound acceptable?" Are you serious?" Jiang Ling's eyes gleamed with interest. Lin Yuchuan affirmed, "I am serious. But I reiterate, our grievances are not settled. Although I will not actively seek trouble, do not come to me in the future to stir up conflict. Otherwise, if the day comes when I have you in my grasp, what do you intend to do?" Jiang Ling's tone shifted, now laced with menace. "I do not intend anything. I simply propose that you tread your own path, while I tread mine. Is that agreeable?" That sounds more reasonable." With Lin Yuchuan's assurance, Jiang Ling felt considerably lighter. At least he had promised not to seek retribution against him. Jiang Ling then snapped his fingers and said, "Yuntian, untie him and let him go." Just like that, Wu Yuntian and Hua Da exchanged uncertain glances. After all, their adversary was the third master of the Lin family in Jiangnan City, a figure of considerable power. If they allowed him to leave, what would they do if he sought revenge later? Jiang Ling reassured them, "Do not worry. I trust the character of Master Lin. His word is his bond." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchuan was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Jiang Ling. He had never anticipated that Jiang Ling would be so straightforward. Regrettably, they had already become enemies. Otherwise, he felt they could have been good friends. Go ahead, Yin Tian. Untie him. We certainly cannot kill Lin Yuchuan. In this day and age, murder is a crime, and given Lin Yuchuan's status, if the investigation pointed to them, they would all have to flee abroad. Did they wish to bear the stigma of being murderers, hunted by the police for a lifetime? Boss Jiang, you are correct. But I remain concerned that Master Lin might retaliate against us. Hua Dao expressed his apprehension. Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. I guarantee you he will not make things difficult for you. Right, Master Lin? Yes. Yes, Lin Yuchuan nodded, somewhat dazed. He could not comprehend why Jiang Ling had such faith in him. Did he truly believe he would let him go without any conditions? Subsequently, Hua Dao approached to reattach Lin Yuchuan's severed left arm. Ouch! Lin Yuchuan cried out in pain, casting a fierce glare at Hua Dao. Hua Dao immediately grew anxious. Look at you. What is with that expression? I am reattaching your arm, not harming you. I know, but you just do not seem like a good person. You lack medical ethics, abusing your skills to harm others and tarnishing the reputation of the Hua Tuo family. Oh my heavens, do not speak such nonsense. My conscience is clear. I have not sullied my ancestor's name. I utilized acupuncture to extract information from you as a means of repaying my debt to Boss Jiang. Furthermore, while I was treating you, I also addressed your underlying ailments that caused your coughing up blood. Do you not realize that? Hua Dao asserted. I am a healer by nature. Were you not poisoned previously? Your heart is weak, causing you palpitations at night, making it difficult to sleep. As if you were on the brink of death? After Hua Dao's remarks, Lin Yuchuan's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you know? How do you know I struggle with palpitations and sleepless nights? I already told you. You have been poisoned, Master Lin. Hua Dao urged earnestly. I have been poisoned? Who did this? Who is responsible? I cannot say for certain. It was not me. Hua Dao hastily waved his hands. Lin Yuchuan then turned to Jiang Ling, who scratched his neck and asked, What are you looking at me for? Am I the one who poisoned you? Did Wu Yintian do this? He questioned. Oh, you are wrongly accusing a good person, Master Lin. You can eat whatever you want, but do not speak carelessly. Sometimes, careless words can lead to dire consequences. Why would I poison you? Do we even know each other? Jiang Ling was nearly laughing in exasperation. Chapter 117. Who is Chun Debbin? It seems that Lin Yuchuan is quite suspicious, believing that Jiang Ling had been plotting against him for a long time. Lin Yuchuan furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Wu Yintian and then at Lin Hanyue. Though he had known Jiang Ling for a brief time and had some conflicts with him, it did not warrant Jiang Ling poisoning him. Moreover, he had experienced heart palpitations and sleepless nights even before he met Jiang Ling. Thus, Jiang Ling could be ruled out. Could it be Lin Hanyue? Perhaps not. After all, he was Lin Hanyue's own uncle. Even if she suspected that he was responsible for her father's disappearance, she would not resort to poisoning him. Do not look at me. I am not the one responsible. Lin Hanyue made her stance clear. Lin Yuchuan nodded thoughtfully, but remained pensive. After a moment, he sighed and shook his head. It is not that he failed to consider the poisoner, but rather that the sheer multitude of individuals he had in mind made everyone appear suspect in his eyes. All right. Third Master, let us not dwell on other matters. Your ailment can be treated, but it comes at a cost. Hua Dao flashed a bright smile as he spoke with an upbeat tone. Humph, a mere trifling poison. I do not require your assistance for treatment. I can certainly seek help from a hospital. Lin Yuchuan retorted coldly, unwilling to involve himself with anyone from Jiang Ling. Observing his stubbornness, Hua Dao did not press the issue further and cheerfully remarked, This type of chronic toxin is notoriously difficult to eradicate, and you must remain vigilant regarding the source of the poison. Humph, there is no need for your concern. Lin Yuchuan stood up, took a deep breath, and clutched his chest as he staggered forward. Having endured torment at their hands, he now walked as if he were floating, his legs weak. Second uncle, allow me to escort you home, Lin Hanyue offered. No need, Hanyue. Focus on nurturing your relationship with your boyfriend. He treats you well, but I must ask that you refrain from bringing him to trouble me. Otherwise, when I deal with him, do not shed tears for him, Lin Yuchuan said coldly. Furthermore, I am aware of your intentions. You, like the old master, wish to consolidate the position of the family head within my elder brother's faction. However, as the third son of the Lin family, I assert that my business acumen is no less than that of my elder brother, and I possess the capability to ascend to the position of family head. Hanyue, perhaps we can engage in fair competition, but do not summon Jiang Ling to employ underhanded tactics. What did you say? I employ underhanded tactics? Was it not you who initiated this? Jiang Ling retorted furiously. Clearly, it was Lin Yuchuan who was scheming, sending people to investigate him and even orchestrating his kidnapping for negotiations. Seeing Lin Yuchuan poised to retort again, Jiang Ling interjected. Do you even wish to leave this place? You. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to argue with you, Lin Yuchuan said, limping forward once more. As he reached the door, he seemed to recall something and turned to face Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue. In truth, there is someone I do not wish to discuss with you. Debbin was the last person seen by my elder brother before his disappearance. However, he is not to be trifled with. He is involved in the underworld and has blood on his hands. With that, Lin Yuchuan waved his hand and turned to leave, not once looking back until his silhouette vanished at the gate of the courtyard. Debbin? Who is he? After Lin Yuchuan departed, Jiang Ling, Huadato, and Wu Yuntian exchanged perplexed glances. I have never heard of him. Miss Hanyue, who exactly is Debbin? Huadato inquired. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue furrowed her brow, a subtle glimmer of wariness flickering in her eyes. I am aware of Debbin. He is associated with the Chun family in Jiangnan City. The Chun family? Did Jiangnan City not only have the four prominent families, the Zhao, Lin, Lu, and Sun families? Jiang Ling questioned. Indeed, on the surface, Jiangnan City is known for these four families, but in the shadows, there exist others engaged in gray industries, their activities deemed illegal and unsavory, thus excluded from the family hierarchy. Yet their power should not be underestimated. The Chun and Wang families are the two most notorious underworld factions, controlling the economic lifeblood of Jiangnan City's underground. Moreover, they are involved in numerous illicit enterprises, where murder may very well be commonplace. Lin Hanyue's expression grew serious, her thoughts becoming increasingly tense. Does this imply that Uncle Lin's disappearance is indeed connected to Debbin? Jiang Ling inquired. I do not know, but I will investigate. I am determined to uncover the truth. Lin Hanyue inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute. Regardless of whether her father was alive or dead, she was determined to find Lin Yuchuan. Even if it meant confronting an underground family, so be it. Miss Hanyue, should it turn out that your father has truly been abducted by Debbin, how will you respond? Huadato asked. How to respond? Naturally, I would report it to the authorities. However, before that, I must pay a visit to the Chun family. Is that not perilous? Jiang Ling queried. How about I lend you Yuntian? He is the world's top assassin. Wu Yuntian interjected. Yuntian, do not look at me like that. I will offer you 20,000 as a reward for this task. Just ensure Miss Hanyue's safety. Haha, that sounds feasible. Wu Yuntian grinned. Jiang Ling was momentarily speechless. Indeed, both Wu Yuntian and Huadato were ensnared by the allure of money. No, I do not require Wu Yuntian, Lin Hanyue asserted. Then who do you need? I need you. Me? Yes, Jiang Ling. Would you accompany me to the Chun family to investigate? Please. Lin Hanyue looked at Jiang Ling with pleading eyes. Yet, her second uncle had warned that the Chun family was dangerous, known for their propensity for violence. Jiang Ling expressed his concerns. What if they truly are dangerous? I am unafraid. If I perish, my mother will immediately alert the authorities and provide evidence to apprehend the Chun family, Lin Hanyue declared. Oh dear, what should we do? Jiang Ling found himself hesitating. Unfamiliar with the underworld families of Jiangnan City, he was understandably reluctant to wade into such murky waters. Jiang Ling, I implore you to help me, please. You are my only hope. If you do not assist me, I shall have no one else to turn to. Lin Hanyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression pitiful. Jiang Ling could not bear to see his beloved in such distress. Taking a deep breath, he calmly replied, Very well, I shall accompany you. Hanyue, really? You must not deceive me. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. Jiang Ling affirmed. Chapter 118. How I envy you young people. Thank you, Jiang Ling. Thank you for standing by me during my weakest and most helpless moments. From this day forth, regardless of the circumstances, you shall remain one of the most important individuals in my life. I will never forget you. I will cherish you for all my days. Is that agreeable? Lin Hanyue stepped forward, tightly embracing Jiang Ling's waist, then looked up at him with a playful glint in her eyes. Seeing her, reminiscent of an adorable kitten, warmed Jiang Ling's heart. He smiled, nodding, and gently tapped her nose with his finger, saying, Indeed, I shall care for you for a lifetime. After all, Lin Hanyue had provided him with considerable support, especially during the period following his breakup with Chun Morong, when she seamlessly filled the void left by his heartache. Although Jiang Ling had suffered a romantic setback, he felt no sorrow, thanks to Lin Hanyue's warmth and companionship. Observing the affectionate exchange between Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue in the secret chamber, Huadato could not help but cover his eyes, lamenting, What a travesty. What crime have I committed to witness you two flaunting your affection? How I envy you young people, still able to endure the trials of love. In all honesty, Huadato felt quite envious of Jiang Ling. Youthful, affluent, and handsome, he boasted a beautiful girlfriend by his side. Yet here he was, nearing 50, having never married, nor even held a woman's hand. He turned to Wu Yuntian and inquired if his sentiments held any truth. However, Wu Yuntian shook his head, responding, I harbor no interest in women at present, for I already have a daughter. You have a daughter? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Sighing, Hua Dao felt the weight of solitude pressing upon him, realizing he was the only one left unaccompanied. A hint of melancholy crossed his face. Since being treated by Hua Dao, Wu Yuntian's mind had regained its clarity, though he continued to suffer from amnesia, forgetting much of his past. He was in a far better state than during his time in the psychiatric hospital. Thus, despite Hua Dao's incessant directives and nagging, Wu Yuntian felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him, especially since Hua Dao had provided his treatment free of charge. Moving closer, Wu Yuntian chuckled softly. Hua Dao, please don't tell me you're still a virgin, having never touched a woman? Huh, what are you saying? That is absurd. I have indeed been with women, Hua Dao retorted, though it was merely a facade to maintain his dignity. The truth was, there had been but one instance when he had accidentally brushed against the chest of Widow Wang while treating her, leading to scandalous rumors that Hua Dao had taken advantage of her. This resulted in him not only waiving her medical fees, but also compensating her with 50 yuan to settle the matter. With a deep sigh, Hua Dao lamented his plight. Wu Yuntian discerned the turmoil within him and suggested, Hua Dao, how about I take you out tonight? My treat, are you in? Out. Where to? Hua Dao asked with curiosity. Leaning in closer, Wu Yuntian whispered something into his ear. Immediately, Hua Dao's face flushed crimson, and he scowled, indignantly exclaiming, Humph. How could I, Hua Dao, stoop to such despicable acts? My ancestors were renowned physicians. I cannot tarnish their legacy. Very well, if you refuse, so be it, Wu Yuntian replied, casting Hua Dao a sidelong glance. How antiquated could one be in this day and age? Meanwhile, on Lin Yuchuan's end, after enduring a tormenting session at the hands of Jiang Ling and his cohorts, he felt a simmering frustration within him. What astounded him most was the revelation that the mastermind behind his kidnapping was none other than his own niece, Lin Hanyue. This left Lin Yuchuan feeling as if he had struck a punch into a pile of cotton, angry yet with no outlet for his ire. Given that Lin Hanyue's father was already missing, how could he send someone to confront her? Thus, he directed his resentment toward Jiang Ling instead. However, he had promised Jiang Ling not to seek retribution, and he had heard whispers of Jiang Ling's mysterious background, supported by a powerful overseas business magnate. Moreover, Jiang Ling surrounded himself with peculiar individuals, including the so-called divine physician Hua Dao and the formidable assassin Wu Yuntian, people Lin Yuchuan could not afford to cross. After much contemplation, Lin Yuchuan decided against taking action against Jiang Ling. Instead, he opted to alert the authorities, requesting that they apprehend Jiang Ling and thoroughly investigate the origins of his wealth. Consequently, Lin Yuchuan placed a call to Wang Yuntao, the chief of the Jiangnan City Police, informing him of Jiang Ling's involvement in his abduction and urging him to probe into the source of Jiang Ling's finances, determining their legality. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuntao was utterly taken aback. What? Lin Hanyue, someone in Jiangnan City dared to kidnap you? Huh, that fellow must be courting death. His name is Jiang Ling, and I need you to investigate him thoroughly tomorrow. He should be locked away for a few months, Lin Yuchuan asserted angrily. If he truly kidnapped you, I will certainly ensure he faces justice, Wang Yuntao replied confidently. Furthermore, don't forget to investigate Jiang Ling's background and how he acquired his wealth. Determine if there are any tax evasion issues, understood? Lin Yuchuan added. Rest assured, I'll take care of it. Who would have thought a mere Jiang Ling could cause Lin Hanyue such trouble? But you need not worry, as your good brother. I will see to it that Jiang Ling spends a few months behind bars, Wang Yuntao assured. Good, let us aim for at least 3 months. Why 3 months? Don't ask so many questions, just make sure he serves time. Alright then, if the charges hold, he will certainly be incarcerated. With that, Wang Yuntao ended the call. As evening descended, Jiang Ling had ordered an extravagant array of takeout to treat Hua Dao and Wu Yuntian, expressing his gratitude for their assistance in interrogating Lin Yuchuan. Hua Dao, Yuntian, dinner is ready. Xiaobo, stop pondering over medicine and come eat. Oh, alright, coming. In the backyard, which featured a small open-air courtyard with 2 storage rooms, one for discarded tools and the other for storing traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. There was a shaded area with a white stone table and 4 stone stools. Hua Dao often enjoyed sitting here, sipping tea and cultivating his spirit during leisure moments. The total bill for the lavish takeout amounted to 820 yuan, which included braised pork, grilled lamb chops, stewed pigeon, and several vegetarian dishes. The priciest items were a bottle of Maotai liquor and a large lobster, which alone accounted for over 7,000 yuan. In the courtyard, Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue had already taken their seats, soon joined by Wu Yuntian and Lu Xiaobo. Hua Dao arrived last, carrying several pouches of prepared traditional Chinese medicine. He placed the concoction beside Lin Hanyue, stating, Miss Hanyue, this is the herbal medicine I prepared as per Mr. Zhang's instructions. As you are aware, traditional Chinese medicine aims to regulate the body, Given your weakness and cold constitution, which has led to insomnia, I have added angelica, goji berries, and ginseng to bolster your health. Hua Dao began to elaborate on the medicinal ingredients, while Wu Yuntian, growing impatient, interjected, "All right, Hua Dao, we don't understand your explanations. Just ensure it's effective. Let us eat already, I'm starving." Hearing this, Hua Dao bristled, shooting Wu Yuntian an irate glare. "Humph. I'm merely educating Miss Hanyue about the efficacy of traditional medicine and instructing her on how to consume it to nurture her health. Yet here you are chattering away? Do you believe I 1T poison your medicine in retaliation?" Wu Yuntian was momentarily silenced by Hua Dao's retort. He had intended to respond, but considering he still needed to consume the concoction Hua Dao had prepared, he thought better of it. If he angered Hua Dao and truly suffered a dose of poison, the consequences would be dire indeed. "Thank you, esteemed Dr. Hua." Lin Hanyue graciously accepted the traditional Chinese medicine and nodded in appreciation. Over the past few weeks, she had been consuming the herbal concoctions prepared by Hua Dao, and indeed, her health had improved significantly. She no longer suffered from insomnia at night. "You're most welcome. This is a directive from Boss Jiang. How much do I owe you?" "Oh, it's quite reasonable, merely a little over 1,000. The herbs themselves are not expensive. The value lies in my unique formula." Hua Dao replied with a confident smile. "How shall I proceed with the payment? Should I transfer it directly to you, or settle it at the front desk?" "Payment, well." As he spoke, Hua Dao discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Ling, noticing Jiang Ling's disapproving glare. Hua Dao chuckled awkwardly and declared, "Ha, you are the wife of my boss. How could I possibly ask you to transfer money? No need for a transaction." He waved his hand grandly. "Thank you once again, Dr. Hua. You have my gratitude, and should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to help." Lin Hanyue expressed her heartfelt thanks. "Haha, no need for such formality. Let us eat, let us eat. Oh, today we have braised pork and even lobster? Oh my, and a bottle of Maotai. This liquor is indeed a fine treasure, albeit rather pricey." Hua Dao cheerfully took his seat. With only 4 seats available, Lu Xiaobo, as an apprentice, could only bring over a stool to sit beside Hua Dao, quietly eating his meal. The atmosphere was filled with familiar faces. Thus, Hua Dao felt entirely at ease. Pouring a glass of Maotai for Jiang Ling and filling his own cup generously. "Da, how is the revenue for our newly opened traditional medicine clinic?" Jiang Ling inquired curiously. After all, he had invested approximately 1 million into this clinic and had to pay an annual rent of 500,000. Hua Dao scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Boss Jiang, to be honest, I'm not very savvy with finances. I only know that our revenue over the past 3 days has exceeded 5,000. A hint of pride appeared on Hua Dao's face. However, Jiang Ling's expression shifted slightly. "What? Only 5,000? It seems there are quite a few patients here." "Well, yes, there are quite a few, but they are mostly neighbors from around here. And many of them are elderly and not well off. I can't bear to charge them more. Besides, I believe earning 5,000 a day is already quite good." He was simply too kind-hearted, which had led to his financial struggles, and now he could not even afford to marry. With a deep sigh, Jiang Ling remarked, "Alas, Dao, let me do some calculations for you." How do we calculate?" Hua Dao blinked in confusion, wondering if making 5,000 a day could still result in a loss. Jiang Ling explained, "My store's annual rent is 500,000, the renovations cost 480,000, and I spent several tens of thousands on purchasing medical equipment and supplies. Let us consider that as 1 million. Additionally, I signed an 800,000 contract with a Chinese herbal medicine supplier, acquiring many precious herbs. These herbs will likely last you only 6 months. So the annual cost for herbal purchases is around 120,000. Adding that to the previous 1 million expenditure gives us 220,000. Now, if you earn 5,000 a day, that totals 1,825,000 a year. After deducting 25% for corporate income tax, that leaves us with 1,368,750. Furthermore, I still need to pay you a salary, and I must also earn a living. Dao, think this over. I opened a traditional medicine store with an initial investment of 220,000, but my revenue amounts to only 126,000. Dao, we are here to run a profitable business, not to engage in charity work. If you continue down this path, our clinic will inevitably face closure. Not only will we make no profit, but I will be losing 100,000 annually." As Jiang Ling calculated on his phone, he glanced at Hua Dao, visibly exasperated. To speak of Hua Dao, his medical skills were indeed remarkable. With his mastery of the elusive 13 ghost needles, he could resurrect even those on the brink of death. Yet, his excessive kindness and naivety were his downfall. How could he expect to make a profit when he sold traditional medicine at such low prices? Seeing Jiang Ling's anger, Lin Hanyue opened her mouth to advise him to calm down and refrain from scolding Hua Dao. However, she quickly reconsidered. realizing that Hua Dao's flawed mindset might not change without a stern reprimand. Liu Xiaobo and Wu Yuntian sat nearby, eating while listening to Jiang Ling admonish Hua Dao. They exchanged glances between Jiang Ling and Dao. Meanwhile, Hua Dao's features contorted in distress. Boss Jiang, I truly did not know. I thought earning 5,000 daily was a substantial amount, equating to over 1 million a year. Do you understand where the issue lies? Jiang Ling questioned. I do not know. He shook his head. Jiang Ling scoffed. The problem lies with you. Your pricing for treating patients is far too low. You could easily charge hundreds for the herbal remedies, yet you sell them for mere dozens? Those precious medicinal herbs, once brewed, should be priced in the thousands. Yet you offer them for a few hundred? Let me ask you another question. The herbs you prepared for Hanyue must be the most expensive, correct? What is the price tag? Over 1,000? The moment I heard that price, I knew there would be issues with revenue. Jiang Ling glared at him, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. I truly did not know, boss. Hua Dao furrowed his brow, his expression a blend of grievance and helplessness. You didn't know? Is that all you can say? Are we not operating a traditional medicine clinic, but rather a charitable organization? I invest millions each year to subsidize this, while you toil tirelessly treating others without earning a penny, and yet bear the risks of unforeseen patient issues. Even Jesus would stand up to offer you his seat, claiming you deserve it. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's reprimand, Lin Hanyue could not contain her laughter, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Jiang Ling's metaphor was simply too abstract. Wu Yuntian, sitting nearby, also stifled a laugh, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself that after enduring bullying from Wu Laoba for so long, Jiang Ling had finally avenged him. Nevertheless, Hua Dao had also shown them kindness. Thus, Lin Hanyue gently tugged at Jiang Ling's sleeve, saying, Jiang Ling, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. Dao is new to running such a large clinic, and he surely does not know how to price the herbs for profitability. With reddened eyes, Hua Dao wiped the corners of his eyes, feeling deeply wronged. To be honest, throughout his life, aside from the city management and his father, he had never been reprimanded like this by anyone else without being allowed to retort. However, he recognized that it was his own fault that led Jiang Ling to lecture him. Thus, Hua Dao hastily explained, Boss Jiang, I was unaware of the scale of your investment in this clinic. Had I known, I certainly would have priced the herbs higher. In the past, when treating others, I would personally forage for the herbs without any cost, and there were no rent expenses. A simple outdoor stall served as my clinic. Therefore, I had no expenditures, and every fee I charged was pure profit, without any taxes to consider. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling cast an exasperated glance at Hua Dao. He understood that Hua Dao, being excessively kind-hearted, could not bear to see the elderly in the vicinity overpaying for medical treatment. Noticing the redness around his eyes, Jiang Ling couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, saying, forget it. Thankfully, I discovered this early. Otherwise, if we continue down this path, we will inevitably part ways. Please, don't disband us, Boss Jiang. If you dismiss me, I truly wouldn't know what to do. I don't wish to sleep on the streets, being driven away by the city management. Observing the pitiable expression on Hua Dao's face, Jiang Ling realized that this foolish old man had undoubtedly endured considerable hardship in his life. Despite possessing extraordinary medical skills, he struggled to earn a living. Rest assured, Dao, we shall not part ways. I merely intend to give you a gentle nudge for your own good. Jiang Ling continued, remember, Dao, having a kind heart is commendable. However, to save others, you must first ensure your own well-being. If you cannot feed or clothe yourself, how can you possibly share your meager half-bun with others? That is not kindness, it is sheer folly. Yes, I take your lesson to heart, Boss Jiang. Hua Dao nodded vigorously. Well, let us eat first. Tomorrow, I will specifically recruit a few individuals for financial and operational management, so you won't be so overburdened. Thank you, Boss Jiang. In that case, I shall raise the prices of my herbal medicine threefold. Whether I pay salaries or not is irrelevant. At the very least, I cannot allow you to incur losses. Threefold? That is still too little, Jiang Ling remarked. How many times should it be raised then? Hua Dao inquired, puzzled. I believe it should be raised at least tenfold. With your medical expertise, charging several thousand for a consultation is hardly excessive, is it? After all, your ancestor was the renowned physician Hua Ta, Jiang Ling candidly stated. However, Hua Dao did not grasp the extent of wealth possessed by people today, mistakenly thinking it akin to the impoverished populace of the 80s and 90s. Tenfold. Isn't that a bit too steep? Before Jiang Ling could respond, Lin Hanyue interjected, not at all, Dr. Hua. The medicinal herbs you prepared for me earlier, I expected them to cost at least 30 to 50,000, yet you mentioned only over 1,000. I was utterly astonished. Moreover, my ailment cannot be treated by ordinary hospitals. Only your Chinese herbal prescription can not only heal my body, but also alleviate my insomnia. I wouldn't hesitate to spend 30 to 50,000, so I genuinely believe your pricing is too low and should indeed be increased. Lin Hanyue expressed her heartfelt thoughts, and Hua Dado nodded in contemplation. After a moment, he took a deep breath and declared, "All right, since both Boss Jiang and Miss Lin have said so, I, Hua Dado, shall endeavor to earn some money. Starting tomorrow, I will raise the prices of my herbal medicine tenfold." "Good, rest assured and raise it. If anyone complains about the price, set aside your sympathy. Just tell them if they wish to see you, they can, and if not, it's their choice. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You provide treatment, and I collect payment. Perfectly reasonable and just. Indeed, you are absolutely right. I will rectify my mindset moving forward." Hua Dado fervently nodded, taking another swig of liquor. That evening, upon returning home, it was already 9:30. Recently, Lin Hanyue had been consuming Chinese medicine to recuperate her health, thus she had scarcely attended work. As for Jiang Ling, he hadn't gone to work at all. He merely managed from a distance, entrusting both Tianyan real estate and Yunxiao jewelry to others while he awaited the profits. However, considering he needed to investigate Chun Debbin alongside Lin Hanyue, that evening, Jiang Ling made a phone call to Zhao Yuanming, inquiring if she knew of a certain Chun Debbin residing in the underground district of Jiangnan City. "Chun Debbin? Why are you looking for him, Director Jiang? Did you offend him, or did he offend you?" Zhao Yuanming asked, her voice laced with suspicion. "Nothing of the sort. I merely wish to know where he resides." Jiang Ling replied, "I'm afraid I don't know where he lives. However, my father mentioned that Chun Debbin is a notorious figure in the underground district of Jiangnan City, known for committing numerous misdeeds. He warned us never to visit the Fengyun Club, lest we fall victim to Chun Debbin's abduction, which would likely extort a significant sum from the Zhao family. Even Zhao Dahai has no means to deal with him. The Fengyun Club, you say? What of it, Director Jiang? Are you planning to confront Chun Debbin?" "Yes. I have a few matters to inquire. I strongly advise against it. Chun Debbin is exceedingly treacherous. He acts solely for profit. If you entangle yourself with him, you will undoubtedly suffer dire consequences." Zhao Yuanming expressed her concerns for Jiang Ling. After all, she shared a close bond with him and served as the vice chairperson of Yunxiao Jewelry. If anything were to happen to him, it would deeply sadden her. Chapter 121. The Beginner's Manual for Cultivating Qi. Are you intending to pursue immortality? Do you have his contact information? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before asking. Chun Debbin's? Yes. Alas, I do not have it. That said, may I inquire why you are seeking him? Is it of great importance? Indeed, it is of utmost importance. Jiang Ling took a deep breath. After all, this matter pertained to the whereabouts of Lin Hanyue's father. Ultimately, he was unable to extract any information regarding Chun Debbin from Zhao Yuanming. At that moment, Lin Hanyue, having finished her shower, entered the bedroom clad in her sleepwear. The June weather was somewhat sweltering, prompting her to pick up the air conditioning remote and turn it on before tossing it onto the bed. Although the room was not spacious, it was reasonably clean and tidy, accommodating two people without issue. Moreover, Lin Hanyue was inherently a girl lacking in security, even afraid to walk alone at night. Thus, she had become accustomed to staying at Jiang Ling's home for sleep rather than returning to her own. Lin Hanyue's mother, Wang Xiaoru, was also aware of her cohabitation with Jiang Ling. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so eager to urge them to marry. "Jiang, what did you find out? Does Zhao Yuanming have Chun Debbin's contact information?" Lin Hanyue asked, drying her damp hair with a towel. Jiang Ling shook his head. "She doesn't. However, Miss Zhao did provide me with some information." "What information?" "The Fengyun Club." "The Fengyun Club? Where is that? How come I've never heard of it before?" Lin Hanyue frowned, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. "Indeed, I've never heard of it either. Which is quite vexing," Jiang Ling admitted. So Miss Zhao doesn't know where it is either?" Lin Hanyue inquired. Jiang Ling shook his head. "That is correct. She was only advising me to steer clear of the Fengyun Club and to keep my distance from Chun Debbin." Having heard this, Lin Hanyue nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with determination. Earlier that afternoon, Lin Yuchuan had mentioned that her father, Lin Yuchuan, had encountered Chun Debbin shortly before his disappearance. Furthermore, Lin Yuchuan's car had plunged into the Jiangnan River, and the police had discovered a significant number of antiques within it. Could it be that Chun Debbin was connected to those antiques? Or perhaps Lin Yuchuan had uncovered some secret about Chun Debbin and was on the verge of exposing him, only to be ensnared by Chun Debbin? With these thoughts in mind, Lin Hanyue began to feel that Chun Debbin was indeed highly suspect. "Hanyue, why don't you go and ask your second uncle?" Jiang Ling lay on the bed, engrossed in his phone. Yet Lin Hanyue pursed her lips and shook her head, saying, "Alas, I had you call someone to kidnap my second uncle and even gave him a beating. He must loathe me by now. How could I dare approach him?" In the past, Lin Hanyue had indeed harbored a fear of her second uncle, Lin Yuchuan. who frequently sent people to monitor her, scrutinizing her every move to prevent any competition for the position of the Lin family patriarch. What shall we do then, if you don't inquire with your uncle? We shall never uncover any information regarding Chun Debbin, Jiang Ling remarked. Lin Hanyue walked over to the balcony and turned on the hairdryer to dry her hair. She softly replied, "Well, I suppose I will ask him later." "All right," Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. By the time Lin Hanyue finished drying her hair, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Although for night owls like them, sleeping at 10:30 was rather early. Lin Hanyue had consumed the herbal medicine prepared by Hua Datu, which contained a sleep-inducing agent. Consequently, she found herself utterly fatigued by 10 o'clock each night. Stifling yawns and devoid of any thoughts that might lead to insomnia, Lin Hanyue climbed onto the soft bed and snatched a pillow from Jiang Ling's back. She shot him an irritated glare and said, "Are you using my pillow as a cushion again? I've told you, that is for sleeping. How unsanitary." "But I just took a shower." Jiang Ling blinked, somewhat perplexed. "Showering or not, the moisture from your body has soaked my pillow. What a ridiculous habit you have of stealing pillows." Lin Hanyue grumbled, casting another exasperated look at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, however, only grinned, seemingly unfazed by her complaints. "What are you up to?" Lin Hanyue lay back on the bed, leaning her head against Jiang Ling's shoulder to glance at the messages on his phone. Jiang Ling generously turned the screen toward her. "Look, I'm considering purchasing some martial arts manuals to enhance my physical fitness. What do you think?" He said. "What? Martial arts manuals? What are you planning?" Lin Hanyue exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked up at Jiang Ling, puzzled. Jiang Ling replied, "What am I planning? Of course, to practice martial arts. Only by growing strong can I protect you, right?" "Oh, so it's for my sake," Lin Hanyue chuckled, feeling warmth in her heart. However, she couldn't help but wonder if the martial arts manuals Jiang Ling was buying from Pinduoduo were of any use. Wasn't that just a clear case of being taken for a ride? What was this beginner's guide to qi cultivation? What about Qimen Duanjia, alchemy, and Tianyuan divine skill? Lin Hanyue was convinced they were all scams. Yet Jiang Ling was utterly absorbed. He continued to read, chuckling. "Haha, it's real, it's all real. I just asked customer service, and they said she's a disciple of the 36th generation of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi sect. They're currently recruiting disciples, and even asked if I was interested in signing up." Jiang Ling laughed heartily. Lin Hanyue, however, pouted and shot him a disbelieving look, saying, "You actually believe that? It's obviously a scam." No. What if it's true?" "No, it's definitely false. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling suddenly fell silent. He recalled a rather conflicting point because the customer, Xiao Yongkai, had claimed that all these manuals were authentic and guaranteed. As long as one followed the methods within and cultivated sincerely, if one had talent, they could achieve the qi cultivation stage within 3 years. Jiang Ling possessed a system that guaranteed he would never be deceived, so what she said should indeed be true. But the dilemma arose when Lin Hanyue insisted that all of it was false, advising Jiang Ling against the purchase to avoid falling into obsession. Thus, if Jiang Ling was truly invulnerable to deception, then Lin Hanyue's assertions must also be true, creating an instant contradiction. Therefore, Jiang Ling awakened the system, which had been peacefully slumbering. System, are you there? Come out quickly, I have questions," he thought to himself. Typically, he seldom engaged in dialogue with the system since it had only granted him the ability to never be deceived and then fell into a deep sleep, making it unnecessary for Jiang Ling to consult it on ordinary matters. Chapter 122, Confronting the Intruder. After hearing Jiang Ling's inquiry, the system replied with newfound confidence. To report back to the host, this system's ability to never be deceived operates on a cause and effect basis, following a sequential order. Generally speaking, whoever speaks first is telling the truth. The statements of those who follow, even if false, will not affect you. Wait. What you just said contradicts the very nature of never being deceived. You stated that I would never be fooled. So how could there be a first or second? Doesn't that mean I can still be deceived? Your system has a flaw. Jiang Ling pointed out the system's inconsistency. Yet the system's sprite stubbornly retorted. There is no flaw. The program of this system is designed this way. The first speaker is correct, while the subsequent speaker's words are false. So I've been deceived? Jiang Ling countered. That shouldn't count as being deceived, right? The system replied. How can it not count? For instance, if someone tells me the martial arts manual I bought is genuine, while all my friends and even the world insist that it's fake, then everyone is deceiving me. Yet you still insist it's true, claiming I haven't been deceived. To take it a step further, even if the manual I purchased is authentic, I am still being deceived by the entire world, am I not? Haha, I never expected you to be such a system, unaware of your own bugs. Jiang Ling began to mock the system internally. The system's sprite rarely displayed any emotional fluctuations, but this time, it showed a hint of anger. Then what do you propose? Should the minority submit to the majority? No, no, no. As long as I choose to believe, then the matter is true. If I choose not to believe, what does it matter if it's false? I simply want to believe. Jiang Ling grinned, a mischievous smirk spreading across his face. Indeed, he began to manipulate the system. He intended to transform the passive skill of never being deceived into an active skill of his own. Thus, whenever a dilemma arose, as long as Jiang Ling chose to believe, it would be true. If he chose not to believe, then it would be false. Seeing the system still silent, Jiang Ling continued, I'm fixing your bug. What are you hesitating for? You're right. You've won. Although modifying the system as programmed does grant you control over never being deceived, it indeed fixes the underlying bug. The system conceded. All right, from now on, when faced with any issue, as long as you choose to believe, that matter will be true. If you choose not to believe, then it will be false. Yes. Jiang Ling silently cheered with excitement. Finally, he had outsmarted the system. From the moment he acquired the ability to never be deceived, he had been somewhat cautious. He understood that this system was both a blessing and a curse, fraught with peril. For instance, if someone deceives Jiang Ling by claiming that his parents have perished in a car accident, even if such a statement is false, it may ultimately manifest as truth. Consequently, in the past, Jiang Ling refrained from returning home, fearful of encountering distressing news. However, the situation has changed. Now, Jiang Ling has harnessed his eloquence to rectify the system's flaws, thereby asserting his dominion over the ability to never be deceived. Henceforth, he no longer needs to dread hearing unpleasant tidings from others. Even if such news were factual, as long as Jiang Ling chooses to disbelieve, it would transform into falsehood. Nevertheless, Jiang Ling's mind was still occupied with strategies to further manipulate the system, as it had previously indicated that the skill of never being deceived was spontaneous and did not apply when he actively inquired or guided others to divulge information, which could then become reality. This explains why, when he previously asked Hua Tuo and the others if he was the most formidable person in the world, even if they affirmed it, the rule did not take effect. Thus, Jiang Ling was contemplating how to cleverly mislead the system so that his own guided statements could also be rendered true. The following morning, upon awakening from his slumber and making his way to Hua Tuo's traditional Chinese medicine establishment, he was greeted by a gathering of police officers assembled outside. One stout officer was scrutinizing the clinic's contractual documents. Upon confirming there were no discrepancies, he raised his gaze towards Hua Tuo and inquired, Esteemed elder, may I ask where the owner of this establishment resides? This individual was none other than Wang Yuntao, the chief of the Jiangnan City Police Department, and his purpose for being there was to apprehend Jiang Ling. As soon as Jiang Ling alighted from his vehicle, Hua Tuo was gesturing frantically, signaling him to flee, as the police were there to arrest him. Yet, Jiang Ling frowned slightly and persisted in approaching. He stood beside Wang Yuntao and stated, Officer, I am the proprietor of this traditional medicine establishment. May I inquire what brings you to seek me? Oh, you are Jiang Ling? Wang Yuntao chuckled, only for his expression to shift to one of sternness as he commanded, arrest him at once. Yes, Chief Wang. Two officers stepped forward, preparing to seize Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling took a step back, furrowing his brow, and protested, Wait. On what grounds are you arresting me? Have I committed an offense? Committed an offense? Spare me your pretense, young Master Jiang. Yesterday, Lin Yuchuan from the Lin family reported to the police, claiming that you had kidnapped and tortured him. Is that not the case? Wang Yuntao interrogated. Jiang Ling nodded. Indeed, I did kidnap him. But have you considered why I would do such a thing? Why? Because he kidnapped me first. Just ask the people around here. As he spoke, those nearby nodded in agreement, corroborating Jiang Ling's account that Lin Yuchuan had initiated the kidnapping. Wang Yuntao, however, was unfazed, insisting, Kidnapping is still a crime, and you will need to accompany me to the station for questioning. He had already promised Lin Yuchuan that Jiang Ling would be detained for 3 months before any further discussion. At that moment, Lin Hanyue stepped forward, exclaiming, Uncle Wang, long time no see. I hope you are well. Hanyue, what brings you here? Wang Yuntao was taken aback, clearly unaware of the connection between Lin Hanyue and Jiang Ling. However, he was well acquainted with Lin Hanyue's father, Lin Yuchuan, and was currently investigating his disappearance, which further complicated matters. Yes, Uncle Yuntao. It was I who instructed Jiang Ling to kidnap my uncle. This matter does not concern him. If you must arrest someone, then it should be me, and I assure you, I will harbor no grievances. Lin Hanyue stated calmly. This revelation left Wang Yuntao in a state of bewilderment. He had never anticipated that the mastermind behind Lin Yuchuan's kidnapping would be his own niece. Should he arrest Jiang Ling or not? If he did, he would at least need to provide Lin Yuchuan with an explanation. Thus, Wang Yuntao stepped forward, maintaining his composure. Hanyue, I will do my utmost to investigate your father's disappearance. However, Jiang Ling is indeed the principal suspect in the kidnapping of Lin Yuchuan. and I must take him into custody for further inquiry. Absolutely not. You cannot arrest him, Lin Hanyue exclaimed urgently, as she still needed Jiang Ling's assistance in investigating Chun Debbin's affairs. Why can't I arrest him? Please provide me with a reason. Because you cannot afford to offend him. Do you know who Jiang Ling's benefactor is? Benefactor? Who? Lin Hanyue leaned closer to Wang Yuntao and whispered, Jiang Ling's benefactor is not someone you or I can contend with. If you cross Jiang Ling, I fear you may not be able to keep your position. Of course. This statement was merely Lin Hanyue's attempt to intimidate Wang Yuntao, hoping to instill a sense of caution that would prevent him from arresting Jiang Ling. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with intrigue, thinking, excellent. Hanyue, please say more. Keep persuading Wang Yuntao, as everything you say will become true. However, Wang Yuntao merely laughed, saying, what a jest. Miss Lin, spare me your attempts at deception. I have already investigated Jiang Ling's background. Both of his parents are salaried workers with no familial influence. Even if he possesses personal wealth exceeding $1 billion, he is merely the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry and Tianyan Real Estate. What power does he hold that I should fear? Oh, and speaking of Jiang Ling's assets, I must inspect his company to ascertain how it operates and whether there are any tax evasion issues. My apologies, Miss Lin, but I fear I cannot grant you any favors today, Wang Yuntao declared with confidence, to which Jiang Ling responded, so Chief Wang, does that mean you must arrest me today? Indeed, I will arrest you. You might as well not resist. Come along with me to the station for a while. Wang Yuntao asserted. Very well, but do not regret it. I shall not leave, even if you invite me. Huh, you need not worry. I will not have any regrets. Wang Yuntao chuckled. Let go of me. I can walk on my own. Do not seize my arms. As two officers approached to grab his arms, Jiang Ling forcefully shook them off and proceeded towards the police vehicle. Jiang Ling, Jiang Ling. Behind him, Lin Hanyue hurriedly pursued, calling out his name. Her intention was to clarify that the kidnapping of Lin Yuchuan was unrelated to Jiang Ling, and if anyone were to face imprisonment, it should be her. Why, then, was Wang Yuntao intent on apprehending Jiang Ling? However, Jiang Ling understood that this must have been Lin Yuchuan's scheme, as he had previously promised Jiang Ling that he would not allow anyone to retaliate against him. Thus, he had contacted Wang Yuntao to have him investigate Jiang Ling. Nonetheless, Jiang Ling had grown indifferent to the situation. After all, Lin Hanyue had previously mentioned that she had a formidable supporter behind her, one that Wang Yuntao could not contend with. Therefore, Jiang Ling reassured Lin Hanyue and subsequently entered the police vehicle. After Wang Yuntao brought Jiang Ling back to the station, he did not subject him to any undue hardship. Instead, he placed Jiang Ling in cell number 8. He intended to follow Lin Yuchuan's instructions to detain Jiang Ling for a while also investigating whether Jiang Ling's company had engaged in any unlawful activities, such as tax evasion. Upon completion of the investigation, he discovered that Jiang Ling was, in fact, a law-abiding and upright citizen. Due to the fact that both Yunxiao Jewelry and Tianyan Real Estate contribute a staggering sum of several hundred million in taxes each year in accordance with the Dragon Kingdom's tax regulations, Wang Yuntao felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering whether he had truly apprehended the wrong individual. However, reflecting upon his prior commitment to Lin Yuchuan to detain Jiang Ling for a few months, he reconsidered. Perhaps a few months would be excessive. At most, a week would suffice to provide Jiang Ling with a dose of ideological education before releasing him. Suddenly, amidst his thoughts, the shrill ring of a phone cut through the quiet of the Jiangnan City Police Department, where Wang Yuntao had been resting in the lounge. Glancing at his phone, he was taken aback to see that it was none other than Mayor Lu Jiaming calling. What could the mayor of Jiangnan want with him? Puzzled, he nevertheless answered the call. Hello, Mayor Lu. I hope this message finds you well. What brings you to call me today? Wang Yuntao greeted with a polite smile. However, Lu Jiaming fell silent for a moment before responding softly. Well, Director Wang, have you been apprehending individuals recently? Apprehending individuals? Is that not a routine task? Our police department sees an average of prisoners brought in daily. Wang Yuntao replied. Have you perhaps apprehended the wrong person? Or someone you ought not to have? Lu Jiaming inquired. The notion of having apprehended the wrong individual startled Wang Yuntao, as he recalled his actions from the previous day when he had indeed arrested Jiang Ling, following Lin Yuchuan's orders. Given that Jiang Ling had indeed committed the crime of kidnapping Lin Yuchuan, it seemed that his actions were justified. Thus, he replied, No, Mayor Lu, I have not apprehended the wrong person. Is that so? Lu Jiaming's tone was laced with skepticism. Indeed, Mayor Lu, what troubles you? This morning, the commander of the Dragon Kingdom Military District called me, stating that a wealthy businessman, Mr. He Yunxiao, who has been operating overseas, has returned to the country. Upon his return to Yunxiao Jewelry, he was surprised to find that he had not met the company as chairman. After some inquiries, he learned that the chairman had been taken away by the police. Lu Jiaming recounted. I pondered whether the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry had engaged in any illegal activities. If that were the case, apprehending him would be justified. However, the commander further mentioned that Mr. He Yunxiao is a significant investor, contributing over 100 billion in military funding to the Dragon Kingdom each year. Therefore, if the chairman has not committed any grave offenses, he suggested that you release him. We cannot afford to offend him. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuntao was rendered speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief, and a palpable fear washed over him. He hesitantly ventured, "May I ask, Mayor Lu, is that individual named Jiang Ling?" Yes, indeed. Jiang Ling, of the Jiang family. You must release him immediately. Do you hear? Indeed, it was Jiang Ling. As the name echoed in Wang Yuntao's mind, a cacophony of alarm bells rang in his head, leaving him frozen in place. What a grave miscalculation. He never anticipated that Jiang Ling possessed such formidable connections, compelling even the minister of the military district to intervene on his behalf. Panic surged within him. You truly apprehended him, Director Wang? What on earth prompted you to do that? Lu Jianming's voice was tinged with mild reproach. Because Jiang Ling kidnapped Lin Yuchuan, the third elder of the Lin family, who contacted me and urged me to investigate Jiang Ling thoroughly. Wang Yuntao explained. Lin Yuchuan, the third elder of the Lin family? Who is he really? Let me tell you, if you provoke Mr. Jiang Ling or cause Mr. He Yunxiao to withdraw his substantial military investments, you can expect dire consequences. Yes, I understand. I will release him immediately. Wang Yuntao exclaimed, urgency in his voice. Then hurry. Without delay, Wang Yuntao ended the call and rushed towards cell number 8. His brow knitted in trepidation. It became clear why Lin Hanyue had warned him that Jiang Ling's backing was not something he could contend with. Had he known, he would never have agreed to Lin Yuchuan's request to apprehend Jiang Ling. Even Mayor Lu had remarked that Lin Yuchuan was inconsequential. Regardless of Lin Yuchuan's wealth, would he contribute it to the nation? Moreover, Jiang Ling was supported by the overseas magnate Mr. He Yunxiao and the minister of the military district. What was Lin Yuchuan compared to them? With a sense of urgency, Wang Yuntao hurried to cell number 8, anxiety palpable as he approached the door. He swallowed hard and addressed the guard. Open the door, quickly release Jiang Ling. Director Wang. But didn't you previously instruct me to keep a close watch on Jiang Ling and ensure he does not escape? The guard questioned, puzzled. Wang Yuntao, agitated, retorted. I said open the door, no more unnecessary chatter. Hand me the keys. Of course, Director. The guard promptly handed over the keys hanging from his belt. Wang Yuntao swiftly took the keys and unlocked the door to cell number 8. Inside, Jiang Ling lay asleep on the hard bed. Having spent the night there, he found the conditions tolerable, albeit the bed was uncomfortably hard. Last night, he had also received a message from He Yunxiao, inquiring about his whereabouts upon his return from abroad. Jiang Ling had replied that there was no need to come looking for him as he had been detained by the police. Upon hearing this, He Yunxiao was initially perplexed, assuming Jiang Ling had committed some heinous crime. But after Jiang Ling explained the situation, He Yunxiao realized that it was the third elder of the Lin family, Lin Yuchuan, who had orchestrated this. This revelation filled He Yunxiao with indignation, as it was evident they were unaware of Jiang Ling's true identity. Consequently, He Yunxiao contacted Zhang Tianquan, the commander of the Dragon Kingdom military district, who then reached out to Mayor Lu Jianming. Thus, it was Lu Jianming who called Wang Yuntao, instructing him to release Jiang Ling without delay. As Wang Yuntao hurried to find him, Jiang Ling surmised that He Yunxiao's words had borne fruit. However, he felt little inclination to engage with Wang Yuntao, merely casting him a glance before turning over to resume his slumber. Mr. Jiang Ling, you are free to leave now, the guard announced. Oh, didn't you just say I would be confined for 3 months? Why am I being released now? Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. I understand the law, and if you claim I've committed an offense, I accept my confinement. But you've only kept me for 1 night. Why release me so soon? Ah, Mr. Jiang Ling, to be candid, it was Mayor Lu's directive that prompted me to expedite your release. Moreover, I acknowledge my error in apprehending you without due consideration. I sincerely apologize for my actions. Would you kindly accept my apology? At this moment, Wang Yuntao resembled an ant on a hot skillet, consumed with anxiety. Lu Jianming had informed him that Mr. He Yunxiao was presently within the premises of Yunxiao Jewelry Company, awaiting Jiang Ling's return. Should He Yunxiao fail to meet Jiang Ling, Zhang Tianquan would undoubtedly be furious, and it was entirely possible that he might personally come to Jiangnan City to seek out Wang Yuntao, leading to dire consequences for him. Oh, weren't you quite arrogant just yesterday? Jiang Ling remarked. If you wish for me to personally step out of this grand door, it is rather simple. Just agree to one condition. What condition? Wang Yuntao inquired hastily. Simply apprehend Lin Yuchuan and have him reside here for 3 months, and I shall willingly exit. Otherwise, you shall have to manage the situation on your own. What? Mr. Jiang Ling, Are you not making this exceedingly difficult for me? I lack the authority to detain Lin Yuchuan. Wang Yuntao furrowed his brow in concern. Then why do you possess the authority to detain me without any evidence? Now, Wang Yuntao understood the meaning of the phrase inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is quite another. Both Zhang Tianquan and Lu Jianming had urged Wang Yuntao to release Jiang Ling, yet now Jiang Ling had no intention of leaving. Did he truly plan to stay here for 3 months? In reality, Jiang Ling was merely attempting to intimidate Wang Yuntao. Jiang Ling rose from his cot, smiling as he said, Director Wang, let us not say that I am making things difficult for you. It is quite simple for me to leave. You just need to assist me with a favor. What favor? Wang Yuntao's eyes brightened. Bring me Chun Debbin, will you? Jiang Ling stated. Chun Debbin? You mean the Chun Debbin from the underground district of Jiangnan City? Wang Yuntao was taken aback, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. Indeed, that is him. Jiang Ling confirmed solemnly. However, while Chun Debbin is indeed a nefarious character who has committed numerous illegal acts, I currently lack any evidence against him, and thus cannot apprehend him. Do not worry, it is merely a matter of evidence. I will procure it for you, but once I do, you must ensure his arrest. Is that agreeable? After pondering for a moment, Wang Yuntao nodded firmly. Very well, if you can obtain the evidence, I will certainly apprehend him. I will heed your instructions. But please refrain from mentioning my detainment of you to Zhang Tianquan. Can we agree on that? Well, that depends on your performance. Jiang Ling chuckled. All right. From now on, we shall follow your lead. Should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to call me. I will promptly bring the criminal investigation team to assist you. Wang Yuntao assured with confidence. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. I hope you can fulfill your promises. Rest assured. Even if Lin Yuchuan dares to offend you in the future, I will stand by your side. Isn't it better to have had such awareness from the start? Jiang Ling remarked as he slowly rose and walked towards the prison door. Observing that Jiang Ling, the esteemed individual, was finally willing to depart, Wang Yuntao felt a profound sense of relief. Chapter 125. The mysterious elder He Yunxiao. He feared that Jiang Ling would refuse to leave, lingering here indefinitely, which would surely prompt both He Yunxiao and Mayor Lu Jianming to confront him about why Jiang Ling had not been released. If Zhang Tianquan were to blame him, the possibility of Wang Yuntao facing dismissal loomed large. Moreover, Jiang Ling believed that it sufficed to let Wang Yuntao endure some hardship. There was no need to dwell on the matter. After all, Wang Yuntao was the veteran head of the Jiangnan City Police, with extensive connections and influence. Befriending him was undoubtedly more advantageous than creating an enemy. Mr. Jiang Ling, where are you headed? Allow me to accompany you. Wang Yuntao quickly matched Jiang Ling's pace, eager to escort him home and perhaps treat him to a meal as a gesture of apology. No need. I shall take a taxi home myself. Very well, travel safely. Understood, goodbye. With that, Jiang Ling turned, waved, and exited the police station. Upon leaving the Jiangnan City Police Department, Jiang Ling promptly arrived at the base of Yunxiao Jewelry Company. As he approached, Huang Dayun hurried over, exclaiming, Director Jiang, why have you returned so late? Mr. He Yunxiao has been waiting for you since this morning. And where is he now? Jiang Ling inquired. Vice Chairman Zhao Yuanming is entertaining him in the office. He insisted on meeting you today to discuss certain matters. Huang Dayun replied. Excellent. Please lead me to him. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. Following Huang Dayun, he made his way to the 5th-floor office of Yunxiao Jewelry. Upon reaching the door of office 502, Jiang Ling pushed it open to find an elderly gentleman with graying hair, wearing a tall hat, and possessing a kindly demeanor seated on the sofa. Behind him stood 2 robust bodyguards clad in black. Zhao Yuanming was pouring tea for He Yunxiao, attending to him with great hospitality. Upon Jiang Ling's entrance, Zhao Yuanming turned and, visibly irritated, remarked, Director Jiang, where have you been these past few days? We have been searching for you. Would you believe me if I said I was detained by the police? What? You were arrested? Why? Zhao Yuanming's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Because I kidnapped Lin Yuchuan and gave him a good beating, after which he reported me to the authorities. What? You kidnapped Lin Yuchuan? Why on earth would you do that? Both Zhao Yuanming and Huang Dayun were utterly taken aback, unable to fathom Jiang Ling's audacity in kidnapping even the 3rd master of the Lin family in Jiangnan City. However, Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. It was merely a private matter, nothing to worry about. With that, he approached He Yunxiao, wishing to bow in greeting and express gratitude for the significant company and gift he had received. Yet, before Jiang Ling could speak, He Yunxiao stood up, his eyes misty with emotion as he gazed at Jiang Ling, exclaiming, Ah, young master, it has been far too long. I trust you are well. He Yunxiao gently placed his hands on Jiang Ling's shoulders, as if they had not seen each other in ages. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback by these words. Perplexed. Wait, you referred to me as young master? Indeed, Do you have any questions regarding that? He Yunxiao replied nonchalantly. By the way, have we met before? What? You and Mr. He have never encountered each other? No, Director Jiang. What is your relationship with Mr. He? At this moment, both Xiao Yuanming and Huang Daiyun were utterly bewildered. To them, it appeared that Jiang Ling did not recognize He Yunxiao. Yet He Yunxiao had called him young master upon their first meeting, indicating that Jiang Ling must be associated with a formidable family, with He Yunxiao serving as a steward or subordinate within that lineage. Miss Zhao, Manager Huang, might I trouble you to step outside for a moment? I have some private matters to discuss with the young master. Very well. Zhao Yuanming nodded slightly, then, along with Huang Daiyun, turned to exit office 502. At that moment, only Jiang Ling, He Yunxiao, and the two bodyguards remained in the office. Jiang Ling stood still, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked at He Yunxiao, unaware of the nature of their relationship. He even believed that the Yunxiao Jewelry Company was an asset bestowed upon him by the system, never expecting to forge a connection with the enigmatic figure of He Yunxiao. Meanwhile, He Yunxiao took hold of Jiang Ling's right hand, guiding him to sit upon the sofa. With a gentle and amiable demeanor, he said, Young master, I am aware that you must have numerous questions swirling in your mind at this moment. But there is no need to rush. I shall explain everything to you in due course. Very well, please continue. Jiang Ling nodded earnestly, his gaze fixed upon He Yunxiao. He Yunxiao inhaled deeply, casting his eyes toward the distant scenery beyond the window, as if lost in reminiscence. In truth, over a century ago, there existed a mysterious and illustrious family within the Dragon Realm, known as the Tianhe. However, due to a series of upheavals, Tianhe was renamed Tianqi, and the family headquarters was relocated abroad for further development. The domestic chaos at that time left no space for Tianqi to thrive. As for Tianqi, there have been 3 generations of leaders. The first and second were from the lineage of your great-grandfather, namely Jiang Tianhe and Jiang Yuanfeng. However, from the 3rd generation onward, internal strife and division ensued, culminating in the Liu family emerging victorious and seizing control over Tianqi. Subsequently, once the Liu family solidified their power, they launched a ruthless campaign to annihilate your Jiang family. You are aware of this, I presume? At that time, it was your great-grandfather who leveraged connections and invested heavily to ensure your grandfather, Jiang Feiyu, and your uncle, Jiang Quanghua, could return to the homeland to live. Unfortunately, upon returning, your uncle Jiang Quanghua fell victim to an assassination, and not long after, your grandfather succumbed to food poisoning. However, during that period, your grandfather had already sired a son, your father, Jiang Baiyun. To avoid exposure, Jiang Baiyun became the sole heir of the Jiang family lineage within Tianqi, which is why we have refrained from seeking him out in recent decades. At most, we have only observed him from the shadows, waiting until we could confirm his safety to return abroad at once. Thus, the Liu family has been led to believe that the descendants of the Jiang family have perished, when in fact, the Jiang lineage still possesses a flicker of hope. Therefore, young master, do you comprehend my meaning? He Yunxiao succinctly conveyed the history of Jiang Ling's ancestors and their past experiences. Jiang Ling understood that He Yunxiao had no reason to deceive him. Otherwise, why would he make him the legal representative of Yunxiao Jewelry? Jiang Ling was genuinely astonished by the illustrious legacy of his forebears. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of animosity toward the Liu family's power, for they had nearly extinguished the Jiang family line. Chapter 126, The Origin of the Jiang Family. Despicable scoundrels. Jiang Ling clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as his face flushed with indignation. This, of course, was a normal reaction for an ordinary person. He Yunxiao gently patted Jiang Ling's shoulder and said, Young master, do not let anger consume you. I have a plan that could restore the Jiang family's former glory. What scheme? Jiang Ling turned his head, his gaze intensely fixed on He Yunxiao. He Yunxiao smiled slightly, saying, Although the Liu family currently holds absolute power within Tianqi, their members are excessively malevolent, often bullying other partners within Tianqi under the guise of their lineage. Consequently, many department heads within the organization have long harbored thoughts of rebellion against them. However, none have had the courage to take the lead. Among them, those with qualifications lack status, while those with status lack qualifications. Compared to the formidable might of the Liu family, they appear somewhat inadequate. However, if a descendant of the Jiang family were to emerge, claiming to return to inherit the ancestral estate, I assure you that a majority of the business partners within the hall would choose to support you, young master. So you mean for me to return now, acknowledge my identity as a Jiang family descendant, and inherit Tianqi to become its leader? Jiang Ling inquired. He Yunxiao's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze sharp as he replied. That is indeed my intention, but the time is not yet ripe. Then how long must we remain in hiding? Jiang Ling asked. Perhaps 3 to 5 years. Or perhaps 30 to 50 years, it is uncertain. It is possible that another schism may occur within Tianqi, with some returning to develop domestically while others remain abroad. However, rest assured, I, He Yunxiao, shall always stand by the Jiang family. He Yunxiao smiled gently, maintaining his amiable demeanor toward Jiang Ling. He had known Jiang Ling's grandfather and great-grandfather well, and Jiang Ling's great-grandfather had shown immense kindness to He Yunxiao. Indeed, when Jiang Yuanfeng realized he had little time left, he directly transferred half of Tianqi assets to He Yunxiao, entrusting him to safeguard them for the Jiang family. Such kindness and trust were forever etched in He Yunxiao's memory. Thus, when the time is right, He Yunxiao would lead the rightful heirs of the Jiang family back to overseas Tianqi to defeat the Lu family. What are you wary of at this moment? Jiang Ling asked. He Yunxiao contemplated for a moment before responding. Their power is far too great, while ours is woefully weak. Are you referring to financial power or arm strength? Jiang Ling inquired. Both, He Yunxiao replied. Firstly, although I control roughly half of Tianqi corporate assets, decades of erosion by the Lu family have reduced it to less than a third. This is why I invest hundreds of billions annually to maintain a good relationship with the Minister of the Dragon Realm's military district. Secondly, our capabilities are too feeble. Should we confront the Lu family directly in negotiations, their insidiousness is formidable. If they resort to gunfire or dispatch assassins, it poses a grave danger to you. Therefore, I cannot afford to take such a gamble. He Yunxiao clasped his hands together, tightly pressing his lips, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his eyelids trembling slightly. Jiang Ling understood his concerns. After all, he and Jiang Baiyun were the last bearers of the Jiang family's bloodline. If Jiang Ling were to perish, only Jiang Baiyun and his sister, Jiang Yu, would remain. Regarding Jiang Baiyun, He Yunxiao had previously mentioned that he had met him and conversed for a time. He found Jiang Baiyun to be quite kind-hearted, albeit ill-suited for business. Thus, he had not placed his bets on Jiang Baiyun, but rather on the 18-year-old Jiang Ling. Consequently, upon Jiang Ling's graduation, He Yunxiao utilized his identity to partner with the Zhao family to establish a Yunxiao jewelry store in the homeland. He even left Jiang Ling's phone number, stating that this individual would henceforth serve as the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry, and they could reach out to him for any matters. Moreover, the fraudulent message Jiang Ling had received regarding the unfreezing of $10 billion for a $2,000 fee was also orchestrated by He Yunxiao, intended to facilitate Jiang Ling's acceptance of the funds in a less conspicuous manner. After 7 years of development, Yunxiao Jewelry has now evolved into a company with a market value approaching 100 billion. It is evident that Miss Zhao Yuanmeng has been diligently managing the company, while Jiang Ling himself possesses exceptional fortune. Therefore, the Tianyun real estate was actually a gift from you to me? Jiang Ling inquired curiously. Tianyun real estate? No. That is a company you established through your own efforts, is it not? That is why I hold you in such high regard, believing you to be a commercial prodigy capable of reclaiming Tianqi from the Lu family. He Yunxiao replied. Oh, I see. I understand. Jiang Ling nodded, feeling a bit awkward. He had initially thought that the Tianyun real estate was also arranged for him by He Yunxiao, but it turned out to be a gift from the system. So, you are merely concerned about my safety and health, correct? If I were an unparalleled master, would you then have fewer reservations? Jiang Ling inquired. After a brief silence, He Yunxiao nodded slightly and replied, one could say that. If young Master Jiang possesses the ability to protect himself, what would prevent me from taking you to Tianqi? However, you have not practiced martial arts since childhood, and starting now may be too late. Too late? How could it be too late? Jiang Ling grinned. Just a few nights prior, he had purchased the authentic cultivation techniques of Longhu Mountain's Taoism online, even acquiring alchemical skills. With the enhancement of alchemy, Jiang Ling believed that within a year, he could master the methods of qi cultivation and become a qi master. While he might not be invulnerable to bullets, at the very least, self-defense would not be an issue, right? Oh, do you possess such confidence, young master? He Yunxiao asked with a smile. Jiang Ling was aware that He Yunxiao was oblivious to his possession of the system. Thus, Jiang Ling nodded and said with a smile, of course. A year from now, I shall accompany you back to Tianqi to reclaim my ancestral family's estate. What do you say? I have no objections, but I fear for your safety, young master. He Yunxiao expressed his concerns. There's no need to worry, old he. Sooner or later, I must confront this matter. While your health is still robust, it would be prudent for us to act sooner rather than later. Jiang Ling declared with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, splendid. You are indeed correct, young master. Seeing Jiang Ling's fearless demeanor, He Yunxiao could not help but laugh heartily. He appreciated Jiang Ling's audacious spirit, which was far more admirable than a slothful individual merely seeking to exist without ambition. Xiao, come in here and greet your young master. After their laughter subsided, He Yunxiao turned to the office door and called out. Chapter 127, Granddaughter He Xiao Xiao. As He Yunxiao finished speaking, the office door swung open. A young lady dressed in a yellow dress, with fair skin and a graceful figure, stepped inside. She glanced at Jiang Ling, her eyes brimming with curiosity. He Yunxiao waved at her and said, Xiao Xiao, come here, allow me to introduce you. This is the offspring of our family's benefactor, young Master Jiang Ling, and he is also a descendant of our family's lineage. So you may address him as young Master Jiang. But I really cannot bring myself to say that, Grandpa. He Xiao Xiao furrowed her brows slightly, a look of discomfort crossing her face. At 23 years old, she was 2 years younger than Jiang Ling, having studied abroad in the beautiful country for several years. She graduated from MIT. Thus, with her modern education, she felt that everyone was equal, and there should be no distinctions of rank. This time, she had returned to her homeland with her grandfather, He Yunxiao, to enjoy a brief vacation and to meet their family's benefactor. However, she was taken aback that her grandfather expected her to address someone of similar age as young master. How could she possibly utter that? Noticing He Xiao Xiao's reluctance to comply, He Yunxiao frowned and spoke sternly. Xiao Xiao, you must understand that the Jiang family is our great benefactor, and I, too, was once a steward serving young Master Jiang Ling's great-grandfather. Do not be swayed by my current success, in an era where even food was scarce. It was thanks to young Master Jiang Ling's great-grandfather that I did not perish from hunger. Thus, we must never forget the Jiang family's kindness. Even I am willing to refer to young Master Jiang Ling as young master. Why do you hesitate? Do you think yourself above this, or does your status impede you? He Yunxiao cherished his granddaughter and rarely reprimanded her. However, this time, he was genuinely somewhat upset. He Xiao Xiao's face flushed crimson, but ultimately, she reluctantly called out to Jiang Ling, Jiang Ling, young master, hello. Now all together. He Yunxiao insisted. Young Master Jiang Ling, hello. I am He Xiao Xiao, the granddaughter of my grandfather. She pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Once upon a time, her grandfather had doted on her, not allowing her to endure even the slightest grievance. Yet today, he reprimanded her for the sake of a stranger. This was the source of He Xiao Xiao's distress. This demonstrated that He Yunxiao held traditional views and maintained strict family teachings. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, chuckled, lightening the atmosphere. Haha, no need for that. Just call me Jiang Ling Xiao Xiao. He Xiao Xiao nodded, eager to comply, but upon seeing her grandfather's stern gaze, her pride dissipated entirely, and she shook her head. No, I shall still call you young Master Jiang. Well, that is more like it. He Yunxiao nodded, then turned to Jiang Ling with a gentle smile. Young Master Jiang, what do you think of my granddaughter? She is quite beautiful, well-educated, and a good girl. Indeed, Jiang Ling replied honestly. Haha, that is wonderful. As long as the young master is pleased. He Yunxiao stroked his beard and continued. To be candid, I have 2 matters to address upon my return to the country. The first is to meet with you and inform you about Tycoon's affairs. The second is to have my granddaughter Xiao Xiao stay by your side to assist in your growth. Firstly, it would ensure Xiao Xiao's safety, and secondly, it would allow the 2 of you to cultivate a bond. Oh, do not misunderstand. I do not mean to imply that I wish for you 2 to be together, but rather for my granddaughter to become acquainted with you sooner. As you are the young master of our He family, it is better for you to meet earlier than later. However, if the young master is fond of my granddaughter, then consider me silent. You may take your time to nurture your relationship. Oh dear, Grandpa, what are you saying? Upon hearing He Yunxiao's words, He Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson. Although she had grown up abroad, her thoughts remained rather conservative, still reflecting traditional values of the Dragon Kingdom. Additionally, due to familial influence, she had practiced martial arts since childhood, mastering various skills, from judo to taekwondo. Do not let her delicate appearance fool you. She could likely take on 10 burly men at once. Grandpa, if you want me to stay by young Master Jiang Ling's side, what about you? Where will you go? He Xiao Xiao suddenly realized the gravity of the question. I shall, of course, return to Tycoon. If Tycoon lacks my presence, how could the Liu family possibly thrive? He Yunxiao replied. And when will you return? He Xiao Xiao pressed further. He Yunxiao pulled out a pocket watch and frowned slightly. Time is running short. I suspect I must return shortly. Shortly? What about me? He Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. You shall, of course, remain by young Master Jiang Ling's side. Did you not always express a desire to return to the country for leisure and development? I do not know anyone here. And with young Master Jiang Ling looking after you, is that not satisfactory? No, that's not it. I merely meant to accompany you for a few days and return with you, not to leave me here alone. He Xiao Xiao suddenly exclaimed with excitement. She felt as if she had been deceived. However, He Yunxiao merely chuckled, placing his aged right hand upon He Xiao Xiao's shoulder, and said, Xiao Xiao, your grandfather is old and has little time left. There are certain matters that must be attended to. I truly cannot comprehend why it would be better to leave you there. After much contemplation, it seems returning to your mother's embrace would be more appropriate. He Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp her grandfather's meaning. Subsequently, He Yunxiao turned to Jiang Ling, smiling as he remarked, "Young Master Jiang, I entrust my granddaughter Xiao to your care. Rest assured, Xiao is quite sensible and possesses decent martial skills, sufficient to ensure your safety." Old He, do you really have to leave so soon? Why not stay a few more days, allowing me to host you properly? You haven't even had the chance to visit my home and meet my father, Jiang Ling expressed with a hint of regret, having finally met He Yunxiao, only to see him return to the Tianqi Hall. He Yunxiao smiled and replied, "Haha, thank you for your warm hospitality, young master. But my presence is required at Tianqi Hall, and it would be best for me to return promptly. As for your father, Mr. Jiang Baiyun, I have had the pleasure of meeting him several times in the past. He is a very kind individual, unlike you, though you too are kind. Your heart must be a bit more resolute. Well then, farewell, young Master Jiang. Xiao, stay close to the young master, and do not provoke him." With that, He Yunxiao removed his hat and bowed deeply to Jiang Ling before turning to depart. The two bodyguards in black followed suit. Chapter 128. You understand my meaning, don't you, young master? Grandfather, I wish to go back with you. Why must you leave me here alone? He Xiao shouted, chasing after him. Yet, He Yunxiao did not look back or halt his steps. He continued resolutely onward. Once he reached the ground floor and boarded his vehicle, he vanished without a backward glance at the entrance of the Yunxiao jewelry building. Is Mr. He leaving just like that? Didn't he even stay for a meal? Huang Daiyun, who was outside to see him off, exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Yuanming furrowed her brow slightly. She glanced at Jiang Ling and asked, "Director Jiang, did you say something inappropriate that upset Mr. He?" "Not at all. How could I have said anything wrong?" Jiang Ling replied. "Then why did Mr. He leave without even a word or meal?" Zhao Yuanming inquired. "How would I know? Old He mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to and needed to return to Tianqi Hall." "Tianqi Hall? What kind of organization is that?" Zhao Yuanming asked, perplexed. She turned to Huang Daiyun, who shrugged, indicating he had no idea either. From He Yunxiao's demeanor towards Jiang Ling, it was evident that Jiang Ling held a position of significant stature. Otherwise, He Yunxiao would not have excitedly grasped his hands upon their first meeting, referring to him as young master. This suggested that the familial influence behind Jiang Ling was undoubtedly connected to Tianqi Hall. In any case, given the current situation, the Zhao family's standing in Jiangnan City paled in comparison to that of Jiang Ling grandfather. "Why did you leave me? Why didn't you take me back? What did I do wrong?" He Xiao wept, her tears streaming down like rain on a pear blossom. Who is this?" Zhao Yuanming inquired, looking curiously at Jiang Ling. "This is Old He's granddaughter. She wishes to stay with me," Jiang Ling replied. "Oh, then why not take her back?" Zhao Yuanming asked. "How would I know?" Jiang Ling shot her a glance, finding her penchant for probing rather annoying. He then turned to He Xiao and said, "Xiao, since Old He wishes you to remain here, he must have his reasons. But rest assured, I will not impose my status as young master upon you. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so at any time. However, should you choose to stay and develop alongside me, I would welcome you." Although Jiang Ling's ancestors had indeed shown great kindness to the He family, his current status was also granted by He Yunxiao. Thus, it was He Yunxiao who owed a debt of gratitude to Jiang Ling. He Xiao shook her head and sighed. "Well, my grandfather wants me to stay here for a reason. He is a man of his word. If I were to sneak back now, he would be very upset, especially given his poor health." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and tears threatened to spill once more. Seeing this, Jiang Ling quickly looked to Zhao Yuanming and said, "Yuanming, could you arrange a more manageable position for Xiao at Yunxiao Jewelry Company? The salary should be substantial, not less than 100,000 a month." "What? A monthly salary of no less than 100,000? Huang Daiyun exclaimed, astonished. As the general manager of Yunxiao Jewelry, his own salary was only in the tens of thousands, plus some bonuses, totaling 3 to 4 million a year. Zhao Yuanming nodded and said, "All right, then, Miss Xiao, what are your skills? Jewelry sales would not suit you. Perhaps you could consider financial management instead?" "I want to do that. I want to stay with young Master Jiang. My grandfather instructed me to ensure his safety." He Xiao insisted, finding it easier to refer to him as young Master Jiang. "Well, that is acceptable. Everything depends on how Director Jiang arranges it," Zhao Yuanming replied. Jiang Ling added, Xiao, you should find something to occupy your time. Otherwise, you'll become utterly idle." "Oh, you needn't worry about that. I'm not short on funds. Before I left, my grandfather gave me 10 billion as pocket money." "What? 10 billion? Upon hearing this, both He Yunxiao and Zhao Yuanming widened their eyes in disbelief. Good heavens, is this what it means to be the child of a wealthy family? A mere outing can yield 10 billion in pocket money? Even Jiang Ling was taken aback. Nonetheless, he felt it necessary to find something for He Xiaoxiao to do. After all, he couldn't allow her to remain by his side indefinitely. Since she was disinterested in working at Yinxiao Jewelry Company, he decided to send her to Huadahua Traditional Medicine Clinic to serve as an accounting clerk. Thus, Jiang Ling instructed Huang Dayun to fetch his vehicle. Together, they drove towards Yongyuan Street. Is this your car? He Xiaoxiao curiously surveyed Jiang Ling's ride, the Apollo IE. Yes, is there a problem? Jiang Ling nodded. Well, it's quite impressive. The Apollo IE is a rare sight even abroad. Who gave it to you? He Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, her curiosity piqued. I didn't pay for it. It was a gift. Jiang Ling chuckled. A gift? Who could possibly give you such a fine car? He Xiaoxiao asked in astonishment. That's a secret, Jiang Ling replied. Seeing that Jiang Ling wouldn't divulge the answer, He Xiaoxiao pouted and said, Fine, if you won't tell, then you won't. However, let us agree in advance that my thoughts are not as feudal as my grandfather's. Thus, I find it rather peculiar to address a peer as young master. Nevertheless, since you are the descendant of our benefactor, the He family, I shall refer to you as young master Jiang Ling, which is quite acceptable. Very well. Call me as you wish. Jiang Ling, however, did not find particular significance in the title he bore. The notion of He Xiaoxiao addressing him as young master made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Henceforth, I shall call you young master Jiang Ling, she declared. Furthermore, my grandfather insisted that I remain by your side to protect you, so do not think to assign me any work or attempt to rid yourself of me. I also harbor no fondness for employment. You understand my meaning, do you not, young master? In the passenger seat, He Xiaoxiao pouted, casting glances at Jiang Ling, who was driving. She was aware of her own tempestuous nature. Had it not been for this arrangement by He Yunxiao and the fact that Jiang Ling was their family's benefactor, she would have already thrown a tantrum and disappeared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at He Xiaoxiao, saying, So, what you mean is, you do not require my arrangements for you? Chapter 129, the second in command of Tianqi Hall? Indeed, I do not. He Xiaoxiao nodded, striking a pose reminiscent of a little princess. Witnessing this, Jiang Ling felt a surge of irritation. Abruptly, he pulled the car over to the roadside, opened the passenger door, and stated, Since you do not require my arrangements, you may exit the vehicle. Why? He Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ling replied sternly, Firstly, you must acknowledge that your presence here is ostensibly to protect me. Yet in truth, I shall be the one looking after you. After all, you are new to this place, unfamiliar with your surroundings. If I do not arrange work for you, am I to allow you to indulge in leisure every day? But I am not short of money. I do not need to work, He Xiaoxiao retorted. Indeed, the girl raised overseas exhibited a stark contrast in temperament compared to those raised traditionally in this country. Jiang Ling countered, Your financial independence is one matter, but your engagement in work is quite another. I, too, am not in want of money, yet I still need to work every day. Furthermore, I have my own circle of friends, and it is essential for me to introduce you to them, is it not? If you wish to remain aloof from my social sphere, you are free to throw your little princess tantrums, claiming you require no work and do not need my arrangements. Of course, were it not for your grandfather's sake, I would have no reason to keep you here. Very well, I now present you with two choices. First, abide by my arrangements. Second, exit the vehicle. Jiang Ling, too, had reached his limit. Am I, a young man who has navigated the world for several years, unable to manage a mere novice like you? As expected, after receiving a lesson from Jiang Ling, He Xiaoxiao quickly became more subdued. She pouted, appearing quite pitiful. I do not wish to exit. If I do, I shall have nowhere to go, she said, wiping her eyes in a display of sorrow. Then will you not heed my arrangements? Should I secure a hotel suite for you and provide for you like a dependent? Jiang Ling inquired. No, that's unnecessary. I am fine with wherever you take me. Just do not abandon me. He Xiaoxiao finally expressed a hint of fear. My grandfather has passed. You are the only person I know here. Very well, then. You shall follow my arrangements. All right, young master. He Xiaoxiao sighed softly, feeling a slight sense of relief. At the same time, she understood that Jiang Ling was not someone easily trifled with. Subsequently, Jiang Ling took He Xiaoxiao to the Huadahua Traditional Medicine Clinic. As she was new to the area, Jiang Ling introduced her to Lin Hanyue, Hua Datong, Wu Yuntian, and Lu Xiaobo. Boss Jiang, you have emerged. Quite swiftly. I must say, Hua Datong greeted with a smile. What do you mean? Did you wish for me to linger inside for a while longer? Jiang Ling shot Hua Datong a look. Oh no, I am quite pleased to see you out. Hua Datong scratched the back of his head, chuckling. Who is this lovely young lady? My friend, the granddaughter of Old He. Jiang Ling explained. Old He? Who is that? I do not know. I have not heard of him. Hua Datong and Wu Yuntian exchanged confused glances. However, He Xiaoxiao pouted, convinced that Jiang Ling intended to abandon her there. Come. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is He Xiao, a genuine Chinese national raised abroad, now visiting the country with her grandfather. He entrusted her to me temporarily, so I must take good care of her. By the way, our clinic is in need of someone to manage finances, and He Xiao is a graduate of MIT. So her financial management skills should be excellent, no? Jiang Ling smiled at He Xiao. He Xiao pursed her lips, saying, "Young master, I majored in finance. Do you really want me to manage finances? That seems like an overestimation of my abilities." "Oh, it is perfectly fine. Come, let me introduce you to them. This is our country's foremost traditional physician, the descendant of the legendary Hua Datong. When it comes to traditional medicine, if he claims second place, no one dares to claim the first. And this is Wu Yuntian, the world's #1 assassin. I shall not elaborate on his prowess, as bullets cannot even touch him." Upon hearing Jiang Ling's introductions, He Xiao was utterly bewildered. "Who are these people?" "And this is my current girlfriend, the esteemed young lady of the Lin family in Jiangnan, Lin Hanyue. And this is my good brother, Liu Xiaobo. Well, introductions complete. Xiao, you shall reside here from now on. Datong, do you have any vacant rooms for her to sleep in?" "Yes, Boss Jiang." Hua Datong beamed with delight, thinking about how his clinic would gain another charming young lady. However, as soon as Jiang Ling finished speaking, He Xiao became somewhat displeased. "No, I do not wish to stay here. I do not want to live here. Even if I leave, I do not want to stay here." "Then where do you wish to stay?" Jiang Ling asked, feeling a headache coming on. Clearly unprepared for the severity of the little princess's temper. "I want to stay with you. Is that acceptable? My grandfather instructed me to take good care of you. Or rather, to protect you. So living with you should pose no issue." As He Xiao was new to the area and only knew Jiang Ling, her desire to reside with him was understandable. However, Lin Hanyue appeared somewhat displeased by this turn of events. What on earth was Jiang Ling thinking? Why had he inexplicably brought back a little girl, claiming she was old He's granddaughter, and now she was clamoring to live with him? "Young master, please do not bully me. My grandfather is the second in command of Tianqi Hall. I have always been regarded as the apple of everyone's eye, coddled and cherished. So when have I ever endured such indignities? Now, when I seek a place to stay, you wish to cast me aside." As she spoke, tears welled in He Xiao's eyes, and she was on the verge of crying. This left Jiang Ling in quite the predicament. However, Lin Hanyue's expression shifted as she slowly approached Jiang Ling, inquiring, "Jiang Ling, what did she say?" "Tianqi Hall. Her grandfather is the second in command of Tianqi Hall." Jiang Ling nodded, replying, "Indeed, is there a problem?" No. Do you understand what sort of organization Tianqi Hall is?" Tycoon, the largest commercial alliance among overseas Chinese, is rumored to possess a staggering valuation exceeding $3 trillion. Jiang Ling, can you fathom the magnitude of this concept? It implies that the worth of Tycoon is equivalent to the GDP of our entire Jiangnan city over 2 years. Its existence serves as a safeguard for all overseas Chinese. It can be asserted that every individual venturing abroad for business will receive the protection of Tycoon, or perhaps even join its ranks directly. Furthermore, Tycoon maintains numerous partnerships domestically. For instance, our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce shares an intricate and inseparable relationship with Tycoon. How is it that you know the second in command of Tycoon? Chapter 130. The unfortunate Zhao Tianyu. No, wait a moment. What did she just call you? Young master? She referred to you as young master? Jiang Ling. Who exactly are you? What is your status? Why would the granddaughter of the second in command of Tycoon address you as young master? Jiang Ling, do not frighten me. I must admit, Lin Hanyue's reasoning is quite astute. From the dialogue between Jiang Ling and He Xiao, one can deduce that Jiang Ling's background is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. As the esteemed daughter of the Lin family in Jiangnan City, Lin Hanyue is acutely aware of the immense power wielded by Tycoon overseas. However, what connection does Tycoon have with Jiang Ling? She has visited Jiang Ling's home and knows that his parents are both native to Jiangnan City, having never ventured abroad. How could they possibly establish ties with the members of Tycoon? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and replied, "Hanyue, explaining this matter may be somewhat convoluted. But I have another question. Where exactly does Xiao intend to reside? She refuses to stay here and insists on living with me. I'm inclined to let her stay in a hotel, but I'm concerned about her safety. What do you suggest? What can I do? You are the one to figure it out." Lin Hanyue crossed her arms, expressing her jealousy. "As it happens, there is an available room in Longhu community. Perhaps we could let her stay there?" Jiang Ling inquired tentatively. Fine, you can stay with her. I'll return to my family home," Lin Hanyue retorted, turning away. Jiang Ling realized she was undoubtedly upset. After all, He Xiao was not only attractive but also the granddaughter of the second in command of Tycoon. In terms of status, Lin Hanyue could hardly compete. Moreover, Why would her grandfather entrust his granddaughter to Jiang Ling's care, if not to facilitate a union between them? Just as Jiang Ling hoped to share a room with her, Lin Hanyue thought it best to step aside for their sake. How bitterly jealous she felt. Hua Datong, standing nearby, chuckled and made light of the situation. Hanyue, please listen to my explanation. Jiang Ling attempted to catch up, only to be blocked by Wu Yuntian. Boss Jiang, I need to discuss something with you. Can't you see I'm busy? Jiang Ling replied with some irritation. Boss Jiang, a few days ago, some individuals were causing trouble at our traditional Chinese medicine clinic. I dealt with them and locked them up. Good. Did you take care of them? If they're still alive, keep beating them. Jiang Ling responded angrily, assuming it was the rowdy youths from Yongyuan Street looking for trouble again. Oh, Wu Yuntian nodded, scratching the back of his head. Hanyue. With that, Jiang Ling resumed his pursuit of Lin Hanyue. Ultimately, through his persistence, he managed to persuade Lin Hanyue to allow He Xiao to stay with them, albeit in separate rooms. Lin Hanyue understood that she still required Jiang Ling's assistance and could not afford to alienate him too much. Thus, in the following days, Jiang Hao spent 30 million to purchase a standalone villa in Huayan community. This villa spans 328 square meters, with a living area of 158 square meters and a small yard of 170 square meters. It boasts 3 floors and 6 independent bedrooms, ensuring ample space for 3 residents. Naturally, He Xiao moved in with Jiang Ling and the others. Their daily routine consisted of working at the Huadawa traditional Chinese medicine clinic during the day and returning home together in the evening to rest. Recently, Jiang Ling received the Taoist scriptures he had ordered online, Beginner's Guide to Qi Cultivation, Qimen Duanjia, Alchemy, and Tianyuan Divine Skill. The customer, a young lady named Kaiyun, assured him that these scriptures were authentic practices used by the disciples of Longhu Mountain. However, whether one could learn them depended on individual talent. With his never-be-deceived system, Jiang Ling was confident in their legitimacy. Thus, during this period, he often visited the clinic, engrossed in the Beginner's Guide to Qi Cultivation. Practicing diligently, after several days of training, he noticed no progress, which left him puzzled. The scripture should be genuine. Perhaps he was employing the wrong methods? Consequently, Jiang Ling decided to try his hand at alchemy. Hey, what's been going on with Boss Jiang lately? Why does he sit around every day with a scripture in hand? Meditating? If one didn't know better, they might think he was cultivating immortality. Hua Datong leaned over to inquire of Wu Yuntian. He somehow got his hands on A Beginner's Guide to Qi Cultivation. It seems he truly intends to pursue immortality. Wu Yuntian replied, Goodness. Let us hope he doesn't lose his mind in the process. Hua Datong murmured, expressing concern for Jiang Ling's mental state. Suddenly, the weather turned, with strong winds sweeping through. Just then, Jiang Ling's phone rang. To his surprise, it was Zhao Yuanming calling. He initially thought it might be concerning matters within Yunxiao Jewelry Company. Answering the call, he asked, Hello, Miss Zhao, what can I do for you? Mr. Jiang, I need to ask you something. My brother has disappeared. Have you seen him recently? Zhao Yuanming inquired anxiously over the phone. Jiang Ling was taken aback. You mean that scoundrel Zhao Tianyu? Yes, that's him. No, I haven't seen him. He shouldn't have crossed you recently, nor have you kidnapped him, right? Of course not. Jiang Ling replied. Then how peculiar. A perfectly normal person just vanishing without a trace? Zhao Yuanming concluded before hanging up. She suspected Jiang Ling might have harbored a grudge against Zhao Tianyu and orchestrated his abduction for a proper lesson. Jiang Ling set down his phone, shaking his head. He mused that Zhao Tianyu, accustomed to his arrogant behavior, had likely encountered someone even more formidable outside and deserved whatever fate had befallen him. However, a sudden realization struck Jiang Ling. Wu Yuntian had previously mentioned that a group of troublemakers had come to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, where he had apprehended and beaten them, confining them to the secret chamber in the backyard. Could it be that the individuals Wu Yuntian had captured were Zhao Tianyu and his companions? Jiang Ling froze momentarily before hastening toward the secret chamber in the backyard. As the door to the secret room creaked open, the dim light revealed a man clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt, his hands bound and his mouth sealed with tape. Lying on the ground, barely conscious. Upon noticing the intrusion, he shuddered and emitted a series of frightened whimpers. Ugh, ugh, staring at the figure before him. Jiang Ling was momentarily stunned. Goodness, is that really you? Zhao Tianyu? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Upon hearing his name, Zhao Tianyu's eyes widened with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 131, The Fengyan Club. Jiang Ling rushed forward to tear the tape from Zhao Tianyu's mouth. He gasped for air, while Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and asked, Zhao Tianyu, how did you end up tied up here? What trouble have you gotten into this time? It was evident that Zhao Tianyu had been captured by Wu Yuntian. With a cry, Zhao Tianyu broke down in tears, pleading, Jiang Ling, I'm so sorry. Please, let me go? I promise I won't bother you anymore. What have you done this time? Jiang Ling inquired. Zhao Tianyu's face reflected fear as he explained, last time. I pretended to be a patient and came here, claiming that no treatment worked for me. I smashed a pot of traditional medicine and demanded compensation. When they realized I was causing trouble, they tied me up and locked me away. I've been here for a week, and they beat me every day, saying their boss ordered them to deal harshly with troublemakers. Jiang Ling, I know we have our differences, but this is too much. Please, let me go. I won't bother you again. Zhao Tianyu earnestly apologized, his eyes red from crying. At that moment, he appeared gaunt and worn, with bruises on his left cheek, evidence of the torment he had endured at Wu Yuntian's hands. However, Jiang Ling bore no deep-seated animosity towards Zhao Tianyu. Their disagreements were minor and certainly did not warrant such severe punishment. Moreover, Zhao Tianyu's sister, Zhao Yuanming, was the vice president of Jiang Ling's company. Thus, Jiang Ling untied Zhao Tianyu and cautioned him, Zhao Tianyu, I advise you to refrain from causing trouble at the traditional medicine clinic in the future. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a dire situation. Yes, I understand, Jiang Ling. Oh no, Jiang Dong, Jiang Ge. Zhao Tianyu exclaimed in relief, overjoyed that Jiang Ling chose to spare him. Jiang Ling felt fortunate that Wu Yuntian had not killed Zhao Tianyu. Otherwise, he would have had no way to explain to Zhao Yuanming. By the way, Zhao Tianyu, may I ask you a question? Jiang Ling inquired. What question? Do you know where the Fengyan Club is located? Yes, it's over in the North District. I have a membership there. Zhao Tianyu replied. Do you know someone named Chun Debbin? Chun Debbin? Yes, I know him. I've met him, but we don't have any business dealings. Why do you ask, Jiang Ling? Do you want to meet Chun Debbin? However, I must warn you beforehand. Chun Debbin operates in the underground, wields considerable influence, and has a volatile temper. If you provoke him, it could lead to trouble. It's all right, I haven't crossed paths with him. Are you free tonight? Jiang Ling pressed. I'm free, but only if you let me go. What do you need me for? I need you to guide me to the Fengyan Club, Jiang Ling replied. Huh. If you want to go, just go. Why drag me along? Zhao Tianyu protested, his expression reluctant. Jiang Ling insisted, I require someone familiar with the area to lead me. It's essential that you accompany me. Well, if you insist, I suppose I can take you there for a bit of fun. But I'm quite hungry. And my phone and wallet were taken by your people. Could you treat me to a meal? A meal? That's easily arranged. Jiang Ling chuckled and led Zhao Tianyu out of the secret room. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ling ordered a takeout of pig's trotter rice. About 20 minutes later, the delivery arrived, and Zhao Tianyu sat in the corner of the clinic, devouring the meal with great enthusiasm. It was evident that he was truly famished. Having been locked up by Wu Yuntian for several days, he had not had a proper meal. Wu Yuntian, in an attempt to prevent him from starving, had only provided him with one meal a day, which was often leftovers. Fortunately, Jiang Ling had discovered him in time. Otherwise, Zhao Tianyu might have perished from hunger. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Ling instructed Wu Yuntian to return Zhao Tianyu's wallet and phone. As time passed, the sky grew darker. Lin Hanyue hurriedly arrived at the Huatua traditional medicine clinic. She approached Jiang Ling with urgency, her expression tense. Jiang Ling, have you found the Fengyan Club? No, I haven't located it, but someone here knows where it is. Who? Him. Jiang Ling pointed to Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, what are you doing here? Your sister has been searching everywhere for you, and you haven't even called her? Lin Hanyue furrowed her brow in confusion as she regarded Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu managed an awkward smile. It's nothing. Don't worry, Hanyue. I've already explained to my sister that I was out having fun. So, you know where the Fengyan Club is? Yes, it's located on the colorful street in the North District, near a cafe called Blue Rhythm. If you enter that cafe and walk further inside, there's a basement. That's where the Fengyan Club is. As the son of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianyu was no stranger to money and frequently ventured out with his friends. Thus, he was well aware of the Fengyan Club's location. Furthermore, the club was quite discreet and typically not open to outsiders. One had to verify their identity and possess a membership with connections to gain entry. Otherwise, one would be denied access. This explained why Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue had searched for so long without discovering the club's whereabouts. All right, Zhao Tianyu, please take us there quickly, Lin Hanyue urged, her face betraying her anxiety. Zhao Tianyu hesitated, frowning slightly. Hanyue, you don't drink or gamble. Why are you so eager to go to the Fengyan Club? Don't worry about my reasons. Just take us there? Fine, I suppose I can lead you there. But I can't bring too many people. Otherwise, they'll become suspicious. All right, how many can you bring? Jiang Ling asked. 3. Zhao Tianyu held up 3 fingers, indicating the maximum number. 3. So it's me, Hanyue, and who else? I want to go too. On the other side, he Xiao volunteered, rushing over. However, Jiang Ling waved his hand, saying, no, we are heading to a rather dangerous place. Xiao, you shouldn't come. Why not? If you all can go, why can't you take me along? He Xiao protested, slightly annoyed. Xiao, listen, we need to handle something very important. and having you there would only complicate matters. Jiang Ling explained. Chapter 132, The Secret Plan. What trouble could possibly arise? After all, I am a master in both jujitsu and taekwondo. Certainly more skilled than any of you. If you send me, I can also ensure your safety. Very well, since you insist, I shall grant you an opportunity. With that, Jiang Ling pointed towards Wu Yuntian on the left and declared, if you can land a strike on him, I shall agree to take you along. How about it? Is that not a mere trifle? Although he is a man, do not underestimate me. He Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a confident smile. She believed that with her strength, defeating 10 ordinary men would pose no challenge, and even those burly giants might not stand a chance against her. With that thought, He Xiaoxiao swiftly moved her feet, raising her fist to deliver a rapid blow to Wu Yuntian's face. Wu Yuntian raised his right hand and effortlessly blocked her assault. However, He Xiaoxiao quickly twisted at the waist, her right leg snapping out like a whip aimed at Wu Yuntian's neck. Upon witnessing this, Wu Yuntian furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of anger crossing his features. He knew this whip-like kick carried considerable force. If it struck an ordinary person, it could potentially break their neck or even be fatal. In an instant, he grasped her slender right leg firmly and, with a powerful tug, lifted He Xiaoxiao off the ground as if she were a small chick. Ah, my skirt. My skirt has fallen, He Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face aflame with embarrassment. In that moment, she realized just how vast the disparity in strength was between herself and this man. Enough, enough, Yuntian, put her down, Jiang Ling urged hastily, worried that Wu Yuntian might inadvertently harm He Xiaoxiao. Very well, Boss Jiang, Wu Yuntian replied, releasing his grip, and He Xiaoxiao tumbled to the ground, clutching her ankle. Cheeks flushed, she protested, Jiang Ling is bullying me. You brought such a formidable person to deal with me, a mere girl? Jiang Ling chuckled, Xiaoxiao, a bet is a bet. You lost, and thus we shall not take you with us. Why not? You all are going out to have fun, leaving me here. He Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling aggrieved. With a sigh, Jiang Ling explained, alas, Xiaoxiao, what we are about to undertake is of utmost importance. Any misstep could result in dire consequences. Hence, I need to take along this expert, rather than you, do you understand? But I can protect you too. No, I have promised Mr. He to look after you. And that naturally means ensuring your life remains unharmed. Be good and wait here. We shall return shortly. Then, you must be careful. Rest assured, Xiaoxiao. I am well aware of my own limits. All right, I shall wait for your return. In the end, He Xiaoxiao refrained from causing a scene and chose to remain in the medical hall, awaiting Jiang Ling's return. Initially, Jiang Ling had even considered bringing Hua Dadao along, for his exceptional medical skills could prove invaluable in critical moments. Subsequently, Jiang Ling, Lin Hanyue, and Wu Yuntian set off with Zhao Tianyu in a vehicle towards the North District. During their journey, Jiang Ling placed a call to Police Chief Wang Yuntao. Tonight, we intend to pay a visit to the Fengyun Club, so please have your officers ready for immediate action. What? Mr. Jiang, have you located the Fengyun Club? Wang Yuntao inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Indeed, Chief Wang. I kindly ask that you have your officers lying in wait outside, should any situation arise. Ensure they enter promptly to apprehend the perpetrators. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, as soon as you secure evidence of illegal gambling at the Fengyun Club, I will lead my team in to arrest everyone involved. That is all I need to hear. With that, Jiang Ling ended the call. With Wang Yuntao on his side, Jiang Ling felt he had a formidable trump card. In the car, Zhao Tianyu could not contain his curiosity any longer. Jiang Ling, who was that? Who? Police Chief Wang Yuntao. Wang Yuntao? Why did you call him? You're not thinking of. Zhao Tianyu swallowed hard, beginning to piece together Jiang Ling's intentions. However, Jiang Ling was perfectly fine. Why would he summon the police to raid the Fengyun Club? Was he not concerned about retribution from Chun Debbin and his associates? Before long, after approximately half an hour of driving, the four of them arrived in the North District. After parking the car, under Zhao Tianyu's guidance, they entered a cafe named Blue Rhythm. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and the streets sparkled with vibrant neon lights. While the economic development of the North District may not rival that of the Pinghua and Yunhai districts, its night market scenery was undeniably beautiful, comparable to that of Yunhai. Once inside Blue Rhythm Cafe, they ordered 4 cups of coffee and settled at a window-side table. While sipping their drinks, Zhao Tianyu took out his phone and sent a message. Approximately 5 minutes later, a mysterious man dressed in a tailored suit approached them. With a friendly smile, he slightly bowed and greeted, "Young Master Zhao, you have arrived." "Yes, I brought a few friends along for some fun. Is that all right?" Zhao Tianyu responded, reverting to his previous defiant demeanor. The man merely smiled, accustomed to Zhao Tianyu's personality. He cast a glance at Jiang Ling, Lin Hanyue, and Wu Yuntian, finally fixing his gaze on Wu Yuntian, hesitating momentarily. He sensed an air of menace about Wu Yuntian, recognizing he was no ordinary individual. Young Master Zhao, you seldom grace us with your presence. Why have you suddenly brought 3 friends today? I brought them. What more is there to say? Zhao Tianyu declared imperiously, offering no regard for the man. The man simply smiled and refrained from retorting. Zhao Tianyu then introduced, this here is my good buddy Jiang Ling, chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry. This is, just as Zhao Tianyu was about to introduce Lin Hanyue, Jiang Ling quickly interjected, this is my girlfriend, and this is my personal bodyguard. Given my cautious nature, it is entirely reasonable to have a bodyguard at my side, is it not? Jiang Ling wished to keep Lin Hanyue's identity concealed. Should Lin Yuchuan truly be connected to Chun Debbin's kidnapping, revealing Lin Hanyue's identity would only serve to alarm the enemy. Oh, so you are the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry? Indeed, I presume you charge by the head? From my end, that amounts to 3 heads, which should yield you a handsome profit. Jiang Ling remarked nonchalantly. The suited man broke into a wide grin. Haha, well said. Then, young Master Zhao, Mr. Jiang, please follow me. All right. Jiang Ling nodded and followed the suited man. Chapter 133 Me, the gambling god of Jiangnan. His name is Chun Quan, a local from Jiangnan City, and he is affiliated with the underground Chun family in Jiangnan City, serving under Chun Debbin. He appeared to be merely a waiter at the Blue Melody Cafe. However, in reality, he was a lackey for the Fengyun Club, dedicated to introducing affluent and influential individuals to indulge in the club's offerings. This so-called Fengyun Club was, in fact, an expansive casino, bustling with underground activities such as illegal boxing, card games, and a myriad of clandestine transactions. Naturally, all of this was illicit, which explained why the club was situated in a clandestine locale. Before long, Jiang Ling and his companions followed Chun Quan into the rear courtyard of the cafe, where they accessed a hidden door that led them into the basement. The passage was dimly lit and extended into the depths, but beyond it lay an entirely different world. The Fengyun Club spanned approximately 200 square meters. To the left stood a colossal boxing ring for underground matches, while to the right was an open casino, replete with a cacophony of lights and the intoxicating scent of smoke and liquor that enveloped the air, easily ensnaring the senses. Chun Quan gestured to Jiang Ling, saying, Mr. Jiang, Master Zhao, please step inside. This must be your first visit to such an establishment, correct? Chun Quan smiled. Jiang Ling retorted, what do you think? Chun Quan chuckled awkwardly, haha, it appears so. However, what games do you prefer? Betting on fights, playing cards, or perhaps rolling dice? Anything you desire. If you require any special services, feel free to call upon me. He leaned in closer to Jiang Ling, whispering confidentially. What special services? Jiang Ling inquired, intrigued. Well, would you like a young lady to accompany you for drinks? Or perhaps something more exhilarating? Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, fully aware of what Chun Quan implied. He had no intention of indulging in such offerings. Haha, very well. So, may I ask what games Mr. Jiang wishes to play? I can guide you through it. Chun Quan continued with a smile. Let us start with cards, shall we? Jiang Ling turned to Lin Hanyue. He knew he could not directly express his desire to meet their boss, Chun Debbin, as that would arouse suspicion. Thus, he intended to use card games as a means to accumulate winnings, drawing Chun Debbin out and extracting information in the process. However, Lin Hanyue frowned slightly, saying, But Jiang Ling, do you even know how to play cards? I haven't seen you play since we've been together. Humph. Are you unaware that I am the gambling god of Jiangnan? Jiang Ling retorted. The gambling god, you say? Tread carefully. Don't lose everything you have. Lin Hanyue teased. Jiang Ling felt a surge of irritation, thinking, Hanyue, why can't you acknowledge my prowess as the gambling god? At that moment, Chun Quan interjected with a spirited compliment. Haha, Mr. Jiang, your fortune is boundless, your talent undeniable, and your luck extraordinary. You shall surely not lose tonight. Well said. I love hearing such words. Do keep them coming. Jiang Ling's eyes gleamed with appreciation, giving Chun Quan a thumbs up. So, does this mean I won't lose a single hand tonight? He asked again. Chun Quan chuckled awkwardly. Not losing a single hand may be a tall order, but I am confident that Mr. Jiang's luck will be exceptional, and you will win a substantial amount tonight. Of course, this was merely flattery from Chun Quan. If Jiang Ling were to lose, he could not be held accountable. How substantial are we talking about? Jiang Ling probed. A few million should be no problem. Naturally, if luck is on your side. Winning tens of millions, or even billions, is certainly within the realm of possibility. Isn't that right, Master Zhao? Chun Quan glanced at Zhao Tianyu, who frowned and responded. You're just spouting nonsense. I've never seen anyone walk away with billions from here. However, it is indeed possible to win a few million, or even tens of millions on occasion. Exactly. The more chips you exchange, the greater your winnings. Chun Quan chimed in. All right, enough. I understand. Take me to exchange chips. Jiang Ling interrupted, gesturing for Chun Quan and Zhao Tianyu to cease their banter. With Chung Quan's assurances and the activation of his skill that guarantees he would not be deceived, Jiang Ling was convinced he would not lose tonight. Moreover, Chung Quan had guaranteed that whatever chips Jiang Ling exchanged would yield double the winnings. With this in mind, Jiang Ling could not help but feel a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lin Hanyue tugged at Jiang Ling's sleeve, urging him to reconsider. He turned to her, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, Hanyue, tonight you will witness the true prowess of the gambling god of Jiangnan. Just be careful not to lose too much," she replied. "Can't you say something encouraging?" Jiang Ling countered, somewhat exasperated. "So, Mr. Jiang, how many chips would you like to exchange?" Chung Quan inquired as they approached the front desk. Jiang Ling extended 5 fingers. 50,000, or perhaps 500,000. Chung Quan speculated, thinking to himself that this so-called Jiang boss was not as impressive as he seemed, just a pretender. But Jiang Ling shook his head. "Is it 5 million? He continued to shake his head. 500 million? Chung Quan pressed, his guesses growing bolder. 5 billion. By this point, Chung Quan was utterly astounded. Yet Jiang Ling merely shook his head again, stating, "Wrong. I would like chips worth 5 billion, please." "What? 5 billion? Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Chung Quan was left dumbfounded. Nearby patrons turned their heads in disbelief, wondering who this seemingly refined young man was to make such audacious claims. Did he truly possess such wealth? Zhao Tianyu stood frozen, his teeth clenched, stammering, "5 billion? Is he really that wealthy?" Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue rushed forward, grasping Jiang Ling's sleeve, exclaiming, "Jiang Ling, are you out of your mind? Do you have that much money? Are you just making this up?" "I do." 5 billion isn't excessive, is it? Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. "Not excessive. 5 billion could buy several of these establishments. Enough of this, let us go home. I can already tell you're unreliable, and you will undoubtedly lose tonight," Lin Hanyue insisted, tugging Jiang Ling toward the exit. She could not fathom how he would explain losing such an immense sum of money. Besides, considering she might be Jiang Ling's future wife, a portion of that 5 billion could rightfully be considered hers. Everyone around them believed Jiang Ling was acting recklessly. "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Jiang, but we do not have that many chips available. I sincerely apologize." Chung Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighing heavily. He never anticipated that the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry would possess such wealth. Furthermore, he stood to earn a commission, meaning regardless of whether Jiang Ling won or lost, he would receive a substantial share of the profits. "How much can we exchange?" Jiang Ling inquired. "Why not start with 1 billion as a trial? If you lose it all, you can always exchange more," Chung Quan suggested. Jiang Ling frowned slightly. Realizing the inappropriateness of his previous statement, Chung Quan hastily rephrased, saying, "Oh no, what I meant was, 100 million is ample for your amusement. Should you win, you will naturally be able to take this money with you. However, if you lose, do not hold us accountable. After all, such are the rules of the casino since time immemorial." "Very well. Let us exchange for 100 million to begin with." Jiang Ling was unperturbed, confident that he would not incur any losses that evening. Subsequently, he accompanied Chung Quan to the front desk to exchange for 9 chips of 10 million, 9 chips of 1 million, and 10 chips of 100,000. Jiang Ling was playing high stakes. While most others exchanged chips ranging from 500 to 10,000, he opted for chips starting at 100,000, with some even reaching 10 million. Chung Quan placed these chips into a small red basket and handed it to Jiang Ling, indicating that he was free to play at his leisure. Should he decide to cease playing, he could simply return to the front desk to exchange the chips for cash, provided he did not misplace them, as the front desk would not assume any responsibility for lost chips. "Very well, I shall go and play." "Absolutely, Mr. Jiang, enjoy yourself. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know." "All right." Jiang Ling nodded and casually handed the small red basket to Lin Hanyue. At that moment, Lin Hanyue, wearing a cap and sunglasses, had also made a slight effort to enhance her appearance. Through her sunglasses, she observed Jiang Ling's confident demeanor and wondered where his self-assurance stemmed from. Did he genuinely believe he would win? Moreover, how much money did he possess? Casually calling for an exchange of 5 billion in chips seemed quite reckless. Was he perhaps a nouveau riche with little grasp of the value of money? Shortly thereafter, Zhao Tianyu exchanged for 1 million in chips, intending to join Jiang Ling in his gaming endeavors. Jiang Ling, retrieving a 10 million chip from the red basket, offered it to Lin Hanyue, saying, "Hanyue, why not join in for a while?" "I'd rather not. You go ahead and play." "All right then." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ling walked toward the casino on his right, armed with 100 million in chips. Initially, he tried his hand at various games, but luck was not on his side, and he quickly lost 50 million in chips. Yet, he remained unruffled, leisurely strolling around the gaming tables. Lin Hanyue, watching anxiously, exclaimed, "Jiang Ling, it's only been a few minutes, and you've already lost 50 million? You should bet smaller amounts. Why not wager 1 million at a time?" However, Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively, replying, betting small would be rather dull, wouldn't it? I'm merely trying to help you. Don't squander all your money. No need to worry. I can't possibly lose it all, right, Chen Quan? Jiang Ling turned to Chen Quan, who immediately grinned and affirmed, haha, indeed. Mr. Zhang's fortune has yet to arrive. Once it does, you will undoubtedly win a considerable sum. Anyone can speak sweetly, Chen Quan mused. Recognizing Jiang Ling as a novice at gambling, likely to win merely by sheer luck, he thought to himself, tonight, you believe you can leave here with winnings? Dream on. Just wait and see how I'll entice you into losing everything. Although he harbored such thoughts, he maintained a smiling facade, continually assuring Jiang Ling that he would win as long as he kept playing. Reassured by his words, Jiang Ling felt free to indulge. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Ling had dwindled his chips down to a mere 10 million, having lost 90 million, yet he remained calm and composed. Let it be. If I truly lose everything, the system will be in dire straits. Jiang Ling contemplated. Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue, covering her face in despair, urged, Jiang Ling, I think you should stop playing. If it comes to it, let me take over. I am certain I can perform better than you. As she spoke, Lin Hanyue attempted to snatch the last of Jiang Ling's chips from his grasp, but he intercepted her. Frowning in irritation, he retorted, I was enjoying myself. Why must you meddle? What? How dare you say that to me? I suspect you are merely anxious over your losses. Lin Hanyue shot back, equally incensed. Jiang Ling, stroking his chin, sensed it was time to change tactics. He then rose and made his way to another table for dice games. Hey, Mr. Jiang, don't leave. How about playing a few more rounds? Yes, Mr. Jiang, you're not done with cards yet? Where are you off to? Wait for me. Upon seeing Jiang Ling depart from the card table, the other players instantly halted their activities and hurried to follow him. In their eyes, Jiang Ling was a wealthy tycoon, a benefactor who had come to the casino to part with his money, having already given away 90 million in chips so casually. Such a nouveau riche was a rare encounter, and they were eager to seize the opportunity. Today, we won't be playing cards. Let us try our luck with dice instead. Who's in? Jiang Ling declared, and immediately a throng of gamblers gathered around him, shouting, I'm in. Mr. Jiang, count me in. Wait for me, save me a spot. Soon, a crowd surrounded Jiang Ling's dice table, which had a total of 8 positions, with the dealer being a middle-aged man in his 40s. This man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, regarded Jiang Ling with keen interest. Having heard rumors about a wealthy newcomer who had come to exchange for 50 billion in chips, startling everyone present. After inquiring with Chen Quan, he learned that this affluent newcomer was the chairman of Yinxiao Jewelry. Despite his youth, he was a jewelry magnate worth billions, indeed a figure deserving of respect. However, this was a casino, and regardless of how formidable a businessman one might be outside, Wang Biao would not allow him to leave with his money intact. A sly glint danced in Wang Biao's eyes as he smirked slightly. Chapter 135. All in, a game of wisdom. How shall we play? Jiang Ling sat across from Wang Biao, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Wang Biao, with a slight smirk, remarked, it appears this gentleman does not frequent such establishments often. Indeed, otherwise, I wouldn't have lost 90 million. Jiang Ling retorted. Well then, do you feel confident in winning it back? Perhaps you should save that last 10 million for a rainy day? Wang Biao suggested with a smile. No need for your concern. Let us get started. It's merely a game of dice, betting on high or low. I'm betting it all on high. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling placed his last 10 million chip on the high bet, prompting those around him to place their bets on low. Due to their belief that Jiang Ling's luck was lacking, they assumed that following him would lead to inevitable losses, while betting against him would yield substantial profits. Consequently, Jiang Ling invested a mere 10 million in the high stakes, whereas the others wagered over 30 million on the low. Wang Biao, too, furrowed his brow as he took a drag from his cigarette. A gambling pot exceeding 40 million? Such a spectacle was rare, even for him. Yet, his curiosity was piqued regarding the origins of this young man. How could he lose 90 million in less than half an hour without a hint of remorse? All right, the bets are placed. With that, Wang Biao began to shake the dice cup manually. There are 2 methods of rolling dice, manually and mechanically. Typically, high-stakes confrontations involve manual shaking, as machines can easily be manipulated. However, some masters can achieve their desired outcomes even when rolling by hand. This illustrates the adage that in gambling, the odds favor the house, and deception is rampant. Jiang Ling understood well that engaging in gambling was perilous. Were it not for his system that ensured he would never be deceived, he might have lost a fortune in mere moments. The bets were finalized, and the game commenced. 346, 13 points high? Aha, victory. Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled, though this outcome was anticipated. Chen Quan had foretold that Jiang Ling would leave victorious that night. Thus, as long as he engaged in all-in bets, losses were not an option. Previously, he had merely toyed with the game, but now he was resolute. Hooray, we won! Jiang Ling, it's about time we saw you win a hand. Lin Hanyue exclaimed joyously. Meanwhile, those who had bet on low lost their stakes to Jiang Ling, who had already amassed over 30 million in winnings. Just as Lin Hanyue prepared to collect the chips, Jiang Ling halted her, saying, "What's the rush? The game isn't over yet." With that, he pushed all his chips into the low pot, declaring, "All in, betting low. Is this for real? Are you really going all in again? Aren't you afraid of losing everything in one go? Do you even know how to play?" They scoffed. How foolish, to risk so much without skill. If he were adept, he wouldn't have lost 90 million initially. How shall we proceed? They wondered. Clearly, we must bet against Jiang Ling. I refuse to believe his luck is that exceptional. Thus, another group of gamblers continued to place their bets on high. Meanwhile, Wang Biao shook the dice cup incessantly. His brow furrowed in disbelief. He could not accept that this young man had such extraordinary fortune. When he finally revealed the dice, the result was 123, low. 123. 6 points low? Hooray, we won again. Lin Hanyue shouted with glee, her excitement evident. Jiang Ling smiled confidently, proclaiming, "I told you, I am the gambling god of Jiangnan. From now on, I shall not lose a single hand." Alas, another loss. What is happening? Some murmured. It's merely his good fortune. Let us see him continue to gamble all in. Others jeered. However, they need not provoke Jiang Ling. He was already set on going all in. At that moment, his chips had increased from 10 million to over 70 million, and with another 30 million in winnings, he could recover his initial stake while still profiting. Yet, in Wang Biao's eyes, Jiang Ling was merely a gambler riding on luck. He pondered, "I may lose many times, but a single loss from you could lead to your ruin." Thus, Wang Biao lit a cigarette and asked, "Mr. Jiang Ling, will you continue with all-in bets?" "Of course. How could I not? This time, I'm betting on a triplet." Jiang Ling replied with a slight smirk. Not only was he betting on a triplet, but he was also going all in. Upon hearing this, Wang Biao erupted in laughter. "Ha! Mr. Jiang Ling, even if you possess wealth, this is not the way to utilize it. Do you not realize the odds of rolling a triplet are just 1 in 36? Do you truly believe I can achieve that? There's always a chance, unless you intend to cheat." Jiang Ling retorted with a smile. "Cheat? Not at all. However, since you wish to bet on a triplet, I cannot dissuade you, but do not blame me if you lose. I would never resort to dishonesty. Yet, for a triplet, you'll need to pay me an additional 14 billion in chips, correct?" "Indeed," Wang Biao affirmed. "Very well, let us begin," Jiang Ling declared confidently. At that moment, an increasing number of spectators gathered around him, with many joining in to place their bets. The total chips on the table soared beyond 200 million, with Jiang Ling alone wagering over 70 million on the triplet. They believed Jiang Ling was a fool with money, willingly offering them his wealth. Consequently, numerous individuals eagerly contributed their own chips to partake in the game. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu circled back to Jiang Ling's side. "What's the matter, Hanyue? How is Jiang Ling faring?" Zhao Tianyu inquired. "He lost down to just 10 million, then inexplicably won back over 70 million in 2 rounds. Though I don't quite grasp it, watching is undeniably exhilarating," Lin Hanyue replied, feeling that gambling was a perilous pursuit. Merely observing made her heart race. She feared that if she were to participate, she might become addicted. "And you, Zhao Tianyu?" Lin Hanyue asked. "Me? I've lost everything. But it was merely small change. Just 100,000. Zhao Tianyu grinned. Throughout the evening, he had lost several million, though he had once won over 500,000. However, that victory was an anomaly amidst a sea of losses. Compared to Jiang Ling, he felt overly cautious. After all, Jiang Ling had started with 100 million. Who could rival him? Chapter 136, Sweating Profusely, Brother? "So, Mr. Jiang Ling, would you prefer to roll the dice manually or use a machine? We wouldn't want you to claim we cheated if you were to lose." To ensure Jiang Ling felt secure in his betting, Wang Biao granted him the choice. Jiang Ling smiled. "Whichever you prefer." "Very well, let us roll manually." With that, Wang Biao picked up the dice cup and began to shake it. He knew the probability of rolling the desired outcome with 3 dice was only 1 in 36. And as an expert in dice manipulation, he believed he could control the outcome. The sound of the shaking dice filled the air. Clink, clink, clink. Suddenly, he slammed the cup down. Bets are locked in. Wang Biao lifted the cup to reveal the rolls. Small, small, small. Big, big. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting big and small as many had staked millions, risking their entire fortunes in hopes of doubling their wealth. However, should they face defeat, it would spell disaster, resulting in the ruin of their fortunes and the fracturing of their families. Thus, all of them were consumed by desperation. Only Jiang Ling remained, seated quietly in his chair, exuding an unmistakable confidence as he gazed at Wang Biao. For Jiang Ling was acutely aware that defeat was never an option for him. Leopard, leopard, leopard. On Jiang Ling's left, Lin Hanyue clenched her small fists, joining in with fervent shouts of excitement. Although her voice was not particularly loud, it was piercing and shrill. Leopard? No, how can one bet on a leopard? Isn't that a guaranteed loss? I've played for so long and have never seen anyone bet on a leopard. Zhao Tianyu felt a tinge of embarrassment, unable to fathom what was going through Jiang Ling's mind. Yet, when Wang Biao lifted the dice cup, the sight that greeted them was 3 identical red dots. 555. 555, a leopard? Is it truly a leopard? Oh no, I'm finished. Really finished. Let us meet on the rooftop. Zhao Tianyu exclaimed in disbelief. I wagered over 20 million chips, and I actually hit a leopard? This is absurd. How could you possibly roll a leopard? Are you two in cahoots, scheming to swindle us? Exactly. How could it be possible to roll a leopard? Panic ensued among the crowd. The revelation of the 555 leopard left every spectator wide-eyed and dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. It was destined that several unfortunate souls would emerge from this evening's rooftop gathering. Many even suspected that Jiang Ling and Wang Biao were colluding, orchestrating this charade to entice them into placing their bets. Yet, Wang Biao bellowed, silence. A loss is a loss. What is there to complain about? I do not know Jiang Ling at all. How could I possibly conspire with him to deceive you? Breathing heavily, he took a moment to collect himself before addressing Jiang Ling again. Boss Jiang, your luck is certainly remarkable. Not at all, Brother Wang. It's your skill in rolling. Jiang Ling grinned. Even if your dice techniques are impressive, they pale in comparison to the power of the system. Wang Biao felt a flicker of frustration. After years of rolling dice, he should at least have been able to control the outcome to some extent. Yet how could he have rolled a leopard by chance? It seemed impossible. However, the dice remained firmly in his possession, leaving Jiang Ling without the means to cheat. Could it truly be that he had erred? Wang Biao found the notion difficult to accept. In that fateful gamble, Jiang Ling emerged victorious, amassing 2.8 billion chips, in addition to the 1.4 billion lost by Wang Biao, totaling a staggering 4.2 billion. As he surveyed the mountain of chips before him, Jiang Ling wore a self-assured smile, while Lin Hanyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait, did we just win over 300 million? No way. My beauty and jewelry shop struggles to earn a mere 100 million in a year, and you've made over 300 million in just a few minutes? Is this for real? Zhao Tianyu attempted to slyly swipe a few of Jiang Ling's chips for himself, but Jiang Ling shot him a glare. Zhao Tianyu, what are you up to? Nothing. I just wanted to borrow a few chips to play. Zhao Tianyu chuckled nervously. Why don't you go and exchange chips for yourself? Jiang Ling responded coldly. With a resigned smile, Zhao Tianyu opted to watch from the sidelines. At that moment, Chun Quan, seated next to Jiang Ling, looked at the towering pile of chips with a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. If Jiang Ling decided to stop playing and cash out, it would spell disaster for their Fengyan club. If Chun Debbin caught wind of it, Chun Quan feared he might face dire consequences. Jiang Ling, would it be possible for you to cash out now? Chun Quan inquired, a stark pallor overtaking his face. Hearing this, Chun Quan's complexion drained of color. Of course, that's possible. But please, continue playing. It's barely 10 p.m., let's keep it going. What would you like to drink? He had no intention of letting Jiang Ling walk away with winnings without further play, for that would spell ruin for their establishment. Should I lose everything back, what then? Jiang Ling mused. That won't happen. You will surely win. Trust me, you can win. Chun Quan implored, eager to retain Jiang Ling's participation. With your words, I am reassured. Jiang Ling beamed. Since you believe I am destined to win, I must ensure that I walk away with at least 1 to 800 million tonight. Thus, Jiang Ling pushed all 4.2 billion chips forward, betting once more on a leopard. Another leopard bet? Jiang Ling, have you lost your mind? Indeed, Boss Jiang. Hitting a leopard once only proves your good fortune. Betting again is likely to lead to certain defeat. That's over 4 billion. Are you sure you want to proceed without a second thought? The crowd began to urge Jiang Ling to reconsider. Yet Jiang Ling remained undeterred. Tonight, we shall only bet on leopards, going all in. Who among you will join me in this wager? But no one dared to join him. However, they were all coveting Jiang Ling's 4.2 billion chips. Soon, a throng of people began to place their bets, swiftly driving the total chips on the table to an astonishing 8 billion. With Wang Biao as the dealer, should a leopard indeed be rolled, he would be required to pay Jiang Ling double, amounting to 8.2 billion. This meant the stakes of this gamble soared to a staggering 1.7 billion. Just contemplating this made Wang Biao's hands tremble, for even as a seasoned veteran of the Fengyan club, he had never before wagered such an immense sum. Previously, the highest bet had only reached 500 million. Today, Jiang Ling had shattered records, accumulating bets totaling 1.7 billion. Where did his confidence stem from? Did he truly believe he would win? Was he not afraid of the possibility of cheating? At that moment, Wang Biao looked up at Jiang Ling, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Despite his calm exterior, he was internally drenched in cold sweat. It cannot be. I deliberately controlled the dice in the last round. How could I have rolled a leopard? In theory, this was his domain, and the young man should not have been able to meddle with the dice. In a bid for reassurance, Wang Biao opted to replace the dice with a new set and, instead of rolling by hand, utilized a machine. Those with discerning eyes understood that machines could manipulate the outcomes. It was evident that Wang Biao might be attempting to cheat in secret. However, the group of gamblers remained fervently enthusiastic, for they were acutely aware that Wang Biao could never roll a 666, thereby precluding any possibility of a sweeping victory. Thus, he would either roll high or low numbers. In this light, they still retained a 50% chance of reaping substantial profits. Lin Hanyue tugged at Jiang Ling's sleeve and said, "Jiang Ling, perhaps we should reconsider. Wang Biao has begun using the machine, and I fear he might resort to cheating this time." Zhao Tianyu hurriedly leaned closer to Jiang Ling's ear, whispering, "Indeed, Jiang Ling. I am somewhat familiar with the rules here. Should someone win excessively, they will resort to using the machine to cheat. I suggest we withdraw. After all, you have already earned over 3 billion, which is no small sum." Zhao Tianyu assumed that Jiang Ling was simply caught up in the thrill of gambling, yearning to continue betting for more riches. Yet before Jiang Ling could respond, Wang Biao interjected, "Hold on. The game has commenced, and bets are locked in. You no longer have the option to retract." Wang Biao's gaze sharpened. He would never allow Jiang Ling to win over 3 billion from him. Should Chun Debbin come to blame him, Wang Biao feared he might even lose his life. "Brother Wang, this is my friend Jiang Ling. Please do us a favor and let us leave today, all right?" Zhao Tianyu implored, hoping Wang Biao might grant him some leniency. However, Wang Biao shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid not, young Master Zhao. Boss Jiang has already placed his bet. Once the game begins, there is no room for retraction. If I lose, I will naturally compensate Boss Jiang, but if he loses, I'm afraid I cannot be held accountable." "But you wouldn't cheat, would you?" Jiang Ling inquired. "Haha. Of course not. Boss Jiang, you need not worry. My integrity is well known." Wang Biao lied through his teeth, as anyone with discernment could see that he would undoubtedly resort to cheating. He had no chance of rolling a 666. Nonetheless, Jiang Ling smiled broadly and replied, "Very well, your word brings me peace of mind. If you say you won't cheat, then I trust you." Soon, the game commenced. Wang Biao pressed the button, and the dice within the cup began to roll rapidly. Based on Wang Biao's calculations, rolling low would yield him the greatest profit, allowing him to win Jiang Ling's 4 billion and more than 8 billion from the overall pot. Regardless of the outcome, he was resolute that he would not roll a 666. Thus, he controlled the dice to land on 123, a total of 6 points, favoring the low. "Bets are locked in. The game is on," Wang Biao bellowed, gripping the cup tightly in his right hand before slowly revealing it. The spectators held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation. Some called for high, others for low, while Lin Hanyue alone shouted, "666, 666, 666, huh, 666? Dream on, Jiang Ling. You truly dare to gamble everything. This time, let us see how you lose. 3, 2, 1, reveal. 6, 6, 6, 666? Act." Wang Biao's hand trembled, nearly collapsing from shock. Upon seeing the 3 red dots of 6 within the cup, his breath quickened, and he felt a wave of dizziness. No, no, no. This cannot be. How can it still be 666? Where did I go wrong? Where did it all go awry? Wang Biao stood frozen, muttering to himself, his face haggard, his eyes bloodshot. This game involved an astounding sum of 1.7 billion. If Jiang Ling were to take that money, Wang Biao feared he might be killed by Chun Debbin. How can it be 666 again? Damn it. Wang Biao, are you fooling me? I staked 80 million, and you still rolled a 666? Don't tell me you and Boss Jiang are in cahoots to swindle us. Exactly. I've lost my entire fortune. Staked 50 million, and now it's all gone? Wang Biao, if you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I swear I won't let you see the sun rise tomorrow, believe it or not. Wang Biao, you son of a... In a frenzy, a group of irate gamblers rushed towards Wang Biao, their faces twisted with anger, ready to confront him. Meanwhile, Wang Biao sat slumped in his chair, lost in thought. He pondered where things had gone wrong. How could he have rolled 666s twice? If the first time was an accident, what about the second? Was the machine malfunctioning? But he could not possibly admit in front of so many people that the machine had failed him in his attempt to cheat. That would essentially mean confessing to Jiang Ling that he was indeed cheating, and failing at it no less. It was well known that in this world, cheating could lead to dire consequences. Yes, we won again. Jiang Ling, you are truly remarkable. Lin Hanyue exclaimed excitedly, giving Jiang Ling a big hug. Wow, Jiang Ling. Teach me. Please teach me how to gamble with dice. Zhao Tianyu, too, was left in astonishment. At this point, He had no choice but to acknowledge Jiang Ling as the true gambling deity of Jiangnan. Jiang Ling had previously lost 90 million in 20 minutes, and then, in 4 rounds of gambling, transformed a stake of 10 million into a staggering 17.5 billion. Who else in this world could surpass Jiang Ling's prowess? Remarkably, Jiang Ling seemed unfazed by Wang Biao's machine, showing no fear of their potential cheating, and boldly chose to bet on triple sixes. The outcome was that Jiang Ling won, turning 10 million into 17.5 billion. Jiang Ling, from this moment forth, you are my elder brother. Brother, do you still take disciples? Will you accept me as your apprentice? Please teach me how you managed to alter the dice results from afar. Is it some sort of supernatural ability? Chapter 138, Winning 17.5 billion. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu gazed at Jiang Ling with immense admiration, having regarded him as the most formidable gambling deity in the world. Yet, Jiang Ling, with a swift slap to Zhao Tianyu's face, retorted angrily, "What are you saying? First, I have no supernatural abilities. Second, I cannot alter the dice results from a distance. Third, I did not cheat." Jiang Ling shot Zhao Tianyu a glare. This kid seemed to be lacking in common sense. In front of so many people, to question whether he had cheated? If the crowd, driven by their losses, indiscriminately accused Jiang Ling of cheating, he would never be able to leave with the money tonight. You dare hit me? You. I will hit you, so what? Is it wrong for an elder brother to discipline a younger brother? Jiang Ling frowned and asked. Zhao Tianyu, holding his left cheek, replied with a hint of grievance. No problem, but next time, could you refrain from hitting my face? My parents have never slapped me. Now, Zhao Tianyu no longer dared to oppose Jiang Ling. Instead, he willingly accepted the role of Jiang Ling's subordinate. Jiang Ling smirked, saying, "All right, next time I won't hit your face. I'll hit your backside instead. You insist on provoking me? Yes, if you speak out of turn, you will be punished. No pain, no gain." Jiang Ling had no intention of showing Zhao Tianyu any leniency. Yawning, Jiang Ling glanced at his phone. It was only 10:30 p.m., not yet 11 o'clock. For the group of individuals at the Fengyan Club, the night's revelry was merely commencing. However, Jiang Ling's primary objective was to lure out Chun Debbin. Should Chun dare to act against him, Jiang Ling would promptly notify Wang Yuntao, urging him to summon the police for an immediate apprehension. The hour was growing late, and it was time for them to return. Yawning, Jiang Ling feigned fatigue and instructed Lin Hanyue and Zhao Tianyu to gather their chips and proceed to the front desk for conversion into cash. Upon observing Jiang Ling rise to depart, Wang Biao and Chun Quan were visibly alarmed. Wang Biao sprang from his chair, exclaiming, "Wait, you cannot leave, not yet." "Oh, why not? Am I forbidden to leave simply because I have won? Is it only those who lose who are permitted to exit? Is that a rule of your establishment?" Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. "No, that is not my intention. What I meant to convey is that it is still quite early. You could play a little longer, and it wouldn't be late." Wang Biao replied with a forced smile, though internally he felt a twinge of anxiety. If Jiang Ling were to depart with 17.5 billion, Wang Biao feared he might find himself lifeless on the streets the following day, without any explanation for his demise. Chun Quan hastily approached Jiang Ling, earnestly persuading him to stay and continue playing. Yet, Jiang Ling shook his head, stating, "But I do not wish to play any more today. May I continue tomorrow?" "Of course. Just leave your chips here, and I will note them on your account," Wang Biao eagerly suggested. As long as Jiang Ling did not take the chips with him, it would suffice. Wang Biao planned to later deny any obligation, believing Jiang Ling would not dare to stir trouble at Chun Debbin's establishment. However, Jiang Ling was not so naive. "Are you foolish, or do you think I am? Why would I leave 17.5 billion on your account? I can simply convert it into cash and take it with me." "Apologies, Mr. Jiang, but it seems you may not be able to convert all of your chips into cash," came the response. "What do you mean?" "Before I arrived, Chun Quan assured me that regardless of how much I won tonight, I could leave at any time and exchange my chips for money. Why is it different here?" Jiang Ling recognized their intent to renege on the agreement, but he would not fall for their trickery. Wang Biao descended from his chair and slowly approached Jiang Ling, smiling as he said, "Mr. Jiang, you may not be aware, but our Fengyan Club is merely a modest night establishment, lacking the capital for such transactions. Furthermore, the sum you possess is not insignificant. Transferring it all to your bank account would surely raise suspicions with the authorities. Oh, do not concern yourself with that. I possess a Supreme Black Card. You may transfer any amount without fear of police investigation. However, we do not have that much cash here." Wang Biao continued to feign ignorance. "If there is not enough cash, then why do you have so many chips? How about this? I will exchange 1 billion first. Does that seem agreeable?" Jiang Ling took a step back and proposed. "That won't do either. I lack the authority to exchange such a large sum for you. It must be approved by our owner." "And who is your owner?" "Master Chun, Chun Debbin." "Where is Chun? Call him over to exchange my money." Jiang Ling's eyes brightened. After such a lengthy discussion, they had finally mentioned Debbin. Wang Biao smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, please do not be anxious. We have already called to inform Master Chun. He is currently out of town, but has promised to return shortly to address this matter. Would you kindly wait? Out of town? Where? Jiang Ling inquired. I cannot say. Master Chun is elusive, not someone just anyone can meet. Today, he is returning specifically to see you. Wang Biao replied, maintaining a cheerful demeanor to placate Jiang Ling and delay his departure. Once Debbin returned, everything would be manageable. And Jiang Ling's hopes of leaving with 17.5 billion would be thwarted. I am done playing. Hanyue, collect the money. We are leaving. Understood, Jiang Ling. He sensed a hint of danger and wished to escort Lin Hanyue back. However, just as everyone turned to depart, Wang Biao suddenly stepped forward, blocking Jiang Ling's path. Shouting, Hold on, Mr. Jiang, you may leave, but the chips must stay? These are my winnings. Why must they remain? Jiang Ling exclaimed, raising a commotion. Everyone, come and see. This Fengyun Club bullies its patrons, preventing us from leaving with our winnings. Beware, this is a den of iniquity. Jiang Ling's loud outburst attracted the attention of everyone in the club. Witnessing Wang Biao and his associates obstructing Jiang Ling's exit, some patrons could no longer remain passive, particularly a hot-tempered bald man who confronted Wang Biao, demanding to know why others were not allowed to leave. Is it because someone won a little money that you deny them exit? What kind of business is this? Little money? Brother Ironhead, do you know how much that brat won in our establishment? Wang Biao retorted. How much? Is it 1 billion? 1 billion? Huh, if it were only 1 billion. I would have let him go, but it is 17.5 billion. He won and wants to leave? I, Wang Biao, would rather lay down my life here than be liable for that amount. How much? Could you repeat that? 17.5 billion? Are you certain this isn't a staged act by your Fengyun Club? Brother Ironhead gazed incredulously at Wang Biao. He had heard tales of individuals winning 80 million or even 1 billion, but never of anyone winning 17.5 billion. Surely, this was a feat of divine luck. Moreover, even if the Fengyun Club were wealthy, losing 17.5 billion in one go would surely cripple them. Nevertheless, Brother Ironhead sighed. Alas, even with such winnings, you must allow others to leave. Business must be conducted with integrity. I never said they couldn't leave. I merely wish to wait for my Master Chun before making a final decision. Master Chun, do you mean Debbin? Indeed, that is correct. Upon hearing the name Debbin, Brother Ironhead chuckled wryly and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Wang Biao, flanked by 4 or 5 black-clad security personnel, stood resolutely in front of Jiang Ling, blocking his exit. Mr. Jiang, I implore you to remain here and rest for a while. Oh, so, you intend to prevent my departure today? You may leave. However, the chips must remain. Is this how you conduct business? How is this any different from a den of thieves? Wu Yuntian, go. Yes, Boss Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Ling's anger flared, his fury igniting. Was this Fengyun Club merely a grand establishment of deceit, where one could win, yet be denied exit? Therefore, Jiang Ling instructed Wu Yuntian to clear a path forward. Before long, Wu Yuntian swiftly dispatched the group of security guards, sending them crashing to the ground. And even Wang Biao himself was felled by a single punch from Wu Yuntian, spitting out bitterness. The scene descended into chaos, yet no one dared to call the police. The Fengyun Club was, after all, an illegal establishment, and reporting the incident would surely lead to its closure, with all those involved in gambling likely to be arrested. At that moment, a stern voice suddenly resonated from the main entrance of the Fengyun Club. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit approached, his brow tightly furrowed and his expression grave. Stop! You lot, cease this at once. The man was none other than Debbin. He had been attending to business in Yunhai District when he received word from his subordinate that someone had won a staggering 17.5 billion at the Fengyun Club. And now that person intended to leave with the winnings. Upon hearing this news, even Debbin, whose wealth exceeded 100 billion, could not remain composed. Damn it! After toiling for most of my life in the gray market, I have only just amassed this fortune. And you lot lose 17.5 billion in a single night. Unbelievable. Thus, Debbin was eager to uncover the identity of this fortunate individual. His subordinate later relayed that the man in question was Jiang Ling, the chairman of Jiangnan City's Yunshao Jewelry, who had an uncanny streak of luck, always betting on the same number and emerging victorious each time. Debbin's anger flared as he pondered. Does Wang Biao not cheat, betting solely on one number and still winning? His subordinate mentioned that Wang Biao had indeed attempted to use a cheating device, but it seemed malfunctioning, consistently rolling that same number. Now that Jiang Ling had decided to cash out his winnings, if they failed to exchange his chips, the Fengyun Club's reputation would plummet, leading to a substantial loss of clientele. This prompted Wang Biao to call Debbin back to handle the situation, and he returned without delay. Upon his arrival, Debbin was met with utter disarray. It was evident that Wang Biao had instigated a confrontation with Jiang Ling, resulting in violent altercations. Observing this chaos, Debbin's gaze darkened as he slowly approached Jiang Ling and Wang Biao. Extending his right hand toward Jiang Ling with a friendly demeanor, he smiled and said, "Might I inquire if you are Mr. Jiang Ling, the chairman of Yunxiao Jewelry? It is a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Ling reciprocated the gesture, shaking Debbin's hand politely. "I apologize, Mr. Chun. It is my fault for not keeping better watch over my affairs, which allowed Wang Biao to bully you." At this juncture, Debbin paused, realizing that he needed to make an example of someone to placate the patrons of the Fengyun Club. Otherwise, it would soon earn a reputation as a den of vice, and who would dare to return? He then turned his gaze to Wang Biao, asking, "Wang Biao, did you not attack Mr. Jiang Ling and his companions?" "And no, Chun Yi, I merely tried to block them. I did not strike." "It was Jiang Ling who initiated the confrontation." Wang Biao stammered. "I see," Debbin replied, contemplating. He then addressed a burly man in black behind him, saying, "In that case, sever both of Wang Biao's hands. Such a worthless fool only brings calamity." "No, please, Chun Yi. I did this for you, for the Fengyun Club. I did not intend to obstruct Mr. Jiang Ling." Wang Biao pleaded in terror. Yet, Debbin remained unmoved by Wang Biao's desperate cries. To him, there was no room for sentiment, only profit. Jiang Ling could see it too. Debbin, though appearing amiable, was a treacherous predator. Anyone who dared to impede his interests would face dire consequences. Soon after, Wang Biao was taken away by several men in black. Whether he was to be killed or merely mutilated remained uncertain. The atmosphere within the Fengyun Club plunged to a freezing chill as many patrons, sensing impending doom, hastily departed. Jiang Ling then addressed Debbin. "Chun Yi, since I have won money here, I should be permitted to take it with me, correct?" "Certainly, that is not a problem. However, Mr. Jiang, how will you prove that you did not cheat?" Debbin inquired. Jiang Ling replied, "There are so many witnesses. I have never touched the dice. How could I have cheated?" "Ah, that may be true for others, but I cannot vouch for what I did not witness." Debbin chuckled before continuing. "Let us make this fair. To prove your honesty, let us gamble one more round. If you lose, you must forfeit your winnings. And if I win, will my 17.5 billion double?" Jiang Ling pressed. "Indeed it will." Debbin smirked, confident that no one had ever bested him in gambling throughout his illustrious career. Whether at dice or cards, he was unwavering in a one-on-one situation. Chapter 140, Another All-In? Thus, Debbin had built his empire on his unparalleled gambling prowess, ascending to become the formidable underground figure he was today. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu approached Jiang Ling, tugging at his sleeve. "Jiang Ling, you should reconsider. It is said that no one can win from Debbin. What choice do I have? This is his territory. I must gamble with him." Jiang Ling countered. "But can you win?" Zhao Tianyu pressed. "Have faith, I cannot lose." Jiang Ling replied with unwavering confidence. Earlier, the guide Chen Quan had assured him that he would not lose tonight and would win a great fortune. Thus, as long as Jiang Ling dared to go all in, victory was assured. "So, as long as I can prove my innocence, I can take the money out?" Jiang Ling confirmed. "Yes." Debbin nodded. "Very well, let us play." Jiang Ling declared. "Follow me, Mr. Jiang." Debbin gestured invitingly. A glint of cold determination shone in his eyes, no matter what. He would not allow Jiang Ling to leave with his winnings. Then, Debbin inquired what game Jiang Ling preferred to play. Would it be dice again, or something different? Jiang Ling stated, "I'm a bit tired of dice. Let us play cards, specifically, a game of jade. Having played this game in his youth, Jiang Ling was familiar with its rules. Debbin nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed with cards." A sly smile crept across his lips. He was particularly adept at playing cards, especially jade. He doubted Jiang Ling could win against him unless the latter possessed some extraordinary ability to alter his hand. Before long, Jiang Ling and Debbin were seated at the gambling table, surrounded by dozens of patrons from the Fengyun Club. Many were too engrossed in this showdown to pay attention to their own games, knowing it would surely be the highlight of the evening. Quickly, Jiang Ling and Debbin began to reveal their cards. Jiang Ling casually flipped through the cards and declared, "No problem, we can deal." "Oh, have you completed the inspection so swiftly? Aren't you going to take a closer look? Just in case you lose money later and claim the cards were faulty." Debbin chuckled. "It's fine, just deal the cards," Jiang Ling replied nonchalantly. Soon after, Debbin began to verify the cards, utilizing his unique technique. He interspersed several flower cards within the deck. Once he shuffled the cards, he handed them to the dealer, Wu Chang, who was naturally one of Debbin's subordinates. The two exchanged glances, and with a subtle nod from Wu Chang, they communicated an exclusive signal known only to them. Before long, Wu Chang dealt each of them a face-down card. Debbin glanced at the corner of his card and, as expected, it was a black ace. However, Jiang Ling chose not to inspect his card. Chun Debbin's card was the ace of spades, while Jiang Ling's first card was the 10 of clubs. Chun Debbin's second card was the ace of diamonds, and Jiang Ling's second card was the jack of clubs. Chun Debbin's third card was the 2 of diamonds, whereas Jiang Ling's third card was the queen of clubs. By now, both players had 1 face-down card and 3 face-up cards. At that moment, Lin Hanyue leaned closer to Jiang Ling and whispered, "Jiang Ling, it's evident that your opponent is aiming for 4 aces. You cannot compete with him. Withdraw from this round. Let us not play. Wait until the final moment. No one knows who will win or lose." Jiang Ling replied with a confident smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu stealthily attempted to peek at Jiang Ling's face-down card. Jiang Ling promptly swatted his hand away and admonished, "Zhao Tianyu, what are you doing?" I just wanted to see the card, big brother." Zhao Tianyu protested, looking aggrieved. "What are you looking for? You cannot peek." Jiang Ling retorted, "How can one play cards without checking their own card? If you don't look, you won't know what you have or how to win against your opponent." Zhao Tianyu argued. "Mind your own business. I have my own strategies." Jiang Ling insisted. "Haha, Mr. Jiang Ling, I already have 2 aces here. You should be aiming for a straight flush, right?" Chun Debbin said with a smile. Their wager was substantial, starting at 100 million. Even if Jiang Ling hesitated to raise the stakes after 17 rounds, he would have to relinquish all his previous winnings to Chun Debbin. Yet, he underestimated Jiang Ling suddenly. Jiang Ling casually declared, "Raise 200 million. What? Jiang Ling, have you lost your mind? With your hand, you dare to raise 200 million? You haven't even looked at your own card." The onlookers were distinctly shocked by Jiang Ling's audacity. They had witnessed many skilled players, but none played like Jiang Ling. Chun Debbin's eyes gleamed with interest, thinking to himself, "This young man indeed dares to raise. Attempting to play mind games, are you? I'm afraid you underestimate my experience. I have played these tricks decades ago. Furthermore, the cards have been shuffled by me before being dealt to you. Tonight, your loss is inevitable. Winning against me is impossible." Thus, Chun Debbin also raised the stakes by 200 million. Their final cards were the ace of hearts and the king of clubs. The outcome now rested on each player's face-down card. If Chun Debbin's card was the ace of clubs, he would win with 4 aces. If Jiang Ling's card was the ace of clubs, he would triumph with a straight flush. The conclusion awaited the revelation of their hidden cards. Yet, Jiang Ling remained steadfast in his decision not to unveil his card. "Very well, Mr. Chun, I have no time to waste. Let us go all in," Jiang Ling declared, discarding all his chips onto the table. The spectators gasped in astonishment. This was a staggering wager of 175 billion. How could Jiang Ling dare to risk such a sum? Even Chun Debbin, seated across the table, furrowed his brow, glancing at Jiang Ling. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he pondered Jiang Ling's intentions. At that moment, his hand already held 4 aces, the highest hand possible. Even if Jiang Ling had a straight flush, how could he possibly win? However, Jiang Ling had not once checked his face-down card. Thus, the spies Chun Debbin had stationed behind Jiang Ling could not inform him of Jiang Ling's hidden card. Could the ace of clubs be in Jiang Ling's possession? That seemed implausible. Chun Debbin glanced at the ace of clubs in his own hand, confirming its presence with certainty. With this thought, Chun Debbin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He smiled confidently, saying, "Haha, since Mr. Jiang Ling dares to go all in, why should I not follow suit? I will match your bet." With that, Chun Debbin pushed all his prepared chips onto the table. Chapter 141. Did he win 35 billion? At this moment, the chips on the table had accumulated to 35 billion. This was indeed an unprecedented and extraordinary gamble. Within the Fengyun Club, dozens of onlookers gathered, eager to witness this monumental wager. They speculated on who would ultimately triumph in this contest. Some even began taking bets outside, though most believed Chun Debbin would emerge victorious. After all, this was Chun Debbin's territory. How could he allow Jiang Ling to leave with 35 billion? If that were to happen, not only would Chun Debbin lose face, but he would also become the subject of ridicule. With both parties having committed their entire stakes, it was now time to reveal the cards. Chun Debbin sought 4 aces, while Jiang Ling aimed for a straight flush. Now, all eyes were on the elusive ace of clubs and whose hand it would belong to. "Jiang Ling, why did you go all in without inspecting your card? This is 175 billion. After years of running Meishin Cosmetics, I've never even reached 2 billion in profit. You just wagered that amount without a second thought?" Lin Hanyue, seated beside Jiang Ling, displayed a worried expression, fearing he would lose. Her concern stemmed from Jiang Ling's reckless decision to wager everything without peeking at his card. Did he truly possess such faith in his victory? Moreover, this was Chun Debbin's domain. He had shuffled the cards, and the dealer Wu Chong was also his man. If anyone were to cheat, it would surely be them. On the other side, Zhao Tianyu anxiously urged, "Jiang Ling, can I at least call you big brother? Just take a look at your card." "What for?" There is no need to look now that I've gone all in. Jiang Ling replied. Alas, your confidence is astonishing. I've never witnessed such gambling tactics in my life. Zhao Tianyu sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. This is precisely why you always end up losing. Jiang Ling laughed. Mr. Jiang Ling, according to the rules, I should let you see your card first before I make my bet. But I will grant you a favor. I'll reveal my card first. Are you searching for the ace of clubs? Sorry, it's in my hand. With a swift motion, Chun Debbin unveiled his face-down card, revealing the ace of clubs to the astonished crowd. It truly was the ace of clubs. Alas, Jiang Ling, it appears you are destined to lose this time. With Chun Debbin holding 4 aces, how can you possibly triumph? Oh dear, it seems all is lost. I warned you against going all in. Yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Now, a staggering 17.5 billion. The money hasn't even warmed in your grasp before it slips away. Lin Hanyue sighed deeply. Surrounding spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. Even Jiang Ling himself furrowed his brow in contemplation. This is not right. I possess a system, a capacity to never be deceived. Chun Quan had previously assured me that I would leave victorious tonight, that I wouldn't lose everything. Yet here I am, going all in once more. There is simply no way I can lose. However, Chun Debbin has indeed secured 4 aces. The only hand that can surpass 4 aces is a straight flush. But alas, the ace of spades is already in Chun Debbin's possession. Ha ha ha, Mr. Jiang Ling. I had thought your gambling skills were formidable. You didn't even glance at your whole card. Merely fixating on going all in? You truly startled me. I almost believed you possessed the ability to swap my whole card. Chun Debbin's laughter echoed, joined by the mirth of Wu Chong and Chun Quan, who were also mocking Jiang Ling for his ignorance of the game and of social etiquette. But now that Jiang Ling has lost, he has no one to blame but himself. Strange, the ace of spades ought to be with me? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and slowly revealed his whole card. There it was, the 9 of spades, laid bare upon the table. The 9 of spades? What? The 9 of spades? A sequence of spades from 9 to king? Goodness, let me see, this is a straight flush. Incredible, it truly is a straight flush. I had been so fixated on the ace of spades that I completely overlooked the 9 of spades. Indeed, I had forgotten. Thus, it appears that Mr. Jiang Ling emerges as the victor in this gambling match. Could it be true? Is Mr. Jiang Ling truly this formidable? From the outset, he remained remarkably composed, immovable like a mountain, as if he knew he would win. His gambling prowess must be unparalleled, capable of outshining even Chun Debbin on his home turf. Extraordinary indeed. In my view, Mr. Jiang Ling's gambling skills are unmatched worldwide. He didn't even need to glance at his whole card to know he would win against Chun Debbin. Does he possess the power of clairvoyance? As the crowd began to buzz, their expressions transformed upon witnessing Jiang Ling's whole card, showering him with praise for his unparalleled gambling skills. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. Then, holding his whole card before Chun Debbin, declared, Mr. Chun, the whole card I desired was not the ace of spades. It is a straight flush, trumping your 4 aces. My apologies, but I have one. No, no, no. How can this be? This is impossible. Where did it all go awry? This cannot be. I shuffled the deck myself. Jiang Ling could not have tampered with it. Could it be that he truly possesses extraordinary abilities? Chun Debbin muttered anxiously, drenched in sweat. He could not fathom how Jiang Ling had drawn such a fortunate hand, especially a straight flush. Initially, he had deliberately shuffled 4 aces for himself and 3 straight flushes for Jiang Ling, with the remaining 2 cards being mere distractions, intending to entice Jiang Ling into betting more. So how could Jiang Ling have drawn a straight flush? Could it be that he had mismanaged the shuffle? That seemed implausible. Having navigated the gambling scene for years, he had never made such an error. Could it be? At this thought, Chun Debbin fixed his gaze sharply upon Wu Chong. His eyes were like daggers, piercing into Wu Chong with a fierce intensity. Wu Chong jumped in surprise, trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Chun, I did not cheat. I dealt the cards as you instructed. You saw it yourself. I dealt you 4 aces, there is no mistake. Then why does Jiang Ling possess a straight flush? Explain. Chun Debbin's fury erupted. It must be that you mismanaged the shuffle, Mr. Chun. It is your shuffling that is at fault, not my dealing. As he spoke, a sudden silence fell over the crowd. All eyes turned toward Chun Debbin, filled with astonishment, confusion, and even hints of disdain and anger. Chapter 142. If you have the guts, call the police. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chun Debbin. Chun Debbin, are you cheating? I cannot believe you are such a person, Mr. Chun. I never imagined you would openly admit to manipulating the shuffle to control the dealing. How does that differ from cheating? Ha ha ha, Chun Debbin, what a disgrace. To cheat and still lose to Mr. Jiang Ling. How shameful. Refund our money. I refuse to play here any longer. I will never return to this wretched establishment. I lose every time, and now I discover it is all a result of cheating? In an instant, Several patrons expressed their indignation, demanding that Chun Debbin return their lost money. At this moment, Chun Debbin was consumed by rage. He slammed his palm against the table and bellowed, "Silence! Do you all wish to remain here for the night? Wu Chong, go and close both the front and back doors." "Yes, Mr. Chun." With Chun Debbin's command, Wu Chong, accompanied by several bodyguards clad in black, swiftly closed the front and back doors of the Wind and Cloud Club. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to utter a word against Chun Debbin, aware of his ruthless nature. If provoked, it was uncertain whether they would leave this night unscathed. Chun Debbin then retrieved a cigar from his coat pocket, lit it, and leisurely began to smoke. Exhaling a ring of smoke, he squinted at Jiang Ling and said, "Mr. Jiang Ling, I assure you, my shuffle was flawless. Yet I cannot fathom how you managed to switch your whole card to the 9 of spades. Could it be that you truly possess extraordinary abilities?" Chun Debbin continued to probe. Jiang Ling smiled and shook his head. "It is merely a stroke of luck. Who in this world possesses extraordinary powers? True enough, yet you have indeed bested me. Would you be interested in a collaboration?" "Collaboration? How so?" "I can introduce you to the gambling king in Macau. You may challenge him to a game. Should you win, you could dominate the gambling world. And a fortune of billions would no longer be a dream." "Billions? Is that a substantial amount?" Jiang Ling replied dismissively, well aware that his current worth was approaching 100 billion. As the heir to the Tianqi Hall, whose total valuation exceeds $3 trillion, he found the notion rather trivial. "Are you saying you are not interested in collaborating?" Chun Debbin raised an eyebrow, continuing to smoke. Jiang Ling replied, "Apologies, but I am not one for gambling. I prefer to leave while ahead." With that, he instructed Lin Hanyue and Zhao Tianyu to gather the chips from the table. "Wait, how about we have one more round?" Chun Debbin proposed. "What do you say? I shall not stay any longer. I must return home to rest." Jiang Ling firmly declined. Chun Debbin, furrowing his brows, observed Lin Hanyue and Zhao Tianyu as they collected their chips into a crimson basket. Wu Chong attempted to intervene, but Chun Debbin swiftly halted him, a chilling smile creeping across his face. "This amounts to 3.5 billion. How could I, Chun Debbin, allow you to take this fortune away?" As anticipated, when Jiang Ling approached the front desk to exchange his chips for currency, the attendant informed him that the quantity was too excessive for redemption. "What? You refused to exchange? When I previously visited, you assured me that no matter how much I won, you would accommodate my exchange." Jiang Ling's anger surged. The attendant, her face displaying distress, replied, "I apologize, sir. My authority permits me to exchange only up to 10 million. Your 3.5 billion exceeds my limits. I lack the power to assist you." "Oh, so it is as I suspected. A den of thieves," Jiang Ling retorted. "In that case, I previously exchanged 100 million in chips here. Can you at least redeem that for me?" Jiang Ling sought a compromise, yet the attendant shook her head resolutely, stating, "I'm afraid I cannot. My maximum exchange limit remains at 10 million. "Very well. This is utterly outrageous. I came here, exchanged 100 million in chips, and now you refuse to convert it into cash? I, Jiang Ling, have never encountered such a nefarious establishment." At this moment, not only Jiang Ling, but also Lin Hanyue and Zhao Tianyu were incensed. They recognized that this was undoubtedly Chun Debbin's scheme to prevent Jiang Ling from cashing out. The other patrons, fearful of Chun Debbin's influence, murmured in hushed tones, expressing their indignation. Following this incident, Chun Debbin had no intention of continuing the operations of the venue. With annual profits of merely 500 to 600 million, how could he allow Jiang Ling to abscond with 3.5 billion, equivalent to 7 years of profit? It would be more prudent to declare bankruptcy outright. With a hearty laugh, Chun Debbin approached Jiang Ling, exclaiming, "I regret to inform you, Mr. Jiang Ling, that I am declaring the impending bankruptcy of this establishment. The limit for chip redemption tonight is set at 10 million. If you wish to exchange, you must act swiftly. After midnight, your chips will be rendered worthless." With that, he erupted into another fit of laughter, clearly relishing in his deceitful advantage, unwilling to acknowledge his losses. Chun Debbin, disregarding his pride, turned to Jiang Ling, stating, "You see, sometimes one must refrain from avarice and know when to withdraw. You insisted on escalating matters to this extent, leaving me no alternative." He continued, "I genuinely admire your gambling prowess and sought to befriend you, yet you have compelled me to strip away any pretense of civility." With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Chun Debbin severed all amicable ties with Jiang Ling. His subordinates glared at Jiang Ling with palpable fury. "Are you not afraid of my calling the authorities?" Jiang Ling inquired. Chun Debbin retorted, "Go ahead, report me. With an amount exceeding 3.5 billion involved, we both risk imprisonment. I have connections who can extricate me from such troubles. Let us see whose support is more formidable." Unfazed, Chun Debbin chuckled. While the surrounding patrons were gripped by fear, urging Jiang Ling not to alert the police lest they themselves be implicated. However, Jiang Ling merely smirked and replied, "Is that an invitation? Indeed it is. If you have the audacity, feel free to report me. I will never concede this 3.5 billion, Jiang Ling declared. Undeterred by Chun Debbin's intimidation, calmly, he retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Yuntao's number. Chapter 143, Jiang Ling, you deceiver. Hello, Director Wang? Jiang Ling inquired. Yes, Mr. Jiang. How may I assist you? Wang Yuntao responded. Please send officers to apprehend individuals entering from the Blue Rhythm Cafe. There's a concealed door on the left side of the back courtyard. Upon entering, they will find their way to the establishment. Understood, Mr. Jiang. I will mobilize my team immediately. Wang Yuntao concluded the call and rushed towards the Blue Rhythm Cafe with a cadre of undercover officers. Meanwhile, within the confines of the establishment, Chun Debbin and his associates continued to regard Jiang Ling with mockery, asserting, Jiang Ling, whom do you think you are fooling? I refuse to believe you would actually report us. They were convinced that Jiang Ling's gambling stakes, exceeding 3.5 billion, would lead to serious repercussions, rendering him the greater loser in this scenario. Furthermore, Chun Debbin had connections within the police force. Even if reported, he would merely face a fine and a temporary closure of his establishment. Yet Jiang Ling merely smiled. Just wait and see. In less than 3 minutes, Wu Chong rushed in, panic evident on his face. Not good, Boss Chun. The police are outside, attempting to breach the door. You must flee. I will hold them off. What? They arrived so swiftly? Chun Debbin was momentarily taken aback, then cast a sharp glare at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, did you betray me? You must have contacted the police beforehand, didn't you? How else could they arrive so quickly? Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Enjoy your 10 years of prison food as a reward. Jiang Ling replied, grinning. How dare you deceive me, you wretched brat. I will not let you escape unpunished. Chun Debbin seethed, realizing that Jiang Ling had come prepared, not merely to gamble, but to capture him. Recognizing the danger, Chun Debbin brandished a black handgun, aiming it at Jiang Ling. You think I want to kill you? He shouted. However, before he could act, Wu Yuntian lunged from behind, swiftly twisting Chun Debbin's right arm, fracturing it in the process. Chun Debbin cried out in pain, bending down to retrieve his fallen weapon, only for Wu Yuntian to deliver a kick, sending the firearm skidding towards Jiang Ling's feet. Jiang Ling bent down to pick up the gun, a faint smile gracing his lips. From the outset, he had instructed Wu Yuntian to keep a vigilant watch on Chun Debbin and to interrupt any threatening actions immediately. Examining the firearm, Jiang Ling frowned. I must say, I am quite curious where you acquired such weapons. Nevertheless, it now belongs to me. With that, he tucked the gun into his waistband. Jiang Ling, please, let me leave this place. How much do you desire? I can offer you anything. I implore you to spare me. At that moment, Chun Debbin finally felt fear, recognizing that Jiang Ling and his allies had come prepared. Yet Jiang Ling shook his head. Just a moment ago, you were so defiant. Why the sudden plea for mercy? I was wrong. I will give you 3.5 billion, and then you will let me leave this place. Is that acceptable? What do you mean by giving me 3.5 billion? That was originally mine. What must I do to secure my release? At this moment, Chun Debbin was drenched in sweat. Jiang Ling interjected. Let me pose a question to you. What question? Regarding the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Yuchuan. Why did he vanish? Were you involved? No, it wasn't me. Lin Yuchuan offended Master Hua and stole a precious antique from him. Subsequently, Master Hua sent someone to tamper with Lin Yuchuan's car brakes. That was not my doing. Jiang Ling, you should inquire with Master Hua. I had no part in that. Chun Debbin began to plead, his voice tinged with grievance. Did you have any involvement in Lin Yuchuan's disappearance? Jiang Ling pressed further. After a moment's silence, Chun Debbin nodded and confessed, yes, I was involved. Master Hua summoned me to the river in Jiangnan to ascertain whether Lin Yuchuan was alive or dead. And then, I had people retrieve Lin Yuchuan from the water and deliver him to Master Hua. It was indeed he who was culpable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled, and Lin Hanyue's mood shifted dramatically, her excitement palpable. She exclaimed, where is my father now? Is he alive or dead? What? Lin Yuchuan is your father? Wait. You came to find me to investigate Lin Yuchuan's case? From the very beginning, you were plotting against me? At this revelation, while Chun Debbin felt a surge of anger, he found himself powerless. After all, he was now at the mercy of Wu Yuntian, who had him firmly by the throat. A slight increase in pressure could extinguish his life. Being a coward, Chun Debbin decided to divulge everything he knew to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling replied, indeed, from the outset, we had been scheming against you. Our purpose here was not to gamble, but to interrogate you. So, is Lin Yuchuan still alive? Jiang Ling inquired. When I sent him to Master Hua, Lin Yuchuan was still breathing, but whether he lives or dies now, I cannot say. Master Hua, is it? Tell me, where does he reside? You intend to confront Master Hua? Do you really think I fear him? Jiang Ling scoffed. He held no belief that Master Hua possessed any extraordinary abilities, with Wang Yuntao now obediently following Jiang Ling's directives. How could Master Hua dare oppose the entire Jiangnan police force? Unless he had a death wish. Over in the North Fengyuan area, at number 2, Gorge Road, Base Villa? All right, I've noted that. Jiang Ling affirmed with a nod. Can you now let me go? Mr. Jiang, I have shared everything I needed to. I have not deceived you. You should honor your promise and release me. Chin Debbin implored anxiously. When did I say I would let you go? Jiang Ling responded. What? You are not trustworthy. What is trust? Can trust be eaten? In this world, only I can deceive others. No one can deceive me. Moreover, someone like you, a scoundrel, is merely a waste of air and land. It would be better for you to be confined and reformed. If you show good behavior, perhaps in your lifetime, you may be released. Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. You scoundrel. You are shameless. Jiang Ling, you are a liar, utterly untrustworthy. With that, Chin Debbin erupted into a fit of rage. Chapter 144, The Rescue of Lin Yuchuan. As Wang Yuntao arrived with a large contingent of undercover officers, chaos ensued as everyone present attempted to flee, desperate to evade capture. With the scene descending into pandemonium, Wang Yuntao drew his firearm and fired a shot into the ceiling. The loud bang silenced the crowd instantly. Everyone, quiet down. None of you will escape. Wang Yuntao bellowed. Those who confess will receive leniency, while those who resist will face severe consequences. Anyone caught attempting to flee will find that detention is the least of their worries. The crowd quickly cowered, heads bowed. Crouching on the ground, Wang Yuntao hurried towards Jiang Ling. He glanced at Chin Debbin, his eyes lighting up. Mr. Jiang, you actually managed to capture Chin Debbin. What do you think? Am I impressive? Jiang Ling smiled. Impressive indeed. Wang Yuntao praised, giving a thumbs up. In truth, Chin Debbin had long been on their wanted list. However, his cunning nature and extensive connections had thwarted their attempts to apprehend him. It was unexpected that Jiang Ling had managed to catch him. It was a significant achievement. I never imagined the Fengyun Club would be hidden in such a covert location. No wonder the officers I dispatched reported that they couldn't locate it. However, I must thank you, Mr. Jiang, for enabling us to uncover his lair today. Wang Yuntao expressed with utmost sincerity. His gratitude was not mere flattery, but stemmed from a genuine respect for Jiang Ling's formidable backing. After all, even the head of the military district was Jiang Ling's ally. Director Wang, I require your assistance with something. Jiang Ling's expression turned serious. What is it? I assure you, I will not engage in any corrupt dealings. Wang Yuntao confidently asserted. Help me rescue someone. Who? Lin Yuchuan, Hanyue's father. What? You have located Lin Yuchuan? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuntao's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Ling nodded yes. Lin Yuchuan's disappearance is linked to a man known as Master Hua. He resides in the North Fengyuan area, at number 2, Gorge Road. Master Hua? In the Gorge Road area? You mean Hua Ergue, right? Damn it. If Lin Yuchuan has truly been captured by Hua Ergue, I, Wang Yuntao, will demolish his home today. Wang Yuntao seethed, his anger palpable. During their conversation, Jiang Ling learned that Hua Ergue was a notorious figure in Jiangnan's underground scene, possessing numerous illicit enterprises. Yet, due to his cunning and the protection he enjoyed, Wang Yuntao had been unable to apprehend him. However, with Jiang Ling's powerful connections, including the support of Zhang Tianquan, the head of the Dragon Country's military district, even Lu Jiaming would not pose a barrier to Wang Yuntao. Before long, Wang Yuntao succeeded in capturing Chin Debbin, and he apprehended all others involved in the gambling ring, subjecting them to thorough questioning. After dismantling the entire Fengyun Club, Wang Yuntao, along with a sizable force of police officers, accompanied Jiang Ling to launch a midnight raid on Hua Ergue's villa on Gorge Road. Wang Yuntao first ordered the officers to surround Hua Ergue's residence. Then, he and the head of the criminal investigation team proceeded to search the premises. Sure enough, after half an hour of searching, they discovered the unconscious Lin Yuchuan in the basement of Hua Ergue's home. As Wang Yuntao carried Lin Yuchuan out the door, he hastily shouted, Mr. Jiang Ling, we have located Lin Yuchuan. Hanyue, your father is indeed here, imprisoned by that old wretch, Hua Ergue. As she gazed at her father, who was deeply unconscious, Lin Hanyue hurriedly ran towards Wang Yuntao. Dad, how are you? Dad, she called out anxiously. At that moment, Lin Yuchuan appeared emaciated, his body marked with numerous wounds. It was evident that during this period, Lin Yuchuan had endured inhumane torment at the hands of Hua Ergue. Although he had fallen into a coma, fortunately, he still drew breath and had not yet succumbed. Wang Yuntao reassured her, Hanyue, do not panic. Your father is still alive. We need to get him to the hospital for treatment. No need for the hospital. Take him directly to Hua Dado's place. Jiang Ling interjected. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's suggestion, Lin Hanyue quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, to Hua Tuo's traditional medicine clinic. Please, Director Wang. Are you sure you do not want to take him to Jiangnan City's First People's Hospital? It is the best hospital in our city." Wang Yuntao inquired. "No. We should take him to Hua Tuo's clinic on Yongyuan Street instead." Lin Hanyue expressed her firm belief in Hua Dado's medical skills over Western medicine at this moment. "Very well. Li Chengfeng, hurry and drive Lin Yuchuan to Hua Tuo's traditional medicine clinic." "Yes, Director Wang," replied the officer, who then drove the police car with the unconscious Lin Yuchuan towards Yongyuan Street. Meanwhile, Hua Ergui was apprehended by Wang Yuntao and taken back to the police station. After a thorough interrogation, Wang Yuntao discovered that Hua Ergui possessed a collection of precious antiques, which he intended to sell to foreigners. It was unclear how Lin Yuchuan had gotten wind of this information. Consequently, Lin Yuchuan had orchestrated a cunning scheme, discreetly swapping all of Hua Ergui's antiques for worthless items. Fueled by resentment, Hua Ergui sought revenge on Lin Yuchuan by sabotaging his car's brakes, leading to Lin Yuchuan's fall from Jiangnan Bridge. Miraculously, Lin Yuchuan survived. Later, Hua Ergui, with financial means, enlisted Debbin to retrieve the unconscious Lin Yuchuan from the Jiangnan River and bring him back to his home. Once Lin Yuchuan regained consciousness, Hua Ergui subjected him to severe interrogation, demanding to know the whereabouts of the antiques he had prepared for auction. Lin Yuchuan merely smiled and replied that he had already handed them over to the police. This infuriated Hua Ergui, as the value of those antiques exceeded 2 billion. To think that Lin Yuchuan had surrendered them to the authorities. Moreover, if Lin Yuchuan revealed that those antiques belonged to Hua Ergui, the police would undoubtedly investigate him and potentially imprison him. Thus, Hua Ergui resorted to imprisoning Lin Yuchuan, providing him with only one meal a day while subjecting him to relentless torture in an attempt to break his spirit. Yet, Lin Yuchuan was fortunate to endure until the day Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue arrived to rescue him. Chapter 145. Would you consider becoming a son-in-law of the Lin family? In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Both Debbin and Hua Ergui had been captured by Wang Yuntao, and even their backers faced severe scrutiny. Debbin was sentenced to death for operating an illegal gambling house and for his involvement in a prior homicide. As for Hua Ergui, due to his advanced age, he was not sentenced to death, but rather to life imprisonment, ensuring he would never walk free again. A week later, Lin Yuchuan, under Hua Dado's care, began to regain consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, an expression of wariness washed over his face. He looked at Hua Dado and inquired, "Where am I? And who are you?" "Ah, you are awake. Mr. Jiang, Miss Hanyue, your father is awake," Hua Dado exclaimed as he hurried out to share the good news. He had promised Jiang Ling to save Lin Yuchuan. Upon hearing the joyful announcement, Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue rushed over. They entered the private ward in the backyard to find Lin Yuchuan sitting on the bed, his eyes darting cautiously around the room. Lin Hanyue immediately leaped towards him, leaning against the bedside with tears in her eyes. "Dad, you're finally awake. I thought you had abandoned me." "Hanyue, how did you end up here? Were you also captured by Hua Ergui?" Lin Yuchuan exclaimed angrily. "Damn it, let me go. I must kill that scoundrel Hua Ergui." It was clear that Lin Yuchuan had yet to grasp his current situation, still believing he was imprisoned in Hua Ergui's basement. Lin Hanyue shook her head, reassuring him, "Dad, you don't need to worry. This is Hua Tuo's traditional medicine clinic. We have rescued you." "Rescued me? What about Hua Ergui?" Lin Yuchuan queried. "Hua Ergui has been apprehended and sentenced to life imprisonment. Due to his old age, he will spend the rest of his life in prison," Lin Hanyue replied. "He wasn't sentenced to death? How fortunate for him." A flash of hatred crossed Lin Yuchuan's eyes, revealing the torment he had endured at Hua Ergui's hands. However, with Hua Ergui now caught and facing justice, there was no need for him to seek further vengeance. "Thank you, Hanyue. You must have endured much hardship to rescue me," Lin Yuchuan said, gently stroking Lin Hanyue's head with a tender gaze. Yet, Lin Hanyue shook her head slightly, saying, "It wasn't me who saved you, Dad. Not you? Could it be that brat Yuchuan?" "Neither. It was him." As she spoke, Lin Hanyue stood up and pulled Jiang Ling forward. "This is..." Lin Yuchuan scratched his head, puzzled by the handsome young man before him, uncertain if he had forgotten their acquaintance. Lin Hanyue smiled. "Dad, this is my boyfriend, Jiang Ling. He is the chairman of Yunshao Jewelry. To save you, he went to great lengths, even risking his own safety to bring us to Fengyun Club, extracting information from Chun Debbin, and subsequently leading the police to your rescue." Lin Hanyue recounted Jiang Ling's valiant efforts to rescue Lin Yuchuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchuan's expression softened, and he looked at Jiang Ling with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Ha, splendid. A promising young man indeed. By the way, how long have you and Jiang Ling been together?" "I had no idea before now," Lin Yuchuan asked. Lin Hanyue replied, "Not long, just over a month." "What? Only a month? Lin Yuchuan was taken aback. Having assumed Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue had known each other for a long time, to think that within just a month, Jiang Ling would be willing to help rescue him. This only further proved Jiang Ling's character as a loyal and trustworthy individual. Jiang Ling, thank you. Without you, I might have truly perished at the hands of that Hua Ergue. Lin Yuchuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. No need for formalities, Uncle Lin. Jiang Ling replied. Alas, I find myself in a state of utter despair, akin to a tiger fallen upon hard times, being beset by curs. Chun, Debbin, and Hua Ergue, those wretches, dare to conspire against me from the shadows? Had it not been for their treachery, the two of them combined would scarcely be my match. Lin Yuchuan exclaimed, his voice brimming with indignation. Though his heart burned with fury and thoughts of sending assassins to eliminate those two scoundrels flitted through his mind, he quickly reconsidered. With Chun Debbin facing the death penalty, there was no need for him to interfere. As for Hua Ergue, he could always torment him later in prison. The adage holds true, a gentleman's vengeance is not to be hastened. You have tormented me, and I, Lin Yuchuan, shall not let you escape unscathed. With that thought, Lin Yuchuan patted Jiang Ling's shoulder, offering a gentle smile. Jiang Ling, from now on, I shall call you Xiaoling. Is that agreeable? Yes, that sounds much more endearing. Jiang Ling replied with a grin. Well, you have saved my life, and that is a debt I cannot repay, Lin Yuchuan continued. Moreover, you are a promising, talented, and responsible young man. Therefore, I entrust the care of my daughter, Hanyue, to you. Rest assured, Uncle Lin, I shall take excellent care of Hanyue. Jiang Ling beamed. Lin Yuchuan chuckled heartily, proclaiming, Haha, splendid. I acknowledge you as my son-in-law. Oh dear, father. Lin Hanyue interjected, her cheeks flushed. Yuchuan, you have finally awakened. A voice of concern suddenly echoed from the doorway. Turning to see Lin Hanyue's mother, Wang Xiaoru, accompanied by the elder Lin Nanshan and Lin Yuchuan and Lin Yutian, Lin Yuchuan's two brothers, the atmosphere shifted. They were all aware that Jiang Ling had rescued Lin Yuchuan from Hua Ergue's clutches just a week prior. Thus, both Lin Nanshan and Wang Xiaoru were immensely grateful to Jiang Ling. However, since Lin Yuchuan remained in a coma at Hua Tuo's traditional medicine clinic, Wang Xiaoru had been there daily to care for him, while Lin Nanshan, due to his frail condition, visited every other day. Xiaoru, father, you have all come. Lin Yuchuan exclaimed, filled with emotion as he rose from his sickbed. Wang Xiaoru's eyes glistened with tears as she rushed into Lin Yuchuan's embrace, crying, Yuchuan, you have finally awakened. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I thought I would never see you again. Oh dear, such morbid thoughts. I am blessed with a strong constitution. How could I perish so easily? Lin Yuchuan reassured her. But you must express your gratitude to young Jiang Ling. He utilized significant connections and took great risks to bring you back. Lin Nanshan understood all too well the challenges involved in rescuing Lin Yuchuan. He had previously exhausted all his connections in search of Lin Yuchuan's whereabouts, only to come up empty-handed. As the truth of the situation began to unfold, Lin Yuchuan felt a sense of unease. Lin Yuchuan continued, I have heard that during my absence, you consolidated our family's business resources under your family's enterprise? Is it true that I now have only the Sunshine Apparel Factory under my command and Hanyue's own Meishing Jewelry Company? Well, I was merely managing things for you. Brother, you know that Hanyue and sister-in-law lack the business acumen to handle such extensive assets, so I took the liberty of overseeing them in your stead. Surely, that is acceptable? Lin Yuchuan stammered. Lin Yuchuan nodded. Your management is indeed acceptable. However, now that I have returned, shouldn't you return our family as companies to us? Lin Yuchuan fell silent for a moment. Faced with so many witnesses, he couldn't afford to openly clash with his brother. So, he smiled and replied, let us discuss that upon our return home. This was merely a stalling tactic, for Lin Yuchuan had no intention of relinquishing control of those companies. He had already established Feiyu Group, consolidating all of Lin Yuchuan's companies and taking them public, claiming 75 of the shares for himself, with Lin Yutian holding 20 and the remaining 5 distributed among other franchisees. Thus, there was no longer a place for Lin Yuchuan within Feiyu Group, and the family resources had been completely absorbed by Lin Yuchuan. Discuss it upon our return? That is unnecessary. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. But we must settle our accounts first. Lin Yuchuan stated calmly. I have heard that you have integrated our family's companies and established Feiyu Group, which is now publicly traded, valuing at over 180 billion. Yes, that is indeed the case. Lin Yuchuan admitted. Since you had gone missing, I felt there was no time for hesitation, so I consolidated our family's additional resources and took them public to create Feiyu Group. Thus, the Lin family now possessed 2 conglomerates, the Lin Group, valued at over 300 billion, and Feiyu Group, worth over 180 billion. Of course, these valuations were merely estimates and did not equate to liquid cash. If Lin Yuchuan were to attempt to liquidate, he might not even fetch 50 billion. Nevertheless, Feiyu Group had integrated numerous emerging industries and held significant growth potential. Lin Yuchuan had founded Feiyu Group as a countermeasure against the Lin Group. Fearing that Lin Nanshan would not pass on the headship to him, he intended to strengthen Feiyu Group first and then absorb the Lin Group whole, thus birthing a family enterprise valued at over 500 billion, elevating his own reputation to global prominence. Yet, Lin Yuchuan had not anticipated that Jiang Ling would indeed manage to locate him, a feat even his father had failed to accomplish. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yuchuan pondered. Given this, it follows that I should possess shares in your Feiyu Group, correct? At the mention of shares, Lin Yuchuan fell silent. Lin Yuchuan frowned, his expression growing serious. What do you mean by this? You have consolidated the resources of our family. Should you not distribute dividends to us? My Anshan coal mine, the Tianhe copper mine, and the Yujing real estate, among others. Each of these colossal enterprises is valued at over 10 billion. Are you merely taking them to integrate resources without granting me any shares or dividends? A hint of skepticism colored Lin Yuchuan's tone. Lin Yuchuan, however, took a deep breath and replied, Brother, these are the assets of the Lin family. They are merely under your management, not your personal property. I have managed them for over 20 years, handling everything from bidding, to opening, to investment, essentially all on my own. I have faced countless troubles and hardships, all of which I resolved single-handedly. Do I not possess any equity in these companies? At this point, Lin Yuchuan was beginning to show signs of anger. Yet, Lin Yuchuan continued to evade the issue, saying, Oh, brother, please do not be angry. Wasn't there a time when you went missing? I wanted to allocate shares to you, but could not find you. Is that so? Then I must inquire why you did not distribute shares to Hanyue for inheritance. In my family, my wife and daughter received not a single share. You have left us with a rather useless clothing factory and my daughter's startup, Meishing Jewelry Company? Lin Yuchuan, how can you conduct yourself in such a manner? You have taken away all that I toiled for over half a lifetime, leaving nothing for Hanyue. What is your true intention? Coughing violently, Lin Yuchuan's face flushed as he struggled to contain his emotions. His injuries had not yet healed, and he could not bear such agitation. Observing this, Wang Xiaoru quickly assisted him back to his bed, urging him to calm down and focus on recuperating. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling finally grasped why Lin Hanyue had previously been willing to spend 2 million in a desperate bid for a child, contesting Lin Yuchuan for the position of the family patriarch. It was clear that Lin Yuchuan was a most unscrupulous individual, having seized all of Lin Hanyue's family assets and enterprises, leaving only a dilapidated Sunshine clothing factory. Originally, there were assets worth hundreds of billions, now taken from her without so much as a single share in return. If it were anyone else, they would surely be unable to bear such injustice. Fortunately, Lin Hanyue still had her Meishing Beauty Company. Otherwise, it seemed she would struggle even to afford a car or a home in the future. Chapter 147. Intensifying conflict. A direct confrontation. Yet, Lin Nanshan was well aware of these matters. However, during that period, his health had deteriorated, preventing him from addressing these issues. Now, all he could do was safeguard against Lin Yuchuan inheriting the position of family patriarch. Otherwise, with Lin Yuchuan's ambition, the entire Lin family would be doomed under his stewardship. Noticing the atmosphere had grown quite awkward, Lin Yuchuan, still recovering, could not withstand too much agitation. Lin Nanshan then inquired, Yuchuan, how are the shares of Feiyu Group currently distributed? Father, I personally hold 75 of the shares, my second brother has 20, and the remaining 5 is held by minor shareholders, Lin Yuchuan replied candidly. After pondering for a moment, Lin Nanshan nodded slightly and proposed, Very well, then. Since this is the case, you shall allocate 35 of the shares to your elder brother Yuchuan, and you shall retain 40. This way, you will still be the largest shareholder of Feiyu Group. What do you think? Lin Nanshan believed that under the pressure of so many people, Lin Yuchuan would acquiesce to his terms. To his surprise, however, Lin Yuchuan shook his head and declared, No, I do not agree. Why not? Yuchuan, the majority of the corporate resources you have integrated originally belonged to your elder brother. Yet now, you refuse to share any shares with him? Lin Nanshan's brow furrowed in concern. Lin Yuchuan chuckled derisively, Huh? Father, if you put it that way, you are showing undue favoritism. Firstly, the corporate resources under my elder brother were also part of our Lin family's assets. From childhood, you have favored him, providing him with abundant resources for his cultivation, while I received only what you deemed undesirable or difficult to manage. Yet, I persevered and achieved results no less impressive than my elder brother. Now, after consolidating all resources into Feiyu Group, which is the fruit of my lifelong labor, you expect me to share half of my shares with my elder brother? But have you considered my feelings in this, father? I am your son too. Why must you show such favoritism toward my elder brother while neglecting me? As he spoke, Lin Yuchuan clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he gazed at Lin Nanshan, his gaze filled with anger, sorrow, and even a hint of grievance. With a long sigh, Lin Nanshan responded, "Alas, Yuchuan, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. This principle should be clear to you. From a young age, I have trained Yushan as the heir to the Lin family, while you were merely to bask in his light, ensuring you would never worry about food or clothing. Yet, why must you covet your brother's fortune? Is that coveting? I have earned my position through hard work. Unlike you who have favored my brother with over 80 of the resources while I received less than a tenth of that. Why do you presume that my business acumen is inferior to his? That I lack the capability to inherit the Lin family legacy?" In that moment, all of Lin Yuchuan's grievances erupted forth, and he confronted Lin Nanshan directly, questioning why their treatment was so unequal. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Jiang Ling Wadateo and Wu Yintian, seated nearby, transformed into spectators, quietly analyzing who was right and who was wrong. After a moment of silence, Lin Nanshan finally erupted. He angrily declared, "You ask why I favor your elder brother over you? Very well, I require a reason." Lin Yuchuan responded, "I want to know." "All right, let me tell you. It's because you have engaged in illicit activities, dealing in poison, committing crimes, trafficking in antiques and jewelry, running gambling operations, and mingling with a host of underground thugs. Yuchuan, I had no intention of tearing our relationship apart today, but since you have asked, I must clearly convey why I favor your elder brother. Your unscrupulous nature would inevitably lead to the downfall of the Lin family if you were to inherit our assets." Coughing violently, Lin Nanshan struggled to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchuan stood frozen in shock, as though struck by lightning. His eyes widened, his mind blank. He could not fathom how Lin Nanshan had discovered his past misdeeds and had the audacity to reveal them in front of so many witnesses. What a shocking revelation. Who would have anticipated that Lin Sanni was such a person? On the other hand, the onlookers, Wadateo, were equally astonished. Jiang Ling shrugged and remarked, I never thought he was a good person. After all, he once attempted to have me kidnapped simply for being close to Hanyue." "What? Jiang Ling, did you just say that Lin Yuchuan previously kidnapped you?" Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Lin Nanshan, Lin Yuchuan, and Lin Yutian all widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at Jiang Ling. Although this was the first time Lin Yutian had met Jiang Ling, he was equally taken aback. However, he was also acutely aware that Jiang Ling was their Lin family's benefactor, having once saved the life of the critically ill old master Lin Nanshan, and now rescuing his elder brother Lin Yuchuan from the clutches of Hua Ergui. Regardless of their conflicts, Lin Yuchuan should never have resorted to kidnapping Jiang Ling, third brother. In that moment, Lin Yutian found himself filled with indignation, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling continued, "What I am saying is entirely true. Hanyue can attest to it. At that moment, the man even had a gun pointed at me. Had I not brought Yintian along, I fear I would have fallen victim to Lin Sanni's treachery long ago. Yuchuan, what on earth are you doing? You actually pointed a gun at Jiang Ling? You truly infuriate me." Coughing, the old master covered his mouth, his complexion turning a shade of crimson. On another bed, Lin Yuchuan lay, his chest rising and falling, clearly incensed by Lin Yuchuan's reckless actions. Lin Yuchuan, knowing he was at a loss for words, hastily retorted, "I have my own grievances with Jiang Ling. Yes, I did kidnap him. However, he subsequently had me kidnapped as well, beat me, and tormented me. My suffering far exceeds his." "So, you kidnapped Jiang Ling merely to prevent him from being with Hanyue?" Lin Nanshan inquired. "Well, that is part of it. I simply hope Jiang Ling will not meddle in our Lin family's affairs." Lin Yuchuan replied. "What do you mean by meddling? Yuchuan, how did you become this way? You were once such a brilliant and kind child. Why have you transformed into this?" Lin Nanshan lamented, looking at Lin Yuchuan with a heavy heart. "It is because of you. Throughout my life, you have treated me unfairly. Thus, I have no choice but to utilize my own means to rectify this world's inequities." Lin Yuchuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. In that moment, he shed his pretense and revealed his sharp fangs. Chapter 148. The masks are torn off. Let us see what happens. He gazed at Lin Nanshan and said, "Father, I will still address you respectfully as father. If you were to pass the position of head of the Lin family to me now, I assure you I could manage it far better than my elder brother, treating you kindly and allowing you to enjoy your twilight years. Would that not be agreeable? Your intentions are corrupt. You lack virtue." Lin Nanshan rejected. He knew well that Lin Yuchuan coveted the position of family head. Yet, Lin Yuchuan appeared to anticipate Lin Nanshan's refusal. He chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Indeed, you remain as you always were, eager to bestow good fortune upon my elder brother while offering me nothing. If that is the case, why should I share the shares of Feiyu Group with my elder brother? Those shares rightfully belong to your elder brother." Lin Nanshan countered. "They did once, but not anymore. Now, the entirety of Feiyu Group belongs to me. You ungrateful wretch. Feel free to berate me as you wish. I have grown accustomed to it. If you refuse to grant me the position of family head, why should I share the shares of Feiyu Group with my elder brother? Your elder brother has just recovered from a serious illness, and you treat him this way? But the issue is, did you not treat me similarly? Lin Yuchuan retorted. For a moment, Lin Nanshan found himself at a loss for words. He recognized that he had indeed favored Lin Yuchuan when it came to company resources. Yet, he had not anticipated that such actions would sow the seeds of hatred in Lin Yuchuan's heart. Logically, it is only natural for the eldest son to inherit the family assets. As the third son, Lin Yuchuan should not be in contention for the position of family head. Had Lin Yuchuan been born in an ancient dynasty, his wolfish ambition would likely have made him a usurping prince. Father, elder brother, second brother. I initially came today to congratulate my elder brother on his awakening. However, since the masks have been torn off, I shall no longer pretend. I will not relinquish a single share of Feiyu Group to my elder brother. Unless, Father, you transfer the shares of Lin Group to me, otherwise. I find it profoundly unjust. Lin Yuchuan stated with unflinching calm, discarding all pretense. Ungrateful wretch, how dare you? This is the Lin family's enterprise, the fruits of my lifelong labor, and you wish to seize it from me? Lin Nanshan exclaimed, fury evident in his voice. Wait, Father, if you insist on saying that. I must disagree. What do you mean by your enterprise? Feiyu Group is the kingdom I, Lin Yuchuan, have built. It no longer concerns you. Very well. Are you not afraid I will report you to the police for all your past misdeeds? Lin Nanshan challenged. Go ahead, report away. Director Wang is a good friend of mine, and Mayor Lu Jiaming is also my close brother. They will not arrest me. Father, you are getting old. Just enjoy your retirement at home. The violent affairs of the world are no longer suitable for you. Farewell. Oh, and let me add, once I am elected president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, I will gradually expand Feiyu Group, devouring the entire Lin Group. But do not worry. As a gesture of familial goodwill, I will not force you onto the brink of ruin. I will leave you with some small businesses to manage. With that, Lin Yuchuan let out a hearty laugh before turning on his heel and departing the hospital room. Yuchuan, ungrateful wretch, ungrateful wretch. Watching Lin Yuchuan's retreating figure, Lin Nanshan suddenly raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that this time, Lin Yuchuan had truly pushed him to his limits. Grandfather, are you all right? Father. Upon witnessing Lin Nanshan vomit blood and collapse, everyone rushed to his side. Dr. Hua, Jiang Ling shouted. Yes, I am here. Dr. Hua responded promptly, hastening to support old Master Lin Nanshan and escort him to the adjacent ward for treatment. With Dr. Hua present, it was certain that the old master would receive the appropriate care. 2 hours later, under Dr. Hua's treatment, Lin Nanshan finally regained consciousness. After resting, Lin Yuchuan also arrived at Lin Nanshan's room. He looked at the old master lying on the bed with concern, asking, Father, are you all right? I am fine. Lin Nanshan shook his head, adding, I must thank young friend Jiang Ling and Dr. Hua. Had it not been for them, I might have perished several times over. Young friend Jiang Ling is truly our Lin family savior. Indeed, we must express our gratitude. Lin Yuchuan nodded gravely. Yuchuan, I am getting old, and my mind is growing muddled, making it difficult to handle business affairs. How about this? Once you return, I will pass the position of family head to you. Since Yuchuan is unwilling to share the shares of Feiyu Group with you, you shall manage Lin Group and confront Feiyu. Lin Nanshan proposed. Lin Yuchuan fell silent. After a moment, he shook his head and replied, Father, I am still weak and have not yet fully recovered. It would be challenging for me to manage Lin Group. Then what do you suggest we do? Aside from you, I can think of no one else. What do you think of Yutian? Lin Yuchuan asked. Lin Nanshan shook his head slightly, saying, Yutian is a fine child, but he is too indifferent to worldly affairs and lacks great talent. If Yuchuan were to inherit the position of family head, the Lin Group would inevitably be swallowed up by Yuchuan. At present, it seems that only you can contend with Yuchuan in our Lin family. In truth, that child Yuchuan possesses a kind heart, albeit with a somewhat twisted disposition. My only fear is that after my demise, there will be no one to oversee Yuchuan when he reveals his ambitions. The Lin family will inevitably meet its downfall at his hands. Lin Nanshan's face was etched with concern. At present, one of them is gravely ill while the other has only just recovered from a serious ailment, leaving them both in a state of frailness. They are, of course, unable to contend with Lin Yuchuan. Suddenly, Lin Yuchuan's eyes brightened as he inquired, Father, what do you think of that young man Jiang Ling? Quite admirable, Lin Nanshan replied. He saved our lives without seeking any recompense. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. What do you think of his business acumen? Lin Yuchuan continued to probe. It should be commendable. At merely 25 or 26 years of age, he has amassed a fortune nearing 1 billion and serves as chairman of several companies. Frankly, among his peers, I have yet to encounter anyone with superior commercial prowess than Jiang Ling. Well then, what do you think about appointing Jiang Ling as a temporary head of the Lin family? What? Appoint Jiang Ling as the head of our Lin family? Absolutely not. This is a matter for our family alone. We cannot entangle Jiang Ling in it. That would be inappropriate. Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's suggestion, Lin Nanshan's head shook vigorously, akin to a rattle. Though Jiang Ling has rendered great service to their family, he remains an outsider. Lin Nanshan, having spent a lifetime building his legacy, would be unwilling to entrust the leadership to an outsider. Yet Lin Yuchuan argued, "Father, after recent events, I have lost my spirit and am rather weakened. Recovery will likely take quite some time. As for Jiang Ling, I find him to be quite exceptional. He possesses good character and is quite handsome. If we were to have him marry Hanyue, then Jiang Ling would indeed become part of the Lin family." With this, Lin Nanshan nodded slightly, stating, "While that may be the case, can you assure me that Jiang Ling, upon becoming the head, will treat all members of the Lin family with kindness? Even if he can do so now, what of the future? Who will respect the Jiang family when they oversee our Lin group? This may be manageable now, but what will happen in 10 years or 100 years? The family will surely face significant turmoil. This is not a scenario I wish to witness." It must be said that Lin Nanshan's insight is quite far-sighted. Although appointing Jiang Ling as head could indeed alleviate the Lin family's immediate difficulties, the future remains unpredictable. It is entirely possible that decades later, Jiang Ling's descendants and those of the Lin family could become estranged, perhaps even adversaries for generations to come. After absorbing Lin Nanshan's words, Lin Yuchuan nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his father's concerns. He then proposed, "What if we were to have Jiang Ling marry into our family?" Marry into our family? Would that young man be agreeable to such an arrangement? Oh, why not ask? Our Lin family possesses assets worth over 1 trillion. What if Jiang Ling is willing? Well, you can certainly inquire, Lin Yuchuan replied. Very well, I shall ask him. After their discussion, Lin Yuchuan summoned Jiang Ling into the room, with Lin Hanyue accompanying him. Soon, Lin Yuchuan articulated his plan to Jiang Ling. Upon hearing that they wished for him to marry into the Lin family and inherit leadership, Jiang Ling was taken aback and quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "No, no, no. That is not appropriate. I am the only son of the Jiang family. How could I marry into the Lin family? My dear Xiaoling, we intend to nominate you as the head of the Lin family. Once you marry in, you will truly be one of us, and others will respect you." Lin Nanshan insisted. Jiang Ling countered, "That is still not acceptable. I am financially secure and do not require the Lin family's assets." It is worth noting that Jiang Ling is the sole heir of the Jiang family, rumored to be worth $3 trillion, which translates to approximately 20 trillion yuan. He truly does not need the Lin family's modest fortune. Seeing Jiang Ling's reluctance, Lin Nanshan was at a loss for words. Jiang Ling then suggested, "If you truly find yourselves at a loss for a successor to the Lin family, I have an excellent candidate in mind." "Who?" The others looked up, puzzled. At Jiang Ling, he pointed to Lin Hanyue and declared, "Of course, it is Hanyue. Surely, you do not believe that her business acumen is lacking? As a young woman in her 20s, she has single-handedly built a brand worth several billion. Moreover, Hanyue is astute and possesses a keen business sense. She would undoubtedly be well-suited to lead the Lin family." At this point, Lin Nanshan hesitated. Jiang Ling understood that his concerns stemmed from the fact that Hanyue is a girl, which might not align with their traditional views on succession. Jiang Ling urged, "Oh, old man, do not be so antiquated in your thinking. What difference does it make that she is a girl? She is still part of the Lin family. Furthermore, Hanyue is to marry me. I would never usurp the Lin family's wealth. Besides, I am quite financially independent and have my own endeavors to pursue. Thus, allowing Hanyue to inherit the role of head of the Lin family is the most prudent choice." Having completed his analysis, Jiang Ling turned to Lin Yuchuan and asked, "Yuchuan, do you think this is feasible?" After a moment of reflection, Lin Yuchuan replied, "Yes, with my support, Hanyue should have no issues, and Xiaoling's point is valid. Though Hanyue is a girl who will eventually marry, I am quite at ease with her marrying Xiaoling. Hanyue, do you agree?" Lin Nanshan then turned to Lin Hanyue, awaiting her response. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she declared, "I am willing, grandfather, to be candid. During my father's absence, I have been contemplating how to inherit the position of head of the Lin family. Even as a girl, I refuse to allow my uncle to seize our family's assets entirely. In truth, I have been preparing for this role for quite some time." Upon hearing Lin Hanyue's explanation, Lin Nanshan exhaled deeply, visibly relieved. He nodded and proclaimed, "Very well. Upon returning, you shall officially assume the title of head of the Lin family, and I will transfer the chairmanship of the Lin group to you. Thus, you will need to address matters with your uncle, Hanyue. Rest assured, grandfather. I will reclaim what my uncle has taken, Lin Hanyue affirmed resolutely. In short order, an agreement was reached. Lin Hanyue would inherit the role of head of the Lin family, while Lin Yuchuan would retire from all matters concerning the group. Lin Yuchuan, due to health concerns, would take some time to recuperate, but once he was well, he would certainly assist Lin Hanyue in addressing internal issues within the group. With Lin Yuchuan backing Lin Hanyue, Lin Yuchuan felt reassured. As for Jiang Ling, the elder held great trust in him, and thus was more than willing to betroth Lin Hanyue to him. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months passed. The date was September 1st, coinciding with the election of a new president for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Both Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue were aware that Lin Yuchuan intended to run for the presidency and had managed to sway a considerable number of members from the Jiangnan Chamber. Lin Yuchuan informed them that should Lin Yuchuan succeed in his bid for the presidency, he would waive their membership fees and provide them with numerous resources. Consequently, his support rate soared above 50. Based on appearances, Lin Yuchuan's ascension to the presidency of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce seemed all but assured. However, Jiang Ling would not permit him to ascend to the position of the new president so easily. This is because Lin Yuchuan's ambition to run for president is driven by his desire to monopolize the resources and trade of major enterprises throughout Jiangnan City, thereby initiating a resource blockade against the Lin family and gradually eroding their influence until he can assimilate the entire Lin clan into his own enterprises. Ultimately, this would enable Lin Yuchuan to seamlessly assume the role of the head of the Lin family. Furthermore, he aims to consolidate Feiyu Group and Lin Group into a commercial empire valued at over $1 trillion. Should he succeed, Lin Yuchuan would undoubtedly become the wealthiest individual in Jiangnan City. Since Lin Hanyue inherited the Lin Group and became the head of the Lin family, she cannot allow Lin Yuchuan to realize his plan. Therefore, her immediate objective is to thwart Lin Yuchuan's candidacy for the presidency of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 150, Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Presidential Election. At 8 o'clock in the morning on September 1st, Lin Hanyue drove to Huadawa Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall to meet with Jiang Ling and others. Jiang Ling had also summoned Wang Song, Chun Rue, Huang Dayun, Zhao Tianyu, and the Zhao siblings, Zhao Yuandang and Zhao Yuanyue. They were all quite curious as to why Jiang Ling had gathered them here. Wang Song even presumed Jiang Ling was treating them to a meal. With enthusiasm, he approached and exchanged pleasantries, commenting on how long it had been since they last met. Jiang Ling gave Wang Song a gentle nudge, urging him to dispense with the formalities. Jiang Ling then stated, "The reason I called you all here is that I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. You are all members of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, correct?" Wang Song nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my family has been a member there for quite some time. However, it seems rather futile. We still have to pay an annual membership fee of 100,000 yuan. It feels like a tasteless endeavor, worthless yet too valuable to discard. Well, today you'll find it useful." Jiang Ling replied, "Today, September 1st, is the day of the presidential election for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Are you suggesting that you intend to run for president?" Zhao Tianyu inquired in surprise. Jiang Ling shook his head. "It is not I who is running, but Hanyue." "Hanyue? Why?" "Because a significant family upheaval has transpired. Her uncle, Lin Yuchuan, plans to run for president and has begun to strangle the resources of the Lin family, progressively consuming the entire clan until it is entirely under the aegis of his Feiyu Group. Do you understand? And in order to prevent Lin Yuchuan from executing this plan, Hanyue must run for the new presidency. Thus, we will cast our votes for her as members of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce." "Oh, that's no problem at all. It's a trivial matter." Zhao Tianyu grinned, finding it a mere formality. During this time, he had set aside any feelings for Lin Hanyue and had become good friends with Jiang Ling. After witnessing Jiang Ling's true capabilities, Zhao Tianyu no longer dared to oppose him. After all, Jiang Ling had bested the formidable Chun Debbin and Hua Ergui, two titans of the underground realms. Even Zhao Tianyu, despite his reckless nature, recognized that he was no match for Jiang Ling. The only prudent course was to befriend him. Well, without further ado, let us hasten to the headquarters of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Agreed, let us go. Soon, Jiang Ling and his companions set off towards the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the parking lot of the chamber. At that moment, the lot was filled with luxury cars and the elite of Jiangnan's business community, all there to participate in the election. After all, each of them had an opportunity to run for the presidency. Even if they did not secure a position, it was still enjoyable to be part of the excitement. Isn't that Mr. Jiang Ling? Mr. Jiang, are you also running for president?" Upon seeing Jiang Ling exit the vehicle, several members of the chamber approached him with enthusiasm. Jiang Ling smiled and replied, "When the time comes, will you cast your votes for number 8? Number 8? Who is that?" Lu Yungue queried, pulling out his phone to check the app. To his astonishment, he discovered that number 8 was a woman. The description read, Chairwoman of Lin Group, Lin Hanyue. What? She is actually the chairwoman of Lin Group? Isn't that position held by Lin Nanshan? Oh, you don't know? It is said that Lin Nanshan's health has deteriorated, and he has stepped down. Now, the chairmanship has passed to his granddaughter. Granddaughter? Shouldn't it be inherited by his son? Lin Nanshan has 3 sons. Someone interjected. I'm not sure about that. All I know is that there is a serious conflict within the Lin family. The eldest son, Lin Yuchuan, is recovering from health issues. The second son, Lin Yuchuan, is reluctant to participate in the family election, and the third is Lin Yuchuan. Lin Yuchuan? Isn't he running for the chamber presidency? Indeed. So, why do you suppose Lin Nanshan would pass the leadership to his granddaughter rather than Lin Yuchuan? Clearly, there is discord within their family. What should we do then? Who should we vote for? Both candidates are from the Lin family. One is the head of the family, the other is the chair of Feiyu Group. I think we should still support Lin Yuchuan. After all, he has more resources and connections, and Lin Hanyue is quite young. Even if she is the new head of Lin Group, she lacks the necessary network. That is a fair point. Apologies, Mr. Jiang Ling. But we have actually made up our minds about whom to support. Sorry. The group of businessmen whispered among themselves and ultimately decided to align with Lin Yuchuan rather than Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue. However, there remained a few who believed in Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue's capabilities and chose to cast their votes for them. Some were drawn solely by Jiang Ling's reputation. Jiang Ling was surprised to discover his considerable renown among these businessmen. What is the situation, Hanyue? How many votes do you currently have? Jiang Ling inquired. Lin Hanyue sighed softly. Alas, only about 30 votes. Far too few. What? Just over 30? I have received 20 votes myself. Jiang Ling scratched the back of his head, astonished that despite not actively campaigning, he had garnered votes from 20 unfamiliar businessmen. All the votes he received were actually intended for Lin Hanyue. Had he known this would be the outcome, he might as well have cast all the votes for himself. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu shook his head and smiled wryly. Jiang Ling, Hanyue, do not be disheartened. You cannot win this. Why? Just look at how many votes number 1 has. How many? Jiang Ling leaned in to see. The display indicated, number 1, Lin Yuchuan, chairman of Feiyu Group, with 138 votes. What? Lin Yuchuan has already amassed 138 votes? Zhao Yuandang exclaimed in astonishment. Furthermore, number 2 is Zhao Yuanding's uncle, Zhao Tianqua, who has 58 votes, but that is still far behind. Thus, it was evident to all that the new president of the chamber was almost certain to be Lin Yuchuan. At this moment, the long-silent Chen Ping interjected. Mr. Jiang, there's no need for concern. The mobile voting merely serves to ascertain your eligibility for the presidency of the Chamber of Commerce. Typically, only the top 10 members in terms of votes are qualified to participate in the election. Ultimately, one must deliver a speech and address the assembly, followed by an evaluation from the organizing committee of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Finally, one must also obtain the approval of the former president, Duan Yongcheng, in order to ascend as the new president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Thus, these preliminary votes are merely procedural. A higher vote count may indicate greater popularity and a better chance of becoming the new president, but the ultimate decision rests with the former president, Duan Yongcheng. If he does not consent, no matter how high your vote count, you cannot become the new president. Given that Chen Ping was a long-standing member here, he was naturally well acquainted with the election process for the new president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the former president, Duan Yongcheng, possessed veto power. As long as he withheld his approval, it mattered little how high Lin Yuchuan's vote count was. Upon hearing Chun Rui's explanation, Lin Hanyue remarked, however, Director Chen Ping previously stated that this year, they would indeed elect a new president. Indeed, which means we all have a chance. Lin Yuchuan merely has a higher vote count, thus his opportunities are somewhat greater. Chen Rui clarified. So, are Hanyue and I also in the running? Jiang Ling inquired. Yes. Those in the top 10 of the votes all have a chance. Chen Rui replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchuan had already arrived at the parking lot of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. He had long noticed Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue in the vicinity, whispering amongst themselves. A frown creased his brow as a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, followed by a slight smirk as he coldly remarked, Oh, very well. Old man, you would rather pass the position of head of the family to Hanyue than allow me to inherit it? Truly, you are my biological father. Is my position in your eyes even inferior to that of my granddaughter? Lin Yuchuan muttered to himself. In that case, I have no obligation to spare you. Let us see who ultimately emerges victorious. Once I am elected president of the chamber, the first order of business will be to cut off all trade resources of the Lin family. I shall see who dares to collaborate with you thereafter. Lin Yuchuan continued to murmur. Master Lin-san, this way please, the election assembly is about to commence. At that moment, Chen Ping, The director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce gestured for Lin Yuchuan. Lin Yuchuan nodded slightly and proceeded forward. Mr. Jiang Ling, Miss Hanyue, you are invited as well. Chen Ping called out to Jiang Ling. All right, Director Chen Ping, we're on our way. Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue then followed Chen Ping into the interior of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce building. Chen Ping arranged for Lin Yuchuan, Lin Hanyue, and Jiang Ling, prominent figures of considerable wealth and renown, to be seated in the front row, while Zhao Yuanming and Zhao Tianyu were assigned to the back. After everyone was seated, Chen Ping began to announce the results of the online voting for the top 10 candidates. Greetings, everyone. I am Chen Ping, the director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Welcome to the third Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce presidential election. Although the previous two elections ended in failure, this time, the former president, Mr. Duan Yongcheng, has assured us that he will indeed choose a new president to take over the responsibilities of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, we have a total of 292 merchant members within our chamber. All of you are qualified to run for the presidency. After all, you are the commercial elites of Jiangnan City, controlling a significant portion of its economic development, with over 5 individuals in our midst boasting fortunes exceeding 1 billion. Thus, our first round of election rules is to select the top 10 members based on online votes, followed by an election conducted by the organizing committee, and finally, the approval of the former president, Duan Yongcheng. Those who successfully pass these 3 rounds will be eligible to become the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Chen Ping delivered his remarks from the podium, while the audience listened attentively. Lin Yuchuan's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing his visage as he turned to Jiang Ling on his left. Jiang Ling, I truly did not expect you to participate in the chamber's election. Jiang Ling shot a glance at Lin Yuchuan and replied, if you can participate, why can't I? Haha, so you are here to congratulate me? Everyone can see that this time, victory is assured for me, Lin Yuchuan. No one can surpass me in the voting phase. Lin Yuchuan proclaimed with pride. Oh, but aren't there 3 rounds of tests? I've heard that if the former president does not approve, you cannot become the new president. Jiang Ling countered. Lin Yuchuan, crossing his legs, replied, you worry too much. I have already met with the former president, and he assured me that a new president would indeed be chosen this year. And it is highly likely to be me. Isn't there still a small chance it won't be you? Jiang Ling retorted. Oh, if not me, then who? Surely not you. Lin Yuchuan shot back. You can never be too certain. Jiang Ling said with a smile. Humph, Jiang Ling, I advise you to be cautious. Once I become president and hold real power, I will have the authority to restrict your Yunshao Jewelry Company's trade operations. Be wary. Lin Yuchuan's words carried a subtle threat. So you mean to say you would abuse your power to suppress my company? Jiang Ling inquired. That depends on how compliant you are. Lin Yuchuan responded with a chilling smile. Suddenly, Jiang Ling burst into laughter. He pulled out a voice recorder from his pocket and waved it in front of Lin Yuchuan. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuchuan's expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowing. Jiang Ling, what are you doing? You dare to record me? What is wrong with recording? You can do it too. Jiang Ling replied. Delete that audio right now. Damn it, are you trying to play mind games with me? No. It's you who started the mind games, and I just happened to catch you red-handed. Jiang Ling chuckled. Show me some respect, Jiang Ling. Do you really want to ruin my reputation? Lin Yuchuan pleaded. Well, you could always try to snatch it away. Come on, give it a go. I promise I won't resist. Jiang Ling grinned, adopting an innocent expression. This infuriated Lin Yuchuan, who had never anticipated that Jiang Ling would carry a recorder plotting against him. Had he known, he would have refrained from engaging in conversation with him. However, at this moment, Lin Yuchuan certainly dared not attempt to snatch the recorder from Jiang Ling, especially with the towering figure of Wu Yuntian behind him. Lin Yuchuan did not believe he could overpower that giant. Now, for the results of our online voting for the presidential election. In first place, we have Mr. Lin Yuchuan, chairman of Feiyu Group, with a total of 138 votes. In second place, Mr. Zhao Tianqua, deputy chairman of Zhao Group, with 58 votes. Just these two alone account for nearly 2/3 of the total votes. In third place, we have Miss Lin Hanyue, head of Lin Group, with 35 votes. In fourth place, Mr. Jiang Ling, chairman of Yunshao Jewelry Company, with 28 votes. All right, let us focus on these 4 individuals. There is no need to mention the others, as they have garnered fewer than 10 votes and are not worth discussing. Chapter 152, a speech on stage, scolding Lin Yuchuan. At the podium, Chen Ping shook his head in disbelief that only 4 names were put forward and no others were mentioned. This indicated that the new president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce would be elected from these 4 individuals. Previously, Lin Yuchuan and Zhao Tianqua had amassed the majority of the votes, leading the remaining candidates to recognize their own lack of prospects and cast their votes for the 2 of them. However, recently, Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue had unexpectedly emerged as contenders for the presidency. As the head of the Lin family, Lin Hanyue held the highest status among them. Although Lin Yuchuan was Lin Hanyue's uncle, his Feiyu group paled in comparison to the Lin family conglomerate. As for Zhao Tianqua, he would need his brother Zhao Dahai to stand alongside Lin Hanyue for parity. In contrast, Jiang Ling, as the youngest entrepreneur in Jiangnan City, enjoyed considerable support from numerous business people who were eager to cast their votes for him. To his surprise, Jiang Ling received 28 votes. Now, we invite each of you four to take the stage and deliver your speeches regarding your visions for the future development of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Our committee's 5 esteemed judges will evaluate your performances, with a perfect score being 500 points, 400 points deemed excellent, and 300 points considered passing. You have 10 minutes to prepare before your presentations. Moreover, we are honored to have Mr. Lu Jiaming, the mayor, and Mr. Wang Yuntao, the head of the Jiangnan Police Department, as our judges, ensuring a fair and impartial scoring process. With that, the audience erupted into warm applause. Lu Jiaming and Wang Yuntao both stood to greet the crowd. In truth, they had both been invited by Lin Yuchuan to serve as judges, which bolstered Lin Yuchuan's confidence in this election, believing victory was assured. Wang Yuntao had risen to the position of police chief after successfully solving major cases alongside Jiang Ling, for which he was immensely grateful to him. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, Wang Yuntao's eyes widened, and he nudged Lu Jiaming, exclaiming, "Goodness, Mayor Lu, is that Jiang Ling?" "Which Jiang Ling?" Lu Jiaming asked, puzzled. "The very same, the one that Director Zhang Tianquan is backing." "What? He is that Mr. Jiang? How can he be so young?" Upon hearing Zhang Tianquan's name, Lu Jiaming was taken aback. Given Zhang Tianquan's stature and influence, a mere word from him could lead to Lu Jiaming's downfall. "How shall we score him then? We can't afford to offend Jiang Ling, can we?" Wang Yuntao inquired anxiously. "I've witnessed Jiang Ling's capabilities. He is remarkably composed and decisive. The likes of Chun, Debbin, and Hua Ergi fell at his hands. I merely reaped the rewards while he accomplished the real feats." Wang Yuntao remarked. "Indeed. We cannot offend either side." Lu Jiaming agreed. "Shall we simply give them all 100 points? Wang Yuntao suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jiaming nodded. "All right. Let us do that. 100 points for all, to avoid incurring Jiang Ling's wrath, for his connections are not to be trifled with." "Absolutely, 100 points it is." Thus, the two reached an agreement to award Jiang Ling a score of 100 points each. Soon, it was Lin Yuchuan's turn to take the stage. He had not prepared a speech but stood confidently at the podium, eloquently discussing the future trajectory of the global economy and his vision for managing the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, ensuring that all members would benefit from the advancements of the era. As anticipated, upon concluding his speech, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The committee awarded Lin Yuchuan a perfect score of 500 points, as he had secured their favor, and his oration was indeed commendable. Next to present was Zhao Tianqua, who ultimately received a score of 420 points, still a commendable performance. As for Lin Hanyue, despite her preparations, she fell short in comparison to Lin Yuchuan, both in business acumen and connections. Nevertheless, in a bid to maintain the dignity of the new head of the Lin family, the committee awarded her a score of 80 points, totaling 400, also considered excellent. Finally, it was Jiang Ling's turn to present. Lacking preparation and unsure of what to say, he retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket. "I have nothing to say, but I wish for everyone to listen to a recording." "What is this? A voice recorder?" Chen Ping inquired. "Indeed," Jiang Ling affirmed. "It contains a conversation between myself and Mr. Lin Yuchuan. Today, I intend to reveal the ambitions of Mr. Lin Yuchuan." "Jiang Ling, how dare you?" Lin Yuchuan rose abruptly, his anger directed at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling merely smirked and replied, "Why should I not? You are causing a disturbance. Security, please escort this troublemaker out," Lin Yuchuan demanded. Yet, none of the security personnel responded to his call. Jiang Ling chuckled coldly and proceeded to play the recording. It contained Lin Yuchuan's voice threatening Jiang Ling, advising him against opposing him, or else once he was elected president, his first act would be to sabotage Jiang Ling's Yinshao jewelry. The audience gasped in shock at the revelations. They had not anticipated that the third master of the Lin family could possess such pettiness. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ling fanned the flames. "Ladies and gentlemen, have you understood? Lin Yuchuan's character is lacking, and his intentions are nefarious. I merely opposed his candidacy for president, and he threatens to destroy my Yinshao jewelry company? How terrifying! If Lin Yuchuan were to become the president, wielding immense power, might he not also threaten your companies if you were to cross him? Therefore, I urge you to contemplate carefully. Should Lin Yuchuan ascend to the presidency, you would be compelled to heed his commands, and should you refuse, he would leverage the chamber's influence to annihilate your businesses, and when you are left desperate, He would acquire your companies at a fraction of their worth. What difference is there from outright theft? Thus, if Lin Yuchuan becomes president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, your futures will be far from bright. Jiang Ling articulated his perspective on Lin Yuchuan with fervor. Chapter 153. What is the relationship between Jiang Ling and the former president? The audience erupted into a chorus of outrage, condemning Lin Yuchuan for making such statements. If it were true, allowing him to become the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce would mean that anyone who defied his orders would face dire consequences. As the crowd below began to stir restlessly, Lin Yuchuan could no longer remain seated. He hastily exclaimed, "Everyone, please do not believe him. Jiang Ling is spouting nonsense. He is slandering and defaming me. Director Wang, I implore you to apprehend Jiang Ling based on his baseless accusations against me." Upon hearing Lin Yuchuan's words, Wang Yuntao was rendered momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Director Wang, why are you still hesitating? Quickly, summon your men to arrest Jiang Ling." Lin Yuchuan pressed on. In stark contrast, Jiang Ling on stage merely smiled and said, "Oh, Director Wang, do you dare to apprehend me? Perhaps you should give it a try?" No. Mr. Jiang Ling, you misunderstand. How could I dare to arrest you?" Wang Yuntao hastily waved his hands, a hint of awkwardness creeping onto his face. For only he and Lu Jiaming understood that behind Jiang Ling stood Zhang Tianquan, the commander of the Dragon Country Military District Headquarters. "Lin Yuchuan, be silent." At this moment, Lu Jiaming, who had been quiet for some time, finally spoke up. To Lin Yuchuan's astonishment, Lu Jiaming was actually admonishing him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Mayor Lu, even you? Why? There are no more questions to ponder. Simply sit down quietly. You and Jiang Ling are both members of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, competing fairly for the presidency. It is indeed inappropriate for you to threaten Jiang Ling's Yunshao Jewelry Company, and that is where your fault lies, Lin Yuchuan." After hearing Lu Jiaming's words, Lin Yuchuan let out a cold chuckle. Yet he remained curious as to why both Wang Yuntao and Lu Jiaming had turned against him in favor of Jiang Ling. Enough. I apologize for my earlier remarks. I did indeed threaten Jiang Ling, but that was merely a personal grievance between us. I was merely warning him, not implying that I would abuse my power to suppress him once I become president. You may rest assured about my character. If you elect me as the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, I will undoubtedly lead you all to forge new business avenues and achieve prosperity. With that, Lin Yuchuan took his seat once more, while Jiang Ling continued his speech. Jiang Ling articulated his views on the global economic landscape and outlined the reforms he would implement in the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce if elected president. Once he concluded his speech, the committee of 5 proceeded to score him. Wang Yuntao and Lu Jiaming, unwilling to offend Jiang Ling, awarded him a perfect score of 100. Chun and 2 others, recognizing Jiang Ling's commendable character, also granted him a score of 100. Thus, both Jiang Ling and Lin Yuchuan stood at a perfect score of 500. Next, the members of the chamber expressed their opinions regarding Jiang Ling and Lin Yuchuan. Some believed that while Jiang Ling's ideas were commendable and he had achieved much, his youth and lack of managerial experience rendered him unfit for the presidency. Conversely, Lin Yuchuan, as the third scion of the Lin family and chairman of Feiyu Group, had decades of experience in the business world. In terms of business acumen and vision, Lin Yuchuan undoubtedly surpassed Jiang Ling. Consequently, many ultimately nominated Lin Yuchuan for the presidency of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Observing this turn of events, a smile crept onto Lin Yuchuan's lips, and he felt a sense of relief. Soon after, Duan Yongping, the former president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, was slowly assisted into the meeting room by 2 men in suits. Upon seeing Duan Yongping's arrival, Chen Ping quickly rose to greet him, helping him to his seat. "Welcome, old president," Chen Ping respectfully inquired. "Yes, I have arrived." He nodded slightly, his voice somewhat hoarse and aged. "Old president, the results of our new presidential election have been announced. Mr. Lin Yuchuan has won by an overwhelming margin. Although Mr. Jiang Ling also achieved a perfect score in the second round, he is still quite young and has not been a member of the chamber for long. If he were to become president, I fear it would lead to discontent among the members," Chen Ping explained. Duan Yongping nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I understand. I was just next door observing everything unfold through the platform." "Then, who is your final choice?" Chen Ping inquired. At this, Duan Yongping furrowed his brow. He glanced at Lin Yuchuan and then at Jiang Ling, a gentle expression flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! That old rascal He Yunshao must have known all along that young Master Jiang Ling would be running for the presidency of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce." "Well, what? Old president, did you just refer to Mr. Jiang Ling as young master?" As Duan Yongping's statement registered, the crowd collectively gaped in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that he had called Jiang Ling young master. Young master? What is going on? In this day and age? If you had called him young master, it wouldn't have been so shocking, but you insist on calling him young master? What is the meaning of this? Jiang Ling. Do you already know old President Duan? Meanwhile, Lin Hanyue furrowed her brows tightly, inquiring with confusion. Jiang Ling shrugged and replied, I do not know him. He knows me, but I do not know him. Huh, then why does he refer to you as young master? I suspect it might have something to do with He Yun Xiao, Jiang Ling chuckled. In that moment, he realized that old President Duan was indeed affiliated with the Tycoon and was part of the Jiang faction. Unfortunately, only Jiang Ling's family remained in the Jiang faction. Thus, both Duan Yongping and He Yun Xiao addressed Jiang Ling as young master. It seemed that everything had been orchestrated by He Yun Xiao. They had deliberately aimed to elect Jiang Ling as the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Once Jiang Ling had developed, they would join forces with He Yun Xiao to reclaim the Jiang faction's position within the Tycoon. Among those present, only Zhao Yuanming understood why Duan Yongping referred to Jiang Ling as young master. This was because Duan Yongping and He Yun Xiao were allies, and they both happened to be Jiang Ling's subordinates. Then, who will our new president be? Chen Ping asked incredulously but tentatively. Duan Yongping chuckled and said, Is there any need to ponder this? The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is, after all, the property of young master Jiang Ling's family. I am merely acting as a temporary president. He is the true president. Do you understand? No, we do not understand, old president. What exactly is happening? What is the nature of your relationship with Mr. Jiang Ling? Chen Ping voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Duan Yongping contemplated for a moment before deciding to disclose his connection to the Jiang family. Otherwise, the merchants within the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce would surely be dissatisfied with Jiang Ling. Chapter 154. This day has been long awaited. Thus, Duan Yongping began. Over a century ago, there existed a family organization known as Tycoon. Due to severe internal strife at the time, they relocated abroad for development. The first master of Tycoon was none other than Jiang Ling's great-grandfather. As for myself, I am merely a merchant of Tycoon. Upon returning to the country, the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce I established is also an asset of Tycoon. However, young master Jiang Ling is the heir to the Tianqi Hall. Thus, rather than stating that we are selecting a new president, it would be more accurate to say that I am awaiting the return of young master Jiang Ling. If Jiang Ling does not attend this election assembly, it seems that Mr. Lin Yuchuan will assume the presidency. But I regret to inform you, gentlemen, that Jiang Ling has arrived, and none of you stand a chance against him. I apologize, but the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is not my domain. It rightfully belongs to young master Jiang Ling. Ha! I have no authority to cede the presidency to any of you. Ha! As he spoke, Duan Yongqing suddenly burst into laughter. His mirth stemmed from the sheer theatricality of the situation. He was aware that He Yun Xiao had been secretly nurturing the Jiang family's heir to ensure he would one day become the successor of Tianqi Hall. However, in order to safeguard Jiang Ling's safety, He Yun Xiao had never divulged any information about Jiang Ling to anyone. Yet now, Jiang Ling was proactively campaigning for the presidency of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. This indicated that He Yun Xiao believed the time was ripe for their faction to reclaim Tianqi Hall from abroad, ousting the Lu family from within and restoring the Jiang family's dominance. The very thought made Duan Yongqing unable to suppress his laughter, for he had awaited this day for decades. He had once thought he would never witness the Jiang family's resurgence in Tianqi Hall in his lifetime. Yet suddenly, Jiang Ling emerged. How could Duan Yongqing not laugh? After Duan Yongqing had finished speaking, the entire conference room, filled with hundreds of merchants from Jiangnan, was left in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Some of the younger merchants had never even heard of Tianqi Hall and were curious about what kind of organization it was. They wondered why the old president, Duan Yongqing, claimed that the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was inherently the Jiang family's enterprise. If Jiang Ling was to run for president, how could anyone possibly compete with him? Upon hearing the name Tianqi Hall, Lin Yuchuan's pupils constricted, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, while others might be oblivious. As a seasoned businessman, he was acutely aware that Tianqi Hall was currently the largest overseas faction of the Dragon Kingdom. In that moment, Lin Yuchuan finally understood why Jiang Ling seemed so fortunate, why his investigations into Jiang Ling had yielded nothing, and why Wang Yuntao and Lu Jianming had been so protective of him. They had known all along that Jiang Ling was the heir to Tianqi Hall. Ha! Realizing this, Lin Yuchuan laughed heartily. He had not anticipated that, after all this time, they were all members of Tianqi Hall. All his efforts and preparations had been in vain. They had already predetermined their new president. So what was the point of holding this election? Ha! Was this all merely to provoke me? How comical. At this moment, Lin Yuchuan's mental state was on the verge of collapse. He had spent 3 years preparing to become the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, engaging in feasts and forging connections. He had finally built enough prestige to be worthy of the title. Yet suddenly, Duan Yongqing announced that this chamber belonged to Jiang Ling, and whether he could be president hinged on Jiang Ling's consent. Was this not absurd? It was akin to Lin Yuchuan vying for a piece of cake, only to discover that the name on the takeaway order was Jiang Ling's. He felt like a clown, having made a fool of himself for so long. Moreover, did he dare offend Jiang Ling or Tianqi Hall? Frankly, Lin Yuchuan did not have the courage. Setting aside Tianqi Hall, even the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was not something he could afford to antagonize. Thus, Lin Yuchuan found himself with two choices. First, to align himself with Jiang Ling, hoping that Jiang Ling would not pursue vengeance and obliterate his Feiyu group. Or second, to seek refuge with the Liu family of Tianqi Hall, leveraging their power to oppose Jiang Ling. If the Liu family triumphed over the Jiang family, Lin Yuchuan would undoubtedly take control of the entire Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Then, Mr. Lin Yuchuan, do you have any objections? Duan Yongqing inquired. Lin Yuchuan shook his head and replied with a wry smile. Heh, in your home. Could I possibly take what belongs to you? What significance would that hold? I can only blame my own weakness, unable to venture beyond Jiangnan City. With a resigned tone, he declared, enough, enough, you all carry on. All my endeavors have been utterly meaningless and tiresome. Having said this, Lin Yuchuan rose, waved his hand dismissively, and staggered toward the back. Third master, wait for me, third master. His secretary and steward hurriedly stood up, chasing after Lin Yuchuan. All right. I hereby announce that Jiang Ling is now the new president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Does anyone have any objections? Duan Yongqing declared. Some individuals contemplated raising their hands to voice their discontent, but before they could utter a word, Duan Yongqing silenced them with a sharp retort. Enough. If you do not support Jiang Ling as the new president, you may leave now, and I will not hinder you. After Duan Yongqing's proclamation, the crowd fell into a profound silence, and no one dared to oppose Jiang Ling's ascension. Lin Hanyue, Zhao Tianyu, and Zhao Yuanming quickly rose to congratulate Jiang Ling, expressing their delight. Jiang Ling, congratulations on becoming the new president of the chamber. Lin Hanyue smiled. Indeed, I am baffled as to how Jiang Ling emerged victorious, Zhao Tianyu remarked. What about Lin Yuchuan? Zhao Yuanming inquired. Jiang Ling replied, let him be. As long as he does not cause a ruckus, that is all that matters. His intention in running for the presidency was to thwart Lin Yuchuan's election and utilize the authority of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce to combat and suppress the Lin family group. Since Lin Yuchuan had already been defeated, there was no need for him to concern himself further. Haha, congratulations, young master, on becoming the new president of our chamber. However, young master, I wish to ask you something. Duan Yongqing said. What is it? Jiang Ling inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Duan Yongqing's expression became serious as he continued. Might I ask, young master, when shall we strike back at Tianqi Hall, defeat the Liu family, and reclaim your family's status within Tianqi Hall? In truth, Duan Yongqing had been waiting for this day for quite some time. Chapter 155. Is Lin Hanyue pregnant? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling furrowed his brow and pondered deeply. Duan Yongqing added, Young Master Jiang Ling, while I am still able, I wish to lend you my assistance. My health is deteriorating, and if we delay for another 2 or 3 years, I fear I shall be unable to accompany you overseas. Jiang Ling nodded slightly. He understood that both He Yunxiao and Duan Yongqing were supporters of the Jiang family and were among the powerful cards he held. However, defeating the Liu family, who controlled Tianqi Hall, both economically and in reality, was no easy feat. Thus, after careful consideration, Jiang Ling provided his response. He merely stated, next year, I will first consolidate the forces in Jiangnan City. I will take the initiative to contact Zhang Tian, the leader, and seek his assistance. Excellent, excellent. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. Upon hearing this, Duan Yongqing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his spirit rejuvenated and filled with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, October had arrived. Throughout September, Jiang Ling had seamlessly assumed the role of the new president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, implementing reforms that abolished the annual membership fee of 200,000 yuan for members. As Jiang Ling initiated these reforms, an increasing number of merchants opted to join the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, thereby amplifying the collective strength of the organization. As for Lin Yuchuan, since his defeat in the presidential election on September 1st, he had adopted a notably low profile, seemingly vanishing from the public eye. Throughout the month, Jiang Ling had not spotted Lin Yuchuan. It was likely that he was intimidated, especially given the deep-seated conflicts between him and Jiang Ling. He had previously declared that upon his election as president, he would move to suppress Jiang Ling's Yunxiao jewelry. However, with his failure to secure the presidency and Jiang Ling's ascendance, it was reasonable to assume he feared retaliation from Jiang Ling. In truth, there was no need for him to harbor such suspicions, as Jiang Ling's current focus was on the overseas Liu family of Tycoon, which had no bearing on Lin Yuchuan whatsoever. Thus, as long as Lin Yuchuan refrained from provoking Jiang Ling, the latter would not seek to undermine his Feiyu group. On October 3rd, the day following the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jiang Ling received a warm invitation from the venerable Lin Yuchuan to visit his home once again. This gathering saw the attendance of all, including the typically elusive Lin Yuchuan, who surprisingly approached Jiang Ling with a cup in hand, offering a toast and an apology for his past misdeeds. Nevertheless, Jiang Ling did not respond favorably. Observing Jiang Ling's indifference, Lin Yuchuan stepped forward once more, taking a deep breath before saying, "Jiang Ling, I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Rest assured, as long as you do not provoke me, I will not wield my power against you," Jiang Ling replied with a casual demeanor. However, Lin Yuchuan shook his head and stated, "That is not the matter at hand." "Then what is it?" Jiang Ling retorted. Lin Yuchuan was acutely aware that numerous companies in Jiangnan City had chosen to join the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, fostering a climate of mutual benefit. In stark contrast, his Feiyu group had been left out in the cold, with former partners now abandoning him for the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. This left Lin Yuchuan profoundly distressed, as even if Jiang Ling refrained from sabotaging Feiyu group, few companies were willing to collaborate with them. Thus, his sole recourse was to humbly beseech Jiang Ling for an opportunity to join the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. "What did you say? You were already a member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Why are you asking me about joining?" Jiang Ling inquired, puzzled. Lin Yuchuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "However, they are all afraid to collaborate with my company for fear of offending you." "Jiang Ling, I hope you can grant me this chance for the sake of my relationship with Hanyue." "Huh, you still remember you are Hanyue's uncle? How did you speak and act back then? You took all of Hanyue's family's assets to consolidate resources without sharing any stakes with her. Furthermore, you proclaimed that once you became president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, you would aim to suppress both the Lin Group and Yunxiao Jewelry. How could I possibly assist a treacherous person like you? Once you rise, who knows how you might conspire against me?" With that, Jiang Ling turned and walked toward Lin Yuchuan. "Hey, Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling." Lin Yuchuan called out from behind, but Jiang Ling ignored him. He then joined Lin Yuchuan, sharing drinks and a meal. Jiang Ling advised, "Old sir, since your health isn't robust, you should refrain from drinking. A bit of plain water will suffice." "Haha. It's nothing, Xiaoling. This is medicinal wine prescribed by the renowned Dr. Hua. It won't intoxicate me. I can indulge a little." Lin Yuchuan chuckled. "Oh, that's good to hear." Jiang Ling nodded. "By the way, I truly did not expect you to be the young master of the Jiang family from Tycoon. No wonder you have amassed a fortune at such a young age." "Haha, you flatter me, old sir." Jiang Ling smiled. "However, I would like to inquire about the timing of your wedding with Hanyue. This marriage thing seems a bit premature, doesn't it?" Jiang Ling responded awkwardly. "Not at all. You and Hanyue are both 26, at the perfect age for marriage. In my generation, children your age could already be out running errands. That was then. This is now," Jiang Ling argued. He felt that today's youth faced immense pressure. To get married required a house, a car, and a dowry, amounting to no less than 1 million yuan. For ordinary working families, even after 2 or 3 decades of toil, accumulating such wealth was nearly impossible. But Lin Yuchuan believed that this matter could not be delayed any longer. He gestured to Lin Hanyue and said, "Hanyue, why don't you speak up?" "Oh dear, Grandpa, I'm too embarrassed to say." At this, Lin Hanyue's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Ling inquired, thoroughly confused. Lin Hanyue hesitated, murmuring, "It's just that our agreement might be expiring soon." "What agreement? Have you forgotten? Silly, do you remember what you promised me when we first met?" Lin Hanyue looked up, frowning, and shot an annoyed glance at Jiang Ling. As Jiang Ling pondered, he recalled that their first encounter had involved Lin Hanyue offering 2 million yuan for a child, leading to their inexplicable union. If Lin Hanyue claimed their agreement was nearing its conclusion, could it mean she was pregnant? What? At this thought, Jiang Ling was momentarily stunned, even stuttering as he spoke. "No way, Hanyue. You really are? How could you not realize? After living together for so long, you haven't felt a thing? How could I know? I've never been a father." Now you know, right?" Jiang Ling remained uncertain, pressing further. "Are you truly pregnant?" Lin Hanyue nodded earnestly. "Yes, I really am." "Is it a boy or a girl?" Jiang Ling asked. "I don't know. The doctor didn't say. He was aware of our agreement and feared I might terminate the pregnancy if I found out it was a girl." "Oh no. Hanyue, please don't frighten me." Jiang Ling's face turned pale at this revelation. This was his child, regardless of gender, and he intended to nurture and educate them to adulthood. Observing Jiang Ling's alarm, Lin Hanyue covered her mouth and chuckled. Look how scared you are. Rest assured, our previous agreement is null and void. Regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, I shall bring this child into the world. After all, this is our offspring. However, the fact of my pregnancy must remain a closely guarded secret. Otherwise, rumors may spread, tarnishing the reputation of the Lin family. Indeed, you are correct, Jiang Ling responded. Thus, under the premise of not terminating the pregnancy, you must marry me. Marriage is undoubtedly essential. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, surprised that this day had arrived so swiftly. So, when shall we set the date for our wedding? He inquired further. How about 3 days from now? What do you think? 3 days? Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I will discuss it with my parents. In 3 days, we shall be wed. Yes, Lin Hanyue nodded, a hint of happiness blooming on her slightly flushed cheeks. She understood that Jiang Ling was the beacon of light in her life, illuminating her path through the dark world and guiding her forward. If it weren't for Jiang Ling, perhaps old Master Lin Nanshan would have already passed away, and Lin Yuchuan would have been imprisoned by Hua Ergui in the basement, his fate uncertain. Furthermore, Lin Yuchuan would undoubtedly have ascended to the head of the Lin family, continually suppressing Lin Hanyue's company. Yet, fortune smiled upon her as she encountered Jiang Ling, a man to whom she could entrust her life. But Jiang Ling was equally fortunate, having met Lin Hanyue after parting ways with Chun. Her presence filled the void in his heart, allowing him to swiftly emerge from the sorrow of heartbreak. Thus, they complemented each other, two souls finding warmth in one another. And so, 3 days later, the wedding of Jiang Ling and Lin Hanyue commenced as planned. Even Jiang Ling's parents were astonished at the rapid development of their son's relationship with Lin Hanyue. Within a mere 6 months of acquaintance, they were truly getting married. Moreover, the bride was none other than the current chairwoman of the Lin Group, a figure worth over 100 billion. Hence, Jiang Baiyun and Lu Kaifeng believed that their son had benefited from the Lin family's prestige. Thus, during the wedding, they maintained a certain reserve, even hesitating to speak loudly in front of old Master Lin Nanshan. Naturally, neither Lin Nanshan nor Lin Yuchuan dared to underestimate Jiang Ling's parents. Wang Xiaoru even took Lu Caifeng's arm, affectionately calling her in-law. Wang Xiaoru smiled awkwardly and then asked in-law, "May I inquire how much betrothal money is required for my son to marry your daughter?" Betrothal money? What is that? No, we do not require a single penny. Wang Xiaoru hastily waved her hands. Jiang Ling is the savior of our Lin family. Without him, there would be no Lin family as it stands today. How could they dare to ask for a bride price? Not a single penny? Upon hearing this, Jiang Baiyun was utterly bewildered. Wang Xiaoru nodded earnestly, stating, "Indeed, we not only do not want a single cent in betrothal money, but will also provide a gift of 20 million and a real estate property as a token of gratitude for Jiang Ling's assistance to our family." Could it be a sham marriage? For a moment, Jiang Baiyun was left speechless. In this world, how could such a fortunate occurrence exist? His son was marrying another's daughter, and they did not demand a single penny, while bestowing 20 million and a property. This was not merely a house. It represented a real estate company worth billions. What on earth was happening? "Oh, brother Jiang, in-law, you have finally arrived. Come. Please take your seats at the honored guest table." Lin Yuchuan hurriedly approached, pulling Jiang Baiyun towards the esteemed seating area. As he walked, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you my son-in-law Jiang Ling's father, Mr. Jiang Baiyu. You must all be aware of Mr. Jiang Baiyun's esteemed status. Being from the Jiang family of Tycoon. Well, I shall refrain from further ado. Today, you must drink to your heart's content." Thus, Jiang Baiyun found himself seated in the honored guest position, drinking alongside the Lin family, utterly perplexed as to why they held him in such esteem. Referring to him as the esteemed elder of Tycoon. Tycoon, esteemed elder? Jiang Baiyun chuckled and shook his head, thinking, if they wish to call me that, so be it. Brother, congratulations on your marriage. Meanwhile, backstage at the hotel, Jiang Yu also appeared to congratulate Jiang Ling on his nuptials. She pursed her lips and remarked, "I didn't expect your relationship with Hanyue to progress so swiftly. You are ahead of me. Haha, you should also put in some effort, sister." Jiang Ling grinned widely. To be honest, he felt quite bewildered himself. Just a short time ago, he had been engaged in a battle of wits with Lin Yuchuan over the title of president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. And now he was stepping into the realm of matrimony with Lin Hanyue. However, Lin Hanyue was already expecting a child, and Jiang Ling had no intention of terminating the pregnancy. Moreover, Lin Hanyue was a lady of refinement, the new chairwoman of the Lin Group. Should she bear a child before marriage, it would undoubtedly invite scorn from many. Therefore, to avert such circumstances, Jiang Ling was determined to marry Lin Hanyue. Additionally, Jiang Ling was no longer young and had reached the age of marriage. He harbored profound feelings for Lin Han.